Ice and lightning types, let's fight. Don't miss the showdown with the school beauty. Add to your bookshelf for good luck. What kind of superpower do you want? Comment below. At noon, at Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, Daxia, Luo Jiuxiao. Where are this month's qi and blood pills? Why haven't they been delivered yet? Do I really have to make myself go there? The college entrance exam is just around the corner. Don't you know how tight my schedule is? The speaker was a girl named Shi Qingyu. She was wearing a pure white high school uniform and had delicate features, but at this moment her eyebrows were furrowed and her face was full of arrogant and domineering expressions. Also, give me that special qi and blood pill that the government subsidizes you with every month. Anyway, using someone as useless as you is a waste. My boyfriend, Shopping Show, is currently facing a bottleneck in his cultivation, and he needs this. The young man standing in front of her was Luo Jiuxiao, with a handsome face. At this moment, his eyes were filled with confusion and shock. Where am I? Didn't I just shed my blood on the border to cover my comrades' retreat? How did they suddenly appear here? A torrent of complex memories suddenly flooded his mind, and the intense pain made Luo Jiuxiao groan, his face turning deathly pale instantly. Countless unfamiliar images flashed by rapidly. Blue Star, a world with technology and civilization almost identical to Earth. But this place is fraught with danger. A terrifying monster known as the alien beast is ravaging the globe, leaving behind a bloody wasteland beyond the cities. In order to fight against the alien beasts, superhumans emerged among humans who could control strange powers such as fire, thunder, and ice. He, Luo Jiuxiao, actually transmigrated to this world of high martial arts and possessed the body of a boy with the same name. It seems I really have traveled through time. Memories continue to blend in. The original owner's family situation made Luo Jiuxiao's heart sink. Both my father and mother were heroic soldiers who sacrificed their lives to protect Jiangcheng. As the child of a martyr, the original owner should have been respected, but reality was incredibly cruel. During the power awakening ceremony, the original owner only awakened the worst F-level power, invisibility, and it only lasts for 5 seconds. What can you do in 5 seconds? You can't even run far, and instead, your classmates jokingly call you the 5-second real man, making you the laughingstock of the whole school. The sacrifice of his parents and his own perceived incompetence led to his timid and insecure personality, making him vulnerable to bullying. The girl in front of him, Shi Qingyu, was not only the original owner's childhood sweetheart, but also the one who bullied him the most. After Luo Jiuxiao finished processing the memories, he looked at the girl in front of him again, and his eyes had completely changed. Childhood sweetheart? I think she's nothing but an ingrate. He's just a villain who, seeing his family's decline and his lack of talent, immediately clung to the powerful and wealthy, and then turned around to leech off them. Not only did she monopolize the qi and blood pills he saved up to buy every month, but she even dared to demand the government's pension and subsidies for the children of martyrs. Are you going to give it to her useless boyfriend? Hee, interesting. He deserves a beating. In his previous life, Luo Jiuxiao was a tough soldier who valued loyalty and also hated this kind of person the most. An uncontrollable rage erupted from his chest. Just as he was about to explode, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations detected in the host. The points system is now officially activated. New player gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You are about to receive 200 evolution points. Congratulations, host. You are about to acquire S-rank ice-type ability Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring. Congratulations, host. You are about to acquire S-rank lightning-type ability Annihilation Divine Lightning. System? Cheat code? Luo Jiuxiao was stunned at first, then his heart started pounding wildly. According to the original owner's memories, the superpower levels, from lowest to highest, are F, E, D, E, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. It's important to know that in the entire Jiangcheng city, hundreds of thousands of people awaken every year, and an S-class superpower. Extremely rare, perhaps only one will appear in Jiangcheng in 10 years. The system immediately dispatched 2 at once. Now who dares to call me a loser? Host, would you like to claim your newbie gift pack immediately? Hey, Luo Jiuxiao, what are you spacing out for? Are you deaf? Seeing that he hadn't responded for a long time, Shi Qingyu became increasingly impatient, and her voice suddenly rose several octaves. I'm asking you a question. Give me the qi and blood pill right now. Don't make me say it a third time. Her matter-of-fact attitude completely ignited Luo Jiuxiao's anger. No rush to claim the reward. Let's deal with this piece of trash first. Luo Jiuxiao looked up, a strange smile suddenly appearing on his face. Okay, close your eyes. I'll give it to you right away, okay? Shi Qingyu frowned. Although she felt Luo Jiuxiao was acting a bit strangely today, she didn't think much of it. What kind of trouble could an F-rank trash like him cause? She closed her eyes impatiently and urged him on. Don't try anything funny. Hurry up. I still need to find Xiaoping. Where's your mother? Ah, you. A crisp, loud slap suddenly rang out across the empty playground. Shi Qingyu staggered from the blow, and 5 clear finger marks immediately appeared on her fair cheek. She covered her face, opened her eyes in disbelief, and her mind went blank. If you don't have money, go to McDonald's. If you have money, buy buy it yourself. You cheap bitch. Luo Joshio shook his numb hands and felt a surge of anger dissipate, making him feel completely refreshed. Ji Qingyu then realized what was happening and screamed. You slut? Useless thing. Luo Joshio, are you insane? How dare you hit me and call me a whore? That's exactly what I'm going to do. Although Ji Qingyu only awakened an E-level ability, which was a support type, she relied on her scumbag boyfriend to act arrogantly and domineeringly all day long. The original owner was afraid of you? Not at all. You piece of trash. Dare to slap me again? Believe me or not, my boyfriend. Oh, there's such a requirement? Since that's the case, then I'll grant your wish. Luo Joshio's eyes were icy cold. Before she could finish speaking, he slapped her again. This slap was harder and louder than the last one. Ji Qingyu was completely stunned by the beating, her hair disheveled, looking utterly disheveled and filled with confusion. Damn it, what's wrong with this good-for-nothing today? He's like a completely different person. He wasn't like this before. Just then, a shout came from afar. Qingyu, what are you doing here? 7 or 8 boys surrounded a haughty-looking young man as they walked towards them. The young man at the head of the group was dressed in designer clothes and had an arrogant expression. He was none other than Xiaoping, Ji Qingyu's boyfriend. Qingyu, what's wrong? Your face. When Ji Qingyu saw Xiaoping, she immediately ran over crying and pointed at Luo Joshio, sobbing. Xiaoping, he hit me. This good-for-nothing dared to hit me. Xiaoping quickly embraced Ji Qingyu, and his expression darkened instantly when he saw her swollen face. You dare hit my girlfriend. Don't you know who Xiaoping is? Xiaoping's voice was filled with undisguised malice, and his henchmen around him laughed along. So you're that good-for-nothing who awakened an F-level ability? Seeing is believing. Xiaoping casually looked Luo Joshio up and down. He patted Ji Qingyu on the back and comforted her softly. Then, changing the subject, I heard your parents were both soldiers who died in the wilderness. Ha, good riddance. Otherwise, how could they have given birth to such a useless son like you? An F-rank ability, invisibility, and it only lasts 5 seconds? Ha, is this ability used to peep into the girl's bathhouse? It's completely useless. The surrounding henchmen burst into even more ear-piercing laughter. Ping is right. Martyrs? I think they're the scum of the martyrs. His behavior is a disgrace to his parents. Ji Qingyu nestled in Xiaoping's arms, not only not stopping him, but also revealing a hint of cold, smug satisfaction. However, none of them noticed. When the words martyr and parents were spoken so casually, Luo Joshio's eyes turned icy cold. The air around us seemed to have dropped several degrees. In his past life, he sacrificed his life for his country, dying on the battlefield, the highest honor for a soldier. In this life, the original owner's parents were also heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect their homeland. Martyrs must not be desecrated. This ironclad rule was etched into his very bones. Xiaoping's words had touched his absolute sore spot. Those whore are heartless. Those actors are ungrateful. A whore deserves shit. It's only natural. Luo Joshio's heart was no longer filled with any mockery, but instead with a chilling killing intent. He silently recited to the system in his mind. Claim your newbie gift pack. Ding. New player gift pack has been activated. S-rank ice type ability, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, prioritized fusion. 10%, 20%. An indescribable, extremely cold power instantly erupted from Luo Joshio's limbs and bones. Centered on him, a layer of white frost began to condense on the plastic track beneath his feet, and it spread rapidly in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. The water vapor in the air was instantly frozen, turning into countless tiny ice crystals that refracted the sunlight, creating a scene as beautiful as a dream. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so cold? Ouch. I've got goosebumps. The mocking expressions on Xiaoping and his group's faces froze instantly, turning into shock and bewilderment. They hugged their arms tightly, shivering from the cold, their teeth chattering. It's so cold. This chill felt far beyond the usual low temperature. The mutation continues. It was midday, with the sun blazing overhead, when the sky suddenly darkened without warning. Large, dark clouds surged in from all directions, obscuring the sun. Then, 2 glistening snowflakes drifted down gently. A dragon's roar, seemingly from the ancient wilderness, echoed faintly deep in the clouds, majestic and vast, shaking the entire sky above Jiangcheng. At this moment, Jiangcheng was shaken. Countless citizens came out of their homes, looked up at the sky, and their faces were full of panic. It's snowing? Am I seeing things? What month is it? Did I just hear a dragon's roar? Or was it just my imagination? No way. Is this some kind of celestial phenomenon? Could it be? Inside the highest command center of the Jiangcheng military headquarters, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. A technician responsible for monitoring energy fluctuations suddenly stood up, his voice trembling with excitement as he pointed at the screen. Reporting to the general, an extremely high energy level reaction has been detected in the eastern direction of the city. Preliminary assessment, level A, or possibly even higher. The leaders of the major martial arts schools and family forces in the city were also alarmed by this astonishing phenomenon. Such an unusual phenomenon hasn't been seen in Jiangcheng for decades. Could it be that someone has awakened an S-level superpower? Decades have passed, It seems Jiang Cheng is about to rise again. Quickly, find that person at all costs. While the outside world was in turmoil, Luo Zhuoxiao remained completely unaware. He felt as if his body was undergoing a tremendous transformation. 80%, 90%, 100%. Ding! The S-rank ability, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, has been successfully fused. A surge of immense power coursed through his body, causing his mental strength and blood energy to skyrocket. Luo Zhuoxiao slowly opened his eyes, a deep icy blue flashing in his pupils. He raised his hand, a thought forming in his mind. The chill in the air quickly condensed, transforming into a crystal-clear, ice-blue spear that exuded a terrifying coldness, appearing before him. The gun is decorated with lifelike dragon patterns. Immediately afterward, behind him, a giant dragon made of extremely cold ice crystals roared to the sky, its dragon might overwhelming. Even more shockingly, 8 fist-sized, sharply angled icicles appeared out of thin air around his body, like satellites slowly orbiting him, 4 on each side, exuding a deadly aura. Looking at his completely transformed form, Luo Zhuoxiao couldn't help but admire himself inwardly. Is this an S-class superpower? It's ridiculously cool. Ji Qingyu and Xiao Ping on the opposite side were completely shocked. Ji Qingyu covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Is this still the same Luo Zhuoxiao who was known as an F-rank waste? This power, this aura, how is this possible? Xiao Ping was utterly shaken, his soul nearly leaving his body. The icy aura emanating from this guy was comparable to that of his sister, who was hailed as a genius. Xiao Ping's older sister, Xiao Ruobing, is a popular figure at Jiangcheng No. 3 High School and the vice-captain of the school team. Not only did he awaken a powerful B-level ice-type ability, but his cultivation level also reached the 5th level of the first tier. This piece of trash. Isn't he an F-level superpower? Did he awaken another superpower? No. How could that be? Xiao Ping had never heard of anyone possessing 2 superpowers in his entire life. However, it's utterly absurd that his F-level superpower could unleash such immense power. Could this be a smokescreen? Charge! All of you, charge! Cripple him! Xiao Ping gritted his teeth and roared behind him. However, when he turned around abruptly, he found that his underlings had been so terrified by the strange phenomenon that they had all fled without a trace. You bunch of useless trash! You're a complete waste of space! Xiao Ping cursed out loud. But when he turned his head again, his pupils suddenly contracted. With a wave of his hand, Luo Zhuoxiao sent the ice-colored spear that had been hovering in front of him flying straight towards him, which transformed into a streak of blue light. Shit is shit. I can't be bothered to reason with you. You don't deserve to listen. Idiot. Prepare to die. The shadow of death instantly loomed over Xiao Ping. What? The hairs on his body stood on end, and his survival instinct unleashed all his strength. Rock armor shield. Xiao Ping roared and activated his D-level defensive ability. A massive, incredibly thick rock shield, shimmering with an earthy yellow light, appeared out of thin air before him. This is his strongest defense, enough to withstand the full-force attack of a martial artist of the same level. Moreover, he has already advanced from an awakened to the first level of the first tier, and he is still confident in dealing with an awakened like Luo Zhuoxiao. However, the rock armor shield was as fragile as paper. The ice spear made contact with the rock shield without any pause. The massive shield shattered like glass struck by a high-speed train. Countless pebbles scattered and flew everywhere. The ice spear, still brimming with power, slammed heavily into Xiao Ping's chest. Xiao Ping was struck dumb, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily at the edge of the playground. Ji Qingyu stood frozen in place, her body trembling like a leaf, staring at the boy shrouded in ice dragon, her eyes filled with endless fear. Isn't he an awakened one? How could he have instantly killed Xiao Ping, who had already reached the first level? Luo Zhuoxiao raised his hand and the ice spear transformed into a stream of light, flying back into his hand before slowly dissipating. The ice dragon and surrounding icicles behind him also disappeared, and the biting cold gradually subsided. He walked step by step toward Xiao Ping, who was lying on the ground struggling to get up. Hey, didn't you look down on F-level superpowers? Then I'll show you the true power of an F-level ability. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished into thin air in front of Xiao Ping's horrified gaze. Xiao Ping's pupils dilated violently, and his heart was filled with shock. He forced himself to stand up despite the sharp pain in his chest, and looked around warily with disbelief in his eyes. He disappeared? It seems this is his F-level ability. But don't worry, this ability only lasts for 5 seconds. Show yourself if you dare. Stop hiding. What kind of hero are you? Xiao Ping shouted nervously, but his voice trembled slightly. Just then, Ji Qingyu, who was not far away, finally saw it clearly. Luo Zhuoxiao's figure appeared silently behind Xiao Ping like a ghost. She turned deathly pale with anxiety and cried out in a trembling voice, "Xiao Ping, watch out! Behind you!" Before Xiao Ping could react, "Idiot! Try this! Speed up the ditch, and I'll make you fly!" A shrill, out-of-control scream erupted from Xiao Ping's mouth. He felt something cold and hard pierce him hard in some indescribable part of his back. The sensation was a mix of pain, numbness, and tingling pleasure, instantly spreading throughout my entire body. Luo Zhouxiao. You. Xiaoping turned around abruptly, only to be met with a powerful kick. Luo Zhouxiao delivered a perfectly precise kick to his groin. Mine. Xiaoping's eyes bulged out instantly, his face turned ashen, and he was in extreme pain, his features contorted and deformed. He instinctively covered his vitals with both hands, bending his body into a shrimp-like shape. Wait, it's not over yet. A loud slap sent Xiaoping spinning halfway around before his head slammed hard against the wall. Before he could fall, Luo Zhouxiao stepped forward and slammed his knee into his abdomen, pinning him firmly against the wall. Then, the knee slowly moved down, pointing directly at that vulnerable spot. Damn it! What do you want to do? Xiaoping suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. This situation made him feel that he might lose something today. Hey, I'm warning you, don't mess around. My dad is. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Zhouxiao ignored him completely and suddenly lifted his knee, which had been gathering strength. No. Not there. Stop. Luo Zhouxiao, expressionless, rammed into her 5 or 6 times before finally stopping. Luo Zhouxiao only released Xiaoping when Xiaoping's buttocks were almost pressed into the wall. Luo Zhouxiao, you are truly heartless. Xiaoping slumped down like a pile of mud, his eyes empty and lifeless, and slid down the wall to the ground. Now the happiness is really gone. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat, one hand clutched his groin tightly, while the other trembled as he pressed down on his buttocks. He was curled up on the ground, his body convulsing, uttering incoherent groans. The entire process was rapid, sharp, and brutally direct. Ji Qingyu stood to the side, dumbfounded, her legs weak, almost unable to stand. My understanding of Luo Zhouxiao was completely overturned at this moment. Is this man really a devil? They actually went to such extremes. Who says there's no empathy between men and women? Xiaoping's experience made Ji Qingyu's heart tighten, cold sweat broke out, and her legs unconsciously clamped tightly together. Click, click. I don't care who your dad is. If you're an idiot, then your dad is just a pile of rubbish. Such a simple truth. After doing all this, Luo Zhouxiao seemed to have only done a trivial little thing. He turned around, his cold gaze falling on Ji Qingyu. Ji Qingyu shuddered, cold sweat instantly beading on her forehead, but she still stared straight at him. Luo Zhouxiao, you crippled Xiaoping. Aren't you afraid Xiao Ruobing will retaliate against you? Luo Zhouxiao was stunned for a moment, and an image of a beautiful woman appeared in his mind. Xiaoping's older sister? The school beauty from the school team? However, he merely glanced at Ji Qingyu indifferently, a cold, extremely contemptuous smile curling at the corner of his lips. What's it to you? In Luo Zhouxiao's eyes, this woman was no longer worth him wasting a second on. As for that school beauty, if she dares to come, then we'll give her a good welcome. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected that the host has attacked the villain Ji Qingyu, LV.1, evolution points plus 30. Ding! Detected that the host has damaged extremely important parts of the body of the villain Xiaoping, LV.1, evolution points plus 200. Luo Zhouxiao was stunned for a moment. Fighting evildoers? What the heck is LV.1? A level? What exactly is this evolution point? He was so focused on doing it that he didn't even ask about the system's specific functions. Ahem, system, could you tell me exactly what your functions are? Ding! This system is a stat-adding system, designed to assist the host in becoming a top-tier powerhouse. The system's functions are simple and straightforward, primarily acquiring evolution points through 2 modes. Mode 1, slay mutant beasts. The host will receive evolution points based on the mutant beast's level and strength. That's right, so what is Mode 2? Mode 2, punishing the wicked. This system will classify the target into a villain level ranging from LV.1 to LV.10 based on the severity of their misdeeds. The host can gain evolution points by attacking, harming, or killing villains. The higher the villain's level, the richer the reward. Evolution points can be used to improve the host's cultivation level, martial arts proficiency, and the quality of their special abilities. The system's explanation is concise and clear, without a single superfluous word. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao's lips twitched involuntarily. This system is simple and straightforward, but I quite like it. No wonder I got 30 evolution points just for slapping that gold-digging bitch Ji Qingyu twice. It seems that in the system's eyes, that woman is nothing more than a level 1 villain. As for that idiot Xiaoping, he actually contributed a full 200 points. It seems his few childlessness-ending moves really paid off. The system judged it as severe damage to an extremely important part and even gave it a special critical hit bonus. I should have hit him a few more times. A trace of regret swept through Luo Zhouxiao's heart. However, there are still many opportunities for now, and we can settle our scores with these 2 people later. The most important thing right now is to consolidate our rapidly growing strength. He had just fused with an S-class superpower, and his strength had increased too rapidly. His body had not yet fully adapted, and he needed to find a professional venue to familiarize himself with and test it. Thinking of this, Luo Zhouxiao stopped lingering, walked straight out of the school gate, and hailed a taxi on the roadside. Master, go to Tianhe Martial Arts School. The martial arts industry in Daxia is extremely developed, with the 5 most famous martial arts schools being the limitless Limitless Martial Arts School, Thunder Martial Arts School, Qingyuan Martial Arts School, Baji Martial Arts School, and Tianhe Martial Arts School. These 5 martial arts schools have branches all over major cities across the country, and Jiangcheng is no exception. Luo Zhuoxiu chose Tianhe Martial Arts School for no other reason than that it was closest to the school. Bored on the bus, he took out his personal terminal on his wrist and started browsing today's news. Suddenly, a bold, red-highlighted newsflash popped up at the top of the screen. Deepest condolences. Lin Qingtian, one of the guardians of our great Xia, the sea-suppressing martial saint, bravely sacrificed himself on the East China Sea front, fighting against 3 ninth-tier beast kings. The entire nation grieves, the mountains and rivers weep blood. Upon seeing this news, Luo Zhuoxiu's mind jolted. Lin Qingtian, a 9th-level martial saint? He actually sacrificed himself? That's a 9th-tier martial saint. In this world, the martial arts realms, from lowest to highest, are awakened, followed by ranks 1 through 13. Tier 1 to 4 are called martial generals, Tier 5 and 6 are called martial kings, and Tier 7 and 8 are called martial emperors. The 9th rank is martial saint, only one step away from reaching the 10th rank, the vast ocean martial god realm. The entire Great Xia dynasty has a population of billions, and the number of 9th-level martial saints can probably be counted on one hand, with no more than 20. Each one is like a pillar of strength, the ultimate deterrent against alien beasts. Now one of them has fallen, and it happened during a fierce battle against 3 equally powerful alien beasts. Luo Zhuoxiu's face instantly darkened, and an indescribable heaviness and regret welled up in his heart. As a former soldier, he understood best what the loss of such top-tier combat power meant for the country and its people. This is absolutely a huge deal. Sure enough, with a swipe of his finger, another bombshell message popped up. Breaking news! The top leaders of the 5 major martial arts schools held an emergency closed-door meeting at noon today, summoning all registered martial emperors of the 7th rank and above within the Great Xia territory. According to insiders, this unprecedented meeting will last for nearly a month. It seems that the chain reaction triggered by Lin Wuxing's sacrifice is more serious than I expected. Luo Zhuoxiu muttered to himself, a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. Even a 9th-level martial saint could die in battle. The dangers of this world were far greater than he had imagined. I must become stronger as soon as possible. Only by mastering great power can I have my only hope. Just as he was deep in thought, the taxi arrived near Tianhe Martial Arts Hall. Young man, we've arrived at Tianhe Martial Arts School. Luo Zhuoxiu paid the fare, pushed open the door, and walked out. Before me stands a magnificent building, its design modern and powerful. Above the entrance, the 2 large, gold-plated characters Tianhe gleamed in the sunlight, exuding a majestic aura. People come and go in a constant stream at the entrance of the martial arts school. Many students were wearing school uniforms, and there were also quite a few fierce-looking martial artists from outside the community. With only 1 month left until the college entrance examination, all students aspiring to take the martial arts exam are seizing the time to train hard, and martial arts schools are also ushering in the busiest time of the year. Luo Zhuoxiu did not linger and went straight into the martial arts hall. The spacious and bright hall was bustling with noise. He walked straight to the front desk, where a sweet-faced young lady in a martial arts school uniform greeted him with a smile. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" "Open an E-level training room," Luo Zhuoxiu said simply. Like superpowers, training rooms are also divided into levels, ranging from F level to SSS level. The higher the level of the cultivation room, the denser the concentration of elemental energy inside, and the more significant the cultivation effect. Of course, the price is also higher. With his current financial resources, an E-level training room is already his limit. Okay, the E-level training room costs 250 Great Xia coins per hour. How long would you like to stay there? 1 hour. After paying, Luo Zhuoxiu took a room key from the receptionist and followed the signs to his cultivation room. As he swiped the access card, a surge of elemental energy, several times stronger than that outside, rushed towards him, making every pore on his body feel refreshed. The training room is about 50 square meters, not very large, but fully equipped. A row of weapon racks is placed along the wall, with all kinds of knives, spears, swords, and halberds. On the other side, there are professional training equipment such as force measuring devices and speed sensors. No wonder everyone says that training at a martial arts school is twice as efficient with half the effort. This environment is definitely incomparable to home, Luo Zhuoxiu thought to himself. In this environment brimming with vital energy, both the recovery of blood and qi and the concentration of mental energy can be greatly improved. He was preparing to practice a set of boxing techniques to warm up his body. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in my mind again. Ding! Detected that the host has one unclaimed newbie reward. S-rank lightning ability, Annihilation Divine Lightning. Shall we begin fusion now? Luo Jiuxiao suddenly slapped his head. I was so busy fighting and watching the news that I almost forgot about this. The newbie gift pack contains 2 S-class superpowers. The other one is lightning. Controlling lightning. That's the ultimate romance for a man. Which man doesn't love playing with big bombs? Since that's the case, I'm going to play with a really big bomb. Claim. Integrate immediately. A surge of joy and anticipation welled up inside Luo Jiuxiao, and he issued the command to the system without hesitation. Ding! S-rank lightning type ability, Annihilation Divine Thunder, has begun fusion. 10%, 30%. As soon as the command was given, a violent power, completely different from the extreme cold of Xin Bing Longxian, suddenly erupted within his body. Without warning, fine blue arcs of electricity burst forth from his body, leaping and coursing wildly across his skin. The lights in the entire training room began to flicker violently, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt ozone. As the fusion process deepened, the electric arcs grew increasingly thick and violent. The blue-purple lightning illuminated the entire training room, as bright as day. The metal instruments in the training room were activated by the dissipated electric current, emitting a buzzing resonance. The emergency alarm on the wall was also activated by the violent energy impact, emitting a piercing shriek. Beep, beep, beep. Warning! An extremely high-intensity energy anomaly has been detected in training room E17. Energy level assessment in progress. Warning! Energy level far exceeds safety threshold. Evacuate immediately. Meanwhile, the sky outside the martial arts school, which had been clear, was suddenly covered by dark clouds. In the dark, heavy clouds, lightning flashed like silver snakes, and thunder rumbled and pounded as if the gods were roaring. Inside the highest command center of the Jiangcheng military headquarters, the alarm, which had subsided less than 2 hours earlier, blared again throughout the command center. A technician suddenly jumped up from his seat, pointed at the screen, and his voice changed. Reporting, General. Another ultra-high energy level reaction has been detected. Before the command platform, the middle-aged man with the general's stars on his shoulder quickly turned around, his voice filled with shock. What? Where are we this time? Reporting, General. Based on the energy source's location, the approximate area is still in the eastern part of the city, the area where the Tianhe Martial Arts School is located. Luo Jiuxiao was completely unaware of the changing winds and clouds in the outside world. The fusion process was both painful and pleasurable. He could clearly feel that every cell was being tempered and reshaped by this violent thunderous power. 80%, 90%, 100%. Ding! The S-rank lightning type ability, Annihilation Divine Lightning, has been successfully fused. As the system notification sound faded, Luo Jiuxiao suddenly opened his eyes. 2 dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly burst forth from the depths of his pupils. His body lost control and slowly floated up, his feet dangling in midair. Countless tiny blue electric snakes, like a magnificent coat, coiled and danced around his body. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into Thor. A promise is a promise, and control over all thunder. As the fusion was completed, the violent energy in the training room gradually subsided, and the piercing alarm also disappeared. Luo Jiuxiao felt the terrifying power of ice and lightning, 2 completely different yet perfectly coexisting forces within his body, and his heart surged with heroic spirit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully fusing 2 S-class abilities. System panel functions are now officially activated. A virtual light screen, visible only to him, slowly unfolded before his eyes. Name, Luo Jiuxiao. Boom! Evolution points, 430. Special abilities, S-rank Ice type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-rank Lightning type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-rank, Invisibility. Realm, Awakened. Martial Arts Skill, Spear Technique, Beginner. Looking at the clear data on the panel, Luo Jiuxiao's breath hitched and his pupils dilated abruptly. Ice and Lightning. The S-rank Shinbing Dragon Soars is all about strong control and sustained damage output. The phantom of that ice dragon is so cool it leaves you speechless and exudes an overwhelming sense of style. The S-rank Annihilation Divine Lightning is a symbol of violent destruction. Controlling lightning is the ultimate romance for a man. One controls, one attacks, it's a match made in heaven. In addition, although it only lasts for 5 seconds, the F-rank Invisibility skill, when used well, can produce unexpected effects. This combination is simply outrageous. The whole place fell into deathly silence. However, his gaze quickly shifted to the end of the realm and martial arts sections. There is a glittering golden upward arrow. This should be a sign that it can be upgraded, right? Luo Jiuxiao's heart stirred, and he instantly understood. Evolution points can be used to improve one's realm, martial arts skills, and the quality of one's special abilities. Wow, this system is so straightforward and to the point. I fucking love it. I have 430 evolution points now. Should I upgrade my realm first, or my martial arts skills first? He did so almost without hesitation. Realm is the foundation of everything. An unstable foundation is like a building about to collapse. No matter how powerful a martial art is, without sufficient energy to drive it, it is nothing but a castle in the air. It's like a 3-year-old child. Even if you give give him a Gatling gun, he still can't handle it. You must first advance to a higher realm. Luo Zhuoxiao took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented sharpness. Give me some points. Raise my cultivation level. Ding. Evolution points minus 400. Ding. Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has increased. Realm, awakened first tier, 4th level. First order, 4th level? Yesterday he was just an ordinary awakener without even a rank, but now his realm has skyrocketed to the 4th level of the first rank. This is such an amazing life, yet so ordinary and unremarkable. Luo Zhuoxiao hovered in the air, staring blankly at the system panel, his heart pounding wildly. I remember Xiaoping, that spoiled brat. He had only just broken through to the first level of the first rank, and he was always acting arrogantly in the school. His so-called genius sister, Xiao Ruobing, a prominent figure at Jiangcheng No. 3 High School and a B-level ability user, is currently only at the 5th level of the first rank. In less than an hour, I directly reached the 4th level of this stage. If I told anyone, who would believe me? He'll probably be arrested immediately by the Supernatural Ability Research Institute and used as test subjects. Luo Zhuoxiao let out a long breath, forcibly suppressing his inner excitement, and slowly fell from midair. An unprecedented sense of power filled his limbs and bones. His physical attributes, including strength, speed, and reaction time, have undergone a dramatic transformation. If my body was like a broken-down bicycle before, now it's like a heavy tank with a full tank of gas. No, I need to test the feel of it. Relying solely on intuition is insufficient. It must be verified through practical application. Luo Zhuoxiao's gaze fell on the force measuring device made of special alloy in the corner of the training room. He walked up to the force measuring device, without using any special abilities. He simply took a deep breath, lowered his body slightly, tensed the muscles in his right arm instantly, and then threw a punch. This punch relied entirely on pure physical strength. A deep, resounding boom, like the beating of a drum, echoed through the closed training room. The seemingly indestructible force measuring device trembled violently when hit by his punch. The numbers on the electronic screen above the force gauge started to skyrocket. However, it was all too late. 100 kilograms, 300 kilograms, 500 kilograms. Ultimately, the number settled at 666 kilograms, more than 600 kilograms. A single punch can generate more than half a ton of force. Even though Luo Zhuoxiao was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but blurt out a curse when he saw the number. It's important to know that the punch of an average adult male has a force of only about 100 kilograms. A professionally trained boxer can weigh 300 to 400 kilograms. Those martial artists at the 4th or 5th level of the first tier only have a standard punching power of around 700 kilograms. He is now at the 4th level of the first rank, and his pure physical strength is close to 700 kilograms, which is far beyond the level of martial artists of the same realm. Is this the physical enhancement brought about by dual S-class superpowers? It's truly monstrous. Luo Zhuoxiao clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. This is just pure physical strength if you add the amplification from supernatural abilities. He excitedly walked to the force gauge again, took a deep breath, and began to circulate the energy within his body. This time, he decided to test the power of the Annihilation Divine Thunder. First, sizzle. With a thought, a fine blue arc of electricity instantly leaped from his palm and coiled around his right arm. The crackling of electricity broke the silence of the training room. He could feel every muscle and every cell in his arm, empowered by this violent lightning force, brimming with explosive power. That's the feeling. Just as he was figuring out how to throw the punch, his personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated. He looked up and saw it was an unfamiliar number, but the nickname below made his eyes turn cold instantly. The Mediterranean Bald Monk. This nickname was secretly given to the homeroom teacher by the original owner of this body. The reason he was called that was because of his iconic hairstyle and because his homeroom teacher was a complete scumbag. When the original owner's parents were still alive, this homeroom teacher treated him quite kindly. But ever since his parents sacrificed themselves and he awakened his F-level superpower, this bald monk's attitude has completely changed. Snobbish, always fawning over the powerful and belittling the weak, the word petty is practically etched on their faces. The original owner's memories were filled with scenes of being harassed, publicly insulted, and even beaten by him for no reason. Does this kind of scoundrel even deserve to be a teacher? A surge of rage welled up in Luo Zhuoxiao's heart, a mixture of sympathy for the original owner's plight and, as a soldier, extreme disgust for such an insult to the children of heroes. Hey, what's up? He suppressed his anger, answered the phone, and his voice was as cold as ice. Luo Zhuoxiao, so you still know how to answer the phone. As soon as the call connected, a furious roar came from the other end, sharp and piercing, like a rooster whose tail had been stepped on. You think you've gotten some guts, huh? You dare to fight at school, and you even beat Xiaoping so badly he ended up in the hospital. Do you even know who Xiaoping's father is? Do you have a death wish? I'm telling you, you get to my office right now. Right now. Immediately. You're just a piece of trash who's always causing trouble. The homeroom teacher's voice was filled with undisguised disgust and contempt, as if Luo Zhuoxiao were a disgusting piece of trash. Luo Zhuoxiao listened listened to the roar on the phone, his expression remained unchanged, but his eyes grew colder and more dangerous. "Are you finished?" he asked casually. The homeroom teacher seemed taken aback by his calm tone, pausing for a couple of seconds before reacting and shouting even more angrily. "What kind of attitude is this? You orphan, how dare you talk to? You fucking say that again and see what happens." Luo Zhuoxiao retorted without hesitation with the phrase national essence, his voice louder and his momentum even stronger. The homeroom teacher on the other end of the phone was stunned. He never expected that the good-for-nothing who was usually subservient to him and didn't even dare to raise his head would dare to curse him directly today. You piece of trash. How dare you insult me? You've gone too far. I'm cursing you, you beast. The bald monk on the other end of the phone was so enraged by the extremely vulgar insults that he trembled all over and couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Luo Zhuoxiao was too lazy to waste any more words with him, so he simply hung up the phone. It's a waste of breath to say anything more to such scum. He put away his personal terminal, and his initial interest in testing his strength vanished instantly. "Damn it, you bald monk. I've already given you face, isn't that enough?" Luo Zhuoxiao's eyes were as cold as a knife. "Today, I'll settle all the old and new scores with you, one by one." After saying that, he didn't linger. He turned around, pushed open the door of the cultivation room, and strode out. Upon arriving at the front desk of the martial arts hall, Luo Zhuoxiao handed over the room key. The sweet young lady who had previously greeted him immediately flashed a professional smile upon seeing him. "Sir, your cultivation time is not yet over. Would you like to check out now?" "Okay, check out." Luo Zhuoxiao nodded, his tone polite but distant. The receptionist was quick and efficient, and completed the procedures in no time. Luo Zhuoxiao took the change, turned around and walked straight out of the Tianhe Martial Arts School without any hesitation. Just as his figure disappeared through the doorway, two figures emerged from the VIP passage inside the martial arts gym. The leader was a burly, square-faced middle-aged man dressed in a black outfit from the Tianhe Martial Arts School. His steps were steady like a dragon's stride and his aura was calm and composed. This man is none other than Chen Dong, the manager of the Jiangcheng branch of Tianhe Martial Arts School and a fifth-level, third-stage martial king. He was accompanied by a young assistant. Upon seeing this, the receptionist immediately bowed respectfully. "Good morning, supervisor." Chen Dong nodded slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the martial arts school gate that had just closed, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "Was that student in the number 3 middle school uniform who came out of training room E17? Chen Dong asked loudly. "Yes, Manager Chen," the receptionist answered respectfully. At this moment, Chen Dong's assistant couldn't help but ask, "Supervisor, are you sure that violent surge of lightning energy just now was caused by that student? He looks like he's still a high school student, right?" Chen Dong glanced at him, his voice steady and powerful. "Are you doubting my perception?" The young man was immediately taken aback and quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. "I dare not. I just think it's too unbelievable. Lightning-type superpowers, we haven't seen anything like them in Jiangcheng for almost 20 years, have we? Let alone S-rank ones." "Indeed, it has been 20 years. Chen Dong's gaze deepened. "I was in the monitoring room just now, and even from a distance, I could tell that this kid was no ordinary person. Having witnessed it with my own eyes just now, I'm even more certain that that power is undoubtedly an S-class superpower." His tone was full of certainty and a hint of excitement. As the director of Tianhe Martial Arts Academy, one of his responsibilities is to discover potential geniuses for the academy and even the entire Great Xia Kingdom. An S-class superhuman is a treasure that all major powers fight over, no matter where they go. Chen Dong abruptly changed the subject, his brow furrowing slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Strangely, apart from that violent lightning power, I sensed that he possessed another, completely different, yet equally terrifyingly powerful force. The people behind him were shocked upon hearing this, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Supervisor, you mean he has other superpowers? How is that possible?" After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Chen Dong did not answer, but his eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Although his sea-level sensory ability makes him mediocre in combat, he is extremely perceptive in terms of detection. When Luo Zhuoxiao walked by just now, he clearly sensed that beneath the raging thunder, there was an extremely chilling aura hidden. Two completely different S-class powers have actually converged in one person? If this is true, then this boy's future will be infinitely bright. This young man must be won over at all costs. Chen Dong made a firm decision in an instant. Without hesitation, he immediately took out his personal terminal and dialed an encrypted number. After the call connected, he said in a deep voice, "Hello, is this Director Wang from the admissions office of Tianhe University? I am Chen Dong. In my capacity as the manager of the Jiangcheng branch of Tianhe Martial Arts School, I would like to make a special recommendation to you." "What did you say?" "This year it's like this. Looks like I'll have to go there myself." In the teaching affairs office of Jiangcheng number 3 High School, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Li Jianzheng, the homeroom teacher with a receding hairline, was bowing and scraping as he poured tea for the girl sitting on the sofa, his face full of fawning smiles. "Miss Xiao, rest assured, I will definitely definitely give you and Xiaoping a satisfactory explanation for this matter. That Luo Zhuoxiu is utterly lawless. A bastard with no parents, a complete waste, yet he dares to hit people. I'll call him over right away and make him apologize to you. The school will definitely give him a major demerit and will not tolerate it. Li Jian spoke with righteous indignation, as if he himself were the victim. Sitting opposite him was Xiaoping's older sister, Xiao Ruobing. Today she was wearing tight-fitting athletic shorts, revealing a pair of long, straight, white legs and a white t-shirt that perfectly accentuated her beautiful figure. However, at this moment, her beautiful face was covered with frost and her eyes were so cold that they seemed capable of killing. Upon hearing the words "a bastard without parents," a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips, but she showed no disgust whatsoever. In her opinion, Li Jian was absolutely right. A useless person with F-level superpowers, an orphan who lost both parents, is like a dog that can be trampled on at will and is not worthy of being compared with the Xiao family. But this very dog bit her brother today and bit him so hard. The thought of Xiaoping still lying in the hospital with a certain part of his body swollen like a purple sweet potato and the doctor saying it might affect his future function made her murderous intent surge uncontrollably. Teacherly, simply giving a demerit and an apology is far from enough. Xiao Ruobing picked up her teacup, took a small sip, and said in a cold voice. She took a bank card out of her bag, gently placed it on the coffee table, and handed it to Li Jian. There is 100,000 yuan in here, which is a reward for teacher Li's hard work. I have only one request. I want that good-for-nothing named Luo Zhuoxiu to be completely unable to stay at school. I want him kicked out of Jiangcheng No. 3 middle school. It would be best to cripple him. Li Jian's eyes lit up instantly when he saw the bank card, and his breathing became rapid. 100,000 building coins. This is almost a year's salary for him. Without any hesitation, he quickly grabbed the bank card, stuffed it into his pocket, and excitedly assured her, "Miss Xiao, don't worry, I've got it covered. Who does that Luo Zhuoxiu think he is? He's got some nerve. Daring to mess with Xiaoping is like going against the entire third middle school. I'll call him over right now and teach him a lesson in front of you. Like a dog without parents, he just loves to bite people indiscriminately." In an attempt to curry favor with Xiao Ruobing, Li Jian viciously continued to attack Luo Zhuoxiu's background. A satisfied smile appeared on Xiao Ruobing's face. Money really is the most useful thing. A deafening roar suddenly erupted. The heavy solid wood door of the office seemed to have been slammed by a prehistoric beast, and the entire door panel and frame collapsed with a crash. Wood chips flew everywhere, and smoke filled the air. Li Jian and Xiao Ruobing were terrified by this sudden turn of events. They jumped up from their seats and looked toward the door in horror. A tall and slender figure slowly walked in through the smoke and dust. The newcomer was dressed in a simple school uniform, with a handsome face, but his eyes were as cold as knives, carrying a chilling murderous aura. "It is falling from the heavens. Who was barking just now?" Luo Zhuoxiu's gaze was like two sharp swords, fixed on the two bewildered people in the office. His voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. "You say I have no parents? What are you? Just an old dog that wags its tail and begs for mercy?" Li Jian recognized the person as Luo Zhuoxiu, and was first stunned, then enraged. This is absolutely outrageous. This piece of trash actually dared to kick down his door, and even dared to curse at him to his face? Luo Zhuoxiu, you're being insolent. Li Jian was trembling with rage, pointing at Luo Zhuoxiu's nose and cursing loudly. "Do you even respect me as your homeroom teacher? Do you even respect the school rules? You kicked the door down and still dare to insult a teacher. I think you really don't want to stay at No. 3 middle school anymore." After the initial shock, Xiao Ruobing also came to her senses. She stared at the imposing young man before her, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Her gaze, like two sharp swords, locked onto the two bewildered figures in the office. Her tone was icy and devoid of emotion. "You say I have no parents? What are you? Just an old dog that wags its tail and begs for mercy." Li Jian recognized the person as Luo Zhuoxiu, and was first stunned, then his anger flared up. "This is simply defying the heavens. This piece of trash actually dared to kick down his door, and even dared to insult him to his face? Luo Zhuoxiu, you've gone too far." Li Jian was trembling with rage, pointing his finger at Luo Zhuoxiu and cursing loudly. "Do you even respect me as your homeroom teacher? Do you even respect the school rules? You kicked down the door and dared to insult a teacher. I think you really don't want to stay at No. 3 middle school any longer." After the initial shock, Xiao Ruobing came to her senses. She looked at the imposing young man in front of her, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Is this the F-level loser whom his classmates called a cowardly and insecure loser? Why does it feel like completely different from the rumors? However, when her gaze met Luo Zhuoxiu's cold eyes, the anger in her heart instantly overwhelmed her surprise. Who cares what it becomes? Anyone who dares to hurt her brother must pay the price. Luo Zhuoxiu, you bastard! How dare you show your face in front of me? Xiao Ruobing's voice was filled with anger and hatred. "My brother is still in the hospital, and you hit him so hard. Are you even human?" Luo Zhuoxiu showed no fear upon hearing this. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. "Ha, he deserves it." His gaze shifted to Xiao Ruobing, filled with sarcasm. Don't you have any self-awareness? Your brother is a bully at school, picking on the weak. He even dared to insult the family members of martyrs. I was already being lenient by not killing him on the spot. Xiao Ruobing's chest heaved violently from his words. She never expected that this supposedly weak and powerless F-rank waste would be so stubborn and audacious. Good. What a glib-tongued piece of trash. That orphan has absolutely no manners. Ah, yes, you're so well-mannered. Luo Jiuxiao casually uttered 2 words. Idiot, idiot. Xiao Ruobing was stunned and even doubted whether she had heard correctly. How dare a piece of trash call her an idiot? Who is she? The eldest daughter of the Xiao family, the pride of Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, vice-captain of the school team, a B-level superhuman. From childhood to adulthood, she had only heard praise and flattery, and was always the center of attention wherever she went. She had never suffered such an insult before. What's more, the people who insulted her had a look of disdain on their faces. Instantly, an unprecedented sense of humiliation surged within her like a volcanic eruption. How dare you insult me? You're asking for trouble. Xiao Ruobing screamed, completely losing her mind. A chilling aura emanated from her and instantly swept through the entire office. The air temperature dropped sharply, and a layer of white frost instantly formed on the tables, chairs, benches, walls, and floors. Ice cage. Xiao Ruobing roared and activated her B-level superpower. Several sharp ice spikes materialized out of thin air in front of her, pointing straight to the heavens. The chilling killing intent was undisguised. Upon seeing this, Li Jian turned pale and scrambled to hide in a corner, fearing he would be caught in the crossfire. The temperature in the office dropped sharply. However, Luo Jiuxiao, who was in the heart of the cold air, didn't even frown. He didn't even bother to adopt a defensive stance, simply standing quietly, looking at Xiao Ruobing's ferocious face with eyes full of pity and contempt. That's it? And he calls himself a genius? He parted his thin lips slightly and coldly uttered 2 words. These 2 words were more lethal than any attack, directly shattering Xiao Ruobing's last shred of reason. She felt her dignity being trampled and crushed to pieces by the man in front of her. I've never seen such an arrogant person in my entire life, who actually called me trash. Xiao Ruobing trembled with rage, her eyes bloodshot. She vowed to make this good-for-nothing pay a bloody price today. Looking at her exasperated expression, Luo Jiuxiao smiled calmly and spread his hands. He sighed, feigning helplessness. Didn't you see it today? I'm going to kill you. Xiao Ruobing could no longer bear this humiliation. She screamed and swung her arm out violently. Several sharp ice spikes hovering in front of her had gathered their power and were preparing to pierce Luo Jiuxiao. Woo 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 woo. A sharp, urgent alarm sounded without warning, echoing throughout the entire city of Jiangcheng. The sound was shrill and heavy, carrying a heart-pounding sense of oppression, as if the end of the world had arrived. That sound, it sounds like a beast tide. Li Jian shouted. This alarm is a warning signal of an animal tide in Jiangcheng. This means that a large number of strange beasts have appeared on the city's outer defense line. The tense atmosphere in the office was instantly dispelled by the sudden alarm. Xiao Ruobing's arm, which was halfway through its swing, suddenly stopped in midair. The icicles radiating deadly cold in front of her stopped, and finally, with a whoosh, they turned into countless ice crystals and dissipated into the air. The ferocity and murderous intent on her face were quickly replaced by shock and solemnity. How could this happen so suddenly? Luo Jiuxiao immediately raised his wrist and opened his personal terminal. Sure enough, a blood-red emergency notification popped up on the screen of every citizen's device. Emergency alert. A large-scale beast tide has been detected outside the western defense line of the city, initially identified as a level 3 beast tide. The military and martial arts experts have been mobilized immediately. All citizens are urged to return home immediately or find the nearest shelter and not to linger on the streets. Luo Jiuxiao's expression instantly turned serious. According to the original owner's memories, the beast tide levels ranged from level 1 to level 9, with level 1 being the weakest and level 9 being the strongest. A level 3 beast tide, while not a devastating disaster, is enough to pose a significant threat to the city and will inevitably result in casualties. Just then, Xiao Ruobing's personal terminal on her wrist also rang urgently. She glanced at the caller ID. Her expression changed drastically, and she immediately answered the phone. Hello, butler. After hearing what was said on the other end of the phone, Xiao Ruobing's expression grew increasingly serious, and she finally nodded heavily. Okay, I understand. I'll go back right away. After hanging up the phone, she turned her head and stared intently at Luo Jiuxiao with a complicated and resentful look. Today, she originally intended to humiliate and cripple this good-for-nothing in front of him, to avenge her brother. But this damned beast tide completely disrupted all her plans. As the daughter of a 7th-tier martial emperor, she must return home immediately, as her family is holding an emergency meeting. Luo Jiuxiao, you're lucky today, but don't get cocky. I'm not done with you about this. After Xiao Ruobing finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the door. She took a few steps and then suddenly stopped, because she couldn't swallow her anger. How could she let Luo Jiuxiao off the hook like this? An idea quickly took shape in her mind. Hey, you bastard! Xiao Ruobing gritted her teeth, her voice sounding as if squeezed out from between them. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Luo Zhuoxiu looked at her, expressionless. Seeing that he did not refuse, Xiao Ruobing sneered inwardly, secretly thinking that he had been intimidated by her imposing manner. She raised her chin, resuming her haughty demeanor, and said, word by word, today is Tuesday. Let's have a public match on Friday afternoon after school, right here in the school's central playground. Who lost? She paused, a cruel pleasure flashing in her eyes. You have to kneel down and be their dog for a whole day in front of the entire school. You have to do whatever they tell you to do. Do you dare to? She deliberately emphasized the words be a dog for a day to provoke Luo Zhuoxiu. In her opinion, no man would accept such a bet. She wanted to use this method to force him to back down and completely overwhelm him with her presence. Then we'll find another opportunity to slowly torture this good-for-nothing. However, to her surprise, Luo Zhuoxiu's answer was simple, decisive, and without the slightest hesitation. Let's have a competition then. Who's afraid of who? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? He stared at Xiao Ruobing, a playful smile playing on his lips. What are the rules? Xiao Ruobing was stunned. He agreed so quickly? He's just a useless F-level superpower user. What makes him think he can compete with me, a B-level superpower user and a first-level 5th-stage martial artist? Is he crazy, or did he get his head caught in a door? However, this was exactly what she wanted. Since you've chosen your own path to death, don't blame me for showing no mercy. The rules are simple. Xiao Ruobing suppressed her overwhelming joy and said coldly, no means are too many, until one side voluntarily admits defeat or is completely incapacitated. She had made up her mind that she would not easily defeat Luo Zhuoxiu on Friday. She wanted to torture him bit by bit in front of the entire school, tearing apart his dignity, making him grovel at her feet like a dead dog, begging for mercy. She wanted everyone to see clearly what offending Xiao Ruobing really meant. Luo Zhuoxiu nodded, as if he had only agreed to a trivial matter. Seeing Xiao Ruobing's face slightly flushed with excitement, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This woman really thinks she's easy prey? You better not lose. Luo Zhuoxiu's eyes held a meaningful look. If we lose. Before he could finish speaking, the mockery in his eyes made Xiao Ruobing's heart tighten for no reason. Overestimating yourself. Xiao Ruobing snorted coldly, forcibly suppressing her unease. She didn't believe that an F-level trash could cause any trouble. On Friday, I'll be waiting for you to kneel at my feet and bark like a dog. Understand? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and quickly left the now ruined office. After Xiao Ruobing left, the office fell into complete silence. Bitch, do you really think I'm some senior from Go? You want me to bark like a dog? Do you even have the ability? Luo Zhuoxiu looked around at the mess on the ground and shook his head helplessly. Where did that bald monk go? Never mind, I have too much to do today, let's go home and talk about it first. He turned around and calmly walked out of the administration office. The area outside the corridor was in complete chaos. The students screamed and scurried around like headless flies, the piercing alarm and screams echoing throughout the school building. Luo Zhuoxiu ignored all of this, walked slowly downstairs against the flow of people, and left the school. The streets were equally chaotic. Traffic jams, sirens blaring, and people rushing home in panic. It's like an apocalyptic scene. He looked up towards the west of the city, where the sky was shrouded in an ominous dark red. I withdrew my gaze, my heart remaining calm. Xiao Ruobing, do you really think I'm still that useless person who awakened an F-level superpower? Wait until Friday, then you'll behave. Just thinking about it is exciting. However, the most important thing now is to improve our strength. This world is far more dangerous than he imagined. Alarm! Alarm! Thinking about all this, he walked home. After an afternoon of chaos, Jiangqing finally returned to peace for the time being. The official news channel kept broadcasting the battle situation. After paying a heavy price, the western defense line of the city finally managed to successfully withstand this level 3 beast tide. But everyone understands that this is only temporary. The air was still thick with tension and a sense of oppression. The streets were deserted, with hardly any pedestrians in sight, and every household had its doors and windows tightly shut. Luo Zhuoxiu walked home alone. His home is in the old town, not far from the school, just a few hours walk away. I kept replaying everything that happened today in my mind, from transmigrating and being reborn, to obtaining a system, to fusing 2 S-level superpowers, to beating up Xiao Ping and going head-to-head with Xiao Ruobing. Everything happened too fast, like a dream. First tier, 4th level. Luo Zhuoxiu felt the surging power within his body, and an unprecedented sense of security welled up in his heart. Power is only truly real when it is in one's own hands. However, that's far from enough. He thought of Lin Qingtian, the 9th-level martial saint who sacrificed himself in the news, and also recalled the sudden level 3 beast tide that afternoon. Even a 9th-tier martial saint couldn't escape death, so he was just a 1st-tier martial general, which was nothing in this perilous world. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. Luo Zhuoxiu's gaze suddenly hardened. On the system panel, the evolution points column only has a pitiful 30 points left. This was what he got after slapping Ji Qingyu twice. It seems that simply punishing these LV LV.1 minor villains is not efficient enough. If I want to improve quickly, it seems I have no choice but to take the second path. The martial arts practical assessment for the college entrance examination involves hunting mutant beasts in a designated wilderness area. This is an excellent opportunity. Luo Zhuoxiu was making plans in his mind. With only a month left until the college entrance examination, he must make good use of this time to improve himself as much as possible. Just as he was lost in thought, Luo Zhuoxiu suddenly stopped in his tracks. His back tensed up suddenly, and a sense of crisis, like being watched by a wild beast, welled up from the bottom of his heart without warning. Wait, it seems like someone is following me. Luo Zhuoxiu's eyes instantly sharpened like knives, and his fighting instincts as a top soldier in his previous life were fully awakened at this moment. His breathing and heartbeat instantly returned to a state of maximum stability. The surroundings remained deathly silent, and there was nothing unusual to be seen in the shadows under the streetlights. But Luo Zhuoxiu trusted his intuition. That gaze, sharp as a needle in my back, full of scrutiny and oppression, was no illusion. Could it be that woman, Xiao Ruobing? Didn't she go home for a meeting? Did she send her men to retaliate? Or is it her 7th-tier martial emperor father? At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. If it were a 7th-tier expert, he wouldn't even be able to detect it. He would probably have been slapped to death long ago. Therefore, the newcomer's strength should not be much stronger than mine. Luo Zhuoxiu's thoughts raced, but he didn't stop walking. He maintained his original pace and walked steadily forward. He deliberately walked towards a more secluded and dark alley. This alley was his only way home and also the perfect place to resolve his troubles. There were no streetlights in the alley. It was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. A damp, musty smell filled the air. As Luo Zhuoxiu walked deeper into the alley, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. He could sense that the other party was closely following behind him, neither too close nor too far, like an experienced hunter patiently waiting for the best moment to strike. Luo Zhuoxiu sneered inwardly, comparing patience? In my past life, I lay in the jungle for 3 days and 3 nights without even blinking, just to keep an eye on a target. You think you can play this game with me? You're still too green. He continued walking, his footsteps ringing out clearly in the quiet alley. Tap, tap, tap. Just as he reached the middle of the alley, the footsteps behind me suddenly stopped. Luo Zhuoxiu's heart tightened, his body reacted much faster than his brain. He whirled around abruptly, his eyes flashing like lightning, and shouted sharply, "Who's there? Show yourself!" The sound echoed in the empty alley, carrying the solemn and imposing aura unique to soldiers. However, there was no one behind him. At the dark alley entrance, there were only the shadows of trees swaying in the wind, nothing else. Was it just my imagination? Luo Zhuoxiu frowned, but his vigilance remained undiminished. He slowly turned around, preparing to continue forward. The very moment he turned around, his pupils suddenly contracted. A man's face, without him even noticing, was now close to his face. The two were less than 10 centimeters apart. He could even feel the warm breath coming from the other person. Luo Zhuoxiu's heart pounded, and the hair on his body stood on end. When did this guy get close? I didn't even realize it. This sudden scene is enough to terrify a psychologically fragile person on the spot. But Luo Zhuoxiu is no ordinary person. The baptism of blood and fire in his past life had already forged his nerves to be as tough as steel. In that moment of shock, his body reacted instinctively, without the slightest hesitation, and without uttering a single unnecessary word. Damn it! What a load of rubbish! Luo Zhuoxiu roared and kicked his right leg back like a whip, using the reaction force to quickly retreat. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and, with a whooshing sound, slammed it hard into the face in front of him. He put all his strength into that punch. With first-tier, 4th-level physical strength combined with combat skills honed by soldiers, every move is fast, accurate, and ruthless. He was absolutely confident that even if there was a steel plate in front of him, he could punch a hole in it. However, what happened next made his heart sink. Facing this thunderous punch, the man showed no sign of panic and didn't even blink. He simply raised his right hand calmly. Luo Zhuoxiu's fist, powerful enough to split stone tablets, was easily caught by the other party's broad palm. The person didn't move an inch. Luo Zhuoxiu's pupils contracted violently. His full force attack was actually blocked just like that? Not bad punching power. The man spoke, his voice steady and resonant, carrying a hint of approval. Unfortunately, it's not enough. The moment he finished speaking, the man clenched his fist. A terrifying gripping force came, and Luo Zhuoxiu felt as if his fist bones were being clamped tightly by a huge iron clamp, causing unbearable pain. This is a master. Luo Zhuoxiu was terrified. Before he could think, the energy within his body exploded instantly. He roared, and his other free hand suddenly opened, a ball of violent blue lightning bursting forth from his palm. Sizzle! The blinding flash of lightning instantly illuminated the entire dark alley. Countless tiny electric snakes surged wildly along Luo Zhuoxiu's arm toward the man who had grabbed his fist. The man was clearly surprised that Luo Zhuoxiu would suddenly unleash such a violent lightning-based ability. He instinctively let go and his body jerked backward. But it was too late. A violent electric current surged through his arm and into his his body. The sound of crackling electricity rang out, and the man groaned, feeling a tingling, stinging pain throughout his arm. Luo Joshio seized this fleeting opportunity. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and another power within him was activated. Mystic Ice Dragon soars. An extremely chilling aura suddenly erupted from the right fist that had been grabbed. Almost the instant the man released his grip, a layer of crystal and frost rapidly condensed and spread on his broad palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of ice and lightning merged perfectly at this moment. The man's expression changed drastically. He felt a numbness in his palm, followed by a bone-chilling cold. He dared not underestimate his opponent any longer, and with a push of his feet, he quickly retreated backward. He took 3 large steps back, each step leaving shallow footprints on the hard cement ground, before he could barely regain his balance. The man couldn't help but praise it, his voice filled with excitement. Lightning-type ability. It really is a lightning-type ability. And, you also have ice abilities. It seems I wasn't wrong. You do indeed have other superpowers, and they're also S-rank. In the alley, the lightning faded, and darkness returned. Luo Joshio stared warily at the tall figure opposite him, his chest heaving violently. In that brief exchange, he practically used all his trump cards. Even so, it only forced the other party to take a few steps back, without causing any serious injury. Who exactly is this guy? Their strength is unbelievable. Luo Joshio felt a cold sweat seep out from his back. His voice was icy as he stared intently at the other person. What's your purpose in getting close to me? In the darkness, the man seemed to smile. He didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, Kid, do you know what 2 S-class superpowers mean? Luo Joshio did not respond, but the energy within his body was surging wildly, ready to launch the next attack at any moment. That means you are a genius among geniuses, a prodigy among prodigies. The man's voice grew increasingly excited, as if he were admiring a priceless treasure. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, one such person might not appear for hundreds of years, and today, I actually witnessed one with my own eyes. It's still a dual elemental ice and lightning spell. Ha ha ha. God bless my Jiangcheng. God bless my Great Xia. Bang! He became more and more excited as he spoke, and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luo Joshio was completely confused. Is this guy gone mad? I'll ask you one more time, who exactly are you? Luo Joshio emphasized his words, and an ice blue spear had already materialized in his hand. If you don't talk, I'm going to take action. Hee, don't be nervous, kid, I mean no harm. The man finally stopped laughing, took 2 steps forward, stepped out of the shadows, and revealed his face. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. Although he was smiling, he still exuded an aura of authority without being angry. It was the same manager who had brushed past Luo Joshio at the entrance of Tianhe Martial Arts School. Let me introduce myself. The man looked at Luo Joshio with an appreciative smile on his face and said in a loud voice, My name is Chen Dong, and I am the manager of the Jiangcheng branch of Tianhe Martial Arts School. Tianhe Martial Arts School? Manager? Luo Joshio paused slightly, and relevant information flashed through his mind. Tianhe Martial Arts School is one of the 5 top martial arts schools in Daxia, with great strength and branches all over the country. The manager of a branch is at least a martial king level expert. That's an existence at the 5th rank or higher. No wonder I could only make him take a few steps back even when I tried my best. It turned out that his level of skill completely surpassed his own. Luo Joshio's heart was stirred, but his vigilance remained unchanged. He didn't believe that a martial king would have nothing better to do than come to this alley in the middle of the night to accidentally meet him. Unsolicited kindness must have a hidden agenda. So, Manager Chen. Luo Joshio's voice remained icy. What exactly do you want from me? Looking at his wary expression, Shindong was not angry at all. Instead, his admiration deepened. Excellent. Calm and composed, remaining unperturbed under pressure. When facing a stronger opponent who is far more powerful than oneself, one should neither be obsequious nor panic, but rather remain calm and vigilant. This kid not only has extraordinary talent, but also a superior temperament. We've struck gold. We've really struck gold this time. Kid, let me ask you, do you want to get into the top martial arts university in Great Xia? Shendong, not one to joke, cut to the chase and asked, want to rise to the top in one step? Upon hearing this, Luo Joshio raised an eyebrow slightly. The most prestigious martial arts university? A shortcut to success? You're kidding, buddy. It should be noted that the Great Xia dynasty has 5 top-tier martial arts universities, each run by one of the 5 major martial arts schools. It is a sacred place that all martial arts exam students would fight tooth and nail to get into. Manager Chen, just say what you have to say. Luo Joshio was not blinded by the rosy prospects he described. Great, that's satisfying. Shindong laughed heartily, becoming increasingly satisfied with Luo Joshio's personality. He stopped smiling, his expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, Luo Joshio, I've come to see you today on behalf of Tianhe Martial Arts School to formally extend an invitation to you. As long as you are willing to join Tianhe Martial Arts School and become a core genius we cultivate, I, Shindong, can use all my authority and connections to secure a guaranteed admission spot for you. A guaranteed admission spot? These 4 words words exploded in Luo Zhouxiao's mind like a thunderclap. He was completely dumbfounded. Admission to Tianhe University through a special recommendation program? Tianhe University is a top-tier academic institution established by Tianhe Martial Arts Academy, with extremely rich resources and background. Ordinary students, even those with B-level superpowers, have to give it their all to get in. And now, this man named Qindong actually said he could give me a guaranteed admission spot? This is like everyone else is still working hard to level up in the newbie village, while you are personally visited by a top player who gives you a full set of max-level divine gear. Happiness came so suddenly that Luo Zhouxiao was momentarily caught off guard. Why did you choose me? He tried to suppress his shock and asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Why? Qindong smiled and replied, because you are a dual S-level ability user of Ice and Lightning, a talent that is rare to find in hundreds of years. Is that reason enough? Double S-class superpowers. Luo Zhouxiao suddenly understood. This afternoon, he fused with the S-rank superpower, Annihilation Divine Thunder, in the training room of Tianhe Martial Arts School. The commotion was quite loud, the alarms in the entire training room went off, and there was thunder and lightning outside. It seems that it was around that time that Qindong set his sights on them. So, kid, think it over? Qindong looked at him confidently. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Luo Zhouxiao fell silent. To be honest, he was tempted, very tempted. Being admitted to a top martial arts university through a special admission program means he can skip the tedious college entrance examination process and directly enjoy the best educational resources and training environment. This is undoubtedly a shortcut to becoming a strong person. Moreover, with the Tianhe Martial Arts School as their backing, things will be much easier in the future. At least they won't have to worry about being easily manipulated by people like the Shao family. This deal looks like a steal. What do I need to give in return? Luo Zhouxiao raised his head, staring intently at Qindong. He's not a 3-year-old, he knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. Tianhe Martial Arts School has given him such great benefits, so there must be a corresponding return. Upon hearing this, Qindong paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, his voice filled with unbridled pride. Kid, you're overthinking it. Our Tianhe Martial Arts School, and indeed the entire Great Xia, has only one requirement for a peerless genius like you. What are your requirements? Qindong's smile faded, and he spoke in a steady, forceful tone, enunciating each word clearly. We'll spare no effort to help you grow up as quickly as possible. When you grow into a true strongman, go and protect this city, protect this country, and protect the hundreds of millions of compatriots behind us. This is the only thing you need to give up, because the future of humanity rests in the hands of geniuses like you. Qindong's words were forceful and resounding. It instantly ignited a burning flame in Luo Zhouxiao's heart. Protect the nation. Protect the people. Isn't this the belief ingrained in his bones from his past life as a soldier? At this moment, he felt a sincere respect for the man named Qindong in front of him. Luo Zhouxiao nodded heavily and agreed without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Good. Qindong said good 3 times in a row, his joy evident on his face. I knew it. I didn't misjudge him. He stepped forward, patted Luo Zhouxiao heavily on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. From today onwards, you are a member of our Tianhe Martial Arts School. However, Qindong's tone changed, and his expression became serious. There's still a little trouble with the admission process. What trouble? Luo Zhouxiao asked. According to past rules, as long as a student awakens an S-level ability, all the top universities will compete to recruit them and directly recommend them for admission, without even having to take an exam. Qindong frowned slightly. But this year is different. Because Marshal Saint Lin Xingtian sacrificed himself, the higher-ups have become exceptionally strict in their selection criteria for geniuses. The higher-ups have given a strict order. Talent alone is not enough. You also need matching combat skills and the ruthlessness to kill decisively. Therefore, this year's guaranteed admission quota has an additional mandatory assessment. Qindong stared at Luo Zhouxiao and said in a deep voice, you must prove to those above that you are not a hothouse flower, but a real tiger. Come to Tianhe Martial Arts School to find me at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm taking you to a place where you'll be assessed for your eligibility for university admission. After saying that, Qindong didn't linger. He nodded to Luo Zhouxiao with satisfaction, and then several figures flashed and disappeared completely into the dark night. Only that one sentence remained, echoing slowly in the alley. Kid, I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. The alley fell into a deathly silence once again. You. Luo Zhouxiao stood there, stunned, slowly processing everything that had just happened. Admission quotas. Qualification assessment. His eyes gradually hardened. Combat skills? Decisiveness in killing? This is fucking. Isn't this tailor-made for me? Come on, let the storm rage on. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on Luo Zhouxiao's handsome face. He slowly opened his eyes. The night's cultivation had not brought him any fatigue. On the contrary, it had made him feel refreshed and invigorated. The surging power of ice and lightning within his body was palpable, and a confident smile appeared on Luo Zhouxiao's lips. He glanced at the time on his personal terminal. It was exactly 7 o'clock. There was still a full hour until the time agreed upon with Chendong. He didn't stay in bed. He quickly got up, washed up, and changed into a clean and neat tracksuit. The boy in the mirror was tall and straight, with jet black hair and sharp, piercing eyes. He was completely different from the somewhat bewildered soul he had been yesterday. A new beginning, Luo Jiuxiao murmured to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. After having a quick breakfast, he locked the door and left the small house that held countless sad memories for the original owner. When he stepped into Tianhao Martial Arts School again, it was exactly 7:50. The martial arts gym was even more bustling this morning than it was yesterday afternoon. The spacious and bright hall was bustling with activity, filled with martial artists in various training uniforms, sweating profusely. Some burly men were straining their strength against the force gauge, others were groups of students sparring and practicing their martial arts. The entire hall was filled with a passionate, energetic, and inspiring atmosphere. Luo Jiuxiao's appearance did not attract much attention. He walked straight to the front desk. The pretty young lady from yesterday saw him, her eyes lit up, and she immediately greeted him with a smile. "Sir, are you here to cultivate today as well? Okay, please wait." She was deeply impressed by this handsome and aloof young man. "I'm looking for Supervisor Chendong," Luo Jiuxiao said succinctly. "You're looking for our manager?" The receptionist paused for a moment, then her smile became even more respectful and enthusiastic. "Do you have an appointment? Could you please tell me your name?" After all, Manager Chendong is a martial king-level expert who is extremely busy and not someone that anyone can easily meet. "My name is Luo Jiuxiao. He told me to come see him at 8 o'clock today." Luo Jiuxiao? The receptionist searched her memory for the name, but didn't have much of an impression of it, only remembering that he was very handsome. But seeing his determined look, he didn't dare to be negligent and quickly picked up the internal communicator. "Hello, is this the manager's office? This is the front desk. Mr. Luo Jiuxiao is looking for the manager, saying he has an appointment with him." A reply came quickly from the other end of the communicator. The receptionist put down her communicator, and her gaze towards Luo Jiuxiao was instantly filled with shock and a hint of awe. "Mr. Luo, please come with me. The manager is already waiting for you in the VIP room." Her attitude took a complete turn, becoming extremely respectful. The supervisor was actually waiting for him, and in the VIP room no less. Good heavens, just who is this young man? Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Luo Jiuxiao followed the receptionist through the noisy lobby and into a quiet internal passageway. At the end of the passage was a heavy metal door. After the receptionist verified her fingerprint on the access control, the metal door slid open silently, revealing the scene inside. This is an extremely luxurious and technologically advanced room, almost as large as the main hall outside. The room was empty except for Chendong, who stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from the door, in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window. "Manager, Mr. Luo has arrived," the receptionist said respectfully. "Okay, you can go now." Chendong didn't turn around, his voice steady and powerful. The receptionist bowed slightly to Luo Jiuxiao, then carefully withdrew. The metal door slowly closed, leaving him and Chendong alone. Chendong slowly turned around, a gentle smile on his face. Today he was dressed in a black outfit, which made him appear even more imposing, with an aura as steady as a mountain. "Manager Chen." Luo Jiuxiao nodded, his attitude calm and neither humble nor arrogant. Chendong gestured for him to sit on the leather sofa next to him. Luo Jiuxiao sat down as instructed, but his gaze was drawn to the view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. From here, you can overlook most of the city. Skyscrapers stand tall, traffic flows freely, and the bustling scene unfolds before your eyes. At the edge of the city, a towering, massive wall stretches across the horizon like a steel dragon, sharply separating the city from the world beyond. Outside the wall lies a dangerous wilderness. "How are you feeling?" Chendong walked to his side and followed his gaze. "It's spectacular," Luo Jiuxiao said sincerely. "Yes, it is indeed magnificent," Chendong sighed. "But do you know how many soldiers and martial artists sacrifice their blood and lives every year on the other side of that wall in order to protect this magnificent site?" Luo Jiuxiao remained silent, silently reciting in his heart that the original owner's parents were among them. "So what I said yesterday wasn't just a joke." Chendong's expression instantly turned serious. "Talent is certainly important, but without a heart to protect one's home, even the greatest talent is nothing but a castle in the air." "I understand." Luo Jiuxiao nodded heavily, his sense of responsibility growing heavier. "Very good." Chendong nodded in satisfaction. "Now that you understand, let's continue with today's assessment." He walked to the control panel in the center of the room and pressed a few buttons. The floor slowly cracked open, and a huge sand table rose from the ground. The sand table shows a scaled-down version of Jiangcheng and its surrounding terrain, with mountains, rivers, forests, and ruins, all in clear and realistic detail. "This is our assessment location today." Chendong pointed to a red-marked area in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng on the sand table, wilderness area number 006. Luo Jiuxiao's gaze quickly locked onto that spot. This used to be an industrial park, but it was destroyed by alien beasts during a great catastrophe decades ago and turned into ruins. Chendong Showdown continued. The alien beasts inside are generally not high-level, mostly first or second tier, making it very suitable for newcomers to train. Your task is simple. Shindong stared sharply at Luo Zhouxiao. Enter Wilderness Area 006 and hunt down at least 10 Tier 1 mutant beasts on your own before nightfall. I will observe from the shadows throughout the process, but I will not offer any assistance unless your life is in imminent danger. If you complete this, the guaranteed admission spot is yours. But if you fail, or give up halfway, Shindong paused, his tone icy, then it proves you are not worthy of S-level talent. Tianhe Martial Arts School will never waste a single resource on trash. I understand. Luo Zhaoxiao's reply was firm and resolute, without any hesitation. There was no fear in his eyes, but rather a burning fighting spirit. Hunting mutant beasts was exactly what he desired most at that moment, not only for that guaranteed admission spot, but also for the valuable evolution points in the system. Shindong looked at his eager expression and a satisfied glint flashed in his eyes. Talented, determined, and courageous. But this kid is a born martial artist. Now that you understand, let's get ready, Shindong said. The martial arts school can provide you with a standard E-grade combat uniform and an F-grade alloy weapon. Would you like that? Although it's the lowest level of equipment, it's already a rare benefit for ordinary students. No need. Luo Zhouxiao shook his head. Combat uniforms? Weapons? He pondered to himself. He possesses the S-rank, Mystic Ice Dragon Sword, and Silent Divine Thunder, Ice Spears and Lightning, which he wields with ease, even more nimbly and powerfully than any alloy weapon. Shindong glanced at him with a hint of surprise. Are you sure? The wilderness isn't a school playground. The claws and teeth of the beasts there are far sharper than you imagine. What? I'm sure, Luo Zhouxiao said firmly. Having confidence is a good thing. Shindong nodded in approval and said no more. He was somewhat curious about how many hidden cards this enigmatic young man still had up his sleeve. In that case, let's set off. Shindong said no more and turned to walk to the other side of the room. There was a small internal elevator. The two entered the elevator, and Shindong entered a complex password on the panel. The elevator doors slowly closed and began to descend rapidly. Supervisor, where are we going? The martial arts school's underground parking garage, Shindong explained. There's a dedicated passage leading to the military base outside the city, allowing us to bypass city traffic and leave the city directly. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao felt even more respect for the profound heritage of Tianhe Martial Arts School. They even have a dedicated passageway to the military base. Their strength is extraordinary. The elevator quickly reached the ground floor. As soon as the door opened, a vast underground space came into view. Dozens of fierce-looking, futuristic armored vehicles are parked here, each radiating a cold metallic sheen. Several staff members dressed in martial arts school uniforms were busy inspecting and maintaining vehicles. Upon seeing Shindong appear, they immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed respectfully in unison. Good morning, Supervisor. Shindong nodded slightly and walked straight towards a relatively small, sleek black SUV. The call was answered quickly. He said something to Luo Zhouxiao. After the two got into the car, Shindong skillfully started the vehicle. With a deep engine roar, the black SUV drove into a tunnel deep inside the garage. The tunnel was brightly lit, and conspicuous military insignia were hung at intervals on the walls. After traveling at high speed for more than 10 minutes inside the tunnel, a heavy alloy gate appeared ahead. Two fully armed soldiers stood guard in front of the gate. As Shindong's car approached, they immediately saluted in standard military salute, and the gate slowly rose. The blinding sunlight streamed in from outside the door. The vehicle rushed out of the tunnel, and the sight before him made Luo Zhouxiao's breath catch in his throat. Wow, this is spectacular. At this moment, they are in a massive military base. The base is built beneath the majestic city wall, stretching as far as the eye can see. Countless soldiers in military uniforms were busy working at the base. A line of armored vehicles roared past, kicking up clouds of dust. Fighter jets occasionally streaked across the sky, their roar deafening. An aura of iron-bloodedness, solemnity, and killing intent swept over us. This is the Western defense line that protects the safety of tens of millions of people in Jiangcheng. As Luo Zhouxiao gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene before him, memories of his past life as a soldier seemed to be awakened, and an indescribable surge of pride welled up in his chest. Let's go, let's head straight for the entrance to Wilderness Area 006. Without pausing, Shindong drove into the steel torrent leading to the city gate. The vehicle traveled on the wide military road and soon arrived at the foot of the majestic city wall. Only when he got close did Luo Zhouxiao truly feel the grandeur of the wall. It stands hundreds of meters tall and is made entirely of an unknown black metal, its surface covered with mottled scratches and gunfire marks. The city walls were covered with a dense array of giant energy cannons and defensive fortifications, their cold muzzles all pointing outwards, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Beep. Identity verification successful. After passing through several checkpoints and undergoing extremely strict identity verification, the off-road vehicle finally passed through the incredibly thick alloy gate of the city wall. The moment the gate slowly closed, Luo Zhouxiao felt as if the whole world had changed. changed. Is this outside the city? The air was no longer filled with the hustle and bustle of the city, but with an atmosphere of bloodshed, decay, and danger. The sky seemed to have been tinged with gloom, becoming increasingly gray. As far as the eye can see, the land is ravaged. Collapsed buildings, abandoned factories, and twisted steel bars pieced together an apocalyptic scene. This is the world outside the wall, the wilderness. A forbidden land for humans, a paradise for strange beasts. The off-road vehicle bumped along the rugged ruins for about half an hour before finally stopping in front of an area surrounded by barbed wire and police tape. At the entrance stood a rusty warning sign with several glaring characters written on it in bright red paint. Wilderness Area 006, Trespasser, Death. Chen Dong extinguished the fire and turned to look at Luo Jiuxiu. Remember your mission, you must hunt down 10 Tier 1 alien beasts before nightfall. Now, get off the bus. Your assessment officially begins the moment you step out of the car. Good luck, kid. Chen Dong's face remained expressionless. Luo Jiuxiu took a deep breath, his fighting spirit surging and boiling to its limit. He didn't say much, but simply nodded heavily in response to Chen Dong. He then pushed open the car door and stepped out. The moment of the hunt has finally arrived. The instant his feet touched the ruined ground, a violent and hungry roar suddenly came from an abandoned factory building not far away. Immediately afterwards, a dark shadow shot out from a second-floor window of the factory, bringing with it a stench of blood. He rushed straight at Luo Jiuxiu, who had just gotten off the car. This is a strange beast? I was targeted as soon as I got off the vehicle. Since that's the case, and we're already here, let's give it our all. The black figure moved with incredible speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it pounced on Luo Jiuxiu. Only at this moment did Luo Jiuxiu see its appearance clearly. It's fast, but it's really ugly. It was a strange beast that resembled a cheetah in size, but much larger, and its entire body was covered in black scales. His limbs were thick and powerful, and his blood-red eyes revealed a bloodthirsty madness. The most striking feature was its gaping maw, filled with dagger-like fangs and emitting a nauseating stench. Black Armored Panther, a Tier 1, Level 1 mutant beast, is known for its speed and sharp claws, and is one of the most common predators in the wilderness. Inside the car, Chen Dong witnessed this scene, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he subconsciously gripped the steering wheel tightly. This black leopard had clearly been lying in ambush, waiting for its prey to appear. Luo Jiuxiu had just gotten off the car and hadn't even stood up properly when it attacked him, putting him in an extremely dangerous situation. If it were any high school student without any real combat experience, they probably wouldn't even have time to react before being torn to shreds. Kid, let me see if you're all show and no substance. Chen Dong suppressed the urge to act and stared intently out of the car. Despite the black armored leopard's deadly attack, Luo Jiuxiu showed no sign of panic. A cold smile even curled at the corner of his mouth. When I was playing this game, you were still nowhere to be found. Bang! Just as the black leopard's sharp claws were about to touch his face, Luo Jiuxiu has moved. His body twisted sharply to the left at an angle that is hard for ordinary people to imagine. The seemingly simple movement was actually incredibly skillful, narrowly avoiding the black leopard's frontal attack. The leopard's sharp claws grazed the hem of his clothes, tearing off a piece of fabric that made a piercing tearing sound in the air. Luo Jiuxiu raised his right hand at some point, his 5 fingers spread open, and a ball of icy blue cold air burst out from his palm. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his hand, as sharp as a knife, struck the abdomen of the black armored leopard that brushed past him. The black armored leopard let out a shrill scream, its massive body instantly losing its balance and flying sideways. As it flew away, a layer of visible frost quickly spread across its black scales. Almost in the blink of an eye, half of the black armored leopard's body was tightly wrapped in a thick layer of solid ice. The black leopard crashed heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. From the moment the black armored leopard launched its sneak attack to Luo Jiuxiu's nimble sidestep and dodge, and then to his backhand slap, that sent the black armored leopard flying and freezing it. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, without any unnecessary movements. Is this really something a high school student who has never been to a war could do? This guy probably started practicing fighting from the womb. This kid, he's got some skills. Chen Dong's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared at the tall figure outside the car, his eyes filled with awe. He doesn't look like a novice at all. His combat instincts are better than many seasoned veterans who have been fighting in the wilderness for years. He had initially thought that although Luo Jiuxiu was highly talented, he was, after all, a student who had never seen bloodshed. If you encounter a strange beast for the first time, you're lucky if you don't wet your pants. But now it seems I was completely wrong. This kid wasn't scared at all, he was excited. What burned in his eyes wasn't fear, but the fervent joy of seeing a prey. As expected of a double S-class genius. A monster. Truly a monster. Chen Dong couldn't help but curse under his breath, his heart pounding with excitement. At this moment, the black armored leopard, which had been sent flying by Luo Jiuxiu's palm strike, was struggling to get up. Half of its body was covered by solid ice, it moved slowly, and it let out painful and unwilling howls. However, Luo Jiuxiu had no intention of giving it any chance to breathe. For enemies, especially especially such bloodthirsty beasts. Mercy is the greatest form of self-harm. His eyes were cold, and he raised his hand and waved it away. A crystal-clear, ice-blue spear quickly materialized in his palm. "It's over, you beast." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his arm, and the ice spear transformed into a blue streak of light, instantly covering more than 10 meters. A muffled thud as flesh was pierced. The ice spear pierced the Black Panther's gaping maw with perfect accuracy, penetrating its entire skull and exiting from the back of its head. The black armored leopard's massive body stiffened abruptly, and the madness and bloodlust in its scarlet eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a deathly gray. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a Tier 1, Level 1 mutant beast, Black Armored Panther, gaining plus 20 evolution points. A system notification sounded in my mind. Only 20 evolution points? Luo Joshio stared at the pitifully small number on the system panel, his brows furrowing involuntarily. This is far too little. It's not even enough to fill a gap between our teeth. It seems that this black armored leopard is of too low a level. After all, Tier 1, Level 1 is basically the lowest level among exotic beasts, no different from the monsters in the beginner village, so it's normal that the drop rate is low. To quickly level up, you need to hunt down higher level and stronger beasts. Thinking of this, Luo Joxiao's eyes blazed with fire once more. His gaze drifted deeper into the ruins. There, the ruins of tall buildings looked eerie and sinister against the backdrop of the gray sky. The mission objective is 10 Tier 1 alien beasts? That's just an appetizer. Luo Joshio's lips curled into a cold smile. Today, I'm going to have a blast. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, and the ice spear condensed into shape once more. With one hand holding a gun, Luo Joshio strode into the depths of the ruins. His silhouette against the desolate ruins appeared both proud and resolute. Inside the car, Chen Dong watched his figure disappear into the depths of the ruins, remaining silent for a long time. From spotting the enemy to eliminating them, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Clean, efficient, and incredibly effective. This time, I've really struck gold. Chen Dong muttered to himself, the shock on his face gradually turning into uncontrollable ecstasy. He picked up his personal terminal, turned on the recording function, and pointed the camera at the ruins. Such an exciting assessment must be recorded in its entirety. Wait until I send this video to those old guys at headquarters, then let's see if they still dare to criticize my judgment. Deep within the ruins, Luo Joxiao's hunt has only just begun. A massive steel-skinned wild boar, as large as a small truck and covered in scales as hard as steel, suddenly burst out from a pile of scrap. Two fangs gleamed with a cold light as they hurtled straight at Luo Joxiao. Perfect timing, and he's a Tier 1, Level 2. If it's Tier 1, Level 2, then the experience points should be significantly more this time. Luo Joxiao advanced instead of retreating, lightning flashed beneath his feet, and his figure instantly became elusive. Perfect timing to test the power of the Great Thunder. Annihilation Divine Thunder is not only a violent attack, but it can also greatly enhance his speed and reaction. He easily circled around to the side of the steelskin boar, his right hand crackling with blue-purple electric arcs, and slashed fiercely at the boar's neck. The steelskin boar let out a miserable cry as the violent lightning instantly destroyed its nerves, causing its massive body to crash to the ground, convulsing continuously. Ding! Defeat a Tier 1, Dual-type Spectral Beast Steelskin Boar, gaining 35 evolution points. Not bad, acceptable, continue. Luo Joxiao didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground and continued deeper into the area. Time flies, and it's already afternoon. Luo Joxiao stood on the roof of an abandoned building, his body stained with the blood of strange beasts, but his eyes shone brighter with excitement. He had just dealt with a cunning Tier 1, Level 4 ghost-faced spider and was now taking stock of his spoils. Name, Luo Joxiao. Evolution points, 435. Special abilities, S-Rank Ice-type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-Rank Lightning-type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-Rank, Invisibility. Realm level, 1st tier, 4th level. Martial Arts skill, Spear Technique, Beginner. Looking at the number in the evolution points column, Luo Joxiao nodded in satisfaction. 435 points, enough to upgrade. His gaze fell on the golden arrow, behind the boundary. System, give me some points. Raise my cultivation level. Ding. Evolution points minus 300. Ding. Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has increased. Realm, 1st tier, 4th level 1st tier, 6th level. After the system voice disappeared, Luo Joxiao felt a surge of immense power explode within his body. He couldn't help but let out a long roar, his entire being exuding only one word, powerful. Clenching his fists, feeling the surging power within him, a confident smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. In less than half a day, he broke through 2 levels. With that speed, I ask you, who dares to disagree? This reminded him of Xiao Ruobing, that self-righteous woman. You're just a mere 1st tier 5th level cultivator. Let's see how arrogant you are now. Fine, wait until Friday, I'll see how you beat me. Heh, when the time comes, we'll see who's a genius and who's a piece of trash. A cold, mocking glint flashed in Luo Joxiao's eyes as he grew increasingly eager for the bet with Zhou Wu. He wanted to make that woman understand what true despair was. Returning to the system panel, there are 135 evolution points points remaining. He glanced around and finally stopped at the column 4 Martial Arts, Spear Technique, Beginner. Realm is the foundation, while martial arts skills are the means to bring out the foundation. Martial arts proficiency is divided into 4 stages: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. However, his marksmanship is still at a beginner level, relying entirely on his foundation from his previous life and the power of his S-class superpower. This can no longer be ignored. System: add 100 evolution points to your marksmanship proficiency first. Ding! Evolution points minus 100. Gun skill proficiency increased. Martial arts skills: spear technique, beginner, spear technique, intermediate. In an instant, countless insights and techniques about marksmanship flooded into my mind. The grip on the gun, the technique of exerting force, the thrusting, parrying, chopping, sweeping, all the variations had become more fluid and natural. Luo Jiuxiao grasped at the air, and an ice spear appeared in his hand. He casually twirled the spear, feeling no more sluggishness between his arm and the spear, as if it were his own arm. Just as he was immersed in this joy, the entire building, and even the entire ground, suddenly trembled violently. Luo Jiuxiao's eyes narrowed sharply, and he instantly became alert. Something's definitely not right about this commotion. He rushed to the edge of the building and looked toward the source of the tremor. With just one glance, his pupils suddenly contracted. In the distant ruins, a gigantic, terrifying beast was frantically chasing a figure fleeing in disarray. The beast was over 20 meters tall, resembling a pangolin magnified dozens of times, its entire body covered with a shell as thick as rock. This aura, it's definitely more than just second tier. Luo Jiuxiao immediately judged that the terrifying pressure emanating from that strange beast far exceeded any opponent he had ever encountered before. It's a tier 3 beast. The Rockback Tyrant. Click, click. A woman was desperately fleeing in front of the giant beast. She was wearing a tight-fitting black combat suit, which was torn in many places and stained with blood and dust, but it still couldn't hide her extremely hot figure. At this moment, however, she was clearly seriously injured, and her speed was getting slower and slower. It looked like she was about to be overtaken by the behemoth behind her. Damn it! Am I, Lin Yuner, really going to die here today? Lin Yuner gritted her teeth, feeling the terrifying aura behind her, and a wave of despair surged in her heart. Her luck is absolutely terrible. Originally, I had just accepted a private mission to hunt down a tier 2 level 1 Iron Claw Wolf and was thinking of going to Wilderness Area 006 to earn some extra money. No sooner had they accomplished their mission objective than they encountered this third-tier beast that appeared out of nowhere, the Rockback Tyrant. She was merely a second-tier, third-level martial artist, and in front of this monster, she was like a helpless little chick. If it weren't for the fact that her awakened B-level ability, gravity compression, was still somewhat useful and could slightly slow down the opponent, she probably would have been smashed into mincemeat long ago. Even so, her energy was almost depleted, her injuries were getting worse, and she was moving slower and slower. Damn it! I haven't even graduated from university yet. Am I going to die in this godforsaken place like this? Lin Yuner looked back and saw that the Rockback Tyrant was less than 50 meters away from her. Those enormous, murky beast eyes, like lanterns, were filled with cruelty and mockery. Roar! A visible, yellowish-brown energy wave erupted from its mouth like a shockwave, instantly sweeping across the surroundings. Gravity field. Activate. What? Lin Yuner's face turned pale as she unleashed the last bit of energy within her body. The surrounding air suddenly became heavy, and an invisible gravitational field instantly opened up, attempting to resist the terrifying energy wave. However, faced with an absolute disparity in strength, all efforts seemed futile. The gravitational field lasted less than 3 seconds before shattering like fragile glass. As if struck by a heavy blow, Lin Yuner spat out a mouthful of blood. Her petite body was violently thrown away by the force, crashing into the broken wall before falling heavily to the ground. It's over. She struggled to stand up, feeling as if her bones were falling apart. The pain was unbearable, and her vision blurred. I never thought that I, Lin Yuner, would die here. Her heart was filled with resentment. The Rockback Tyrant rapidly approached, looking down at the tiny human from its superior position, its massive head slowly lowering. The gaping maw, large enough to swallow a car hole, was aimed at Lin Yuner. Beast, no. The shadow of death completely enveloped her. You bastard, shut up. A streak of icy blue light, mixed with blue-purple lightning, descended from the sky with a shrill sound that tore through the air. It was a crystal-clear spear that exuded a chilling aura. Rockback Tyrant seemed to sense danger and suddenly looked up. Without pausing, the ice-blue spear plunged fiercely into its massive face, the tip of the spear penetrating several inches deep. The excruciating pain caused the Rockback Tyrant to let out a deafening roar. Its attack, which was originally intended to swallow Lin Yuner whole, was instantly interrupted, and the giant head was violently flung to the side. The deadly energy breath shifted slightly, grazing Lin Yuner's body before slamming into the wall behind her. With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted into the thick wall. Lin Yuner, who had been waiting for death with her eyes closed, was startled by this sudden change and abruptly opened her eyes. Before she could react, a tall figure descended from the sky and landed steadily in front of her. At this critical moment, the newcomer was dressed in simple sportswear, tall and handsome, and held an ice spear he had just pulled from the beast's face. Dark green beast blood still dripped from the tip of the spear. "Friend, who are you? Don't talk, save your energy." Luo Zhouxiao didn't turn his head, his voice was cold, and his eyes were fixed on the rockback tyrant in front of him, which was in a frenzy due to the excruciating pain. He himself did not expect that he would encounter such a tough opponent right after advancing to the 6th level of the first rank. This thing is far superior to those tier 1 Karami. The rockback tyrant, with its injured face, has gone completely berserk. Its crimson beastly eyes stared intently at the human who dared to harm it, and its massive body suddenly stood upright. Its 2 front paws, covered in thick carapaces, slammed down fiercely towards Luo Zhouxiao. Seeing the colossal claw that blotted out the sky, Lin Yuner behind him turned deathly pale and screamed. She instinctively tried to push Luo Zhouxiao away, but she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. She closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear watching the boy who had appeared to save her be smashed into mincemeat. However, the expected excruciating pain did not come. She only heard a cold, murderous growl. Lin Yuner suddenly opened her eyes, and the scene before her was one she would never forget. Faced with that powerful attack, Luo Zhouxiao not only did not retreat but instead took a step forward. Blue-purple lightning exploded all over his body. Annihilation, divine thunder. Sizzle. Countless violet electric snakes danced wildly around him, making him look like a thunder god descended to earth. Then, he gripped the ice spear tightly with both hands, channeling all his strength into his arms, neither dodging nor avoiding, and met the descending giant claw head-on. "Break for me." Lin Yuner was completely stunned. No, he's gone mad? He was clearly only a first-level martial artist, yet he dared to withstand the full force of a third-level alien beast. Isn't that just courting death? Hey, don't go any closer. Run. Lin Yuner was so anxious she almost cried, her voice hoarse as she shouted, "That idiot, that bastard, you saved me, and I haven't even had a chance to thank you yet. How can you just go and die like this?" The ice spear crackling with lightning and the rock-like giant claw collided violently in midair. A deafening roar. Instantly, smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. Lin Yuner was thrown to the ground several times by the blast wave, coughing incessantly, but her eyes remained fixed on the center of the smoke. How is he? Is that idiot still alive? The sight before her eyes caused Lin Yuner's pupils to contract sharply. I never expected that he, with only a first-tier cultivation level, could withstand the furious attack of a third-tier beast. Luo Zhouxiao remained standing in the same spot. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, forming a huge spiderweb-like pit. The tiger's mouth of his hands, which were gripping the gun, was completely torn open, and blood was flowing down his arms. Cough, cough. Luo Zhouxiao groaned, as if his internal organs had shifted, and a metallic sweetness welled up in his throat, which he forced down. Damn it! A third-tier beast, it's really strong. Wait a minute, I think I'm dying a bit. Rockback Tyrant was also stunned. Its not-so-developed head was full of doubts. Why wasn't this tiny human being killed by my palm strike? Instead, it blocked his own attack? After a brief moment of shock, the anger became even more ferocious. The Rockback Tyrant roared once more, and its other intact giant claw rose high before slamming down fiercely. This time, it went all out. It will crush this insect that dares to challenge its authority into powder. Luo Zhouxiao's eyes narrowed. He knew he couldn't keep pushing himself any further. That attack just now had already caused him serious internal injuries. If it happened again, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Invisibility. Just as the giant claw was about to strike, Luo Zhouxiao's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The giant claw slammed heavily onto the spot where he had just been standing, instantly creating a crater that was even deeper and more terrifying than before. This missed attack enraged the Rockback Tyrant even more, its crimson beast eyes frantically scanning its surroundings, desperately searching for the vanished figure. Damn it, look up! A cold shout came from above its head. Rockback Tyrant suddenly looked up and saw that Luo Zhouxiao's figure had quietly floated above its head. He was bathed in lightning, and a huge ice dragon phantom made of extreme cold ice appeared behind him, roaring to the sky. Around him, 8 fist-sized icicles were spinning rapidly. Mystic Ice Dragon soars. Annihilation, divine thunder. At this moment, Luo Zhouxiao unleashed the full power of his 2 S-class superpowers, ice and lightning. Ice and lightning combined attack, Silent Dragon Spear. Luo Zhouxiao raised his hands high, and the 8 icicles that surrounded him instantly merged together, along with the illusory ice dragon behind him, into the ice spear in his hand. The once crystal-clear ice spear suddenly became incredibly deep, with the ice-blue dragon patterns and blue-purple lightning patterns on its surface complementing each other. Luo Zhouxiao roared, gripping the Annihilation Dragon Spear, which was fused with the power of ice and lightning, and fiercely thrust it towards the massive head of the Rockback Tyrant. Lin Yuner, who was in the distance, was completely stunned. She covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. 2, no, 3 superpowers? And one is ice type, and one is lightning type, and there's another one. She had never heard of anyone possessing 3 completely different superpowers at the same time in her life. What terrified her even more was the oppressive aura emanating from 2 of the supernatural abilities. It's definitely not grade B. Not even grade A. Could it be an S rank? A teenager possesses 2 S-level superpowers? Where on earth did this monster come from? Lin Yuner looked at the boy in midair, her heart pounding faster involuntarily. At that moment, she forgot her own injuries and the danger she was in. All that remained in his eyes was that towering figure, a man with only a spear, bravely challenging a third-tier alien beast. So cool. So incredibly cool. The dragon spear of annihilation slammed heavily into the head of the rockback tyrant. A violent burst of lightning power erupted instantly. The extreme power of ice is attacking relentlessly. Under the impact of this dual force, fine cracks appeared on the rocky carapace of the rockback tyrant. The unprecedented pain caused the rockback tyrant to let out a blood-curdling scream. But after all, it is a third-tier beast, and its vitality far surpasses that of those first-tier minions. This blow severely damaged it, but it was not fatal. Enraged, it swung its head violently, and a tremendous force came from its tail, swiftly striking Luo Zhuoxiao. This is bad. They're still alive. Seeing the attack so close at hand, Luo Zhuoxiao let out a shrill scream. What do we do? It's too late. A cold and steady voice suddenly came from the sky. You beast! How dare you be so insolent? A blade of light, incredibly fast, appeared out of nowhere and instantly sliced through the rapidly expanding body of the rockback tyrant. The giant beast's massive body suddenly stiffened. Immediately afterwards, a thin line of blood slowly spread from the top of its head to its body. The massive body was neatly split in two, crashing to either side, its dark green blood splattering everywhere and staining the earth red. Phew, that was close. But what happened? Why did it suddenly die? Luo Zhuoxiao looked closely and saw a burly figure that had appeared in midair at some unknown time. He held a knife in one hand, standing in midair. This person is none other than Chen Dong. One strike kills. Is this the power of a fifth-tier martial king? Chen Dong sheathed his sword, not even glancing at the beast's corpse, and turned to walk quickly toward Luo Zhuoxiao. Damn it, you brat! Are you fucking crazy? A tier 1, level 6, fighting a tier 3 beast head-on? Do you really think you're a god? You want to die? Chen Dong's roar exploded like thunder in Luo Zhuoxiao's ears. If Chen Dong hadn't noticed something was wrong and arrived in time, this kid would definitely have died together with that beast today. However, Luo Zhuoxiao could no longer hear what he was saying. As soon as the tense nerves relaxed, boundless fatigue and excruciating pain surged in like a tide. Everything went black, and my body plummeted straight down from midair like a kite with a broken string. Chen Dong's expression changed drastically. He flashed forward and instantly leaped to Luo Zhuoxiao's feet, catching him steadily. The sight of the pale-faced, blood-soaked, and completely unconscious boy in his arms filled Chen Dong with an extremely complex mix of emotions. Lin Yuner, who was in the distance, finally snapped out of her shock. Senior, how is he? Chen Dong glanced at the equally disheveled girl and said in a deep voice, he won't die, but he needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. After saying that, he didn't linger. He picked up Luo Zhuoxiao and sped towards the entrance of the 006 wilderness area. Special care ward at Zhangcheng City First People's Hospital. The smell of disinfectant permeated the air. Luo Zhuoxiao slowly opened his heavy eyelids, and what came into view was the snow-white ceiling. Where am I? He struggled to sit up, but felt excruciating pain all over his body and couldn't help but gasp. Ouch! Damn, that hurts. A calm voice came from the side. Luo Zhuoxiao turned his head and saw Chen Dong sitting in a chair, peeling an apple in his hand, with a relieved smile on his face. Manager Chen. Manager Chen? Memories of falling from the sky surged back like a tide. He recalled the terrifying rockback tyrant, the injured woman, and Chen Dong's stunningly beautiful sword strike. How long was I unconscious? He asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Chen Dong handed him the peeled apple. How are you feeling? The doctor said your child is a monster. With such severe injuries, anyone else would be dead by now, but you're doing just fine after a good night's sleep. Luo Zhuoxiao didn't take the apple. He just struggled to sit up and leaned against the headboard. He could feel that, thanks to his powerful S-class superpower and physical attributes, his internal injuries had healed to about 70 to 80%. How is that woman? He remembered that woman with a hot figure and outstanding looks. She's fine now. After I took you to the hospital, I arranged for someone to take her back. Chen Dong smiled and said, she asked me to tell you that her name is Lin Yuner and she is a sophomore at Tianhe University. She said she owed you her life and she remembered that favor. Lin Yuner? Tianhe University? A sophomore? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhuoxiao was completely dumbfounded. He went to take the exam himself, but inexplicably ended up saving a female senior student? You're quite the lucky guy, Chen Dong teased. Lin Yuner possesses a B-level, gravity compression, ability. Not only is she incredibly strong, but she's also stunningly beautiful. The line of suitors could stretch from Jiangcheng to the capital. You played the hero this time, but wait until you get to Tianhe University, you'll be in for a world of hurt. Manager Chen, please stop joking with me. Luo Zhuoxiao gave a wry smile, but his eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Chen Dong with anticipation. Wait, Manager Chen, you just said that once I arrived at Tianhe University, has that guaranteed admission spot already been given to me? That's what he most urgently wants to know. Upon hearing this, Qin smile vanished instantly, replaced by an extremely serious expression. He stood up, walked to Luo Zhouxiao's bedside, and looked down at him. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Luo Zhouxiao's heart also tightened. No way, did I mess things up? Just because he overestimated himself and tried to fight a third-tier beast head-on? Just as he was feeling uneasy, Qin suddenly stretched out his large, fan-like hands and patted his shoulder heavily. Ha ha ha, good lad, well done. Qin burst into laughter, his tone filled with undisguised admiration and pride. Do you know that you're now a high-ranking member of our Tianhao martial arts school, and your reputation is rapidly spreading far and wide? A first-tier, 6th level being, going head-to-head with a third-tier rockback tyrant, although in the end he ended up half dead. But that shot of yours truly and severely wounded that beast. Talent, temperament, courage, decisiveness. You have it all. Qin became more and more excited as he spoke, and his spittle almost sprayed onto Luo Zhouxiao's face. Those old guys up there watched your combat video and immediately made the decision. A guaranteed admission spot? That's no big deal. You've been directly admitted to Tianhao University. Just go and register when the semester starts. Qin words exploded in Luo Zhouxiao's mind like a thunderclap. They accepted you directly? This happiness came so suddenly that Luo Zhouxia was completely stunned. So, I don't need to take the college entrance exam? The college entrance exam? What does that have to do with you? Qin looked at him like he was an idiot. From this moment forward, you are a prospective student at Tianhao University. All you have to do now is wait for the start of the semester in September. Luo Zhouxia opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. He went to great lengths, fighting and taking tests, all for this result. But when the results actually came, he felt it was unreal. Alright, kid, stop daydreaming. Seeing his dazed expression, Qin smiled and shook his head. The admission notice will be sent to your home in a few days. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Also, get plenty of rest. The martial arts school will cover all your medical expenses. After saying that, Qin didn't linger and turned to leave the ward. The room returned to silence. Luo Zhouxia sat blankly on the hospital bed for a long time before he came to his senses. He slapped his thigh hard. Great, it's done. The excitement and joy that had been suppressed in my heart finally erupted at this moment. He really got a guaranteed admission spot. From this moment on, he was no longer that bullied F-level good-for-nothing, but an S-level genius about to enter the most prestigious university in Great Xia. The Shao family. Shao Ruobing. A cold glint flashed in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes. You just wait. One day, he picked up his personal terminal from the bedside table, wanting to read some news to relax. But when he opened the terminal and saw the date displayed, the smile on his face instantly froze. Friday, 2:13 p.m. Luo Zhouxiao's head buzzed. He remembered it clearly. The bet with Shao Ruobing was on Friday afternoon after school. The location is the school's central playground. Oh my god, I completely forgot about that. There are less than 3 hours left until school ends. Luo Zhouxia could no longer sit still. He suddenly jumped off the bed and pulled out the 4-needle from the back of his hand. He moved his body a bit, although he was still a little sore, it no longer hindered his movement. Shao Ruobing, I'm here. Today, I'll show you what a fucking surprise really is. Without hesitation, he pushed open the ward door and, amidst the shocked gazes of the nurses, strode out of the hospital and flagged down a taxi on the roadside. Driver, to Jiancheng No. 3 Middle School. Hurry! Jiancheng No. 3 High School, Central Playground. At this moment, the playground was packed with people, completely overflowing. Almost all the students in the school gathered here, a dense, dark mass that completely surrounded the playground. Even some teachers who heard the news quietly mingled into the crowd, craning their necks to join in the fun. A huge arena was temporarily erected in the center of the playground. On the stage, a stunning figure drew everyone's attention. It was Shao Ruobing. Today she changed into a fiery red, tight-fitting combat outfit, which perfectly accentuated her hot and alluring figure, especially her long, straight, beautiful legs, which dazzled in the sunlight. She crossed her arms, her face cold and arrogant as she looked down at the crowd below. A black leather whip and a dog collar with a metallic sheen were casually tossed at his feet. Their arrogance was astonishing. Wow, Goddess Shao looks so cool today. This outfit is absolutely stunning. Yeah, look at that thing next to her feet. A whip and a collar. My god, Goddess Shao is really going to play dirty. That good-for-nothing Luo Zhouxia is going to be in big trouble today. Daring to offend Goddess Shao, he's really asking for death. That's right. A mere F-rank superpowered trash dares to challenge our B-rank Goddess Shao? Has his brain been chewed up by some alien beast? The audience was abuzz with discussion, with almost everyone siding with Shao Ruobing. In their eyes, the outcome of the competition was a foregone conclusion. This was a one-sided massacre. They came here today to see how Luo Zhouxia, this good-for-nothing, would be trampled underfoot, humiliated, and ravaged by the goddess in their hearts. Among the crowd was Ji Qingyu. She stared at Shao Ruobing, who was the center of attention on the stage, her eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. But then he thought of Luo Zhouxia, who was about to be publicly humiliated, and a morbid unexpected pleasure welled up in his heart. Luo Jiuxiao, you piece of trash. You deserve what you got today, she thought through gritted teeth. You dare hit me? Today, I'll watch you kneel at Xiao Ruobing's feet like a dog. In the spectator area not far away, Li Jian, the homeroom teacher with a Mediterranean hairstyle, spoke obsequiously to a middle-aged man in a suit next to him. That man was none other than the Xiao family steward, Butler Wang. Don't worry, the school specially broadcasted it live across the entire campus today, ensuring that Miss Zhao's charm will spread throughout Jiancheng. Li Jian nodded and bowed as he spoke. To curry favor with the Xiao family, he went all out today, not only setting up an arena but also applying to use the school's live streaming equipment. Yes, Teacher Li has put in a lot of effort. Butler Wang nodded slightly, but a hint of arrogance was hard to hide on his face. In his view, the fact that the young lady had condescended to compete with an F-level good-for-nothing was itself a favor to that good-for-nothing. By the way, where's that good-for-nothing Luo Jiuxiao? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Is he too scared to come? Butler Wang glanced at the time and frowned. It should be soon. Li Jian also felt a little guilty. The appointed time is approaching, and that guy still hasn't shown up. If he really stands Xiao Ruobing up, he'll be in big trouble. On the stage, Xiao Ruobing also seemed a little impatient. She glanced at the time on her personal terminal and a contemptuous sneer appeared on her lips. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. He doesn't even have the courage to die on time. She picked up the microphone at her feet, and her voice was amplified by the playground's loudspeakers, reaching everyone's ears. Luo Jiuxiao, how long are you going to keep hiding like a coward? If you kneel down now, kowtow 3 times, and crawl between my legs, maybe I might consider letting you go. Her words immediately drew laughter from the audience. Ha ha ha, Goddess Xiao is so domineering. Luo Jiuxiao, did you hear that? Come out and crawl between my legs. Just when everyone thought Luo Jiuxiao had deserted and was preparing to laugh at him, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly came from the entrance of the playground. Sorry, there was traffic on the way, I'm late. Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the sound. A tall, upright figure walked unhurriedly through the crowded people toward the arena. The man was dressed in simple sportswear, with a handsome face and eyes as calm as a deep pool. No, that's impossible. It is falling from the heavens. I can't believe he actually came. Upon seeing Luo Jiuxiao appear, the laughter from the audience became even more unrestrained. Hey, isn't this the famous 5-second reel man? You actually dared to come. Look at the way he's putting on airs. Anyone who didn't know better would think he's here to receive an award. You're pretending even when you're about to die. You'll be crying your eyes out when you finally leave this world. Luo Jiuxiao ignored the taunts around him, his gaze passing over the crowd and landing directly on the arrogant woman on the stage. Xiao Ruobing stared at him, a cruel pleasure flashing in her eyes. I thought you were too scared to come, she sneered. You haven't even called yet. How could I bear not to come? Luo Jiuxiao walked step by step onto the arena, facing her from a distance, his tone calm but full of provocation. Xiao Ruobing was speechless for a moment after being choked by his words, then she laughed angrily. Good. What a glib-tongued piece of trash. Still being stubborn even when you're about to die. Hopefully, your bones will be half as hard as your mouth in a moment. She casually tossed the microphone aside and nodded to the judges below the stage. We can begin. With the referee's whistle, a transparent energy shield immediately rose around the arena, enveloping the entire arena. Luo Jiuxiao, today, I'll show you that there's a chasm between trash and genius that you can never cross. Xiao Ruobing screamed, then said no more nonsense. A chilling aura suddenly swept across the entire arena, centered on her. Raging ice dance. With a sudden swing of her arm, dozens of icicles, thicker and sharper than those in the previous office, materialized out of thin air. Humph. Luo Jiuxiao, today I'm going to riddle you with bullets. Go! Pierce him. At Xiao Ruobing's command, a dense rain of ice spikes shot towards Luo Jiuxiao. In her mind, this move was enough to completely cripple Luo Jiuxiao. That good for nothing. Seeing the overwhelming array of icicles, the audience below erupted in excited gasps. Here it comes. It's Goddess Xiao's wild ice dance. Wow! This power is much stronger than the last school selection competition. Nonsense. Goddess Xiao is a genius at the 5th level of the 1st level. Dealing with an F-level trash is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ji Qingyu's face turned red with excitement, as if she could already see Luo Jiuxiao covered in ice spikes, howling in pain. Die, Luo Jiuxiao, you piece of trash. However, on the arena, Luo Jiuxiao's face remained completely expressionless. I feel like I don't have enough strength when I do gua sha. An aura even colder than Xiao Ruobing suddenly erupted from his body. Bitch, watch closely. He slowly raised his right hand and made a fist in the air. A simple, ice-blue spear with lifelike dragon patterns coiled around its shaft appeared out of thin air in his palm. As soon as the spear appeared, an extremely cold pressure, several times stronger than Xiao Ruobing's cold aura, descended upon it. Facing the sky full of icicles, Luo Jiuxiao held his ice spear and smiled demurely. Play ice games with me? You're not worthy. He twirled the spear with one hand, then the tip of the spear slammed down hard. Thump! A deep, resounding bang echoed across the arena. A deep blue circular shockwave suddenly suddenly exploded out. Wherever it passed, a layer of beautiful frost instantly formed on the hard arena, and those fiercely approaching ice spikes, upon contact with the shockwave, crash, everything shattered. Ice shards fell from the sky. Under the sunlight, it reflects a dreamlike light. What? Impossible. All the laughter and gasps from the audience stopped abruptly at that moment. The entire playground fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the scene unfolding on the ring. Goddess Xiao's attack was actually broken just like that? So fast? Are you kidding me? The ferocity and smugness on Xiao Ruobing's face gradually froze. How is that possible? My frenzied ice dance. She could clearly feel that her superpower was actually starting to tremble in the face of the terrifying chill emanating from the other party. No, impossible. Isn't he an F-level ability user? And what about the ice gun? Xiao Ruobing's mind was violently shaken, her face full of confusion. This power, this aura, how could an F-rank trash like me possibly possess? However, what terrified her even more was yet to come. Come on, today I'll show you my ice-type superpowers. Luo Zhouxiao slowly raised his arm, and behind him, a gigantic ice dragon formed entirely of extreme cold frost rose into the air. Roar! With a long roar, the dragon's might swept across the entire arena. Below the stage, countless students turned pale and their legs went weak under the terrifying dragon's might. What? How could Luo Zhouxiao have ice-type superpowers? And the quality of this ability doesn't seem to be low. To be able to so easily neutralize Xiao Ruobing's attack, could it be that the quality of this ability has already reached? In the spectator area, Li Jian and Butler Wang even jumped up from their seats. S-rank ability. This must be an S-rank ability. Someone in Jiangcheng has awakened an S-level superpower. Teacher Li, isn't he that good-for-nothing who awakened an F-level superpower? How could this happen? Li Jian felt dizzy and almost fainted on the spot. Butler Wang, well, I can't really explain it either. Luo Zhouxiao is clearly a good-for-nothing that everyone knows. But now, I am also. On the arena, Luo Zhouxiao looked at Xiao Ruobing, who was completely dumbfounded, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Don't rush, the best is yet to come. Luo Zhouxiao gently raised his other hand. Sizzle! A sharp clap of thunder exploded in his palm. Blue-purple arcs of electricity coiled around his arm like wildly dancing silver snakes, radiating a violent and destructive aura. Lightning element? If the S-rank ice-type ability just now had already shocked everyone, at this moment, the appearance of this violent lightning-based superpower completely overturned their understanding. Two S-class superpowers? And it actually happened to be on one person at the same time? Holy crap, is this some kind of dream? If anyone tells me again that Luo Zhouxiao is an F-level trash, I'll fight them. You call this F-grade? This is fucking divine intervention. The entire playground erupted in cheers. Everyone went crazy, looking at the boy on the arena who controlled ice in one hand and lightning in the other, with an ice dragon roaring behind him. They felt completely unable to accept reality. This is beyond their comprehension. What? No, impossible. Xiao Ruobing stared at Luo Zhouxiao before her eyes filled with nothing but fear. Her prized talent seemed so laughable and insignificant in the face of this man. She then realized that winning this match today was not as simple as she had imagined. Now, do you still think I'm that good for nothing? How is this possible? Looking at Xiao Ruobing's distraught appearance, Luo Zhouxiao felt no pity, only the pleasure of revenge. He is neither a saint nor a pushover. In his previous life, he was a soldier who had seen countless deaths and was also the most knowledgeable about the principle of repaying injustice with justice and kindness with kindness. If you treat me with respect, I will treat you with even greater respect. If you want to trample on me, humiliate me, or even kill me, well then, I'm sorry, but all that awaits you is my endless revenge. Luo Zhouxiao, don't be so smug. Xiao Ruobing suddenly sneered, and a sharp light flashed again in her eyes that had once been filled with fear. In terms of the quality of my abilities, I admit I'm not as good as you, but fighting isn't just about abilities. Today, I may not necessarily lose to you. As soon as she finished speaking, she bit her tongue hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and quickly formed a hand seal in front of her chest. An even more powerful and chilling aura erupted from her body. Luo Zhouxiao's eyes narrowed, and he instantly became tense and alert. This woman actually had a backup plan? Ice prison, get up! Xiao Ruobing shouted sharply. Get out of my way! At Luo Zhouxiao's feet, the arena, which was originally covered in frost, suddenly burst forth with dozens of huge ice pillars without warning. These icicles rapidly closed at bizarre angles, forming a huge, airtight cage that trapped Luo Zhouxiao. Luo Zhouxiao looked around at the icy pillars that shimmered with cold light. Instead of panicking, a smile appeared on his face. I knew it. Your B-level ability wouldn't just consist of a few toothpick-like ice spikes. This is just an appetizer. Seeing that she had successfully trapped Luo Zhouxiao, Xiao Ruobing's complexion regained its rosy hue, and she grinned maliciously as she said, Luo Zhouxiao, today, I'll show you the true power of the Xiao family. Come forth, my Wrath of the Ice Phoenix. She roared to the sky, unleashing all the supernatural power within her. despair. Phew! A clear and melodious phoenix cry resounded throughout the entire venue. Everyone looked on in shock and saw a gigantic phoenix with a wingspan of over 10 meters, its entire body made of ice. It slowly took shape behind Xiao Ruobing. The ice phoenix was lifelike, its icy blue eyes haughty and cold, looking down at Luo Zhouxiao, who was trapped in a cage. What is that? It's a martial skill. It's a B-rank martial skill, Wrath of the Ice Phoenix. In the audience, some knowledgeable students immediately recognized the move and exclaimed in surprise. A B-grade martial arts technique? My god, I heard that this technique would cost at least 3 million great xia coins on the market. Over 3 million? Wow, that's terrifying. No wonder she's the eldest daughter of the Xiao family in Jiangcheng. She's really rich and powerful. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and the tide seemed to be turning again. Hearing the gasps of amazement from the audience, Xiao Ruobing's smugness grew even stronger. Martial arts skills, like superpowers, are divided into levels, from the lowest F rank to the highest SSS rank. Even the worst F rank martial arts technique can sell for at least 200,000 great xia coins on the market, and B-level martial arts skills are even more expensive. It's a luxury that ordinary families can never afford in their lifetime. The appearance of this ice phoenix rekindled a glimmer of hope for Xiao Ruobing, who had fallen into despair. This is her biggest trump card and her last resort. She firmly believed that with the power of her B-level martial arts skills, she could turn the tide of the battle. Humph, Luo Zhouxiao, you orphan country bumpkin. I doubt they've even seen what a B-rank martial arts technique looks like. Today, you're lucky to have been defeated by my B-rank martial arts. However, she clearly did not realize that these words had completely crossed Luo Zhouxiao's bottom line. Inside the icy prison, Luo Zhouxiao's smile slowly faded. A country bumpkin without parents? These 4 words reminded him of the difficult days after the original owner's parents sacrificed themselves. To save money, they could only rely on the cheapest nutritional paste to fill their stomachs every day. Thump, thump, thump. To buy even a basic bottle of qi and blood pills, one has to save up for a whole month. Even the monthly pension that the government provides to the children of martyrs was mostly snatched away by that ungrateful Ji Qingyu. He longs to awaken powerful superpowers, to be admitted to his ideal martial arts university, and to become a hero like his parents. Good boy. But the reality is, he can't even afford to buy the worst F-rank martial arts manual. In his past life, he sacrificed himself for his country, dying on the battlefield without any regrets. In this life, he inherited the identity of the son of a hero, yet he had to endure such humiliation. Xiao Ruobing, you bitch, you successfully enraged me. His gaze was fixed on the woman outside the cage, who appeared high above him, illuminated by the phantom of the ice phoenix, as he slowly uttered each word. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Even without martial arts skills, I can still beat you to a pulp. Before he finished speaking, an even more violent aura erupted from Luo Zhouxiao's body, soaring straight into the sky. Sizzle! A burst of blue-purple lightning instantly transformed the entire ice prison into an eerie blue-purple hue. His workout clothes tore apart under the impact of this violent energy, revealing his strong and explosive muscles underneath. What's going on? His aura has actually strengthened again. Xiao Ruobing stared at the boy enveloped in lightning within the ice prison, her face filled with shock. No, impossible, how could his power be so strong? She could clearly feel the ice prison creaking under the impact of the violent lightning, its surface covered with fine cracks. You think you can trap me with a mere B-level ability? Break for me! Luo Zhouxiao roared, his voice echoing throughout the entire campus. A deafening roar. The solid ice prison formed by the B-level superpower, Ice Cage, shattered under the bombardment of the raging thunder. Countless huge blocks of ice scattered and flew everywhere, crashing heavily onto the area around the arena with dull thuds. Who are you? The ice prison shattered, and Xiao Ruobing seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, her mind and spirit injured. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned as pale as paper. She stared incredulously at the figure slowly emerging from the swirling ice shards. What? It was broken so quickly. Her strongest control skill couldn't even hold her opponent for a few seconds? However, Luo Zhouxiao gave her absolutely no chance to catch her breath or think. The game is over. Luo Zhouxiao was suspended in mid-air, with a majestic ice dragon coiling and circling behind him. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Ruobing, whose face was deathly pale. With a long roar, the ice dragon charged swiftly toward Xiao Ruobing and the magnificent ice phoenix behind her. No! Block them! Xiao Ruobing roared in a shrill voice, frantically pouring all the energy in her body into the ice phoenix behind her. Phew! The ice phoenix let out a sharp cry and flapped its wings to meet the unstoppable ice dragon. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the center of the arena. The dragon and phoenix collided violently in mid-air. In an instant, a blinding blue light burst forth from the center of the collision, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying energy storm swept in all directions. When everyone opened their eyes again and looked at the arena, they all gasped in shock. On the arena, the ice phoenix formed from the B-rank martial skill, Wrath of the Ice Phoenix, has been shattered inch by inch, turning into countless ice crystals. crystals. The ice dragon, however, remained as powerful and menacing as ever. It crashed straight into Xiao Ruobing, who was completely frozen in place. What? How could this happen? My ice phoenix is shattered? Xiao Ruobing's eyes widened in fear as she watched the ice dragon rapidly enlarge in her pupils. Her mind went blank, and she couldn't even muster the thought of dodging. At this moment, in the spectator area, Butler Wang's arrogant expression completely changed. He jumped up from his seat, his eyes filled with shock and anxiety. He knew better than anyone how terrifying this attack was. Once you hit the young lady, at best, it will result in serious injury and a significant loss of cultivation. In severe cases, death. Stop. We surrender. Disregarding the rules, Butler Wang unleashed his inner energy and instantly charged towards the arena. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to miss. With a roar, he suddenly stood in front of Xiao Ruobing, gathering all his strength, crossing his arms to protect his chest, and forcefully withstood the final blow from the ice dragon. A deep, muffled thud rang out. Butler Wang was knocked back several steps, taking a good 7 or 8 steps before he could barely regain his balance. What terrifying power! Butler Wang was shocked. He was a genuine third-tier martial general, yet he almost couldn't withstand the superpower of a first-tier student. Just what kind of monster is this kid? After a brief moment of surprise, the referee below the ring quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly announced the result of the match. The match is over. The winner falls to the heavens. Whoosh! The moment the results were announced, the entire playground erupted in cheers. They won. I can't believe Luo Zhouxiao actually won. My god, an F-level trash makes a comeback against a B-level genius. This is more fantastical than a novel. From this day forward, who dares to call Luo Zhouxiao a piece of trash? However, Luo Zhouxiao ignored the cheers. He walked step by step toward Xiao Ruobing, who had fallen to the ground. Without a doubt, you lost. His gaze fell on the disheveled woman with blood at the corner of her mouth and a look of terror on her face. According to the bet, it's time to fulfill your promise. Fulfill the promise? Upon hearing these 4 words, Xiao Ruobing, who had collapsed to the ground, trembled violently, her face turning deathly pale. She remembered the extremely humiliating bet she had made herself. Whoever loses has to kneel down and act like the other person's dog for a whole day in front of the entire school. No, At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the woman who had blood on her lips and was lying on the ground. This bet was proposed by Xiao Ruobing herself, and now, she has lost. For a moment, everyone's expressions became strange, and the air was filled with a strong sense of excitement at watching a show. Xiao Ruobing's lips trembled as she stared at Luo Zhouxiao approaching step by step. Her once proud and beautiful face was now filled with fear and humiliation. Should she be forced to kneel down and bark like a dog in front of thousands of teachers and students? No, she absolutely couldn't. She is the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, the pride of Jiangcheng No. 3 High School, a goddess adored by countless people. If that really happens, her life is over. She will become a laughingstock in the entire Jiangcheng, and even in high society. Luo Zhouxiao, you stay away. Let's talk this out. Xiao Ruobing struggled to move backward, her voice hoarse and shrill. However, Luo Zhouxiao did not stop walking. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Luo Zhouxiao looked down at her, a hint of extreme contempt on his lips. Miss Xiao, you proposed this bet yourself. The entire school is watching. Do you want everyone to know that Xiao Ruobing is a faithless and untrustworthy person? Xiao Ruobing was so choked by these words that her face turned pale and then red, and she couldn't utter a single word. Just then, Steward Wang, a third-tier martial general who had been knocked back by the ice dragon, flashed in front of Xiao Ruobing. His arm was still slightly numb and trembling, but he forced a fierce expression onto his face and roared hoarsely. Boy, how dare you! Our young lady is of noble birth. How could she be insulted like this? I'm warning you, you'd better know when to stop and not get too out of line. Otherwise, the Xiao family will never let you off the hook. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao was not afraid at all. Instead, he burst into laughter. A third-tier martial general dares to threaten a first-tier student in a public competition broadcast live across the entire school. Is this the style of your Xiao family? A B-level genius, who took the initiative to make a bet, and then tries to back out after losing. Is this the kind of upbringing your Xiao family has? Luo Zhouxiao's voice suddenly rose to a high pitch, exploding like thunder across the playground. I've really seen something new today. It turns out that the mighty Xiao family of Jiangcheng is just a bunch of cowards who dare to do something but not to take responsibility, and who can't accept defeat so they renege on their debts. And you bitch Xiao Ruobing, are a coward who doesn't even dare to admit to the bet. Luo Zhouxiao's words were piercing to the heart. This directly nailed the Xiao family and Xiao Ruobing to the pillar of shame. The students below the stage instantly erupted in excitement. Luo Zhouxiao is too ruthless. He started criticizing right in front of the Xiao family. Well said. Gambling is gambling, and you have to accept the loss. What kind of skill is it to be unable to play the game? That's right. She proposed the bet herself, and now that she's lost, she wants to renege on it? How shameless. TCH, what a proud daughter of heaven. I think she's just a sore loser. At this moment, public opinion completely swung in Luo Zhouxiao's Zhaoxiao's favor. Hearing the undisguised discussions and jeers from below the stage, Butler Wang and Xiao Ruobing's faces instantly darkened to the extreme. They knew that if this matter wasn't handled properly, the Xiao family would lose all face. Butler Wang took a deep breath, realizing that a direct confrontation wouldn't work. He would have to use a combination of persuasion and pressure. He forced a smile and said to Luo Zhaoxiao, "Brother Luo, let's talk this out. Why be so harsh? Our young lady is, after all, a girl, and she's easily embarrassed. It's indeed a bit awkward for her to be in front of so many people. How about this?" A hint of arrogance flashed in Butler Wang's eyes, as if he were bestowing a handout. "My Xiao family is willing to offer you 500,000 great Xia coins as compensation. Let's call this matter over and call it even. What do you say?" As soon as the number was announced, a collective gasp rippled through the audience. 500,000 Xia coins. For these ordinary students, this is an astronomical figure, enough for them to struggle for several years. In their eyes, Luo Zhaoxiao had one face and was now getting such a large sum of money, it was a steal. He had absolutely no reason to refuse. Even Li Jian, who was in the crowd, had tears in his eyes when he heard the number. Damn it, 500,000. I should have known better than to help the Xiao family. I wish I had that money. However, no one expected this. Luo Zhaoxiao sneered, his tone full of disdain. I'm standing here today not for money. I just want to tell some people a lesson. His gaze slowly swept over the young Qingyu in the audience, and over those who had bullied him in the past. That's right, when you're in the game, you'll have to pay for your mistakes sooner or later. My dignity, which I hold dear, is not something anyone can trample on. My parents' honor is not something anyone can insult at will. Today, you, Xiao Ruobing, must pay the price for your arrogance and ignorance. Don't mention 500,000, even if it's 5 million or 50 million. You're going to be this dog today. Luo Zhaoxiao's words were powerful and resounding. The entire playground fell silent. Everyone was stunned by his words. Not for money, but for dignity. What a magnificent spirit. At this moment, Luo Zhaoxiao's image in their hearts has been elevated from a genius who made a comeback to a height that they can only look up to. Butler Wang's face turned completely gloomy, looking extremely ugly. He didn't expect that this kid would be so stubborn and unyielding. Xiao Ruobing trembled all over, and looking into Luo Zhaoxiao's cold and resolute eyes, the last bit of hope in her heart was completely shattered. She knew she couldn't escape this calamity. What does this really mean? Good lad. Butler Wang stared intently at Luo Zhaoxiao, the forced smile on his face completely gone. It seems you're really going to have to suffer the consequences today. This kid is not only exceptionally talented, but also incredibly resilient. He can even refuse a temptation of 500,000 without hesitation. He's only at the 6th level of the first rank, yet he's already so monstrous. Not only does he possess dual S-level abilities, but he's also ruthless and decisive, unlike a teenager at all. This child must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, given time, it will surely become a major threat to the Xiao family. Today, it must be done in front of the entire school. Cripple him. We must nip him in the bud before he becomes too powerful. Although Luo Zhaoxiao possessed extraordinary talent, in the end, he was just an orphan with no background whatsoever. Given the Xiao family's status in Zhangcheng, wouldn't handling this small matter be a piece of cake? When the time comes, we can just find any excuse, and who will dare to say anything? Who can say anything? He remembered. That's what we'll do. At that moment, a thought began to grow wildly in Butler Wang's mind. The murderous intent on his face gradually faded, replaced by a fake smile. Heh, good, that's got guts. Since you insist on this, then our Xiao family is not to be trifled with. As he spoke, he pretended to step aside, as if to make way for Luo Zhaoxiao to deal with Xiao Ruobing. Everyone thought that this matter would end with Xiao Ruobing being humiliated. However, just as Luo Zhaoxiao brushed past him, unexpected changes occurred suddenly. Boy, prepare to die. A furious shout filled with murderous intent exploded on the arena like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Just moments ago, Butler Wang had a kind expression, but now his face was contorted with rage. His right hand, which had been hidden behind his back, had somehow become fully charged with power. The muscles of his entire arm bulged, the veins stood out, and it gleamed with an earthy yellow light. Mountain-crushing fist. Butler Wang used all his strength in that punch, holding nothing back. He must ensure that he cripples Luo Zhaoxiao with a single punch, cutting off his future path in martial arts, otherwise all his efforts will be in vain. At this moment, the wind howled from the punches, producing a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. This sudden scene shocked everyone in the audience. No one expected that the Xiao family's butler would be so despicable and shameless as to openly attack a student in front of the entire school. And it was a sneak attack. The referee below the ring paled and tried to stop it, but it was too late. As a third-tier general, Steward Wang is extremely fast. That enormous fist rapidly magnified in Luo Zhaoxiao's pupils. He's a cunning old fox. Luo Zhaoxiao's pupils suddenly contracted. Despite his constant vigilance against this old dog, he never expected him to be so shameless. They actually dared to launch a sneak attack in front of the entire school and live online. Moreover, his opponent was a third-tier general whose speed and strength were far beyond what he could withstand. By the time he sensed danger, the deadly punch was already upon his back. He didn't even have time to turn around, nor did he have time to activate any of his superpowers. Is this absolute suppression in terms of realm? Faced with a third-tier martial general who attacked in anger, he, a first-tier 6th-level warrior, was as insignificant as an ant. Could it be that I'm going to die again after only a few days of being transported here? Damn it! I'm so unwilling to accept this. Luo Jiaxiao's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. A cold voice rang out, clearly echoing in everyone's ears. A burly figure appeared before Luo Jiaxiao like a ghost, without warning. The newcomer was dressed in a black outfit, tall and with a square face. He was none other than Chen Dong, the manager of Tianhe Martial Arts School. He remained completely unfazed by the earth-shattering punch from Butler Wang. How dare an old dog act so insolently in front of the people of my Tianhe Martial Arts School? Who gave you the audacity? That fist, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, containing the full force of a third-tier martial general's attack, was easily caught by his broad palm. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. On the ring, the ferocious punches came to an abrupt halt. Butler Wang looked up abruptly, his, Jingning, meaning ferocious or hideous, face instantly freezing. He stared wide-eyed at the man who had suddenly appeared before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. My own, mountain-crushing fist, was actually blocked just like that? Moreover, the other party seemed so nonchalant and effortless. Wait, why does this person look so familiar? Where have I seen him before? Butler Wang, it's been so long since I visited the Shao family, you don't even recognize me? A sinister smile curled at the corner of Chen Dong's lips, and a dangerous glint flashed in his deep eyes. Let me help you remember. Snap, snap. A sickening sound of bone cracking suddenly rang out. Suddenly, Chen Dong twisted the hand that was gripping Butler Wang's fist, and with a sudden burst of strength, I promise you, Aowa. A shrill, distorted scream burst from Butler Wang's mouth. His right arm was twisted into a bizarre pretzel shape. You actually dared to do this. Witnessing this scene, the entire playground fell into a deathly silence. Everyone gasped, a chill running from their feet to their heads. That's too ruthless. A seemingly unfathomable third-tier general was actually crippled just like that? Who is this person? He's too powerful. What did he just say? Someone from Tianhe Martial Arts School? Could it be that he's a strong member of Tianhe Martial Arts School? Why would people from Tianhe Martial Arts School come to our school? And why did they even save Luo Jiaxiao? In the spectator area, when the homeroom teacher, Li Jian, saw that the person who came in was Chen Dong, his legs almost gave way and he collapsed to the ground. This is Chen Dong, the head of Tianhe Martial Arts Academy, a fifth-tier martial king. Butler Wang could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure and the excruciating pain in his wrists. His legs buckled, and he knelt directly before Chen Dong. You are Chen Dong from Tianhe Martial Arts School. Damn it, how did this person suddenly appear? After recognizing Chen Dong, Butler Wang's previous arrogance and haughty demeanor vanished instantly. Butler Wang has a pretty good memory, remembering it so quickly. Chen Dong's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Manager Chen, what brings you here? Chen Dong snorted coldly, his tone devoid of any warmth. A third-tier martial general ambushed a first-tier student in a public competition watched by thousands of people. These lackeys of the Shao family dare to be so arrogant now? Chen Dong stomped down, stepping directly on Butler Wang's other, uninjured hand. Another crisp cracking sound of bone breaking. Ah! Butler Wang let out another chilling scream. The students below the stage turned pale as they watched the scene, and even their breathing became cautious. That's too cruel. Is this the world of the strong? They break arms and legs at the slightest disagreement. Standing behind Chen Dong, Luo Jiaxiao felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he looked at the man who had stood up for him. He dusted himself off, walked over to Chen Dong, and asked with a hint of doubt, Manager Chen, what brings you here? Chen Dong glanced at him, his tone tinged with impatience. You have the nerve to ask? I need to get something done with your principal, and I happened to hear that you took on a competition, so I thought I'd come and check it out. I just got here and almost saw you get punched to death. Although her words were reproachful, the concern and lingering fear in her eyes were unmistakable. Now it seems that it's fortunate I came, otherwise. Chen Dong didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already clear. Luo Jiaxiao understood and nodded gratefully. Thank you, Manager Chen. Don't mention it. Chen Dong waved his hand, his gaze falling once more on Butler Wang, who lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud. Do your Shao family's lackeys dare to touch the person my Tianhe Martial Arts School has set its sights on? Manager Chen, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Butler Wang was in so much pain that he was covered in sweat, his face contorted, and he tried to explain, stumbling and crawling along. I really didn't know he was one of your men. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to do it even if you gave me 100 lives. He's kicking himself now. Damn it. What kind of nonsense is this? He thought that crushing an orphan ant would save face for the Shao family and earn him a great favor in front of the young lady. Who would have thought that a prehistoric behemoth was standing behind this ant? That's one of the 5 great martial arts schools in the great Xia dynasty. Its status goes without saying. How could the Shao family possibly resist it? As the manager of the Zhengcheng branch, Chen Dong held an extremely prestigious position. The next morning, even the head of the Shao family, that 7th-level martial emperor, had to respectfully address him as Manager Chen. And just now, I actually dared to try to cripple the person he had his eye on right in front of him? Isn't this just blatant suicide? Butler Wang was suddenly overwhelmed with fear and confusion. He's just an orphan with no parents. How could he possibly know people from Tianhe Martial Arts School? And it was the manager himself who came forward? He was completely baffled. Just who was Luo Zhouxiao? Could there be some unknown secret behind his deceased parents? Manager Chen, Butler Wang asked, his voice trembling as he endured the excruciating pain. I don't know what your relationship is with this young brother Luo Zhouxiao. Is there some misunderstanding? He still clung to a last glimmer of hope, thinking that perhaps Chen Dong was just passing by and meddled in someone else's business. However, Chen Dong's next words completely shattered his hopes. Chen Dong sneered, glanced around, and his gaze swept over the curious, shocked, and confused faces below the arena. His voice suddenly rose. Listen up, everyone. Luo Zhouxiao is from our Tianhe Martial Arts School, and he is a key talent we are cultivating. Ha? What? The minds of thousands of teachers and students at the 3rd middle school went blank in that instant. Heavens, people from Tianhe Martial Arts School? Luo Zhouxiao actually joined the Tianhe Martial Arts School? Really? Tianhe Martial Arts School? That's one of the top 5 martial arts schools. Isn't he an F-rank trash? How could Tianhe Martial Arts School possibly want him? Is it just because he beat Xiao Ruobing just now? That student, don't be silly. Didn't you see those 2 S-class superpowered individuals? If you don't want your eyes, just donate them. Stop spreading rumors. The students below the stage went completely crazy, and the noise instantly filled the entire playground. They simply couldn't believe that the 5-second real man they had ridiculed for 3 years, the one who was considered cowardly and incompetent, was now a reality. Overnight, he transformed into a member of the Tianhe Martial Arts School, a place they all looked up to. This speed is faster than riding a rocket. Hearing this in the crowd, Ji Qingyu was stunned, as if struck by lightning. She covered her mouth, her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with endless regret and fear. Tianhe Martial Arts School, that place she longed for, yet couldn't even reach the threshold of. Luo Zhouxiao, how could he possibly? Oh no, I treated him like that before, what will he do? However, to everyone's surprise, the shock brought by Chen Dong was far from over. Looking at the astonished expressions on the faces of the crowd below, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. There's one more thing I need to announce. Chen Dong's voice rang out again, this time filled with undisguised pride and self-satisfaction. A joint decision made by the Tianhe Martial Arts School headquarters and the Tianhe University admissions office. Student Luo Zhouxiao, with his unparalleled talent and unwavering dedication to martial arts, has been officially admitted to Tianhe University, the top university in our Great Xia, through a special admission process. From this moment on, he is a recommended student for Tianhe University. A student admitted through the guaranteed admission program at Tianhe University? Really? Guaranteed admission to Tianhe University? Did I hear that right? It's Tianhe University, founded by Tianhe Martial Arts School, one of the 5 top universities in Great Xia. How could this be? How could this happen? At this moment, Xiao Ruobing's eyes were lifeless. Her family background, which she was so proud of, seemed utterly pale and powerless in the face of the 7 words student recommended to Tianhe University. Just then, a majestic voice came from the spectator area. Manager Chen. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elderly man with gray hair, wearing a Zhongshan suit, and exuding an extraordinary air slowly walking towards them. It's the principal. My God, even the principal has come. Upon seeing the principal, Li Jian felt as if he had seen a savior and hurriedly ran towards him with a mournful face. Principal, you finally arrived. Look at this, look at the mess this place is in. The principal ignored him and walked straight up to Chen Dong, his face showing a hint of apology and respect. Manager Chen, I'm so sorry, you must have found this amusing. When Chen Dong saw the principal, the coldness on his face softened somewhat, and he nodded. Principal Zhang, you've come at the perfect time. You'd better handle this matter properly. Your school must give me, and Tianhe Martial Arts School, an explanation for this matter. Chen Dong's voice wasn't loud, but every word struck Zhang Qingde, the principal of number 3 middle school, like a heavy hammer blow. What kind of explanation can I, an old man over 60, give you? Zhang Qingde felt as bitter as if he had eaten a bitter herb. He was just an ordinary 4th-level martial artist who became the principal through seniority and connections. He was considered a prominent figure in Jiangcheng, but at this moment, he felt like a grandson. On one side is a powerful family in Jiangcheng, backed by the Shao family, a 7th-level martial emperor. On the other side is the behemoth Tianhe Martial Arts School, one of the 5 great martial arts schools of the Great Xia dynasty. He can't afford to offend either of them. If he had known it would turn out like this, he shouldn't have approved that damn tournament today. Li Jian is a good-for-nothing idiot who only makes things worse. Once this is over, I'll fire him first. Zhang Chengde cursed Li Jian in his heart but dared not show it on his face. He glanced at Butler Wang, who was being trampled under Chendong's foot and was on the verge of fainting from the pain. He glanced at Xiao Ruobing, who was pale and distraught beside him, and immediately made a decision. The Xiao family is powerful, but that only applies to the Xiao family in Jiangcheng. Tianhe Martial Arts School, however, is a behemoth of national scale. He understands the principle of choosing the lesser of two evils. Moreover, anyone with eyes can see that the Xiao family was in the wrong first in today's matter. They tore up the bet in public and even launched a sneak attack. If word gets out, what will become of the Xiao family's reputation? Thinking of this, Zhang Chengde forced a smile and bowed to Chendong, saying, "Manager Chen, please calm down, please calm down. This matter was indeed due to our school's inadequate supervision. I apologize for making this a laughingstock of you." He turned his head and glared at Butler Wang and Xiao Ruobing on the ground with extremely stern eyes, his voice suddenly rising. "This is utterly outrageous. This is lawless. Open competition. The bet is set by fate. If you lose, you have to accept it. This is the most basic virtue of a martial artist. Xiao Ruobing, as the pride of our number 3 middle school, you actually led the way in breaking the bet. Where is your sense of honor? Where is your martial spirit?" Zhang Qingde pointed at Steward Wang and shouted sternly, "You, a mere third-tier martial general, dare to openly ambush a first-tier student on our school's premises. What do you take Jiangcheng number 3 middle school for?" Principal Zhang's righteous words not only cleared his name but also conveniently labeled the Xiao family as bullies who were utterly untrustworthy. The students in the audience were stunned. Wow, no wonder he's the principal. His ability to change his expression is faster than flipping through a book. He was so nice to Xiao Ruobing before, but now he's directly confronting her. As expected of Tianhe Martial Arts School, the Xiao family is practically a little brother compared to it. Li Jian, who had just been chatting and laughing with Butler Wang, was now terrified, his face pale, wishing he could disappear into the ground. "It's over, it's all over. This time we've probably offended both sides." When Butler Wang and Xiao Ruobing heard the principal's words, their hearts sank. They knew that the school would never help them again. "Principal Zhang." Butler Wang still tried to struggle. Zhang Qingde didn't give him a chance to speak at all, turned to Luo Zhouxiao, and immediately put on a kind and friendly smile. "Luo Zhouxiao, I'm sorry you had to go through this today. Since it's a bet, you should abide by the agreement. Do whatever you want with it from now on, the school will not interfere." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruobing felt dizzy and almost fainted. The school won't interfere? Doesn't that mean letting Luo Zhouxiao do whatever he wants with her? "No, principal, you can't do this. My father helped you before," she screamed. Zhang Qingde gave a cold shout, and his powerful aura instantly cut off Xiao Ruobing's words before she could finish speaking. Chendong nodded in satisfaction as he watched Zhang Qingde's series of actions. "You old fox, you know what's good for you." He released his foot from the butler's hand and spoke condescendingly. "Since Principal Zhang has made this statement, I will let bygones be bygones for today's matter with your Xiao family." His tone shifted abruptly, his voice becoming as cold as a knife. "However, I will report today's events to the Martial Arts Alliance truthfully. As for you, Butler Wang, you openly attacked one of my Tianhe Martial Arts School's recommended students. Just wait for the Alliance's punishment." After he finished speaking, he ignored the muddy puddle on the ground and turned to look at Luo Zhouxiao. "Kid, it's all taken care of. Come to Tianhe Martial Arts School at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have something to tell you." Chendong patted Luo Zhouxiao on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. "This kid not only has extraordinary talent, but his fearless ruthlessness is also something I greatly admire." "Yes, Manager Chen," Luo Zhouxiao nodded in response. Chendong responded and then turned around with Principal Zhang heading towards the viewing area, clearly preparing to handle the follow-up matters. As soon as the two big shots left, the atmosphere on the stage became strange again. All eyes were once again focused on Luo Zhouxiao and Xiao Ruobing. Now, no one can stop him anymore. Luo Zhouxiao bent down and picked up the black leather whip and the gleaming metallic dog collar from the ground. He weighed the object in his hand, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Miss Xiao, now, no one can help you, right?" He walked step by step toward the woman who had collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with despair and fear. Xiao Ruobing looked at the collar in his hand, her whole body trembling like a leaf. Her voice was full of pleading. Luo Zhouxiao walked up to her, squatted down, and gently patted her pale face, which was pale with fear and humiliation, with the leather whip in his hand. "Now you're scared? Too late. Didn't you propose this bet in the first place just to do this to me? What? So you, Miss Xiao, can humiliate others, but others can't humiliate you in return?" His words, though spoken softly, pierced Xiao Ruobing's heart like a knife. Indeed, wasn't that what she thought back then? Do you understand? She even prepared the props, just waiting to see Luo Zhouxiao kneel at her feet, being whipped and abused like a dog. But who would have thought that fortunes would turn around, and now it is she herself who was about to be leashed and humiliated. Falling from the heavens? No. Wah-ah. Xiao Ruobing finally couldn't hold back her tears, which slid down her cheeks. She was utterly terrified and utterly regretful. She shouldn't have messed with that guy at all. "I was wrong. I was really wrong." She choked back tears, her voice hoarse as she pleaded. Please forgive me this time. I promise I'll never do it again. As long as you let me go, I'll give you whatever you want. Money, martial arts skills, my Shao family has everything. She tried to persuade Luo Zhouxiao with benefits, which became her last struggle. However, Luo Zhouxiao just stared at her coldly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Martial arts? Money? I will have all of these in the future. I've said it before, I'm standing here today not for money, but to make you my dog. Luo Zhouxiao stood up, looking down at her with a voice as cold as ice. Stop your pathetic tears and cheap bargaining chips. Will you put the collar on yourself, or do you want me to help you? Those cold words shattered the last shred of hope in Xiao Ruobing's heart. Looking at the cold metal collar in Luo Zhouxiao's hand, she felt dizzy. Should she put it on herself? This is worse than death. No, I can't do it. She shook her head frantically, tears blurring her vision. Can't do it? Looking at her tearful and pitiful appearance, Luo Zhouxiao felt no emotion whatsoever. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. When you were so arrogant and domineering back then, why didn't you think you'd end up like this today? You'll have to do it today, whether you like it or not. At this moment, Xiao Ruobing stared at Luo Zhouxiao's resolute face, experiencing a fierce internal struggle. She understood that if she really put on this collar and knelt on the ground, her life would be completely over. The future will only be filled with endless humiliation and insults. Absolutely not. Never. Suddenly, a crazy idea flashed into her mind. If this collar is destroyed, then they won't be able to humiliate me anymore, right? Without this prop, how else can you humiliate me? Yes, let's do it. Thinking of this, a resolute and crazy light flashed in Xiao Ruobing's tear-filled eyes. She stared intently at the collar in Luo Zhouxiao's hand, her energy surging quietly within her. Just as Luo Zhouxiao handed the collar to her, preparing to put it on her himself. Damn it, give it to me! Xiao Ruobing roared and leaped up from the ground, snatching the metal collar from Luo Zhouxiao's hand. Luo Zhouxiao clearly hadn't expected her to suddenly resort to such a desperate measure, and she had caught him red-handed. Luo Zhouxiao frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Xiao Ruobing looked at the collar in her hand, a sickly and ferocious smile appearing on her face. Luo Zhouxiao, didn't you want me to wear it? Let me tell you, you can forget about it. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly exerted force with both hands. Snap, snap, a crisp sound of metal breaking rang out. That seemingly sturdy dog collar was broken in two by her bare hands. After doing all this, she seemed to have used up all her strength, panting heavily, and threw the two broken pieces of the collar hard on the ground. The leash is gone. Look at you now. How can I be your dog anymore? In her view, without this most symbolic prop of humiliation, the insult of the bet would be greatly reduced. The audience was stunned by her crazy act. Holy crap, she actually broke the collar off? That's amazing. The collar is gone. Let's see what Luo Zhouxiao will do now. However, they clearly underestimated Luo Zhouxiao's ruthlessness. Looking at Xiao Ruobing's maniacal laughter, Luo Zhouxiao showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. You think that just because the leash is gone, you can escape the fate of being a dog today? How wishful thinking. What do you mean? Xiao Ruobing's smile gradually faded, and she stared at Luo Zhouxiao with a look of surprise. What do you think? At this moment, Luo Zhouxiao smiled faintly, slowly raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers with a flourish. Behind him, 8 icicles, like satellites, suddenly shone brightly. 8 streaks of icy blue light flew swiftly to Xiao Ruobing's front, hovering less than a centimeter away from her body. One of them landed precisely on her fair and slender neck. A bone-chilling cold instantly spread throughout my body. Xiao Ruobing's whole body stiffened, and she didn't even dare to breathe. She clearly felt that if she made the slightest movement, the incredibly sharp icicles could instantly take her life. It's a bit of a shame that the dog leash is gone, but it's okay. Who says you have to wear a leash to be a dog? Luo Zhouxiao's eyes revealed a murderous intent that he made no attempt to conceal. Now, I'm giving you one last chance to choose. If you want to live, kneel down obediently and accept your fate as a dog for a day. Luo Zhouxiao's eyes flashed with killing intent. The shadow of death overwhelmed Xiao Ruobing like a tidal wave. She could clearly feel the 8 icicles on her neck shift slightly forward, and the stinging sensation intensified. Xiao Ruobing's psychological defenses completely collapsed at this moment. You're so cruel. I never expected Luo Zhouxiao to be so ruthless, actually threatening me with his own life. She had no doubt that if she dared to say no again, this man would really kill her. No, I absolutely cannot die here. As long as I'm alive, I can always rebuild. Luo Zhouxiao, you wait. Okay, I'll answer. In the midst of endless fear and humiliation, she finally managed to squeeze out those words. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Luo Zhouxiao's voice remained icy. I'll be your dog. Okay. Xiao Ruobing could no longer hold back and broke down in tears, screaming as she cried out. She felt all her dignity and pride utterly crushed in that instant. Luo Zhouxiao nodded in satisfaction and withdrew the icicle from her neck. At that moment, everyone in the audience was stunned. It's true that they agreed. Xiao Ruobing, the high and mighty school beauty, actually agreed to be that dog who fell from the sky. The impact of this scene scene is truly stunning. Now, keep your promise. Kneel down and get up. Then, shouted out loud. Xiao Ruobing was slumped on the ground, her eyes lifeless, as if she had become a puppet without a soul. She remained motionless and silent, letting her tears flow silently. What? Still not moving? Didn't you just agree? Luo Zhouxiao's eyes instantly turned dangerous. He quickly raised the leather whip in his hand. Xiao Ruobing only destroyed the dog chain. The whip remained intact. Looks like you won't learn the rules unless I teach you a lesson. The students below the stage held their breath. They knew that something even more exciting was about to happen. Seeing this scene, Ji Qingyu, who was in the crowd, was so frightened that her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground, a warm feeling involuntarily welling up in her heart. She couldn't imagine what the outcome would have been if she were the one standing on that stage today. The black leather whip drew a sharp arc, slicing through the air. A crisp, loud crack of a whip suddenly rang out on the silent playground. Xiao Ruobing let out a heart-wrenching scream. The black leather whip lashed her hard, leaving her firm buttocks, clad in a fiery red combat uniform, bruised and swollen. The pain was indescribable. It felt as if a red-hot iron was burning her skin, the searing pain instantly spreading throughout her body, making her muscles tremble. Damn it! It hurts so much. Xiao Ruobing was writhing on the ground in pain, tears streaming down her face, completely losing her former aloof goddess demeanor. This whip is a soul-shattering whip that she specially bought at a high price. The whip body is made of the tendons of a special mythical beast. It is covered with tiny barbs, specifically designed to torture enemies. Each lash can cause excruciating pain. She originally planned to use this whip to give Luo Zhouxiao a good beating and let him experience what it's like to be worse than dead. But she never dreamed that this carefully prepared feast would end up falling on her head. What exactly is this? Is it reaping what you sow? Or shooting yourself in the foot? Endless regret and humiliation, along with excruciating pain, surged into her heart, almost causing her to faint. However, just as Xiao Ruobing was in unbearable pain, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in Luo Zhouxiao's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has punished the villain Xiao Ruobing, LV.2, evolution points plus 30. Luo Zhouxiao was stunned when he heard the system notification. A level 2 villain? He remembered that Ji Qingyu and Xiao Ping, those two good-for-nothings, were only LV.1. This Xiao Ruobing is actually LV.2? That's interesting. It seems this woman usually acts arrogantly and domineeringly because of her family background, and has done far more bad things than her useless younger brother. And, one lash gave 30 evolution points? Luo Zhouxiao's eyes immediately lit up. This is more points than he got from slapping Ji Qingyu twice before. You should know that he worked hard to hunt down a Tier 1, Level 2 Steelskin boar in Wilderness Area 006, and he only earned 35 evolution points. Now, the power of his whip is almost comparable to that of a second-tier beast. This isn't about picking people off, it's about frantically grinding monsters for loot. Moreover, these are elite monsters that spawn infinitely and are extremely difficult to deal with. Luo Zhouxiao stared at Xiao Ruobing, who was writhing on the ground in pain, and his expression changed instantly. That gaze was no longer simply cold and disgusted, but like a hungry wolf eyeing a plump lamb. So, you're that valuable. He chuckled to himself with smug satisfaction. Since that's the case, we can't let you off so easily today. Thinking of this, he raised the leather whip in his hand again. It seems one lash isn't enough to teach you a lesson. Then, give me another lash. The whip landed precisely on the spot where it had just been. Xiao Ruobing let out another shrill scream, her body convulsing violently, feeling as if her buttocks were about to be whipped raw. Ding! Detected that the host has punished the villain Xiao Ruobing, LV.2, evolution points plus 30. The system notification sounded again. Luo Zhouxiao felt a surge of pent-up anger expel, and his whole body felt refreshed. It allows you to both avenge your grievances and earn evolution points. Where in the world can you find such a wonderful job? What are you still standing there for? Luo Zhouxiao said coldly, staring at her. My patience is limited. The intense pain, coupled with his emotionless urging, finally utterly destroyed the last shred of dignity and pride that Xiao Ruobing had left. She knew in her heart that if she didn't do as he said today, this devil would really whip her buttocks raw. She absolutely did not want to be tortured like that. I don't want to endure this inhuman suffering any longer. Trembling with endless fear and humiliation, she slowly got up from the ground. Roar! I'll do it, okay? It hurts so much. With a look of reluctance on her face, her knees buckled and she knelt down. He braced himself with his hands on the ground and lowered his once incredibly proud head. That's more like a dog. Let's begin. What should you shout later? You should think about it yourself. Not long after, Xiao Ruobing, with tears streaming down her face, crawled slowly and pathetically on all fours like a real dog. Immediately afterwards, a voice, trembling with sobs and filled with endless humiliation, came out of her mouth intermittently. 9. Brother Zhouxiao, you're so amazing. I, Xiao Ruobing, am just a piece of trash. Although the sound was soft, many people saw what happened. Instantly, the entire playground erupted in chaos. She really climbed. My god, my goddess, she actually was crawling like a dog and even shouted something like that. This is so exciting. It's even more exciting than watching watching a movie. Record this immediately. This is definitely the most embarrassing moment of the year. The students in the audience went completely wild, frantically filming this unforgettable moment with their personal devices. Some were excited, some felt sympathy, and some gloated. But when most people looked at the boy in the ring, holding a whip and with a cold expression, all they could see was deep awe. This person is ruthless. From now on, no one will dare to bully Luo Joshio at Jiangchang No. 3 Middle School. The sound is too soft, I can't hear it. Luo Joshio looked at Xiao Ruobing, who was slowly crawling on the ground, frowned slightly, and said in a cold voice, "Have you not eaten? Or do you want to taste the flavor of my whip again?" Upon hearing the word whip, Xiao Ruobing visibly trembled. A look of extreme fear flashed across her pretty face, which was streaked with tears. She dared not hesitate any longer, and, enduring the humiliation and excruciating pain, shouted out loud with all her might, "Brother Joshio is so amazing. I, Xiao Ruobing, am just a good-for-nothing. Brother Joshio is so amazing. I, Xiao Ruobing, am just a good-for-nothing." This time, her voice was loud and clear. The students below the stage listened to their once high and mighty goddess now hurling insults at them like a clown, and their expressions were incredibly varied. That's more like it. Luo Joshio nodded in satisfaction. He stared intently at Xiao Ruobing as he slowly crawled around the massive arena. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Yes, Brother Joshio." Xiao Ruobing responded with a humiliated sound and quickened her crawling speed. Every step she took felt like walking on a knife's edge. The gazes of the entire school were like sharp steel needles, piercing her body and making her feel utterly ashamed. She could even hear the boys in the audience who had once fawned over and admired her now making unrestrained laughs. Countless personal terminals were frantically taking pictures of her. She knew that from this day forward, she was completely finished. She will become the biggest laughingstock in the entire Jiangcheng. Falling from the 9 heavens? In her heart, Xiao Ruobing cursed the man who had caused her so much humiliation with the most vicious words. "You just wait. When my father returns from the meeting in Kyoto, I will make sure you die. I will make you wish you were dead. I will tear you to pieces and grind your bones to dust." She placed all her hopes on her father, who was a 7th-level martial emperor. She firmly believed that as long as her father returned, he would definitely be able to restore her dignity and completely crush this ignorant good-for-nothing. However, Luo Joshio was completely unaware of and utterly indifferent to the resentment in her heart. He was currently immersed in the thrill of grinding evolution points, unable to extricate himself. He followed Xiao Ruobing, leisurely parading through the streets on the arena. Whenever Xiao Ruobing slowed down or her shouts subsided, the leather whip in his hand would fall mercilessly. Ding! Evolution points plus 30. Ding! Evolution points plus 30. The crisp crack of the whip, mixed with the woman's painful groans and the system's cold notification tone, formed a beautiful symphony in Luo Joshio's ears. The leather whip in his hand seemed not to be lashing, but rather striking a treasure trove that kept bursting with gold coins. Die! Awesome! That's fucking awesome! Luo Joshio felt that he was already addicted. This kind of pleasure is 10,000 times better than the hard work of hunting beasts in the wilderness. Time passed by second, in this eerie and thrilling atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Ruobing became completely numb. Click, click. Her voice was hoarse from shouting, her whole body was soaked in sweat, and her bright red combat uniform was torn to shreds. At this moment, Xiao Ruobing felt that she might faint at any moment. She could only crawl and shout mechanically like a marionette, enduring endless humiliation and torment. Finally, after another lash, Xiao Ruobing could no longer hold on. The humiliation, anger, and pain that had been building up inside him finally erupted at this moment. She abruptly stopped, raised her tear-streaked face, and roared hysterically at Luo Joshio in a hoarse voice. "Luo Joshio, you bastard! When will you ever shut up? What? Couldn't you have hit me a little softer? My butt is about to break." Xiao Ruobing's voice was filled with endless resentment and madness. The roar instantly silenced the previously noisy playground. No one expected that Xiao Ruobing, who had been tortured beyond recognition, would still have the strength to curse. What a joke! Luo Joshio also stopped and looked down at this pet that dared to roar at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, you still have the energy to curse? It seems I hit too lightly just now, giving you the wrong impression?" The audience held their breath. They knew that Xiao Ruobing's roar was like adding fuel to the fire. That demon-like boy would never let her go easily. Looking at the pair of eyes on the ground filled with resentment and madness, Luo Joshio was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed. He crouched down and gently lifted Xiao Ruobing's chin with the handle of his whip, forcing her to look him in the eye. "Are you talking about me?" His voice was soft, yet more terrifying than the devil's whisper. Looking into his unfathomable eyes, Xiao Ruobing's inner madness was instantly replaced by fear, and she was about to beg for mercy. However, it was all too late. Smack! A slap that was even crisper and louder than the sound of a whip cracking suddenly rang out on the ring. Luo Joshio slapped Xiao Ruobing hard across the face without any mercy. He didn't hold back at all in that slap. Xiao Ruobing staggered backward from the blow, half of her face quickly swelled up, and blood immediately seeped from the corner of her mouth. Her mind went blank, she was completely stunned. She she got beaten up again? Moreover, he was slapped in public. The students below the stage were stunned and completely dumbfounded. That's way too cruel. He attacked a girl without warning and even slapped her in the face. This Luo Joshio is simply a heartless, straight man who doesn't know how to cherish women. Xiao Ruobing covered her burning face, staring at Luo Joshio in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock, humiliation, and a hint of bewilderment. However, Luo Joshio didn't give her any chance to react at all. Now, please make sure you understand your own identity perfectly. His voice suddenly turned icy cold, devoid of any emotion. You are my dog now, my pet. Understand? You bitch. Would a dog talk to its owner like that? Or do you think that you, a prodigy with B-level superpowers, are more noble than me, a trash with 2S-level superpowers? Luo Joshio's words were like sharp knives, cutting Xiao Ruobing's dignity piece by piece. These words caused Xiao Ruobing's body to tremble violently. Everything she had once been proud of, her family background, her talent, her beauty, was trampled into nothingness in front of the man before her. It seems you still haven't learned the rules. She couldn't understand how her lifelong reputation could be ruined by this man. What era are we living in? How come people still play the pretending to be weak to fool others trick? If only I had known earlier that Luo Joshio possessed 2S-level superpowers and had the behemoth that Tianhe Martial Arts School was backing him up. She would never make a bet with Luo Joshio that would lead her to her death. It's all over, everything is over. However, all the regrets seemed utterly pale and powerless under Luo Joshio's cold gaze. You don't have to get beaten up, that's fine too. Luo Joshio's voice was unreadable. He toyed with the leather whip in his hand, making soft crackling sounds. His tone shifted abruptly, and the mockery in his eyes made Xiao Ruobing's heart tighten. When you ask your master for something, you must have the attitude of asking your master for something. Now, beg for mercy properly, and maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you suffer less. What is the owner's attitude? These words struck Xiao Ruobing like a bolt from the blue. She froze instantly. What new tricks will this devil come up with to torture her this time? Her heart was filled with endless fear and instinctive resistance. To make the dignified eldest daughter of the Xiao family beg for mercy in such a lowly manner? No, she can't do it. But when her gaze met Luo Joshio's icy yet playful eyes, she realized she had no choice at all. They either continue to endure inhuman torture, being whipped until their skin is torn and bleeding, becoming a laughingstock in front of the entire school. Either completely abandon your last shred of dignity and beg for your master's mercy like a real dog. The students in the audience also saw the trick, and they all craned their necks, holding their breath, afraid of missing any exciting moments. This is for real. Begging the master requires an attitude of begging the master? I've only ever heard this kind of line on certain paid channels. Hiss. Luo Joshio is too good at this. He's killing her by breaking her spirit. This is practically crushing Goddess Xiao's dignity. Look. Xiao Ruobing seems to be unable to hold on any longer. Under Luo Joshio's extremely oppressive gaze, Xiao Ruobing's psychological defenses were crumbling little by little. She bit her lip, her nails digging deep into her palms, trying to use the pain to keep the last bit of consciousness alive. But that burning, stinging bottom really hurt. In the end, she was defeated. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her voice weak and trembling, and said, almost inaudibly, I was wrong, okay? His words carried a hint of resentment and stubbornness. Upon hearing this, Luo Joshio immediately frowned. He impatiently tapped the ground with his whip, making a crisp sound. Oh ho, is this all the sincerity you've got? How can you ask for help like that? Can't you ask for help properly? Looks like I didn't hit you hard enough just now, you bitch. You haven't learned your lesson yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the whip in his hand again. The familiar sound of something cutting through the air made Xiao Ruobing's body tremble violently. She no longer dared to harbor any illusions. The instinct for survival completely overwhelmed that ridiculous sense of dignity. She forced herself to force a smile that was worse than crying, using a soft, affected, and cloyingly sweet voice that even she found disgusting. He pleaded with Luo Joshio. Brother Joshio, please, be gentle with me. My butt, it's about to be ruined by you. As soon as she finished speaking, she could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears. She felt that she had completely degenerated into a shameless whore. Upon hearing this plea for mercy, which was filled with both sobs and seductive charm, Luo Joshio felt an unprecedented surge of pleasure rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Awesome! That's fucking awesome! The feeling of conquering this once arrogant and haughty woman who had once been the pride of heaven was simply unparalleled. Ding! Detected that the host punished the villain Xiao Ruobing, LV.2, causing extreme humiliation. Evolution points plus 100. The system notification sound made him even happier. Alright, seeing how sincere you are, let's call it a day. Luo Joshio wasn't really a pervert. He had achieved his goal, so there was no need to dwell on it any longer. After saying that, he casually threw the leather whip, which was stained with the school beauty's sweat and blood, on the ground. Then, without looking back, he turned around and walked off the stage. Gone? Just like that, gone? Xiao Ruobing stared blankly at Luo Joshio's decisive back. She thought she would be badly injured, if not killed, today. I didn't expect expect him to let me off the hook? Did he think it was pointless to humiliate me? If it were anyone else, they would probably have killed her by now. At this moment, after confirming that Luo Zhuoxiu had truly left, Xiao Ruobing, who was lying on the arena, finally relaxed her tense nerves. He collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, letting his humiliating tears soak the cold ring. Luo Zhuoxiu, don't think that I'll forgive you just because you've done this. I will repay this humiliation 100-fold in the future. After leaving the chaotic playground, Luo Zhuoxiu walked home alone. Recalling everything that happened that afternoon, the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but turn up slightly. From a notorious F-level good-for-nothing to a double S-level genius who is now the center of attention, and even the school beauty has to kneel down and beg for mercy. The thrill of the huge contrast between one's identity and status is even better than drinking 10 cans of ice-cold cola. Xiao Ruobing, Ji Qingyu, Xiao Ping. Luo Zhuoxiu silently recited these names in his heart. He's not a saint, he'll never let things go no matter how others treat him. If you offend me, Luo Zhuoxiu will never have a good life. Right, system. Luo Zhuoxiu's heart stirred, and he immediately opened the system panel that only he could see. Name, Luo Zhuoxiu. Special abilities, S-rank Ice type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-rank Lightning type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-rank, Invisibility. Realm level, 1st tier, 6th level. Martial arts skill, Spear technique, intermediate. Upon seeing the number in the evolution points column, Luo Zhuoxiu's eyes lit up instantly. 450 points. He clearly remembered that when he left the hospital, he only had a pitiful 35 evolution points left. In other words, he earned a total of 415 evolution points from this afternoon's fight. This is faster money making than robbing a bank. Luo Zhuoxiu recalled it carefully. Just whipping that little vixen Xiao Ruobing costs 30 points per lash, and he whipped her about 10 times, which adds up to 300 points. The last line, Brother Zhuoxiu, earned me a direct reward of 100 points. Including the slap he gave her earlier, he probably paid quite a bit as well. TSK. It seems this level 2 villain is practically a walking experience point. Luo Zhuoxiu stroked his chin, starting to make plans in his mind. If I had known, I would have whipped him a few more times. Maybe I could have gathered enough evolution points to upgrade to the 2nd tier directly. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Everything in excess is as bad as deficiency. Today, we've already humiliated Xiao Ruobing and the Xiao family. If this continues, it might really become a fight to the death. Although he had the Tianhe martial arts school backing him up, his own strength was not strong enough, so there was no need to go too far. There's plenty of time. As long as Xiao Ruobing dares to provoke him, she will be his endless ATM for evolution points. Thinking of this, Luo Zhuoxiu's mood improved a bit. Then, his gaze fell on the martial arts section. Martial arts skill, Spear technique, intermediate. The gleaming golden arrow behind him stirred a warmth in his heart. When I was in Wilderness Zone 006, I wanted to improve my shooting skills, but I ran into that beast Rockback Tyrant and almost lost my life. We have enough evolution points now, we have to level up. A person's realm of understanding is fundamental, but martial arts skills are equally important, especially marksmanship, which is the most basic skill, and you must lay a solid foundation in it. System, give me some points. Max out my marksmanship. Ding. The host currently possesses 450 evolution points. Upgrading gun technique, intermediate, to gun technique, peak, requires 400 evolution points. Upgrade, improvement is a must, without hesitation. Ding. Evolution points minus 400. Gun skill proficiency increased. Martial arts skill, Spear technique, advanced, Spear technique, peak. The moment the system notification sound plays, countless insights, techniques, and profound truths about marksmanship flooded his mind in an instant. From the most basic thrusting, picking, chopping, and sweeping techniques to the more sophisticated entangling, collapsing, pointing, and deflecting techniques. Then comes the ultimate state of perfect harmony between man and gun, where the intention precedes the gun. Everything seemed to be innate, deeply imprinted on the depths of his soul. Is this the pinnacle of marksmanship? Luo Zhuoxiu slowly stretched out his hand and clenched it in the air. He felt that as long as he had a gun, he could become an invincible war god on the battlefield. The world is vast, and there is room for you to roam freely. He couldn't help but let out a low shout, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented confidence and light. Previously, although he possessed the powerful strength of an S-class superpower, he was unable to fully utilize it. Now, his marksmanship, which has reached its peak, is his sharpest weapon. It seems that the power of this S-class ability can finally be perfectly unleashed. Just then, Luo Zhuoxiu suddenly remembered Chen Dong. I wonder what Manager Chen wants to see me about tomorrow. Why is he being so mysterious? Oh well, let's talk about tomorrow's problems tomorrow. He stopped thinking about it and quickened his pace to get home. After washing up, Luo Zhuoxiu lay in bed, feeling the surging power within him and the clear insights into marksmanship in his mind, and quickly drifted off to sleep. He slept exceptionally well that night. Luo Zhuoxiu arrived at Tianhe Martial Arts School early. As soon as he stepped into the spacious and bright hall, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere around him had completely changed. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on him. In those eyes, eyes, there was shock, curiosity, and even more awe. Whispers echoed from all directions. Look, it's Luo Zhouxiao. It really is him. He looked handsome enough in the video yesterday, but he's even more handsome in person. What's the use of being handsome? Don't you know what he did yesterday? That's the eldest daughter of the Shao family. He whipped her whenever he wanted, made her kneel down whenever he wanted. He's practically a demon. Shoo, keep your voices down. Aren't you afraid of dying? I heard the Shao family is furious and is threatening to make him die a horrible death. What's there to be afraid of? He's a member of Tianhe Martial Arts School now. No matter how powerful the Shao family is, do you think they dare to challenge Tianhe Martial Arts School? Amidst the murmurs around him, Luo Zhouxiao remained expressionless, but secretly rejoiced. It's really nice to feel like you're the center of attention. He ignored the stares and walked straight to the front desk. I'm looking for Supervisor Chen Dong. Mr. Luo, you've arrived. Before Luo Zhouxiao could even speak, the sweet young lady at the front desk excitedly came up to him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her gaze toward Luo Zhouxiao changed from respect to undisguised worship and admiration. Manager Chen is already waiting for you in his office. I'll take you there right away. The young woman's voice trembled slightly. She watched yesterday's earth-shattering battle from beginning to end via the school-wide livestream. Double S-level superpowers. Beat up the B-rank school beauty. He confronted the Shao family's butler head-on. In the end, it even prompted the director and principal of Tianhe Martial Arts School to personally intervene. These incidents, one after another, are even more outrageous than a novel plot. And the protagonist of all this is none other than the incredibly handsome young man in front of us. No need, I can go up myself. Luo Zhouxiao said calmly. He was a little unaccustomed to such fanatical gazes. After saying that, he walked straight towards the internal passage. Watching his retreating figure, the receptionist cupped her face in her hands, murmuring to herself with a look of infatuation. Wow, so aloof, so handsome, I'm going to die. Supervisor's office. I see. Chen Dong was leisurely sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Upon seeing Luo Zhouxiao enter, a smile immediately bloomed on his face. Ha ha ha, kid, you're famous now. Chen Dong put down his teacup, stood up, patted Luo Zhouxiao heavily on the shoulder, and laughed heartily. Now, who in the entire Jiangcheng doesn't know your name, Luo Zhouxiao? A genius with dual S-level superpowers, and a direct admission student to Tianhe University. Boom! TSK, that title is even more prestigious than mine as the manager of the martial arts school. Luo Zhouxiao simply smiled faintly upon hearing this and didn't say anything more. Becoming famous is a good thing, but it also means being thrust into the spotlight. As expected, Chen Dong's smile gradually faded and his expression became serious. However, kid, you caused quite a stir yesterday, which will probably bring you a lot of trouble. Chen Dong looked at Luo Zhouxiao and said in a deep voice, the matter between you and Shao Ruobing has become the talk of the town. The Shao family has already made their statement. Oh, what did they say? Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow slightly, showing no sign of tension on his face. What else can be said? Chen Dong snorted coldly, his tone heavy. That old man from the Shao family, Shao Lang, who is Shao Ruobing's father, rushed back from Kyoto last night after hearing about this. I estimate we'll arrive in Jiangcheng in a few days. He is a genuine 7th-level martial emperor and extremely protective of his own. You humiliated his precious daughter in front of the entire school. If he were to give up so easily, the sun would rise in the west. 7th-tier martial emperor. Luo Zhouxiao murmured the word. That's a martial emperor-level expert. Awakening the true form of martial arts, a being who guards a region. His strength is 2 whole major levels higher than Chen Dong, a 5th-level martial king. Kid, are you scared now? Chen Dong's eyes held a hint of probing. He wanted to see how this exceptionally talented young man would react to the pressure from a true powerhouse. Is it fear, retreat, or? However, Luo Zhouxiao's reaction once again surprised him. Instead of showing any fear, he sneered. Why should I be afraid? The voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with the steely resolve and determination unique to soldiers. What I said was reasonable and fair. It was Shao Ruobing who provoked me first and even made a bet. She lost and then refused to admit it, instead trying to take advantage of the situation to bully me. I was just asking her to keep her promise. What did I do wrong? Who told her to be so arrogant and domineering all day long, bullying the weak and bullying others? She brought this upon herself. Luo Zhouxiao's gaze turned as sharp as a knife. In his past life on the battlefield, which enemy he faced wasn't incredibly terrifying? He had long since become indifferent to life and death, so why would he be afraid of this mere Shao Lang in front of him? If Shao Lang dares to cause me trouble, I, Luo Zhouxiao, will fight him to the bitter end. These words were resounding and powerful. After hearing this, Chen Dong stood there stunned. He gazed at the boy before him, his deep eyes gleaming with a determination and courage beyond his years. That fearless, audacious spirit that dared to dethrone the emperor even shocked him, a 5th-level martial king. What a fine saying, when soldiers come, generals will block them, when water comes, earth will dam it. Chen Dong finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, as expected of the person I, Chen Dong, have chosen. Full of spirit and extraordinary extraordinary courage. The more he looked down into the sky, the more satisfied he became. This kid is simply a born powerhouse. Don't worry. Chen Dong patted him heavily on the shoulder and said heartily, you belong to my Tianhe martial arts school. Even if Xiao Lang is a martial emperor, he'd better think twice before trying to harm you and whether he dares to bear the wrath of my Tianhe martial arts school. Although Tianhe martial arts school does not provoke trouble, it is absolutely not afraid of trouble. Anyone who dares to touch our genius is making an enemy of the entire martial arts school. Chen Dong's words undoubtedly reassured Luo Jiuxiao. Thank you, Manager Chen. Luo Jiuxiao felt a warmth in his heart and nodded solemnly. Alright, don't be so polite with me. Chen Dong waved his hand, then coughed twice, his expression turning serious again. Alright, let's get down to business. Important business? Luo Jiuxiao looked at him with suspicion. Chen Dong smiled mysteriously, turned around and took out a seemingly ordinary black ring from his desk drawer. He quickly tossed the ring to Luo Jiuxiao. Here, this is yours. This is... Luo Jiuxiao subconsciously caught the ring, feeling its cool touch, and saw some complex and difficult to understand patterns engraved on it. Puff, space storage ring, Chen Dong said casually, but his tone couldn't hide his smugness. Although it's only 10 cubic meters of space, it's more than enough for you right now. A spatial storage ring? Upon hearing these words, Luo Jiuxiao's heart pounded. This thing is an extremely rare treasure. According to the original owner's memories, spatial storage equipment could only be crafted by powerful spatial ability users, requiring a great deal of effort and materials. Production is extremely low, and prices are astronomical. Even the most ordinary 1 cubic meter storage ring can sell for millions of Xia coins on the black market, and demand still exceeds supply. Now, Chen Dong has made a move that involves a 10 cubic meter spatial ring. This sentiment is truly amazing. Manager Chen, this is too valuable. Luo Jiuxiao held the ring, somewhat at a loss. Chen Dong glanced at him and said irritably, compared to your talent, this is nothing. At this critical moment, the martial arts school's higher-ups have high hopes for you. This is just an appetizer. As Chen Dong spoke, he took out 2 more items from the ring. An old-fashioned blue book, and a set of neatly folded black combat uniform. This one is a B-rank ice-type martial art, Wrath of the Ice Dragon. Chen Dong handed the book to Luo Jiuxiao. I noticed that although you were able to conjure an ice dragon yesterday, your technique was still quite crude, relying entirely on the quality of your S-class ability to hold on. This martial arts manual will help you better control and unleash the power of ice-based abilities. Luo Jiuxiao took the book, his heart trembling once again. He still vividly remembered the power of the B-rank martial skill, Wrath of the Ice Phoenix, that Xiao Ruobing had used yesterday. But it's too late. Although he was ultimately crushed by his S-class superpower, it is undeniable that martial arts skills significantly enhance combat power. A B-grade martial arts manual is worth at least 3 million on the market. And this combat suit. Chen Dong handed over the black combat suit as well. Oh whoa! This is a grade B combat suit, made from a mixture of the fur of a high-level alien beast, the Shadow Cat, and metal. It not only provides extremely strong defense but also offers a degree of concealment. Grade B combat suit. Luo Jiuxiao's eyes lit up as he looked at the combat suit in his hand, which had a silky feel and a metallic sheen. This thing is even more precious than a B-grade martial arts technique. A good combat suit can be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Seeing Luo Jiuxiao's shocked expression, Chen Dong took out a black metal card from his ring. There is 1 million great Xia coins in here, which can be considered as startup capital from the martial arts school. From now on, you can receive 100,000 cultivation resources from the martial arts school every month. There's still 100,000 left every month. Luo Jiuxiao stared blankly at the ring, martial arts manual, combat uniform, and bank card in his hand. The ring, martial arts skills, and combat uniform, these 3 items combined are worth over 5 million. In addition to this million in cash and subsequent monthly subsidies. What's going on? The investment in Tianhe Martial Arts School is simply terrifying. Is this the treatment S-class geniuses receive? Manager Chen, this. Luo Jiuxiao opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know how to start speaking. Alright, stop with the this and that stuff. Chen Dong waved his hand impatiently. I told you, these were all given to you by the higher-ups at the martial arts school. If you want to thank someone, go thank the martial arts school. Your most important task right now is to improve your skills as quickly as possible, and not let the martial arts school down. Understand? Yes, I understand. Luo Jiuxiao nodded heavily and solemnly put away what he was holding. He understood that from the moment he received the equipment, he was inextricably linked to Tianhe Martial Arts School. Okay, go ahead. Chen Dong waved his hand in acknowledgement. Don't go out around lately. Although I can help you cover for the Xiao family, I can't guarantee they won't resort to some underhanded tricks. Stay at the martial arts school or go to the wilderness to train and improve your strength as quickly as possible. That's the right way. Yes, Supervisor Chen. Luo Jiuxiao bowed respectfully again, then turned and left the office. Stepping out of Tianhe Martial Arts School, Luo Jiuxiao strolled along the bustling streets, his heart filled with pride. There's still some time before school starts. We can't waste it. Roar. Perfect timing. timing. Let's go to the wilderness to try out the new equipment and farm some evolution points while we're at it. He made up his mind, flagged down a car on the roadside, and headed straight for the military base outside the city. Just after Luo Joshio left, Chen Dong's assistant walked into the supervisor's office. The assistant looked at the empty teacup on the table and asked in confusion, "Didn't the martial arts school's higher-ups only approve that B-level martial arts manual and that combat uniform? Why did you take it upon yourself to give him $1 million and a spatial ring? You should know that $1 million is more than half a year's worth of your own savings." Chen Dong glanced at him, picked up his teacup and slowly took a sip. What do you know? He put down his teacup, a confident smile playing on his lips. "I call this an investment, a future martial saint, or even a martial god. Let alone $1 million, even $10 million or $100 million. As long as you can establish a good relationship with him beforehand, it's a huge profit." The assistant suddenly realized what was happening and quickly began to flatter him. "I see, the supervisor is truly brilliant." Chen Dong smiled and looked out the window, as if he could already see Luo Joshio's future figure stirring up the winds and clouds. This kid is no ordinary person. Jiangcheng West Military Base. Luo Joshio passed through the checkpoint verification with ease and arrived at the preparation area leading out of the city. Good timing. He found a secluded corner and took out a brand new B-grade combat suit from his valuable spatial ring. With a hint of anticipation, Luo Joshio quickly changed. The combat suit fit his body perfectly, highlighting his increasingly upright and well-proportioned physique, which had become even more striking through his training. His black outfit, paired with his handsome and aloof face, gave him a powerful aura that made him unapproachable. Not bad, sharp and angular, as expected of a Class B combat suit, really cool. Luo Joshio stretched his body and felt that the combat suit was so light that he could hardly feel its weight, but at the same time it brought him an unprecedented sense of security. "So, which wilderness area should we go to today?" He stroked his chin, pondering. "There are dozens of wilderness areas surrounding Jiangcheng, varying in size, level, and danger. Let's go to Wilderness Area 006 instead." He made a decision quickly. After all, he had been there once before, so he was relatively familiar with the terrain, and the level of the beasts there was generally not high, which was perfect for him to familiarize himself with the new equipment and martial arts. Just as Luo Joshio was about to set off towards the entrance of Wilderness Area 006, a somewhat honest voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey buddy in front, wait a minute." Luo Joshio paused, his brows furrowing slightly. He turned around abruptly, his eyes instantly becoming alert. He saw 5 people walking quickly toward him in the distance. The leader was a boy who looked to be about the same age as him. The boy was short and slightly chubby. His round face didn't look greasy at all. Instead, it had a strangely comical and honest quality. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Luo Joshio's voice was cold and distant. The chubby boy seemed to be intimidated by his aloof aura, but he quickly returned to his familiar self, his face full of enthusiastic smiles. "Hello, friend. I was the one who called you just now. Don't be nervous, we mean no harm." The chubby boy walked quickly to Luo Joshio and politely extended his hand. "My name is Song Erbao. Nice to meet you." When Luo Joshio heard this name, he almost couldn't help but laugh. This name is so down-to-earth, it sounds very simple and unpretentious. However, one shouldn't hid a smiling face. Looking into the other person's sincere eyes, his guard relaxed slightly, but he didn't shake hands with him, only nodding slightly. "Brother Song Erbao, what brings you here?" Song Erbao didn't take it seriously, chuckled, withdrew his hand, and pointed in the direction of the 006 wilderness area. "Judging from your gear, you must be heading to Wilderness Area 006 for training, right? Perfect timing. Our Wolfang team came out this time, but the person we originally arranged to come couldn't make it due to unforeseen circumstances, so we're short-handed." Song Erbao extended a warm invitation. "I see you're quite capable. Why don't you team up with us? More people means more strength, and it'll be better to have someone to look after you in the wilderness. What do you say?" Boom! Luo Joshio almost instinctively wanted to refuse. He was used to working alone. Although the military in his previous life emphasized teamwork, it was based on absolute trust. In his view, teaming up with a group of complete strangers was not a help but rather a burden. It might even expose your back to unknown dangers at a critical moment. He thought for less than 3 seconds before firmly shaking his head in refusal. "Brother, let's forget it. I'm used to being alone and not comfortable with being with other people." His tone was calm, yet filled with a resolute refusal. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Song Erbao's face immediately showed a disappointed expression. His teammates behind him also looked regretful. As everyone could see, although this young man in black is young, the aura he exudes is definitely that of a master. Moreover, his combat uniform is extremely valuable and is definitely not something an ordinary person can afford. With such a powerful figure on the team, the safety of this training exercise will undoubtedly be greatly improved. Unfortunately, the other party didn't even consider their small team worthwhile. Although Song Erbao was disappointed, he didn't insist. He just scratched his head regretfully. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. "Brother, you're all alone, so please be be careful. Luo Zhouxiao responded and, without lingering, turned and strode toward the entrance to Wilderness Area 006. Watching Luo Zhouxiao's aloof and arrogant figure, a tall, thin teammate behind Song Erbao couldn't help but lean closer and whisper, "Captain, this guy is way too arrogant. Just because he's wearing nice gear doesn't mean he's all that. Don't talk nonsense." Song Erbao immediately glared at him. "That's the demeanor of a master. What do you know?" After saying that, he looked in the direction where Luo Zhouxiao had disappeared, stroked his chin, and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Strange. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. It gives me a very familiar feeling." "Captain, are you having some ulterior motives because he's handsome?" a female teammate teased with a smile. "Go away. What do you know?" Song Erbao's cheeks flushed. "This is a man's intuition. Let's go. Let's set off." As soon as he finished speaking, he led his Wolf Fang team toward the 006 Wilderness Area. Ding! Defeat 9 Tier 1 Level 1 Spectral Beasts Venomous Lizard, gaining 90 evolution points. Ding! Defeat 13 Tier 1 Level 1 Spectral Beasts Carrion Hound, gain 130 evolution points. What's going on today? We haven't even stepped into Wilderness Zone 006 yet. How come we've encountered so many mutant beasts? This is unbelievable. At this moment, Luo Zhouxiao stood beside the carrion dog he had just killed, holding a long spear, his face filled with disbelief. "Forget it, let's go inside and talk about it first." Stepping into Wilderness Area 006, the familiar stench of blood and decay hits you once again. Looking around, all that could be seen were broken walls and ruins, a scene of utter devastation. Luo Zhouxiao walked to the rooftop of an abandoned building, looking down at this once prosperous land that had now become a paradise for strange beasts, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Damn mutant beast, it's asking for death. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Whether it's to protect humanity's home or for the sake of evolution points in the system, these beasts must be eliminated. He took a deep breath and took out the B-grade martial arts manual, Wrath of the Ice Dragon, from his spatial ring. Ding! Host detected to be able to learn the B-rank martial skill, Wrath of the Ice Dragon. Consume evolution points to increase proficiency. Current proficiency level of B-rank martial art Wrath of the Ice Dragon, none. Roar! Luo Zhouxiao stared at the remaining 270 evolution points on the system panel, calculating in his mind. "I don't know how effective this B-rank martial skill is, but I still have 270 evolution points, so I might as well give it a try. System, give me some points to increase my proficiency." Ding! Evolution points minus 220. B-rank martial skill, Ice Dragon's Fury, proficiency, none, beginner. In an instant, a massive torrent of information flooded into his mind, and the methods and techniques for condensing and controlling ice dragons were clearly presented before his eyes. Previously, when he condensed the ice dragon, he relied entirely on the quality of his S-rank ability, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, and his execution was quite crude. But now, with the blessing of this B-grade martial arts technique, everything has become completely different. So that's how it is, using blood and chi as the guide, spiritual power as the bone, and supernatural abilities as the flesh. Luo Zhouxiao closed his eyes, carefully sensing the information in his mind, and murmured to himself. A few minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. With a low shout, the ice-type supernatural power within his body surged wildly, following the methods recorded in the martial arts manual. A dragon's roar, more solid and majestic than ever before, resounded through the sky. Behind him, the enormous ice dragon made of extreme ice condensed and took shape once more. But this time, the ice dragon was completely different from the previous ones. Its body became more solid, and every dragon scale was clearly visible, gleaming with a chilling light. Those icy blue dragon eyes gained a touch of liveliness and wisdom, no longer empty. Wow! Such powerful strength. Luo Zhouxiao felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the ice dragon, and his heart was filled with boundless pride. Is this the power of a B-level martial arts technique? He immediately became curious, wondering how this power would perform in actual combat. Immediately, Luo Zhouxiao's eyes hardened, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. "You beasts, I'm coming." Without hesitation, he leaped off the top of the building, which was dozens of meters high. It landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. The earth-shattering roar instantly alerted the strange beasts lurking nearby. Several strange beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, darted out from the shadows of the ruins, their crimson eyes fixed on Luo Zhouxiao, letting out greedy and ferocious roars. One of them is a Tier 1, Level 3, a six-legged demon wolf with 6 legs. The other two are Tier 1, Level 2 corrosive lizards, whose entire bodies are covered in viscous liquid. Luo Zhouxiao looked at the three strange beasts that were about to whet his appetite, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He didn't even bother to use the ice dragon behind him, he simply moved his mind. A long, ice-blue spear instantly materialized in his hand. His top-level marksmanship allowed him to achieve a state of perfect harmony with the spear, which was formed from supernatural power. With a push of his feet, he shot off like an arrow. The six-legged demon wolf was the fastest, and it opened its blood-red maw and lunged straight at Luo Zhouxiao's neck. But in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes, its movements were as slow as a snail. He simply turned slightly to the side, easily dodging dodging the six-legged wolf's attack. The ice spear in his hand was like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, suddenly thrusting upwards from an extremely tricky angle. A dull thud as a sharp blade pierced flesh. The tip of the ice spear pierced the six-legged wolf's soft jaw with perfect accuracy, penetrating its entire skull. Ding! Defeat the Tier 1 triple-powered beast six-legged demon wolf and gain 50 evolution points. Die for me. Next, it's your turn. The other two corrosive lizards, seeing their companion killed instantly, were not afraid at all. Instead, they became even more ferocious. They opened their mouths wide and sprayed out two jets of dark green acidic venom, shooting towards the sky like high-pressure water guns. Luo Jiuxiao's eyes were as cold as ice. His steps were swift and his figure moved like a ghost, easily dodging the attack from the two streams of venom. It has considerable power, but unfortunately, if it misses, it's all for nothing. Before he finished speaking, the ice spear in his hand had already transformed into a blue streak of light and was released from his hand. You beast, prepare to die. Two muffled thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The heads of the two corrosive lizards were instantly pierced by the ice spear, pinning them firmly to the ground. Ding! Defeat two Tier 1 dual power beasts, Corrosive Lizard X1, gain 60 evolution points. In less than a minute, all three Tier 1 beasts were killed. How is this possible? Peerless marksmanship combined with S-class superpowers, truly monstrous. Luo Jiuxiao looked at the results of the battle before him and nodded in satisfaction. This exhilarating feeling of cutting through melons and vegetables was incredibly exciting for him. He did not stop and continued to walk deeper into the ruins. The hunt has only just begun. In the time that followed, Luo Jiuxiao completely transformed into a tireless killing machine. Just as a Tier 1 quadruple burrowing demon worm that had been lurking underground and launching a sneak attack peeked out, he shot it in the head with a single shot. Ding! You have defeated the Tier 1, Level 4 mutant beast drilling demon worm and gained 65 evolution points. There is also a group of more than a dozen Tier 1, Level 1 claw rats entrenched in the abandoned shopping mall. The ice dragon he summoned swept past them, and with a single swipe of its tail, they were all smashed into a bloody pulp. Ding! Killed. Gained evolution points plus 20. Ding! Killed. Gained evolution points plus 20. Ding! You have defeated the Tier 1, Level 6 mutant beast Ironclad Bull and gained 100 evolution points. A mere first Tier 6th level cultivator dares to be arrogant in front of me? He's truly courting death. Luo Jiuxiao went berserk that day. His B-grade combat suit was already stained with blood from the beasts, but the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. Time flew by amidst the frenzied hunt. In the blink of an eye, night fell. A scarlet moon hung high in the gray sky. Luo Jiuxiao stood on the roof of the abandoned building, feeling the night breeze on his face, and exhaled a long breath. The day's fighting had depleted his energy and left him feeling somewhat exhausted. Boom! But looking at the numbers accumulated on the system panel, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Name, Luo Jiuxiao. Evolution points, 500. Special abilities, S-rank Ice type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-rank Lightning type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-rank, Invisibility. Realm level, 1st tier, 6th level. Martial arts, Spear technique, Peak, B-rank, Ice Dragon's Fury, Beginner. Ha ha ha. Click, click. 500 points. A full 500 evolution points. He gained more in one day than he had in all his previous days combined. That's enough. Enough for the upgrade. Roar. His gaze was fixed intently on the golden arrow behind the boundary. Almost without the slightest hesitation, Luo Jiuxiao immediately sat cross-legged and issued a command to the system in his mind. System, allocate all points. Raise your cultivation level. Ding. Evolution points minus 500. Ding. Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has increased. Realm level, 1st tier, 6th level 1st tier, 7th level. As soon as the system notification sound ended, a power far greater than ever before erupted within him. He could clearly feel his entire skeleton undergoing a new round of transformation and strengthening under the impact of this force. The blood and energy that had been depleted from a day of intense fighting were not only instantly restored to their peak, but were even surging wildly. Luo Jiuxiao couldn't help but roar to the sky, as if every cell in his body was cheering and jumping for joy. In just a few days, I've actually gone from a piece of trash who couldn't even lift his hand to the 7th level of the 1st rank. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his heart filled with disbelief. If word got out that such a rapid upgrade was to spread, it would probably leave all the martial artists in the Great Xia dynasty speechless with shock. That Xiao Lang. At this critical moment, the name immediately popped into Luo Jiuxiao's mind. Before today, this level was an unattainable peak for him, something he could only look up to. But at this moment, instead of the usual heaviness in his heart, a strong fighting spirit ignited within him. What can the martial emperor do? You'd better not mess with me, or one day I'll make sure you get your hands on me. A burning ambition flashed in his eyes. Just you wait and see. I'll break through to martial king, martial emperor, and even martial saint sooner or later. He let out a long breath, forcibly suppressing the surging excitement within him. I plan to find a place to rest and consolidate my newly achieved breakthrough. through. Buzz, buzz. The personal terminal on my wrist suddenly started vibrating rapidly. Ha, it's so late. Who would be looking for me? Luo Joshio raised his hand in confusion and tapped the screen. A striking red alert popped up on the screen. Emergency SOS. A martial arts team is being attacked by a large number of alien beasts approximately 10 kilometers from your current location. All nearby martial artists are requested to provide immediate support. Luo Joshio frowned. In the wilderness, although competition among martial artists is fierce, there is an unwritten rule. When faced with the threat of alien beasts, we must help each other. Once a distress signal is received, one must go to provide assistance to the best of one's ability. This is also the fundamental reason why humans struggle to survive in the perilous wilderness. Of course, this is only a moral obligation. Whether or not to go is entirely voluntary. Luo Joshio originally didn't want to get involved. After all, he was exhausted today and just wanted to rest. But when he clicked on the details of the distress signal and saw the name of the team that sent the signal, he was stunned. SOS Team, Wolfang Team, Captain, Song Erbao. What? It's that chubby kid. Luo Joshio immediately recalled the chubby boy with a kind smile who had enthusiastically invited him to team up with him at the entrance of the military base during the day. Unexpectedly, they met with misfortune in less than a day. What I feared most has come to pass. His expression immediately turned serious. Although he initially declined Song Erbao's invitation to join his team, he still had a good impression of the honest and enthusiastic fat man. Moreover, as fellow countrymen, he could not stand idly by under any circumstances. The children of martyrs will never stand idly by while their compatriots are in danger. With his military background deeply ingrained in his heart, how could he turn a blind eye to his compatriots' cries for help? Damn it! Looks like I'm not going to get any sleep. Luo Joshio cursed under his breath, instantly eliminating all hesitation. Little fatty, please don't get into any trouble. Hang in there a little longer, I'll be there soon. Luo Joshio suddenly leaped up from the ground, quickly identifying the direction of the distress signal. With a flash, he rushed into the endless night. For him, a powerful expert who had already reached the 7th level of the first tier, 10 kilometers was nothing. Hey, kid! Moreover, the B-level combat suit further enhances his speed, making him even faster than before. He moved through the ruins and rooftops as if walking on flat ground, leaving only a dark shadow in his wake. In an abandoned factory area 10 kilometers away from Luo Joshio. Captain, we can't hold on any longer. There are too many monsters. My energy is almost depleted. The shield is about to shatter. Ouch! My leg has been bitten. The screams and desperate cries rose and fell. Song Erbao and his 4 teammates were back to back, trapped in a small open space, their faces filled with despair and fear. They were surrounded by a dark mass of strange beasts. Dozens of ferocious black-armored leopards and 6-legged demon wolves surrounded them, their scarlet beastly eyes gleaming with greed in the darkness. Song Erbao stood in the center of the line, his honest, chubby face covered in blood and sweat. The massive rock shield he held was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it could crumble at any moment. Hold on, he roared, channeling the last bit of energy in his body into the shield. I've sent out a distress signal. Just hang in there. Soon, someone will come to rescue us. He tried to motivate his teammates with those words, but even he knew it was just self-comfort. Captain, don't lie to us. The tall, thin player who had previously mocked Luo Joshio was now deathly pale, his arm hanging limply at his sides, clearly broken. It's past 8 p.m. now. In the wilderness, who would risk their life to rescue us strangers? Yes, Captain, I'm afraid we really will have to give up here today. Another female team member couldn't help but cry. The atmosphere instantly turned icy cold. Looking at the despair on his teammates' faces, Song Erbao's heart sank to the bottom. The tall, thin guy is right. They were really unlucky. Originally, I just wanted to hunt a few tier 1 beasts on the outskirts to improve my strength and get a feel for the game. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon the lair of the black-armored leopard. It was like stirring up a hornet's nest, attracting an attack from all the surrounding strange beasts. Damn it! Could it be that I, Song Erbao, am really going to die here today? At that moment, his mind went blank. No, I'm still a newbie, and my number 175 girl hasn't had a chance to break my spell yet. Captain, you're still thinking about that pretty girl from your foot massage parlor at a time like this. The tall, thin man couldn't help but complain. Just then, the horde of monsters launched their final, fierce attack. More than a dozen black-armored leopards simultaneously rammed into the crumbling rock shield. The shield shattered instantly. Song Erbao and his team members were filled with utter despair as they watched the monstrous beast lunge at them with its gaping maw. The shadow of death loomed over every member of the Wolfang squad. A foul-smelling gust of wind swept over us. Song Erbao closed his eyes in despair, his last thought being, damn it, I should have just gotten the top-tier package at the foot massage parlor last time and really enjoyed myself. One day and one night. I really don't want to die. However, the expected tearing pain did not occur. Instead, a piercing shriek, sharp as a rock splitting in the sky, suddenly exploded in their ears. Call out. A streak of icy blue light, crackling with blue-purple lightning, instantly instantly ripped through the dark night sky. That was the crystal-clear spear in Luo Zhuoxiao's hand, radiating extreme cold and violent thunderous power. Annihilate these scum! One scream after another rang out. The spear moved with incredible speed, drawing graceful arcs in the air as it precisely and efficiently reaped lives. The black-armored leopards that were about to tear Song Erbo and his companions to shreds didn't even have time to scream before their heads were pierced through. Thank goodness we made it in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. In just a few seconds, the dozen or so monsters at the front were all shot in the head, their bodies limp and falling to the ground. This sudden turn of events startled the 5 members of the Wolf Fong squad, who had been waiting for their deaths with their eyes closed, causing them to snap their eyes open. We're not dead? They stared blankly at the gruesome corpses of the strange beasts at their feet, completely bewildered, not understanding what had happened. I told you, someone really came to rescue us. Song Erbo was the first to react. Looking at the ice thunder spear that had swept through the beast horde, he was so excited that he was incoherent and tears were almost welling up in his eyes. He's a master, absolutely a master. Those black-armored leopards and 6-legged demon wolves were as fragile as paper in front of this spear and had no power to fight back at all. Just as the Wolf Fong squad was completely stunned by the incredible marksmanship, a cold and indifferent voice came from somewhere. The long spear that had swept across the battlefield stopped its killing spree instantly upon hearing the call, and then flew towards the source of the sound. Song Erbo and his 4 companions hurriedly turned their heads to look in the direction the spear had flown. They were completely stunned at first glance. Not far away, a tall figure was suspended in midair. The newcomer was dressed in a jet-black combat uniform, with a tall and handsome figure. The ice lightning spear, which had just been saturated with beast blood, hovered steadily beside him. His body was wrapped in fine, crackling blue-purple arcs of electricity. That powerful aura of superiority and looking down on all living beings made Song Erbo and his group of 5 want to bow down and worship. So cool. The female team member cupped her face in her hands, gazing at Luo Zhuoxiao in midair, her eyes filled with starlight. When Song Erbo saw the person's face, his small eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, it's you? Song Erbo stretched out a trembling finger, pointed at Luo Zhuoxiao in midair, and stammered out the words. It's you, the young man I saw this morning. The person who arrived was none other than Luo Zhuoxiao. Upon hearing Song Erbo's voice, Luo Zhuoxiao glanced down at him, a faint smile curving his lips. I never expected to meet you again. What a coincidence. After confirming the identity of the visitor, Song Erbo and his teammates were extremely excited. That's the expert. It was the expert they tried to recruit this morning, but were ruthlessly rejected. Unexpectedly, he came to their rescue when they were at their most desperate. We're saved. We're really saved. The hope for life burned brightly in their hearts like a flame. Luo Zhuoxiao ignored them and instead focused his gaze on the restless beasts below. Let's deal with these problems first, and we can talk about the rest later. He didn't want to waste time. His figure slowly descended from midair and stood steadily in front of the Wolf Fong squad. Stay close to me, we're about to break out. Luo Zhuoxiao's voice was cold and steady, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. Song Erbo and the other 4 responded in unison, watching Luo Zhuoxiao's retreating figure with eyes full of trust and reliance. After a brief hesitation, the beasts below were finally driven by their bloodlust and launched another frenzied charge. Luo Zhuoxiao stared at the dark, surging horde of beasts, his eyes as cold as ice. He held the gun in one hand, all alone, and fearlessly went to meet them. Brothers, stay close. Seeing this, Song Erbo roared and led his 4 teammates to follow closely behind Luo Zhuoxiao. A bloody breakout battle has begun. However, to the surprise of the Wolf Fong squad, this breakout, which they had anticipated, was extremely dangerous. Surprisingly, it's so relaxing and pleasant. The fierce and brutal battle they had imagined never materialized, because the man at the very front single-handedly took on almost all the battles. Luo Zhuoxiao, wielding the ice thunder spear, charged through the beast horde like an invincible war god. How is that possible? How can someone be this handsome? Luo Zhuoxiao's spear technique can no longer be described as exquisite, it is simply a display of art. With a single thrust of the spear, several strange beasts fell to the ground. With a single sweep, a large area can be cleared. The power of ice and lightning is perfectly fused in his hands, making him unstoppable. Song Erbo and his group of 5 followed behind him, as if they were on a picnic. All they had to do was finish off a few of the stragglers, then stare blankly at the awesome back view in front of them. Is this even human? This is incredible. The tall, thin team member couldn't help but murmur in amazement as he watched the scene unfold. Too powerful. They had previously thought that Luo Zhuoxiao was just a well-equipped expert. In retrospect, they were terribly wrong. Just as they were in shock, another astonishing change occurred in Luo Zhuoxiao. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. With a furious roar, an ice dragon, even more solid and enormous than the one on the school arena, roared out and charged straight at the beast horde. The scene was absolutely explosive. Wait, why does this dragon look so familiar? Looking at this lifelike ice dragon, and then recalling its raging lightning power. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the female team member's mind, and she remembered a name that had been making headlines in Jiangqing recently and it popped out of her head. She immediately cried out in surprise. Double S level ice and lightning abilities. He's the genius who treated the eldest daughter of the Shao family like a dog. Falling from the heavens. These 3 words struck the hearts of every member of the Wolf Fawn squad like a deafening thunderclap. Luo Zhouxiao? Is that the ruthless guy who beat up Xiao Ruobing, the B-level school beauty, on the number 3 middle school stage and forced her to bark like a dog? Dual S-class ice and lightning abilities. That's it. It's him. It's definitely him. No wonder he's so powerful. So he's the legendary genius. The tall, thin team member and the other 2 male team members instantly went wild, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration as they stared intently at Luo Zhouxiao's back. When Song Erbo heard the name Luo Zhouxiao, he was completely stunned. Countless images flashed through his not-so-bright brain in an instant. In the morning at the entrance of the military base, there was that aloof young man in a B-grade combat uniform who coldly rejected my invitation. Yesterday, a video that was widely circulated on the school forum showed a man wielding ice and lightning, relentlessly dominating Xiao Ruobing. The 2 figures are now perfectly aligned. Holy crap, it was him! Song Erbo suddenly realized what was happening, slapped his thighs hard with both hands, and felt a dizzying sensation. No wonder he looked so familiar when I saw him this morning. This morning, I actually thought about recruiting him into our crappy Wolf Fawn team. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy at all. An unprecedented sense of shame and lingering fear welled up in my heart. He finally understood why Luo Zhouxiao had stared at him like he was an idiot that morning. Compared to such a divine figure, their so-called Wolf Fawn team was nothing more than a kindergarten senior class field trip group. If you don't cause trouble, that's already giving them face. Oh no, did I offend him this morning? Song Erbo was in a panic, cold sweat pouring down his face. However, just as they were panicking and having wild thoughts, the battle ahead was nearing its end. Under the combined attack of Luo Zhouxiao and the Ice Dragon, the once densely packed herd of beasts has now become sparse. The remaining beasts were terrified and lost their previous ferocity, scattering and fleeing with mournful cries. Luo Zhouxiao withdrew his Ice Dragon, gripped his spear, and stood silently amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, his cold eyes sweeping over Song Erbo and his group of 5. What are you still standing there for? Do you want to stay here and become midnight snacks for the monsters? His voice instantly pulled the 5 people back to reality from their shock. Ha! Oh, no, I don't want to. Song Erbo jumped up and quickly led his 4 teammates to Luo Zhouxiao's side. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Keep up with me. Don't fall behind. Luo Zhouxiao didn't say much and turned to walk in one direction. Song Erbo and his 4 friends quickly followed behind, heads down, not daring to say a word, like 5 elementary school students who had made a mistake. Led by Luo Zhouxiao, they quickly left the dangerous factory area and arrived at a relatively safe abandoned residential building. After confirming that there was no immediate danger in the surrounding area, Luo Zhouxiao stopped. Okay, we're safe now. He found a relatively clean rock to sit on, took out a bottle of water from his spatial ring, and drank it by himself. Meanwhile, Song Erbo and his 4 companions stood awkwardly to the side, looking at each other, none of them daring to speak first. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. In the end, it was Song Erbo who mustered up his courage. He straightened his tattered clothes, walked up to Luo Zhouxiao, bowed deeply, his voice filled with gratitude and a slight tremor. Brother Luo, I thank you so much for saving my life today. Song Erbo, no, our entire Wolf Fong team owe you our lives. We will never forget this kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 teammates behind him also bowed deeply to Luo Zhouxiao in unison. Thank you so much, Brother Luo, for saving my life. Their voices were filled with sincerity and reverence. Luo Zhouxiao took a sip of water and glanced at them indifferently. His nonchalant demeanor earned him the utmost respect from Song Erbo and his 4 companions. Look, this is the true demeanor of a master. He saves people and kills beasts, yet acts as if nothing happened, utterly arrogant. Brother Luo, how did you get here? Song Erbo asked cautiously. Experience, Luo Zhouxiao replied succinctly. Song Erbo nodded, then his face showed immense guilt and self-reproach. It's all my fault. I was trying to recruit you into the team this morning. I was so blind to your greatness. I deserve to die. As he spoke, he actually raised his hand, ready to slap his own fat face. Luo Zhouxiao immediately stopped him. Why would you slap yourself? Although he is aloof, he is also reasonable. Although Song Erbo is a bit simple-minded, he is not a bad person at heart. Brother Luo, you don't blame me? Upon hearing this, Song Erbo was overjoyed. Why would I blame you? Luo Zhouxiao retorted. That's good. Song Erbo breathed a sigh of relief and leaned closer with a face full of curiosity. Brother Luo, are you really the double S level genius? The 4 teammates behind him also pricked up their ears, their eyes filled with curiosity. Luo Zhouxiao did not answer, but just stared at him coldly. That cold look made Song Erbo shut up immediately. Ahem, never mind. He laughed awkwardly. Then Luo Zhouxiao stood up and glanced at the sky. It's almost dawn, and it's not safe here. Let's go back to Jiangqing first. Okay. I'll do whatever Brother Luo says. Song Erbao nodded quickly, following along like a little follower. Under the escort of Luo Zhouxiao, the group of 6, after many twists and turns, finally returned safely to the military base in the west of the city at dawn. Looking at the majestic city wall that towers into the clouds, Song Erbao and his 4 companions all felt as if they had been transported to another world. They knew that if they hadn't met Luo Zhouxiao, they would have been forever lost in those cold ruins last night. At this moment, everyone stood at the entrance of the base, preparing to leave. Song Erbao suddenly called out to Luo Zhouxiao, who was about to leave. Is there anything else? Luo Zhouxiao asked, turning around. Brother Luo, I can't thank you enough. Song Erbao's face showed an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. Although I, Song Erbao, am not a big shot, I still have some influence in Jiangcheng. To repay your life-saving grace, I'll treat you to dinner. He thumped his chest and declared with boundless pride, let's go to the best foot massage parlor in the whole city. We'll find the top technicians. We'll give you a royal-level full service. How about it? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao was stunned, and 3 large question marks slowly appeared on his forehead. What? Is there something wrong with this fat guy's thought process? How could someone repay a life-saving favor by taking someone to a massage parlor? What the hell is this? A foot massage parlor? Are you kidding me? Luo Zhouxiao's mind was in turmoil. In his past life, he was a disciplined and iron-willed soldier. In this life, he is a martial arts genius who only wants to become stronger. In both lives combined, the words foot massage parlor have absolutely nothing to do with him. In his view, that place was simply a synonym for filth and corruption. Without much thought, he coldly uttered 2 words and turned to leave. Are you kidding me? I'm a model student. What decent person would go to a place like that? However, he clearly underestimated Song Erbao's enthusiasm. Hey, Brother Luo, don't go. Seeing that he was about to leave, Song Erbao became anxious and rushed forward to grab Luo Zhouxiao's arm tightly. Brother Luo, are you looking down on me, Song Erbao? The chubby boy looked grief-stricken, as if Luo Zhouxiao had done something to wrong him. Let me tell you, the place where I, Song Erbao, am treating you as a legitimate venue. Absolutely green, healthy, and above board. The beauties there are all professionally trained. Their techniques are top-notch. They guarantee you'll feel like you're floating on air, experiencing a royal treatment. At this moment, several teammates behind Song Erbao also joined in the commotion. Yes, Brother Luo. Our captain is a top VIP at that restaurant. If he's treating, he'll definitely arrange the best for you. Brother Luo, why don't you go and give it a try? You've been fighting all night. It'll be good for you to relax. Yes, consider it a chance for us to repay you. Looking at these enthusiastic faces, Luo Zhouxiao felt his head was about to split open. He wanted to refuse, but seeing Song Erbao's "I'll cry if you don't go" look, he swallowed the words back. Damn, I'm really impressed by this goofball. Luo Zhouxiao sighed inwardly. Forget it, it's just washing my feet. It's not like I'll lose a piece of my flesh. Consider it an experience of the local customs and culture. Finally, Luo Zhouxiao relented. Yay, that's great. When Song Erbao saw that he had agreed, he jumped up with joy. Brother Luo, don't worry, the place I've chosen will definitely satisfy you. Song Erbao patted his chest, pulled Luo Zhouxiao, and got into a luxurious limousine parked by the roadside. Let's go. Our destination, heaven on earth. Half an hour later, the 2 arrived at their destination. Looking at the magnificent, palace-like building before him, Luo Zhouxiao's lips twitched involuntarily. Above the gate, the 4 large, gilded characters heaven on earth shone brightly in the sunlight, exuding an atmosphere of extravagance and decadence. At the entrance, 2 rows of hostesses stood, each wearing a red cheongsam with a slit up to their thighs. They were all tall and beautiful. When Song Erbao's car stopped, they immediately bowed and greeted him, their voices so sweet they were intoxicating. Welcome, young Master Song. Wow, this is something else. Luo Zhouxiao felt like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Her understanding of the world's luxury was completely refreshed. Hee, Brother Luo, how about it? Pretty impressive, right? Song Erbao said with a smug look on his face. This is the most upscale leisure club in Jiangcheng. Ordinary people can't even get their hands on the door. As he spoke, he swaggered in, looking exactly like a local tyrant inspecting his own territory. Luo Zhouxiao had no choice but to follow him inside. Upon entering the hall, the luxurious scene immediately dazzled him. A huge crystal chandelier, a statue made of pure gold, and a carpet made of the fur of an unknown exotic beast on the floor. A faint fragrance filled the air, making one's mind wander. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, who looked like a lobby manager, greeted Song Erbao with a beaming smile. Hey, young Master Song, long time no see. We brothers have missed you terribly. Song Erbao waved his hand, pointed to Luo Zhouxiao behind him, and said with great pride, this is my most distinguished guest. Today, prepare all your best private rooms for me. Money is no object. Alright, don't worry, young Master Song. The manager bowed and scraped, personally leading them to an extremely spacious presidential suite on the top floor. The rooms not only have private hot spring pools, but also karaoke, private cinemas, and even a small shooting range. Luxury taken to the extreme. Soon, a dozen or so female technicians technicians, dressed in various uniforms, with hot figures and beautiful faces, walked in a line. They all bowed to Song Erbo and Luo Joshio in unison. Her voice was so sweet and delicate that it could make one's bones melt. Song Erbo's mouth was practically watering as he looked at the beautiful women in front of him, his small eyes scanning them up and down. Luo Joshio remained expressionless, holding a cup of tea and sitting on the sofa, drinking it by himself as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. His aloof and ascetic demeanor stood out starkly against the backdrop of this decadent atmosphere. This, on the contrary, attracted the attention of the female technicians even more. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Yeah, he's handsome and aloof. He's totally my ideal type. Young Master Song, who is this young man? Could you introduce him to us? Go away, go away. Song Erbo waved his hand impatiently. This is Brother Luo. You all better show him some respect. Whoever serves Brother Luo well will definitely get a generous tip. Hearing that there were tips, the female technicians worked even harder. The door to the private room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. An arrogant voice came in. Oh, I thought it was someone else, making such a big fuss. It's you, Fatso Song Erbo. Following the sound, a young man dressed in designer clothes with dyed blonde hair swaggered in, arm in arm with a heavily made-up woman. Several slovenly dressed followers followed behind him. Song Erbo's face immediately darkened, his smile vanished, and his brows furrowed. Wang Hao, what are you doing here? Luo Joshio's gaze, however, bypassed the blonde-haired man named Wang Hao and landed on the woman beside him. Oh ho, that bitch is here too. He knew that face all too well. Although the heavy makeup concealed some of his true appearance, he would never forget the meanness and vanity in his eyes. That ingrate who saw his family fall into poverty and immediately tried to climb the social ladder, then turned around and bleed him dry. At that moment, Ji Qingyu also saw Luo Joshio sitting on the sofa, calmly drinking tea. Her body stiffened abruptly, and the smile on her face froze instantly. What is he doing here? Ji Qingyu's mind went blank for a moment, as if a buzz had gone off. Ever since Luo Joshio slapped her twice in front of everyone on the school playground, she has felt an indescribable fear of this man deep in her heart. Especially later, when she witnessed Luo Joshio trampling the high and mighty Xiao Ruobing under his feet on the arena, forcing her to bark like a dog. That fear was etched deep into her bones. She never dreamed that she would encounter this devil here again. Her body instinctively wanted to turn around and run away. But when her gaze fell upon the blonde-haired young man with his arm around her shoulder, the fear in her heart was replaced by a strange sense of confidence. Wait, what am I afraid of? I'm not alone now. The man next to me is Wang Hao, young Master Wang. His father is the vice president of the Jiangchang Martial Arts Association. He holds a prominent position and possesses the strength of a fifth-level martial king. Although not as prominent as the Xiao family, they are definitely one of the top families in Jiangchang. And what about falling from the heavens? Isn't he just a poor kid who got noticed by Tianhe Martial Arts School because of his talent? So what if he was a direct admission student to Tianhe University? He hasn't enrolled yet, so he's still a first-year student. If young Master Wang wanted to beat him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Thinking of this, Ji Qingyu's panicked heart quickly calmed down. The fear in her eyes was gradually replaced by resentment and arrogance. She even took Wang Hao's arm and pressed her flat, chest-like body tightly against him, saying in a coquettish tone, "Brother Hao, look, it's him, it's Luo Joshio." The blonde-haired youth named Wang Hao had obviously also heard about Luo Joshio's glorious deeds. He looked Luo Joshio up and down with great interest, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt and provocation. "So you're the good-for-nothing who made the eldest daughter of the Xiao family cry and even got Tianhe Martial Arts School and the principal of No. 3 Middle School to back you up?" Wang Hao deliberately emphasized the word trash, clearly showing that he didn't take Luo Joshio seriously. In his view, Luo Joshio was just lucky to have awakened 2S-level superpowers. No matter how talented you are, if you don't develop your skills, you're just a waste. Moreover, he recently heard that the 7th-level martial emperor of the Xiao family is rushing back from the capital to settle accounts with Luo Joshio. What's there to be afraid of in a piece of trash that's about to be crushed by a martial emperor? If we could publicly trample this genius who is currently making waves in Jiangcheng, wouldn't our reputation soar even higher? Thinking of this, Wang Hao's expression became even more arrogant. His henchmen behind him also laughed and chuckled, rubbing their hands together and staring at Luo Joshio as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became tense. Seeing this, Song Erbao's face also turned ugly. He may be simple-minded, but he's not stupid. He knew very well that Wang Hao had come with ill intentions and was specifically targeting Luo Joshio. "Wang Hao, what the hell are you trying to do?" Song Erbao suddenly stood up from the sofa, blocking Luo Joshio's path, and roared fiercely, "Let me tell you, Brother Luo is my guest. If you dare to cause trouble here, don't blame me, Song Erbao, for being impolite. You're welcome." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. "Ha ha ha, Song Erbao, you fatso, what gives you the right to be so impolite? Just because your father owns a mine? Let me tell you, you'd better not get involved in this. Otherwise, don't blame me for dealing with you too." Wang Hao's tone suddenly became threatening. Song Erbo was so angry that his face turned red, but he knew in his heart that although his family was rich, their martial arts influence was far inferior to that of the Wang family. His father was only a 4th-rank military general, and the other party's father is a 5th-level martial king. The match begins. If you really go head-to-head, you'll definitely be the one who suffers. He glanced back at Luo Zhouxiao, who remained expressionless and calmly sipping his tea. That person just saved my life. If I back down now, what kind of person am I? Damn it, let's go all out. A great war is about to break out. Song Erbao gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, activating his sea-level superpower. Rock-solid defense. A thick rock shield suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. Wang Hao, I'm putting this out there. If you wanna mess with Brother Luo, you'd better step over my dead body first. Although the chubby boy was afraid, he suddenly displayed an unprecedented determination. Oh ho, you really dare to make a move? A hint of disdain flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Fine, since you fatso are determined to die, I'll grant your wish. Before he finished speaking, his aura suddenly surged. He has actually broken through to the 8th level of the 1st rank. You fatso, lie down. Wang Hao roared and slammed his fist into Song Erbao's thick shield. However, just as the fist was about to touch the shield, a hand casually reached out from the side and firmly grasped his wrist. I thought it was someone else, but it's just another dog barking randomly. A cold, indifferent voice rang in Wang Hao's ears. He turned around abruptly and saw that Luo Zhouxiao, whom he had always considered useless and who had been sitting on the sofa, had somehow stood up. She held his wrist expressionlessly. You, when the hell did you? Wang Hao's eyes widened, his heart filled with a storm of emotions. He didn't even see how Luo Zhouxiao moved. It was as if the other party had teleported right in front of him. Wang Hao was both shocked and furious, and subconsciously struggled to pull his hand back. But he soon discovered to his horror that the other person's hand was like a giant iron clamp, tightly gripping his wrist, and no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Wang Hao's heart sank to the bottom. He is a martial artist with a rank of 1st level 8. According to intelligence, Luo Zhouxiao is only at the 6th level of the 1st rank. Even after breaking through in the wilderness, he only reached the 7th level of the 1st tier. How could they possibly completely overwhelm me in terms of strength? A barking dog like that doesn't even dare to touch my friend? Luo Zhouxiao looked at his shocked expression and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly exerted force. A piercing sound of bones cracking suddenly rang out in the luxurious private room. Awa! Wang Hao let out a scream even more shrill than that of Steward Wang from the Shao family. That's all? His wrist was twisted at an odd angle. My hand! My hand! The pain caused Wang Hao to break out in a cold sweat, his face contorted, and he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The words had barely left his mouth. Upon seeing this scene, his followers gasped in shock, retreating in fear as they looked at Luo Zhouxiao with dread. Buzz! No, that's too ruthless. He just broke young Master Wang's wrist without a word. Who is Wang Shao? He's the son of the vice president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. But now, this young Master Wang is like a dead dog, easily crippled by a boy who looks even younger than him. At this moment, Song Erbao, who was standing to the side, was completely stunned. He still held his heavy rock of protection in front of him blankly, his round face filled with a dazed expression. Wow, amazing. He knew Luo Zhouxiao was powerful, but he never expected him to be this powerful. That's Wang Hao, a 1st-tier, 8th-level martial artist. He's a somewhat well-known genius among the younger generation in Jiangcheng. He couldn't even get past Luo Zhouxiao in a single move. They didn't even give Luo Zhouxiao a chance to use his special abilities. They completely crushed him with their physical strength. Brother Luo, how can Brother Luo's power be so terrifying? Song Erbao felt that his understanding of Luo Zhouxiao had been refreshed once again. Could this be the true value of a double S-class genius? It's terrifyingly impressive. At this moment, the most shocked and terrified person was undoubtedly Wang Hao himself. The excruciating pain in his wrist instantly contorted his face into a purplish red, and cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. But what frightened him even more were Luo Zhouxiao's eyes. Cold, indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Break! Bastard! You dare to hurt me? My father is Wang Tianlong, the vice president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, and a well-known 5th-level martial king. You little brat, I advise you to be smart and let me go right now. Otherwise, he tried to intimidate Luo Zhouxiao with his powerful family background, a tactic that had always worked for him since childhood. This move was extremely useful for Wang Hao the next moment, but for Luo Zhouxiao, he had clearly chosen the wrong target. Upon hearing the words 5th Order Martial King, Luo Zhouxiao showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Oh, a 5th-tier Martial King? Is it that great? He gripped Wang Hao's wrist tightly, his strength increasing even more. Ah, brother, I was wrong. It hurts. It hurts. Wang Hao could no longer hold on. The momentum he had just built up collapsed instantly. He was in so much pain that tears and snot streamed down his face, and he cried out incessantly. His disheveled appearance was a far cry from the arrogant and domineering young Master Wang he had been moments before. Your father is your father, and you are you. Your father is King Wu. What does that have to do with a piece of trash like you? Luo Zhouxiao, high above, spoke in a chilling voice as sharp as a knife. Even if your father is a heavenly king and I'm standing right here, I'll still cripple you, you barking dog. Wang Hao's heart sank to the bottom. The man in front of me is not some brute who relies on talent and background to show off. He's a madman, a complete, lawless, and irrational madman. Only then did he understand why a proud and privileged woman like Xiao Ruobing would be forced by him to bark like a dog in public. Because in this madman's eyes, so-called family background and so-called dignity of the strong are utterly worthless. If Dad were here, Luo Zhouxiao might still have some reservations, but if Dad isn't here, he might really cripple me. A strong will to survive prevented Wang Hao from having any thought of resistance. Looking at his cowardly appearance, Luo Zhouxiao suddenly felt bored. He released his grip with disgust, tossing Wang Hao aside like trash. Yes, I'll leave right now. Wang Hao felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled to his feet and tried to escape this hellhole as quickly as possible, but he had just turned around. Luo Zhouxiao's indifferent voice rang out again. Wang Hao's body stiffened abruptly, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet straight to his head. He turned around with a mournful face, trembling, and forced an unnatural smile. Brother Luo, is there anything else you need? He was terrified that this devil would come up with some new way to torment him. Luo Zhouxiao didn't look at him, but slowly walked back to the sofa and sat down. Then, he took off his shoes, which were covered in mud from a day and a night of wandering in the wilderness. After doing all this, Luo Zhouxiao slowly raised his head. His gaze passed over Wang Hao and landed directly on the woman behind him who was hiding in the crowd, trembling with fear. He suddenly pointed at Ji Qingyu, his voice cold and ruthless. Just have her wash my feet. Everyone else, you can get out. Wang Hao was stunned, Song Erbo was stunned, and the female technicians were also stunned. Ji Qingyu's mind went completely blank. Let her stay. What does he want to do? An unprecedented fear surged up like a tidal wave, engulfing her. She recalled Xiao Ruobing's tragic end on the school's fighting stage a few days ago. This devil, does he also want her? No, absolutely not. Ji Qingyu trembled violently, her face as pale as paper. After a brief moment of surprise, Wang Hao also came to his senses. He glanced at Ji Qingyu, who was pale with fright beside him, and then at Luo Zhouxiao, who was expressionless on the sofa. He felt a surge of bitterness in his heart. Damn it! What kind of mess is this? He brought Ji Qingyu out today, intending to show off in front of her and take the opportunity to put down the currently popular genius Luo Zhouxiao, so that she would be devoted to him. Who would have thought that instead of showing off, he ended up with his hand crippled? Now, this devil has even specifically asked to keep his female companion. If this gets out, where will Wang Hao put his face? How will he ever be able to get along in Jianqing's social circles again? Although he was unwilling, the thought of Luo Zhouxiao's ruthless methods and his still throbbing wrist made him unable to muster any courage to resist. But to leave your woman here and let others do whatever they want, that's just too frustrating. After much deliberation, Wang Hao forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and said to Luo Zhouxiao, Brother Luo, you see, she's just an ignorant little girl. She's only been with me for a few days and doesn't know any rules. How about you choose another one? There are plenty of beautiful women here, take your pick. All expenses today are on me. He was trying to save his last bit of dignity in this way. However, Luo Zhouxiao merely glanced at him coldly. Didn't you hear what I said? Or do you really not want this hand anymore? The icy tone sent a shiver down Wang Hao's spine. He had no doubt that if he uttered just one more word, this devil would really destroy him. What does saving face matter compared to your life? I heard it. Wang Hao dared not hesitate any longer. His will to survive instantly overcame his ridiculous pride. He turned his head and looked at Ji Qingyu with a complicated expression. There was resentment and anger in his eyes, but more than that, there was indifference and resolve. You, stay here, Wang Hao said coldly. Take good care of Brother Luo, understand? No, Brother Hao, you can't do this. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingyu felt as if all her strength had been drained away. She screamed in despair and clung tightly to Wang Hao's arm. You can't leave me here alone. I'm so scared. She had come to regard Wang Hao as her last lifeline. However, she clearly overestimated her importance in Wang Hao's heart. At this moment, Wang Hao only wanted to escape this place of trouble as soon as possible, so he didn't care about her at all. He abruptly swung his arm, violently throwing Ji Qingyu away, and cursed with disgust. What the hell are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what Brother Luo said? Get over there and serve Brother Luo properly. If Brother Luo is even slightly dissatisfied, I'll kill you later. After saying that, Wang Hao didn't look at Ji Qingyu again. Without turning back, he led his equally terrified followers and scrambled out of the private room. No, don't go. Ji Qingyu collapsed to the ground instantly, staring at Wang Hao's heartless back, her eyes filled with endless despair. Why? She was once again ruthlessly abandoned by the high branch she had climbed up. This is so embarrassing. An overwhelming sense of shame washed over her, almost drowning her. They even made her wash Luo Zhouxiao's feet? Why should she serve serve that good-for-nothing who used to look down on her and bully her. The stark contrast in their identities was even more unbearable than killing her. "No, I won't." Ji Qingyu slowly raised her head. Her face, which was lightly made up, was now a mess, washed away by tears and fear. To resist, or to submit? Rebellion means ending up in an even more miserable state than Shaoruabing. Submission means abandoning all dignity to serve the worthless person she once trampled underfoot. At this moment, she was going through a mental struggle. Time passed second by second, but Ji Qingyu remained unmoved. Just as she was hesitating, Song Erbao, who was standing next to her, finally couldn't hold back anymore. "Damn it! What's that bitch standing there for? Looking for a beating?" He is impatient by nature and can't stand this kind of dawdling. He suddenly stood up from the sofa, pointed at Ji Qingyu's nose, and began to curse. "Seriously? Are you standing there like a statue? Are you blind? Can't you see my brother Luo's feet are cold? Hurry up and serve me. Do I have to do it myself before you'll move?" Song Erbao's roar was like a bolt from the blue, startling Ji Qingyu. Oh. She dared not hesitate any longer. The instinct for survival drove her to make her final decision. I'll do it right away." She scrambled and crawled towards Luo Jiuxiao. His movements were both awkward and humble. The dozen or so female technicians watched this scene with a hint of disdain and contempt in their eyes. TCH, he was so arrogant in front of young Master Wang just now, but now he's acting like a dog. Ji Qingyu suppressed the humiliation in her heart and knelt down in front of Luo Jiuxiao. With trembling hands, she picked up the foot basin that had been prepared beforehand, the water still steaming hot. The basin was filled with rose petals and an unknown essential oil, emitting an alluring fragrance. This was the treatment she was supposed to receive, but now, with a reluctant expression, she gently placed Luo Jiuxiao's muddy feet into the warm water. His body trembled violently the moment my hand touched his ankle. "This is so humiliating." Tears welled up and streamed down her face, dripping into the foot bath. She clumsily began to wash Luo Jiuxiao's feet. His movements were stiff and awkward, filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. Luo Jiuxiao watched all of this calmly, his face expressionless. He wanted to destroy all her pride bit by bit in this way. Luo Jiuxiao suddenly raised his foot and kicked over the foot bath basin. Warm water mixed with rose petals splashed all over Ji Qingyu instantly. She screamed, stunned, and sat frozen on the ground, soaking wet and utterly disheveled. She slowly raised her head, staring at Luo Jiuxiao in disbelief. Those red and swollen eyes were filled with confusion and fear. "Is this your service?" Luo Jiuxiao looked down from his high position, his voice icy cold and devoid of any warmth. "What's the use of keeping you if you can't even wash your own feet? Or do you feel that washing my feet is beneath you?" No. Ji Qingyu shook her head desperately, her voice hoarse as she tried to explain. I didn't mean to. If it wasn't intentional, then it was deliberate." Luo Jiuxiao's eyes suddenly turned fierce. "If you want to die, just say so." Those three cold words pierced her heart like a sharp knife. Looking into Luo Jiuxiao's emotionless eyes, she knew perfectly well that if she told just one more lie, this devil would truly. I was wrong, brother Luo. I was really wrong." The will to survive made her completely abandon all dignity. She immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly, her voice filled with pleading and fear. "Please, give me another chance. I promise I'll wash you properly." Looking at her humble and insignificant appearance, Luo Jiuxiao felt no pity whatsoever. "If only I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have done it in the first place." Song Erbao, who was standing next to him, immediately felt refreshed. "Serves you right. Damn it," he cursed inwardly. "You filthy bitch looked down on me, brother Luo, just now. Now you know you regret it, right? Too late." He cleared his throat and continued his performance. Snap, snap, snap. "Hey, what the hell are you standing there for? Hurry up and wipe the water off the floor, and bring me another basin of water. Can't you see you're wearing down my brother Luo's patience?" As if granted a pardon, Ji Qingyu scrambled to her feet. She hurriedly found a towel, frantically wiped the water stains off the floor, then fetched a basin of clean, warm water, and knelt back down in front of Luo Jiuxiao. This time, she dared not be negligent in the slightest. "Oh, that's interesting." She carefully cleansed every inch of Luo Jiuxiao's skin. The movement was so gentle, as if the person were protecting a priceless treasure. Luo Jiuxiao closed his eyes, leaned back on the soft sofa, enjoying this rare service, but his heart was ice cold. He understood that for a vain and mean woman like Ji Qingyu, physical torture was far less effective than mental torment. What he had to do was to shatter her ridiculous self-esteem, bit by bit, until it was completely destroyed. "Your hands are shaking so much, is it a Parkinson's flare-up?" Luo Jiuxiao's indifferent voice rang out again. Ji Qingyu's body trembled violently, and she almost lost control of her hands again. No, brother Luo." "Oh, no?" Luo Jiuxiao opened his eyes, a playful smile immediately appearing on his lips. "Is it because you've served too many men and worn your hands out?" Ji Qingyu's face instantly turned deathly pale, and she couldn't utter a single word. "That's incredibly hurtful." It felt like a knife had been plunged into her heart. "What? Not saying anything?" Luo Jiuxiao sneered. "Did I guess right? I remember remember you used to be quite talkative, weren't you? You used to be bossy and domineering in front of me. Why are you mute now? Every word Luo Joshio uttered was like a red-hot steel needle, piercing into Ji Qingyu's nerves. At that moment, she felt a burning pain on her face, even more painful than when she had been slapped. I heard that Xiaoping, that good-for-nothing, dumped you a few days ago? Luo Joshio's voice was full of sarcasm. What? You've already hooked up with that blonde Wang Hao again? You change men much faster than your rank, swiftness, ability. These words are even more hurtful. It directly linked her pitiful superpowers with her promiscuous personality. Ji Qingyu's body began to tremble violently, and she bit her lip so hard that it almost bled. She wanted to argue, to shout, to tell the man in front of her that she wasn't like that. But does she dare? She could only suppress all the humiliation and resentment deep in her heart. Ding! Detected that the host punished the villain Ji Qingyu, LV.1, causing extreme humiliation. Evolution points plus 50. Upon hearing the system notification, Luo Joshio's smile deepened. It seems that someone like you, a used woman, is only fit to serve those good-for-nothing rich kids. No, I forgot. He suddenly feigned a sudden realization, patted his head, and someone like Wang Hao, once he gets tired of you, he'll probably dump you like trash, just like today. No. Ji Qingyu's psychological defenses finally collapsed completely. She couldn't help but burst into tears. I'm not a slut, I'm not. At that moment, she felt that all her dignity had been trampled underfoot and crushed by the man in front of her. Ding! Detected that the host punished the villain Ji Qingyu, LV.1, causing extreme humiliation. Evolution points plus 50. Another 50 points. Luo Joshio was secretly pleased. It seems that the only way to deal with such a despicable person is to use this kind of ruthless and psychologically damaging method. He looked at Ji Qingyu, who was crying on the ground like a baby, and felt no pity for her. There's always a reason why someone is pitiful. All of this is her own fault. Enough, stop howling, Luo Joshio said impatiently. Your feet are washed, time for a massage. He took his feet out of the basin and placed them on Ji Qingyu's still slightly trembling shoulders. If you feel comfortable now, let's call it even for today. If the massage isn't comfortable. He didn't finish his sentence, but the threat was obvious. Ji Qingyu's crying stopped abruptly. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her gaze falling on the feet resting on her shoulders, a flash of extreme resistance in her eyes. But she dared not resist. Okay, brother Luo, I'll give you a massage right away. With a reluctant expression, she stretched out her trembling hands and began to massage Luo Joshio in a humiliating manner. His movements remained stiff and awkward, filled with endless humiliation and resentment. She could even feel the undisguised contempt and mockery in the eyes of the female technicians around her. What did you say? At that moment, she felt like a clown stripped naked and left to be pointed at and judged in the bustling city. Push harder. Didn't you eat? Luo Joshio's cold voice rang out again, interrupting her thoughts. Or is it that you were too exhausted after being tormented by that blonde guy last night? Upon hearing this, Ji Qingyu's body trembled violently, and tears involuntarily streamed down her face again. She dared not argue, and could only silently increase the pressure on her hands. Luo Joshio hummed comfortably, closed his eyes, and began a new round of verbal attacks. I remember you used to ask me for qi and blood pills every month, right? You not only stole the qi and blood pills that I saved up to buy, but you also gave them to that good-for-nothing Xiaoping. Tell me, are you just born to be a masochist? Ji Qingyu opened her mouth but couldn't say a word, because everything Luo Joshio said was true. Aren't you feeling incredibly ironic and resentful as you massage my feet now? His voice was like a devil's whisper, relentlessly eroding her last line of psychological defense. No, I'm not reconciled. Ji Qingyu subconsciously blurted out her true thoughts, but by the time she realized it, it was too late. No, that's not it. Oh, you're not satisfied? Luo Joshio suddenly opened his eyes and kicked her to the ground. You still have the nerve to be dissatisfied? He suddenly stood up, looked down at her, pointed at her nose, and started cursing. You ungrateful wretch. Who was it that stood up for you when you were being bullied? Who shared half of their lunch with you when you couldn't even afford to eat? It's me, Luo Joshio. How did I treat you after my parents sacrificed themselves? And what about you, you bitch? You turned your back on me the moment you saw that I had awakened an F-level superpower. Not only did you steal my things, but you also colluded with outsiders to bully me and insult my deceased parents. Have you lost your conscience? Did a dog eat it? Luo Joshio grew angrier the more he spoke, his anger erupting like a volcano. These words were not only spoken on behalf of the original owner, but also reflected his own truest thoughts. What he hates most is this kind of treacherous and despicable person. Ji Qingyu was humiliated by the insults and slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the bloodshot-eyed boy in front of her. Ding! Detected that the host punished the villain Ji Qingyu, LV.1, causing her mental breakdown. Evolution points plus 100. The system notification sounded, and Luo Joshio's anger subsided slightly. He looked at the woman on the ground, who had completely collapsed and was sobbing uncontrollably, but felt no emotion whatsoever. A bitch is a bitch, and old habits die hard. You brought this upon yourself. Looking at the muddy puddle puddle on the ground. The last trace of emotion in Luo Zhaoxiao's heart vanished. It's an insult to look at someone like that. Just as he was burning with anger and preparing to turn away from this place filled with decadent music, his personal terminal on his wrist suddenly rang. Luo Zhaoxiao raised his hand and looked at the name on the caller ID, which made him pause for a moment. Manager Chen Dong. Manager Chen? What does he want with me? Luo Zhaoxiao wondered. Without thinking twice, he answered the phone. Hello, Manager Chen. Ha ha ha. Kid, your acceptance letter has arrived. The martial arts school signed for it for you. Are you free now? Come and pick it up. Perfect timing. I need to talk to you about something. On the other end of the phone, Chen Dong's signature loud laughter came through, his voice full of undisguised joy. The acceptance letter? It's arrived? Upon hearing these words, Luo Zhaoxiao's anger vanished instantly, replaced by joy, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Suppressing his excitement, he said into the phone, Manager Chen, I'm coming right away. After hanging up the phone, Luo Zhaoxiao's mood instantly improved. An acceptance letter from Tianhe University. This was the best news he had received since transmigrating. Boom! Right, I might as well go to the martial arts gym to test my current strength. A thought suddenly struck him, and he remembered this matter. Last time at the martial arts gym, when he was at the 4th level of the first rank, his pure physical strength had already reached a terrifying 666 kilograms. Now, not only has his cultivation level risen to the 7th level of the first rank, but he has also experienced several battles and system attribute points, resulting in a dramatic change in his physical attributes. I wonder how many kilograms I can punch now. Luo Zhaoxiao's heart was filled with anticipation. Without further hesitation, he quickly put on his shoes, not even glancing at Ji Qingyu on the ground, and coldly tossed out a sentence. Don't let me see you again, or you'll face the consequences. Puff. After saying that, he greeted Song Erbao, who was still in a daze. Fatty, I have something to do. I'm leaving now. Oh, take care, brother Luo. Keep in touch. I'll invite you to Heaven on Earth again next time to find number 175. Song Erbao quickly snapped out of his daze and waved his hand with an expression of admiration. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhaoxia slipped and almost fell. Number 175? This fatso, is all he thinks about his massage parlors? Afterwards, Luo Zhaoxia left this decadent place without looking back and took a taxi straight to Tianhe Martial Arts School. Not long after, Luo Zhaoxia returned to Tianhe Martial Arts School. He didn't rush to find Chen Dong, but planned to open a training room first to test his current strength. When he arrived at the front desk, the sweet girl who had left a deep impression on him immediately lit up like two little stars when she saw him. This is incredible. Mr. Luo, you've arrived. Okay, just open any training room for me. Luo Zhaoxia nodded. The receptionist nodded quickly, but then said somewhat awkwardly, Mr. Luo, please wait a moment. She picked up the internal communicator and whispered something to ask for instructions. She quickly put down the communicator, her eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Mr. Luo, the manager just specifically instructed that, starting today, you can use all the training rooms at the martial arts gym that are at level B or below for free. You can come anytime. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhaoxia was overjoyed. Is this the treatment for geniuses? It's truly extraordinary. He was secretly pleased, and his goodwill towards Tianhe Martial Arts School increased significantly. Roar! Then let's go with the B-level training room. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of those around him, Luo Zhaoxia skillfully walked towards the B-level training room area. As soon as I swiped the access card, a surge of elemental energy several times stronger than that of the previous E-level training room rushed out. Luo Zhaoxia felt every pore on his body instantly open up, and his spirits were lifted. Without further hesitation, he walked straight to a more advanced-looking force measuring device. Let me see just how strong the power of the 7th level of the first tier really is. Then, Luo Zhaoxia took a deep breath, lowered his body slightly, and his right arm muscles tensed instantly. The 2S level superpowers of ice and lightning within his body were immediately activated, and icy blue cold air and blue-purple electric arcs instantly wrapped around his right arm. Luo Zhaoxia roared and unleashed a powerful punch. A loud, muffled bang, louder than ever before, echoed through the training room. The force gauge, made of special alloy, was hit by his punch, causing the entire machine to tremble violently and emit a buzzing sound as if it could not bear the weight. Then, the numbers on the electronic screen above the force gauge began to skyrocket. 500 kilograms. Boom. 800 kilograms. 1,200 kilograms. Finally, that glaring red number stopped at 1,500 kilograms. 1,500 kilograms. The force of that punch was a staggering 1.5 tons. Luo Zhaoxia stared at the numbers on the screen, completely stunned, his eyes filled with anticipation. Just as he couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Suddenly, a scream, even more shocked than his own, pierced his voice, came from the doorway. What? The punching power actually reached 1,500 kilograms? Luo Zhaoxia was startled by the sudden sound and turned around abruptly. Chen Dong stood at the entrance of the training room, his usually calm and square face now filled with disbelief and shock. Manager Chen, Listen? Luo Joshio scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, enjoying himself immensely, when he unexpectedly got caught red-handed. You brat. Chendong pointed at him, muttering you for a long time before finally recovering from the intense shock. Then, he rushed to the force measuring device, staring intently at the glaring 1,500 kilograms on the screen. Looking back at Luo Joshio's innocent face, she felt her understanding was about to collapse. 1,500 kilograms. Am I seeing things? He couldn't help but reach out and touch the cold screen, as if to confirm that this wasn't an illusion. Hey kid, what level are you at now? Give me the truth, don't beat around the bush. Chendong took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, his voice trembling slightly. I just broke through, first tier, 7th level, Luo Joshio answered honestly. First tier, 7th level? Upon hearing this answer, Chendong felt as if his heart had been struck by a hammer again. He remembered clearly that just a few days ago in Wilderness Area 006, this kid had just broken through to the 6th level of the first tier. Only a few days have passed? 2 days? 3 days? Another breakthrough? This upgrade speed is faster than a rocket. It's like opening a portal. Monster. You're a complete monster. Chendong looked at Luo Joshio with the same gaze one would give an alien, and muttered to himself. He has lived for over 40 years and has met many so-called geniuses, including A-level and even S-level geniuses. The consequences will be unimaginable. But someone as monstrous as Luo Joshio was something he had never heard of or seen before. You brat, do you know what 1,500 kilograms of punching power means? Chendong's breathing became rapid. Luo Joshio shook his head helplessly. He really didn't know. This means that your current pure physical strength has far exceeded the range of all first-tier martial artists. Chendong's voice was filled with excitement and shock. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the first tier has a standard punching force of just over 1,000 kilograms. And you, at the 7th level of the first rank, have already reached 1,500 kilograms. This is completely comparable to a martial general who has just entered the 2nd rank. Even stronger than some ordinary tier 2 level 1 generals. Chendong became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes filled with affection for Luo Joshio, as if he wanted to disassemble him and study him on the spot. How exactly did you cultivate? What kind of miraculous pills did you take? Get out of my way. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Chendong's constant staring, Luo Joshio could only manage 2 awkward chuckles. Ahem, Manager Chen, you flatter me. It's just, I have a bit more talent. More talented? Boom. Upon hearing this, Chendong nearly coughed up blood. You call that talent? If that's the case, then all the other geniuses in Great Xia, every single one of them, are useless. Trash. Alright, stop showing off. My heart can't take it. Chendong rolled his eyes at him, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. The more perverted this kid is, the happier he is, because this is a treasure that Chendong personally discovered. Oh right, I almost forgot about the important matter. Chendong slapped his forehead and pulled out an exquisite envelope with a gold embossed cover from his pocket. Here you are, your admission letter to Tianhe University. Luo Joshio looked at the letter and was filled with excitement. He solemnly and excitedly accepted the envelope, opened it, and took a look. The words written on it were in vigorous and powerful handwriting. Congratulations to Luo Joshio on joining Tianhe University and becoming a freshman in the Supernatural Combat Department, class of 2233. Below it is the majestic seal of Tianhe University, as well as the president's elegant and flamboyant signature. Luo Joshio gripped the notification letter tightly, a sense of unprecedented peace rising in his heart. From this day forward, he is a true university student at the top university in the Great Xia dynasty. Alright, stop grinning like an idiot. Chendong looked at his appearance and laughed. There's actually another matter I wanted to discuss with you today. Manager Chen, what's the matter? Luo Joshio put away the notice and asked curiously. Chendong's smile suddenly turned mysterious. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, I've already received my admission notice, and there's still more than a month until the start of the semester. I was thinking, how about you go to school to register earlier? Ha, so early? Luo Joshio was stunned. Isn't it still a while before school starts? Hey, what do you know? Chendong said, exasperated. For a genius like you, time is life. Every minute and every second is incredibly precious. Going to school earlier means access to advanced cultivation resources, stronger teachers, and a broader platform sooner. This will only benefit your growth and will not do you any harm. Chendong chuckled and nudged Luo Joshio with his elbow. Perfect timing. I'm also going to Tianhe University to see an old friend in a couple of days. We're going the same way, so I can take you there myself. So, kid, want to think it over? The thought of going to Tianhe University instantly made Luo Joshio's heart flutter. To be honest, he had long yearned for that legendary top university. A broader platform, stronger competitors, just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. At that moment, a fiery and alluring figure inexplicably appeared in his mind. Those long, straight, fair legs, that gentle and charming face. By the way, Senior Lin Yuner, isn't she from Tianhe University? She also said she owed me her life, and I can't renege on that debt. A playful playful smile involuntarily crept onto Luo Zhouxiao's lips. Hey, senior, I'm here. Just as he was lost in thought, fantasizing about sparks flying between him and the pretty senior in college, Chen Dong's teasing voice suddenly rang in his ears. Hey, kid, what are you thinking about? Why is your face suddenly so red? Luo Zhouxiao jolted awake, realizing that her cheeks were burning. And nothing, he hurriedly waved his hands, offering a flustered explanation. I'm just a little hot. Hot. Chen Dong looked at him suspiciously. You, a kid with an S-class ice-type ability, are telling me it's hot? Seeing Luo Zhouxiao's guilty look, Chen Dong immediately understood and revealed a knowing smile that all men understand. Alright, kid, stop pretending. Let's go outside and talk. After saying that, Chen Dong put his arm around Luo Zhouxiao's shoulder, and the two walked out of the cultivation room together. When are we leaving for school? Luo Zhouxiao asked. Tomorrow then, Chen Dong replied. Go home and pack your things properly today. See you at the usual place at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. Luo Zhouxiao nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Chen Dong and turn to leave, a commotion arose at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Immediately afterwards, a figure he knew all too well walked in aggressively, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. Xiao Ruobing? What's she doing here? And who is this person next to her? The leader was a middle-aged man in a black suit, with a stern face and sinister eyes. The woman standing next to him, dressed in a fiery red combat uniform, with a face full of resentment and hatred, was none other than Xiao Ruobing. At that moment, Xiao Ruobing glanced over and saw Luo Zhouxiao, who was about to leave. Her eyes, filled with hatred, instantly locked onto her target. Falling from the 9 heavens, a sharp, venomous roar instantly echoed through the hall of Tianhe Martial Arts School. The roar immediately drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Holy crap, isn't that Xiao Ruobing, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family? Why is she here? Judging from her appearance, she seems to be looking for trouble. What? You want to default on your debt? Who's that middle-aged man next to her? He's got such a strong presence, it's like I can't even breathe. You idiot, you don't even recognize him? That's the head of the Xiao family, Icewing Martial Emperor Xiao Lang, a genuine 7th-tier martial emperor. What? A 7th-tier martial emperor? The moment the news spread, the entire hall erupted in excitement. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man with awe and fear. That is a terrifying existence capable of guarding a region and awakening the true form of martial arts. In the entire Jiangcheng, he belongs to the very top of the pyramid. Why would he come to Tianhe Martial Arts School in person? Moreover, judging from his aggressive demeanor, his target seems to be the young man who just created a miracle, Luo Zhouxiao. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be lively. The Xiao family is here for revenge. With the martial emperor personally taking action, Luo Zhouxiao is probably finished this time. So what if he has the Tianhe Martial Arts School backing him up? No matter how powerful the Tianhe Martial Arts School is, it's impossible for them to break ties with a 7th-level martial emperor for the sake of a genius who hasn't fully matured yet, right? Discussions rose and fell, with almost everyone convinced that Luo Zhouxiao was doomed today. Luo Zhouxiao frowned slightly as he looked at the father and daughter who were approaching menacingly. They arrived quite quickly. He had long anticipated that the Xiao family would not give up easily, but he did not expect that they would even invite a 7th-level martial emperor. Kid, looks like you're in trouble. Chen Dong stood beside him, his smile fading and his expression turning serious. Although he said he wasn't afraid of the Xiao family, he dared not be careless in the slightest when facing a true 7th-level martial emperor. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. After all, he was only a 5th-level martial king, 2 whole major levels lower than his opponent. The gap is like an insurmountable chasm. As they were talking, Xiao Lang, accompanied by Xiao Ruobing and surrounded by a group of bodyguards, walked up to them. Dad, it's him. Xiao Ruobing pointed at Luo Zhouxiao, her beautiful face contorted with extreme anger and resentment, and screamed hoarsely. It's this good-for-nothing. He's the one who ruined me. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Chen Dong standing next to Luo Zhouxiao. Her voice stopped abruptly, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. Xiao Lang's gaze also fell on Chen Dong. Manager Chen, how have you been? Xiao Lang's voice was calm, but his sinister eyes flashed with a chilling light. It is an honor to welcome Patriarch Xiao with his presence. We are sorry for not being able to greet you properly. Chen Dong clasped his hands in a respectful but not arrogant manner, stepping in front of Luo Zhouxiao to block his path. I wonder what brings Patriarch Xiao to my Tianhe Martial Arts School today. Xiao Lang sneered, his gaze sweeping over Chen Dong and locking onto Luo Zhouxiao like 2 sharp swords. A terrifying pressure erupted from his body in an instant, pressing down fiercely on Luo Zhouxiao. The oppressive aura of a 7th-tier martial emperor. The air in the entire Tianhe Martial Arts Hall seemed to freeze at that moment. Those martial artists with weaker strength around them felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests under this oppressive aura. Their faces were deathly pale, they had difficulty breathing, and many of them even collapsed to the ground with their legs giving way. Luo Zhouxiao, who was at the center of the oppressive aura, felt as if he were being targeted by a prehistoric behemoth. That powerful aura seemed to crush his soul. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his bones creaked creaked under the strain. Damn, is this the strength of a 7th-tier martial emperor? Luo Joshio gritted his teeth, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. If it weren't for the frenzied circulation of ice and lightning power within him, coupled with the superior physical attributes granted by his S-class superpower, he would have already embarrassed himself on the spot. But he knew that this was just a casual test from the other party. If Xiao Lang really intended to kill him, he probably wouldn't last even a second. Is this the absolute suppression of realm? This is fucking frustrating. A surge of uncontrollable anger and resentment welled up in Luo Joshio's heart. In his past life, he was a soldier who would rather die standing than live on his knees. In this life, he inherited the identity of a hero's son, and he cannot disgrace his parents here. You want me to kneel down? You fucking dream on. He suddenly raised his head, his dark eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit and indomitable fire. The two S-level superpowers, ice and lightning, within his body were now operating wildly, resisting the terrifying pressure emanating from the depths of his soul. Xiao Lang was surprised to see that Luo Joshio could still stand upright under his pressure. How could a mere ant at the 7th level of the 1st rank withstand the aura of a 7th-rank martial emperor? Although Xiao Lang was only testing the waters lightly and didn't really go all out, the kid's willpower was indeed beyond his expectations. However, that's all. Faced with absolute power, any willpower is a joke. Manager Chen, I've come today for no other reason than. Xiao Lang withdrew his gaze, his voice icy. I only want justice for my son and daughter. He suddenly pointed a finger down into the sky, his voice rising abruptly, his killing intent undisguised. They almost ruined my son's manhood and publicly humiliated my daughter. This kind of deep-seated hatred is irreconcilable. Today, I don't care if he's a double S-level genius or a student recommended by your Tianhe Martial Arts Academy. He must pay the price today. Anyone who dares to stop me is an enemy of Xiao Lang, an enemy of the Xiao family. Suddenly, a pair of enormous wings made of solidified ice unfurled behind Xiao Lang. That was his B-level ability, Wings of Ice and Snow. A chilling aura permeated the ice wings, exuding a murderous intent. The temperature in the hall plummeted, as if we had instantly entered the Ice Age. Patriarch Xiao, calm down. Chen Dong immediately stepped forward, unleashing the aura of a 5th-tier martial king, barely managing to withstand the chilling aura. This is Tianhe Martial Arts School, not a place for your Xiao family to run wild. Tianhe Martial Arts School? Xiao Lang sneered, his eyes growing even colder. Chen Dong, I respect you as the manager of Tianhe Martial Arts School, so I'll give you some face. But today's matter concerns the reputation of my Xiao family. If you insist on interfering, don't blame me, Xiao Lang, for showing no mercy. You! Chen Dong's face turned ashen with anger at these words. He understood that Xiao Lang was right. He, a 5th-level martial king, was no match for a 7th-level martial emperor. Luo Joshio was a genius he personally recruited, the future of Tianhe Martial Arts School. How could he just stand by and watch him be crippled by Xiao Lang? Damn it, let's go all out. Chen Dong gritted his teeth, determined to protect Luo Joshio at all costs. Just when tensions were running high and war seemed imminent. Shut up, it's so noisy. A lazy yet slightly mocking, yet authoritative voice suddenly rang out from the VIP area on the 2nd floor of the martial arts gym. The sound wasn't loud, but it resounded clearly in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at the 2nd floor. An elderly man dressed in a white tang suit, with gray hair and 2 walnuts in his hands, slowly walked down the stairs. He looked like an ordinary old man returning from his morning exercise, with no energy fluctuations about him. But the moment Xiao Lang saw him, his face turned deathly pale. The icy wings behind him suddenly retracted, and the terrifying killing intent and oppressive aura vanished without a trace. Master Xian, Master Xian? Xiao Lang's voice carried an undisguised tremor and fear. Oh, you still recognize this old man? The old man, known as Elder Xian, walked up to him, holding a walnut in his hand, and gently tapped Xiao Lang's chest, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. I thought that once you, Patriarch Xiao, advanced to the martial empress realm, you would no longer take this old man like me seriously. No, no. Xiao Lang was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead. He hurriedly bowed and saluted, his attitude so humble that he almost touched the ground. This junior, Xiao Lang, was unaware of Elder Xian's arrival and has been very offensive. I hope Elder Xian will forgive me. Upon seeing this, everyone in the audience gasped in shock. Xiao Lang, a dignified 7th-level martial emperor and Icewing martial emperor, was actually as afraid as a grandson in front of a seemingly ordinary old man. Just who is this old man? When Chen Dong saw Elder Xian, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. Elder Xian, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, Tianhe Martial Arts School would have been completely disgraced. Elder Xian glared at him, then turned his gaze to Luo Joshio, scrutinizing him carefully, a hint of admiration flashing in his turbid eyes. You are Luo Joshio? Junior Luo Joshio greets Senior. Luo Joshio clasped his hands in a respectful greeting, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. Although he didn't know exactly who the old man was, the fact that he could make a 7th-level martial emperor so fearful meant that his strength was absolutely absolutely unfathomable. Not bad, he's a good prospect. Elder Xian nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to Xiao Lang. The smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling aura. This junior is here. Xiao Lang trembled and quickly responded. Tell me, were you just trying to harm my people on my Tianhe martial arts school's territory? Elder Xian's voice was calm, yet it struck Xiao Lang's heart like a heavy hammer. This junior dares not. Xiao Lang's back was soaked with cold sweat. Dare not? Elder Xian sneered. I saw you were quite bold just now. You, a 7th level martial emperor, dare to bully a junior at the 7th level of the 1st level? Don't you have any shame about the Xiao family? Or do you think that your status as a martial emperor allows you to be above the rules of my Tianhe Martial Arts Academy? An aura many times stronger than the pressure Xiao Lang had just felt erupted from Elder Xian's body. This oppressive force is as vast as an abyss, as boundless as a prison. The entire Tianhe Martial Arts School, and even the surrounding area within several kilometers, shook violently in an instant. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure any longer, Xiao Lang's legs buckled, and he knelt down in front of everyone. The alloy floor beneath their feet immediately cracked, the cracks resembling a giant spider web. 8th tier peak martial emperor. Xiao Lang, who was kneeling on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror. He never imagined that Tianhe Martial Arts Academy would invite Elder Xian, an 8th level martial emperor who had been in seclusion for many years, to come out for Luo Zhouxiao. Now, do you still want to seek justice for your children? Elder Xian asked coldly, looking down at him. This junior dares not. Xiao Lang lowered his head in humiliation. Compared to an 8th tier martial emperor, he, a martial artist who had just entered the 7th tier, was as insignificant as an ant. Elder Xian waved his hand, seemingly shooing away an annoying fly. Go back and reflect on your actions, but if you dare to even think of falling to the heavens again. A murderous glint flashed in Elder Xian's eyes. I will personally visit your Xiao family. These seemingly casual words were like a death order, causing Xiao Lang, who was kneeling on the ground, to tremble all over and turn as pale as paper. What does it mean that an 8th level martial emperor personally came to visit? That means the entire Xiao family might disappear from Jiangcheng completely. Yes, I understand. I will never dare to do it again. Xiao Lang had no illusions. He knew that he had lost face to the extreme today, but it was still much better than losing his life and his entire family. He suppressed his inner humiliation, struggled to his feet, and bowed deeply to Elder Xian and Chen Dong. I was indeed rash in what I did today, and I beg Elder Xian and Manager Chen for their forgiveness. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled up the bewildered Xiao Ruobing and hurriedly fled Tianhe Martial Arts School in a disheveled state. That back view revealed its ugly side, looking utterly pathetic. As Xiao Lang and his group slunk away, a deafening cheer erupted in the entire martial arts hall. Elder Xian is so impressive. That's right. That's really satisfying. So what if he's a 7th tier martial emperor? He still has to kneel down in front of our Tianhe Martial Arts Academy. At this moment, Luo Zhouxiao watched Xiao Lang's receding figure, his heart filled with turbulent emotions. Is this the world of the strong? A 7th tier martial emperor wouldn't dare utter a single word in front of an 8th tier martial emperor. I must become stronger as soon as possible. An unprecedented sense of urgency welled up in his heart. Kid, stop looking, they're all gone. Elder Xian patted him on the shoulder, his kind and amiable smile returning to his face. How was it? Not scared, right? Thank you for your help, Elder Xian. Luo Zhouxiao bowed solemnly. No need to thank me. Elder Xian waved his hand and said with a smile, you are a member of my Tianhe Martial Arts School, so it is only natural for me to protect you. However, you have indeed caused a lot of trouble. In just a few days, you have turned Jiangcheng upside down. Qindong, standing to the side, said with a wry smile, yes, you've offended both the Xiao family and the Wang family, two prominent families in Jiangcheng. I will not offend others unless they offend me, Luo Zhouxiao said calmly. They deliberately walked right into my line of fire. Ha ha ha. Well said. Elder Xian clapped his hands and laughed upon hearing this. We martial artists of this generation should have this fearless spirit. How can we achieve anything great if we are timid and hesitant? The more he looked at Luo Zhouxiao, the more he liked this young man. Alright, there are too many people around here. It's not a good time to talk. Come with me. After Elder Xian finished speaking, he led Luo Zhouxiao and Qindong back to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, inside the Xiao family's car, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Xiao Lang's face was gloomy, and he remained silent, as if the air inside the car had frozen. Xiao Ruobing, standing next to her, was even more careful with her breathing, afraid of disturbing the heavy atmosphere. She knew exactly how much face her father had lost today, and all of this was caused by that good-for-nothing named Luo Zhouxiao. Finally, Xiao Ruobing mustered her courage and cautiously spoke, her voice filled with resentment and bitterness. Is this just going to be the end of it? That Luo Zhouxiao, thinking of the humiliation she suffered on the school's fighting stage, Xiao Ruobing couldn't help but shed tears. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lang sneered, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his sinister eyes. How can we just let it go like this? When has my daughter, Xiao Lang's daughter, ever suffered such a loss? When has the face of the the Shao family ever been trampled underfoot. Then, what should we do now? Xiao Ruobing asked anxiously. With that old man Xian protecting him, we can't touch him at all. Humph, Xian Ming. Xiao Lang kept repeating the name to himself, a deep sense of dread in his eyes. That old codger has improved his strength quite a bit. He's probably close to reaching the peak of the 8th rank. It would be unwise to confront him head-on now. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Xiao Lang's lips. A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. Can Xian Ming protect him for a time, or for a lifetime? That little bastard Luo Zhoxiu is only at the first level of strength right now. No matter how high his talent is, he still needs time to grow. And this period of time is our opportunity. Dad, what do you mean? Xiao Ruobing's eyes gleamed. Isn't he going to Tianhe University? Xiao Lang said coldly. I'll contact some of my old friends at Tianhe University later and ask them to take good care of Luo Zhoxiu. Furthermore, Xiao Lang paused, his voice suddenly becoming even colder. Tianhe Martial Arts School can ensure his safety in the city, but once he leaves the city and enters the wilderness, at that time, his life and death will be entirely in the hands of fate. Dad, your plan was absolutely brilliant. As Xiao Ruobing listened to her father's plan, the tears on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a morbid excitement and smugness. She could almost see Luo Zhoxiu being surrounded and chased by countless assassins in the wilderness, and finally dying tragically in the street. Luo Zhoxiu, you just wait. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. As agreed, Luo Zhoxiu arrived at Tianhe Martial Arts School early. Chen Dong had been waiting for a long time. Kid, are you ready? Ready. Luo Zhoxiu nodded in response. Okay, let's go. Chen Dong didn't say much and led him straight to the martial arts gym's underground parking garage. When Luo Zhoxiu saw the vehicle that was about to take him to Tianhe University, despite his rich experience and broad knowledge, he couldn't help but blurt out a curse. In the center of the garage, there stood a jet-black fighter jet with sleek lines and a futuristic feel. Its ferocious shape and cold metallic luster all demonstrate its terrifying performance. E-Class Ghost Fighter Jet? Luo Zhoxiu is a military enthusiast who knows all kinds of weapons and equipment. He recognized the model of the fighter jet at a glance. This is one of the Great Xia military's individual combat aircraft. Not only is it extremely fast, but it is also equipped with a powerful firepower system. More importantly, this thing is ridiculously expensive. The market price is at least 5 million Great Xia coins. Moreover, ordinary people can't buy them even if they have the money. Only high-ranking military officers or top figures in major powers are qualified to be equipped with them. Hee, what do you think? Kid, never seen this before, have you? Seeing his shocked expression, Chen Dong patted the fuselage triumphantly. At this critical moment, this is my precious ride. Today I'll show you what it's all about. Luo Zhoxiu's lips twitched, and he gained a completely new understanding of Tianhe Martial Arts School's wealth and power. The head of one branch even drives a $5 million E-Class fighter jet. The level of luxury among the headquarters senior management and even the branch owner is self-evident. Stop it. Come on up, kid. I'll show you what the real world is like. The words had barely left his mouth. Chen Dong was the first to jump onto the fighter jet, soaring into the sky and waving. Luo Zhoxiu suppressed his shock and followed suit, leaping onto the cabin. The interior of the fighter jet is not large, but the various sophisticated instruments and screens are dazzling. Kid, buckle up, we're about to go. Chen Dong skillfully operated the control panel, and accompanied by a deep engine roar, the fighter jet slowly took off. The next second, a strong feeling of being pushed back suddenly came over me. The view outside the window changed rapidly, and the tall buildings shrank quickly beneath my feet. Soon, they broke through the clouds and came to a clear blue sky. Looking out at the boundless sea of clouds, Luo Zhoxiu felt his heart expand. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Dong spoke again, shocking him greatly. Hey kid, hold on tight. Our destination, Tianhe City, is just ahead. Chen Dong pointed to a seemingly ordinary cloud formation in front of him and said, Tianhe City? Luo Zhoxiu was stunned. Isn't it Tianhe University? How did it become Tianhe City? Tianhe University is located in Tianhe City, Chen Dong explained. But this is in the sky. There are clouds all around. Where would a city come from? Luo Zhoxiu asked, his face full of doubt. Who says cities have to be built on the ground? Chen Dong burst into laughter, his face filled with mystery and pride. Open your eyes, kid. Let me show you what a real sky city is like. He jerked the control stick and the black fighter jet instantly pierced through the thick clouds. When the scene before me became clear again, Luo Zhoxiu's breath suddenly caught in his throat. The pupils suddenly contracted. I was so shocked by the scene before me that I was speechless. You, who are you? Above the clouds, a colossal, futuristic city floated silently in midair. Countless flying machines of various shapes and sizes shuttle between cities. Sunlight shines on this sky city, reflecting a dreamlike glow. This is fucking. How could a city possibly be built in the sky? What on earth is going on? Looking out the window at the miraculous scene, Luo Zhoxiu felt his understanding of the world being completely overturned once again. Ha, kid, got scared? Chen Dong looked at his naive and unsophisticated appearance appearance and laughed triumphantly as if he had already anticipated his reaction. When I first met people from Tianhe City, they all looked just like you. When I first came here, my jaw almost dropped. Tianhe City. Luo Zhouxiao muttered to himself, his gaze still unable to leave the Sky City. How did they do that? It defies all science. Science? Chen Dong sneered upon hearing this. Kid, you need to understand that when a person's power reaches its peak, so-called science becomes nothing but a joke. This Tianhe City is the city that our Tianhe martial arts school's owner single-handedly lifted up from the ground and into the air at a height of 10,000 meters. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao's heart clenched. How could one person lift a city to a height of 10,000 meters? Is this even something a human could do? Even the legendary immortals of past lives are nothing more than this. Master, what level is he? Luo Zhouxiao's voice was a little hoarse. 10th rank, vast ocean martial god realm. When Chen Dong uttered this word, his eyes were filled with endless reverence and longing. Vast ocean martial god realm. Luo Zhouxiao's mind went blank for a moment, then went completely blank. He knew that in this world, the highest level of martial arts realm above the 9th level was the 10th level martial god. But he always thought that it was just a legend, the theoretical limit that human martial artists could reach. He never dreamed that a 10th tier martial god actually existed in this world. Moreover, they possessed godlike power, capable of changing the world. Kid, do you feel like your understanding has been refreshed again? Chen Dong looked at his dazed expression and said with a smile, why do you think the Great Xia Kingdom was able to stand firm and even expand its territory in the apocalypse ravaged by alien beasts? It's all thanks to those few martial gods of our Great Xia, who are among the very few in number but who are the entire world. How many martial gods does our Great Xia have? Luo Zhouxiao asked subconsciously. Not much. Chen Dong held out one palm. There are only 7 known martial god level experts on the entire Blue Star, and our Great Xia dynasty alone has 5 of them, and these 5 martial gods are the founders of the 5 great martial arts schools of our Great Xia. Chen Dong's words once again stirred up a storm in Luo Zhouxiao's heart. He finally understood why Tianhe Martial Arts School operated in such a domineering manner. Why does Chen Dong dare to disregard Xiao Lang, a 7th-tier martial emperor? Because behind them stands an unparalleled being capable of single-handedly supporting an entire city. How did he get here? Faced with such an existence, the so-called Xiao family and the so-called martial emperor are as insignificant as dust. Luo Zhouxiao let out a long breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. He understood that what Chen Dong told him today was not just popular science, but also a demonstration of the powerful foundation of Tianhe Martial Arts School, so that he would completely devote himself to the school. At the same time, it opened a door to a new world for him. Martial God. An unprecedented flame ignited in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes. This is the goal he should truly pursue. Kid, how are you feeling? Did you get a blow? Chen Dong asked with a smile. No. Luo Zhouxiao shook his head, his gaze resolute. I just feel, my blood is boiling. Ha ha ha. Great. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong burst into laughter again. Ambitious. No wonder I've chosen you. Once you get to Tianhe University and see those real prodigies, you'll understand that today's shock is nothing at all. As soon as the words were spoken, the ghost fighter jet slowly entered the Sky City, Tianhe City. Upon closer inspection, the city appears even more magnificent and spectacular than it does from a distance. What do you think? Towering skyscrapers, constantly shuttling aircraft, and yet a completely intact ecosystem remains on the ground. With lush trees, birdsong, and fragrant flowers, it's hard to believe that this city is built thousands of meters above the ground. The fighter jet slowly landed on a huge tarmac. On the tarmac, a group of handsome young men and beautiful young women dressed in Tianhe University uniforms had already gathered and were waiting. They must be the upperclassmen who are responsible for welcoming the new students. They seem to have a lot of momentum, and they're quite enthusiastic. When Luo Zhouxiao followed Chen Dong off the fighter jet, he instantly became the focus of the entire audience. Look, isn't that Luo Zhouxiao, a freshman? Wow, he's even more handsome than in the video. Is he the one who's a double S-level ability user, and the ruthless guy who treats the eldest daughter of the Xiao family in Zhongcheng like a dog? He doesn't seem that aloof, but he is indeed quite cold. Amidst the whispers, a tall, sweet-looking, and capable senior student strode over. Manager Chen, hello. She bowed respectfully to Chen Dong, then her gaze fell on Luo Zhouxiao, a hint of curiosity and amazement flashing in her eyes. This must be junior brother Luo Zhouxiao, right? Hello, senior. Luo Zhouxiao nodded. Hello. My name is Su Mushue, and I'm in charge of welcoming new students in the student council. Let me show you around the campus. Su Mushue greeted him with a professional, sweet smile. Thank you for your help, senior. Manager Chen, shall I take junior brother Luo with me now? Su Mushue turned to Chen Dong for instructions. Chen Dong waved to Luo Zhouxiao, then said to him, Kid, I'll drop you off here. The rest is up to you. Remember, be humble in your personal life but ambitious in your work. Don't be afraid to cause trouble. If anyone dares to bully you, beat them up badly, cripple them, and the martial arts school will cover for you. Chen Dong's domineering declaration made made the lips of the surrounding senior students twitch involuntarily. No wonder he's known as Jiangqing's fiercely protective father. Manager Chen, thank you. Luo Zhouxiao felt a warmth in his heart and nodded solemnly. After saying goodbye to Chen Dong, Luo Zhouxiao followed Su Muxue and began his journey at Tianhe University. Tianhe University has an astonishingly large campus, occupying almost 1/10 of the entire Tianhe city. It actually occupies 1/10 of the entire Tianhe city. It's that big. Doesn't that mean we'll all be in long-distance relationships from now on? The campus is filled with futuristic buildings, magnificent teaching buildings, and a massive trial tower. It dazzled the eyes of the falling stars. Junior Luo, the building on our left is a comprehensive teaching building, mainly where theoretical classes are held. That pyramid-shaped building on the right is the library, which houses millions of martial arts manuals and information on supernatural abilities. And that tallest black tower ahead, piercing the clouds, is the iconic building of Tianhe University, the trial tower. Luo Zhouxiao followed closely beside her, his eyes unable to take it all in. Is this what you call a university? Looking at the strange flowers and plants by the roadside that were clearly genetically modified and could glow. Then look at those upperclassmen who exude a powerful aura and walk with hurried steps. Luo Zhouxiao felt like a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the city, his worldview being crushed once again. Compared to this place, Jiangcheng is practically a beginner's village. This is the most prestigious academy in the Great Xia dynasty? It's truly amazing. He was shocked, but his face still wore a cold and indifferent expression. Showing off is a man's nature, especially when there's a pretty senior student with me. Su Muxue seemed to be used to the freshman's reactions. She found it amusing to see Luo Zhouxiao pretending to be calm, but she didn't point it out. After all, the person in front of us is no ordinary freshman, a double S-level superhuman, a top-tier student admitted through a special admission program, daring to confront the Shao family head-on. Any one of these labels would be enough to cause a huge uproar at Tianhe University. Junior Luo, as our school's only recommended student this year, you will enjoy the highest level of S-class treatment, Su Muxue explained as she walked. Your dormitory has been assigned to the Star Pavilion, the core area of the school. Star Pavilion? Luo Zhouxiao was immediately puzzled. Seriously? What university would name its dorm rooms like that? It's truly eye-opening. Only the school's most outstanding geniuses are qualified to stay there. Oh, there's such a saying? Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow. Su Muxue's tone carried a hint of envy. Each room in the Star Pavilion is a private luxury suite, with an energy concentration more than 5 times that of the outside world. It also has a private small training room. 1 day of training there is equivalent to 5 days of training outside for an average student. That's awesome? Luo Zhouxiao's eyes immediately lit up. This treatment is absolutely outrageously extravagant. As soon as they finished speaking, the two arrived at an extremely upscale accommodation area. The architecture here is futuristic, with rows of independent white buildings nestled among lush greenery and flowers, creating a tranquil and elegant environment. We've arrived. This is the Star Pavilion. Su Muxue pointed to the most luxurious-looking small building in front of her and said, your room is on the top floor, room 301. Luo Zhouxiao nodded and was about to follow Su Muxue inside. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. A hot female senior wearing a revealing sundress was seen walking out of the dormitory building intimately with a tall and handsome male senior. The two chatted and laughed, and the senior even stood on tiptoe and kissed the senior on the cheek. In broad daylight, it was dazzling. They dared to be so affectionate right in front of the dormitory building? Luo Zhouxiao's brows furrowed instantly. This university is going way too far. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. He keenly noticed that both men and women were coming and going from this dormitory building, and judging from their expressions, they are clearly residents of this area. Luo Zhouxiao's expression turned strange, and he pointed hesitantly at the dormitory building, asking, have we come to the wrong place? Isn't this a boys' dormitory? How come there are girls here? Su Muxue was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then couldn't help but burst out laughing so hard she was shaking. Looking at Luo Zhouxiao's bewildered yet composed expression, she found him extremely adorable. Junior Luo, you don't really think that the dormitories at Tianhe University are still separated by gender, do you? Isn't that right? Luo Zhouxiao retorted, his inner understanding seemingly being shattered bit by bit. Su Muxue blinked, a sly smile appearing on her face. To promote academic exchange and healthy competition between male and female students, and to enhance their mutual understanding. She deliberately drew out her words, watching Luo Zhouxiao's expression grow increasingly strange, before finally saying, so, we have mixed gender dorms here. What the hell? Upon hearing these 4 words, Luo Zhouxiao's head buzzed, and he froze on the spot. Men, mixed sex? Holy crap, are they going all in? He stood there, staring blankly at the luxuriously decorated dormitory building in front of him, feeling like his head was about to explode. Is this really a university dormitory? Are you sure it's not a couple's hotel? Senior, this is too absurd. At this moment, countless indescribable images flashed through Luo Zhouxiao's mind. explained. In the dead of night, a lone man and woman, like drywood meeting a raging fire. OMG, oh my god. He coughed twice, desperately trying to clear his mind of the jumbled thoughts, and said with a straight face and a serious expression, "Nonsense. Utter nonsense. How could the school make such a decision? This is outrageous." His face was full of heartache and indignation, as if he had seen his own vegetable garden being destroyed by pigs, filled with resentment and helplessness. Seeing him like this, Sumushiwa couldn't help but laugh even harder, and she couldn't even straighten her back. "Oh my, I can't take it anymore. Junior Luo, you're just too funny." After laughing for a while, she finally came to her senses, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and patiently explained, "Don't worry, although our star pavilion is a mixed-gender dormitory, everyone's room is a private, luxurious single room. With an area exceeding 200 square meters, the soundproofing is excellent, absolutely guaranteeing your privacy. Moreover, those who can get into this place are all the cream of the crop, the most outstanding individuals in the school. Everyone's usually busy cultivating and carrying out missions. Who has time for those messy things?" "Oh, really?" Luo Zhouxiao asked, half believing and half doubting. Although they won't admit it verbally, their actions tell a different story. He was clearly already looking forward to his upcoming university life. "Alright, stop staring blankly, I'll show you your room." As Sumushiwa spoke, she led Luo Zhouxiao into the dormitory building. After swiping their access cards and boarding the private floating elevator, the two arrived at room 301 on the top floor in no time. Beep, identity verification passed. Welcome Luo Zhouxiao to the new room. As the electronic door slid open silently, a huge, luxurious suite appeared before us. Even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but gasp when he saw the inside of the room. The spacious space of over 200 square meters is divided into multiple functional areas such as a living room, bedroom, meditation room, and bathroom. Equipped with a full set of smart home features, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer panoramic views of most of Tianhe City. Most surprisingly, a small energy-gathering array was set up in the center of the room, continuously gathering the surrounding energy. This caused the concentration of elemental energy in the entire room to reach an extremely terrifying level. This time, Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but blurt out a phrase about national essence. "Is this really a place for people to live in? Even the emperor's bedroom couldn't be this nice. How is it? Are you satisfied?" Seeing his shocked expression, Sumushiwa immediately revealed a smug smile. It's alright." Luo Zhouxiao nodded, trying to appear calm, but the slight trembling of his lips betrayed his inner excitement. "TCH, put it on." Sumushiwa rolled her eyes inwardly, but didn't expose him. Then, she handed Luo Zhouxiao a black metal card. "This is your student card, which is also your room key. It has 1,000 credits preloaded on it, which is a perk for new students from the school. From now on, I'll need it for meals, borrowing books, and using public facilities." 1,000 credits? Luo Zhouxiao took the card, a puzzled look on his face. "Yes, academic credits are like hard currency at our school," Sumushiwa explained. "Whether it's exchanging for cultivation resources or purchasing martial arts equipment, you need to use academic credits. There are many ways to earn credits, such as completing tasks assigned by the school, clearing levels in the trial tower, or achieving rankings in various competitions." Luo Zhouxiao nodded, indicating that he had gained a basic understanding of the school's operating mechanism. "Alright, I won't bother you any longer while you're packing." Sumushiwa glanced at the time. "Your luggage will be delivered by a robot shortly. Familiarize yourself with the environment first, and contact me anytime through your personal terminal if you have any questions." "Senior, wait a minute." Luo Zhouxiao suddenly called out to her. Is there anything else?" Sumushiwa turned around and looked at him curiously. A hint of eagerness flashed in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes. He looked at Sumushiwa and asked the question that concerned him most at that moment. "No, impossible." "Senior, is there any place in our school where I can quickly improve my skills? He can't wait any longer. This place is full of geniuses and full of opportunities. It's practically a paradise for him to level up. He wants to become stronger as quickly as possible. Then, he will trample and crush those who once looked down on him and bullied him under his feet." "Rapidly increase strength?" Luo Zhouxiao was taken aback when he heard this, then a subtle smile appeared on his face. He had long known that this was the very question that concerned a battle maniac like himself most. Sumushiwa pondered for a moment, then extended a slender finger and pointed to the towering black tower that pierced the clouds outside the window. "Then of course we'll go to the trial tower." "The trial tower?" Luo Zhouxiao looked in the direction she was pointing, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Sumushiwa's expression turned serious, and her tone carried a hint of awe. "The trial tower is the foundation of our Tianhe University, and a sacred place in the hearts of all students. This tower was built by the founder of Tianhe Martial Arts School, the 10th level martial god, and it has its own independent space inside. The trial tower has a total of 100 floors, each guarded by a powerful virtual beast. You will receive a large number of credits and resource rewards for each level you clear. The higher the level, the richer the rewards. Moreover, fighting in the trial tower will greatly improve your mental strength and ability to use your powers, which will have immeasurable benefits on your overall strength. Su Muxue became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she were describing a paradise full of treasures. So amazing? Luo Zhaoxiao's heart was also ablaze with excitement. Can you clear levels, earn rewards, and even improve your strength? Isn't this a dungeon tailor-made for him? Of course. Su Muxue nodded in agreement, but then her expression turned serious. However, while the trial tower is full of opportunities, it is also fraught with dangers. The virtual beasts inside won't actually kill you, but the pain they inflict is 100% real. Therefore, the trial tower has a nickname among us students, the nightmare of freshmen. Many freshmen, overconfident and reckless, rushed into the trial tower, only to fail to even pass the first floor. Oh, that's so exaggerated? Luo Zhaoxiao raised an eyebrow, not afraid at all, but even more excited. It's not an exaggeration at all, Su Muxue said, looking at him earnestly. Junior Luo, I know you are exceptionally talented and powerful, but the difficulty of the trial tower far exceeds your imagination. Especially for freshmen, being able to pass the third floor on their first attempt at the tower is already considered genius. Over the years, the highest record we Tianhe University freshmen have ever reached when they first attempted to climb the tower is only the 8th floor. The creator of that record is a genius with an A-level control ability from the previous year, who is now a popular figure on campus. The 8th floor? Luo Zhaoxiao stroked his chin, a playful smile appearing on his lips. If even an A-level ability user can reach the 8th level, then wouldn't someone with 2S level abilities be? Senior, take me to see it. His tone was full of eagerness. Go now? Su Muxue was somewhat surprised. You just arrived at school, why don't you rest for a bit first? No need, Luo Zhaoxiao shook his head firmly. Alright. Seeing his persistence, Su Muxue stopped trying to dissuade him. She had known all along that this battle maniac was never going to settle down. Then, come with me. Led by Su Muxue, the two quickly left the dormitory and boarded Tianhe University's exclusive hovercar. Su Muxue skillfully started the hovercar and drove it towards the towering tower in the center of the campus. Look, it's the beautiful Su. Along the way, whenever students saw the hovercar Su Muxue was riding in, they would cast envious and awe-inspiring glances at her. After all, Su Muxue is the vice president of the student council. She is beautiful, strong, and the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. When they saw a handsome young man they had never seen before sitting in the passenger seat, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Isn't that Senior Su Muxue? Who's that guy next to her? He's so handsome. I don't know, I've never seen him before. He looks like a freshman. Damn, who is this kid? How come Senior Su personally drives him around? You guys don't know yet, do you? He's the double S level genius who was admitted through a special admission program, Luo Zhaoxiao. What? He's Luo Zhaoxiao? The ruthless character who treated Xiao Ruobing like a plaything? Instantly, the entire campus forum erupted in excitement. Breaking news! Double S level genius freshman Luo Zhaoxiao was spotted riding in the same car with student council vice president Su Muxue on his first day of school, sparking rumors of a romance. A perfect match, a match made in heaven. I bow in respect first. Meanwhile, Luo Zhaoxiao, inside the car, was completely unaware of the turmoil outside. At this moment, all his attention was drawn to the increasingly towering trial tower in front of him. As the hover car drew closer, he truly appreciated the magnificence of the trial tower. The entire tower is cast from a mysterious black metal, soaring into the sky to a height of 1,000 meters, and its surface is covered with countless mysterious runes. Soon, the hover car stopped in the wide plaza in front of the trial tower. The square was bustling with people and incredibly lively. Come on, Junior Luo, I'll take you inside. As Su Muxue spoke, she took Luo Zhaoxiao's hand and stepped into the magnificent gate that resembled the mouth of a giant beast. The main hall inside the tower is more spacious and open than the outside. A huge light screen floated in the very center, scrolling through strings of glittering names and numbers in real time. Trial tower overall ranking. First place, Yiqing Song, senior, 99th floor. Second place, Qin Wushuang, senior, floor 98. Third place, Duge Jian, senior, floor 95. Luo Zhaoxiao's gaze swept over these resounding names, and his heart was stirred. Are these the most outstanding geniuses at Tianhe University? The strongest player has already passed the 99th floor and is only one step away from clearing the level. See that? This is the peak combat power of our Tianhe University. Su Muxue's tone was full of awe and longing. The top 10 senior students on the overall ranking are all unparalleled geniuses who are renowned in their respective regions, future martial kings, or even martial emperors. Luo Zhaoxiao nodded with a complicated expression, the competitive flame in his heart completely ignited. One day, his name will also appear on this list. Alright, stop just looking. With your current strength, you're still far behind them. Su Muxue patted his shoulder and pointed to both sides of the hall, where rows of metal pods, resembling hibernation chambers from a science fiction movie, were placed. That's the trial chamber. You just need to lie down inside, put on the neural connection helmet, and you can enter the virtual space of the trial tower. Go ahead, Junior Luo. And you, Su Muxue looked at him encouragingly. Show everyone just how strong Tianhe University's only guaranteed admission student really is. Without hesitation, Luo Zhouxiao took a deep breath and strode towards one of the empty trial chambers. As he approached, the hatch sensed his presence and slid open silently. He lay down inside. A cold, metallic touch came from above, and a high-tech helmet slowly descended, covering his head. Identification in progress. Beep. Identification successful. Name, Luo Zhouxiao. Year of study, freshman. Realm level, first tier, 7th level. Welcome to the Heavenly River Trial Tower. Good luck. A cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. The next second, Luo Zhouxiao felt his consciousness being pulled away by a powerful force, plunging him into endless darkness. The moment he entered the trial tower, the list of new students at the bottom of the huge virtual light screen in the center of the hall suddenly flashed. A brand new name quietly appeared at the end of the list. Rank 108, Luo Zhouxiao, floor 0. Initially, the name did not attract much attention. After all, countless new students come to challenge the tower every day, so having one more name is perfectly normal. However, people soon noticed something was wrong. Hey, look, could that Luo Zhouxiao be the double S-level genius who caused such a stir in Jiangqing a few days ago? A sharp-eyed student pointed at the light screen and exclaimed in surprise. Luo Zhouxiao? Let me see. It really is him. That ruthless character who treated the eldest daughter of the Shao family like a dog. Why is he here to challenge the tower too? Aren't the freshmen supposed to register together next month? Why is he here early? Who knows? But this is going to be interesting. A genius with 2S-level abilities. I wonder how many floors he can reach on his first attempt at the tower. This discovery was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, immediately creating ripples throughout the hall. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the name Luo Zhouxiao, and discussions arose one after another. Double S-level superpowers? Needless to say, he must be incredibly powerful. I bet he can at least reach the 5th level. The 5th level? You underestimate the trial tower. The trial tower tests not only supernatural abilities and cultivation levels, but more importantly, combat skills and willpower. Many geniuses, no matter how talented, get stuck in the first 3 levels on their first try. I bet he'll only get to the 4th level at most. Inside the hall, the crowd was arguing heatedly, with all sorts of opinions being expressed. Some people are optimistic about Luo Zhouxiao, while others are pessimistic about him. Without exception, everyone was filled with intense curiosity about this legendary double S-level genius. Just as the argument was raging in the hall, a tall, elegant woman with a cool and aloof demeanor, whose beauty was breathtaking, slowly walked in from outside the door. She was wearing a tight-fitting black combat suit that perfectly accentuated her hot and alluring figure. Her long, straight, fair legs attracted the attention of countless men around her. However, her stunningly beautiful face held an icy aura that kept strangers at bay. This person is none other than Lin Yuner. She came to the trial tower today with the goal of breaking into the top 100 of the overall rankings. As soon as she entered the hall, she frowned slightly at the noisy discussions inside. What's going on today? Why is it so lively? She was puzzled, and her gaze unconsciously swept towards the light screen in the center of the hall. When her gaze fell on that familiar yet unfamiliar name on the freshman list, her beautiful eyes, which had always been calm and still, widened instantly. Falling from the heavens? The boy who fell from the sky and saved her life in Wilderness Area 006. He actually came to Tianhe University too? Moreover, he is a freshman? For some reason, Lin Yuner felt her heart pounding wildly at that moment. Then, she couldn't help but recall that day, when the boy, alone with only a gun, bravely challenged a third-tier alien beast. I also recall his cold yet resolute eyes. So, he was Luo Zhouxiao. Lin Yuner murmured to herself, a complex and indescribable emotion welling up inside her. There was shock, there was curiosity, but more than anything, there was a strange joy. She instinctively stopped and decided to stay to see just how much trouble this boy who had saved her life could cause in the trial tower. Inside the trial tower at this moment, Luo Zhouxiao's consciousness suddenly arrived in a vast, boundless white space. Welcome to the trial tower, level 1. He opened his eyes in a daze and found himself in a dense jungle. The air was filled with the damp scent of earth, and the surrounding trees, flowers, and even the feel of his feet were so real that he could hardly sense any artificiality. Is this the virtual world? It's so realistic. Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but admire him, but then his eyes became alert. He could sense that countless dangers were lurking within this seemingly tranquil jungle. Sure enough, the moment the thought crossed my mind, a violent roar came from the bushes not far away. Immediately afterwards, 5 strange beasts, resembling hyenas but covered in grayish-white bone armor, pounced on him from all directions. Bone-armored hyena, Tier 1, Level 1, a pack of strange beasts, skilled in gang attacks. Information about this strange beast instantly flashed through Luo Zhouxiao's mind. An appetizer? Perfect timing. I'll start by testing you out. He remained completely unfazed by the attack of the 5 strange beasts. He didn't even bother to condense an ice spear, he just stomped his foot. Instantly, streaks of blue-purple lightning exploded beneath his feet. With the speed boost from the Annihilation Divine Lightning, his figure instantly transformed into a blurry afterlife. afterimage. 5 dull thuds of fists striking flesh rang out almost simultaneously. The 5 menacing bone-armored hyenas didn't even touch Luo Zhouxiao's clothes before their heads exploded like watermelons. A splash of red and white splattered, staining the ground. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the first level of the trial. Time taken, 10 seconds. Reward, 100 academic credits. Enter the second level of the trial tower? A cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. Luo Zhouxiao glanced at the time and frowned slightly. He shook his head helplessly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his performance. But if the students outside heard this, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. Clear the first level in 10 seconds. You think this is too slow? Are you even human? Don't forget, it usually takes an average freshman more than 5 minutes to get to the first floor for the first time. Even Chu Feng, an A-level genius among this year's freshmen, took more than a minute, and he did it in just 10 seconds. No, don't. This is not just fast, it's downright unbelievable. Enter the second level. Without hesitation, Luo Zhouxiao chose to continue the challenge. Meanwhile, in the hall outside the trial tower, look, the freshman rankings have changed. A gasp of surprise instantly drew everyone's attention. On the huge light screen in the center of the hall, the number after the last name on the freshman list suddenly jumped from 0th floor to first floor. Freshman list, 95th place, falling from the heavens, level 1, 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Am I seeing things? The first level only took 10 seconds? How did they do that? They must be cheating. After a brief silence, the hall erupted in a deafening uproar. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulously at the glaring 10 seconds on the screen. Is this fake? Is there something wrong with the system? That's right. What can you do in 10 seconds? I couldn't even walk from the entrance to the monster that fast. In an instant, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Sumu Xue was also standing in the crowd, her sweet face filled with shock. She knew Luo Zhouxiao was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. I passed the first level in 10 seconds. This is unprecedented in the history of Tianhe University. What kind of monster is this guy? Sumu Xue muttered to herself. Standing not far away, Lin Yun'er's cold, beautiful eyes also flashed with an unusual light. She knew better than anyone else how terrifying Luo Zhouxiao's strength was, but seeing him so easily pass through the first level of the trial tower still left me deeply shocked. It seems he really didn't use his full strength that day in the wilderness. Lin Yun'er thought to herself silently. His strength is far greater than I imagined. However, no one expected that this was just the beginning. Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock of Luo Zhouxiao clearing the first level in 10 seconds, the name on the screen started flashing again. Freshman list, 80th place, falling from the 9 heavens, level 2, 15 seconds. Second level, passed. It still took less than half a minute. It passed again? Holy crap. The guardian of the second level is a level 1, level 3 steel rock rhinoceros with extremely strong defense. It's thick-skinned and tough, making it very difficult to deal with. But he passed the second level in less than half a minute? He's definitely cheating. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell throughout the hall. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, not daring to blink for fear of missing any detail. Immediately afterwards, the large screen displayed. Third level, passed. Fourth level, passed. Fifth floor, passed. Luo Zhouxiao's name rose like a rocket on the freshman list, climbing at an astonishing speed. Unexpectedly, his speed in scaling the tower was outrageously fast. He resolved the battles on each floor almost within a minute. That unstoppable momentum left everyone speechless. He's insane. This kid is absolutely insane. Is he even human? He's climbing the tower faster than I can go to the toilet. A monster. Absolutely a monster. When did such a freak appear at Tianhe University? The hall was now in complete chaos. Everyone was completely captivated by Luo Zhouxiao's miraculous performance. All the previous doubts and pessimism have long since vanished, replaced by endless admiration. Standing in the crowd, Lin Yun'er looked at that name that had been advancing triumphantly, and her heart couldn't help but pound. She found it increasingly difficult to understand the boy. Luo Zhouxiao seemed shrouded in a thick fog, mysterious and difficult to understand. It was this mystery that captivated her, making her want to explore and understand it. Little brat, how many secrets are you still hiding? Lin Yun'er's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unprecedented curiosity. Time flew by amidst the gasps of surprise from the crowd. Soon, Luo Zhouxiao's name had climbed to 10th place on the freshman list, and the floor he was on was so high that almost all the new students could only look up to it. 7th floor. My God, he actually made it to the 7th floor so quickly. Just one more floor and we'll tie the freshman record. Do you think, does he have a chance of breaking the record? The moment this thought appeared, it spread like wildfire in everyone's hearts. Is a freshman who has been enrolled for less than a day about to break the record set by the legendary genius of the previous year? This is way too crazy. Immediately, everyone's breathing quickened, and their eyes were fixed on the light screen. If only you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. They were all filled with anticipation, eager to witness a miracle. Finally, not long after, under the watchful eyes of thousands, heavens, the light screen flickered once more. Freshman list, second place, falling 9 heavens, level, 8, 40 seconds. He actually did it. Look, they've tied it, and it only took 40 seconds. My goodness, that's amazing, absolutely incredible. After a brief silence, the entire hall erupted in a deafening cheer. However, Luo Zhouxiao's name did not remain on the 8th floor for long. Almost the next second after the cheers began, the light screen flickered violently again without warning. The moment the number after Luo Zhouxiao's name on the light screen changed from 8 to 9, the entire trial tower hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulously at the glaring 9 on the screen. It's broken? That record for the first freshman to clear the tower, the 8th floor, was set by the previous generation's control engineering genius, hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy. And just like that, it was easily broken by a freshman who had only been enrolled for less than a day? No way, are you kidding me? Am I seeing things? A student rubbed his eyes and asked in a trembling voice, "Hey, are you seeing things?" He really made it to the 9th floor. The person next to him answered as if in a dream. Standing in the crowd, Sumushue was too shocked to speak. Her sweet face was filled with shock and disbelief. She knew Luo Zhouxia was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. They actually broke the year-old record for new students. This can no longer be described as genius, Sumushue murmured softly. As Lin Yuner gazed at the name that had quietly climbed to the top of the freshman list, an unprecedented ripple appeared in her cold, beautiful eyes. Freshman list, first place, falling to the 9 heavens, floor, 9, 1 minute. He has created a miracle once again. A surge of indescribable pride welled up in Lin Yuner's heart, as if she herself were the one who broke the record. However, no one expected it. What do you want to do? The shock that Luo Zhouxiao brought them was far from over. The numbers on the big screen kept changing. His name is rising rapidly with an unstoppable momentum. What? He did more than just break records. This is practically rubbing the record into the ground. At this moment, everyone in the hall was completely numb. They just stared blankly at the screen, watching that name repeatedly challenge their understanding of the world. As night fell, Luo Zhouxiao's name finally settled on the number 11. Freshman list, first place, falling 9 heavens, level, 11, 1 minute 40 seconds. At the same time, a grand and authoritative system announcement resounded throughout the entire trial tower. Announcement: congratulations to freshman Luo Zhouxiao for successfully reaching the 11th floor on his first attempt at the tower, breaking the freshman record. Special reward, 1,000 academic credits, and a level B martial arts manual, lightning phantom step. Whoosh! The announcement caused another uproar in the hall. This reward is so generous it makes people envious. 1,000 credits. That's almost 10,000 Disxia coins. There's even a B-level martial arts technique. That thing sells for at least $1 million outside? The school actually awarded it as a reward? This record-breaking treatment is just too awesome. Amidst the envious, jealous, and resentful chatter of the crowd, creak, not far away, the hatch of a test chamber slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, a tall and upright figure walked out from inside. It was Luo Zhouxiao himself. He quickly took off his helmet, stretched his stiff neck, and showed no signs of fatigue on his face. On the contrary, he was full of energy. Although this challenge was mentally exhausting, the rewards were equally immense. He not only broke the school's freshman trial tower record, but also gained a huge amount of credits and a B-level movement martial arts technique. Then, Luo Zhouxiao excitedly called upon the system and opened the system panel. Name, Luo Zhouxiao. Evolution points, 400. Special abilities, S-rank Ice type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-rank Lightning type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-rank, Invisibility. Realm level, 1st tier, 7th level. Martial arts, Spear technique, Peak, rank B, Ice Dragon's Fury, Beginner, rank B, Lightning Phantom Step, none. Luo Zhouxiao praised himself in his heart. This feeling of rapidly improving strength is fucking awesome. He was just about to leave to find a place to properly study his newly acquired B-level martial arts technique. Suddenly, he keenly sensed a familiar gaze falling upon him. He instinctively looked up sharply. With just one glance, he stopped in his tracks. In the crowd of people in the hall, a fiery figure stood quietly, his cold and complex eyes fixed on him. That person was none other than Lin Yuner. Oh my, it's that beautiful senior I met in the wilderness. Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but look at her tight-fitting combat suit and her long, straight, white legs. This senior seems even more stunning today. At this moment, Luo Zhouxiao's gaze swept unabashedly over Lin Yuner's hot and alluring figure, and he secretly marveled. This physique is practically tailor-made according to his past life's aesthetic standards. A little more would make him look fat, and a little less would make him look thin. It's flawlessly perfect. Especially her long, straight, and smooth legs, the epitome of legs to admire for years. Ahem, I almost forgot to turn off auto-aim. My apologies, I'm a respectable person. Luo Zhouxiao silently recited a sentence in his heart, forcibly withdrawing his impolite gaze, and his face returned to its aloof and indifferent expression. Sitting opposite him, Lin Yuner felt Luo Zhouxiao's intensely aggressive gaze, and her usually icy face surprisingly flushed slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Her heart heart inexplicably quickened. What is this guy looking at? Lin Yuner silently spat in her heart. Strangely, she didn't feel any disgust. Instead, she felt a strange and indescribable feeling welling up inside her. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the strange feeling in her heart, and strode towards Luo Joshua with her long, slender legs. Wow, look, Senior Lin Yuner actually went to find that Luo Joshua. Oh no, my heart is breaking. Senior Lin is the famously aloof goddess of our school. The men who pursue her could line up from Tianhe City to Jiangchang, and she's never smiled at anyone before. How could she? Luo Joshua and Lin Yuner could hear the surrounding chatter clearly. However, Luo Joshua remained expressionless, as if nothing had bothered him. Lin Yuner's cheeks flushed even more, but she didn't stop walking at all. Soon, she walked up to Luo Joshua and slowly stopped. A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted into Luo Joshua's nostrils, instantly stirring his heart. Senior, it's been a long time. Luo Joshua spoke first, breaking the silence. Lin Yuner responded softly, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her voice clear and cold. Congratulations on breaking the freshman record. Just lucky. Luo Joshua shrugged. Good luck? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner's lips curled into a sweet smile. If that's considered luck, then what about us who work so hard to cultivate? She paused briefly, her expression suddenly turning serious, and solemnly said to Luo Joshua, anyway, I still want to thank you for saving my life in the wilderness that day. It was just a small favor. Luo Joshua waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned, but what he didn't know was that the more he acted this way, the deeper Lin Yuner's affection for him became. Powerful, mysterious, low-key, and humble without arrogance. Otherwise, this man is simply too perfect to believe. Lin Yuner kept staring at him, and after a moment of silence, she finally mustered up the courage to ask the question that had been lingering in her mind. Can I ask you a question? That day in Wilderness Area 006, her gaze became complicated. You clearly had a chance to escape on your own, so why did you come back to save me? You have to understand, that was a Tier 3 rockback tyrant. You were only Tier 1, Level 6 at the time. Coming back to save me was practically suicide. She pondered this question for a long time. She simply couldn't understand why a complete stranger would risk his life to challenge a terrifying beast that was impossible to defeat, just to save her. If this gets out, nobody will believe it. Could it be that he really has some ulterior motive towards me? After asking the question, Lin Yuner felt inexplicably nervous. She stared intently at the boy before her, awaiting his answer. At this moment, everyone around focused their attention on the handsome man and beautiful woman, straining their ears, afraid of missing a single word. Everyone was eager to know how Luo Joshua would answer. At this moment, Luo Joshua slowly opened his mouth and said something that surprised everyone. Because my parents were both soldiers who defended our country. Faced with the upperclassmen around him who were all listening intently and watching with expressions of morbid curiosity, Luo Joshua could only say this. He couldn't very well say that he was a time traveler, a soldier in his previous life, and had the belief of protecting his compatriots etched into his bones, could he? If he said that out loud, he'd be considered a lunatic and subjected to dissection and research. My parents sacrificed themselves on the battlefield against the alien beasts in order to protect this city. They taught me from a young age that as a martial artist of the Great Xia, I must never stand by and watch my compatriots die in danger. This is a principle, and more importantly, it's the bottom line of being a decent human being. Luo Joshua's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a warm current that instantly flowed into everyone's heart. The entire trial tower hall fell silent. Those students who had initially been somewhat amused now had serious expressions. Their gazes toward Luo Joshua shifted from mere admiration to a deeper, more heartfelt respect. It turns out that this record-breaking, rapidly rising SS-level genius is actually a descendant of a martyr. No wonder he always exudes a composure and decisiveness beyond his years. No wonder he dared to confront the Shao family head-on, and did not bow his head in the face of the pressure from a 7th-level martial emperor, because the blood of heroes flows in his veins. Sumu Shue stood to the side, looking at the tall and upright young man, her heart stirred with emotion. Only now did she understand why manager Chendong valued him so much, even at the cost of offending the entire Shao family. He not only possesses unparalleled talent, but also a pure and innocent heart that shines like gold. Such people are the future of Great Xia and the hope of humanity. Lin Yuner was stunned when she heard Luo Joshua's words. A misty fog welled up in her cold, beautiful eyes, and her delicate body trembled slightly, involuntarily. His parents were also heroes who sacrificed their lives for their country? Could it be that we are of the same kind? At that moment, she felt a strange resonance between herself and the boy in front of her. She thought of her parents who sacrificed themselves to protect their home, and of the lonely days she grew up. That deep-seated loneliness and sorrow made her believe that no one in the world could understand her anymore. But now, she has found the answer in this boy she has only met twice. It turns out he was just like me. We are all children protected by heroes who gave their lives. No wonder you came back to save me. Lin Yuner murmured to herself, and at that moment, a corner of the high wall of ice in her heart quietly melted. insulted. So, Lin Yuner, are you satisfied with my answer? Falling from the 9 heavens, she whispered his name, her voice no longer cold but carrying a hint of barely perceptible tenderness. She wanted to say something but didn't know where to begin. Words of gratitude seemed pale and powerless. Apologizing would seem pretentious and affected. Just when the atmosphere was delicate, an untimely cough suddenly broke the silence, interrupting their eye contact. A boy in a student council uniform walked over with a jealous look on his face, forced a smile, and said to Lin Yuner, "Senior Lin, the president wants to see you. He needs you to come to his office." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner frowned slightly, clearly displeased with the sudden interruption, but she nodded nonetheless, quickly reverting to her aloof demeanor. She turned to look at Luo Zhouxiao, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Junior Luo, I have something to do. I'll be going now." But, she paused, her voice tinged with a hint of emotion, and said softly, "Tonight, come to my dorm, I have something to give you." After saying that, she turned around and, without waiting for Luo Zhouxiao's response, strode away from the trial tower amidst the complicated gazes of the crowd. Only Luo Zhouxiao remained, standing there blankly, her last words still echoing in his mind. "Tonight? To her dorm? Do you want me to give you something else? Oh my goodness." Luo Zhouxiao's head buzzed, and he instantly started thinking in the wrong direction. Seriously? This senior, is she playing this big? We've only met twice, and it's already gotten this far? Although she is indeed stunningly beautiful, her figure and those long legs are simply amazing. But, I'm a respectable person. Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but gasp, feeling his cheeks start to burn uncontrollably again. When the surrounding students saw Lin Yuner take the initiative to invite Luo Zhouxiao to her dormitory that night, they immediately went wild. Did I hear that right? Senior Lin actually invited a guy to her dorm tonight? It's all over. My goddess, my youth, gone just like that? Wa'ada. Luo Zhouxiao, the grudge of having your wife stolen is irreconcilable. I challenge you to a duel. A duel? You're not worthy. You're only at the second level of the first rank. He could crush you with a single finger. But then again, if Wang Ren, who's been chasing after Senior Lin, found out about this, the scene, TSK, I can't even imagine. Luo Zhouxiao keenly noticed the name and raised an eyebrow slightly. Sounds like another troublesome spoiled brat. Who is Wang Ren? He quickly grabbed a classmate who was still wailing and asked calmly. The student was still immersed in the grief of having his dream goddess stolen when Luo Zhouxiao slapped him, startling him awake. But when he recognized the person as Luo Zhouxiao, the grief and indignation on his face instantly turned into awe and a trace of fear. "Luo, brother Luo." He immediately stood up straight and stammered in response. Wang Ren is the top student in the second-year combat department. His awakened ability is the A-level offensive type, Eye of Vulcan, and he already has the strength of the second tier, 5th level. Throughout his sophomore year, he has been among the top 3 experts. The most crucial thing is, the student spoke in a low voice, a gossipy expression on his face. Everyone knows that he has been pursuing Lin Yuner since the moment he enrolled. She's just relying on her good family background and strong abilities. Anyone who dares to get close to senior sister Lin will be in trouble. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao's lips curled into a playful smile. A-level superpower? Second tier, 5th level? He sounds much better than that blonde-haired Wang how I met at the Heaven on Earth. That's really interesting. Instead of feeling any fear, he felt a surge of intense fighting spirit. Right now, he's just worried about not having a suitable opponent to test his strength. This guy named Wang Ren is a good target. Brother Luo, you have to be careful. Seeing the eager look on Luo Zhouxiao's face, the classmate couldn't help but remind him that Wang Ren is narrow-minded and vindictive. He's no good. Given what you and Senior Lin did today, he definitely won't let this go. I see. Luo Zhouxiao nodded calmly and patted his classmate on the shoulder. Thank you for reminding me. After saying that, he ignored the envious and jealous looks in the hall and turned to leave the trial tower. Tianhe City, this city in the sky, is now brightly lit, appearing even more dreamlike and prosperous than during the day. Luo Zhouxiao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his luxurious dormitory, looking down at the lights of thousands of homes below, yet his heart was unusually calm. He was still replaying Lin Yuner's words from earlier that day in his mind. Come to my dorm tonight. Hiss. What exactly is she trying to do? He stroked his chin, completely baffled, but her aloof demeanor doesn't seem to suggest she's interested in him. It's not very interesting, is it? What decent girl would invite a guy she's only known for 2 days to her dorm late at night? And it's a place where men and women sleep together. Damn it, I just can't figure it out. Luo Zhouxiao scratched his head in frustration. In his previous life in the military, he was surrounded by rough, burly men. In both his lives combined, he had almost no experience dealing with women. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. He now deeply understands the meaning of those words. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. She's not going to eat me, is she? He glanced at the time. It was exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. It's time to meet this beautiful senior. He straightened his B-grade combat suit, took a deep breath, and pushed open his front door. Meanwhile, Luo Zhouxiao was preparing to go to to Lin Yun'er's dormitory. Inside a suite at Tianhe University, also located in Xingqian Pavilion, but with even more luxurious decor. A handsome young man with sinister eyes stared at his personal terminal with a livid expression. The terminal displayed the campus forum. The forum's front page headline prominently featured a photo of Luo Zhouxiao and Lin Yun'er gazing deeply into each other's eyes at the entrance of the trial tower. The comments section immediately exploded. My goddess, the way she looked at that freshman was so gentle. I've never seen her treat anyone like that before. Wah, my youth is over. There's definitely something fishy going on between those two. I heard that Senior Lin even invited him to her dorm tonight. Really? Going to the dorm tonight? A lone man and woman, sparks flying. I don't even want to think about it. That freshman's name is Luo Zhouxiao? Brothers, keep a close eye on him. He dared to steal our goddess. We'll make sure he's dead. The young man slammed his personal terminal to the ground, shattering the valuable device instantly. Fall from the 9 heavens. He forced out those 3 words through gritted teeth, his handsome face contorted with rage. This person is none other than Wang Run, an A-level ability user and a genius at the 5th level of the 2nd tier. A freshman who just enrolled. A 1st tier trash. How dare he steal my future woman? At this moment, Wang Ren's eyes turned bloodshot, and the power of his A-level superpower, Eye of Vulcan, erupted out of control. His eyes instantly ignited with eerie flames, and the temperature in the entire room rose sharply. Run GE. Calm down. Calm down. Several of his followers rushed forward to comfort him. It's not worth it for a woman. It's really not worth it. Unnecessary? Wang Ren suddenly turned his head, his eyes burning with fire as he stared intently at the follower who was speaking. Is Lin Yun'er an ordinary woman? She's the woman I, Wang Ren, have set my sights on. She's my future wife. Now some bastard who appeared out of nowhere dares to flirt with her in public, and even wants to go to her dorm late at night. How can you expect me to tolerate this? As he spoke, Wang Ren grew increasingly angry and kicked the coffee table in front of him, smashing it to pieces. Brother Ren, don't get agitated, another follower quickly advised. Although Luo Zhouxiao has high talent, he is only at the 7th level of the 1st rank. Compared to you, he is nothing. That's right. Brother Ren, you're a 2nd tier, 5th level expert. Killing him would be a piece of cake. Exactly. He's just a freshman, yet he's so arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson. The lackeys fanned the flames, fearing nothing more than a peaceful world. Hearing these words, Wang Ren's anger subsided slightly, but the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. That's right, Wang Ren said coldly. A freshman dares to be so arrogant? We need to teach him a lesson. I'm going to see what kind of fun those two will have in the dorm tonight. The top floor of the Star Pavilion. It's exceptionally quiet here compared to the hustle and bustle downstairs. Luo Zhouxiao stood in front of a high-tech metal door, with the sign clearly engraved with 302. Who would have thought that Lin Yun'er's dormitory was right across from his? This is probably what they call fate, but who would believe it when the time comes? Thump, thump, thump. Luo Zhouxiao nervously raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. For some reason, his heart started beating faster than usual. Damn it, what's going on? I've never been this nervous even when facing thousands of troops back in the day. He cursed himself inwardly, trying to calm himself down. I waited for about 10 seconds. Creak. The metal door slid open silently inward. Suddenly, a fiery and alluring figure entered through the doorway. Luo Zhouxiao's breath hitched. At this moment, Lin Yun'er was only wearing a thin, ice blue silk nightgown. The nightgown was extremely daring in design, barely covering the vital parts, leaving large expanses of snow-white, smooth skin exposed to the air without any concealment. Those long, straight, and incredibly long legs gleamed alluringly under the soft light of the room. Senior, what's going on? Because she had just taken a shower, her long, glossy black hair was still slightly damp, casually draped over her fragrant shoulders. A few playful strands of hair clung to her fair cheeks, adding to her languid and charming appearance. Her usually cold and aloof face was now slightly flushed from the steam, and her clear, bright eyes were glistening with moisture. Fuck! Luo Zhouxiao's mind completely shut down at this moment. He stared blankly at the scene before him, a sight that would make any normal man's blood boil, feeling a surge of heat rising in his nostrils. What's going on? It's the middle of the night, I just took a shower, and I'm dressed like this. Come open the door for me? Senior, what exactly do you mean? Could it be that she really? Countless indescribable images flashed through Luo Zhouxiao's mind in an instant. What repayment for saving my life? What gifts for me? It turns out, it was all just an excuse. Is this the real reward? Offering yourself in return? Luo Zhouxiao gasped in shock, feeling as if his CPU was about to burn out. He's been a staunchly straight man for both his lives. He's never seen anything like this before. He suppressed the surging anger within him, kept a straight face, and tried his best to sound serious as he spoke dryly. Senior, aren't you cold wearing so little? As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Zhouxiao wanted to slap himself. Damn it! What kind of nonsense is that? Why would a 2nd-tier ability user be afraid of this little bit of cold? Sure enough, when Lin Yun'er heard his words, she was first stunned, and then her pretty face, which was already flushed, turned even redder. all the way to her ears. She then realized how suggestive her current attire was. She gasped softly, instinctively covering her exposed chest with her hands, and glared at Luo Joshua with a mixture of shame and annoyance. What are you looking at? Get in here right now. Lin Yuner's voice carried a hint of embarrassment and anger. She herself didn't know what was wrong with her today. Ever since she saw Luo Joshua in the trial tower during the day, she had been feeling uneasy. While taking a shower at night, my mind was filled with the image of that aloof boy and his cold, resolute eyes. When she came to her senses, she realized that she had inexplicably chosen this sexy nightgown that she had bought but never worn. She originally planned to change her clothes after Luo Joshua arrived, but the doorbell rang so quickly that she panicked and came out dressed like that. Staring intently at Luo Joshua, she felt as if her whole body was on fire, both hot and numb. Oh! Luo Joshua snapped out of his daze after being yelled at and quickly stepped into the room. As soon as he entered, a strong aura of energy, even richer than that in his dormitory and mixed with a faint fragrance, hit him. Lin Yuner's dormitory layout was similar to his, but the decoration style was completely different. The entire room is decorated in light blue and white, exuding a feminine warmth and elegance. You sit down first, I'll go change my clothes. After saying that, Lin Yuner rushed into the bedroom as if her life depended on it, slamming the door shut. As Luo Joshua watched her fleeing figure, a playful smile crept onto his lips. Hey, so this aloof senior has such a shy side too. He walked to the living room sofa and sat down, but his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the bedroom. I have to admit, this senior's figure is truly top-notch. It's practically like the heavens are chasing after them to feed them. My senior is so filial, she's raised her grandma so well. TSK. Just as Luo Joshua was lost in thought, the bedroom door creaked open. At this moment, Lin Yuner had changed into a relatively conservative white home outfit and walked out of the room. Although most of her spring scenery was obscured, her exquisite curves still stirred the imagination. She saw Luo Joshua grinning foolishly at the air, a maternal smile on his face, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Hey, what are you laughing at? Ha? No, it's nothing. Luo Joshua was startled and quickly wiped the smile off his face, reverting to his aloof and indifferent demeanor. I just thought of something funny. Lin Yuner glanced at him with some skepticism, but didn't ask any more questions. She walked to the sofa opposite Luo Joshua, sat down, picked up the water glass on the coffee table, took a small sip, and seemed to be organizing her thoughts. The atmosphere inside the room suddenly became subtle. Luo Joshua stared at her, his heart filled with curiosity. What does this senior want from me that she called me over so late at night? Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Yuner finally spoke. Falling from the 9 heavens, she put down her water glass, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her face showing unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. You saved my life that day in the wilderness. I, Lin Yuner, will never forget this kindness. I don't like owing favors to others. So, as she spoke, she took out an ancient book that emitted a faint blue glow from her spatial bracelet. Consider this martial arts manual my way of repaying you for saving my life. She gently placed the book on the coffee table and pushed it in front of Luo Joshua. Luo Joshua's gaze instantly fell on the cover of the book. The 4 large characters were written above in vigorous and powerful script. Ice shadow flowing light wings. Below the book title, there is also a prominent symbol B rank martial arts technique. Upon seeing this sign, Luo Joshua's heart skipped a beat. Wow, this senior is so generous. He unleashed a B-grade martial arts technique worth millions right off the bat. Moreover, the name Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings clearly sounds related to speed and movement. This is exactly what he needs right now. Although he has the speed boost from the Annihilation Divine Thunder, he lacks a systematic movement technique, which makes him inadequate in terms of agility and evasion. If you can learn this movement technique, your strength will definitely experience a qualitative leap. To be honest, he was really tempted. Moreover, I'm really tempted. Senior, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Luo Joshua pushed the book back almost without hesitation. He's not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. Saving her was a matter of the heart, a belief ingrained in the bones of a soldier. He never thought of getting anything in return for this kindness. What's more, this reward is so precious. Why can't we accept it? When Lin Yuner saw that he refused, she frowned and her voice turned cold. Are you looking down on me? Do you think my life, Lin Yuner's, is worth only this much? Senior, that's not what I meant. Luo Joshua explained with a wry smile. I just feel that I shouldn't accept something for nothing. Saving you was what I should do. I don't care. Lin Yuner interrupted him directly, her attitude firm and unquestionable. I told you, I don't like owing favors. You have to accept this martial arts manual today, whether you like it or not. Her clear, beautiful eyes were fixed on Luo Joshua, and the aura of a second-tier, third-level expert unconsciously emanated from her. Luo Joshua was immediately rendered speechless by her domineering CEO-like demeanor. Senior, this is practically forcing you to buy something. So what if I forced you to buy it? Lin Yuner raised her snow-white chin, looking determined to have him by her side today. Luo Joshua looked at her and felt a headache coming on. on. How come this woman is even more stubborn than me? Senior, really, it's not necessary. He wanted to argue a little more. However, at that very moment, Lin Yuner moved. Suddenly, she leaped up from the sofa and rushed to Luo Joshua in one stride. The speed was so fast that he barely had time to react. Senior, what are you doing? Luo Joshua was startled and instinctively wanted to back away. Suddenly, I felt an invisible gravity enveloping my entire body. Grade B ability, gravity compression. His body suddenly felt heavy, and his movements became unusually slow. At this critical moment, Lin Yuner suddenly raised her long, beautiful legs, which were clad in white lounge pants, and placed them directly on his shoulders. Then, she braced herself against the wall with both hands, pinning Luo Joshua firmly against the corner between the sofa and the wall. The distance between the two instantly closed to the extreme. Luo Joshua could even smell the alluring scent emanating from her body, a mixture of shower gel and the fragrance of a young girl. He felt her warm breath gently brush against his face, bringing a ticklish sensation. With a buzzing sound in his head, Luo Joshua completely panicked, his mind going blank. Senior, that was an amazing move. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The atmosphere in the luxurious room was so ambiguous that it made one's heart race. At this moment, Luo Joshua was pinned to the corner of the wall by Lin Yuner in an extremely shy posture, unable to move. He could clearly feel the amazing elasticity and softness coming from his shoulder. Through the thin layer of her loungewear, he could even feel the warmth emanating from her thighs. He swallowed hard, feeling his face burning hot enough to fry an egg. In both his lifetimes combined, he had never had such intimate contact with a woman. Moreover, she's a stunningly beautiful and mature senior student with a top-notch figure. Who could stand this? Senior, what exactly do you want to do? Luo Joshua's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. He began to panic. Is this woman really planning to use force? Although I long to experience it, but in broad daylight, under the clear blue sky, no, it's a dark and stormy night now. A lone man and a lone woman, like dry wood meeting a raging fire. This is outrageous. What are you doing? Looking at the flustered and blushing boy she had pinned against the wall, Lin Yuner felt an unprecedented sense of conquest and pleasure. A sly glint flashed in her clear, beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, forming a captivating curve. I've said it before, you have to accept this martial arts technique today, whether you like it or not. Her voice carried an undeniable air of authority. Then, she leaned down and slowly approached Luo Joshua, getting closer and closer. He was so close that he could see her long eyelashes and her eyes, which shone like stars. A more intense fragrance than before wafted into his nostrils, making his heart skip a beat. Now, I'll ask you one more time. Lin Yuner's red lips almost touched his lips, her warm breath hitting him. Will you accept this martial arts manual or not? Her voice was soft, yet deadly alluring. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face so close to his, and listening to the devilish whisper in his ear, Luo Joshua's reason was being slowly devoured. He opened his mouth to answer. However, Lin Yuner didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Silence means consent. She chuckled softly, and with a slight exertion of her long leg draped over his shoulder, she brought their bodies even closer together. Luo Joshua gasped, feeling as if his whole body was about to burst into flames. Senior, please don't do this. Let's talk this out. He was barely holding on. If this continues, he fears he might turn into a beast on the spot. Speak properly? Lin Yuner raised an eyebrow. Didn't I just talk to you nicely? You just insisted on refusing to listen to reason and forced yourself to drink the penalty shot. Luo Joshua felt so helpless that he wanted to cry. Sister, is this what you call speaking properly? Who forces someone to accept a gift like you? Okay, I'll take it. Alright. Before completely losing his mind, Luo Joshua finally chose to compromise. A man can bend and stretch. It's just a B-rank martial arts manual. Compared to my innocence, what does this matter? Wouldn't it have been better if you had said so earlier? When Lin Yuner heard him agree, a smug smile immediately appeared on her face. She slowly retracted her long legs, dispelling the gravity field she had applied to Luo Joshua. With his body relaxed, Luo Joshua felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He quickly broke free from the corner of the wall and gasped for breath. He felt as if he had just been pulled out of the water, his whole body soaked in sweat. Looking at Lin Yuner across from him, who had a smug look on her face, like a female general who had won a battle, he was filled with mixed feelings. This woman is simply an enchantress. That's fucking amazing. Here, take it. Lin Yuner quickly threw the book Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings at him. Luo Joshua instinctively caught it, and looking at the martial arts technique in his hand, he felt that it was heavy and very hot. Ding! Host detected as having the potential to learn the B-rank martial skill Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings. Consume evolution points to increase proficiency? The system's voice rang out in my mind at just the right moment. Luo Joshua glanced at his remaining 400 evolution points and a thought struck him. This martial arts manual has arrived just in time. What he lacks most right now is speed. System, increase proficiency. Ding! Evolution points minus 280. Proficiency of B-rank martial skill Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings, none. Beginner. A massive flood of information rushed into his mind. He instantly mastered countless techniques on how to use ice-based abilities to condense ice wings for high-speed movement and evasion. I see. Luo Zhouxiao quickly closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the meaning. This ice shadow flowing light wings is similar in concept to the thunder light illusion step he obtained before. One method involves empowering oneself with the power of lightning to achieve a short distance burst of speed. One of them uses the power of ice to condense wings, enabling long-duration gliding and high-speed maneuvering. If he could combine the two, his speed would reach an extremely terrifying level. Ha! You! Lin Yuner looked at Luo Zhouxiao's closed-eye meditation and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She could clearly sense that Luo Zhouxiao's aura was undergoing a strange change. It's like he's undergoing some kind of deep fusion with that martial arts manual. Could it be that he's learning on sight? This idea shocked Lin Yuner once again. After all, martial arts skills cannot be mastered by watching them once. That requires a lot of time and energy to understand, practice, and transform the knowledge in books into one's own skills. Even a genius with B-level superpowers like her, it took her more than a month to barely get the hang of ice shadow flowing light wings when she first learned it. And this young man before me, I've only had this martial art for less than a minute. Just as Lin Yuner was in shock, Luo Zhouxiao suddenly opened his eyes. Behind him, a pair of enormous ice wings, composed entirely of deep blue ice with smooth and beautiful lines, suddenly unfolded. The ice wings exude a chilling aura, shimmering with iridescent light, both magnificent and powerful. This, you've already learned it? Lin Yuner was completely dumbfounded when she saw the pair of lifelike ice wings behind Luo Zhouxiao. Her usually aloof and pretty face was now filled with disbelief. Lin Yuner stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed at the pair of magnificent ice wings behind Luo Zhouxiao, stammering for a long time without being able to utter a complete sentence. She felt that her worldview had been completely redefined by this man tonight. But, in less than a minute, he took a B-level martial arts technique and started from scratch, directly cultivating it to the entry level. Is this even something a human being could do? Even those legendary geniuses with SSS-level superpowers couldn't possibly be this monstrous. Monster! What kind of monster are you? Lin Yuner looked at Luo Zhouxiao as if she were staring at a prehistoric behemoth in human skin, her beautiful eyes filled with endless shock. Cough cough, it's alright. Luo Zhouxiao felt the lightness emanating from the ice wings behind him and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. With a thought, he gently flapped the ice wings on his back. His figure vanished instantly from the spot, and the next second, he silently reappeared at the other end of the room. That speed was many times faster than when he simply used lightning-based abilities. Moreover, it made almost no sound. Not bad, not bad. Luo Zhouxiao nodded in satisfaction. This B-grade martial arts manual is practically tailor-made for him. With it, his mobility and survivability will definitely be greatly improved. How did you do that? Lin Yuner finally snapped out of her shock, quickly walked up to Luo Zhouxiao, and stared intently at him. What? How did you do that? Luo Zhouxiao looked at her innocently, pretending to be confused. This is it. Lin Yuner pointed to the ice wings behind him, her voice trembling slightly. It took me over a month to even get the basics of this book, Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings. How could you possibly have learned it so quickly? Oh, you mean this? Luo Zhouxiao nodded in sudden understanding, then said casually, maybe, it's because I'm more talented. Is it because of good talent? Time passed by, second by second. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner nearly coughed up blood. You call that being talented? If you really have such great talent, then should I just find a block of tofu and kill myself with my B-level superpower? A naked Versailles. Lin Yuner was so angry that her chest heaved violently, but she was powerless to refute it, because what the other party said seemed to be true. With a talent possessing 2S-level superpowers, how bad could it be? She let out a long breath, suppressing the surging emotions in her heart, and stared at Luo Zhouxiao with a complicated look in her eyes. She found that she understood this man less and less. He's like a bottomless abyss. Just when you think you figured him out, he can deliver an even bigger shock in the next second. Alright, you win. Lin Yuner waved her hand helplessly, feeling that if she stayed with this pervert any longer, her self-confidence would be completely destroyed. I've given you the martial arts skills, so you've repaid my debt of saving my life. She paused, her expression turning serious. There's actually another matter I wanted to discuss with you. Please go ahead, senior. Luo Zhouxiao retracted the ice wings behind him, his expression turning serious. He knew that this beautiful senior would not have given him such a big gift for no reason. In a month, it will be the annual freshman competition at Tianhe University. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Yuner nodded. This is one of the most important events at our school, and a fantastic opportunity for all freshmen to make a name for themselves. Those who perform exceptionally well in the competition will not only receive a wealth of academic credits and resource rewards, but will also have the opportunity to be noticed by the school's top mentors and become their personal disciples. The most crucial thing is, Lin Yuner fixed her gaze on Luo Zhouxiao and said, word by word, the champion of each freshman freshman competition is qualified to directly enter our Tianhe University's elite class. Elite class? Lin Yuner's tone carried a hint of longing. That's where the school's top geniuses gather. They enjoy the best resources. You could say that getting into the elite class is like stepping into the threshold of becoming a powerhouse. So amazing? Luo Zhouxiao's heart couldn't help but warm up upon hearing this. The most outstanding genius? Top-tier resources? Isn't this tailor-made for him? So, you must prepare well this month, Lin Yuner earnestly reminded her. Although you are a double S-level genius, Tianhe University is full of hidden talents and never lacks strong opponents. Her gaze shifted, suddenly turning serious. Especially, you've offended the Xiao family. That power will never let you off easily. I heard that Xiao Lang has contacted his old friends at school and is planning to use dirty tricks on you during the competition. Use underhanded tricks? Luo Zhouxiao sneered, showing no fear. Bring it on. No, don't. I have descended from the heavens. Who dares to touch me? Seeing his fearless appearance, Lin Yuner shook her head helplessly, but a strange sense of relief arose in her heart. Perhaps only such an arrogant and unruly man could be worthy of his unparalleled talent. In short, you need to be extra careful. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yuner gestured for him to leave. It's getting late, you should go back. Luo Zhouxiao nodded, didn't linger, and turned to walk towards the door. However, just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, Lin Yuner's voice rang out from behind him again. Falling from the 9 heavens, he turned around and saw her standing in the dim light, her clear, beautiful eyes gazing at him affectionately, a captivating smile playing on her lips. Good luck in the freshman competition. I have faith in you. That shout of go for it, and that captivating smile made Luo Zhouxiao's heart skip a beat. He felt as if he had already succumbed to it. Ahem, I understand, senior. He forced a calm response, then almost hastily fled Lin Yuner's room. Back in his dorm room, he quickly closed the door. Leaning against the door, Luo Zhouxiao gasped for breath, feeling as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. Damn, this senior is an absolute enchantress. He touched his still burning cheeks, a wave of fear washing over him. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would lose control and do something shameful. He took a deep breath, trying to shake the image of Lin Yuner out of his mind. A freshman competition? His gaze gradually sharpened. Elite class, resources. I must take it down. At the same time, the news that Luo Zhouxiao had sneaked into Lin Yuner's boudoir at night and lingered there for a long time seemed to have wings and quickly spread throughout the entire Tianhe University campus forum. The entire forum erupted in chaos. Breaking news. Ice Queen Lin Yuner is suspected of being in a relationship. Her boyfriend is none other than Luo Zhouxiao, a newly enrolled double S-level genius. Pictures don't lie. Last night at 9 p.m., Luo Zhouxiao entered Lin's dormitory and didn't leave until late at night. A perfect match, a match made in heaven. I declare this couple locked in. I'm keeping the key. Upstairs, are you tired of living? If Senior Wang Ren sees this, he'll probably skin you alive. Various posts emerged one after another, and the popularity continued to rise. Meanwhile, Wang Ren, the other protagonist of the incident, was sitting in his equally luxurious dormitory, his face so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. He stared at the obscene posts and photos on his personal terminal, trembling with rage. In the photo, Luo Zhouxiao's handsome and aloof face and Lin Yuner's stunning profile are extremely striking. Fall from the 9 heavens. Wang Ren gritted his teeth and squeezed out those 3 words, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent fueled by jealousy. He slammed his fist into the table in front of him, which was made of a special alloy. With a loud bang, he smashed a deep dent into the sturdy tabletop. Damn it! A freshman who just enrolled. A piece of trash who appeared out of nowhere. What gives him the right? Why is it that he can win Yuner's favor? Wang Ren's heart was filled with endless anger and resentment. He is Wang Ren, the owner of the A-level superpower, Eye of Vulcan, a powerful expert at the 5th level of the 2nd tier. Throughout his sophomore year, and indeed throughout Tianhe University, he was always a prominent and influential figure. He believed that he was far superior to that good-for-nothing named Luo Zhouxiao in terms of both family background and strength. But why, after pursuing her for a year, did he not even touch Lin Yuner's hand once? And that Luo Zhouxiao, on his very first day at school, was able to easily gain entry and sneak into someone's room at night? I refuse to accept this. I absolutely refuse to accept this. Wang Ren grew angrier the more he thought about it, and the fire of jealousy in his heart almost completely consumed his reason. Just then, his dormitory door was pushed open from the outside. Several students, also wearing Tianhe University uniforms, walked in. The leader was a young man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks, who looked shifty and rat-like. Brother Wang, please don't be angry. Seeing the mess in the room and Wang Ren's murderous look, the young man shrank back in fear and said cautiously, "Angry? How the hell could I possibly get over this?" When Wang Ren saw him, he became even more furious, grabbed him by the collar, and roared, "I asked you to investigate Luo Zhouxiao's background. How's that going?" We found it. The young man with the pointed face and monkey-like features turned pale with fright and quickly pulled out a document from his pocket and handed it over. Wang Ren snatched the documents and began to flip through them roughly. Luo Zhouxiao, male, 18 years old, formerly a student at Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. This is just the beginning. Both parents were Tier 3 soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the battle against the alien beasts. They are the children of martyrs. Awakened ability, rank F, invisibility, 5 seconds. Upon seeing this, Wang Ren's brows furrowed instantly. An F-level superpower? Are you fucking kidding me? Wang Ren scoffed at the information, but still patiently continued reading. Afterwards, he seemingly underwent a second awakening, gaining the S-rank Ice-type ability, Mystic Ice Dragon Soar, and the S-rank Lightning-type ability, Annihilation Divine Lightning. In the Jiangcheng No. 3 Middle School Arena competition, he defeated Xiao Ruobing, a B-level Ice-type ability user, and forced her to fulfill the bet, and was humiliated in public. He was noticed by Qin Dong, the head of the Jiangcheng branch of Tianhe Martial Arts School, and was exceptionally recommended to Tianhe University. Faced with a series of dazzling achievements, Wang Ren's face grew increasingly gloomy. Double S-level superpowers, no wonder. He finally understood why Luo Zhouxiao had won Lin Yun'er's favor. Evolution points, 450. Damn it, it's talent again. Brother Wang, this Luo Zhouxiao is indeed a bit strange. The young man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like cheeks fanned the flames from the side. Upon hearing this, Wang Ren was so enraged that he tore the documents in his hand to shreds. Brother Wang, calm down. What level are the Xiao family and the Wang family? He's Luo Zhouxiao, an orphan with no parents, yet he dares to be so arrogant. He must have some powerful backer we don't know about, the weasel-faced youth quickly advised. A powerful backer? What kind of powerful backer could he possibly have? He's just relying on the Tianhe Martial Arts School for support. Wang Ren shoved him away and paced back and forth in the room with bloodshot eyes, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. Tianhe Martial Arts School. Tianhe Martial Arts School. He kept repeating the name, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious. Damn it, it's just a martial arts school. Do you really think you can control everything? Once I graduate and inherit the family business, you'll be the first ones I deal with. Wang Ren's heart was filled with resentment towards Tianhe Martial Arts School. In his opinion, if it weren't for Tianhe Martial Arts School meddling, Luo Zhouxiao would have been crushed by the Xiao family long ago, and wouldn't have had the chance to compete with him for a woman here. Brother Wang, what do we do now? The young man with a pointed chin and monkey-like cheeks felt a chill run down his spine at Wang Ren's murderous look, but he still forced himself to ask, how about we take some men over there now, drag him out of his dorm, and give him a good beating? Give him a beating? Wang Ren suddenly turned his head and slapped the young man hard across the face. With a sharp crack, the young man was spun halfway around by the slap, and 5 clear finger marks immediately appeared on his face. Are you fucking brain dead? Wang Ren pointed at his nose and began to curse. Go there now? Going there now would make me a laughingstock in the whole school? Yes. Brother Wang is right. The young man covered his face, nodding and bowing repeatedly, not daring to utter a single word. Wang Ren paced back and forth in the room like a wild beast locked in a cage. The violent aura emanating from him silenced the few followers around him. He knew that rushing over now would be a very unwise move. Not only will you not gain any benefit, but you will also end up with a reputation even worse than Luo Zhouxiao, becoming the laughingstock of the entire school. Don't rush. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. Although Wang Ren is arrogant and domineering, he is by no means a fool. The fact that Luo Zhouxiao is valued so highly by Tianhe Martial Arts School, and that even an old monster like Elder Xian personally came forward to support him, must mean there's more to the story. A head-on confrontation is absolutely the worst option. We must come up with a brilliant plan that can both thoroughly humiliate him, leaving him speechless with bitterness, and ideally cripple him. Suddenly, a sinister glint flashed in Wang Ren's eyes. He had a brilliant idea. Freshman competition. He clapped his hands abruptly, a ferocious smile spreading across his face. Brother Wang, do you mean to make a move at the freshman competition a month from now? A follower asked tentatively. Nonsense. Wang Ren sneered. Do I even need to say it? But, Brother Wang, you're a sophomore. According to school rules, you're not allowed to participate in the freshman competition. Another follower reminded him, somewhat puzzled. Who said I was going to participate personally? Wang Ren glanced at him, looking at him like he was an idiot. Have you forgotten that I have a group of people under my command? The group of people he was referring to were freshmen he had recruited from outside at a high price. These people may have ordinary talents, but they are all ruthless and merciless. They are willing to do anything for money and are definitely outlaws. The reason I recruited them was to do things for me at the school, to do the dirty work that I couldn't do myself. Now, it comes in handy. That Luo Zhouxiao, doesn't he think he's incredibly talented? Wang Ren's lips curled into a cruel smile. Then I'll make sure he gets beaten to a pulp by a bunch of trash he despises the most during the freshman competition. I want him to understand what happens when he offends me. Wang Ren. He could already picture the scene a month later at the freshman competition, where Luo Zhouxiao would be surrounded and beaten by his men, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy like a dead dog. Then he will reappear as a savior. Thinking of this, Wang Ren couldn't help but let out a morbid and maniacal laugh. laugh. Ha ha ha, Luo Jiuxiao. You just wait. The freshman competition is your death knell. He took out his personal terminal and dialed a number. Hey, is this Black Wolf? I'm assigning you a task. The freshman competition is in a month. Meanwhile, Luo Jiuxiao, the protagonist of his revenge plan, was leisurely lying in his luxurious dormitory worth tens of millions, focusing on studying the system panel. Name, Luo Jiuxiao. Evolution points, 120. Special abilities, S-rank Ice type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-rank Lightning type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-rank, Invisibility. Realm level, 1st tier, 7th level. Martial arts, Spear Technique, Peak, B-rank. Ice Dragon's Fury, Beginner, B-rank. Lightning Phantom Step, None, B-rank. Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings, Beginner. Only 120 evolution points left. That's really not enough. Luo Jiuxiao stroked his chin, calculating in his mind. Raising one's level of understanding is definitely not enough. It is estimated that at least 600 evolution points are needed to advance from Tier 1, Level 7 to Tier 1, Level 8. Therefore, the only remaining option is to improve one's proficiency in martial arts. His gaze fell on the B-level movement technique manual that he had just acquired and was still warm from the start. Rank B, Lightning Phantom Step, None. System, how many evolution points are needed to increase the proficiency of Lightning Phantom Step? Ding! Upgraded the B-rank martial skill Thunder Lightning Phantom Step to Beginner, requiring 250 evolution points. 250 points? That's expensive? Luo Jiuxiao's lips twitched involuntarily. He recalled that he only spent 220 points when he upgraded Wrath of the Ice Dragon. This movement technique is actually more expensive than an attack technique? But then he thought about it again and understood. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through defenses. Speed is often more crucial than attack power. A good martial arts manual can not only give you the upper hand in battle, but also save your life in critical moments. Expensive, of course, has its reasons. It's a pity I don't have enough evolution points. Luo Jiuxiao sighed with some regret. It seems we still need to find a way to get more evolution points. Freshman competition. The words Lin Yuner had mentioned during the day flashed through his mind. Championship, elite class, abundant resources. A fierce flame ignited in Luo Jiuxiao's eyes. In order to acquire resources and to quickly enhance our strength in order to cope with various crises that may arise in the future, we must increase our strength as much as possible within a month. Luo Jiuxiao made up his mind, and the fastest way to increase one's strength is undoubtedly, looks like I'll have to go to the wilderness again tomorrow. He made a decision in his heart. Without further thought, Luo Jiuxiao sat cross-legged and began to circulate the ice and lightning power within his body to consolidate his realm. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Luo Jiuxiao awoke from his cultivation, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He quickly washed up, changed into his stylish B-grade combat suit, and prepared to head to the wilderness area. However, as soon as he pushed open the dormitory door, his steps faltered. Then, the door to room 302 across the street creaked open. A stunning figure, also dressed in a tight-fitting black combat suit, stepped out from inside. If it's not Lin Yuner, then who could it be? Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. When Lin Yuner saw Luo Jiuxiao, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in her clear, beautiful eyes, followed by a faint blush rising to her ears. She couldn't help but recall the embarrassing scene from last night when she had pinned the man against the wall with her leg. With a slightly awkward cough, Lin Yuner broke the silence, reverting to her aloof demeanor. So early, where are you going? To the wilderness area, Luo Jiuxiao replied briefly. What a coincidence. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Yuner's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Luo Jiuxiao responded, but he was somewhat puzzled. Why is this senior student up so early? And they're dressed so professionally? It seems she's also going to the wilderness to grind monsters. The next morning, you go alone? Lin Yuner looked at him and asked hesitantly. It's too dangerous. Lin Yuner said without hesitation. The wilderness is not a school, it is full of dangers. If you go out alone, it is easy to get into trouble. She paused, as if making an excuse for herself, and then added, I happen to have a mission too, so how about we go together? That way we can look out for each other. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiuxiao raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, he didn't really want to team up with others, but looking into the sincere eyes of the beautiful senior in front of him, and recalling the erotic and exciting wall slam last night, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say in refusal. Alright then, he finally nodded. Very good. Lin Yuner was secretly pleased to see him agree, but she maintained her aloof expression. Then, let's go. Senior, what is the task you mentioned? Luo Jiuxiao asked curiously on the way. Oh, it's a school regulation. Lin Yuner explained. Every student at Tianhe University must independently hunt at least 300 alien beasts of the same level every month during their time at the university. Failure to complete the task will result in the deduction of a large number of credits, or even expulsion from the school. What? 300? Luo Jiuxiao gasped upon hearing this number. That's way too harsh. 300 heads a month, that's an average of 10 heads a day. And they're even at the same level. This isn't going to college, it's like entering a battlefield. Are you surprised? Looking at him like this, Lin Yun'er's lips curled into a faint smile. Our Tianhe University doesn't cultivate hothouse flowers, but rather iron-blooded warriors who can go to the battlefield and defend their homeland. Only those who have been tempered by blood and fire can become true warriors. I see. Luo Zhouxiao nodded, his respect for Tianhe University growing even stronger. This is what Wuhan University of Science and Technology should be like. So, how many have you killed so far? He asked curiously. Me? Lin Yun'er thought for a moment and said, I'm currently at the second tier, level 3, and I need to hunt second tier beasts. There are still 120 left to hunt this month. Hiss, your progress is a bit slow. Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but complain. It's almost the end of the month and we're still more than 100 short of the 300 head target. You think second tier beasts are as easy as cabbages, that you can just kill them whenever you want? Lin Yun'er glared at him, annoyed. Second tier beasts already possess a certain level of intelligence. They are not only powerful but also extremely cunning. How can they be so easy to kill? Besides, I also have to attend classes, cultivate, and do student council tasks. Where would I find the time to run to the wilderness every day? That's true. Luo Zhouxiao nodded in understanding. And what about you? Lin Yun'er countered. You're currently at tier 1, level 7, and your target is a tier 1 beast. When do you plan to begin the mission? Let's begin now. Luo Zhouxiao shrugged. Perfect timing. I also want to improve my strength as soon as possible to prepare for the freshman competition in a month. Yes, that's ambitious. Lin Yun'er nodded approvingly. The two chatted as they walked until they reached the campus's private helipad. Senior, which wilderness area are we going to? Luo Zhouxiao asked. The closest area to Tianhe City is Wilderness Area 014, Lin Yun'er said. There are all kinds of beasts from tier 1 to tier 3 there, which is perfect for us to level up. Wilderness Area 014? Luo Zhouxiao nodded. Then a question came to mind. By the way, Senior, I've always been curious, isn't our Tianhe City built in the air? The wasteland area is on the ground, so how do we get down there? He's been keeping this question to himself since yesterday. You can't just jump off a plane from 10,000 meters high, can you? Lin Yun'er couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Her clear, beautiful eyes instantly curved into two pretty crescent moons. You don't really think that every time we go to the wilderness, we fly down by ourselves, do you? Looking at Luo Zhouxiao's serious expression, she felt both annoyed and amused. This guy is ridiculously strong, but in some ways he's so innocent it's almost endearing. Isn't that so? Luo Zhouxiao was somewhat puzzled by her laughter, but he still forced himself to ask back. Of course not. Lin Yun'er laughed so hard she nearly fell over, and it took her a while to recover before she pointed to the various aircraft on the tarmac and explained. See those? These are all transportation vehicles prepared by the school for students to travel between the ground and Tianhe City. We call them ferry fighters. As long as you have enough credits, you can rent it anytime. So that's how it is. Luo Zhouxiao suddenly realized the extent of Tianhe University's extravagance. Even the students' mode of transportation are small, expensive fighter jets. This is incredibly extravagant. Let's go, my fighter jet is parked over there. As Lin Yun'er spoke, she strode forward with her long legs toward the corner of the tarmac. Luo Zhouxiao quickly followed. Soon, a fighter jet with a pure silver body, smooth and beautiful lines, and a feminine design appeared in front of the two. He didn't recognize the model, but just by looking at its design and materials, he knew that its value was no less than that of Chendong's ghost fighter jet. No wonder she's a rich senior, Luo Zhouxiao thought to himself. Come on up. Lin Yun'er jumped onto the fighter jet first and waved to him. The two entered the cockpit, and Lin Yun'er skillfully operated the control panel. With a soft engine roar, the silver-white fighter jet slowly rose into the air, then transformed into a streak of light and swooped down to the ground. A strong feeling of weightlessness washed over Luo Zhouxiao, causing him to instinctively grip the handrail beside him. What? Scared? Lin Yun'er smiled teasingly when she saw his nervous look. Who's afraid? Luo Zhouxiao forced a defense. It's my second time flying in this kind of fighter jet, and I'm a little unaccustomed to it. Lin Yun'er gave him a meaningful look, but did not expose him. The fighter jets were extremely fast, and in less than 15 minutes they passed through the thick clouds and reached the ground. Below, an endless primeval forest stretches as far as the eye can see. This is the outer edge of Wilderness Zone 014, Lin Yun'er explained as she drove. The beasts here are generally not very high level, mostly tier 1, with the occasional tier 2. It's perfect for your training right now. Luo Zhouxiao nodded, his eyes beginning to search the forest. Soon, the fighter jets landed slowly in a relatively open clearing in the woods. Alright, we're here. Lin Yun'er turned off the engine and unbuckled her seatbelt. Let's part ways here. Separate? Luo Zhouxiao was taken aback. Didn't we agree to act together and look out for each other? We need different levels of beasts, Lin Yun'er explained. I need second-tier beasts, mainly found deep in the forest. But you need first-tier beasts, which are plentiful in the outer areas. Working together is too inefficient. That makes sense. Luo Zhouxiao thought for a moment and felt that what she said made sense. sense. Won't it be too dangerous for you to go deep into the forest alone? He was a little worried. After all, it was the territory of second or even third-tier beasts. Are you concerned about me? Lin Yuner felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing his words, and a barely perceptible ripple passed through her clear, beautiful eyes. Luo Zhuoxiu was speechless when she asked him that question, and his cheeks involuntarily flushed slightly. I was just asking casually. Don't worry. Lin Yuner chuckled as she looked at his embarrassed expression. Although I can't beat a third-tier beast, I can protect myself. She paused, then added, but you should be extra careful. The most dangerous thing in the wilderness is often not the beasts, but people. I know. Luo Zhuoxiu nodded. He understood this better than anyone else. Alright then. Lin Yuner didn't say anything more. Let's meet here at 8 o'clock tonight and go back to school together. Remember, never be late, and never venture deep into the forest, or you will face the consequences. After giving her instructions, she didn't linger and disappeared into the dense jungle in a flash. Watching her receding figure, Luo Zhuoxiu took a deep breath, his eyes gradually sharpening. Alright, the pretty senior is gone. Now, it's my time to hunt. Without further hesitation, he identified the direction and plunged into the perilous primeval forest. Stepping into the forest, a primitive yet dangerous atmosphere immediately greets you. Towering trees blocked out the sky, and sunlight was cut into dappled patterns that fell on the thick layer of fallen leaves. The air was thick with the damp, rotten smell, mixed with the stench of wild animals. The environment here is much more complex than the number 006 wilderness area, Luo Zhuoxiu thought to himself as he cautiously observed his surroundings. Although the ruins have some cover, the view is relatively open. In this dense jungle, visibility is obstructed, and danger can come from any direction. However, for Luo Zhuoxiu, this was actually a good opportunity. The more complex the environment, the more his combat instincts and adaptability will be honed. Let's find a few unlucky guys first and test the waters. A cold smile appeared on Luo Zhuoxiu's lips. With a flash, he moved silently through the forest like a ghost. He concealed his aura to the extreme, and wearing the B-grade Shadowcat combat suit, he blended perfectly into the surrounding shadows. Not long after, his ears twitched slightly. A soft rustling sound came from the bushes not far away. Luo Zhuoxiu's gaze instantly sharpened. Without hesitation, lightning flashed beneath his feet. The figure vanished instantly, then silently reappeared behind the bushes the next second. In the bushes, a strange beast, as big as a bison and covered in green vines, was gnawing on the carcass of an unidentified animal. Rattan Armored Wild Boar, Tier 1, Level 5, Defensive Beast. Information about the strange beast quickly surfaced in Luo Zhuoxiu's mind. Perfect, I'll use you to test my newly learned martial arts skills. He didn't rush to make a move, but silently recited the incantation in his mind. The pair of enormous, sleek wings formed from deep blue ice suddenly spread out behind him. B-rank martial skill, Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings. With a gentle flap of its wings, Luo Zhuoxiu's body floated up silently and hovered in midair. Like a ghost, he looked down at the unfortunate fellow below who was still feasting, completely unaware of his impending death. A cold glint flashed in Luo Zhuoxiu's eyes, and the ice spear in his hand instantly materialized. Without any hesitation, he swooped down from the sky like a hawk. The ice spear transformed into a streak of icy blue light, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, and stabbed fiercely toward the back of the rattan armored boar's head. With a muffled thud, flesh was pierced through. Before the vine armored boar could even let out a scream, its massive body suddenly froze, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud, its life ending abruptly. Ding! Defeat a Tier 1, Level 5 Spectral Beast Vine Armored Boar. Gain 80 evolution points. When the enemy comes, we will stop him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Not bad, not bad. Luo Zhuoxiu landed steadily, retracted his ice wings, and nodded in satisfaction. The combination of Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings and Thunderlight Phantom Step is simply a divine skill for sneak attacks and assassinations. One move is responsible for aerial maneuverability and concealment, while the other is responsible for ground bursts and advances. The combination of the two makes it impossible to defend against. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Luo Zhuoxiu's passion for hunting grew even stronger. He was like the Grim Reaper walking through the jungle, efficiently and precisely reaping one life after another. Ding! Defeat a Tier 1, Level 6 Spectral Beast Ghostface Demon Spider. Gain 100 evolution points. Ding! Defeat a Tier 1, Level 4 Spectral Beast Three-Eyed Fox. Gaining 65 evolution points. Ding! Defeat the Tier 1, Level 7 Spectral Beast Bloodthirsty Bat King. Gain 120 evolution points. As time went by, Luo Zhuoxiu's evolution points increased rapidly. It was already afternoon. He stood atop the canopy of a towering tree, staring at the numbers on the system panel, a satisfied smile on his face. Evolution points, 485. A morning of hunting earned him nearly 400 evolution points. This efficiency is truly astonishing. However, killing only these first-tier trash is still too slow. Luo Zhuoxiu stroked his chin, a glint of ambition flashing in his eyes. To level up quickly, you must challenge stronger enemies. His gaze drifted into the depths of the forest. That's the territory of second-tier alien beasts. beasts. With his current strength at the 7th level of the first tier, combined with his dual S-level superpowers and a full set of B-level equipment in martial arts, he should have no problem facing ordinary 2nd tier, 1st level alien beasts. Luo Joshio has never been a coward. Fortune favors the bold. How can you quickly become stronger if you don't dare to take risks? Without hesitation, his ice wings unfurled once more, and he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the depths of the forest. The deeper you go into the forest, the more eerie and sinister the environment becomes. The stench of blood in the air grew stronger. Luo Joshio could clearly sense that the auras lurking in the shadows were becoming increasingly intense and dangerous. It seems we have entered the activity range of a 2nd-tier beast. He suppressed his breathing, slowed his pace, and began to carefully stealthily move through the forest. Although confident, he never underestimated his opponent. Maintaining a high level of vigilance in the face of unknown threats is key to survival. Rustle! Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the grass on the left. Luo Joshio's eyes sharpened, and he instinctively gripped the ice spear in his hand. He held his breath, staring intently at the swaying grass. A black bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the grass, moving at an incredible speed. This speed was several times faster than any 1st-tier beast he had encountered before. Luo Joshio's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't even have time to react. He could only rely on the instincts he had honed on the battlefield in his previous life to suddenly lean back. A gust of wind brushed past the tip of his nose, lifting a few strands of hair. The overwhelming stench was nauseating. He could even smell it clearly. Only then did he see the attacker's true colors. It was a terrifying beast with a slender body, jet black, and resembling a cheetah, but with 2 sharp fangs like daggers in its mouth. Its eyes were not scarlet, but a strange, eerie green, full of cunning and cruelty. 2nd Tier 1, Shadow Fawn Leopard. Information about it instantly flashed through Luo Joshio's mind. This is an agile, stealthy beast known for its speed and stealth, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Missing its first attack, the Shadow Fawn Leopard didn't pause, its forelimbs slamming into the ground. His body instantly transformed into a series of blurry afterimages, rapidly circling around Luo Joshio. It's looking for an opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. Want to race me? Luo Joshio looked at the almost invisible black shadow and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Then I'll play with you to your heart's content. A thunderous explosion of blue-purple lightning erupted beneath their feet. His figure also disappeared on the spot. On the open ground, a black afterimage and a blue afterimage wreathed in lightning engaged in a breathtaking speed duel. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of ice spears clashing with sharp claws echoed continuously through the forest. Damn it! This beast is not only incredibly fast, but its strength is also not to be underestimated. After several exchanges, Luo Joshio felt a tingling numbness in his tiger's mouth. Although he could barely keep up with his opponent in speed, there was still a gap in strength. After all, there is a chasm between the 1st and 2nd orders that is difficult to cross. We can't delay any longer. He knew in his heart that the longer the fight went on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. We must act swiftly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and a crazy idea quickly took shape. He deliberately created a tiny opening the moment he turned around. The cunning Shadow Fawn Leopard immediately seized the opportunity. With an excited roar, its speed suddenly increased, and its sharp claws, gleaming with cold light, stabbed fiercely towards Luo Joshio's back. Just as the deadly claws were about to touch his body, Luo Joshio vanished into thin air. The Shadow Fawn Leopard's seemingly inevitable attack missed its mark instantly. Its not-so-developed head was full of doubts. Before it could even react, an extreme chill and a sense of impending death suddenly swept over me from above. It suddenly looked up. Luo Joshio's figure had already quietly appeared above their heads. Suddenly, the magnificent ice wings behind him unfolded. The ice spear in his hand was already brimming with power, crackling with violent lightning and chilling cold. Ice and lightning combined attack. Silent Dragon Spear. Die! Luo Joshio roared, and his spear transformed into a stream of light interwoven with ice blue and lightning purple, descending from the sky. This time, the Shadow Fawn Leopard could no longer escape. The Annihilation Dragon Spear, infused with the power of ice and lightning, pierced its crown with unparalleled precision, penetrating deep into its skull. It pinned its entire head to the ground. The Shadow Fawn Leopard let out a short, painful wail. Its eerie green eyes quickly dimmed, and the light of its life was completely extinguished. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a Tier 2 Level 1 Spectral Beast, Shadow Fawn Leopard, Rare Elite, gaining plus 777 evolution points. 777 points? Upon seeing this number, Luo Joshio's eyes widened instantly. This is fucking amazing. It's like a huge boss has been discovered. Rare Elites? Luo Joshio stared at the system prompt and then suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder this Shadow Fawn Leopard was so troublesome. It turned out to be an elite monster. Hee, elite monsters are great. They have a high drop rate. Looking at the Shadow Fawn Leopard lying dead on the ground, Luo Joshio was overjoyed. This is an absolute steal. Adding the remaining 485 points, his total evolution points have now reached an extremely terrifying number. 1,262 points. We've struck it rich. This time it's really big. Luo Joshio was so excited that his heart was pounding wildly. More than 1,200 evolution points. What can he do with that? It takes approximately 600 points to advance from Tier 1, Level 7 to Tier 1, Level 8. Reaching the 9th level of the first tier requires approximately 700 points. That's only 1,300 points in total. It seems, it's still a little bit short. Damn it, it was so close. Luo Joshio stared at the system panel, feeling a surge of frustration. It's like someone who's been starving for 3 days and 3 nights looking at a table laden with Manchu Han Imperial Feast, only to find they're $1 short of the bill. The discomfort was indescribable. No, we have to collect enough. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Their gaze then turned to the depths of the forest. If an elite monster can drop so much loot, what if another one comes along? Or, how about a group of ordinary second-tier alien beasts? Thinking of this, Luo Joshio could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. Without hesitation, it unfolded its icy wings and stealthily made its way into the depths of the forest. Over the next few hours, Luo Joshio completely transformed into a crazy brusher. With the stealth and mobility of the ice shadow flowing light wings, coupled with the unpredictable F-rank, invisibility, ability, he thrived in this perilous area inhabited by second-tier alien beasts. Although he encountered several dangers, and was even slapped away by a Level 1, Level 9 exploding demon bear, sustaining minor injuries, but in the end, he still managed to wear down that tough-skinned giant without any real danger. Ding! Defeat the Tier 1, Level 9 spectral beast exploding demon bear, gain 200 evolution points. Huff, huff. Luo Joshio leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. Several vicious claw marks appeared on his B-grade combat uniform. It's so inhumane. Damn it, a beast at the 9th level of the first tier. He glanced at the system panel. Evolution points, 1512. That's enough. More than enough. A tired but satisfied smile appeared on his face. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and mentally issued instructions to the system. System, give me some points. Raise my cultivation level. Ding. Evolution points minus 600. Ding. Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has increased. Realm level, first tier 7, first tier 8. A tremendous power exploded within his body. The physical and mental strength depleted in the fierce battle was instantly restored to its peak. The minor injuries on his body were also quickly healed by the powerful self-healing ability of his S-class superpower. Luo Joshio felt as if his whole body was filled with inexhaustible power. It's not over yet. Continue. Ding. Evolution points minus 700. Ding. Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has increased. Realm level, first tier, 8th level, first tier, 9th level. The feeling of this breakthrough is stronger than ever before. Luo Joshio felt as if he had been struck hard by a thunderbolt from the heavens. In that instant, the bones, muscles, and meridians of the entire body underwent a tremendous transformation. An unprecedentedly powerful force quickly filled his limbs and bones. He clearly felt an unprecedented affinity and resonance between himself and the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Is this the peak of the 9th level of the first tier? Luo Joshio slowly opened his eyes, a deep icy blue and thunderous purple flashing in his pupils. He clenched his fists, and the surging, terrifying power within him, as if about to burst forth, involuntarily brought a confident smile to his lips. I should be able to get a pretty good ranking in the freshman competition now. This is the confidence that comes with strength. He glanced at the system panel and found that he had 212 evolution points left. Perfect timing. Let's upgrade that martial arts manual as well. Ding. Evolution points minus 200. Proficiency in the B-rank martial art Lightning Phantom Step has increased from none to beginner. Another flood of information rushed into my mind. After completing all this, Luo Joshio stood up with satisfaction. He glanced at the time on his personal terminal, 7:50 p.m. It's almost time. He then remembered that he and Lin Yuner had agreed to meet at the meeting point at 8 o'clock. I can't keep the pretty senior waiting. Luo Joshio chuckled. His ice wings suddenly unfurled, and he transformed into a streak of light, speeding back in the direction he had come from. When he arrived at the meeting point, it was exactly 8 p.m. Lin Yuner had been waiting there for a long time. She was still wearing that tight-fitting black combat suit, but there were several tears and bloodstains on the clothes, clearly indicating that she had just been in a fierce battle. She leaned against a large tree, closing her eyes to rest, a hint of fatigue on her beautiful face. Hearing the noise, she slowly opened her eyes and saw that it was Luo Joshio. A hint of relaxation flashed in her clear and beautiful eyes. You're quite punctual. Her voice remained cool and indifferent. Of course, I promised my senior. How could I dare to be late? Luo Joshio smiled and walked over, sitting down next to her without any hesitation. Lin Yuner blushed slightly upon hearing his teasing words, gave him a disapproving look, but did not refute him. How's it going on your end? Is everything alright? She changed the subject, her gaze involuntarily taking in Luo Joshio closely. You won't believe it until you see it. Where are your injuries? She keenly noticed that although Luo Joshio's B-grade combat suit was somewhat somewhat damaged. However, he was calm and energetic, showing no signs of having just experienced a fierce battle. This is not normal. After all, when hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness, how can you avoid getting injured? Even she, as a second-tier, third-level expert, suffered some minor injuries and expended a great deal of energy after hunting down several second-tier beasts. But this guy in front of me. Oh, I suffered a minor injury, but it's healed now, Luo Joshio said casually. Lin Yuner found this even more unbelievable. She had witnessed firsthand how abnormal Luo Joshio's self-healing ability was, but it couldn't possibly be this abnormal, could it? Her doubts deepened, and she stared intently at Luo Joshio with her beautiful eyes, as if trying to see right through him. The pupils suddenly contracted. That usually aloof and pretty face was now completely replaced by shock. Your realm? She finally noticed something was wrong. The energy fluctuations emanating from Luo Joshio were still restrained, but their intensity was more than twice that of the morning. That feeling. This is definitely not something that someone at the 7th level of the first tier could possess. You've broken through again? Lin Yuner's voice trembled uncontrollably. It's only been less than a day. He was still at the 7th level of the first rank this morning. Now, surprisingly, not bad luck, I just broke through to the 9th level of the first tier. Luo Joshio looked at her as if she had seen a ghost, secretly pleased with himself but still maintained a calm and composed demeanor. First tier, 9th level? Upon hearing this definitive answer, Lin Yuner felt a buzzing in her mind, and her entire being went blank. She stared blankly at Luo Joshio, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and shock. He broke through 2 levels in just one day. From the 7th level of the first tier, it soared directly to the peak 9th level of the first tier. Is this some kind of spiritual practice? It's like riding a rocket. Monster. Lin Yuner gazed at the innocent-looking boy's face before her and murmured to herself. She had lived for 21 years and considered herself to be well-informed and knowledgeable, having seen all sorts of geniuses and prodigies. But someone as monstrous as Luo Joshio is truly unheard of and unseen. What kind of monster is this? Senior, are you alright? Seeing her distraught appearance, Luo Joshio waved his hand in front of her eyes. Lin Yuner jolted awake and instantly came to her senses. Looking at the handsome face so close to hers, her pretty face flushed instantly, and she quickly took a step back to create some distance between them. No, it's nothing, she said somewhat flusteredly. I was just scared by you. Is it really that exaggerated? Luo Joshio shrugged. Exaggeration? Lin Yuner was so angry upon hearing this that she almost couldn't catch her breath. You call this an exaggeration? Do you know that it took me more than half a year to cultivate from the 7th level of the first rank to the 9th level of the first rank? And it only took you 1 day. How can the differences between people be so great? Lin Yuner felt that her martial arts spirit had been almost shattered by this man. She let out a long breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent emotions within her, and looked at Luo Joshio with a complex and inexplicable gaze. How did you do that? She couldn't help but ask the question. Well, Luo Joshio stroked his chin. He couldn't very well say that he had cheated, could he? After thinking for a moment, he could only resort to that universal answer once again. Maybe it's because I'm more talented. Is it because of good talent? Here comes that Versailles quote again. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner felt a surge of anger well up inside her, and she almost vomited blood on the spot. She glared at Luo Joshio and decided not to discuss cultivation with this freak anymore. Otherwise, she feared she might lose control and strangle him on the spot. Roar! Just then, a violent and furious roar suddenly came from the woods not far away. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to shake violently. Oh no! Something big is coming. Lin Yuner's expression changed drastically, and she immediately became alert. Luo Joshio's eyes also sharpened instantly. He could feel the incredibly powerful aura rapidly approaching them. It's definitely not just second tier, 3rd level. Quick, get in the fighter jets. Without hesitation, Lin Yuner grabbed Luo Joshio's hand and rushed toward the silver-white fighter jet parked not far away. The moment their hands touched, both of them trembled involuntarily. Luo Joshio felt a soft, smooth touch, and his heart fluttered. Lin Yuner's face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. But the situation was urgent, and the two of them couldn't afford to indulge in such ambiguous thoughts. They quickly rushed into the fighter jet. However, just as Lin Yuner was about to start the fighter jet and take off to escape, boom! The ground behind them suddenly cracked open without warning. Dirt flew everywhere, and stones flew all over the place. A huge, ferocious head suddenly burst out of the ground, opened its blood-red maw, and viciously bit down on the wing of the fighter jet. It was a terrifying behemoth that looked like a pangolin, but was covered in black, metallic scales. It also has a single, extremely sharp horn on its head, which gleams with a chilling light. It's a second-tier, 9th level peak. Ironclad Earth Dragon. Lin Yuner recognized the giant beast, her face turned deathly pale, and she screamed in terror. This is a top-tier existence among second-tier alien beasts. It is known for its terrifying defense and devastating power. Even ordinary 3rd-tier martial artists wouldn't dare to provoke such a behemoth. And now, they've just had the misfortune of running into this jinx. Thanks. Snap, snap. A piercing metallic tearing sound suddenly rang out. The sturdy alloy wings of the silver-white fighter jet were bitten off by the armored Earth Dragon in one bite. The violent shaking caused the entire fuselage to tilt. Inside the cockpit, piercing alarms blared incessantly. Warning, warning, wings severely damaged. Flight systems malfunction. Lin Yuner stared at the bright red alarm on the screen, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. The fighter jets can't fly. They're trapped here. Roar. The armored Earth Dragon seemed to become even more frenzied and excited after its successful attack. Its enormous, murky beastly eyes stared intently at the two tiny humans inside the cockpit, and it once again opened its blood-red maw, big enough to swallow a car whole. The shadow of death instantly loomed over the two of them. Damn it, let's go all out. A cold glint flashed in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes, and he rushed out without hesitation. He pushed open the cockpit door and flew out like a cannonball. Luo Zhouxiao, what are you doing? Come back here. Well, okay then. Seeing that he had actually rushed out on his own initiative, Lin Yuner shouted anxiously. That's a second-tier, 9th level peak ironclad Earth Dragon. For someone at the 9th level of the first rank to charge forward would be tantamount to suicide. However, Luo Zhouxiao completely ignored her cries. His eyes burned with an unprecedented fighting spirit. So what if you're at the peak of the 9th level of the second tier? Today I'm going to test just how powerful you are, you beast. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. He roared, and his ice-type superpowers surged wildly within him. Roar. A massive and solid ice dragon, larger than ever before, roared out to meet the armored Earth Dragon head-on. Boom! The dragon and the Earth Dragon collided violently in mid-air. A terrifying energy storm instantly swept across the surroundings. The armored Earth Dragon was knocked back repeatedly, its massive body carving a deep trench in the ground. The ice dragon that fell from the sky shattered into countless ice crystals during the violent collision. Puff! Luo Zhouxiao was struck hard, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and his body was violently thrown away by the recoil, falling from the 9 heavens. Lin Yuner, inside the fighter jet, saw this scene and her heart jumped into her throat. Ignoring everything else, she rushed out of the fighter jet and caught Luo Zhouxiao as he fell from midair. Are you alright? She looked at the pale-faced boy in her arms, her voice trembling with emotion. Cough cough, I won't die. Luo Zhouxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggled to stand up, and stared intently at the armored Earth Dragon in front of him, which was becoming increasingly ferocious after being repelled. Damn it, this beast is incredibly strong. He was shocked. He had already broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the first tier and even used the B-level martial skill Wrath of the Ice Dragon, yet he was still crushed by the opponent in one blow. A second-tier peak beast is indeed extremely terrifying. Roar! Enraged, the armored Earth Dragon roared once more. Its incredibly sharp horn began to gather a yellowish-brown energy glow. An aura of destruction emanated from it. Oh no! It's about to unleash its innate skill. Lin Yuner's face turned deathly pale again. The ironclad Earth Dragon's innate skill, Earth Thrust. It can manipulate the earth and summon countless indestructible rock spikes to deliver devastating blows to enemies. Even a third-tier martial artist wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. Quick, get out of the way. Lin Yuner pulled Luo Zhouxiao, trying to back away. However, it was all too late. Rumble. The earth began to shake violently. Centered on the ironclad Earth Dragon, within a radius of several hundred meters, huge, incredibly sharp rock spikes, each several meters long, suddenly and silently sprang up from the ground. The densely packed, sharp rock spikes, like demonic claws from hell, instantly blocked all their escape routes. It's over. Lin Yuner looked at the sharp spikes around her, which resembled a cage, her eyes filled with endless despair. Don't give up. Just when she was in despair, a warm and strong hand suddenly gripped her tightly. She turned around abruptly and saw Luo Zhouxiao's eyes, which still burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. It's not over yet. How can you give up? Luo Zhouxiao's voice was powerful and resonant, like a thunderclap, striking Lin Yuner's heart. She gazed at the boy before her, who, despite being severely injured, still refused to bow his head. For some reason, his heart, which had been chilled by fear, was rekindled and became burning hot again. How can we give up so easily when it's not over yet? Lin Yuner nodded heavily, a glimmer of hope rekindling in her clear, beautiful eyes. Luo Zhouxiao, what are you planning? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. The plan is to do it. Blue-purple lightning exploded on his body, and he instantly transformed into a thunder god descending to earth. Senior, use your gravity field to restrict its movement. Luo Zhouxiao shouted. Without hesitation, Lin Yuner immediately activated her B-level superpower. An invisible gravitational field instantly enveloped the massive body of the armored Earth Dragon. The armored Earth Dragon suddenly became heavier and its movements slowed down. Although with Lin Yuner's strength at the second-tier third level, this slight influence was almost insignificant to the peak second-tier beings. But when masters clash, victory or defeat often hinges on the slightest difference. Ice Shadow Stream Wings. Lightning Phantom Step. The ice wings behind Luo Zhouxiao and the lightning beneath his feet erupted simultaneously. The power of ice and lightning boosted his speed to an unprecedented peak. His figure vanished vanished instantly, transforming into a stream of light interwoven with ice blue and lightning purple. Bypassing the dense rock spikes, it instantly appeared beside the armored earth dragon at an extremely tricky angle. Break! The ice lightning spear in his hand, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, fiercely pierced the seemingly indestructible black scales of the armored earth dragon. When a loud bang, like metal clashing, rang out, Luo Zhuoxiao felt a terrifying recoil force, and his entire arm went numb instantly. On the armored earth dragon's scales, only a faint white mark remained. So hard? Luo Zhuoxiao was shocked. His full force attack couldn't even break through its defenses? Enraged, the armored earth dragon lashed out with its tail, the massive steel whip-like tail whipping towards Luo Zhuoxiao with a sonic boom that tore through the air. Seeing this from a distance, Lin Yuner exclaimed in surprise again. Luo Zhuoxiao's eyes narrowed, and the ice wings behind him vibrated violently. His body spun rapidly in mid-air, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. No, this thing has insane defense. I have to find its weakness. He steadied himself and his mind raced. The armored earth dragon has unparalleled defense, but its soft belly is its only weakness. But the guy's abdomen was pressed tightly against the ground, giving him almost no chance to attack. Luo Zhuoxiao's gaze suddenly fell on Lin Yuner in the distance. A bold plan quickly took shape in his mind. Senior, listen to my instructions. He told Lin Yuner the plan through his personal terminal at an extremely fast pace. What? Are you crazy? Lin Yuner turned pale upon hearing the plan. This plan is too crazy, too risky. It's like dancing on the edge of a knife. Roar! If they are not careful, they will both die on the spot. Trust me. Luo Zhuoxiao's voice was full of determination and confidence. Lin Yuner gazed into his determined eyes, gritted her teeth, and finally chose to believe him. Okay, I'll go crazy with you, just this once. Luo Zhuoxiao took a deep breath and charged towards the armored earth dragon again. This time, he didn't confront it head-on. Instead, he used his ghostly movements to constantly harass the armored earth dragon. The ice lightning spear in his hand transformed into countless spear shadows, striking the armored earth dragon repeatedly with crisp clanging sounds. Although it didn't cause any real damage, the constant harassment like flies only made the already ferocious armored earth dragon even more enraged. Roar! It's gone completely insane. It abandoned its defenses, its massive body suddenly stood upright, and its two heavy, carapace-covered front claws slammed down towards Luo Zhuoxiao. Senior, let's do it! Just as the armored earth dragon stood upright, revealing its soft belly, Lin Yuner has started. She unleashed all the energy within her body. Gravity compression. Buzz! A terrifying gravity, several times stronger than before, instantly enveloped the armored earth dragon. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Lin Yuner's mouth. Overusing his superpowers caused significant backlash to his body. But the effect is obvious. The armored earth dragon, which should have been photographed, suddenly froze in midair, its massive body suppressed for several seconds by the unexpected force of 10 times the gravity. For Luo Zhuoxiao, those few seconds were enough. Ice and lightning combined. Annihilation Ice Dragon Break. He poured all of his S-class superpowers, ice and lightning, into the spear in his hand without reservation. The spear instantly shone brightly. The phantom of an ice dragon and the lightning bolts of a thunder snake intertwined and shone on the gun. A terrifying aura capable of destroying the world surged out from it. Die! Luo Zhuoxiao's figure transformed into a stunning swan that pierced through the heavens and earth. It pierced the unsuspecting, soft belly of the armored earth dragon with great force. Put! A dull thud, like cloth being torn. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The armored earth dragon's enormous, murky beast eyes, as big as lanterns, froze instantly, filled with disbelief. Just in time, it slowly lowered its head, looking at the long spear that pierced through its abdomen and back, and its massive body began to tremble violently. It tried to roar, but streams of dark green blood gushed from its open mouth. Boom! Finally, its massive, mountain-like body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Ding! Detected that the host has defeated a Tier 2, 9th level peak alien beast ironclad earth dragon, rare elite, gaining 1500 evolution points. 1500 points. A full 1500 evolution points. Upon seeing this number, Luo Zhuoxiao's eyes instantly turned red. We've struck it rich. This time we've really hit the jackpot. However, before he could even rejoice, a strong sense of weakness and excruciating pain surged over me like a tidal wave. Everything went black before my eyes, and my body could no longer support me as I plummeted straight down from mid-air, falling from the 9 heavens. Seeing this, Lin Yuner rushed forward and caught him steadily. Hey, how are you? Don't scare me. She looked at the pale-faced boy in her arms, who had completely lost consciousness, her voice filled with anxiety and worry. She quickly took out a bottle of precious life-saving potion from her spatial bracelet and carefully fed it to him. After finishing all this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsed to the ground, and gasped for breath. That battle just now was truly thrilling and exciting. She looked at the boy in her arms, who, though unconscious, still had a satisfied smile on his lips, and her clear, beautiful eyes held a complex mix of emotions. I was both shocked and impressed. More than anything, it was a feeling of being moved that she herself couldn't explain. This man repeatedly challenged her understanding and brought her shock time and time again. You brat. Lin Yuner stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked his handsome face, which was slightly pale due to blood loss, while murmuring to herself, "What kind of person are you, really?" I don't know how much time passed. Luo Jiuxiao slowly opened his heavy eyelids. What comes into view is the futuristic cockpit of the silver-white fighter jet. Where am I? He struggled to sit up but felt a tearing pain all over his body. Don't move, you're badly injured. A cool yet concerned voice came from the side. Luo Jiuxiao turned his head and saw Lin Yuner sitting next to him, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Senior. Luo Jiuxiao managed to utter 2 words before collapsing, his head lolling to the side, and he completely lost consciousness. Hey, Luo Jiuxiao, you just woke up. Why did you faint again? Don't scare me. Put. Looking at the boy in her arms, who was in a deep coma and breathing weakly, Lin Yuner's heart, which had always been as firm as a rock, was completely thrown into chaos at this moment. Her face was deathly pale, and her voice was filled with unprecedented anxiety and panic. She disregarded her own exhaustion and the chaotic, dangerous surroundings. He quickly reversed the remaining B-level ability, gravity compression, in his body and applied it to Luo Jiuxiao in an attempt to reduce his weight. Rise! Lin Yuner shouted, her teeth clenched. With a standard princess carry, she actually lifted Luo Jiuxiao, who is 1.83 meters tall and weighs at least 150 kilograms, off the ground. Although the power of her supernatural abilities reduced Luo Jiuxiao's weight considerably, it was still a huge burden for a girl who was equally exhausted. Lin Yuner felt as if her arms were filled with lead, and she swayed precariously with every step. Little brother, you absolutely can't get hurt. Holding the unconscious boy in her arms, she walked slowly and laboriously towards the edge of the forest. The journey back to Tianhe City was so long it made me anxious. When Lin Yuner appeared at the entrance of Tianhe University Hospital, carrying Luo Jiuxiao in a disheveled state, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Isn't that Senior Lin Yuner? How did she get so badly injured? Who is that guy she's holding? My god, Senior Lin is carrying a man in a princess carry? Look, that guy looks like Luo Jiuxiao, that freshman genius with double S-level grades. The two of them actually went to the wilderness together and got into this state? Did they encounter a powerful monster? The entire area in front of the school hospital was in an uproar. Countless personal devices were pointed at the fleeing lovers, frantically taking pictures. Lin Yuner completely ignored the strange looks from those around her. Doctor, someone come quick. Help, she cried out with her last ounce of strength, her voice hoarse. Soon, a group of doctors and nurses in white coats rushed out of the room, hurriedly took Luo Jiuxiao from her arms, and sent her into the emergency room. Kill. Seeing Luo Jiuxiao being wheeled into the emergency room, Lin Yuner's tense nerves finally relaxed. Her vision went black, her body went limp, and she fainted. Tianhe University, Special Care Ward. This is the place with the best medical facilities on campus, and only students who have made great contributions to the school or have a distinguished status are eligible to stay here. At this moment, Luo Jiuxiao is lying on the bed in this luxurious hospital room. He had been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. For the past 3 days, Lin Yuner has stayed by his bedside almost every step of the way. Her injury wasn't serious, it was just excessive energy depletion, and she would be fine after a day of rest. But she insisted on staying and personally taking care of her little brother who was seriously injured while saving her. What an idiot. Lin Yuner sat on the edge of the bed, gently wiping Luo Jiuxiao's handsome face, which was slightly pale due to blood loss, with a warm towel, and murmured to herself. Looking at his peaceful sleeping face, his long eyelashes and straight nose, an indescribable tenderness welled up in her heart. She thought a lot during those 3 days. I recalled the scene in Wilderness Area 006 where he descended from the sky to save me. He also recalled his heroic act last night when he bravely challenged the peak second-tier armored Earth Dragon to protect himself. This man was like a riddle, both mysterious and unpredictable, yet irresistibly attractive to her, especially when she learned that he was also the child of a martyr. The shared understanding between them made her feel an indescribable closeness to him. Perhaps. A gentle smile involuntarily appeared on Lin Yuner's lips, without her even realizing it, just as she was lost in thought. Luo Jiuxiao on the bed let out a soft groan, his eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. You're awake? Upon seeing this, Lin Yuner was overjoyed and quickly moved closer, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with undisguised concern. Senior? Looking at the magnified, stunningly beautiful face before him, and smelling that familiar fragrance, Luo Jiuxiao was still a little dazed. Where am I? You're at the school clinic, Lin Yuner replied softly. You have been unconscious for 3 days. 3 days? Luo Jiuxiao was shocked and struggled to sit up. Don't move. Lin Yuner quickly pressed him down. The doctor said your injuries are severe and you need to rest now. I'm fine. Luo Jiuxiao shook his head. He examined his body internally and discovered that after 3 days, under the combined effects of the S-Class superpower's abnormal self-healing ability and the life-saving potion, his injuries have actually healed by about 70 to 80%. My recovery ability ability is even stronger than a cockroach's. Luo Zhuoxiao thought to himself with secret pride. He moved his body and found that apart from a little soreness, he was fine. You're really alright? Lin Yuner was once again shocked to see him so energetic. The doctor clearly said that for an ordinary person, this kind of injury would require at least 10 days to half a month of bed rest. But he recovered in just 3 days? What exactly was this guy's body made of? They said everything's fine. Luo Zhuoxiao smiled and looked back at his empty system panel. Name, Luo Zhuoxiao. Evolution points, 1512. Special abilities, S-rank Ice type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-rank Lightning type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-rank, Invisibility. Realm level, 1st tier, 9th level. Martial arts, Spear technique, Peak, rank B, Ice Dragon's Fury, beginner, rank B, Lightning Phantom Step, beginner, rank B, Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings, beginner. Upon seeing the dazzling 1512 evolution points, Luo Zhuoxiao's heart could no longer be contained and began to pound wildly. This time they really made a fortune. More than 1,500 evolution points. That's enough for him to directly break through the first order barrier and enter the second order realm. Thinking of this, Luo Zhuoxiao was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He glanced at Lin Yuner, who was staring at him with a monster's eyes. His eyes darted around, and he suddenly coughed twice, a hint of embarrassment appearing on his face. Senior. What's wrong? Could you go out for a moment? Luo Zhuoxiao pointed to his pants, looking embarrassed, and said, I want to change my pants. Change your pants? Lin Yuner was stunned when she heard this sudden and even absurd request. Her clear, beautiful eyes glanced unconsciously at Luo Zhuoxiao's lower body. He was still wearing the B-level combat uniform he had worn when he went to the wilderness area that day, but his pants were covered in dried blood and mud, making him look quite disheveled. In front of me? No, he wants me to go out so he can change himself? Boom! Lin Yuner's mind went blank for a moment. Her pretty face, which had leaned closer out of concern, instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. You. She pointed at Luo Zhuoxiao, stammered for a long time, and finally came to her senses from her shyness, spitting out a mouthful of spit in embarrassment and annoyance. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed out of the ward as if her life depended on it, slamming the door shut as if a ferocious beast was chasing her. As Luo Zhuoxiao watched her fleeing figure, a smug, mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Hey, this aloof senior is so innocent that it's hard not to find her adorable. He certainly didn't intend to actually change his pants. He just wanted to find an excuse to get Lin Yuner away. After all, what he was about to do was truly shocking and could not be seen by a second person. Alright, the pretty senior has left too. Now, the moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. Luo Zhuoxiao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner excitement, and sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, issuing commands to the system in his mind. System, give me some points. Break through the first tier limitations and enter the second tier martial general realm. Ding! The system has detected that the host's current cultivation level is the peak of the 9th level of the first tier. To break through to the first level of the second tier, 1,000 evolution points are required. Confirm the breakthrough? 1,000 points? Luo Zhuoxiao's heart tightened when he saw the number. Damn, that's really dark. It only cost 700 points to go from the 8th to the 9th level of the first tier. This time, going from level 1 to level 2 requires a whopping 1,000 points. This system is even more corrupt than a heartless capitalist. However, despite the criticism, the points still need to be added. Confirmed. Charge forward with all your might. Luo Zhuoxiao gritted his teeth and roared inwardly. Ding! Evolution points minus 1,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has increased. Realm, first tier, 9th level second tier, first level, martial general. Boom! The system notification tone had just finished. A torrent of energy, more violent and powerful than any previous breakthrough, exploded within his body. Click, click, click. Luo Zhuoxiao felt as if his body had been thrown into a high-speed blender. Every cell in the body is undergoing a radical transformation and reshaping from the inside out under the impact of this terrifying energy. If the first stage of cultivation is merely about strengthening and refining the body, therefore, the breakthrough from the first to the second level is a leap in the level of life. The intense pain caused Luo Zhuoxiao to let out a long howl to the sky. However, at that moment, he felt like his body was about to burst from this violent force. At the same time, the aura emanating from his body began to surge violently. The once peaceful intensive care ward was suddenly filled with a strong wind. The curtains fluttered loudly, and the water glasses and fruit plates on the table were all overturned and smashed to pieces by the invisible gust of air. Just as Lin Yuner was recovering from her embarrassment and was about to knock on the door to check on the situation, she suddenly felt a terrifying energy fluctuation emanating from the ward that made her heart pound. What's going on? Lin Yuner's expression changed drastically. This energy fluctuation is incredibly powerful. Could it be that an enemy has infiltrated the hospital and intends to harm Luo Zhuoxiao? This thought made her heart tighten. She could no longer care about anything else and kicked open the heavy hospital room door, falling from the 9 heavens. However, when she saw the scene in the room, she was completely dumbfounded. The room was a complete mess, as if it had been swept by a Category 10 typhoon. The boy she thought was in danger was sitting cross-legged and floating in midair. His body was enveloped in a dazzling display of icy blue aura and blue-purple lightning, forming a magnificent yet destructive ice-lightning Tai Chi diagram that slowly rotated around him. A terrifying pressure, several times stronger than before, emanated from him, causing even Lin Yuner, who was at the second level, to feel a sense of unease and oppression. Second order? Lin Yuner looked at the godlike boy in midair, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Luo Zhouxiao, he actually broke through to the second tier right under my nose? From tier 1, level 9 to tier 2, level 1. How long has it been? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? Lin Yuner felt that her worldview had been completely overturned and shattered by this man today, leaving not even a trace. She had lived for 21 years and considered herself a favored daughter of heaven, well-informed and knowledgeable. But she had never seen anyone as monstrous as Luo Zhouxiao since she was born. This can no longer be described as a monster. This is fucking godlike. He's absolutely cheating. Senior, what brings you in? Just as Lin Yuner was questioning her life, Luo Zhouxiao in midair slowly opened his eyes and looked at her with an innocent expression. At this moment, the strange phenomena surrounding him gradually subsided, and his body slowly fell from midair. He looked at the beautiful senior standing at the door, her face blank as if struck by lightning, and felt secretly pleased with himself. Hee, you little rascal, scared out of your wits? You. Lin Yuner stretched out her slender, jade-like finger, pointing at Luo Zhouxiao. After a long while, she finally found her voice and asked in a trembling voice, You were just breaking through? Yes, that's right. Luo Zhouxiao nodded and said matter-of-factly, I saw that I had already changed my pants, and since I was just killing time, I thought I'd just rip them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner felt a bitter taste in her throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What does it mean to be idle even when you're not doing anything? What does breakthrough incidentally mean? Is a breakthrough something as simple as eating, drinking, or going to the toilet? Can you just do it whenever you want? You fucking broke through while changing your pants? Why don't you just say you broke through while using the toilet? Lin Yuner felt that her martial arts spirit was not being attacked, but rather that the man in front of her had riddled it with holes like a Gatling gun. Pervert, monster, cheater. These are the only words she can use to describe this man she can no longer understand. Senior, are you alright? Why are you so pale? Seeing Lin Yuner swaying on the edge of her head after being hit so hard, Luo Zhouxiao pretended to ask her a question out of concern. I'm fine. Lin Yuner took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down from the shock. She told herself that she absolutely could not compare herself to this pervert. If she did, she would only drive him crazy sooner or later. She re-examined the boy before her with a complicated look. When he reached the 9th level of the first rank, he was able to withstand the ironclad Earth Dragon at the peak of the 2nd rank. Now that he has broken through to the 2nd level, how terrifying will his strength become? Lin Yuner didn't dare to think about it at all. She even had a feeling that if she were to fight Luo Zhouxiao now, she probably wouldn't even last 10 moves. This thought filled her with bitterness. Think of Lin Yuner, she is also a B-level superhuman, hailed as the once-in-a-century Ice Queen of Tianhe University, a genius girl. But in front of this man, her pitiful talent seemed like a joke. Comparing yourself to others is just asking for trouble, Lin Yuner sighed inwardly. Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll be discharged from the hospital now. Seeing her unpredictable expression, Luo Zhouxiao realized he had overdone it and quickly made an excuse to slip away. Discharged from the hospital? Lin Yuner was stunned. You've just recovered from your injury. Shouldn't you rest for a few more days? No need, I feel great right now. Luo Zhouxiao clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and felt that his whole body was full of inexhaustible energy. At this moment, all he wanted was to find a place to vent his frustrations and test just how strong he really was after breaking through to the 2nd tier. Then, where are you going? Lin Yuner asked subconsciously. Where else can we go? Luo Zhouxiao grinned, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit, and his gaze fell on the black tower that pierced the clouds outside the window. Of course, I'll go and try that trial tower again. Go challenge the trial tower again? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner's beautiful eyes widened once again. Brother, didn't you just break through a similar barrier a few days ago? I even broke the freshman record that had been standing for over a year by accident and managed to get to the 11th floor. It's only been a few days. Are you going again? Do you think the trial tower is your own backyard? Coming and going as you please? You're not kidding, are you? Lin Yuner asked uncertainly. Do I look like I'm joking? Luo Zhouxiao retorted, looking into his eyes, which seemed to say I'm going to show off. Lin Yuner couldn't help but sigh and rub her forehead. She had long known that this battle maniac would never be content with his lot. Okay, she finally gave in. Perfect timing. I was also planning to challenge the tower and try to break into the top 100 of the overall rankings. In that case, let's go together. Okay, Luo Zhouxiao readily agreed. Having a beautiful senior student with me is so much better than going alone. The two left immediately after making the decision, completed the discharge procedures, and left the school hospital. When they walked side by side on campus again, they unsurprisingly became the focus of the entire school once more. Look, it's Luo Jiuxiu and Senior Lin Yuner. They're together again. I knew they had something going on. They've only been apart for a few days, and they're already getting closer. Damn it, my heart aches. I feel like I've just broken up with my boyfriend. Wasn't Luo Jiuxiu seriously injured and hospitalized a few days ago after fighting with the ironclad Earth Dragon? How come he's been discharged so quickly? And he's acting like nothing happened? Who knows? Maybe it's because he's an S-class ability user with freakish abilities. Anyway, look, they're heading towards the trial tower. What? They're going to challenge the tower again? This news was like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar on the campus forum. Breaking news! Breaking news! Double S-level genius Luo Jiuxiu has recovered and been discharged from the hospital, joining forces with the icy goddess Lin Yuner to once again conquer the trial tower. Senior Wang Ren is already on his way with a knife. In an instant, countless students who were in class, cultivating, or doing tasks couldn't sit still after seeing this news. They all dropped what they were doing and, like cats smelling fish, swarmed toward the trial tower. Everyone wanted to witness firsthand what kind of shock this man, who had created miracles as soon as he entered school, would bring this time. When Luo Jiuxiu and Lin Yuner arrived at the square in front of the trial tower, it was already packed with people. The scene was even more exaggerated than last time. What's going on? Is some important person coming today? Why are there so many people? Luo Jiuxiu was somewhat bewildered as he looked at the densely packed crowd in front of him. How dare you ask? Lin Yuner rolled her eyes at him. Aren't all these people here for you? Aimed at me? Nonsense. You're the #1 celebrity at Tianhe University right now. Every move you make is the focus of everyone's attention. So I'm this popular now? Luo Jiuxiu stroked his chin, secretly pleased with himself. Amidst the fervent, adoring, and envious gazes of the crowd, the two struggled to squeeze into the trial tower's main hall. The lobby was also packed with people. When the crowd saw them enter, they erupted in a thunderous cheer. Luo Jiuxiu. It's Luo Jiuxiu, God of fallen God, God forever. Upon hearing this address, Luo Jiuxiu's lips twitched involuntarily. Seriously, how can you college students be so immature? Alright, ignore them. Lin Yuner tugged at his sleeve. Let's go inside quickly. Luo Jiuxiu nodded, his gaze falling once again on the huge light screen in the center of the hall. First place, falling 9 heavens, floor, 11. Seeing his name displayed so prominently, Luo Jiuxiu's lips curled into a confident smile. This record should be broken today. Without further hesitation, he walked straight to the test chamber he had used before. Lin Yuner also walked to an empty test chamber next to him. Luo Jiuxiu, she suddenly said, this time, let me see where your true limits really lie. Lin Yuner looked at him, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. As you wish. Luo Jiuxiu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. After saying that, the two lay down in the test chamber at the same time. As the hatch slowly closed, the entire trial tower hall fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the light screen, holding their breath in anticipation. Roar! They were all waiting for that man's name to shine again. Identification in progress. Beep. Identification successful. Welcome back, Luo Jiuxiu. Your last attempt was on level 11. Would you like to start the challenge directly from level 12? A cold, mechanical voice rang in his ears. Let's begin immediately, Luo Jiuxiu replied without hesitation. The surrounding scenery changed abruptly in the next instant. It's over, it's over. He found himself in a desolate desert. The wind howled furiously, whipping up clouds of yellow sand. The air was filled with a dry and violent atmosphere. Trial Tower, 12th floor. Guardian, Sandstorm Scorpion X3, Tier 2, Level 1. Rustling, rustling. The surrounding sand suddenly churned violently. Immediately afterwards, 3 scorpions, each the size of an off-road vehicle and entirely yellowish-brown, burst out of the sand, brandishing their enormous pincers and venomous stingers, displaying extraordinary ferocity. They quickly surrounded Luo Jiuxiu, their scarlet compound eyes fixed on him, their killing intent surging like a tidal wave. 3 Level 1, second-tier exotic beasts? Luo Jiuxiu raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the formation before him. The 12th floor was more difficult than he had anticipated. When he last reached the 11th floor, the guardian he faced was just a burning demon bear at the peak of the 9th level of the first tier. Unexpectedly, this floor was greeted by 3 second-tier alien beasts, and it's a group operation. It's quite interesting. Luo Jiuxiu showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he became even more excited. At this moment, he needs such a formidable opponent to test his strength after breaking through to the second tier. Come on, you beasts. Let me see just how much you're worth. Luo Jiuxiu roared and unleashed all his power without reservation. Boom! A terrifying aura of the second tier, first level cultivator suddenly erupted from his body. He instantly unleashed his S-class superpowers of ice and lightning to their fullest potential. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. Roar! Puff! 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 A colossal ice dragon, more solid and majestic than ever before, roared forth. The ice dragon's body body was almost materialized, every scale shimmered with a chilling light, and its eyes radiated a destructive pressure. The 3 sandstorm scorpions, which had been so aggressive, took a step back and let out uneasy hiss as they sensed the terrifying dragon's might emanating from the depths of their bloodline. Now you're scared? It's too late. Luo Zhuoxiao sneered, and the ice lightning spear in his hand instantly materialized. With a single finger, the ice dragon behind him charged into the scorpion swarm with earth-shattering force. Luo Zhuoxiao followed closely behind. Ice shadow flowing light wings. Lightning phantom step. Ice wings and lightning erupted simultaneously, and his speed reached its limit. His figure transformed into a streak of ice blue and lightning purple light, closely following the ice dragon into the battlefield. A brutal and merciless massacre ensued. The ice dragon swung its tail, releasing a chilling aura, followed by a swing of its claws. What's going on? Falling from the heavens is like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With each swing of his ice lightning spear, a dazzling spear light was unleashed. The hard shell of a sandstorm scorpion was easily pierced, and the violent lightning instantly destroyed its nerves. The other end tried to clamp Luo Zhuoxiao with its giant pincers, but he skillfully dodged it and stabbed him in the compound eye with a backhand, piercing through his skull. Compared to Luo Zhuoxiao, who had broken through to the second tier and mastered multiple B-level martial arts techniques, these second-tier, first-level alien beasts were so fragile that they would collapse with a single blow. The battle was over in less than a minute. On the vast Gobi Desert, only broken limbs and bones remain, along with that tall, godlike figure holding a long spear. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the 12th level trial. Time taken, 55 seconds. Reward, 200 academic credits. The cold, mechanical voice sounded again. At this moment, the hall outside the trial tower was completely silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the data that had just been updated on the screen. Freshman list. First place, falling 9 heavens, floor, 12, 55 seconds. A startled cry, like a dream, broke the deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, the entire hall erupted in an uproar that was more intense and frenzied than ever before. 55 seconds? He only took 55 seconds to reach the 12th floor? Is this for real? Those are 3 level 2, level 1 sandstorm scorpions. Even if a level 2, level 3, or 4 senior came up, they couldn't possibly finish the battle so quickly, could they? How did he do that? Monster. This isn't just a genius. This is monster. This is freak. Everyone felt that their values had been completely shattered today. They stared at the shining name on the list, their eyes filled with nothing but endless awe and admiration. Su Muxue, standing in the crowd, covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from screaming. Her sweet and pretty face was filled with shock and disbelief. She understood that Luo Zhuoxiao had broken through to the second tier, and his strength would inevitably increase dramatically, but she never dreamed that he could be this strong. Easily annihilated 3 beasts of the same cultivation level. This combat power is just too damn outrageous. Could this be the true power of a dual S-class ability? Su Muxue murmured to herself, her evaluation of Luo Zhuoxiao instantly rising to a whole new level. While everyone was still immersed in this shock and unable to extricate themselves, on the screen, that name they both loved and hated flickered once more. Luo Zhuoxiao's speed in climbing the tower did not slow down with the increase in the number of floors. On the contrary, it got faster and faster. He was like a tireless war machine, climbing upwards with overwhelming force and unstoppable momentum. The people in the hall were completely numb. They stared blankly at that name, their understanding of the word genius being refreshed time and time again. Meanwhile, Lin Yuner, who was lying in another trial chamber, had also been alerted. She was focused on clearing her own level, but was constantly interrupted by system announcements in her ear. Announcement: Freshman Luo Zhuoxiao has successfully passed the 13th floor. Announcement: Freshman Luo Zhuoxiao has successfully passed the 14th level. Hearing the continuous notification sounds, Lin Yuner's desire to complete the challenge had long since vanished. She simply chose to withdraw from the trial space. After removing his helmet and stepping out of the trial chamber, he saw the name on the light screen that had already reached the 15th floor, and a bitter smile couldn't help but appear on his usually aloof face. This brat, he really doesn't give anyone a chance to survive. She shook her head, deciding not to try anymore, and stood quietly to the side, watching the man who was setting a record with everyone else. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Time flew by amidst the gasps of surprise from the crowd. Soon, Luo Zhuoxiao's name had risen to a level that took everyone's breath away. The moment the number on the screen jumped from 14 to 15, the atmosphere in the entire hall was once again pushed to a climax. 15 floors. My god, he actually made it to the 15th floor. Ugh, comparisons are odious. Is this any way to live? Everyone was completely impressed by Luo Zhuoxiao's abnormally fast tower climbing speed. They no longer doubted, no longer speculated. Just then, the doors to the trial tower were suddenly pushed open roughly by people outside. A group of 7 or 8 students who looked intimidating barged in aggressively. The leader was none other than Li Guzi, the young man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face who had just been slapped by Wang Ren a few days ago. When they entered, they were stunned by the sight of the huge crowd in the hall, the sight of thousands thousands of people watching. What's going on? Is some important person here today? Why is it so lively? Li Guzi grabbed a student next to him and asked impatiently, "You still don't know?" The student looked at him like he was an idiot, pointed to the light screen above his head, and said excitedly, "Luo Shun. It's Luo Shun trying to break through the tower." Luo Shun? Li Guzi was stunned when he heard this, and looked in the direction he was pointing. When he saw that high-ranking name on the freshman list that he had already reached the 15th floor, his small eyes widened in surprise. Falling from the heavens? How can this kid be so fierce? Li Guzi knew very well that his boss, Wang Ren, hated Luo Joshua with a vengeance. He originally wanted to see what Luo Joshua was really capable of today, and also find an opportunity to humiliate him, so as to prove himself to the boss. But he never dreamed that Luo Joshua would be this strong. Damn it, this is troublesome. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Guzi's forehead. He knew that with Luo Joshua's current strength and reputation, if he dared to cause trouble today, it would be like lighting a lamp in a latrine courting death. Dog bro, what do we do now? Roar! One of his henchmen was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he stammered, "What do you mean? What to do? Just deal with it." Li Guzi gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Let's observe first. I don't believe he can keep going this fast. We must tell Brother Wang about this immediately." As he spoke, he quietly took out his personal terminal and quickly reported the situation to Wang Ren. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor of the trial tower, Luo Joshio stood amidst a world of ice and snow. The biting wind, mixed with heavy snow, swept wildly across the white world. Trial tower, 16th floor. Guardian, Frost Wyvern, Tier 2, Level 3. Roar! A majestic dragon roar echoed from the iceberg not far away. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying beast with a wingspan of over 20 meters, covered in ice-blue scales and resembling a western dragon, leaped down from the ice mountain and landed in front of Luo Joshio. The frost dragon, with its pair of ice-blue vertical pupils, looked down at Luo Joshio with eyes full of arrogance and contempt. A terrifying pressure from a second-tier, third-level expert swept across the heavens and earth. Second order, third level? As Luo Joshio felt the intense pressure, his expression finally became more serious. This frost dragon was the strongest opponent he had encountered since entering the trial tower. Good timing. Far from being afraid, he became even more excited. The ice and lightning spear in his hand condensed and took shape once more. The aura of a second-tier, first-level cultivator erupted without reservation. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. Annihilation Divine Thunder. He activated both ice and lightning, two S-class superpowers, simultaneously. Luo Joshio transformed into a stream of light interwoven with ice and lightning, and charged towards the frost dragon. The frost wyvern's icy blue vertical pupils flashed with disdain when it saw that this tiny human dared to provoke it. It suddenly opened its huge mouth. A terrifying dragon breath, powerful enough to freeze the soul, surged forth like a white torrent. The air froze instantly as the dragon's breath passed by, as if time itself had been frozen. A trivial skill. Luo Joshio sneered as he looked at the overwhelming dragon breath. "I'm the progenitor of S-class ice-type abilities. Playing with ice in front of you? It's like showing off your axe skills in front of Guan Yu, or trying to wield a large axe in front of Lu Ban. Break for me." Without dodging or evading, he thrust his ice lightning spear forward with all his might. At the same time, the huge ice dragon behind them roared and charged forward despite the terrifying dragon breath. Boom! Two extremely cold forces collided violently in mid-air. However, to everyone's surprise, the frost wyvern's prized dragon breath was utterly defeated upon contact with the fallen Nine Heavens ice dragon, as if it had encountered its nemesis. How is this possible? For the first time, an incredulous shock appeared in the frost wyvern's proud vertical pupils. Its dragon breath was actually suppressed? In that instant of its momentary daze, Luo Joshio's figure had already passed through the flying ice crystals and appeared suddenly in front of him like a ghost. "You beast, prepare to die." The ice lightning spear in his hand, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, fiercely pierced towards the frost dragon's enormous eye. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, the moment the number after Luo Joshio's name on the screen jumped from 15 to 16, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence that lasted for several tens of seconds. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the number, forgetting even to breathe. He actually made it to the 16th floor. This was completely beyond any of their imagination. This is no record that a freshman could ever set. This is fucking amazing. It's like it just stormed into the top 100 of the sophomore rankings. A freshman who has been enrolled for less than 3 days. They broke into the top 100 of the sophomore rankings. If this got out, who would believe it? Demon, monster. I don't know who it was, but they uttered those two words in a dreamlike voice. These two words perfectly capture the sentiments of everyone present. In their eyes, Luo Joshio could no longer be described as a genius. He's a complete, unreasonable monster. Li Guzi and his henchmen were so frightened that their faces turned deathly pale. It's all over. Li Guzi's lips trembled, his eyes filled with endless fear. He knew he had really bitten off more than he could chew this time. Moreover, it was the kind of iron plate inlaid with diamonds. Boom! Inside the trial tower's main hall, cheers and exclamations were deafening, almost lifting the entire roof off. Everyone was completely captivated by Luo Zhouxiao's incredible skill. Just then, a roar filled with anger and murderous intent suddenly came from outside the crowd, drowning out all the noise. Fall from the 9 heavens. With that roar, a tall, handsome young man with eyes burning with fierce fire, surrounded by a group of followers, aggressively pushed his way into the crowd. He rushed over immediately after receiving Li Guzi's message. When he saw the glaring 16th floor on the screen with his own eyes, the jealousy and anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed and completely erupted. Wang, Senior Wang Ren, why is he here? When the students around Wang Ren saw him, their excitement was instantly replaced by fear, and they all stepped back to make way for him. Ignoring the fearful gazes, Wang Ren's eyes burned with a fierce intensity, his gaze fixed on the name at the top of the trial tower's new student ranking. He clenched his teeth, making a crunching sound. He actually made it to the 16th floor. How is this possible? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Wang Ren was filled with anger and resentment. He felt that his dignity had been trampled underfoot by this new student he had never met before. Brother Wang, you've arrived. Upon seeing Wang Ren, Li Guzi scrambled over to him, his face contorted with grief, and said, "This Luo Zhouxiao, he's too strange. Useless." Wang Ren didn't even glance at him, kicking him away with a sudden shove, his eyes still fixed on the light screen. His followers remained silent, too terrified to utter a sound. Lin Yuner and Su Muxue, who were standing on the other side of the crowd, also had a slight change in expression when they saw Wang Ren appear. Why is he here? Su Muxue frowned, her face full of worry. Judging from his demeanor, he clearly came with ill intentions. Humph, just a mad dog that barks indiscriminately. A hint of undisguised disgust and coldness flashed in Lin Yuner's eyes. She had absolutely no liking for the man who had been bothering her for a year. Yuner, that's true, but Wang Ren's strength shouldn't be underestimated, Su Muxue reminded her. After all, he is a second-level, fifth-level cultivator and an A-level offensive ability user. If it really comes down to a fight, junior brother Luo will probably suffer a loss. He won't. Lin Yuner's gaze fell on the shining name on the screen, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with unwavering confidence. She believed that the boy would never let her down. Time slowly passed by second, in this eerie, intense atmosphere. On the light screen, Luo Zhouxiao's name remained on the 16th floor, unchanged for a long time. They are not even on the same level. Ha! He's stopped moving. He's finally stopped. Wang Ren's face finally broke into a ferocious smile when he saw this. I knew it. He's only just broken through to the second tier, and reaching the 16th floor is already his limit. It seems he has been worn down by the guardian of the 16th floor. His followers echoed his sentiments. That's right. Brother Wang is right. The guardian of the 16th level is a second tier, third level frost dragon. That's a true dragon-type beast. How could a freshman like him possibly deal with it? Humph, you arrogant brat, now you finally know what's what. Just as they were gloating, creak, not far away, the hatch of a test chamber slowly opened. A tall, upright figure walked out from inside. It was falling from the 9th heaven. He seemed to have an easier time than when he passed the 11th floor. He's out. Luo Zhouxiao is out. Another burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted in the hall. Countless fervent gazes were fixed on him. The moment Wang Ren saw Luo Zhouxiao, his eyes, burning with flames, immediately locked onto his target. He could no longer contain himself, pushed through the crowd, and strode toward Luo Zhouxiao. You are Luo Zhouxiao? Wang Ren stood in front of Luo Zhouxiao, looking down at him with a cold and provocative voice. Luo Zhouxiao raised his eyelids and glanced at him indifferently. A-level superpower, second tier, fifth level. Yes, they are indeed better than those useless guys we encountered before. What is it? Luo Zhouxiao's tone was flat and indifferent, without any emotion. His dismissive attitude only fueled Wang Ren's anger. Kid, you're really arrogant. Wang Ren sneered. Don't think you can act like you're something just because you broke a freshman record. Let me tell you, at Tianhe University, if you encounter a dragon, you have to coil up. If you encounter a tiger, you have to lie down. Especially, Wang Ren's gaze suddenly turned cold. Don't touch what doesn't belong to you. Otherwise, your hand will break. The threat in his words was self-evident. The students around him understood the meaning behind his words and held their breath, afraid of missing the next good show. However, faced with Wang Ren's blatant threat, Luo Zhouxiao's face remained completely expressionless. He even picked at his ear, saying with an impatient look, "Are you done talking? Say what you said, then get out of here. I don't have time to waste with an idiot like you." Wang Ren was furious when he heard this. Trash, garbage, idiot. How dare this freshman humiliate him like this in front of so many people? Wang Ren could no longer hold back. His energy exploded and he punched Luo Zhouxiao hard in the face. However, just as the fist was about to strike the sky, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Lin Yuner. Wang Ren, how dare you? Lin Yuner's pretty face was frosty, and her B-level ability, gravity compression, was activated instantly. Wang Ren felt his body suddenly sink, and his outstretched fist stopped in midair. Yuner, you! When Wang Ren saw that Lin Yuner had actually taken action for this freshman. The flames of jealousy in his heart instantly burned fiercely, and he almost lost his mind. "I'm warning you, Wang Ren." Lin Yuner's voice was icy cold. "He's my man. If you dare lay a finger on him, I, Lin Yuner, will fight you to the death." Lin Yuner's words exploded like a depth charge in the hall. "A fight to the death? That's it. It's officially confirmed now." The male students around him felt their hearts shattered. Standing behind Lin Yuner, Luo Zhouxiao felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he looked at the beautiful senior who had stood up for him. The feeling of being protected is actually quite comfortable. "Fine. Wang Ren glared at the two adulterers before him, laughing out loud in anger. "Lin Yuner, you're really too ruthless. Luo Zhouxiao, you just wait. I'll show you how I deal with you at the freshman competition in a month. It's just a small favor." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Ren could no longer hold back. He turned around and left in a sorry state, surrounded by a group of followers. Watching his departing figure, Luo Zhouxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Freshman competition? Then I'll wait. For the next month, Luo Zhouxiao entered a state of frantic cultivation. He spent almost every day in the wilderness and the trial tower, either hunting strange beasts or climbing through levels. Their strength is also skyrocketing at a visible speed. Lin Yuner, like his personal bodyguard, accompanied him almost every day. As they fought side by side, their feelings for each other quickly intensified, and the ambiguous atmosphere between them grew stronger. Finally, 1 month later, I see. The highly anticipated freshman competition at Tianhe University has officially begun. That day, the entire Tianhe University was immersed in a frenzied atmosphere. The massive central stadium was packed to capacity. Tens of thousands of students gathered together, ready to witness the birth of a new champion. Dear students and teachers, welcome to the 2233rd freshman competition of Tianhe University. As the host's enthusiastic voice rang out, a deafening roar of cheers erupted in the stadium. Luo Zhouxiao stood at the front of the freshman line, feeling the fervent atmosphere around him, his heart pounding with excitement. He glanced at the powerful and unfathomable school leaders and mentors on the stage, a determined glint in his eyes. "I'm here to win the championship." The format of the freshman competition is simple yet brutal. All new students, exceeding 1,000, will be randomly deployed to a massive simulated battlefield. The battlefield is not only filled with various virtual beasts, but also presents the possibility of attacks from other emerging creatures. Ultimately, only the students who survive the battle and rank in the top 100 will advance to the next round of elimination. There are only two ways to earn points: hunt alien beasts or hunt other newcomers. For every new student eliminated, you will receive half of their points. These cruel rules undoubtedly encourage freshmen to engage in the most direct and bloodiest competition. That's interesting. Are they trying to raise a venomous insect? After hearing the rules, Luo Zhouxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He likes this simple and straightforward way of playing. At the command, beams of white light suddenly lit up the ground beneath the feet of all the new students. The next second, everyone disappeared and was teleported into the simulated battlefield. Luo Zhouxiao felt a blur before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a dense primeval forest. Is it another forested area? He looked around, but did not rush into action. He first jumped onto a large tree to observe the situation. However, they had just settled down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp whooshing sounds rang out simultaneously from 3 different directions behind him. 3 gleaming arrows, arranged in a triangular formation, blocked all his escape routes and hurtled towards his vitals. Luo Zhouxiao's eyes narrowed, but he showed no sign of panic. He didn't even turn his head before the ice wings on his back suddenly unfolded. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp metallic clangs rang out. Those 3 sharp arrows, capable of piercing steel plates, were all deflected when they hit Luo Zhouxiao's ice wings, which were as hard as steel. What? 3 incredulous exclamations came from 3 clumps of grass not far away. They never expected that their meticulously planned sneak attack would be so easily thwarted. "Come out, you 3 little mice." Luo Zhouxiao slowly turned around, looking down at the 3 clumps of grass, his voice as cold as a knife. Knowing they had been exposed, the 3 men emerged from the bushes where they were hiding and ceased to conceal themselves. There were 2 boys and 1 girl, 3 students all wearing freshman uniforms. The leader was a boy with a longbow on his back and sharp eyes. "Your strength is extraordinary. You were actually able to block the 3 of our 3 talents' deadly arrows." The boy stared at Luo Zhouxiao, his face showing some surprise, but more of an arrogant condescension. "Can you tell us your name? We don't kill nameless people." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Are all the new students these days so arrogant? There are still people who don't know their own name? It seems he's a freshman who arrived at school late. "You'll find out when you're dead," Luo Zhouxiao replied calmly. "You." Upon hearing this, the boy's face instantly darkened. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. The 3 of us are all B-level superpowered geniuses. If we join forces, we can even contend with a second-tier senior. You're just a freshman, so you'd better be sensible and obediently hand over your points, crush your teleportation talisman, and get out of here, so you don't suffer any physical pain." vain. Li Tian introduced himself, attempting to intimidate Luo Zhuoxiu with the title of B-level genius. In his eyes, how strong can a newcomer be? The three top geniuses from their respective cities joined forces, making them virtually unstoppable on the battlefield. However, he clearly misjudged his opponent. A grade B ability? Luo Zhuoxiu's lips curled into a cold smile. Is that so impressive? He thought of Xiao Ruobing, and he thought of Lin Yuner. He discovered that he seemed to have a special affinity for B-level superpowers. Since you're so confident, Luo Zhuoxiu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then you can all come together. The cold voice, like a ghost, rang in the ears of Li Tian and the other two. What? The three were horrified and immediately became alert to their surroundings. But it was all too late. A dull thud as a sharp blade pierced flesh. Before the archer named Li Tian could even react, a chill ran through his chest. He slowly lowered his head and saw that an ice-blue spear had already pierced his heart. He looked up in disbelief at the boy who had somehow appeared before him, a devilish smile on his face, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. Ding! One new student has been eliminated, earning you plus 50 points. The first one. Luo Zhuoxiu expressionlessly drew his ice spear, letting Li Tian's corpse turn into white light and dissipate on the spot. Then, his gaze turned to the other two B-level geniuses, who were already stunned. Now, it's your turn. No, no. Upon seeing this, Zhao Taizhu and Sun Xiaomei were terrified and turned to run away. But there was no hope of escaping from Luo Zhuoxiu. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. A gigantic ice dragon roared out, its tail lashing out and sending the two flying. The two turned into white light in midair and disappeared instantly. Ding! Two new students have been eliminated, earning 100 points. Three B-level geniuses, who were considered high and mighty by ordinary people, were easily defeated by Luo Zhuoxiu in less than a minute. A B-level genius? That's all? Luo Zhuoxiu flicked the blood off his ice spear, feeling utterly bored. That's really too weak. He felt like a max-level player who had returned to the starting village. This is boring. I'd rather go find some alien beasts to farm points. Luo Zhuoxiu shook his head, preparing to leave. Just then, clap clap clap, a burst of crisp applause suddenly came from the woods not far away. Immediately afterwards, a hearty laugh rang out. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I never expected to find such a master among this year's freshmen. Following the sound, three figures slowly emerged from the woods. The leader was a burly man carrying a huge battle axe. Beside him were a lean young man wielding two swords with sharp eyes and a cute, petite girl holding a magic staff. The aura emanating from these three was, in no way inferior to the three B-level geniuses from before. In fact, it even surpasses it slightly. Three B-level ability users, two at the 8th level of the first tier, and one at the 9th level of the first tier? Luo Zhuoxiu stared at the three people in front of him, his eyes finally becoming serious. It seems that this freshman competition wasn't entirely devoid of talent. I am Lei Mang. My power attack type ability is Berserk Battle Axe. The burly man strode up to Luo Zhuoxiu, clasped his hands in a hearty gesture, and said, "This is my brother, Feng Xiaoxiao, with the B-rank agility-based ability, Swift Twin Blades. This is our sister, Tang Tiantian, with the B-rank control-based ability, Candy Paradise. The three of us are utterly impressed by your abilities. Would you be interested in becoming our friend?" Lei Ming's eyes were full of sincerity and fighting spirit. Unlike the arrogant Li Tian of the past, he showed Luo Zhuoxiu considerable respect. Luo Zhuoxiu looked at him and replied calmly, "My name is Luo Zhuoxiu, falling from the 9 heavens?" Upon hearing this name, Lei Meng and his two companions were suddenly jolted. Of course they'd heard of that name, that legendary double S-level genius. So it was him. "I've long admired your name. Meeting you today, I can confirm that your reputation is well deserved." Lei Meng's fighting spirit intensified. "Brother Luo, I, Lei Meng, have always admired the strong. Since we've met, how about a friendly spar?" Luo Zhuoxiu stared at the burly man in front of him, who was bursting with fighting spirit, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. He could sense that although Lei Meng was physically strong, he was honest and straightforward and was by no means a treacherous person. Fighting him wouldn't be a problem. "Okay," Luo Zhuoxiu nodded. "However, I have one condition." "Brother Luo, please speak." Lei Meng responded cheerfully. "All three of you, come at me together." Luo Zhuoxiu's words were calm and even, but they were like a bombshell that exploded in the hearts of Lei Meng and the other two. Lei Meng, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Tang Tiantian stared wide-eyed at Luo Zhuoxiu in disbelief. They almost doubted whether they had heard correctly. "Brother Luo, you're not joking, are you?" Lei Meng's lips twitched, his tone full of uncertainty. "The three of them are far superior to those three mediocre B-level players from before. They are all core members nurtured by their respective families with abundant resources, and their combat experience and martial arts skills far surpass those of their peers. When the three of them work together, they dare to go head-to-head even when facing seniors at the 2nd or 3rd level of the 2nd tier. And now, Luo Zhuoxiu is actually going to fight all three of them alone? This isn't just arrogance, it's arrogance to the extreme. Do I look like I'm joking?" Luo Zhuoxiu retorted. Looking into Luo Zhuoxiu's calm and unwavering eyes, Lei Meng knew in his heart that he was not joking. okay. Lei Meng took a deep breath, his honest face showing unprecedented seriousness and excitement. Since Brother Luo is in such a refined mood, then I, Lei Meng, will gladly accompany you. Xiao Xiao, Tian Tian, get ready to attack. Xiao Xiao, Tian Tian, get ready to attack. Lei Meng roared, and his aura suddenly surged. His massive body swelled again, his muscles coiling like a dragon, and his skin gleamed with a metallic sheen. The B-rank offensive ability, Berserk Battle Axe, not only enhanced the giant axe in his hand but also comprehensively improved his physical strength. Brother Luo, I'm sorry to offend you. Lei roared and kicked off the ground, shooting out like a cannonball with unparalleled force, hurtling straight down into the sky. The giant axe drew a heavy arc in the air, creating a series of ear-piercing sonic booms, and was about to strike down from the sky. This axe strike seemed to cleave the earth in two. At the same time, Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Tian also acted swiftly. Feng Xiaoxiao's figure instantly transformed into a blurry azure whirlwind, his twin blades flashing like deadly streaks of light. Bypassing an extremely tricky angle, they silently arrived behind Luo Zhuoxiu and aimed directly at his vital point in the back. The seemingly most harmless little girl, Tang Tian, lightly stomped her foot, a sweet yet somewhat eerie smile blooming on her face. Candy Land, start! A strange, pink energy, centered on her, instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Luo Zhuoxiu felt the surrounding scenery suddenly change. The originally dangerous primeval forest had transformed into a fairy tale world filled with lollipops, cotton candy, and chocolate fountains. The air was filled with a strong, sweet aroma. The fragrance seemed to possess a magical power, causing his tense fighting nerves to relax involuntarily, and he even felt a slight drowsiness. An illusion? Or a mental attack? Luo Zhuoxiu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood his opponent's methods. One offensive, one agile, and one controlling. The three of them worked together flawlessly. Stop talking nonsense. Any ordinary freshman facing this textbook-perfect encirclement and attack would probably not last even a second and would be instantly killed. That's quite interesting. It's far superior to those inferior B-grade products. A genuine fighting spirit finally ignited in Luo Zhuoxiu's eyes. Faced with the giant axe falling from the sky and the deadly twin blades attacking from behind, he not only remained calm but also let out a cold laugh. You think you can fool me with this illusion? In his previous life, he crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and his will was already as tough as steel. This level of psychological attack is nothing more than a tickle to him. Break for me! Luo Zhuoxiu roared, and his lightning-type supernatural power erupted from his body. Sizzle! A violent bolt of lightning instantly enveloped his entire body. This destructive power, capable of annihilating everything, forcefully tore open a giant gap in the surrounding pink fairy tale world. Puff! Tang Tian, who was far away, was struck as if by a heavy blow. Her superpower was forcibly broken, her mind was injured, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her originally cute face turned as pale as paper in an instant. What? He actually used brute force to destroy my candy paradise? Tang Tian's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Hello, boss. Her B-rank control ability, Candy Paradise, can bewitch even second-tier seniors, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves. But this man in front of me. However, she hadn't realized what was happening yet. Luo Zhuoxiu's figure had already moved. Ice shadow flowing light wings. Lightning phantom step. Ice wings and lightning erupted simultaneously, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. When Lei Meng's giant axe, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, struck the spot where Luo Zhuoxiu had just stood, but only left a deep trench in the ground. Where is he? Lei Meng was shocked. The wind whistling behind him caused his pupils to shrink even more. His determined backstab with two swords also missed. This is bad. He's up there. Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly looked up and saw that Luo Zhuoxiu's figure had appeared above them at some point. With a slight flutter of his icy wings, he hovered in midair, looking down at the three of them with the same gaze one would give 3 lambs to the slaughter. The speed is not slow. Luo Zhuoxiu calmly looked down at the wary Feng Xiaoxiao and commented, unfortunately, speed is futile in the face of absolute power. The words had barely left his mouth. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. Roar! A massive and solid ice dragon, larger than ever before, roared out. The ice dragon's body was almost solid, and its pair of dragon eyes were filled with destructive pressure. With the power to destroy the world, it suddenly pressed down on the 3 people below. However, at that moment, oh no! Scatter! Lei Meng's expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the ice dragon, which was something he could not withstand. With a roar, the giant axe in his hand burst forth with dazzling light, ready to meet the attack. Feng Xiaoxiao flashed away, transforming into a wisp of green smoke, attempting to evade the ice dragon's attack range. However, under the domain suppression of the S-class ability, Mystic Ice Dragon Soar, their movements became abnormally sluggish. Boom! A gigantic ice dragon crashed to the ground. A terrifying chill instantly filled the entire battlefield. Centered on the ice dragon, the area within a radius of 100 meters was immediately covered by a thick layer of dark blue ice crystals. Although Lei Meng and Feng Xiaoxiao barely managed to avoid the ice dragon's Meng's direct impact at the last moment, they were still affected by the aftershocks of that terrifying cold air. Click, click. Thick frost instantly formed on their bodies, making their movements extremely stiff. Tang Tian, the control-type loli who was already seriously injured, didn't even have time to react before being swept by the ice dragon's tail and turned into a white light, directly teleporting her out of the battlefield. Ding! One new student has been eliminated, earning you plus 80 points. Lei Meng and Feng Xiaoxiao witnessed this scene and were furious, their eyes almost bursting with rage. Luo Jiuxiao, you're asking for death. Lei Meng completely erupted. He roared, forcefully shattering the frost on his body. His internal energy surged wildly, and he charged towards Luo Jiuxiao once again. Berserk. Whirlwind slash. The giant axe in his hand spun at high speed, forming a terrifying tornado that tore everything apart. A cold glint flashed in Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes, and his twin blades transformed into two streaks of azure lightning. Together with Lei Meng's attack, they launched another pincer attack on Luo Jiuxiao from another direction. Good timing. Facing the two attacks coming from both sides, Luo Jiuxiao's fighting spirit grew even stronger. He did not flinch at all, and instead swept out his ice and lightning spear to meet the attack head-on. Today, I'll show you what true despair is. At the tip of the spear, the power of ice and lightning converged and compressed wildly. An aura more terrifying and destructive than ever before erupted. Ice and lightning combined. Annihilation Ice Dragon Break. With a low shout, Luo Jiuxiao unleashed a dazzling light as his spear, fused with the ultimate power of ice and lightning, shone forth. Boom! The spear and Lei Meng's raging battle-axe tornado collided violently in midair. In that instant, the entire simulated battlefield trembled violently. The blinding light caused the distant spectator screen to momentarily display a flurry of static. A terrifying energy storm swept wildly outwards from the center of the collision. The towering trees around them were as fragile as straws, and were all snapped in half by the energy storm. Puff! Lei Meng, who was the first to be hit, felt an irresistible and terrifying force coming from the battle-axe. His burly body was as if it had been hit by a high-speed train. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown back by the impact. The B-grade battle-axe in his hand groaned under the strain, covered with spiderweb-like cracks. How is this possible? Lei Meng fell heavily to the ground, staring incredulously at the almost destroyed battle-axe, his eyes filled with shock. This move, Raging Whirlwind Slash, is his trump card. When he unleashed his full power, even the senior students at the second, third, and fourth levels didn't dare to take the hit head-on. But now, it was broken by Luo Jiuxiao's single spear thrust? Is this guy even human? Just as Lei Meng was knocked away, Feng Xiaoxiao appeared behind Luo Jiuxiao like a ghost. The twin blades in her hand flashed with a deadly cold light, silently stabbing towards his back. Timing, angle, speed, flawless. However, he was fast, but Luo Jiuxiao was even faster. In the face of absolute strength, any sneak attack is a joke. The cold voice seemed to resound directly in Feng Xiaoxiao's mind. Feng Xiaoxiao was terrified and was about to retreat. A hand crackling with lightning suddenly grabbed his wrist. Feng Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly contracted. He struggled desperately, only to find that the hand was like a red-hot iron clamp, locking him tightly. Immediately afterwards, a violent surge of lightning power rushed into his body along his arm. Ah! Feng Xiaoxiao let out a shrill scream, feeling as if all the meridians and nerves in his body were instantly torn apart and destroyed by the violent lightning. He suddenly lost consciousness, his body went limp, and he turned into a white light, disappearing from the spot. Ding! One new student has been eliminated, earning you plus 90 points. At this point, two members of Lei Meng's team have been completely eliminated. The entire process, from start to finish, took less than 5 minutes. Luo Jiuxiao sheathed his spear and stood silently in the center of the devastated battlefield. His cold and powerful aura made those watching on the spectator screens in the distance feel suffocated. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Meng finally struggled to his feet. He stared at that demon-like figure, his face filled with bitterness and frustration. They lost completely and utterly, without a doubt. His pride and joy were no match for his opponent. Feng Xiaoxiao's speed, which he was so proud of, became a joke in front of his opponent. Sweet control skills were completely crushed and shattered by the opponent using the most barbaric and brutal methods. Is this the strength of a double S-class genius? Lei Meng was deeply shocked. He walked up to Luo Jiuxiao, put away his battle axe, and bowed deeply to him. Brother Luo, I, Lei Meng, am convinced. His voice no longer held any fighting spirit, only heartfelt admiration. You're very strong. Luo Jiuxiao looked at him calmly. Much stronger than those trash from before. These words might sound harsh to others, but to Lei Meng, they were the highest praise. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Luo. Lei Meng scratched his head and revealed a simple and honest smile. However, a loss is a loss. Brother Luo, let's get started. He was prepared to be eliminated. However, Luo Jiuxiao shook his head, turning to leave. I don't want your points. Ha! Lei Meng was stunned, then a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Brother Luo, you. Luo Jiuxiao didn't say much. His ice wings unfolded again, and he transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. Lei Meng was left standing there, watching his departing figure, speechless for a long time. Falling from the 9 heavens? He engraved that name deep in his heart. As time went on, the battles on the simulated battlefield became increasingly intense and brutal. New students are constantly being eliminated. Hey, Luo Zhouxiao, like a lone wolf hunter, frantically harvested points on this vast battlefield. Whether it was a powerful alien beast or a naive new student who attempted a sneak attack, they all became victims of his gun. His points climbed at an alarming rate, quickly putting him far ahead and firmly securing the top spot on the leaderboard. First place, Luo Zhouxiao, points 3,550. Second place, Xu Feng, points 1860. Third place, Nan Gongyu, points 1790. Seeing this overwhelming lead, the spectators in the stadium were completely numb. This is insane. Absolutely insane. My points are accumulating faster than my blood pressure. How can we even compete like this? The championship was already decided, wasn't it? Meanwhile, in a corner of the battlefield, a young man dressed in black, with a hideous scar on his face, stared grimly at the leaderboard on his personal terminal. He was none other than Black Wolf, the top assassin hired by Wang Runhua at great expense, specifically targeting Luo Zhouxiao. Falling from the heavens? 3550 points. Black Wolf stared at that glaring name, a glint of greed and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The boss said that if you cripple him, the reward is 10 million, plus a B-grade martial arts manual. This is a big deal. Beside him, a dozen or so freshmen, each with a fierce aura and piercing eyes, were gathered. They were all members of the Black Wolf squad, and also pawns planted by Wang Run among this year's freshmen. Brother Wolf, when do we make our move? A henchman leaned forward, licking his lips and asking excitedly, that Luo Zhouxiao is a real goldmine right now. If we take him down, we'll be set for life. Black Wolf shook his head, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes that seemed out of place with his rugged appearance. It's too early to take action now. Luo Zhouxiao is not weak. If we fight head-on, even if we win, we will pay a heavy price. What we need to do is become a qualified hunter. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Black Wolf's mouth. Let the other prey wear him down first. Wait until he's exhausted and most relaxed. Let's deliver the final blow. Brother Wolf is brilliant. A group of people let out a sinister laugh, as if the dawn of victory was already upon them. However, what they didn't know was, their prey is slowly approaching them. I think I hear fighting ahead? Luo Zhouxiao stood on the canopy of a large tree, his ears twitching slightly as he looked towards the valley not far away. He could clearly sense that more than a dozen powerful energy fluctuations were colliding violently there. Let's go take a look. With a thought, he moved silently towards the valley like a ghost. A brutal siege is unfolding. A dozen or so freshmen dressed in black combat uniforms and exuding a fierce aura surrounded 3 students who looked disheveled. Of the 3 surrounded, 2 men and 1 woman were already covered in wounds and panting heavily, clearly at their limit. Black Wolf, you bunch of bastards, how dare you launch a sneak attack? What kind of heroes are you? The crew-cut youth surrounded in the middle roared, clutching his bleeding arm. His name is Zhao Tian. He is a well-known B-level defensive genius among this year's freshmen, with a strength reaching the 9th level of the first tier. Even so, surrounded by more than a dozen members of the Black Wolf squad, he could only passively take the beating. Heroes and heroines? Upon hearing this, the scarred young man known as Black Wolf laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha ha ha, Zhao Tian, are you new to this world? On this battlefield, there are only hunters and prey, no heroes. He pointed his sword at Zhao Tian and the other 2, his eyes filled with a mocking, cat-and-mouse game. I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over your points obediently, crush the teleportation talisman, and get lost. Otherwise, a cruel killing intent flashed in Black Wolf's eyes. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Don't even think about it. The girl beside Zhao Tian, who had remained silent but had a resolute look in her eyes, said coldly, even if we die in battle, we will never bow down to a bunch of despicable people like you. Oh ho, a fiery woman, no less? Black Wolf looked the girl up and down with great interest. Her name is Qin Shui. She is also a B-level superpower, a support type, and specializes in healing and amplification. What a pity, such a beautiful girl. It wouldn't be pretty if she got crippled. Black Wolf licked his lips, his eyes filled with lewdness. You beast. Zhao was furious, his eyes blazing with rage. It seems you're going to have to suffer the consequences instead of accepting the offer. The smile on Black Wolf's face gradually disappeared, and his patience was completely exhausted. Brothers, charge. Yes, Brother Wolf. The Black Wolf squad members let out excited howls and pounced on Zhao Tian and his 2 companions like hungry wolves. Fight them! Zhao Tian roared, mobilizing all the energy in his body, preparing for a desperate battle. However, at this critical moment, a bunch of trash who only bully the weak, do they even deserve to be called wolves? A cold and disdainful voice came from above the valley without warning, like a chilling wind from the depths of hell. The sudden sound startled everyone, and they all instinctively looked up. At the top of the cliff in the valley, a tall figure had quietly appeared. The man, dressed in black combat gear, was tall and handsome, holding a long spear wreathed in ice and lightning power, and was looking down at them. His gaze was cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion, as if he were looking at a group of corpses falling from the heavens. When Black Black Wolf recognized the human face. His scarred and ferocious face froze instantly. How did he end up here? Shouldn't he be on the other side of the forest? A storm raged in Black Wolf's heart. He believed his plan was flawless, so how could it have been discovered so quickly? The moment Zhao Tian and Qin Shui saw Luo Zhouxiao, the flames of hope immediately ignited in their eyes, which had been dimmed by despair. It's falling from the heavens. We're saved. They never dreamed that, in their most desperate moment, this legendary double S-class genius would appear before them like a divine intervention. Brother Luo. Zhao Tian called out, his voice trembling as he suppressed his excitement. Watch out. There are many of them, and they're all ruthless. Thank you for reminding me. Luo Zhouxiao nodded slightly, but his gaze remained fixed on the Black Wolf. Your Black Wolf? His voice was calm, yet carried a chilling sense of oppression. It's me. Black Wolf suppressed his panic and unease, and roared fiercely but weakly. Luo Zhouxiao, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Our leader is Senior Wang Ren. You. Upon hearing this name, Luo Zhouxiao's lips curled into an even colder expression. Was it sent by that mad dog again? It seems that the lesson I taught him last time wasn't enough. Luo Zhouxiao's words instantly darkened Black Wolf's expression. You, don't be so arrogant. Black Wolf gritted his teeth and rallied his men. Let me go. No matter how awesome he is, he's just one person. There are more than a dozen of us. We're not afraid of him at all. Brothers, let's go. Take him down. The 10 million prize is ours. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. Upon hearing the number 10 million, the Black Wolf squad members' eyes ignited with greed once again. With a roar, they abandoned their pursuit of Zhao Tian and his two companions, unified their guns, and charged toward Luo Zhouxiao on the cliff. Impossible. Luo Zhouxiao stared at the dark mass of people, his eyes icy cold. Instead of backing down, he jumped off the cliff, which was tens of meters high. His icy wings suddenly unfurled behind him, and like a swooping falcon, he charged straight at the crowd with earth-shattering force. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You bunch of good-for-nothings, do you even deserve to be the hunters? The cold voice echoed across the battlefield. What followed was a brutal, one-sided massacre. The ice lightning spear in Luo Zhouxiao's hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. With each swing, it brought forth a spray of blood. With a single shot, 3 members of the Black Wolf squad were instantly pierced and vanished in a flash of white light. What? When Black Wolf saw this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He knew that Luo Zhouxiao was powerful, but he never imagined that he could be this strong. This is practically the arrival of a god of death. Form ranks now. The Black Wolf roared in terror. Their Black Wolf squad's specialty is the wolf pack formation, where a dozen or so members working together can unleash power several times greater than normal. However, faced with Luo Zhouxiao's ghostly speed, they didn't even have a chance to form a formation. Snap! With the simultaneous activation of ice shadow flowing light wings and thunder light phantom steps, Luo Zhouxiao's figure weaved through the crowd, so fast that only after images remained. Every time it appears, it is accompanied by a piercing scream. No, don't come any closer. A devil. He's a devil. The members of the Black Wolf squad were completely devastated. Their numerical advantage, which they were so proud of, seemed so laughable in front of this man. This is hardly a siege. This is simply a one-sided massacre. In less than 3 minutes, the once menacing Black Wolf squad was now reduced to just Black Wolf standing alone, trembling like a leaf. All of his men were sent back to their hometowns by Luo Zhouxiao. Now, it's your turn. Luo Zhouxiao, carrying the still dripping spear, walked step by step toward the scarred-faced youth who was completely terrified. Hiss! No, don't come any closer. As Black Wolf watched the figure approach like a demon god, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, a strong, foul-smelling liquid uncontrollably flowing from his crotch. He was so scared he peed himself. Ding! Detected that the host punished the villainous Black Wolf, LV.3, causing its mental breakdown. Evolution points plus 300. Ding! 14 new students have been eliminated, earning you plus 700 points. Looking at this appalling scene before him, Luo Zhouxiao felt utterly bored. He coldly uttered 2 words, then swung his spear, preparing to send this disgusting fellow off the battlefield as well. However, at that very moment, Brother Luo, show mercy, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Luo Zhouxiao paused, then turned around to look. Zhao Tian limped toward him. Brother Luo, could you leave this bastard to us to deal with? Zhao Tian's eyes were filled with deep-seated hatred. Just now, it was this Black Wolf who almost crippled his arm and even tried to take advantage of Qin Shui. He had to settle this deep-seated hatred himself. Luo Zhouxiao glanced at him, then looked at the Black Wolf lying on the ground like a pile of mud and nodded lightly. He had no interest in even touching such trash. Thank you very much, Brother Luo. Zhao Tian gratefully clasped his hands in a fist salute, then walked toward Black Wolf with a cold look in his eyes. Black Wolf, you beast, you finally met your match. Zhao Tian roared and kicked Black Wolf hard in the face. Black Wolf let out a miserable howl as most of its teeth were kicked out. Don't you like playing dirty tricks? Don't you like bullying people? Zhao Tian and his male companion, like 2 enraged lions, furiously punched and kicked the Black Wolf on the ground. Although Qin Shui did not make a move. Her clear and cold eyes were filled with pleasure. Luo Zhuoxiao stopped watching the bloody scene, walked to the side, took out a bottle of water from his spatial ring, and drank it by himself. Now, he has to consider something else. Since this black wolf was sent by Wang Run, it means that Wang Run has already begun to take action against me. Although the group of people sent this time were no match for them, they were easily defeated. But who can guarantee that next time he won't send out stronger forces, or even resort to more despicable tactics? If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring breeze. A cold killing intent flashed in Luo Zhuoxiao's eyes. He's not one to passively take a beating. Rather than waiting for Wang Run, that mad dog, to cause trouble again and again, why not take the initiative? I'll beat him so badly he'll be completely terrified and crippled in one go. This will make him never dare to have any wicked thoughts again. A bold and ruthless plan quickly took shape in his mind. Using a counter-strategy to lure the snake out of its hole? Luo Zhuoxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Wang Rin, you just wait. Don't you like to play dirty tricks? Then I'll play with you and have some fun. Just as he was pondering this, Zhao Tian, Qin Shui, and the other two had finished dealing with the black wolf and came over. Brother Luo, I am deeply grateful. Zhao Tian bowed deeply to Luo Zhuoxiao once again. If it weren't for you today, the three of us would probably be dead here. From now on, if there's anything we siblings need to help with, just ask. We'll go through fire and water without batting an eye. That's right. Qin Shui nodded solemnly, her clear, cold eyes filled with gratitude, and a hint of complex emotions were faintly revealed. Senior Luo, you saved us twice. Twice? Luo Zhuoxiao was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. You were the one who saved Senior Lin Yuner in Wasteland Area 006 last time, weren't you? Qin Shui said softly, looking at him. How did you know? We're members of Senior Sister Yuner's Club, and we've all heard about what happened that day, Zhao Tian continued. We never imagined that the legendary hero would be you, Brother Luo. It was nothing, Luo Zhuoxiao said casually, waving his hand. Brother Luo, what are your plans for the future? Zhao Tian asked. How about we team up? Although I'm not as strong as you, I can still help out a bit. He was now completely impressed by Luo Zhuoxiao's strength and personal charm, and was determined to stick with this powerful figure. However, Luo Zhuoxiao shook his head. No, I have other things to do. His gaze fell into the depths of the valley, a barely perceptible glint of light flashing in his eyes. I'm going to catch a big fish. Fishing? Zhao Tian and the other two looked at each other, completely bewildered. Where do the fish come from in this simulated battlefield? Luo Zhuoxiao didn't say much, turned around and walked straight into the depths of the valley. Brother Luo, you! Zhao Tian was about to shout again, but Qin Shui stopped him. Stop shouting. Qin Shui looked at Luo Zhuoxiao's aloof back and said softly, a person like him is destined not to walk with us. The place he's going to is a height we can't reach. Next, Luo Zhuoxiao began his fishing plan. He deliberately slowed down his hunting speed, and even when facing weaker newcomers, he pretended to fight hard and barely managed to eliminate them. He wanted to create the illusion that he was physically and mentally exhausted and in poor condition. He finally understood. This illusion was quickly transmitted from the viewing screens to the eyes of everyone in the stadium. Ha! What's going on? Why is Luoshan's speed so slow? Yes, he just fought a level 8 first-tier opponent for several minutes and even suffered some minor injuries. It seems that the continuous high-intensity battles have taken a toll. I knew it. No matter how powerful he is, he's still just a human, not a god. How could he maintain this abnormal state forever? So, our chance has come? For a moment, a glimmer of hope rekindled in the hearts of the new students on the battlefield who had been terrified by Luo Zhuoxiao. They were restless, like sharks smelling blood, and quietly surrounded Luo Zhuoxiao's location. Everyone wants to be the lucky one who finds a bargain. Luo Zhuoxiao was fully aware of all of this. This is exactly the effect he hoped for. Come on, come on, come on, everyone. You little fish and shrimp are nothing but appetizers. What I'm really waiting for is the big fish hiding behind the scenes. A cold light flashed in Luo Zhuoxiao's eyes. He understood that Wang Run, that mad dog, would never send only Black Wolf and his group of trash. There must be another trick up your sleeve. But that backup plan was his real target. Time ticked by in this bizarre game of hunting and counter-hunting. More and more new students were misled by Luo Zhuoxiao's apparent weakness and rushed forward one after another. One by one, they turned into white light, becoming numbers on his leaderboard. The points continue to grow at a slow but steady pace. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, a man shrouded in black robes, with an indistinct face and exuding a cold and eerie aura, stood quietly on the top of a large tree. He was like a ghost, blending perfectly into the surrounding darkness. He held a jet-black, oddly shaped dagger in his hand. The dagger gleamed with a ghostly green light, clearly indicating that it was coated with a potent poison. He is Wang Ren's sharpest knife, and also his last trump card. Codename, Shadow Assassin. A hitman with a reputation in the underground black market. The timing is about right. Shadow Assassin stared at Luo Zhuoxiao's location and status information on his personal terminal, his hoarse voice as harsh as sandpaper. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and finally the best opportunity to make his move had arrived. A double S-level genius? Today, I will fall at your hands. A cruel yet confident smile curved the corners of Shadow Assassin's lips. With a swift movement, he transformed into an almost invisible wisp of black smoke, silently stealthily making his way towards Luo Zhuoxiao's location. He was confident that, with his A-level shadow stealth ability, even a second-tier, 5th or 6th level expert might not be able to detect his presence. Moreover, Luo Zhuoxiao is just a newcomer who has just broken through to the 2nd level. Luo Zhuoxiao, your death is near. You, come here. The night grew deeper. The simulated battlefield battles have entered a fierce stage. Luo Zhuoxiao leaned against a boulder, pretending to close his eyes and rest to recover his strength. His breathing was steady and long, making him look like a hunter who had completely relaxed his guard after a fierce battle. However, beneath that calm exterior, a pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes were vigilantly scanning every 360 degrees of movement around them using the holographic scanner built into the B-level combat suit. He waited for the big fish that was hiding in the shadows and had never shown itself to take the bait. Aren't you coming out yet? These words caused an uproar in the audience. They can endure loneliness even more than a tortoise. Luo Zhuoxiao sneered inwardly, but remained expressionless. In his past life, he lay in ambush in the jungle for 3 days and 3 nights without blinking, just to wait for a target. Trying to play these tricks on me? You're still too green. The surrounding forest was eerily quiet. Not even the chirping of an insect could be heard. But Luo Zhuoxiao knew perfectly well that behind this eerie silence lurked an extremely deadly murderous intent. He clearly sensed a faint, sinister aura creeping silently closer from behind. Luo Zhuoxiao's heart tightened, but his body remained relaxed, without the slightest movement, waiting for the moment the opponent makes their move. That chilling aura had already approached him from behind, less than 3 meters away. Luo Zhuoxiao could even feel the chilling killing intent piercing the back of his neck like a needle. A pitch-black shadow, like a demon emerging from hell, burst forth from the shadows behind Luo Zhuoxiao without warning. The poisoned dagger in his hand drew an eerie, dark green arc under the cold moonlight, silently piercing towards Luo Zhuoxiao's heart. This strike concentrated all of Shadow Assassin's power and killing intent. He was absolutely confident in himself, believing that even a second-tier, 5th level expert would have no chance of survival under the sudden, fatal poison attack. Shadow Assassin roared silently in his heart. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce Luo Zhuoxiao's body, finally, "I've been waiting for you, 6th brother." A cold, mocking voice suddenly exploded in his ear. Shadow Assassin's pupils suddenly contracted. He was horrified to discover that the boy, whom he should have killed with a single blow, suddenly turned around the instant he made his move. Those dark eyes, with a playful, amused look, stared at him with the disdain of a cat toying with a mouse. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Shadow Assassin's heart sank to the bottom. He tried to back down, but it was too late. Trying to run now? Don't you think it's too late? Luo Zhuoxiao sneered, his ice lightning spear already poised to strike. Without hesitation, he thrust out his spear fiercely. He poured all his strength into that shot. The terrifying strength of the second-tier, 1st-level cultivator, combined with his peak spear technique, brought the power of this spear to an unprecedented extreme. When a sharp metallic clang suddenly rang out, the poisoned dagger in Shadow Assassin's hand clashed fiercely with Luo Zhuoxiao's ice lightning spear in midair. Shadow Assassin felt an irresistible, terrifying force coming from the dagger, and his tiger's mouth immediately split open, blood flowing freely. The force of the impact knocked him back more than 10 steps before he could barely regain his balance. Shadow Assassin stared incredulously at the still slightly trembling right hand, his eyes filled with shock. He's a powerful expert at the 3rd level of the 2nd tier. Although I'm not good at power-based attacks, surely I shouldn't be so weak as to not even be able to withstand a single move from a 1st-tier freshman? The A-level ability, Shadow Stealth, combined with a poison dagger, is a pretty good strategy. Luo Zhuoxiao gave a nonchalant comment, his gaze sweeping over the shocked Shadow Assassin. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Who exactly are you? Shadow Assassin stared intently at Luo Zhuoxiao, asking in a hoarse voice, "Didn't you come here to kill me? You don't even know who I am?" Luo Zhuoxiao looked at him like he was an idiot. "No, that's not what I'm asking." Shadow Assassin shook his head, his eyes filled with madness and resentment. "You're not a freshman at all. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be a freshman to participate in the competition?" In his view, only this reason could explain why Luo Zhuoxiao possessed such terrifying strength. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhuoxiao laughed in anger. "Are you out of your mind? I am Luo Zhuoxiao, a freshman in this year's class. Don't believe me? You can check my academic records." He spread his hands, looking completely innocent. Seeing him like this, Shadow Assassin's mind went completely blank. How could a freshman who has just broken through to the 2nd level possibly defeat a 2nd-level triple assassin in one move? This is absolutely a joke on him. The Shadow Assassin roared hysterically. He couldn't accept this fact. This was a devastating blow to his pride as a top assassin. Nothing is impossible. Luo Zhuoxiao's gaze gradually turned cold. "Because you're about to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Zhuoxiao's figure disappeared from the spot again. Shadow Shadow Assassin was terrified and hurriedly activated his A-level ability, attempting to merge back into the shadows. But in Luo Jiaoxiao's eyes, which were enhanced with S-level superpowers, every move he made was completely transparent. Playing stealth in front of me? You're not qualified. A cold voice, like the pronouncement of death, rang out behind him. Shadow Assassin felt a chill in his back, followed by excruciating pain. He slowly lowered his head and saw a spear tip wrapped in ice and lightning power piercing through his body, protruding from his chest. He turned around in disbelief, looking at the boy who had appeared behind him without him noticing, his eyes filled with fear and despair. He couldn't understand why his prized shadow stealth was so vulnerable in front of this man. Because you are too weak. Luo Jiaoxiao seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his arm, and a burst of violent ice and lightning power erupted instantly. Shadow Assassin's body, along with his unwilling soul, turned into countless points of light. Ding! Detected that the host has killed the villainous Shadow Assassin, LV.4, gaining plus 500 evolution points. Ding! One new student has been eliminated, earning you plus 250 points. A villain at level 4? Luo Jiaoxiao looked at the system notification and understood. It seems the Shadow Assassin has a lot of blood on his hands. However, he has now paid the price for his crimes. After completing all this, Luo Jiaoxiao glanced at the time on his personal terminal. There is less than an hour left until the end of the qualifiers. His points have climbed to a terrifying number that everyone can only look up to. First place is secured. Next, let's wait and see the expression on Wang Ren's face, that mad dog. Luo Jiaoxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He understood that the feud between him and Wang Ren had completely broken down. As Luo Jiaoxiao, had he ever been afraid of anyone? With the final chime of the bell, this long and brutal preliminary round of the freshman competition finally came to an end. On the simulated battlefield, teleportation lights flashed beneath the feet of all the surviving freshmen, who were all teleported back to the central stadium. When Luo Jiaoxiao's figure reappeared in the center of the stadium, the entire stadium erupted in deafening cheers, sweeping in like a tsunami. Look, it's Luo Jiaoxiao. That's incredible. He single-handedly took down the entire team. From today onwards, I am a diehard fan of Luoshan. Anyone who dares to say a bad word about Luoshan, I'll fight them. Thousands of students spontaneously stood up at this moment to express their highest respect to the man who created this miracle in the most enthusiastic and passionate way. Luo Jiaoxiao stood in the center of the field, listening to the deafening cheers around him and looking at the pairs of eyes filled with admiration and awe around him, his heart filled with pride. It feels so damn good to be the center of attention and to be regarded as a hero by everyone. He looked up, his gaze sweeping towards the podium. He could clearly see that the school's high-ranking officials and top mentors, who were originally high and mighty, were now looking at him with shock and admiration. In a corner of the audience, Wang Ren's face was ashen, so gloomy it seemed as if water could drip from it. His henchmen didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The plan has completely failed. Moreover, it was a complete and utter defeat. The top assassin, Shadow Assassin he hired at great expense, not only failed to cripple Luo Jiaoxiao, but also didn't even manage to touch a hair on Luo Jiaoxiao's head before being slinked back to his hometown. Wang Ren felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been slapped countless times in public. Fall from the 9 heavens. He stared intently at the figure in the center of the arena, the center of attention, his teeth grinding together, his killing intent almost tangible. He knew that from this day forward he, Wang Ren, would become a complete laughingstock in front of Luo Jiaoxiao. Luo Jiaoxiao also felt that venomous gaze. He turned his head and met Wang Ren's gaze from afar. A contemptuous and provocative smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He slowly made a throat-slitting gesture towards Wang Ren. Wang Ren was so angry when he saw this action that he trembled all over and almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. That's fucking arrogant. Just you wait. You just wait. Wang Ren roared inwardly. He vowed to make this foolish good-for-nothing pay a bloody price. With the preliminary rounds over, the next step is the knockout stage for the top 100. But everyone knew that this freshman competition had actually ended ahead of schedule. Faced with Luo Jiaoxiao's terrifying strength, which was almost on a completely different level, no one dared to have the slightest thought of resistance. The subsequent elimination rounds became a one-man show for Luo Jiaoxiao. Whether they are so-called B-level geniuses or A-level prodigies, none of them can withstand more than 3 moves from him. In the end, without any suspense, Luo Jiaoxiao won the championship of this year's freshman competition with an invincible attitude that crushed all living beings and swept away everything. The stadium erupted once again when the host announced the champion. Luo Jiaoxiao is truly amazing. Luo Jiaoxiao simply stood calmly at the top of the podium, accepting everyone's cheers and admiration. His gaze swept across the audience, and he saw that Lin Yun'er's eyes were full of pride and joy. Seeing Su Mushua's pretty face filled with shock and admiration, I also saw Wang Ren's face, distorted by jealousy and resentment. This is just the beginning. Luo Jiaoxiao said calmly to himself. The freshman competition has come to a close, and Luo Jiaoxiao's name has resounded throughout Tianhe University. Double S-level superpowers. Freshman Grand Grand Competition Champion, the record breaker of the Trial Tower. These dazzling accolades have undeniably made him the leading figure of the new generation at Tianhe University. As the champion, he also received a very generous reward: a grade A offensive martial skill, Silent Thunder Spear, and the qualification to enter the elite class. Luo Jiuxiu had just returned to his luxurious dormitory. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen visitor came to the door. The newcomer was an elderly man with a refined and otherworldly air, dressed in a white robe, with white hair and beard. Although he looked old, his eyes were as deep as stars, as if they could see into people's hearts and understand the world. The vast and unfathomable aura emanating from him sent a jolt through Luo Jiuxiu's heart. This old man is definitely a super strong person. His strength is probably even more terrifying than that of Elder Xian, whom he had met before. You are Luo Jiuxiu? The old man looked at Luo Jiuxiu, a kind smile appearing on his face. Junior Luo Jiuxiu greets Senior. Luo Jiuxiu bowed respectfully with clasped hands. No need for such formalities. The old man waved his hand and said with a smile, let me introduce myself. My surname is Qin, and my given name is Yuan. I am one of the vice presidents of Tianhe University. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiuxiu was once again shaken. The vice president of Tianhe University? What level of status is that? 8th tier martial emperor? Or 9th tier martial saint? Principal Qin, what brings you here so late at night? Luo Jiuxiu asked respectfully. It's nothing serious, Qin Yuan smiled. I'm just here to give you this championship and some gifts. As he spoke, he took out a token that shimmered with golden light from his spatial ring. This is your identity token for the elite class. From today onwards, you are a member of the elite class. He handed the token to Luo Jiuxiu. Thank you, Principal Qin. Luo Jiuxiu solemnly accepted the token. And Qin Yuan's gaze deepened, a hint of appreciation and anticipation flashing in his eyes. I see that you have extraordinary talent and unique aptitude. You are a martial arts prodigy, one in a million. I wonder, would you be willing to become my disciple? You want to take me as your apprentice? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiuxiu's mind went blank, and he was completely stunned. Happiness came so suddenly. This is the vice president of Tianhe University, a super boss whose strength is unfathomable. They actually offered to take him as their apprentice? This is like a pie falling from the sky, and it's a pure meat pie. What? You don't want to? Qin Yuan asked with a smile when he saw him in a daze. Yes, of course I'm willing. Luo Jiuxiu was startled and immediately came to his senses. He quickly bowed and greeted them, his voice filled with excitement. Just then, disciple Luo Jiuxiu greets master. Such a powerful figure. Why not take advantage of it? Ha ha ha. Good. Qin Yuan clapped his hands and laughed heartily when he saw that he had agreed. From this day forward, you are my last disciple, Qin Yuan's last disciple. He stepped forward and patted Luo Jiuxiu's shoulder affectionately. Come on, let me take you to meet your senior brothers and sisters. Our elite class has always operated in a team format. From now on, the 7 of you will be one team. 7 people? Luo Jiuxiu was taken aback. That's right. Qin Yuan nodded. The elite class recruits only the top 7 geniuses each year to form a team and enjoy the school's best resources. Your senior brothers and sisters are all quite formidable. You'll have to get along well with them in the future. Qin Yuan's words carried a profound meaning. Luo Jiuxiu understood immediately and nodded solemnly. He knew that those who could enter the elite class were absolutely exceptional, the cream of the crop. The thought of fighting alongside such a group of people is exhilarating. Oh, right, master, Luo Jiuxiu suddenly remembered. Does our team have a name? Name? Qin Yuan stroked his white beard and said with a smile. It didn't exist before, but starting today, it does. You'll be the captain, and you can decide on the name. Me, the captain? That's right. Qin Yuan looked at him, his eyes full of expectation. I believe you have the ability to lead them to even greater heights. Luo Jiuxiu was stunned when he heard this. He has only been enrolled for less than a month and has accomplished nothing, yet he is directly appointed as the captain of the elite class team? Isn't this a bit too rushed? Master, I'm afraid this is not appropriate, Luo Jiuxiu said hesitantly. I am inexperienced and my strength is also. Strength? Qin Yuan interrupted him before he could finish, giving him a disdainful look. Don't pretend to be modest here. Double S level superpowers, 2nd tier, 1st level realm, unmatched combat power among those of the same level. If your strength is not enough, then there are really very few people in this new generation who can beat you. As for seniority, Qin Yuan smiled. In the elite class, we don't look at seniority, we only look at ability and potential. You are the most suitable candidate in the eyes of all of us. Qin Yuan's words were firm and left no room for doubt. Looking into his eyes, which were full of trust and expectation, Luo Jiuxiu's hesitation gradually dissipated. Instead, a strong sense of responsibility and passion emerged. It seems pretty good too. In his previous life, he was a top-notch soldier in the army, leading his squad to complete countless missions that were fraught with danger. He was no stranger to the role of captain. Luo Jiuxiu nodded emphatically, abandoning his refusal. Since master and the school trust me so much, then I will will be the captain. Ha ha ha, that's more like it. Xin Yuan clapped his hands and laughed when he saw him agree. With your enthusiasm, I'm relieved. So, what's our team name? Let's call it Dawn, Luo Jiuxiu blurted out almost without hesitation. It symbolizes breaking through the darkness and welcoming the dawn. This is not only his expectation for the team, but also his best wishes for this crisis-ridden world. Dawn Team, Xin Yuan murmured, a gleam of approval in his eyes. Great name. Full of momentum. Let's go, my Dawn Team captain. Xin Yuan patted him on the shoulder. I'll take you to meet your teammates. Led by Xin Yuan, the two quickly arrived at a spacious conference room on the top floor of the Star Pavilion. There were already 6 people sitting in the meeting room. As Luo Jiuxiu followed Xin Yuan in, 6 pairs of eyes immediately turned to him with curiosity, scrutiny, and even a hint of provocation. Luo Jiuxiu's gaze swept calmly over them. Sure enough, these 6 people are all extraordinary. Each person exuded an extremely powerful aura, with the weakest reaching the 8th level of the first rank. He was somewhat familiar with 3 of them. It was the trio of Lei Mang, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Tang Tiantian that he had defeated in one move during the preliminary rounds of the freshman competition. At this moment, when they saw Luo Jiuxiu, their faces showed complicated expressions. There was admiration, resentment, but mostly excitement at meeting a worthy opponent. The other 3 were complete strangers to Luo Jiuxiu. Yes, a tall, stern-faced swordsman who exudes an aura of keep away. Holding an ancient longsword in his arms, his aura was as sharp as a blade, and his cultivation level had reached the 2nd level, 2nd stage. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked refined and cultured, but whose eyes were deep and shone with wisdom. Although his aura was not strong, only at the 8th level of the first rank, it made Luo Jiuxiu feel extremely dangerous. The last one was a hot, alluring woman in a tight purple leather outfit. At this moment, she leaned lazily against the back of the chair, her captivating fox-like eyes scrutinizing Luo Jiuxiu with great interest. That look in her eyes seemed capable of devouring him alive. Her cultivation level was also at the 2nd tier, 2nd level. It seems that this elite class is truly full of hidden talents, Luo Jiuxiu thought to himself. Everyone is here. Xin Yuan walked to the main seat and sat down, glancing around at the 7 people present, a satisfied smile on his face. I'm sure you all know that the person sitting next to me is the champion of this year's freshman competition and your future captain, Luo Jiuxiu. Xin Yuan's words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating huge waves in the hearts of the 6 people. Lei Mang and the other 2 were relatively calm. They had witnessed Luo Jiuxiu's terrifying strength firsthand, and although they were surprised that he was chosen as their captain, they could still accept it. But the other 3 people's expressions immediately changed, especially the cold-faced swordsman at the 2nd level and the alluring older woman, their brows furrowed, their expressions revealing their dissatisfaction. Principal Qin, did I hear that right? The alluring older woman spoke first, her voice charming and captivating, yet carrying an undisguised doubt. Let a freshman be our team leader? Does he deserve it? Her name is Lu Ruyan, and she possesses the A-level mental ability, Enchanting Voice, which is at the 2nd level of the 2nd tier. Before Luo Jiuxiu appeared, she and the aloof swordsman Li Xiaobai were always recognized as the strongest in the elite class. Now, a new student who appeared out of nowhere is trying to climb directly on their heads? She was naturally not convinced. Senior sister Lu was right. The usually silent and aloof swordsman Li Xiaobai spoke coldly, his voice as icy and piercing as the sword in his arms. The captaincy should be given to the most capable person. He was just a 1st tier. Oh no, he's now a 2nd tier 1st level. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Xiaobai's eyes, before he regained his composure. So what if he breaks through to the 2nd tier? If you want to be our captain, you can. Hit me first, then we'll talk. A crisp sword cry rang out. The ancient longsword in Li Xiaobai's arms was instantly drawn half an inch. An extremely sharp sword intense soared into the sky, pointing straight to the heavens. This is precisely the A-rank offensive ability, Peerless Sword Intent. The sword intent of a 2nd tier, double-level swordsman. At this moment, the air in the entire conference room seemed to be frozen by this terrifying sword intent. Under the pressure of the sword intent, Lei Mang and the other 2 turned pale and their breathing became rapid and difficult. This terrifying sword intent, like a biting cold wind, instantly swept through the entire conference room. Lei Mang and the other 2's expressions changed drastically, as if their skin was being pricked by countless fine needles, and their breathing became rapid and unbearable. They looked in horror at the silent, aloof swordsman, Li Xiaobai. They knew that Li Xiaobai was extremely powerful, and was recognized as the pinnacle of combat strength in the elite class, but they did not expect that the aura he exuded when he drew his sword would be so terrifying. A 2nd tier, 2nd level swordsman, truly lives up to his reputation. Lei Mang was shocked. He knew that although he was a 1st tier, 9th level swordsman, he probably wouldn't even last 3 moves against Li Xiaobai's pure sword intent. The young man, Zhu Gacheng, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pushed up his glasses, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes behind the lenses, as if he were quickly calculating something. Only the alluring and mature Lu Ruyan remained languidly reclining in her chair, a smile of anticipation on her face. It was as if the sword intent intent, which was enough to shake the mind of an ordinary first-level martial artist, had no effect on her at all. Lu Rian parted her red lips slightly, staring with great interest at the new student who was locked onto by the sword intent. She wanted to see just how capable this kid, who was so highly regarded by Principal Qin and appointed as the team leader as soon as he arrived, really was. As the focus of the entire event, Luo Zhouxiao remained completely unfazed by the terrifying sword intent that was capable of tearing apart steel. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, just stood there quietly, as if his sword intent was locked onto the air. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Li Xiaobai's icy gaze finally stirred slightly. Are they really so fearless? What? You're too scared? Li Xiaobai's voice grew even colder. If you can't even withstand my sword intent, then you should just step down as captain. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to draw his longsword completely and teach this arrogant freshman a lesson. Luo Zhouxiao slowly raised his head, his dark eyes staring calmly at him, and uttered two words in a low voice. An aura that was more extreme, more domineering, and more chilling than Li Xiaobai's sword intent erupted from Luo Zhouxiao's body. Centered on him, a thick layer of deep blue ice crystals instantly solidified on the floor of the conference room. The deep blue ice crystals spread wildly in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Xiaobai's invincible and sharp sword intent shattered inch by inch upon contact with this deep blue chill, as if it had met its nemesis. Li Xiaobai felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. A chilling sensation surged upwards, rushing straight to his mind. His mind was shaken so badly that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His hand holding the sword was covered in frost, and he uncontrollably took 3 steps back. Li Xiaobai stared at Luo Zhouxiao in disbelief, his usually cold and aloof face now showing shock. His prized, peerless sword intent was actually crushed by the opponent's aura? This chill, this oppressive aura, that's definitely an S-class superpower. Moreover, it's definitely not an ordinary S-class. Lu Ruiyan's smile froze completely, her captivating fox-like eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Zhuge Qing pushed up his glasses, his movement freezing in midair, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with an unprecedented light. Lei Meng and his 2 companions were already used to it, and even smiled with a hint of mockery. See, I told you not to mess with him. Are you dumbfounded now? Now, do you still think I'm worthy? Luo Zhouxiao calmly looked at Li Xiaobai, whose face was pale and filled with horror, and asked indifferently. Li Xiaobai gritted his teeth, his pride preventing him from easily admitting defeat. I refuse to accept this. He suddenly looked up, his cold eyes burning with renewed fighting spirit. What kind of skill is it to suppress others with superpowers alone? If you've got guts, then fight me fair and square. My sword, Li Xiaobai's sword, does not slay nameless nobodies, nor will it bow down to a fellow who relies solely on talent. His tone was full of contempt. He admitted that the other party's supernatural abilities far surpassed his own, but he firmly believed that his sword was invincible. He has practiced swordsmanship since childhood, without interruption through the cold and heat, and has long since reached the state of oneness with the sword. He refused to believe that his honed swordsmanship would be defeated by a freshman who relied solely on talent. Oh, you want to fight? Luo Zhouxiao was not angry at all, but instead laughed. This is exactly the effect he wanted. To completely subdue these proud geniuses, suppressing them with superpowers alone is far from enough. We must defeat them completely with what they are most proud of. Make them accept their defeat wholeheartedly. Luo Zhouxiao nodded, and the ice spear in his hand slowly dissipated. He gestured to Li Xiaobai, inviting him to join him. Since you want to play with a sword, then I'll play with a gun for you. However, I won't hold back. Li Xiaobai's fighting spirit grew even stronger, and without a word, he drew his longsword completely. A clear, resonant sword cry echoed throughout the entire conference room. Peerless sword technique, first form, startling swan. Li Xiaobai's figure instantly transformed into a white streak of light, his long sword flying like a wild goose from the sky, carrying a sharp sword aura that could tear everything apart, piercing straight down to the center of Zhouxiao's brow. This sword strike was incredibly fast. That's ruthless to the extreme. However, faced with this earth-shattering sword strike, Luo Zhouxiao's face remained as calm as still water. He didn't even use the ice wings behind him or the lightning beneath his feet. Only at the very moment when the sword tip was about to touch his brow did he finally make a slight movement. The ice spear in his hand had somehow solidified again, and with a seemingly slow but astonishingly fast motion, it gently moved forward. A crisp sound rang out, like the pleasant sound of pearls falling onto a plate. The spear tip and the sword tip collided with perfect precision. Li Xiaobai's unstoppable, stunning sword strike was thus effortlessly blocked. How is this possible? Li Xiaobai's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt as if his sword had pierced an unshakable, ancient sacred mountain. The force transmitted from the tip of the gun seemed light, but it was as heavy as a mountain, causing his entire arm to go numb. Luo Zhouxiao uttered 3 words calmly, looking directly at him. Then, he suddenly jerked his wrist. A superb spiraling force burst forth from the gun barrel in an instant. Li Xiaobai felt an irresistible force strike him, and the long sword in his hand was knocked away, tracing an arc. With a clang, the sword plunged deep into the distant wall, its hilt still humming. The ice spear that had fallen from the sky was already silently pressed against his throat. The cold gold tip of the spear exuded a chilling aura, making the hairs on his body stand on end instantly. He clearly felt that if Luo Zhouxiao pushed forward even a fraction more, his throat would be pierced instantly. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at the scene before them in disbelief. That arrogant and domineering second-tier, second-level swordsmanship genius, Li Xiaobai, was actually disarmed just like that? Moreover, he was completely outmatched by a freshman who used the purest marksmanship in a head-on confrontation. Is this a movie shoot? Lei Meng stared at the scene before him, his head practically about to explode. Lu Ruyan and Zhu Biqing stood up from their seats, their eyes filled with unprecedented shock. They finally understood why Principal Qin valued this new student so much. This man, he's definitely not an ordinary freshman. He's the old monster disguised as a newborn. Li Xiaobai stood there blankly, feeling the icy coldness in his throat, his mind completely blank. Just like that, I lost? He couldn't even see the opponent's move clearly. That seemingly ordinary shot contained a terrifying artistic conception of returning to simplicity and the ultimate truth. His own peerless sword intent was as fragile as a joke in the face of this spear. What kind of marksmanship is this? Li Xiaobai's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with endless bitterness and frustration. He practiced swordsmanship from a young age and believed that he had an exceptional talent for swordsmanship that far surpassed his peers. But today, his proud swordsmanship was completely crushed by a boy even younger than him in the most direct and cruel way. This blow was worse for him than death. It's nothing, just practicing casually, Luo Zhouxiao said calmly, withdrawing the ice spear he had pressed against Luo Zhouxiao's throat. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. You call this just casual practice? If you're just casually practicing, then what about the swordsmanship I've painstakingly honed over the past 10 years? Do kindergarten children play house? This is truly killing someone by breaking their spirit. Li Xiaobai felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and almost fainted from anger on the spot. The others in the conference room couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths when they heard Luo Zhouxiao's extremely Versailles-esque words. Dude, is this how you show off? Can't we leave others a way to survive? Li Xiaobai pointed at Luo Zhouxiao, then finally lowered his hand in dejection. He walked to the wall, drew his long sword, then returned to Luo Zhouxiao and bowed deeply. Li Xiaobai, am convinced. Although there was a hint of resentment in his voice, there was even more awe and respect for the strong. From today onwards, you are our captain. He was a proud swordsman, but also a man who was willing to admit defeat. Luo Zhouxiao's strength had already completely won him over. Luo Zhouxiao nodded, which was considered as accepting his submission. His gaze then turned to the alluring and mature woman, Lu Ruyan, who had maintained a playful expression throughout, as if watching a play. Now, it's your turn, Luo Zhouxiao said calmly, looking at her. Do you submit, or not? Lu Ruyan, who was called out, was taken aback at first, then giggled and swayed her hips. Ouch, little brother, you're so fierce. She stood up and, with a graceful, cat-like gait, walked step by step toward Luo Zhouxiao. Those captivating fox eyes scanned Luo Zhouxiao without any attempt to hide their gaze, as if they wanted to devour him alive. I'm not like that blockhead Li Xiaobai, who only knows how to fight and kill. She walked up to Luo Zhouxiao, her slender, white fingers gently tracing circles on his chest, her voice alluring and captivating, carrying a deadly allure. If you want your older sister to respect you, just being good at fighting isn't enough. You have to convince me completely. She deliberately emphasized the words, completely convinced, her warm breath brushing against Luo Zhouxiao's ear, making him lose his senses. Oh, Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow, sneering inwardly. Is it an A-level mental ability called enchanting voice? He clearly felt an invisible and alluring spiritual force silently invading his mind through her voice and movements, attempting to bewitch his spirit. Any man with a slightly weaker will would probably have succumbed completely at this moment. Luo Zhouxiao not only did not resist, but also allowed that spiritual power to invade his sea of consciousness. He wanted to see just how powerful this so-called A-level mental ability really was. Seeing Luo Zhouxiao's eyes begin to glaze over, Lu Ruyan's lips curled into a smug smile. Little brother, how was it? Were you satisfied with your service, sister? She thought she had successfully taken control of this arrogant newborn. I'm going to push him even harder, to make him completely my slave, to make him lick my shoes in front of everyone. However, just as her mental power was about to completely take control of Luo Zhouxiao's sea of consciousness, Luo Zhouxiao's previously hazy eyes suddenly regained their clarity. His eyes were cold, indifferent, and even carried a hint of disdain. Will you give me gua sha? A spiritual force, more violent and purer than ever before, erupted from Luo Zhouxiao's sea of consciousness like an ancient behemoth awakening. This spiritual power, refined through dual S-level abilities and several system enhancements, has long since become inconceivably strong. Lu Ruyan's spiritual power that had invaded his sea of consciousness couldn't even withstand a second of this terrifying spiritual storm. It was instantly crushed to pieces. She herself was struck dumb. It felt like my head had been hit hard by a sledgehammer weighing 10,000 pounds. The intense pain made her vision go black, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, flying backward uncontrollably. Lu Ruyan fell heavily to the ground, staring incredulously at the boy who was still standing there expressionless, her eyes filled with endless horror and fear. She suffered a mental backlash. Moreover, the backlash was so terrifying. Her A-level ability, Enchanting Voice, was actually broken by the opponent using even stronger mental power? Isn't he a power attack type? How could his mental strength be so much stronger than mine, an A-level genius who specializes in mental strength? Monster, you, what kind of monster are you? At this moment, Lu Ruyan finally understood Li Xiaobai's feelings. This man, he's not even human. He's a monster in human skin, unreasonable and monstrous. Now, are you convinced? Luo Joshio walked up to her, looking down at her with an icy gaze. I give up. Looking into his unfathomable eyes, Lu Ruyan could no longer muster any will to resist and lowered her once proud head in humiliation. Thus, the two strongest members of the elite class, one overwhelmed by marksmanship and the other suppressed by mental strength, were both defeated. The remaining young man, Zhuge Cheng, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looked at the scene before him, smiled wryly, pushed up his glasses, and stood up on his own initiative. Captain, my name is Zhuge Cheng. I am an A-level support-type ability user with the ability, Divine Calculation, and I am good at analyzing and formulating tactics. I don't know how to fight, I'm surrendering. He was very smart. He understood that his insignificant abilities were utterly useless against a monster like Luo Joshio, so he might as well admit defeat early to avoid humiliating himself. Luo Joshio glanced at him and nodded indifferently. At this point, all members of the Dawn team surrendered. The witness to all of this, Vice Principal Qin Yuan, sat calmly in the main seat from beginning to end, watching with a smile, as if he had already expected this outcome. Alright, since no one has any objections, then, from today onwards, Luo Joshio will be the sole captain of your Dawn team. Qin Yuan's voice echoed in the quiet conference room, carrying an undeniable authority. The remaining 6 people looked at each other, and finally their gazes all fell on the indifferent-looking boy. His eyes held both awe and curiosity, the previous doubt and provocation long gone. Strength is the only universally accepted currency in the world of martial arts. Luo Joshio used the most direct and brutal method to prove to them who the real boss was here. Alright, now that the captain has been decided, the team is formed. Qin Yuan stood up, a satisfied smile on his face. The rest is up to you young people to handle. Buzz, buzz. Remember, you are Dawn, the sharpest spear of Tianhe University, and the future hope of the Great Xia Kingdom. I hope that you, like your names, can pierce through the darkness and bring the dawn of humanity. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yuan's figure vanished silently from the spot like a wisp of smoke. With Qin Yuan's departure, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became somewhat awkward. 6 proud and arrogant geniuses were speechless when faced with a captain who was even more monstrous than themselves. Finally, Lei Meng, with his most forthright personality, broke the silence first. He scratched his shiny bald head, walked up to Luo Joshio, and said with a simple, honest smile, Captain, if I offended you just now, please don't take it to heart. I, Lei Meng, am just a rough man, single-minded, and I only believe in one principle. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. From today onwards, you are my brother. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I will never chase a chicken. His crude yet sincere words instantly eased the awkward atmosphere in the meeting room. Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Tian also came over. Captain, my name is Feng Xiaoxiao. Please take care of me in the future. Feng Xiaoxiao still had a cold demeanor, but there was a hint of respect in her eyes. Hello, Captain. My name is Tang Tian. You can call me Tian from now on. The seemingly harmless little girl now had a sweet smile on her face, and her big eyes were sparkling, making her look exceptionally cute. Luo Joshio was not fooled by her appearance. Those who can enter the elite class are all formidable characters who are hiding their true strength. The one that seems the cutest might actually be the most cunning. Luo Joshio simply nodded slightly, as if to greet them. Very good. Then, his gaze fell on Li Xiaobai, Lu Ruyan, and Zhuge Cheng. Li Xiaobai remained aloof, standing silently to the side with his sword in his arms. Lu Ruyan, still pale from the mental backlash, looked at Luo Joshio with a complex and unreadable expression. This man successfully ignited the desire for conquest within her. Little brother, Captain, my name is Lu Ruyan. She managed to stand up, revealing that captivating smile, but this time the smile was less frivolous and more sincere. Please take good care of me in the future. Luo Joshio stared at her, his face expressionless. He always kept his distance from such enchantresses. Finally, his gaze settled on the bespectacled young man, Zhuge Cheng, who had barely spoken but gave him the most dangerous feeling. Zhuge Cheng adjusted his glasses, a gentle smile on his face, and took the initiative to introduce himself. My special ability allows me to quickly analyze and deduce battlefield information, find the enemy's weaknesses, and formulate the optimal combat plan. Simply put, I am the brain of the team. Brain? Upon hearing this, Luo Joshio's heart stirred. A team does indeed need such a role. It seems that this elite class has a truly comprehensive configuration. Offense, agility, control, defense, support, plus himself, the all-around captain. This Dawn team has unlimited potential. Alright, now that everyone knows each other, Luo Joshio said calmly, scanning the crowd. From today onwards, we are one. I don't care what your previous identity was, what your background was, or how proud you were. Once you step through this door, you will have only one identity, members of Dawn. My rules are very simple. First, absolute obedience to orders. Second, never turn your back on the enemy. Third, and most importantly, never abandon your comrades. Luo Joshio's voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with the iron will and authority unique to soldiers, which made everyone present tremble. They could clearly sense the innate leadership qualities emanating from the young man before them. Do you all understand? Luo Joshio's voice suddenly rose. This time, everyone, including Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan, responded in unison, their voices loud and clear. Very good. Luo Joshio nodded in satisfaction. Now that the team is formed, we should at least celebrate, right? At this moment, Lei Meng spoke up in a very casual manner. Captain, I propose we go out for a nice meal. It's on me. Let's go to the best hotel in Tianhe City. That's a good suggestion. Luo Joshio nodded in agreement. Team building always starts with a meal. I agree too. Tang Tian raised her little hand, her face full of excitement. I have no objection, Feng Xiaoxiao replied briefly. Lu Ruyan and Zhuge Qing both nodded with smiles. Only Li Xiaobai maintained his cool demeanor, but he didn't object. Alright then, Luo Joshio made the decision. Lei Meng is treating everyone to a feast today. Let's drink until we drop. Inside the VIP suite of the top-tier hotel Cloud Top Palace in Tianhe City, the 7 members of the Dawn team sat around a huge round table. The table was laden with all sorts of delicacies, many of which were made from the flesh and blood of high-level mythical beasts, containing immense energy that was extremely beneficial to martial artists' cultivation. Come on, let's celebrate the founding of the Dawn team today, and to our future captain. Cheers! Lei Meng raised his glass with great enthusiasm. Everyone raised their glasses and drank them down in one gulp. After a few drinks, the initially somewhat reserved atmosphere gradually warmed up. Everyone began to give detailed introductions of their abilities and fighting styles. Li Xiaobai possesses the A-rank offensive ability, Peerless Sword Intent, at the 2nd tier, level 2. His swordsmanship is fierce and unstoppable, making him the sharpest blade in the team. Lu Ruyan possesses the A-level mental ability, Enchanting Voice, tier 2, level 2. She excels in mind control and illusion, capable of subtly disrupting the enemy's mind, making her a valuable soft control character for the team. Zhuge Qing, A-level auxiliary ability, Divine Calculation, 1st tier, 8th level. Although their skill level is not high, their brains are comparable to supercomputers, capable of instantly calculating the optimal solution, making them the core of tactics. Lei Meng, a B-rank offensive ability user, possesses the Berserker Battle Axe, at tier 1, level 9. He boasts unparalleled strength and astonishing defense, making him the team's most steadfast shield. Feng Xiaoxiao possesses the B-rank agility-based special ability, Swift Dual Blades, at tier 1, level 9. With speed like the wind and elusive movements, she excels at assassination and harassment, making her the ghost of the team. Tang Tian possesses the B-rank control-type ability, Candy Paradise, at the 8th level of the 1st tier. Her ability is unpredictable, and can set up sweet traps, making enemies unable to extricate themselves from them. She is the team's hard control specialist. After listening to their introduction, Luo Joshio couldn't help but admire them in his heart. This configuration is so luxurious it's unbelievable. There are tanks, damage dealers, assassins, mages, and supports. This is practically the perfect team composition for playing together. Captain, it's your turn. Lu Ruyan picked up her wineglass, her eyes filled with seductive allure as she gazed at Luo Joshio. Now that we've all introduced ourselves, it's your turn to show us how powerful this double S-class genius captain is, right? All eyes instantly focused on Luo Joshio. He smiled faintly, without any attempt to hide his true feelings. Luo Joshio, dual S-level superpowers, Ice-type, Mysterious Ice Dragon Soaring, Lightning-type, Silent Divine Lightning, currently at the 2nd level, 1st stage. He briefly stated his superpower and cultivation level, but this information, when it reached everyone's ears, was like a bombshell. Even though they were prepared, everyone still couldn't help but gasp when they heard the words, double S-class. Captain, you're really a double S rank? Tang Tian covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. The evidence is irrefutable. Wow, that's amazing. Lei Meng immediately gave a thumbs up. No wonder he's so powerful, he's practically a god descended to earth. Captain, from now on you will be my only idol. Captain, in order to better understand each other's strengths and improve teamwork, Zhuge Qing, who hadn't said much until now, suddenly pushed up his glasses and spoke up. I suggest we go to the wilderness area together tomorrow for a live fire exercise. A live fire exercise? Luo Joshio's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. This is exactly what he wanted. That's a good suggestion. He immediately nodded in approval. Perfect timing. I also want to see what you so-called geniuses are really capable of on the real battlefield. Bang! Hee, Captain, you can rest assured and watch. My axe, Lei Meng's, has been itching for a long time. Lei Meng patted his chest and said excitedly, "Humph, all he does is talk big." Feng Xiaoxiao retorted coldly from the side. What did you say? You want to fight? Seeing that the two were about to start fighting again, Luo Zhuoxiao rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. It seems that the road to team cohesion for this team is far from easy. Tianhai University's dedicated helipad. 7 dashing figures gathered here. It was the entire Dawn team. Captain, which wilderness area are we going to today? Lei Mang asked in a low voice, carrying the huge battle axe. Luo Zhuoxiao looked at Zhuge Qing. Zhuge Qing understood immediately, adjusted his glasses, and took out an electronic map from his pocket, unfolding it in front of everyone. Based on my analysis, the most suitable place for our initial team integration is Wilderness Area 009, also known as the Black Wind Mountains. Black Wind Mountains? That's right. Zhuge Qing nodded, his finger tracing patterns on the map. The terrain there is complex, mainly consisting of mountains and canyons, and there are many kinds of strange beasts, ranging from first to third tier, which will greatly test the team's comprehensive response capabilities. The most crucial thing is, a glint of light flashed in Zhuge Qing's eyes. According to the intelligence I've gathered, the activity of strange beasts in the Black Wind Mountains has been unusually frequent recently, and there seem to be signs of a beast tide breaking out. A beast tide? Upon hearing these two words, Lei Mang and the others' expressions changed slightly. A beast tide is no joke. Once involved, even high-level martial artists risk death. Zhuge Qing, are you kidding me? Our first team training is going to challenge a beast tide? Isn't that too risky? Lu Ruyan frowned and questioned. Fortune and honor are found in danger, Zhuge Qing replied calmly. The more dangerous the place, the greater the opportunity. With the captain here, I believe that even if we encounter a beast tide, we can escape unscathed. All eyes turned to Luo Zhuoxiao once again. Luo Zhuoxiao stared at the area marked in red on the map, his eyes filled not with fear, but with a burning fighting spirit. He was worried about not having enough evolution points to level up. Let's go to the Black Wind Mountains. Luo Zhuoxiao made the decision without hesitation, his tone firm and unquestionable. Since the captain had given the order, no one had any objections. Soon, the 7 boarded the C-class fighter jet Dawn, which was specially equipped for the elite class by the school. With a deafening roar of its engines, the Dawnbreaker soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as it headed straight for the Black Wind Mountains on the ground. Half an hour later, the fighter jet slowly landed at the entrance of a treacherous canyon. As soon as they stepped out of the cabin, a strong stench of blood and violence hit them, making everyone tense. The smell of blood is too strong. Feng Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, her nose twitched slightly, and her eyes immediately became wary. It seems there has just been a fierce battle here. Attention everyone, we have entered the hunting grounds. Luo Zhuoxiao's voice was cold and steady. His instincts as a soldier from his past life gave him a far greater sense of danger than most people. He clearly sensed that countless greedy and bloodthirsty eyes were hidden in this seemingly peaceful canyon. Lei Mang, you go first and are responsible for clearing the way in defense. The wind is howling. Scout both sides and stay alert. Tang Tiantian and Lu Ruyan, you two stay in the center and be ready to take control and provide support at any time. Li Xiaobai and I will cover their retreat. Zhuge Qing, report battlefield information to me at any time. Luo Zhuoxiao issued instructions in a clear and organized manner. His calm and composed demeanor, which gave him complete control over the situation, instilled a sense of awe in Lei Meng and the others, who immediately obeyed. A standard combat squad formation was quickly formed. The 7 people cautiously explored the depths of the canyon. The canyon is filled with jagged rocks and rugged roads. Several eerie screams echoed from the cliffs on both sides. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Captain, an energy source has been detected 300 meters to the left front, about 30 in total. Preliminary assessment indicates it is a pack of black wind wolves at the 7th level of the first tier. Zhuge Qing's glasses flashed with a light blue data stream as he quickly reported. Black wind wolf? Luo Zhuoxiao nodded. Perfect, let's use them to give the Dawn team a good start. Everyone, prepare for battle. The 7 immediately went into battle mode. However, just as they were preparing to launch a preemptive strike and annihilate the pack of black wind wolves in one fell swoop, a sudden change occurred. A mournful, long howl echoed from the depths of the canyon. The canyon shook violently, as if it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. Rocks and debris tumbled down from both sides of the cliff. This is bad. Zhuge Qing's expression changed drastically, and the data stream on his glasses began to flash and report errors frantically. Captain, the number of energy sources has surged. Not 30, but 300, no, 500. It's a beast tide. A small-scale beast tide. They're charging towards us. Upon hearing the words beast tide, everyone except Luo Zhuoxiao turned deathly pale. They never imagined that their first team training would be so lucky they would run into a beast tide. Damn it, we're doomed. Lei Mang looked at the dark, surging wolf pack at the entrance of the canyon like a tidal wave, his scalp tingling and his legs going weak. Captain, what do we do now? Tang Tiantian's voice was trembling with tears. Faced with hundreds of fearless black wind wolves, even a peak second-tier expert would likely find it difficult to escape death, and they were just a group of freshmen whose average strength was less than the second tier. Run! Lu Ruyan didn't hesitate and turned around to urge the fighter jet to retreat. However, it was all too late. The Black Wind Wolf Pack was incredibly fast, and within just over 10 seconds, they had completely blocked all their escape routes. All of you, calm down. Just when everyone was on the verge of losing their minds and about to lose control, Luo Jiuxiao's cold and majestic roar exploded in their ears like thunder. A bunch of Tier 1 trash. And you're all this scared? You still dare to call yourselves geniuses from the elite class? Looking at their cowardly appearance, Luo Jiuxiao felt both angry and disappointed, but even more so, he felt helpless and frustrated that they were not living up to their potential. Listen up, all of you. The Dawn team's first battle is a head-on confrontation with the Beast Tide. What are a few hundred animals? Slay them. Luo Jiuxiao's figure had already transformed into a streak of light interwoven with ice and lightning, charging alone towards the wolf pack, surging like a black tide. That proud and resolute figure is deeply imprinted in the hearts of the 16 members, and will never be forgotten. Watching his solitary figure fearlessly charge into the Beast Tide, Lei Meng and the other 5 were all stunned. This captain is absolutely insane. Those are hundreds of first-tier, 7th-level Black Wind Wolves. Even a second-tier, 5th-level expert, surrounded by so many fearless beasts, would inevitably be worn down to death. He had just broken through to the first level of the second tier. Where did he get the courage to charge forward alone? This is clearly suicide. Is there any other explanation? Lei Meng was the first to react. His eyes widened in anger, and he roared as he shouldered his giant axe, wanting to join the charge without hesitation. Are you fucking crazy? Going there now is just suicide. Feng Xiaoxiao, who was standing to the side, turned ashen-faced and hurriedly pulled him back. Let me go. Lei Meng roared, his eyes bloodshot. Our captain is risking his life alone at the front. How can we just sit idly by and do nothing? We can't just send them to their deaths. Lu Ruyan said urgently. We need to immediately activate our fighter jets and retreat by air, then try to contact the school for help. It's too late. Zhuge Qing's voice was filled with despair. Our fighter jets are surrounded by the wolf pack. We can't take off at all. What should we do? Are we just going to wait to die? Tang Tiantian's voice was already trembling with tears. The team was thrown into chaos. Some wanted to fight to the death, some wanted to run away, and some were driven to despair. Just as they were arguing and descending into chaos, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the battlefield ahead. Luo Jiuxiao charged ahead, facing the wolves that surged in like a black tide, without a trace of fear on his face. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. A gigantic ice dragon roared out, its tail swishing, and terrifying cold air instantly swept across the entire canyon. The first few dozen black wind wolves were frozen into ice sculptures in an instant before they could even scream, and then shattered into ice shards with a bang. In a single glance, a large area was cleared out. Fuck! Upon seeing this scene, Lei Meng and the other 6, who were arguing fiercely, all froze, and their voices stopped abruptly. They stared blankly at the figure sweeping through the wolf pack, their minds completely blank. Is this the power of dual S-class superpowers? That's fucking insane. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. After unleashing the ice dragon's fury, Luo Jiuxiao did not pause at all. Instead, lightning flashed beneath his feet, and he charged straight into the center of the wolf pack like a ghost. The ice lightning spear in his hand transformed into a death scythe. Each swing of the spear brought forth dazzling flashes of light and a rain of blood. Those black wind wolves, who were considered nightmares among first-level martial artists, were as fragile as paper in front of him. They were completely powerless to fight back. Alone, armed with only a gun, he actually managed to carve out a huge gap in the unstoppable tide of beasts. This, is he even human? Feng Xiaoxiao murmured to himself as he looked at the figure that resembled a god of war descending, almost losing his grip on the twin swords in his hands. The captain, he single-handedly held off the entire beast tide? Tang Tiantian covered her mouth tightly, unable to hold back her scream. As for Lu Ruyan, her captivating fox-like eyes were already filled with shock. She finally understood why this man had gained the favor of such important figures as Principal Qin and Elder Xian. This goes far beyond what the word genius can describe. What the hell are you all standing there for? Just as everyone was in utter shock, Luo Jiuxiao's cold voice came from the front again. Do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life, just watching your captain fight alone? Or do you still want to become a towering hero and fight alongside me to slaughter these beasts? This roar was like a thunderbolt, striking the hearts of the 6 people hard. They are the elite of Tianhe University, the top geniuses from their respective families and cities. When did they become so timid and so hesitant? An unprecedented surge of shame and fervor welled up in my heart. Damn it, let's do it! Lei Meng roared first, his eyes, which had been slightly unfocused due to fear, were once again filled with fierce fighting spirit. The captain is right. It's just a few hundred animals. What's there to be afraid of? Brothers, follow the captain and fight these sons of bitches. He shouldered his giant axe and was the first to charge into the black beast tide. Count me in. A cold glint flashed in Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes, and his figure transformed into a wisp of green smoke, following closely behind. And me. Li Xiaobai drew his long sword and his sharp sword intense soared into the sky. It's been a long time since I've stretched my my muscles either, Lu Ruyan giggled, a dangerous glint flashing in her foxy eyes. Sweetie, add a sweet blessing to their names. In an instant, the 6 elite class geniuses, inspired by Luo Zhouxiao, unleashed their full potential. They were no longer afraid, no longer retreating. Instead, they poured all their power into the endless tide of beasts without reservation. A fierce and bloody battle has begun. Looking at the 6 figures following closely behind him, Luo Zhouxiao smiled with satisfaction. If that's the case, then, let's fight. The ice lightning spear in his hand once again burst forth with dazzling light. When the last black wind wolf fell to the ground with a miserable howl under the falling 9 heavens spear, the entire canyon was submerged in blood and corpses. The air was filled with a strong, nauseating stench of blood. The 7 members of the Dawn team stood panting amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, each bearing wounds. But his eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement and pride. 7 people actually managed to fight off a small beast horde head-on and win. This is something they never dared to imagine before. We really did it? Lei Meng stared at the wolf corpses scattered on the ground, his voice trembling, disbelief written all over his face. Yes, we did it. Luo Zhouxiao nodded. Though tired, he was more composed and in control of everything. This battle was dangerous, but the rewards were enormous. Ding! Defeat 332 Tier 1, Level 7 Spectral Beasts Black Wind Wolf, gaining 63,240 evolution points. More than 60,000 evolution points. Upon seeing this number, Luo Zhouxiao's heart couldn't help but pound wildly again. This time they really made a killing. However, just as he was basking in joy and preparing to tally his spoils, Zhuge Qing's hurried and flustered voice suddenly rang out. Captain, something's wrong. Captain, something's wrong. Zhuge Qing screamed in terror, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them, extinguishing the flames of victory that had just been ignited. What's wrong? Stop yelling. Lei Meng, who was leaning on his giant axe and panting heavily, couldn't help but roar impatiently upon hearing this. He was covered in injuries and exhausted, like a dead dog, and all he wanted to do was sit down and rest for a while. No, it's an energy fluctuation. Zhuge Qing's face was deathly pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He pointed deeper into the canyon, his voice trembling with fear. There is a colossal energy source approaching us at an extremely fast speed. Its energy intensity is dozens of times stronger than all those black wind wolves combined. Upon hearing this number, Lei Meng's impatience instantly froze, replaced by utter shock. Lu Ruyan, Feng Xiaoxiao, Tang Tiantian, and Li Xiaobai's faces turned deathly pale, almost as white as paper. They had just fought off hundreds of first-tier, 7th-level black wind wolves, and they knew all too well how terrifying that energy was. And now, an existence that is dozens of times stronger than that has appeared? What the hell kind of monster is this? This thought, like a nightmare, instantly enveloped everyone's mind. Just then, a roar, louder and more majestic and violent than ever before, came from the depths of the canyon. The roar seemed to carry a tangible sonic impact. Lei Meng and the others felt a buzzing in their heads, as if they had been hit hard by an iron hammer. Their blood surged and they almost knelt on the ground. Even Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan, who were at the highest level, turned pale and groaned, clearly affected by the situation. Only Luo Zhouxiao, with his extraordinary mental strength, managed to withstand the impact of the sonic wave, but his expression remained extremely solemn. He stared intently at the dark area deep within the canyon, his eyes sharp as knives. The real big boss is finally about to show up. The heavy footsteps, like war drums, approached from afar. Every step he took caused the canyon to tremble. A suffocating, mountain-like, terrifying pressure swept over everything. Under this oppressive force, Lei Meng and the others felt as if their bodies were being crushed by an invisible mountain, making it as difficult as climbing to the sky to even move a finger. All they could see was endless fear and despair. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, a gigantic, ferocious, and terrifying figure slowly emerged from the darkness deep within the canyon. It was a giant wolf, as big as a heavy truck, covered in fur as hard as black iron, with eyes burning with eerie green flames. 3 eerie blood-red demonic patterns adorned his forehead, and his entire body emanated a violent aura capable of destroying the world. Tier 3, Level 1, Black Wind Wolf King. The moment Zhuge Qing saw the giant wolf, his glasses shattered with a crack. He felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering to himself, "It really is a third-tier wolf king." Utter despair. If they still harbored a sliver of hope and the courage to fight to the death when facing hundreds of black wind wolves, now, facing a third-tier king-level beast, all that remains in my heart is endless powerlessness and despair. The first and second orders are a chasm. The second and third orders are an insurmountable chasm, not to mention that they were all injured and exhausted at the moment. Even at their peak, the combined strength of 7 people would probably not be enough to shake this Tier 3 Wolf King in the slightest. Captain, we are doomed. Tang Tiantian's voice choked with sobs, tears streaming down her face. Damn it! I'll tear a piece of your flesh off even if it kills me. With bloodshot eyes, Lei Meng charged forward with the last bit of strength in his body, roaring like a madman. However, the Black Wind Wolf King merely glanced at him disdainfully. Then, it opened its gaping maw, wide enough to swallow an elephant whole. Another earth-shattering roar. But this time, the sound was not a sonic attack. Instead, it is a dark blue-black energy sphere with a diameter of over 3 meters, formed by the compression of a high concentration of wind elements. Wind King's Roaring Bomb, the exclusive skill of a Tier 3 beast. The energy ball hurtled toward the group with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye and a shrill sound that tore through the air. Wherever it passed, space seemed to be distorted. Luo Zhaoxiao's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he pushed Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan aside, and with a flash of lightning beneath his feet, he desperately dodged the fatal blow. However, that energy ball was moving too fast. Moreover, it also has a locking effect. A deafening explosion. The entire canyon seemed to have been leveled by this energy ball. A terrifying energy storm instantly swept everything away. Even though they barely managed to avoid a direct hit at the last moment, the 7 members of the Dawn team were still violently blown away by the terrifying energy aftershock. Like kites with broken strings, they sprayed blood in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, their fates unknown. Luo Zhaoxiao struggled to get up from the pile of rubble, feeling as if his bones were falling apart and his internal organs were burning with pain. He glanced at his teammates and found that they were in worse shape than he was. Lei Meng and Feng Xiaoxiao had already fainted. Tang Tiantian and Zhuge Cheng were barely breathing and were on the verge of collapse. Even Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan, who were the strongest, were as pale as paper, clearly indicating that they had also suffered serious injuries. A sense of powerlessness welled up in Luo Zhaoxiao's heart. Is this the strength of a third-tier beast? With just one move, they almost wiped out their so-called elite team. The Black Wind Wolf King walked slowly toward them with elegant yet deathly steps. Its eyes, burning with eerie green flames, were filled with mockery and cruelty, as if it were looking at a group of ants waiting to be slaughtered. It didn't rush to kill, seemingly reveling in the thrill of watching its prey tremble before it, awaiting its death. It slowly raised a sharp claw that gleamed with a cold metallic light, aimed it at Tang Tiantian's head, which was closest to it and looked the weakest, and gently slapped it down. Upon seeing this scene, Luo Zhaoxiao's eyes widened in fury. He roared and unleashed all the remaining ice and lightning power within his body without hesitation. He pushed the Thunderlight Phantom step to its limit. His figure transformed into a final streak of light, and just as the Black Wind Wolf King's giant claws were about to crush Tang Tiantian's head, he narrowly pulled her away from its clutches. The wolf's claws landed, instantly creating a terrifying crater several meters in diameter. Gravel flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Luo Zhaoxiao held the panicked Tang Tiantian in his arms, staggered back more than 10 steps before barely regaining his balance, and then spat out another mouthful of blood. Although the attack just now missed its mark, the force of the wind had worsened his already severely injured body. When the Black Wind Wolf King saw that its attack had missed, a hint of surprise flashed in its dark green eyes. It never expected that one of these ants would survive its attack and even have the strength to save others. His gaze fell on Luo Zhaoxiao, and his playful expression gradually turned serious. Tang Tiantian, who was in his arms, finally came to her senses from the fear. Looking at Luo Zhaoxiao's pale face due to blood loss, she could no longer hold back her tears. Captain, you should leave. Don't worry about us. You can't beat it. She knew that Luo Zhaoxiao had just exhausted his last strength to save her. Luo Zhaoxiao's voice was hoarse and weak, yet it carried an undeniable authority. I've said it before, never abandon your companions. He gently placed Tang Tiantian back on the ground, then struggled to stand up straight again, firmly standing in front of all the team members. Although he stood tall and straight, he appeared extremely small in front of the Black Wind Wolf King's massive body. However, that indomitable spirit and unwavering determination to fight to the death shocked Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan, who were also injured in the distance. Lu Ruyan looked at the figure who, despite being unsteady on his feet, still used his body to build the last line of defense, her eyes filled with heartache. Falling from the 9 heavens? Li Xiaobai gripped the broken sword tightly, wishing he could rush forward immediately and fight alongside him. Give me some time. Just then, Luo Zhaoxiao's hoarse voice clearly reached the ears of every team member who was still conscious through the tactical communicator. Use whatever method you have to hold it off, even if only for 10 seconds. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. At this point, is there any point in buying time? Could it be that he has another trump card up his sleeve? Despite their doubts, Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan trusted Luo Zhaoxiao and did not hesitate to endure their pain and unleash their last bit of supernatural power. Peerless sword intent, crescent moon. Li Xiaobai roared, and the broken sword in his hand burst forth with its last light, a fragment of sword energy slashing fiercely towards the Black Wind Wolf King. A bewitching voice, a piercing mental scream. Lu Ruyan's face was pale. She concentrated all her mental energy into an invisible spot spike and stabbed it fiercely into the Black Wind Wolf King's mind. Brilliant strategy, weakness identified. Even though Zhuge Qing was paralyzed on the ground, he did his best to mark the smallest weaknesses on the Black Wind Wolf King. Faced with this ant-like final counterattack, the Black Wind Wolf King let out a disdainful roar. With a casual wave of its claws, it easily shattered Li Xiaobai's remaining sword energy. Although Lu Ruyan's mental screams gave it a slight headache, it was nothing more than a tickle. However, those few seconds of pause were enough for Luo Zhouxiao. Give me some points. All of them. Give me all of them. Luo Zhouxiao roared hysterically in his heart. Looking at the more than 60,000 evolution points on the system panel, his eyes gleamed with a crazed light. It's all or nothing. Today, he's going to show this beast what a damn pay-to-win player is. Ding! Evolution points minus 5,000. Proficiency in A-rank martial art, Silent Thunder Spear, beginner, peak. Ding! Evolution points minus 3,000. Proficiency of rank B martial skill Ice Dragon's Fury, beginner, peak. Ding! Evolution points minus 3,000. Proficiency of B rank martial skill Lightning Phantom Step, beginner, peak. Ding! Evolution points minus 3,000. Proficiency of B rank martial skill Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings, beginner, peak. For massive torrents of information instantly flooded my mind. Countless insights into marksmanship, movement techniques, and the use of supernatural abilities came like a sudden awakening, instantly elevating his understanding of these martial arts to a whole new level. It's not over yet. Add more. Raise your cultivation level. Ding! Host's current cultivation level is detected as Tier 2, Level 1. Breaking through to Tier 2, Level 2 requires 2,000 evolution points. Confirm? Ding! Evolution points minus 2,000. Congratulations on your realm advancement. Second Tier 1, Second Tier 2. Ding! Evolution points minus 3,000. Congratulations on your realm advancement. Second Tier, Level 2, Second Tier, Level 3. Ding! Evolution points minus 4,000. Congratulations on your realm advancement. Second Tier, Third Level, Second Tier, Fourth Level. A series of more powerful and violent energies than ever before erupted within his body. His cultivation level skyrocketed like a rocket. At this moment, the Black Wind Wolf King completely lost his patience. Those eerie green eyes were fixed on the boy whose aura was surging wildly, sensing an unprecedented and deadly threat. Without hesitation, its massive body transformed into a black lightning bolt, and it opened its blood-red maw once more, biting fiercely at Luo Zhouxiao. Just as those fangs, powerful enough to crush steel, were about to touch Luo Zhouxiao's body, an even more terrifying and domineering pressure than the Black Wind Wolf King, filled with destructive aura, erupted from Luo Zhouxiao's body like an ancient god awakening from slumber. The entire canyon trembled violently due to the eruption of this terrifying pressure. The Black Wind Wolf King's unstoppable attack was abruptly halted in midair by this oppressive force. A hint of fear appeared in those eyes burning with eerie green flames. It was horrified to discover that this seemingly insignificant human's aura had soared from the second level, first stage, to a terrifying level that made its heart tremble in just a few seconds. In the distance, Lu Ruyan and Li Xiaobai, who had just struggled to their feet, stared blankly at the boy shrouded in icy blue and thunderous purple divine light, their minds completely blank. He broke through again? Breakthrough during battle? And multiple breakthroughs at that? Is this even human? They felt that their worldview had been completely overturned by this man, shattered to the point of being nothing but dust. Second Tier, 7th Level. Zhuge Qing stared at the energy detector's off-the-charts reading and uttered those 4 words in a trembling voice. Upon hearing this precise level of attainment, Lu Ruyan and Li Xiaobai were completely dumbfounded. How long has it been? Less than 10 seconds. From Tier 2, Level 1, it skyrocketed to Tier 2, Level 7. This isn't like riding a rocket, it's like opening a teleportation portal. Monster, he is a monster. Lu Ruyan watched the figure slowly rise from the ground like a god and murmured to herself, "Get down on your knees." At this moment, all eyes were on Luo Zhouxiao, who slowly opened his eyes. Boom! A deep hue of icy blue and thunderous purple flashed across his pupils. He glanced at his system panel. Name, Luo Zhouxiao. Evolution points, 15240. Special abilities, S-Rank Ice Type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-Rank Lightning Type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-Rank, Invisibility. Realm Level, 2nd Tier, 7th Level. Martial Arts, Spear Technique, Peak, A-Rank, Annihilation Thunder Spear, Peak, B-Rank, Ice Dragon's Fury, Peak, B-Rank, Lightning Phantom Step, Peak, B-Rank, Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings, Peak. Luo Zhouxiao exhaled a long breath, feeling the terrifying, earth-shattering power surging within him, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. 2nd Tier, 7th Level, combined with the pinnacle of all martial arts techniques. Now I should be able to have some fun with this beast. He looked up, his gaze calmly landing on the Black Wind Wolf King, whose body was stiff with fear. Did you enjoy playing just now? The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap from the heavens, striking the very depths of the Black Wind Wolf King's soul. The Black Wind Wolf King, completely enraged, let out a defiant roar. Suppressing its fear, it once again unleashed its demonic power, its massive body transforming into black lightning as it charged fearlessly toward Luo Zhouxiao. It It couldn't believe that it, a dignified third-tier Wolf King, would be defeated by a human who had just broken through to the next level. Perfect, I'll use you to test out my newly learned moves. Luo Zhouxiao stared at the black lightning rushing towards him, his face showing no fear, but rather an excited smile. The ice and lightning spear in his hand materialized once more. This time, the gun was no longer just a mix of ice dragon phantoms and lightning bolts. Ice and lightning, two completely opposite S-class superpowers, were frantically fused and compressed in his hands in an incredibly mysterious way. A chaotic power, more terrifying and pure than ever before, filled with destructive energy, slowly emanated from the tip of the spear. Gun skills, martial arts, superpowers, when they all reach their peak, they can merge into one. This move is called. Luo Zhouxiao's eyes suddenly burst forth with dazzling divine light. Ice and lightning, annihilation dragon god spear. He let out a low shout, and the chaos spear in his hand instantly transformed into a black and white divine light that pierced through the heavens and earth, fiercely meeting the Black Wind Wolf King head-on. The moment the black and white divine light touched the Black Wind Wolf King's massive body, it silently seeped into its body. The Black Wind Wolf King's charging body suddenly froze, stopping less than a meter away from Luo Zhouxiao. Its eyes, which were burning with eerie green flames, quickly dimmed, replaced by endless bewilderment and relief. A soft cracking sound, like glass shattering, rang out. The Black Wind Wolf King's massive, indestructible body crashed to the ground. Ding! Detected that the host has defeated a Tier 3, Level 1 mutant beast, Black Wind Wolf King, Rare Elite, gaining 10,000 evolution points. Upon seeing this number, Luo Zhouxiao nodded slightly in satisfaction. As expected of a Tier 3 elite boss, it's really powerful. Lei Meng and his 6 companions, who were in the distance, were already completely shocked by the incredible scene before them. They stared blankly at the third-tier Wolf King, who had been so arrogant and had driven them to despair just moments before, and then, was instantly killed by that freakish captain with a single shot? And it's the kind of instant kill where not even a trace is left? Am I fucking dreaming? Lei slapped himself hard, the burning pain telling him that it was all real. One shot, instantly killed a level 3 Wolf King. Li Xiaobai stared at the broken sword in his hand. The sword heart that had just been utterly destroyed was now completely reduced to dust. Can the differences between people really be that great? Lu Rian covered her mouth tightly with her hand, and in addition to shock, there was a hint of infatuation in her fox-like eyes that she herself did not realize. This man is too strong. He was so powerful that she couldn't help but want to submit. Luo Zhouxiao retracted his spear and slowly descended from mid-air. He walked to where the Black Wind Wolf King had fallen, bent down and picked up a fist-sized, bluish-black crystal core that radiated immense energy. Tier 3 Wind-type Demon Core. This thing would be worth at least $1 million on the market. After doing all this, he turned to look at the 6 completely dumbfounded team members behind him and said calmly, "Alright, that's a wrap. We go back to school. We go back to school." Luo Zhouxiao's calm voice was like a demonic chant, finally pulling Lei Meng and the other 6 back to reality from their shock. So, I went back to school. Looking at the devastated canyon, littered with corpses, and then at the eccentric captain holding a third-tier demon core, who seemed completely nonchalant, as if he were just out for a picnic, they were at a loss for words. Lei Meng finally scratched his shiny bald head and spoke in a dry voice. "Just now, that third-tier Wolf King, just like that, was killed by you." He simply couldn't find the right words to describe that devastating shot. Luo Zhouxiao nodded and casually tossed the $1 million third-tier demon core into his spatial ring, the action as casual as tossing a worthless stone. Seeing this, Lei Meng and the others' mouths twitched even more violently. "Alright, everyone, stop standing there." Luo Zhouxiao looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice. The words had barely left his mouth. "Clean up the battlefield, count the spoils, and prepare to return." This time, no one raised any objections. The 6 people, including the cool Li Xiaobai and the alluring Lu Ruyan, all behaved like obedient schoolchildren and began to clean up the battlefield. "There's nothing you can do about it. You can't argue with it. This captain is absolutely fucking insane. Faced with absolute strength, any pride seems utterly ridiculous." The battlefield was quickly and completely cleared away. The corpses of hundreds of Black Wind Wolves, although most of them were only Tier 1 and not very valuable, were still incredibly numerous. Including the corpse of the third-tier Wolf King, the harvest this time was still extremely rich. Zhuge Qing roughly estimated that the total value of all the spoils obtained from this training was at least 3 million. Upon hearing this number, Lei Meng and his team couldn't help but gasp. They had participated in missions before, but without exception, they had all worked hard and risked their lives, only to end up receiving a few tens of thousands of yuan. But now, following this freakish captain, I've actually earned so much on my first mission? That's faster than robbing a bank. Captain, how should we divide these spoils? Zhuge Qing adjusted his glasses and handed Luo Zhouxiao a detailed list. According to unwritten rules, the team leader usually takes the lion's share of the loot from team missions, with the remaining portion distributed among the team members based on their contributions. This time, it's no exaggeration to say that Luo Zhouxiao alone contributed at least 99%. It could be said that even if he took all the spoils, no one else would would have the right to object. However, Luo Zhuoxiao merely glanced at the list, then waved his hand and said indifferently, "I only want that third-tier demon core, the rest you 6 can divide equally." Upon hearing this, the 6 people were stunned once again. Although the third-tier demon core was the most valuable of all the spoils, it only accounted for about half of the total value. He actually broke up with her like that? Captain, this isn't appropriate, is it? Lei Meng stammered, "We hardly contributed anything this time. It was all thanks to you fighting on the front lines. How could we possibly accept so much?" "Yes, Captain," Lu Ruyan echoed, "without you, we would have been those beasts' meal long ago. We can't accept that. I said, once we split it up, it's yours." Luo Zhuoxiao's tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. "My men can't come out here to risk their lives for me for nothing. This is what you deserve." Upon hearing those 3 words, a feeling of warmth welled up in the hearts of the 6 people. Looking at the young man before them, who spoke little but always thought of them, the sense of distance they felt from him, born of awe, quietly vanished in that moment. Instead, there is a deep sense of belonging and identity. The 6 responded in unison, their voices loud and clear, brimming with unprecedented enthusiasm. When the Dawn fighter jet, covered in wounds and reeking of blood, slowly landed on the exclusive helipad of Tianhe University, it immediately caused a huge uproar. "Look, it's Team Dawn. They're back. How did they get so disheveled? Their fighter jets are practically riddled with bullets. Didn't they go to the Black Wind Mountains? Did they encounter some powerful beast? Judging from their appearance, they probably suffered a great loss and slunk back, right? I knew it. A bunch of freshmen, no matter how talented, have to pay some tuition the first time they go to a place like that." Immediately, the students watching from the surrounding area began to discuss the incident, their faces filled with schadenfreude. A tremendous uproar suddenly erupted in the school's mission hall. "Quick, check the mission leaderboard. The Dawn squad, they actually wiped out the beast tide in the Black Wind Mountains." "What? Eradicate the beast tide? Are you kidding me?" "Not only that, they also killed a level 3 Black Wind Wolf King." This news was like a nuclear bomb, instantly exploding throughout Tianhe University. The first reaction of everyone who heard this news was disbelief. What kind of international joke is this? 7 freshmen with an average strength of less than the second rank actually wiped out a small beast tide consisting of hundreds of first-rank, 7th-level alien beasts? And he even went so far as to slaughter a level 3 Wolf King? Why don't you just say they've made a huge mess of things? However, when they rushed into the mission hall and saw the announcement personally issued by the principal's office and stamped with a bright red seal, everyone was stunned. Announcement: the elite-class Dawnbreaker team, led by Captain Luo Zhuoxiao, successfully annihilated the Black Wind Wolf Horde in the Black Wind Mountains, Wilderness Area 009, and killed the Tier 3, Level 1 Black Wind Wolf King. Therefore, all members of the Dawnbreaker team are awarded 10,000 academic points each. Captain Luo Zhuoxiao is awarded 30,000 academic points as encouragement. Below the announcement was a combat video recorded by the Dawn fighter jet. Although the picture was blurry, it was still breathtaking. In the video, the boy, like a god, charged alone into the black tide of beasts. That devastating ice dragon. That superb marksmanship. Finally, that black and white divine light that pierced through heaven and earth instantly annihilated the third-tier Wolf King. These scenes were like heavy hammer blows, slamming into everyone's heart. On everyone's faces was nothing but endless shock and awe. Luo Shen, the eternal god. A roar from the depths of the soul shattered the deathly silence in an instant. The entire Tianhe University was in an uproar. Meanwhile, at the heart of this storm, Zhuoxiao was leisurely lying in his luxurious dormitory worth millions, intently studying the system panel. He didn't care at all about the commotion from the outside world. At this moment, all he wants is to turn this gain into real strength as soon as possible. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound rang out from the personal terminal in my hand. What's going on? Luo Zhuoxiao picked it up and saw it was a friend request. The applicant's profile picture is of a noble and elegant silver-white Persian cat. The note, however, consisted of only 2 simple words. Upon seeing the name, Luo Zhuoxiao couldn't help but curl a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. This aloof senior student finally took the initiative to add him as a friend. He remembered that last time in Wilderness Area 014, he and she fought side by side and took down the armored Earth Dragon. He wanted to add her as a friend so that they could keep in touch, but she coldly rejected him with the words "no need." Now, can't hold back any longer? Hey, woman. Luo Zhuoxiao chuckled and accepted her friend request with a flick of his finger. Almost the instant his application was approved, his personal terminal vibrated and a message popped up. Lin Yuner, are you there? Luo Zhuoxiao, yes, is there something you need, senior? After the message was sent, there was a long silence on the other end before the next message was sent. Lin Yuner, I heard that you went to the Black Wind Mountains today and wiped out the beast tide? You even killed a Tier 3 Wolf King? The words conveyed disbelief. She was clearly shocked by the news. Luo Zhuoxiao, it's a small matter. Just consider it as training my new teammates. After posting this, Luo Zhuoxiao could almost picture the wonderful expressions on Lin Yuner's aloof and pretty face on the other side of the screen. The other party fell silent for a long time once again. Several minutes later, another message popped up. Lin Yuner, are you alright? Her tone was complex, seemingly concerned, yet also unsure of what to say. Luo Zhouxiao, what could possibly happen to me? I'm perfectly fine. Lin Yuner, that's good. Seeing the awkward conversation, Luo Zhouxiao shook his head helplessly. This senior student is clearly not good at communicating. Just as he was about to end the conversation and concentrate on figuring out how to allocate skill points, Lin Yuner, to celebrate your Dawn team's first victory, and also to celebrate your safe return. Lin Yuner, let me treat you to dinner tomorrow night. Upon seeing this message, Luo Zhouxiao's eyes lit up instantly. Having dinner with a rich female senior? I absolutely have to go. Luo Zhouxiao, okay, I have to give my senior face. Lin Yuner, okay, then tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at the Heavenly Palace on the cloud top, I'll be waiting for you. Luo Zhouxiao, okay. After finishing his chat with Lin Yuner, Luo Zhouxiao felt much more relaxed. The next day, night quietly fell. The words had barely left his mouth. The entrance to the Hentaying Palace Hotel. Boom! Luo Zhouxiao arrived on time, dressed in a well-fitting casual outfit. When he pushed open the door to the VIP box that he had booked in advance, he was slightly stunned. Inside the private room, the beautiful senior student who usually wore tight-fitting combat uniforms and looked dashing was now wearing a silver white off-shoulder evening dress. Her smooth black hair was elegantly styled up, revealing her snow-white and slender swan neck. Her delicate collarbone shone with a captivating glow under the crystal chandelier. That usually aloof and cold pretty face, now lightly made up, looked less cold and more gentle and shy. Upon seeing Luo Zhouxiao enter, a barely perceptible hint of panic flashed in her clear, beautiful eyes, and her ears involuntarily flushed a charming blush. You've come. Lin Yuner's voice carried a hint of nervousness that she herself was unaware of. She subconsciously replied, Luo Zhouxiao, okay. After finishing his chat with Lin Yuner, Luo Zhouxiao felt much more relaxed and happy. The next day, night fell. The entrance to the Hentaying Palace Hotel. Luo Zhouxiao arrived on time, dressed in a well-fitting casual outfit. When he pushed open the door to the reserved VIP box, he was slightly taken aback. Inside the private room, the beautiful senior student who usually wore a tight-fitting combat uniform and looked dashing was now wearing a silver white off-shoulder evening dress. Her smooth black hair was elegantly styled into an updo, revealing her snow-white, slender swan neck. Her delicate collarbone shone with a captivating glow under the crystal chandelier. That usually aloof and cold pretty face was now lightly made up, less cold and aloof, and more gentle and shy. Seeing Luo Zhouxiao walk in, a hint of panic flashed in her clear, beautiful eyes, and her ears unconsciously blushed. You've come. Lin Yuner's voice carried a hint of nervousness that she herself was unaware of. She subconsciously straightened her skirt, and her usually calm eyes now seemed hesitant to look directly at Luo Zhouxiao. Yes, it's here. A hint of amazement flashed in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes. This was the first time he had seen Lin Yuner dressed like this. It has to be said that clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. When Lin Yuner usually wears her combat uniform, she is like a thorny ice lotus, aloof and distant. At this moment, dressed in an evening gown, she resembled a night blooming cereus quietly blooming under the moonlight, beautiful, elegant, and possessing an ethereal, otherworldly charm. Senior, you look so beautiful today. Luo Zhouxiao praised sincerely. Hearing his praise, Lin Yuner's pretty face turned even redder, and her usually calm heart began to pound involuntarily. She did indeed dress up carefully, and even wore makeup for the first time in 21 years. Even she herself didn't know why. Perhaps, she simply wanted the man in front of her to see a different side of herself. Ahem, please sit down. To cover up her embarrassment, Lin Yuner quickly changed the subject, pointing to the seat opposite her. The two sat facing each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Soon, hotel staff pushed a food cart and served dishes that were as exquisite as works of art. Australian lobster, French caviar, Kobe beef from Japan. Each dish is quite expensive. As expected of a wealthy female senior, she exudes generosity. Eat up, don't be shy. Lin Yuner picked up her knife and fork, elegantly cutting her steak, and said softly. Luo Zhouxiao didn't stand on ceremony and started eating heartily with his chopsticks. He wasn't the kind of artsy, artistic type who cared about romance. In his eyes, even the most beautiful dishes were just for filling one's stomach. Watching him wolf down his food so unpretentiously, Lin Yuner didn't find it rude at all. Instead, she found it rather adorable. A hint of a smile gradually appeared in her clear, beautiful eyes. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. As she spoke, she picked up the wine bottle and poured 2 glasses of expensive Romanicanti for the two of them. By the way, Lin Yuner picked up her wine glass, took a small sip, and asked seemingly casually, How did you manage to improve your strength so quickly in such a short time? She couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her for so long. After all, Luo Zhouxiao's advancement speed was truly unbelievable, completely exceeding her understanding of martial arts cultivation. Luo Zhouxiao swallowed the beef in his mouth, looked into her curious eyes, and once again offered that universal answer. Maybe it's because I'm more talented. It's that Versailles quote again. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner felt a surge of anger and almost threw the red wine in her hand in his face. She rolled her eyes at him, annoyed, and decided never to discuss anything about cultivation with this pervert again. Otherwise, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back and would just flip the table on the spot. Fine, don't tell me then. She took a sip of wine in a sullen voice, her cheeks flushed with an alluring rosy hue from the alcohol. Seeing her adorable, slightly arrogant expression, Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Actually, there's no secret. After thinking about it, he decided to reveal a little bit. After all, the woman in front of him was one of their own. What I awakened was a dual S-level superpower. Double S-level abilities already far surpass ordinary people in terms of cultivation speed. And, Luo Zhouxiao paused, then said in a half-serious tone, my parents were martyrs who sacrificed their lives to defend our country. They left me with some special legacy. These legacies can help me quickly improve my strength in a short period of time. He did not mention the existence of the system, only vaguely explaining it using the word legacy. Upon hearing this, the slight emotion on Lin Yuner's face immediately vanished. Instead, there is a sense of shared suffering and empathy. Her parents, too, perished in the war against the monsters. She understands better than anyone the pain of losing a loved one. Lin Yuner's eyes were slightly red. I didn't mean to bring up your sad memories. It's alright, it's all in the past. Luo Zhouxiao waved his hand, his face showing some sadness but more relief. They are heroes, and I am proud of them. Looking into his clear and determined eyes, Lin Yuner's heart was touched once again. This man, though outwardly cold and decisive, harbors a heart more passionate than anyone else's. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became heavy. The two said nothing more, simply sipping their wine in silence. The underground parking lot of Hentang Palace Hotel. Several furtive figures silently slipped in. The leader was a burly man with a terrifying scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, and who exuded a strong smell of blood. He is none other than the notorious Blood Butcher, a wanted criminal in the underworld, a true Tier 3 powerhouse. Boss, the target is the VIP room on the top floor. When do we make our move? One of the lackeys stepped forward and asked in a low voice. Blood Butcher licked his chapped lips, his eyes gleaming with cruel and greedy light. Wang Ren spent 100 million to buy the life of a second-tier brat. This deal is so good it couldn't be better. He glanced at the high-tech device in his hand, which displayed a detailed structural diagram of the hotel's interior, along with a red, moving dot of light. That was Wang Ren's real-time location of Luo Zhouxiao. The day he finishes his meal and leaves the hotel will be the day he dies. Blood Butcher's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Notify the brothers to set up a tight net around all the exits of the hotel. Today, not even a fly will be able to fly out of here. The meal, in a somewhat somber yet warm atmosphere, slowly drew to a close. Luo Zhouxiao and Lin Yuner didn't bring up those sad things again, but instead chatted about interesting things at school. Their relationship grew closer through repeated interactions. It's getting late, let me take you back to your dorm. Luo Zhouxiao glanced at the night view outside the window and spoke up. Lin Yuner nodded, a hint of reluctance on her face, which was even more beautiful after drinking. The two walked out of the private room side by side and headed towards the elevator. However, just as Luo Zhouxiao was about to step into the elevator, his soldierly instincts, honed through countless life and death experiences, suddenly and without warning triggered a frantic alarm. A deadly sense of crisis overwhelmed him instantly, like a tidal wave. His steps suddenly stopped. Lin Yuner, who was beside him, keenly noticed his unusual behavior and couldn't help but ask. Luo Zhouxiao's voice was cold and piercing. Almost without thinking, he abruptly pulled Lin Yuner behind him, his sharp, hawk-like eyes fixed on the closed emergency exit door at the end of the corridor. He could clearly feel waves of malice, filled with violence and bloodshed, emanating undisguisedly from behind the door. Moreover, it's not just one stock. Senior, please step back. Luo Zhouxiao's voice was steady and powerful, instantly calming Lin Yuner down from her initial panic. She understood that anyone who could make Luo Zhouxiao so wary was definitely not a kind person. Without asking any further questions, she silently took a few steps back, while her B-level ability, gravity compression, quietly activated, ready to provide support at any time. Come out, you rats. Luo Zhouxiao stared at the tightly closed door and said coldly, hiding like this, aren't you afraid of losing face? The security door, made of a special alloy and strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from a third-level martial artist, was kicked open from the outside. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 burly, menacing figures, clearly not benevolent, emerged from behind the door with sinister smiles. Leading the group was none other than the Blood Butcher, whose face bore a hideous scar. They blocked the entire corridor, making it completely impassable, and pairs of eyes filled with greed and murderous intent were fixed on Luo Zhouxiao. Boy, you're Luo Zhouxiao? Blood Butcher, carrying a huge cleaver stained with dark red blood, walked up to Luo Zhouxiao, looking down at him with a rough and oppressive voice. Sensing the undisguised, terrifying pressure emanating from the other party, Luo Zhouxiao's expression also became more serious. Wang Ren? Luo Zhouxiao raised raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the scarred face full of flesh, his voice flat and emotionless. That mad dog really doesn't learn his lesson. 100 million to buy my life? Blood Butcher's murky eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing Luo Zhouxiao's nonchalant words, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger killing intent. Kid, you're about to die, and you're still being stubborn. He grinned maliciously and swung his huge cleaver down, the heavy blade slicing through the hard marble floor and sending sparks flying. I don't care what grudge you have with that kid Wangrun. If you take someone's money, you have to solve their problems. That's the rule in our underworld. Today, I will take your head. As soon as he finished speaking, Blood Butcher's aura exploded violently. The terrifying pressure of the third level, first stage power was like a tangible tsunami, sweeping wildly towards Luo Zhouxiao and Lin Yuner. Lin Yuner's face paled, and she subconsciously activated her gravity ability to form an invisible barrier around herself and Luo Zhouxiao, barely managing to withstand the powerful pressure. But she was only at the second tier, third level. Compared to a true third tier expert, the difference was like heaven and earth. She felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Senior, please step back and leave this to me. Luo Zhouxiao's voice was calm and steady, like a reassuring pill, instantly calming her panic. Lin Yuner wanted to say something, but when she saw Luo Zhouxiao's calm and unwavering eyes, she swallowed all her words. She knew that this man never did anything without being sure of success. Without further hesitation, Lin Yuner quickly retreated to a relatively safe distance, but her clear, beautiful eyes remained fixed on Luo Zhouxiao, her supernatural power ready to be unleashed. Oh ho, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? The Blood Butcher's grin widened as he watched Luo Zhouxiao protect Lin Yuner. Kid, don't you understand the situation? I'm a third-tier expert. Crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Brothers, get him. Grab that chick behind him first. As for the guy, chop him up and feed him to the dogs. At Blood Butcher's command, the 7 or 8 desperados behind him, all at least at the second tier, let out excited howls and pounced on the two like a pack of hungry wolves. Luo Zhouxiao coldly stared at the dark mass of enemies surging towards him, his eyes as cold as frost. He didn't even bother to condense the ice lightning spear, he simply stomped his foot. A violent burst of lightning erupted beneath their feet. He pushed the Thunderlight Phantom step to its limit. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next morning, the bald, burly man at the forefront only felt a blur before his eyes, and Luo Zhouxiao's figure vanished, filling him with terror. Before he could react, "Are you looking for me?" A cold, emotionless voice rang in his ear like a ghost. The bald, burly man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was about to turn around. A hand enveloped in icy blue aura silently pressed down on the top of his head. "In your next life, open your eyes wider," accompanied by a crisp sound of bones cracking. Before the bald giant could even scream, his head exploded like a watermelon frozen in liquid nitrogen. Bright red and white brain matter splattered all over the ground. Ding! Host detected killing a villain, LV.3, gaining plus 300 evolution points. Blood Butcher and his remaining men were all stunned by the sight. They never dreamed that this kid, who seemed to only have the strength of a second-tier cultivator, could be so cruel. "What the hell are you all standing there for? Charge at him! Chop him up!" Blood Butcher roared, burning with rage. The remaining desperados finally came to their senses, their bloodshot eyes flashing with madness. They raised their weapons and surrounded Luo Zhouxiao once again. A bunch of chickens and dogs. A bunch of chickens and dogs. Luo Zhouxiao's lips curled into a cold, utterly contemptuous smile. With his icy wings suddenly unfurled, he moved like a ghost through the narrow corridor, unleashing a brutal massacre. A skinny man wielding 2 swords was about to launch a sneak attack from behind when Luo Zhouxiao delivered a spinning kick that shattered his sternum, sending him flying backward and killing him instantly. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a villain, LV.2, gaining plus 200 evolution points. Another burly man wielding a spiked club was precisely slit in the throat by Luo Zhouxiao's handchop, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a villain, LV.2, gaining plus 200 evolution points. Those 7 or 8 menacing thugs had all fallen into pools of blood, cold as corpses. The entire corridor was stained red with blood, resembling hell. Luo Zhouxiao still stood in the middle of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, his well-fitting casual clothes untouched by a single drop of blood. He slowly raised his head, his cold eyes locking onto the Blood Butcher, who was completely stunned. "Now, it's your turn." Blood Butcher stared at the unharmed boy who was approaching step by step, and fear instantly appeared on the scar on his face. He felt that the person in front of him was not a second-tier martial artist at all. What kind of monster are you?" The Blood Butcher's voice trembled with fear, sharp and piercing. He simply couldn't understand it. How could a second-tier, 7th-level martial artist possess such terrifying combat power? Those were 7 or 8 battle-hardened, blood-stained second-tier desperados. They were easily slaughtered by him, like cutting melons and vegetables. This is fucking. Even a third-level, third-tier, or even 4th-level expert shouldn't be this relaxed. "Monster?" Luo Zhouxiao sneered, his smile cold and mocking. "To you trash, I really am a monster. Now, I'm giving you 2 choices." He held up 2 fingers. "First, tell me, Besides you, who else did that mad dog Wang Run hire? Second, I'll break all 4 of your limbs first, and then I'll ask you questions slowly. You dare. Blood Butcher roared, his voice laced with a frantic, bluffing tone. Let me tell you, this is the Heavenly Palace on the clouds, the most heavily guarded place in Tianhe City. If you dare to make a move here, the police will be there immediately. Inspectorate? Upon hearing these 3 words, Luo Zhouxiao's smile widened, his eyes looking as if he were looking at an utterly foolish idiot. Have you forgotten where you are? This is Tianhe City. This is Tianhe Martial Arts School's territory. Here, what I, Luo Zhouxiao, say is the rule. An incomparably powerful pressure erupted violently from Luo Zhouxiao's body. Boom! The terrifying aura of the 2nd tier, 7th level cultivator pressed down on the Blood Butcher without reservation. Blood Butcher felt as if 2 towering mountains were pressing down on his shoulders. His burly body could no longer support him, his legs buckled, and he knelt heavily in front of Lin Yuner. The impact of his knee smashed 2 deep dents into the hard marble floor. Blood Butcher knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock and despair. Pure, overwhelming aura. He, a true 3rd tier, 1st level expert, was actually forced to his knees by a 2nd tier, 7th level martial artist using only his aura? Is this some kind of fantasy joke? At this moment, his worldview completely collapsed. Now, do you still think the police can save you? Luo Zhouxia walked up to him, looking down at him with a voice as cold as a knife. Blood Butcher's heart sank to the bottom. The man in front of me is not some arrogant brute who relies on talent and background to put on airs. He's a madman, a completely lawless and unpredictable madman. Only then did he understand why Wang Run, that so-called genius at the 5th level of the 2nd tier, was willing to spend a staggering 100 million to buy the life of such a 2nd tier brat. Because this brat is someone he can't afford to mess with. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. A strong will to survive caused Blood Butcher to completely give up resisting. Face? Dignity? Compared to life, everything else is insignificant. Besides me, Wang Run also contacted Ghost Hand and Poison Scorpion. Both of them are 3rd tier, 2nd level experts. They're stronger than me. They should be lying in ambush at one of the other 2 exits of the hotel right now. Blood Butcher spilled all the information he knew, like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. Ghost Hand? Poisonous Scorpion? Luo Zhouxiao silently recited the 2 names, a cold-killing intent flashing in his eyes. He nodded in satisfaction. Since you're cooperating so well, I'll give you a quick death. No, you can't kill me. You promised. Blood Butcher roared in terror, but before he could finish speaking, Luo Zhouxiao coldly interrupted him. I said I'd give you a quick death, but I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. The Ice Thunder Spear pierced his heart silently. The Blood Butcher's murky eyes froze instantly, filled with endless resentment and regret. Ding! Detected that the host has killed the villainous Blood Butcher, LV.6, gaining 1000 evolution points. 3rd tier, that's really powerful. Luo Zhouxiao looked at the system notification and nodded in satisfaction. After finishing all this, he turned around and looked at the beautiful senior student behind him who had been in a state of shock. Senior, I'm sorry to have startled you. Lin Yuner looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and the boy with a calm and collected expression, as if he had just crushed a few ants. She swallowed hard, her face turning slightly pale. Although she was a seasoned veteran, this was the first time she had ever witnessed such a scene where people would kill without a second thought and treat human life as worthless. This man's decisiveness made her heart clench. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the piercing sound of police sirens rang out outside the hotel. Immediately following, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Halt! Don't move! We are from the Tianhe City Patrol Department. A group of patrol officers in black uniforms, armed with energy guns, rushed over quickly, completely surrounding the corridor and making it impassable. When they saw the bloody scene in the corridor, which resembled a hellish hell, they couldn't help but gasp. The leader was a middle-aged captain with a square face and an upright demeanor. He saw Luo Zhouxiao and Lin Yuner standing in the center of the corpses, his brows furrowed immediately, and he questioned them sharply. What exactly happened here? Did you kill these people? Seeing this, Lin Yuner's heart tightened, and she was about to step forward to explain. Luo Zhouxiao reached out and stopped her. He slowly pulled a golden token from his pocket and waved it in front of the middle-aged captain. Elite class, Dawn team, on a mission. We are now in charge of this area. You may leave now. Luo Zhouxiao's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The captain with the square face had his pupils shrink abruptly when he saw the golden token. His originally righteous face instantly transformed into a fawning and awe-inspiring smile. That's the most prestigious and mysterious institution at Tianhe University. Those who can get into that class are all exceptional talents, the cream of the crop. Everyone will one day be able to govern a region and become a giant. Their status and position were far higher than his, a mere patrol officer. So it was the elite class leaders on a mission here. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me. Without hesitation, the middle-aged captain snapped to attention and gave Luo Zhouxiao a standard military salute, his posture extremely humble. Seeing this, the patrol team members behind him did not dare to be negligent, and they all saluted in unison, holding their breath. Luo Zhouxiao waved waved his hand impatiently. Yes, 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 we'll leave right away. The middle-aged captain felt like he had been granted a pardon and led his men to quickly leave the scene at a speed several times faster than when they arrived. The scene was utterly ridiculous. Lin Yuner stood aside, watching this dramatic scene, her clear eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She knew that the elite class had special status, but she never dreamed that it would be this special. Even the police officers from the patrol department have to bow and scrape before him as if they were seeing an ancestor. Is this the privilege of the elite class? She asked softly, looking at Luo Joshio with a puzzled expression. No, this isn't a privilege, Luo Joshio said calmly, as if he could read her mind. This is strength. In the face of absolute power, so-called rules are nothing but a piece of waste paper. Lin Yuner listened and nodded thoughtfully. What? Looking at the young man before her, she gained a new understanding of him. He is not only exceptionally talented and possesses astonishing combat prowess and decisive ruthlessness, but also exudes a composure and domineering aura beyond his years. This domineering aura is not like Wang Ren's arrogance and overbearing manner, but rather a kingly aura that stems from absolute confidence and control over everything. Such a temperament is undoubtedly extremely attractive to women. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuner found that her heart was beating faster and faster than usual. Alright, we shouldn't linger here. Luo Joshio glanced at the two safety doors at the end of the corridor leading to other exits, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. There are still two fish that slipped through the net, and we need to deal with them. I'll go with you, Lin Yuner said without hesitation. She knew that the assassins lying in ambush at the other two exits were definitely stronger than Blood Butcher. She was worried about Luo Joshio going alone. No need, Luo Joshio shook his head. You stay here and help me clean up the scene, and call my team over. Them? Lin Yuner was taken aback. That's right. Luo Joshio's lips curled into a cold smile. That mad dog Wang Ren loves to use underhanded tricks. Today, I'll show him what a real surprise is. A bolder, more ruthless plan quickly took shape in his mind. Although Lin Yuner didn't know exactly what he planned to do, she couldn't help but nod when she saw the dangerous glint in his eyes. Okay, you, be careful. Luo Joshio gave her a determined look, then his figure flashed and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Hentang Palace Hotel, East Exit. A slender, middle-aged man who looked like an ordinary office worker leaned against an inconspicuous black sedan, leisurely smoking a cigarette. His unusually long, well-defined hands exuded an extraordinary killer aura. He is Ghost Hand, a third-tier assassin in the underworld who is on par with Blood Butcher. Skilled in assassination and sneak attacks, his hands are stained with countless lives. How long has it been? Why hasn't that idiot Blood Butcher been dealt with yet? Ghost Hand glanced at his watch, his patience waning, and spat out a mouthful of smoke. A young man dressed in a hotel waiter's uniform pushed a garbage cart full of trash out of the hotel. Ghost Hand glanced at them casually and then ignored them. However, just as the waiter pushed the cart past him, a sudden and unexpected change has occurred. Deliverymen, water meter readers, and garbage collectors. A cold voice rang in his ear without warning. Can't you assassins come up with some more creative disguises? Ghost Hand's heart tightened suddenly, and his throat tightened instantly. Without hesitation, he flicked the cigarette butt from his hand, turning it into a deadly streak that shot straight into the waiter's eyes. At the same time, his body retreated rapidly like a raccoon dog. But it was all too late. With a muffled thud, the sharp blade pierced the flesh. Ghost Hand felt a chill on his chest, followed by excruciating pain. He slowly lowered his head and saw a long spear wrapped in ice and lightning power that had already pierced his heart. Looking up in disbelief, I saw the boy who had somehow taken off his waiter uniform, a devilish smile on his face, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. He simply couldn't understand it. How exactly did I expose myself? Because the murderous aura emanating from you is too strong. Luo Joshio seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, how could a garbage collector carry such a strong murderous aura? How could a garbage collector have such a strong murderous aura? As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his arm, and a violent burst of ice and lightning power erupted instantly. The Ghost Hand's body, along with its unwilling soul, was crushed into countless specks of light. Ding! Detected that the host has killed the evil Ghost Hand, LV.7, gaining plus 1,500 evolution points. There's only one left. Luo Joshio sheathed his spear and turned his gaze toward the last exit of the hotel. A scantily clad, heavily made-up woman, who looked like a prostitute, leaned against the corner of the wall, impatiently fiddling with her nails. She is the last of the three assassins, and also the most skilled in using poison, Scorpion. Damn it! That piece of trash Ghost Hand has also gone missing? Scorpion glanced at the two completely blacked-out avatars on his personal terminal, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. A handsome young man, who looked like a college student, walked out of the hotel carrying a backpack. The Scorpion's gaze was involuntarily drawn to it. There was no way around it. The boy was just too handsome, exactly her type. Hey, handsome young man, all alone? Want me to play with you for a bit? The Scorpion twisted its serpentine waist, took the initiative to step forward, and extended its hand painted with bright red nail polish, preparing to hook the boy's chin. However, just as her fingertips were about about to touch the boy's skin. "Excuse me, sister." The boy suddenly flashed a bright, sunny smile, but it sent a chill down Scorpion's spine. "I'm not interested in someone like you, a public bus." The Scorpion's face instantly turned grim. Before she could even react, one hand, like an iron clamp, gripped her slender neck tightly. Falling from the heavens, Scorpion stared in horror at the face so close to hers, the very person she was supposed to assassinate, with disbelief in her eyes. "You only recognize me now? You're so slow, auntie." Luo Joshio gripped her neck tightly and suddenly exerted force. A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The Scorpion's eyes, once filled with terror and resentment, instantly lost their luster. Ding! Detected that the host has killed the villainous poison Scorpion, LV.7, gaining plus 1,500 evolution points. Luo Joshio released his grip with disgust, tossing the Scorpion's corpse aside like trash. After dealing with all of this, he took out his personal terminal and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Zhuge Chang? Captain, how's it going over there?" Zhuge Chang's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "All resolved," Luo Joshio replied calmly. "Now, begin implementing Plan B." After hanging up the phone, Luo Joshio's lips curled into a cold smile. "Wang Ren, the real show is just beginning." Meanwhile, at Tianhe University, inside Wang Ren's luxurious dormitory, Wang Ren paced anxiously in the room, glancing at his personal terminal every now and then, his handsome face filled with unease. "What's going on? So much time has passed, why haven't we heard a single word from Blood Butcher and the others?" The three assassins he dispatched disappeared without a trace, as if they had vanished into thin air. A strong sense of foreboding spread wildly through his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He kept trying to comfort himself. Those were three genuine Tier 3 experts. With their combined strength, even a third-tier, fourth-level martial general would have to be wary. Dealing with a mere second-tier, seventh-level newcomer is a piece of cake. Something must have happened to cause the delay. Yes, that must be it. Just as he was lost in thought and trying to numb himself, the dormitory doorbell suddenly rang. "Who is it?" Wang Ren was agitated and shouted impatiently. There was no response from outside the door. "Damn it! Who's the fool who dares to bother me?" He cursed angrily, stormed over, and flung open the door. However, when he saw the scene outside the door, he was completely dumbfounded. At the entrance, three huge black garbage bags were placed there, seemingly out of nowhere. The bag was open, and a blurry human figure could be vaguely seen inside, along with dark red, dried bloodstains. A nauseating stench of blood assaulted my nostrils. Wang Ren's heart sank suddenly, and that ominous premonition reached its peak at this moment. He reached out with trembling hands and untied one of the garbage bags. When he saw what was inside, a scream, more piercing and terrified than ever before, burst from his throat. Inside the garbage bag was a bloodied, mangled head with its eyes wide open in death. He had a hideous scar on his face that stretched from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. Wang Ren was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground, a foul-smelling liquid uncontrollably flowing from his crotch. He was so scared that he peed himself. He scrambled to untie the other two garbage bags. Three bloody heads were neatly laid out before him, their three pairs of unseeing eyes seemingly silently accusing him of stupidity and incompetence. No, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Wang Ren was completely devastated by the horrific scene before him. The three top-tier assassins he sent out, they're all dead? Who did it? Who did this? A name he neither wanted to believe nor had to accept suddenly surfaced in his mind. Fall. 9. Heavens, a devil. He really is a devil. Wang Ren trembled violently, his eyes filled with endless fear. Just then, his personal terminal, which had been smashed to pieces, suddenly started ringing frantically. It was a message pushed by the campus forum. He instinctively, with trembling hands, clicked on the message. That was a video that had just been uploaded to the forum and instantly went viral throughout the entire school. The video title is only a few words long. Wang Ren, have you received your package? The scene is in the corridor of the Hentang Palace Hotel. Luo Joshio stood amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, looking down at the bloodthirsty butcher who had wet himself in fear, his voice cold and mocking. Go back and tell your master that I have accepted this generous gift he sent. Next time, it will be his turn. The video ends abruptly here, but the shock brought by this video was like a nuclear explosion, instantly sweeping across the entire Tianhe University. What on earth happened? Senior Wang Ren actually hired someone to commit murder? I recognize that scarred face guy in the video. He's Blood Butcher, a wanted criminal from the underground black market, a third-tier expert, and he was just killed by Luo Shun like that? That's not all. Check the latest news on the forum. Ghost Hand and Poison Scorpion have also been found dead at the entrance of Cloud Peak Palace. Their deaths are exactly the same as Blood Butcher's. My god, 3 top-tier assassins, all wiped out overnight. Could it all have been done by Luo Shun alone? To kill someone is to destroy their spirit. This is absolutely infuriating. Not only did Luo Shun kill someone, but he also chopped off their head and delivered it to Senior Wang Ren like a package. This level of coolness is off the charts. Wang Ren has really bitten off more than he can chew this time. Of all people to mess mess with, he had to provoke such a killing god. The forum was already in an uproar. Wang Ren, the protagonist of the incident, felt a wave of dizziness after watching the video, unable to bear the immense shock and fear any longer. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and completely lost consciousness. The news that Wang Ren hired someone to kill him but was instead brutally killed by Luo Zhouxiao, and that his head was even chopped, often delivered to his door as a delivery, swept through the entire Tianhe University like a superstorm of Category 12. Everyone was completely stunned by Luo Zhouxiao's ruthless, arrogant, and domineering methods. These 4 words have been interpreted to the fullest extent. From today onwards, everyone understands one fact. That freshman named Luo Zhouxiao is not only exceptionally talented and terrifyingly powerful, but also a ruthless character who should absolutely not be provoked. Anyone who dares to mess with him should be prepared to have their head chopped off and delivered to their door. In an instant, Luo Zhouxiao's reputation at Tianhe University reached an unprecedented peak. He was even given a resounding and domineering nickname by some well-meaning people, Delivery Hero. Of course, Luo Zhouxiao himself just scoffed at this nickname that was full of wicked humor. What the hell is this? Delivery Hero? Am I a food delivery guy? He lay in his luxurious dormitory, looking at the ridiculous comments on the forum, shaking his head helplessly, speechless. He's more concerned about something else now. Name, Luo Zhouxiao. Evolution points, 18240. Special abilities, S-Rank Ice Type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-Rank Lightning Type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-Rank, Invisibility. Realm Level, 2nd Tier, 7th Level. Martial Arts, Spear Technique, Peak, A-Rank, Annihilation Thunder Spear, Peak, B-Rank, Ice Dragon's Fury, Peak, B-Rank, Lightning Phantom Step, Peak, B-Rank, Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings, Peak. Seeing the dazzling 18000 plus evolution points in the evolution point column, Luo Zhouxiao had only one word in his heart: awesome. That was fucking awesome. This was an absolute steal. Not only did they completely solve the problem of Wang Ren, but they also gained a large number of evolution points. Over 18,000 points. That should be enough for me to directly reach the 3rd tier, right? Luo Zhouxiao stroked his chin, his heart filled with excitement and fervor. The leap from the 2nd to the 3rd level represents another huge leap in the level of life. Once he breaks through, his strength will undergo another earth-shattering change. No rush, no rush. Luo Zhouxiao forcibly suppressed the urge to spend money to upgrade his character's stats. He has just soared from the 1st level of the 2nd tier to the 7th level of the 2nd tier, and his foundation is still unstable. He needs some time to settle and consolidate. Moreover, he is currently too popular at school, and as the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Although he is not afraid of trouble, he does not want to be made a fool of every day. Let's keep a low profile for now and develop our strength cautiously. Luo Zhouxiao made up his mind. In the days that followed, he indeed toned down his arrogance considerably. Aside from attending classes and completing missions with his teammates from the Dawn team, he spent most of his time in the school library and gravity training room. He was like a dried-up sponge, frantically absorbing all kinds of knowledge about martial arts and superpowers. Under his leadership, the Dawn team has also grown rapidly. Lei Meng's power grew increasingly violent. Lei Xiaobai's swordsmanship became increasingly fierce. Lu Ruyan's allure was even more deadly. The 7 of them are like 7 blades that have been constantly honed to an unparalleled sharpness. Every time they are drawn, they are sure to shine with dazzling light. They overcame all obstacles and were invincible in various missions. Whether it's clearing out the lairs of alien beasts entrenched in abandoned cities or venturing deep into perilous secret realms, Team Dawn completed every mission perfectly with overwhelming force. Their names gradually spread from Tianhe University throughout the martial arts world of the Great Xia Kingdom, become the most dazzling new star of the new generation. As the team leader, Luo Zhouxiao's strength skyrocketed, rising like a rocket with each battle and the system's support. Before we knew it, 3 months had passed quietly. Certainly. Tianhe University, President's Office. Vice Principal Qin Yuan was looking at the mission report about the Dawn team with a look of satisfaction on his face. He stroked his white beard, a satisfied smile on his face. These little guys are growing faster than I expected. Especially that kid Luo Zhouxiao. He's an absolute monster. Only 3 months have passed, and his cultivation level is already close to the threshold of the 3rd rank. Qin Yuan was filled with shock. Although he had high hopes for Luo Zhouxiao, he never imagined that his growth would be so abnormal. It seems that taking him as my disciple was the wisest decision I ever made in my life. Qin Yuan became happier the more he thought about it. A middle-aged man in military uniform with 2 gold stars on his shoulders and a dignified face walked in. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, he immediately gave a respectful military salute. Hee, it's Commander Long. What brings you here? Qin Yuan said with a smile. The person in front of you is Long Zhan, an 8th-level martial emperor who was one of the high-ranking military officials of the Great Xia Kingdom and guards a region. Mr. Qin, I've come here today with a very important matter, and I would like to ask for your and Tianhe University's help. Long Zhan's face showed a hint of solemnity. Oh, something that even you, the martial emperor who protects the nation, find trouble troublesome must be quite something. Xin Yuan's expression also turned serious. To be honest, Long Zhan said in a deep voice, our military has discovered a newly opened, ancient secret realm on an uninhabited island in the East China Sea. What? An ancient secret realm? Hearing these 4 words, even a 9th-level martial saint like Xin Yuan was shocked. The ancient secret realm is a place left over from the ancient times, full of countless opportunities and dangers. Each time it is activated, it inevitably triggers a frenzied struggle among all forces on Earth. That's right. Long Zhan nodded, his expression becoming even more solemn. Furthermore, according to our initial reconnaissance, this secret realm is of an extremely high level, at least grade A. Most importantly, this secret realm has extremely strict restrictions on the bone age of those who enter. Only martial artists under the age of 25 are qualified to enter. Long Zhan fixed his gaze on Xin Yuan and stated his purpose directly. I hope that Tianhe University can send its top students to join hands with our military to explore this mysterious place. And in my heart, I have already locked in the best candidate. A sharp light flashed in Long Zhan's eyes. It's that guy who recently caused such a stir at your school. Dawn Team. Captain, something terrible has happened. As soon as Luo Zhouxiao came out of the gravity training room, Lei Meng rushed over, his honest face full of excitement. What's wrong? Is the sky falling? Luo Zhouxiao rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. It's more exciting than the sky falling down. Lei Meng exclaimed excitedly, his words tumbling out incoherently. The military wants to cooperate with us. They've invited us to explore a newly discovered Class A ancient secret realm. What? A-level ancient secret realm? Upon hearing this news, Luo Zhouxiao's eyes lit up instantly. Grade A ancient secret realm. He had only seen records of this thing in ancient books in the library. That's a small space left over from ancient times, independent of the main world. Not only does it contain rare and precious materials that have long been extinct in the outside world, but it may also contain the inheritance and artifacts left by ancient powerful beings. Every time a secret realm appears, it inevitably unleashes a bloody storm. It can be said that every ancient secret realm is a treasure trove full of endless opportunities. Damn it, isn't this an upgrade instance tailor-made for me? Luo Zhouxiao's heart immediately burned with excitement. He was worried about not having a strong enough opponent and enough evolution points to break through to the 3rd tier. This A-level secret realm is like a pillow delivered when you're sleepy. It came at the perfect time. Captain, what do you think? Lei Meng asked, looking into Luo Zhouxiao's bright eyes with anticipation. We can't miss such a great opportunity. Nonsense. Of course we're going. Luo Zhouxiao made the decision without hesitation. How could we let such a generous gift of experience slip by? Of course not. That's great. Lei Meng jumped up excitedly upon hearing this. I knew you would agree. What about the others? Have they all been notified? Luo Zhouxiao asked. We've notified them all. They're all waiting for us in the conference room now. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Without hesitation, Luo Zhouxiao led Lei Meng and strode towards the elite class's private meeting room. When they pushed open the door, Li Xiaobai, Lu Ruyan, Feng Xiaoxiao, Tang Tiantian, and Zhuge Cheng had been waiting for them for a long time. Everyone's face was filled with undisguised excitement and anticipation. Clearly, they were also stunned by this sudden and enormous pie. Upon seeing Luo Zhouxiao enter, the 5 of them stood up in unison and greeted him respectfully. After 3 months of working together, they had come to admire Luo Zhouxiao, their eccentric captain, to the point of complete submission. Please sit down. Luo Zhouxiao waved his hand in acknowledgement, walked straight to the main seat and sat down, his gaze sweeping over the 6 people. I'm sure everyone already knows about the A-level secret realm. This is the first and most severe challenge that the Dawn team has faced since its inception. I need you to give 200% of your energy and strength. Do you understand now? The 6 responded in unison, their voices loud and clear, filled with high fighting spirit. Luo Zhouxiao nodded in satisfaction, his gaze falling on the bespectacled young man who had remained silent, but whose eyes behind his glasses gleamed with wisdom. Zhuge Cheng. Yes, Captain. What intelligence do you have regarding this target, the A-level secret realm East Sea Dragon Palace? Luo Zhouxiao knew that this seemingly weak-looking young man with glasses was the real brains of their team. His A-level ability, Divine Calculation, not only allows him to analyze the battlefield but also to gather intelligence that is difficult for ordinary people to access through various channels. Reporting, Captain. Zhuge Cheng adjusted his glasses, stood up, and projected a pre-prepared document onto the holographic screen in the center of the conference room. According to intelligence provided by the military and information I have personally collected, this class's secret realm called East Sea Dragon Palace is located on an unnamed island deep in the East Sea. The entrance to the secret realm is shrouded by a powerful spatial barrier, and only martial artists whose bone age is no more than 25 years old can enter it. The interior of the secret realm is complex. Preliminary exploration shows that it is divided into 3 areas: the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, and the core. The outer area is mainly occupied by various ancient beasts, most of which are between the 2nd and 3rd tiers in strength. In the inner area, there may be terrifying beings beings of the 4th or even 5th order. As for the most core area, who could withstand this? Zhuge Qing paused here, his face showing an unprecedentedly solemn expression. The core area remains unknown, but based on energy fluctuations, it is highly likely that a guardian beast surpassing the level of a 5th-tier martial king is slumbering within. A guardian beast? Upon hearing these 4 words, Lei Meng and the others' expressions changed drastically once again. What level of existence is it that surpasses a 5th-tier martial king? A 6th tier? Or even a 7th-tier martial emperor? Damn it, this A-level secret realm is way too damn dangerous. Lei Meng couldn't help but swear. Danger is what brings opportunity. Luo Jiuxiu stared intently at the red area marked as extremely dangerous on the screen. Instead of fear, his eyes burned with an even more intense flame. I'm just worried about not finding a strong enough boss to drop equipment and evolution points. Besides these, is there anything else we need to be aware of? Luo Jiuxiu asked. Yes. Zhuge Qing nodded, his expression becoming even more solemn. In addition to the dangers of the secret realm itself, we will also face fierce competition from other forces this time. As far as I know, besides Tianhe University and the military, the other 4 major martial arts schools in the Great Xia Kingdom, as well as some top overseas forces, will also send their most elite young generation to compete for this secret realm. In other words, this time our opponents are not only those powerful alien beasts, but also possibly top geniuses from other countries. Foreign forces? Luo Jiuxiu raised an eyebrow. That's right. Zhuge Qing's tone was solemn. Especially the Sanctuary and Dark Council from the West and the IGA School from Japan. They have sent the most renowned prodigies from their respective forces. Their strength should not be underestimated. Sanctuary? Dark Council? IGA School? Luo Jiuxiu murmured these names, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, as a top soldier of the Great Xia Kingdom, he had dealt with these so-called overseas forces countless times. He knew their despicable shamelessness better than anyone else. It seems that this trip to the secret realm is much more exciting than I imagined. Luo Jiuxiu's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they also want a piece of the pie, then we'll take them down too. I want to see just how capable these so-called overseas geniuses really are. His words were filled with unparalleled confidence and domineering presence, which ignited the passion of the 6 team members present. The captain is right. Who cares about the Holy Temple or the Dark Council? If they dare to steal our stuff, we'll smash their heads in. Lei Meng roared excitedly, brandishing his giant axe. That's right. Those who offend our Great Xia, no matter how far away, will be punished. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in Li Xiaobai's cold eyes. If that's the case, then, let's fight. Luo Jiuxiu suddenly stood up from his seat, his voice strong and clear. Dawn Team, target East Sea Dragon Palace. On the East China Sea, a colossal, futuristic, silver-white aircraft carrier silently floats on the surface. This is the most advanced space carrier of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Donghai. At this moment, the spacious deck of the space carrier was already bustling with people, gathering a group of the most outstanding young geniuses from the Great Xia Kingdom and even the entire Blue Star. They all came for the soon-to-be-opened A-level ancient secret realm, the East Sea Dragon Palace. Look, it's Huang Fulong, the Dragon Fist from the Beijing Martial Arts School. I've heard he's born with superhuman strength. His iron fists are strong enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, and his strength has already reached the peak of the 3rd tier. And there's Blood Blade Situ Kong from the Magic Martial Arts Hall. His swordsmanship is rumored to have reached a divine level. There are at least 80 to 100 3rd-tier alien beasts that have died by his blade. Hiss! Isn't that Lei Dawn, the son of Thor from the War God Martial Arts Academy? He awakened an S-rank lightning-type ability, and his strength is unfathomable. On the deck, murmurs rose and fell. Each person whose name was called was a peerless prodigy, renowned in their respective martial arts school and even throughout the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Each of them possesses terrifying strength and a dazzling aura that makes their peers look up to them. A C-class fighter jet, all black and with a cool design, streaked across the sky like a black lightning bolt and slowly landed on the deck. 7 dashing figures emerged from inside. The leader was a handsome young man with a cool and aloof demeanor, dressed in a black combat uniform. It was Luo Jiuxiu and his Dawn Team. Their appearance instantly drew the attention of everyone on deck. Look, it's people from Tianhe Martial Arts School. The one leading the group should be the recently much discussed double S-level genius, Luo Jiuxiu, right? That's him. That guy single-handedly wiped out a beast horde and even killed a 3rd-tier wolf king in the process. He's ruthless. He doesn't look that amazing. He's so young. Is he really as formidable as the legends say? In an instant, all sorts of curious, scrutinizing, jealous, and even disdainful gazes were focused on Luo Jiuxiu. Luo Jiuxiu was already used to these gazes, and his face remained completely calm. He simply led his team off the fighter jet calmly. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Such a big commotion. Turns out it's the delivery man from Tianhe Martial Arts School. Just then, a sarcastic and provocative voice came from not far away. Luo Jiuxiu looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall young man with arrogant red hair and an earring looking at him with a playful expression. Behind the red-haired youth were several other young men men with considerable auras, their gazes towards Luo Zhuoxiao filled with undisguised hostility. Luo Zhuoxiao looked at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. Beijing Martial Arts School, Huangfu Long. The red-haired youth, also known as Huangfu Long, nicknamed Dragon Fist, arrogantly announced his sect. Luo Zhuoxiao simply responded with a faint word and then ignored him, leading his team straight toward the assembly point. His completely dismissive attitude instantly darkened Huangfu Long's expression. Damn it, this kid is way too arrogant. One of Huangfu Long's henchmen couldn't help but mutter a curse. Arrogant? Huangfu Long sneered. What right does a newcomer who got lucky with his talent have to be arrogant in front of me? Let's see if he cries once we're inside the secret realm. A sinister glint flashed in Huangfu Long's eyes. He came here on a strict order from the higher-ups at the Beijing Martial Arts Academy. No matter what, we must nip this rising star of Tianhao Martial Arts School in the bud within the secret realm. A commotion also arose on the other side of the deck. A blood-red, menacing-looking fighter jet slowly descended. The hatch opened, and a young man dressed in a blood-red robe, carrying a huge blood-red sword and exuding a strong smell of blood stepped out. It was none other than Situ Kong, the blood blade of the Magic Martial Arts Hall. His presence seemed to lower the surrounding temperature by a few degrees. Those blood-red eyes casually swept around before finally settling on Luo Zhuoxiao, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. A double S-level genius? Your blood must taste very good. Almost simultaneously, several major forces from overseas also arrived. The Western Sanctuary sent a young man dressed in silver armor and wielding a cross-shaped holy sword. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and looked like a holy knight from mythology. His name is Arthur, and he is said to possess the S-rank Holy Light ability, making him the most outstanding holy son of this generation in the Holy Temple. The man sent by the Dark Council was a handsome man with a pale face, a delicate demeanor, and dressed in a black tailcoat, resembling a medieval nobleman. I see. His name is Dracula, one of the oldest vampire princes in the Dark Council, and his strength is unfathomable. As for the IGA School of Japan, they sent a short ninja dressed in black night clothes, with his face covered by a mask, revealing only a pair of cold, venomous eyes. His name is Hattori Hanzo, and he is the strongest jonin of the IGA school in this generation. In an instant, the entire deck was filled with a turbulent atmosphere and undercurrents. Top talents from all over the world gathered together. Although they did not speak, the air was already thick with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone sees others as their biggest competitors. Luo Zhuoxiao became the focus of the entire event. After all, his reputation as a double S-level genius and delivery man is simply too resounding. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. It seems that this trip to the secret realm will be even more exciting than expected. Luo Zhuoxiao felt the hostile gazes around him and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of chickens and dogs, how dare they act arrogantly in front of me? Once we enter the secret realm, we'll kill them one by one. Just when tensions were running high and a major battle was about to break out, the calm sea ahead suddenly began to churn violently without warning. A massive blue vortex appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, a magnificent crystal palace filled with an ancient aura and radiating a dazzling blue light slowly rose from the vortex. The crystal palace was made entirely of an unknown blue crystal, which refracted a dreamlike brilliance under the sunlight. Above the palace gate, four ancient and majestic characters are carved in a flowing, elegant style. East Sea Dragon Palace. A vast and ancient aura emanated from the palace. It's open. The secret realm has finally opened. Upon seeing this scene, the eyes of all the young geniuses on the deck blazed with fervent light. His breathing became rapid. At this moment, a dignified old man dressed in the military uniform of the Great Xia Kingdom and with 3 gold stars on his shoulders, walked to the front of the deck, and his voice, which contained supreme authority, resounded throughout the entire space carrier. The secret realm East Sea Dragon Palace is now officially open. This exploration of the secret realm will last for 1 month. 1 month from now, no matter where you are, you will be automatically teleported out by the power of the secret realm. In this secret realm, you are responsible for your own life and death. Now, all qualified martial artists, prepare to enter. One after another, figures filled with fighting spirit leap from the deck like arrows released from a bow, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed toward the crystal palace suspended in midair. Luo Zhuoxiao let out a low shout, and his ice wings suddenly unfolded, making him the first to rush out. The other 6 members of the Dawn team followed suit, transforming into 7 streams of light of different colors, and resolutely plunged into that ancient secret realm full of unknowns and dangers. Passing through that spatial barrier that emitted a faint blue light, like rippling water, Luo Zhuoxiao felt a blur before his eyes, and a strong sense of weightlessness and spatial tearing rushed over him. The next moment, when his vision cleared again, he was completely shocked by what he saw. He found himself in a vast, boundless underwater world. Above us was the shimmering blue sea, with sunlight filtering through the water and casting dappled shadows. Beneath my feet lies soft, white sand, surrounded by colorful corals and seaweed. Countless strangely shaped fish, which he had never seen before, swam leisurely around him. Most incredibly, even though he was in the ocean thousands of meters deep, he could breathe freely as if he were on land. Could this be an ancient secret realm? It actually carved out an independent space right on the seabed? Luo Joshio was deeply shocked. Such earth-shaking methods are simply unheard of. Captain, where are you? Lei Meng's anxious call came through the tactical communicator. I'm fine. Luo Joshio quickly regained his composure and replied in a deep voice. It seems the teleportation in the secret realm is random. We've been separated. Everyone, immediately report your location and surrounding environment. Soon, the other 6 members of the Dawn team reported their situations via communicator. Fortunately, although they were scattered, they were not far apart from each other and were distributed in different areas of this underwater world. Very good. After hearing the report, Luo Joshio felt a little more at ease. Everyone, center yourselves on me and immediately move to the center. Maintain vigilance and be ready for battle at any time. After giving the order, Luo Joshio determined the direction and prepared to set off. His keen military intuition once again issued a frantic warning. A barely perceptible yet deadly aura was silently emanating from a coral reef to his left rear. Luo Joshio's lips curled into a cold smile. It seems there are people even more eager to make a move than he is. You just entered the secret realm and you're already thinking of picking up the scraps? He made no sound, pretending not to notice, and continued walking forward. Just as he was about to leave the attack range of that coral reef, a jet-black, hair-thin poison needle shot out silently from the coral reef like a ghost. Strike straight at the back of the neck, the vital spot of the fallen dragon. Moreover, it was completely silent. If this move were to fall on any ordinary second-tier martial artist, they probably wouldn't even have time to react and would be certain to die. But what they faced was a fall from the heavens. Finally showing yourself? I thought you were going to be a coward for the rest of your life. A cold, mocking voice came from behind the coral reef. The attacker hiding in the shadows was terrified. To his astonishment, his deadly strike missed. His intended target, who was supposed to be killed with a single needle, had vanished without a trace. This is bad. We've fallen for their trap. The attacker's heart sank to the bottom. Without hesitation, he kicked off the ground, his body turning into a wisp of black smoke as he tried to disappear into the shadows. However, it was all too late. Playing stealth in front of me? You're not qualified. Luo Joshio's figure appeared behind him silently, as if by teleportation. The ice and lightning spear in his hand had already taken shape. A-rank martial skill, Annihilation Thunder Spear. With a muffled thud, the sharp blade pierced through flesh. The Japanese ninja, dressed in black night clothes and wearing a mask, didn't even have time to scream before Luo Joshio pierced his heart from behind with a single spear thrust. He turned his head in disbelief, staring at the boy with the devilish smile on his face, his eyes, as cold as a venomous snake, filled with endless fear and resentment. He really couldn't understand it. Why was his prized Igeryu top-tier ninjutsu, the hidden mist technique, so utterly vulnerable in front of this man? Because you are too weak. Luo Joshio seemed to have read his mind and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his arm, and a violent burst of ice and lightning power erupted instantly. That Igeryu ninja, along with his resentful soul, was crushed into countless specks of light. Ding! Host detected killing a villain, LV.5, gaining plus 800 evolution points. Japanese ninjas? Luo Joshio flicked the blood off his ice spear, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. It seems that this time, our international friends are even more enthusiastic than I expected. Without pausing, he vanished from his spot in a flash. He was going to meet up with his teammates, and then, a true hunt officially began. In the deep underwater world, somewhere in a deep trench, Lei Meng, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Tang Tiantian stood back to back, their expressions solemn as they stared intently at the enemy before them. Facing them were 3 Western youths clad in silver armor and wielding holy swords, exuding an air of sacred solemnity. They are the paladins from the sanctuary. The leader was a tall, handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, but whose eyes were full of arrogance. He is none other than Arthur, the most outstanding holy son of the Holy Church in this era. Eastern heretics. Arthur looked down at Lei Meng and the other 2 from his high position, his tone filled with undisguised contempt and disgust. Kneel down and repent for your sins. Hand over all your belongings and get out of this relic of the gods. Otherwise, I will represent the holy light and purify your filthy souls. Arthur's words were filled with a childish and arrogant air, which immediately enraged Lei Meng, who had a short temper. I'll purify your grandma's legs. Lei roared, hoisted his giant axe, and charged forward without hesitation. Calm down, Lei Meng. Feng Xiaoxiao, who was relatively calm, quickly pulled him back. The 3 opponents are all at least tier 3. Their leader, Arthur, is even tier 3, level 3. We simply can't beat them. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression was very solemn. The 3 of them were extremely unlucky. As soon as they entered, they were teleported to this dangerous trench. Before they could even find their way, they bumped into the 3 holy sons of the sanctuary. We have to fight even if we can't win. Lei Meng roared, his eyes bloodshot. Even if I die, I will never bow down to these pretentious foreign devils. Well said. Tang Tiantian's lovely face was also filled with determination. No one in the Dawn team is a coward. Foolish Easterners Arthur's, since you are determined to die, then I will grant your wish. Seeing their unyielding and resolute demeanor, Arthur's expression grew even colder. He raised the Holy Cross sword high in his hand, and a dazzling, holy golden light burst forth from his body. S-rank superpower, Holy Light. In the name of the Holy Light, Judgment. Arthur's voice, like a divine pronouncement, echoed throughout the entire trench. The holy sword instantly emitted a dazzling light, transforming into a golden sword aura tens of meters long, carrying a terrifying power to purify everything, and fiercely slashed down at Lei Meng and the other two. This is bad. Get out of the way. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically, and she pulled Tang Tian to retreat. Lei roared and unleashed all the energy within him, pouring it into the giant axe in his hand. Berserk. Whirlwind slash. The giant axe transformed into a terrifying tornado capable of tearing everything apart, directly clashing with the golden sword energy. The axe and sword exploded and collided in mid-air. A massive energy storm instantly swept through the trench, but Lei Meng's whirlwind slash, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, only lasted for less than 3 seconds in the face of the indestructible holy light sword energy. It was instantly pulverized. Lei Meng suffered a severe injury, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into a distant rock wall. His fate was unknown. Upon seeing this, Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Tiantian's eyes practically spit fire. Arthur looked at Lei Meng lying in a pool of blood, a contemptuous sneer on his face. He raised the holy sword once more, preparing to purify the remaining 2 heretics as well. However, at this very moment, show off in front of me? Are you worthy? A cold and domineering voice came from above his head without warning. Arthur was terrified and looked up abruptly. Suddenly, an Eastern youth dressed in a black combat suit, with ice wings on his back and his body wrapped in violent lightning appeared silently above his head. The boy looked down at him, his dark eyes cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. It's like looking at a corpse. Arthur stared at the unexpected boy before him, a sense of crisis rising within him like never before. The person who killed you. Luo Jiuxiao's voice was as calm as flowing water. He did not use any martial arts techniques, nor did he condense the ice lightning spear. It was simply a matter of throwing a punch. This punch seemed ordinary, not even generating the slightest bit of wind. However, Arthur sensed an aura of death that was enough to make his soul tremble. Holy light protection. Without hesitation, he poured out all the holy light power within his body, condensing it into a golden light shield several meters thick in front of him. This is his strongest defense. However, facing Luo Jiuxiao's seemingly ordinary punch, his proud protection by holy light was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. Snap, snap. A crisp sound, like shattering glass, rang out. The thick golden light shield shattered instantly upon contact with the fist, turning into countless points of light that scattered in all directions. Arthur's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with shock and despair. He tried to dodge, but found that his body was already locked by an invisible aura and he couldn't move at all. Arthur was struck dumb, spitting out a mouthful of hot golden blood. He was violently thrown back and slammed into the rock wall behind him. The entire trench trembled violently from the impact. A deathly silence. Whether it was Arthur's 2 paladin companions who were completely terrified, or Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Tiantian who were stunned by the scene in the distance, they all stared blankly at the Eastern boy who had withdrawn his fist and had a calm and breezy smile on his face, as if they had been frozen in place. My mind went completely blank. What exactly just happened? Arthur, the Holy Son, possesses the S-rank Holy Light ability and is hailed as a peerless prodigy, a talent unseen in a century by the Holy Temple. He was defeated by an unknown Eastern boy with a single punch? Moreover, it shattered his prized Holy Light protection head-on? Is this some kind of mythological movie? What kind of monster are you? Arthur struggled to his feet from the rubble, clutching the blood gushing from his chest, staring incredulously at Luo Jiuxiao. Those once proud blue eyes were now filled with nothing but endless horror and fear. He just couldn't understand it. How could a mere second-tier, 7th-level martial artist unleash such terrifying power? That power was pure, domineering, and full of destructive energy. Faced with his holy light, it was like a father beating his son, a complete and utter defeat. Upon hearing this, Luo Jiuxiao let out a cold laugh, his smile icy and mocking. In my opinion, a birdman like you who only knows how to play with light doesn't even deserve to be called a monster. He approached the holy son of the temple step by step, who had completely lost the will to fight, his voice as cold as a blade. S-class superpower? Holy light? Are you giving me gua sha? Every word Luo Jiuxiao said was like a resounding slap across Arthur's face, making his handsome face turn pale and then red. When had Arthur ever suffered such humiliation? Heretic, you're asking for death. Arthur was completely enraged. He roared, forcefully suppressing his injuries, and once again raised the holy cross sword in his hand. Holy light, grant me strength. Holy sword, judgment. The holy sword erupted with an even more dazzling golden light, and a massive sword aura, more solid and terrifying than before, shot into the sky, as if it would tear the entire underwater world apart. This is his trump card, and his strongest attack. He didn't believe that this young man from the east could withstand him. Lord Arthur. His 2 paladin companions finally snapped out of their shock and exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes met, and in each other's eyes was an unwavering determination. For the glory of the holy light. Holy light // The two roared in unison, unleashing all the holy light power within their bodies. Two slightly slender golden sword energies crossed out and attacked from both sides, striking down from the heavens. Three sword energies sealed off all of Luo Zhoushao's escape routes. They vowed to use this thunderous blow to completely purify this heretic who dared to blaspheme the holy light. Looking at the three overwhelming golden sword energies, Luo Zhousha showed no fear at all. Instead, an excited smile appeared on his face. Perfect, I'll use you guys to test my newly learned moves. The ice lightning spear in his hand condensed and took shape once more. On the gun barrel, the two completely opposite S-class superpowers, ice and lightning, began to frantically merge and compress. A chaotic power, more terrifying, pure, and filled with destructive energy than ever before, slowly spread out from the tip of the spear. Gun skills, martial arts, superpowers. When they all reach their peak, they can merge into one. This move is called. Luo Zhoushao's eyes burst forth with dazzling divine light. Ice and lightning, annihilation dragon god spear. With a low shout, the chaos spear instantly transformed into a black and white divine light that pierced through the heavens and earth. Smash it! The black and white divine light that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth collided violently with the three dazzling golden sword energies in the center of the trench. In an instant, the entire underwater world seemed to tremble violently. The three indestructible golden sword energies, formed from S-rank, holy light, power, instantly clashed upon contact with the black and white divine light. Like ice and snow under the blazing sun, it began to melt away silently. It didn't cause the slightest ripple of energy. Arthur and his two paladin companions stared wide-eyed at the bizarre scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. Their strongest combined attack, just like that, it's gone? He was stabbed to death with a single shot? What the hell is this thing? However, they had not yet recovered from the shock. The black and white divine light that annihilated the holy light sword energy showed no signs of slowing down. At a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive, it instantly traversed hundreds of meters and rushed straight towards them. Arthur only had time to let out a desperate roar before he was completely swallowed up by the black and white divine light. Three soft sounds, almost simultaneous and barely perceptible. Arthur and the two paladins froze, their faces forever frozen in that moment of horror and despair. Their bodies, from the inside out, gradually transformed into the most primordial particles, drifting with the current and dissipating into this azure underwater world. Not a single drop of blood was left. Ding! Detected that the host has killed the villain Arthur, LV.6, gaining plus 1,200 evolution points. Ding! Detected that the host has killed two villains, LV.4, gaining 1,000 evolution points. An S-class villain is indeed valuable. Luo Zhousha stared at the more than 2,000 evolution points that had suddenly increased on the system panel and nodded in satisfaction. After completing all this, he slowly withdrew his spear, and the terrifying aura that was capable of destroying the world dissipated. The entire trench returned to calm. It was as if the earth-shattering battle that had just taken place had never happened. Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Tiantian were completely stunned by the incredible scene before them. They stared blankly at the towering figure holding a long spear, as if he were a demon god, their minds completely blank. One shot. He instantly killed three third-tier holy sons of the holy temple? One of them even possesses S-class superpowers and has reached the third level of the third tier, hailed as a peerless prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent in the holy temple? Is this fucking a dream? Captain, what kind of monster is he? Tang Tiantian looked at Luo Zhousha, her big eyes filled not only with shock, but also with a hint of admiration and infatuation that she herself was unaware of. This man is incredibly strong, so powerful, it made her want to kneel down and sing conquer. At that moment, a weak cough came from the pile of rubble not far away. Lei Meng struggled to crawl out, looking around at the ravaged trench and the three paladins who had long since vanished, and asked with a bewildered expression, Did I miss something? Feng Xiaoxiao and Tang Tiantian exchanged a glance, and a bitter smile appeared in their eyes. Where did I miss it? It was simply a miracle we missed. Just then, Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan's anxious voices came through the tactical communicator. How's it going over there? We're almost there. It's alright, it's all resolved. Luo Zhousha answered calmly, then turned and walked towards the honest, burly man who was still lying in a pool of blood, his fate unknown. He took out a precious life potion from his spatial ring and stuffed it directly into Lei Meng's mouth. Lei Meng swallowed it subconsciously. A surge of powerful life energy instantly spread throughout his body, and his injuries began to heal at a visible speed. Captain, this is some kind of miraculous potion? Lei Meng felt the changes in his body and was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shut up and focus on recovering, Luo Zhousha said irritably. Soon, Li Xiaobai, Lu Ruyan, and Zhuge Qing also arrived. Seeing the mess at the scene and their three teammates who had almost fully recovered, the three of them were shocked. Captain, just now. Li Xiaobai looked at Luo Zhousha, his cold eyes filled with questions. It's nothing, I just killed three clueless bastards on the side. Luo Zhousha said casually, as if he had merely stepped on three ants. Just just casually killed 3 birdmen? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai and the other two couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Through Zhuge Qing's battlefield analysis, they clearly knew that those 3 birdmen were all genuine third-tier powerhouses. Captain, you've broken through again? Lu Ruyan gazed at Luo Zhouxiao, her captivating fox-like eyes filled with complex emotions. She could clearly sense that Luo Zhouxiao's aura was much stronger than it had been in the Black Wind Mountains. Before I knew it, I had reached the 3rd tier. Luo Zhouxiao nodded. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan nearly coughed up blood. What do you mean by accidentally reaching level 3? Do you think breakthroughs are like going to the toilet, something you can do whenever you want? Lu Ruyan felt that her Dao heart was almost destroyed by this man again. Alright, everyone, stop standing there. Luo Zhouxiao looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, this place is not safe to stay for long. We must leave as soon as possible. According to Zhuge Qing's intelligence, the East Sea Dragon Palace is divided into 3 areas, the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, and the core. We are probably still only on the periphery right now. Since it's a dragon palace, it must have a main hall. A glint of light flashed in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes. All the treasures and inheritances are most likely hidden in the main hall. Our goal is the main hall of the dragon palace. This time, no one raised any objections. Having just experienced the battle, Luo Zhouxiao had completely established godlike prestige in their hearts. Dawn Team, 7 members assembled. Led by Luo Zhouxiao, they began to explore this unknown and dangerous underwater world. Zhuge Qing, analyze our current location and the optimal route to the main hall of the Dragon Palace. Luo Zhouxiao cautiously looked around while calmly issuing instructions via tactical communicator. Zhuge Qing responded immediately, and the light blue data stream on the lenses of his specially made tactical glasses began to flash and calculate wildly. His A-level ability, Divine Calculation, has been developed and honed over the past few months and is no longer as immature as it once was. Now, with enough data to support him, his brain is as powerful as a human supercomputer. Reporting, Captain. Less than 10 seconds later, Zhuge Qing's voice rang out again. Based on the current topography of the trench, as well as the subtle changes in the surrounding water flow and elemental energy concentration, I have calculated 3 possible routes leading to the inner area. Route 1, head straight east through the dark kelp forest ahead. The estimated distance is 30 kilometers, and the danger level is medium. There may be strange beasts lurking in the kelp forest that are good at camouflage and ambush. Route 2, detouring north along the edge of the trench, is estimated to be 50 kilometers long and has a lower risk factor. However, it is the longest route and takes the most time. Route 3, going straight up through the lightless waters above us, is expected to be the shortest, less than 10 kilometers. But, Zhuge Qing's voice suddenly turned heavy as he spoke. However, the risk level is extremely high. The dark waters are one of the most chaotic and dangerous places in this outer region in terms of elemental energy. The seawater here is dark year-round for some unknown reason, with extremely low visibility. Moreover, according to scattered records, a terrifying sea monster with strength reaching the peak of the 3rd tier seems to be lurking there. Upon hearing these words, Lei Mang and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Damn it, another big guy has arrived? Lei Mang couldn't help but curse. We just took down a tier 3 wolf king, and now a tier 3 peak sea monster has appeared? This A-level secret realm is just too damn unreasonable. Captain, I suggest we take the 1st or 2nd route, Lu Ruyan said, her alluring face filled with seriousness. Although it takes longer, it is safer. Although Li Xiaobai and Feng Xiaoxiao didn't speak, they both nodded silently in agreement. They had blind faith in Luo Zhouxiao's strength, but the terrifying existence of a peak 3rd tier being was completely beyond their current capacity to withstand. Forcing your way in would be tantamount to suicide. Forcing your way in would be tantamount to suicide. Bang, 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 bang. This thought, like the cold, deep seawater, instantly flooded the minds of Lei Mang and his companions, sending chills down their spines. That was an existence that could easily crush all of them. Although they are geniuses in the elite class and the pride of their respective cities, they are not foolish enough to think that they can challenge a peak sea monster that dwells in the ancient secret realm. Captain, I think Senior Sister Lu was right. Feng Xiaoxiao, who had been silent all along, rarely spoke up. His usually expressionless face was now full of solemnity. We don't need to take that risk. The first path, the dark kelp forest, is dangerous, but at least it's still within our control. Yes, Captain. Tang Tiantian quickly chimed in, her cute little face scrunched up with fear as she looked at Luo Zhouxiao with trepidation. I don't want to be eaten by a sea monster. Even Li Xiaobai, who was always unruly and believed only in the principles of swordsmanship, frowned at this moment. Although he did not speak, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword expressed his attitude. For a moment, everyone in the Dawn team, except for Luo Zhouxiao, chose to back down. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. All eyes were focused on the boy who remained calm throughout, as if nothing had happened. They awaited the captain's final decision. Luo Zhouxiao did not respond immediately. He simply stared quietly at the 3 routes marked by Zhuge Qing on the holographic screen, his eyes gleaming with an unfathomable light. He sneered inwardly. In this perilous world, where can one find true safety? So-called safety is nothing more than an excuse used by the weak to numb themselves. Too slow. In his previous life, he was a top special forces soldier who carried out countless missions with near-death experiences. He understood better than anyone that the battlefield is ever-changing, and the so-called safest path sometimes hides the most deadly danger. The most dangerous roads, though full of thorns and death, often lead to the greatest opportunities. The path of martial arts is inherently defying the heavens, fighting against the heavens, contending with the earth, and battling against other people. If you don't even have the courage to challenge the unknown, what's the point of practicing martial arts? You might as well go home and raise pigs. His gaze was fixed on the third route, which was marked as extremely dangerous. A terrifying sea monster at the peak of the third tier? That sounds really exciting. How many evolution points would I get if I could kill it? 10,000? 20,000? Or more? The thought of those massive amounts of evolution points ignited a burning flame within Luo Jiaoxiao's heart. This is fucking a mobile treasure trove of experience. Danger is nothing. The word danger simply doesn't exist in front of someone as overpowered as me. Seeing that Luo Jiaoxiao remained silent, Zhuge Qing couldn't help but speak again, trying to persuade him. However, Luo Jiaoxiao raised his hand to interrupt him. He slowly stood up, looked around at the 6 team members whose faces were filled with worry and hesitation, and said in a calm but firm voice, "I have a question for you. Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to become stronger?" Upon hearing this question, all 6 of them were stunned, and then nodded instinctively. Who among those who can enter the elite class of Tianhe University doesn't yearn to become stronger? Who doesn't want to be a superior person, a powerful figure who guards a region? Luo Jiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction, a cold smile curving his lips. If you want to become stronger, then stop being a fucking coward in cowering. The path of martial arts is a narrow bridge that flows upstream. If you don't advance, you fall behind. If you're afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, always looking ahead and behind, what great things can you accomplish? A sea monster at the peak of the third tier is indeed powerful, but don't forget who we are. We are Dawn. We are the top geniuses of Tianhe University. We are the ones who will pierce the darkness and bring the dawn to this world. If even a mere third-tier beast can make us tremble with fear and shrink back, then what future do we have to talk about? What protection do we have to offer? The voices that seemed to fall from the heavens grew stronger and more powerful with each word, resounding and deafening. Like heavy hammers, they struck hard into the hearts of Lei Meng and his 6 companions. They are the dawn. They are the elite. They are geniuses. When did I become so timid? A surge of intense shame and long-suppressed passion erupted from the depths of my heart. Captain, Lei Meng's honest face turned bright red, and the burning pain made him unable to control himself. The captain is right. Damn it. When have I, Lei Meng, ever been such a coward? He patted his chest abruptly, and his eyes, which had been clouded by hesitation, were once again filled with fierce fighting spirit. It's just a peak third-tier beast. Damn it. That's right. Let's fuck them. Li Xiaobai's icy eyes erupted with an unprecedentedly sharp sword intent. My sword, Li Xiaobai's sword, has never feared anyone. He. If even the little brother captain says so, how can I, as his older sister, not support him? Lu Ruyan chuckled, her captivating fox-like eyes gleaming with a dangerous yet alluring light. Wherever Captain Brother goes, Sweetie will follow. Count me in. In an instant, all the team members were completely ignited by Luo Jiaoxiao's words. They were no longer afraid, and they were resolute and hesitant. His eyes were filled only with endless fighting spirit and fanaticism. Seeing their expressions, Luo Jiaoxiao finally showed a relieved smile. He's a promising young man. He walked up to the holographic map, pointed his finger, and slammed it down on the third route marked extremely dangerous. Since no one has any objections, then our goal is dark waters. Come on, follow me, let's pull off a big one. Come on, follow me, let's pull off a big one. Luo Jiaoxiao's voice, filled with boundless domineering power and confidence, echoed in the ears of every team member, as if igniting the passion within them, making it so intense it was almost burning. The 6 roared in unison, their voices booming, their fighting spirit soaring to an unprecedented height. At this moment, all their fear and hesitation had vanished. Instead, there was boundless anticipation for the upcoming battle and a blind worship of this freak captain. They firmly believed that as long as they followed this man, there was no obstacle they couldn't overcome. There is no enemy we cannot defeat. Without saying much, Luo Jiaoxiao suddenly spread his ice wings and charged towards the bottomless, unknown, and dangerous dark waters. Dawn Team, 7 members together. As the name suggests, this is a dark world where even sunlight cannot penetrate. The moment Luo Jiaoxiao and his 7 companions stepped into this body of water, a bone-chilling cold and a suffocating sense of oppression washed over them. The surrounding seawater was as black as ink, with visibility almost zero. They could only barely discern their direction and surroundings by relying on the faint light emitted by their respective superpowers, along with Zhuge Qing's tactical glasses that resembled a supercomputer. Captain, the energy fluctuations here are extremely chaotic. My detection equipment is being severely interfered with, and I can only detect a range of about 100 meters around me. Zhuge Qing Meng's voice, delivered clearly through the tactical communicator, reached everyone's ears with a solemn tone. Moreover, the pressure in this water is more than 10 times that outside. Everyone must maintain their ability shields and conserve their energy. The group responded in unison, reinforcing their supernatural shields while gripping their weapons and watching the unfathomable darkness with vigilance. In this pitch-black world, every rustle of wind could mean deadly danger. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The 7 people formed a tight defensive formation and cautiously swam upstream at an extremely slow pace. Luo Jiuxiao remains the spearhead of the team, leading the way. His eyes, enhanced by dual S-level superpowers, could still see clearly hundreds of meters away even in the dark. He clearly sensed that countless greedy and bloodthirsty eyes lurked in this dark water. Like hunters lurking in the darkness, they patiently wait, ready to deliver a fatal blow to these outsiders at any moment. A bunch of old fogies. Luo Jiuxiao sneered inwardly, but did not act rashly. He continued to maintain a steady pace and led the team upstream. Wait for these hidden scoundrels to show themselves. The surroundings remained deathly silent. Apart from the sound of them paddling in the water and their soft breathing, there was no other sound. This unknown fear is more tormenting than facing the enemy directly. Cold sweat beaded on Lei Meng and the others' foreheads, and their hands gripping their weapons trembled slightly from excessive tension. Damn it, why aren't these beasts coming out yet? Lei Meng cursed under his breath in the team chat. If this keeps up, I'm going to be driven crazy by this godforsaken place. Calm down, Lei Meng. Li Xiaobai's icy voice rang out. They are waiting for us to make a mistake. It is precisely in times like these that we must remain calm. I know, but, shoo, don't speak. Just then, Luo Jiuxiao's icy voice suddenly interrupted them. Something is coming. Dozens of pitch-black, lightning-fast shadows burst forth from the darkness in all directions without warning. It was a group of terrifying beasts, each only the size of a palm, resembling piranhas in appearance, but with sharp, knife-like fangs. They are incredibly fast, and it happened so quietly. Lei Meng and the others finally reacted when the animals were less than 10 meters away from them. It's the shadow demon fish. Zhuge Qing's exclamation came through the communicator. Everyone be careful. Although these beasts are not strong individually, only at the second tier, first level, they are social creatures. Moreover, their teeth are highly venomous and have armor-piercing properties. Once bitten, the consequences are unimaginable. However, his warning came too late. Dozens of shadow demon fish, like a black whirlwind of death, swept towards the crowd. Damn it, let's fight them. Lei roared, his giant axe blazing with dazzling light as he charged forward. Don't move. Just then, Luo Jiuxiao's cold and majestic voice rang out again. Lei Meng, Feng Xiaoxiao, Li Xiaobai, form a triangular defensive formation and hold the front. Lu Ruyan, Tang Tian, control their movements. Zhuge Qing, locate their weaknesses. Under Luo Jiuxiao's calm and steady command, the 6 people who were initially somewhat flustered immediately found their backbone. Without hesitation, they immediately acted swiftly according to the instructions. Rock-solid defense. Lei Meng roared, and his B-level ability, Berserk Battle Axe, instantly switched to a defensive stance, with an incredibly thick rock shield appearing out of thin air in front of him. Peerless sword intent, sword curtain. Li Xiaobai shouted in a low voice, and the long sword in his hand transformed into countless sword shadows, weaving into an impenetrable sword net. Feng Xiaoxiao's figure flashed, and his twin blades, like 2 streaks of blue lightning, precisely intercepted those who slipped through the net. The 3 of them instantly formed an unbreakable steel defense line. Candyland, open. Tang Tiantian's charming and adorable voice rang out, and a strange pink energy rapidly spread out from her center. The shadow demon fish, which were originally as fast as lightning, slowed down significantly upon contact with this pink energy. A hint of confusion even flashed in their eyes. Enchanting voice, mental shock. Lu Ruyan seized the opportunity and condensed her powerful mental energy into an invisible shockwave, which fiercely bombarded the minds of those shadow demon fish. The demonic fish, struck by the mental shock, let out a shrill scream, its body twisting wildly in the water, completely disoriented. A hint of approval flashed in Luo Jiuxiao's eyes. This combo is seamlessly connected. Just then, Zhuge Qing's voice rang out. Report, Captain. Weak point located. On their bellies. That's the only vulnerable spot they don't have covered by scales. A cold, stern smile appeared on Luo Jiuxiao's lips. Since you've brought the food right to my mouth, it would be unreasonable for me not to help. Leave the rest to me. Leave the rest to me. Luo Jiuxiao's voice was calm, yet it sounded like a death sentence, echoing in the ears of every team member. A terrifying aura, more violent and domineering than ever before, erupted from his body. Luo Jiuxiao finally stopped holding back and fully displayed his true strength, which he had just broken through to all his teammates. Feeling this terrifying pressure that could make one's soul tremble, Lei Meng was the first to swear. His large, round eyes stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the back of the figure, which was enveloped in ice and lightning, and looked like a god. His mind went completely blank. Third order? The captain has already broken through to the 3rd tier? When the hell is this? A few days ago, in the Black Wind Mountains, he was only at the 7th level of the 2nd tier. It's only been a few days, and it's already broken through. Moreover, it was a major breakthrough from the second tier to the third tier. Damn it! Is this some kind of living hell? Lei Meng felt his martial spirit being ruthlessly crushed once again by this man. Li Xiaobai, Lu Ruyan, Feng Xiaoxiao, Tang Tiantian, and Zhu Geqing were all stunned. They stared blankly at Luo Zhouxiao, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief, as if they were facing a monster that had stepped out of mythology and was completely out of control. They had thought they had overestimated the captain's abilities, but to their surprise, they actually underestimated him. That's an outrageous underestimation. No wonder he dared to lead us through this dark, watery area. Lu Ruyan stared at that aloof figure, a strange light gleaming in her captivating fox-like eyes. Just how many secrets is this man hiding? What the hell are you all standing there for? Just as they were still reeling from the shock, Luo Zhouxiao's icy voice rang out again. Watching a show? The six were startled, but quickly regained their senses and suppressed their shock, throwing themselves back into the battle with renewed focus. At this moment, Luo Zhouxiao's figure had already transformed into a streak of light that cut through the darkness and rushed directly into the controlled school of fish. A-rank martial skill, Annihilation Thunder Spear. The ice lightning spear in his hand had now completely transformed into a raging thunderbolt. Thick, bucket-sized bolts of purple lightning raged outwards from him in all directions. Those shadow demon fish, already slowed down by the slowing and mental interference, had no chance to resist in this sea of lightning. Instantly electrocuted into charcoal. Large swaths of them were sold out instantly. This is no longer a battle. This is fucking a one-sided massacre. Less than 30 seconds. The dozens of shadow demon fish that had given Lei Meng and his companions a splitting headache and even made them feel desperate were all wiped out by Luo Zhouxiao alone. Ding! Defeat 35 Tier 2 Level 1 Spectral Beasts, Shadow Demon Fish, gaining 4,200 evolution points. Luo Zhouxiao looked at the more than 4,000 evolution points that suddenly appeared on the system panel and was secretly delighted. The thrill of leveling up by mowing the lawn is fucking amazing. The six teammates behind him were already completely shocked by what they saw, a scene that could only be described as a miracle. They stared blankly at the boy who was floating in the water, still enveloped in lingering lightning, like a thunder god descending to earth, forgetting even to breathe. Lei Meng swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. That move you just made? Oh, just an A-level martial arts technique. Luo Zhouxiao said it casually, as if he had only done a trivial thing. A-level martial arts skill, just that? Upon hearing this, Lei Meng and the others felt a sweet taste in their throats and almost vomited blood on the spot. That's an A-level martial arts technique. A treasure so rare and precious that it would drive countless martial kings to frantic pursuit. How did it become just that in your mouth? Can't we just talk like normal people? Alright, everyone, stop standing there. Ignoring their devastated appearance, Luo Zhouxiao said in a deep voice, keep moving forward. Finish this quickly. With Luo Zhouxiao, a super strong third-tier player, the six people no longer felt any fear. Instead, there was endless excitement and anticipation. With a captain like this, what's there to be afraid of? The journey that followed unfolded exactly as Luo Zhouxiao had predicted. This dark body of water hides countless dangers. They were attacked by several waves of strange beasts. There are deep-sea venomous pythons that spray strong acid venom, swordfish that release high-pressure water jets, and even ghost jellyfish that can control undead seaweed to launch mental attacks. Any one of these beasts, if released alone, would be enough to wipe out an ordinary Tier 2 squad on the spot. Unfortunately for them, they've run into the Dawn team today. It's Dawn, with an unreasonable and overpowered captain like Luo Zhouxiao. Under Luo Zhouxiao's monstrous strength and calm, composed command, the 7 members of the Dawn team unleashed a terrifying combat power that was far greater than the sum of its parts. Lei Meng was in charge of defense, Feng Xiaoxiao focused on assassination, Li Xiaobai launched a powerful attack, Lu Ruyan and Tang Tiantian controlled the situation, and Zhu Geqing provided precise tactical analysis comparable to a supercomputer. The 7 people each performed their duties perfectly, and their teamwork was flawless. They were like an unstoppable sword, carving a bloody path through this dark world full of death and danger. Luo Zhouxiao, on the other hand, is more like the arrival of a war god. He alone accounted for at least 80% of the team's damage output. Any beast that dared to stand in their way, whether it was a peak second-tier beast or an early third-tier beast, was dealt with cleanly and efficiently by him, one shot at a time. That invincible demeanor, like cutting melons and vegetables, sweeping across the land, made Lei Meng and his companions' blood boil, and they worshipped him to the point of prostration. At this moment, their admiration for Luo Zhouxiao had long surpassed simple respect. That was a kind of blind worship and faith. In their hearts, the captain is invincible. Report, Captain. A massive energy source has been detected 1 kilometer ahead. Just then, Zhu Geqing's urgent voice rang out again. The energy intensity is more than 10 times that of the previous Tier 3 Wolf King. Based on the model's analysis, there is a 99% probability that it is the guardian of this lightless water area, a peak-level Tier 3 deep-sea monstrous giant. Upon hearing this name, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The real big boss is finally about to appear. Everyone, rest where you are. Get back to full strength. A hint of seriousness flashed in Luo Jiaoxiao's eyes. This is nothing like those old clay chickens and clay dogs. Although his strength has greatly increased, he still dares not be careless in the slightest when facing an existence of this level. Everyone immediately obeyed the order and took out various pills and potions from their spatial rings to quickly restore their physical strength and energy. Luo Jiaoxiao then flashed forward, silently sneaking behind a huge coral reef ahead, his sharp eyes fixed on the source of the terrifying energy fluctuations. In the pitch-black seawater a kilometer away, a shadow as large as a small mountain lay dormant. Its body blended almost seamlessly into the surrounding darkness, making it virtually undetectable without Zhuge Qing's detection. It appears to be asleep, but with each breath, it stirred up huge undercurrents in the seawater. A terrifying pressure, filled with the aura of ancient times, emanated from it, making it impossible for any beast within 100 meters to approach. That size is terrifying. Luo Jiaoxiao stared at the enormous shadow, his heart filled with shock. If this thing goes berserk, it could probably swallow an entire mothership whole. Captain, what should we do? Lu Ruiyan's voice, tinged with nervousness, came through the communicator. Luo Jiaoxiao's voice was grave. This guy is even more difficult to deal with than we expected. Then, what do we do now? Tang Tiantian's voice trembled. Luo Jiaoxiao's lips curled into a crazy smile. Since we're here, we can't leave empty-handed. Luo Jiaoxiao's voice, filled with madness and fighting spirit, was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the tactical communicator. Their hearts, which had just grown cold with fear, were instantly ignited. They are the Dawn. Following Luo Jiaoxiao, that freakish captain, a madman who dares to confront even a beast tied head-on. It's just a mere peak stage tier 3 monster. The captain's right. Let's fucking kill them. Lei Meng was the first to roar, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit, his pupils bloodshot. I've had my eye on this hairy beast for ages. Today I'm going to chop it into mincemeat. Count me in. An unprecedentedly sharp sword intent erupted from Li Xiaobai's icy gaze. My sword, Li Xiaobai's, has never slain a peak 3rd tier demon king. Today is the perfect day to test its edge. He. Since the little brother captain has said so, then I, as his older sister, have no choice but to accompany him on his own terms. Lu Ruiyan chuckled softly, a dangerous glint flashing in her captivating fox-like eyes. In an instant, the 6 members of the Dawn team were filled with high fighting spirit and unstoppable momentum. They no longer felt any fear or hesitation. Their eyes were filled only with endless anticipation for the upcoming battle. Luo Jiaoxiao looked at them and nodded in satisfaction. This is more worthy of the name Dawn. Zhuge Qing, Captain, here. Immediately analyze the weaknesses of this deep-sea monster and the surrounding terrain, and formulate the optimal battle plan. Lei Meng, Li Xiaobai, Feng Xiaoxiao, the 3 of you are responsible for containing it head-on. Remember, don't engage it directly. Just hold it off and create opportunities for me. Lu Ruiyan, Tang Tiantian, you 2 are responsible for remote control and harassment, doing everything possible to restrict its movements and disrupt its perception. A cold killing intent flashed in Luo Jiaoxiao's eyes. I will be the sharpest knife that pierces its heart. The 6 responded in unison, their voices loud and resolute. Luo Jiaoxiao took a deep breath, and the ice lightning spear in his hand condensed into shape once more. Dawn team, all attendees. Target, Kraken. Prepare for the attack. With Luo Jiaoxiao's command, 7 figures shot out like arrows, transforming into streams of light of different colors, silently surrounding the still sleeping deep-sea monster from all directions. A meticulously planned ambush targeting a peak 3rd tier demon king has begun. A roar filled with endless rage and violence instantly resounded throughout the entire dark waters. The sleeping Kraken has been awakened. Its enormous, abyss-black eyes snapped open, locking onto the 7 humans who dared to disturb its peaceful slumber. A terrifying pressure erupted from its massive, mountain-like body. The seawater in the entire dark water area began to boil wildly at this moment. Now, do it! Luo Jiaoxiao roared and was the first to launch an attack. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. The enormous ice dragon roared out, carrying a world-destroying force, and crashed into the deep-sea monster that had just awakened and was still somewhat dazed. Berserk battle axe, split the mountain. Peerless sword intent, break through the army. Swift twin blades, wild dance. Lei Meng, Li Xiaobai, and Feng Xiaoxiao launched their strongest attacks simultaneously, bombarding the giant head of the deep-sea monster from the front. Candy Land, sweet trap. A bewitching voice, a piercing mental scream. Tang Tiantian and Lu Ruiyan's control skills, like maggots clinging to bones, silently invaded the mind of the deep-sea krite. Instantly, the entire lightless waters were enveloped in dazzling supernatural light. A terrifying energy storm raged wildly. Faced with this devastating concentrated attack, the Kraken merely snorted coldly, responding with disdain. Suddenly, a jet-black energy shield covered with strange runes appeared on its massive body. The attacks from Lei Meng and his 2 companions struck the shield, only causing slight ripples before being instantly neutralized. Lu Ruiyan and Tang Tiantian's mental attacks were like a stone thrown into the sea, causing no ripples whatsoever. The ice dragon, capable of freezing everything, shattered into countless ice crystals the instant it collided with the shield. Seeing this, everyone's hearts sank. Their combined second strongest attack, consisting of 7 people, couldn't even break through the opponent's defense? How are we supposed to fight like this? The Kraken, which had blocked all the attacks, was utterly enraged. Its dark eyes instantly turned blood red. Suddenly, the gaping maw opened wide, as if it could devour everything. Call! A jet-black beam of destruction, more than 10 times more terrifying than the breath of the previous frost wyvern, swept towards everyone like divine punishment. Abyssal breath, the skill of a peak third-tier demon king. Where the jet-black beam of light passed, the space itself seemed to be corroded and melted. This is bad. Scatter! Luo Zhaoxiao's pupils suddenly contracted. Without hesitation, he flapped his ice wings, trying to get his teammates away. However, the speed of that destructive beam was astonishing. It was so fast they didn't even have time to react. Looking at the overwhelming black beams of light filled with the aura of death, all that remained in everyone's eyes was endless despair. Is their first team training exercise going to end in such a way that they are all wiped out? Damn it! Let's go all out! Lei Meng's burly body suddenly rushed to the front. His honest face was filled with determination and fearlessness. As firm as a rock, unmoving as a mountain, he roared and poured all the energy in his body into the heavy rock shield without reservation. The giant rock shield shone brightly instantly, becoming more solid and heavy than ever before. He actually wanted to use his own body to withstand the skill of a peak third-tier demon king. Lei Meng, are you crazy? Come back here. Li Xiaobai and Feng Xiaoxiao witnessed this scene and their eyes widened in fury. Captain, brothers, let's drink together again in the next life. Lei Meng turned around, grinned, and his smile was bright but full of reluctance. The pitch-black beam of destruction slammed into the giant rock shield. Captain, can't hold on any longer. In just a moment, the rock defense, which Lei Meng had condensed by exhausting all his energy and was powerful enough to withstand the full force of a third-tier beginner expert, shattered like fragile glass. Lei Meng's burly body was as if it had been hit by a high-speed maglev train. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spurted out. His chest was deeply sunken in a bizarre, visible arc. The burly body, like a kite with a broken string, drew a bloody line in the air before crashing heavily onto the canyon wall hundreds of meters away, sending up a shower of rubble. Lei Meng, Li Xiaobai, Feng Xiaoxiao, Lu Ruyan, Tang Tiantian, and Zhu Geqing witnessed this scene and their eyes widened in horror, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Their eyes instantly turned red. That burly man who always had a honest and simple smile and loved to bicker with Feng Xiaoxiao like a simpleton. That reliable meat shield who always charged to the front in battle, using his broad back to block damage for them. Did he just die like that? Damn it! I'll fight you to the death. Li Xiaobai has completely gone mad. Anger blazed in his cold, sword-like eyes. Without hesitation, the broken sword in his hand unleashed its last light as he charged forward, ready to perish together with that damned beast. However, he had barely moved. A large, cold, and powerful hand pressed down firmly on his shoulder. Don't act impulsively. Luo Zhaoxiao's voice was hoarse and cold, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Captain, Lei Meng, Li Xiaobai's voice trembled violently with extreme anger and grief. He's not dead yet. Luo Zhaoxiao's gaze was fixed on Lei Meng, who was completely unconscious in the distance and whose breath was so weak that he was almost gone. His dark eyes flashed with an unprecedentedly cold, killing intent. Upon hearing these 3 words, a glimmer of hope instantly ignited in Li Xiaobai and his companions' hearts, which had sunk to the bottom. But what followed was an even deeper despair. So what if he didn't die? So badly injured, what difference is there between that and death? In this perilous secret realm, a severely wounded soldier who has lost the ability to fight will only suffer a more tragic fate than dying outright. At this moment, the deep-sea monster that had just severely injured Lei Meng seemed extremely satisfied with the power of its attack. Its jet-black eyes, filled with mockery, swept over the group of ants before it that had completely lost their will to fight before it once again opened its blood-red maw, large enough to devour everything. Another, abyssal breath, is brewing wildly in its mouth. The shadow of death once again loomed over everyone's hearts. This time, it's really over. No one could shield them from this devastating blow. Captain, we'll be brothers again in our next life. Feng Xiaoxiao gazed at the increasingly bright black energy sphere filled with an aura of death and slowly closed his eyes with a bitter smile. However, just when everyone had given up resistance and were preparing to face death, who dares to touch my people? Did you fucking ask me? Luo Zhaoxiao's icy, bone-chilling voice, filled with endless killing intent, was like the roar of a demon god from the 9 netherworlds, and it exploded without warning throughout the entire lightless waters. He did something crazy that no one expected. He actually charged headlong into the brewing, abyssal breath. Captain, no! Captain, no! Upon seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan and Tang Tiantian's expressions changed drastically, and they cried out in alarm. That's a skill from a peak third-tier demon king. Lei Meng tried his best but couldn't stop it. If he rushes in now, it's tantamount to suicide. However, Luo Zhaoxiao completely ignored their shouts. His eyes burned with an unprecedented, insane flame. Give me some more. Add everything that can be added. Luo Zhaoxiao roared hysterically in his heart. He stared at the more than 60,000 evolution points on the system panel, his eyes flashing with a desperate madness. It's all or nothing. nothing. In his past life he failed to protect his comrades, which was his lifelong regret. This time, he absolutely will not allow the same tragedy to repeat itself before his eyes. Only he himself can stand up for himself. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on him, I'll grind them to dust. Ding! Host has 67,440 evolution points detected. Begin upgrading? Enough with the nonsense. Promote him. Ding! Evolution points minus 5,000. Congratulations on your realm advancement. Third tier, level 1. Third tier, level 2. Ding! Evolution points minus 6,000. Congratulations on your realm advancement. Third tier, second level. Third tier, third level. Ding! Evolution points minus 7,000. Congratulations on your realm advancement. Third tier, third level. Third tier, fourth level. A series of more powerful, violent, and destructive energies than ever before erupted within him like a flood bursting its banks. His cultivation level soared like a rocket at an unbelievable speed that completely defied the norms of cultivation. His aura, too, became increasingly terrifying and vast as it surged wildly. The suffocating pressure even caused the surrounding pitch-black seawater to boil and distort violently. The deep-sea giant, which was preparing a powerful attack, finally noticed something was wrong. Its dark eyes were fixed on the tiny human whose aura was increasing at an abnormal speed, and its eyes showed solemnity and unease. It just couldn't understand it. How could that ant, which was just half dead from my single blow, suddenly become so terrifying in just a few seconds? This oppressive force, even, has he already subtly surpassed himself? An unprecedented, deadly sense of crisis from the depths of its soul instantly enveloped its heart. We can't let him continue like this. You must, immediately, right now, kill him. The deep-sea monster no longer dared to hesitate or show the slightest contempt. Before it could even fully prepare the abyssal breath, it forcefully ejected the black energy ball, which was already mostly condensed and contained destructive power, towards Luo Joshio. Only now are you preparing to make a move? Just as that black energy ball, capable of destroying everything, was about to collide with Luo Joshio suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. An aura more terrifying and domineering than the Kraken, filled with supreme divine power, was fully awakened at this moment. The entire dark waters trembled violently and wailed due to the eruption of this terrifying pressure. The pitch-black, viscous seawater was forcibly pushed aside by invisible air currents, forming a vacuum zone with a diameter of over a kilometer. Luo Joshio, however, quietly floated in the center of this vacuum zone. His body was shimmering with icy blue divine light and purple gold lightning, and behind him condensed a majestic Dharma image that was 100 meters tall, holding an ice dragon and a lightning spear. That Dharma image was solemn and sacred, carrying supreme divine power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was as if he were the sole ruler of this world. Third tier, ninth level. In the distance, Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan, who had just struggled to their feet, stared blankly at the figure that seemed to have descended like a god, their minds blank, muttering to themselves. They felt that their worldview had been completely overturned by this man today, shattered to pieces. Breakthrough during battle? This is no longer a breakthrough achieved in battle. It's practically like transcending tribulation and ascending to immortality in the midst of battle. He soared from the 7th level of the 2nd tier to the peak of the 9th level of the 3rd tier in one go. There's a whole major realm and 2 minor realms separating them. Even a legendary monster who has lived for 1,000 years couldn't possibly make such an astonishing leap in such a short time, could he? A monster? No, he's not a monster. Looking at the back view that made her soul tremble, Lu Ruyan's captivating fox-like eyes were already filled with endless shock and infatuation. He is God. At this moment, Luo Joshio, who had become the focus of the entire audience, finally slowly opened his eyes. A wisp of profound, chaotic divine light, as deep as the birth and death of stars in the universe, flashed and disappeared in his pupils. He glanced at his system panel. Name, Luo Joshio. Evolution points, 1440. Special abilities, S-rank Ice type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-rank Lightning type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-rank, Invisibility. Realm level, 3rd tier, 9th level, peak. Martial Arts, Spear Technique, peak, A-rank, Annihilation Thunder Spear, peak, B-rank. Ice Dragon's Fury, peak, B-rank. Lightning Phantom Step, peak, B-rank. Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings, peak. Luo Joshio exhaled a long breath, feeling the surging, terrifying power within his body, as if a single punch could shatter a planet. A confident yet somewhat cruel smile appeared on his lips. Peak of the 9th level of the 3rd tier. This feeling is fucking awesome. He looked up, his gaze calmly settling on the black energy sphere that was now almost within reach, brimming with destructive power. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, he did something crazy that no one could understand. He neither dodged nor evaded, and he didn't even condense the ice lightning spear in his hand. He simply raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and gently pressed it towards the abyssal breath that was capable of destroying everything. Is he insane? He actually wants to catch a 3rd tier peak Demon King's skill with his bare hands? Seeing this, Li Xiaobai and Lu Ruyan's hearts were in their throats. A bizarre scene that left everyone's eyes wide open quietly unfolded. The black energy sphere, brimming with destructive power, instantly, upon contact with Luo Zhouxiao's palm. Like a docile pet, it floated quietly in his palm, spinning wildly, but could no longer move forward even an inch. Luo Zhouxiao suddenly clenched his fist. "Break for me." A crisp sound, like shattering glass, suddenly rang out. That abyssal breath, powerful enough to destroy a small mountain, was actually crushed by him. Fragments of black energy burst forth like fireworks, then quietly dissipated between our fingers. A deathly silence enveloped the entire lightless waterway. You could hear a pin drop. Whether it was Li Xiaobai and his companions in the distance, or the arrogant and conceited deep-sea monster, they all stared at the scene before them in disbelief, as if they had been frozen in place, forgetting even to breathe. Barehanded, he actually crushed the skill of a peak third-tier demon king? Is this something a carbon-based life form could possibly do? Roar! The shrewd mind of the deep-sea monster was filled with doubt. Its dark eyes were fixed on the unharmed boy, whose clothes hadn't even been touched, and fear flickered in its eyes. It was truly terrified. This was the first time it had ever seen such a terrifying and unreasonable human. It must escape immediately. This thought instantly took over its entire mind. Without hesitation, the massive, mountain-like body twisted violently, preparing to turn and flee to the deepest part of the dark waters. Trying to run now? Luo Zhouxiao's cold and mocking voice, like the pronouncement of death, rang out behind it. Did you have a good time just now? Now, it's my turn. Before he finished speaking, Luo Zhouxiao's figure transformed into a streak of light that pierced the heavens and earth, instantly traversing hundreds of meters and appearing above the giant sea monster. Today, I'll show you what fucking despair really means. The ice lightning spear materialized once more in his hand. On the gun, ice and lightning, two completely opposite S-class supernatural powers, are frantically fused and compressed in an extremely mysterious way. A chaotic power, more terrifying, purer, and more destructive than ever before, slowly emanated from the tip of the spear. Ice and lightning, annihilation dragon god spear. With a deafening roar, the chaotic spear instantly transformed into a black and white divine light that pierced through heaven and earth. It slammed down hard on the frantically fleeing deep sea monster. No, it's piercing. A dull, deafening crash, like tearing cloth, pierced the still, lightless waters. That black and white divine light that pierced through the heavens and earth with an unparalleled and devastating force fiercely pierced the massive, mountain-like head of the deep sea monster. It pierced right through its massive body from head to tail. The frantically fleeing sea monster suddenly froze, stopping in midair. Its enormous, pitch-black eyes, as dark as an abyss, quickly dimmed, replaced by endless bewilderment, confusion, and even relief. It slowly and laboriously turned its pierced head, finally gazing at the boy who hovered in midair, holding a long spear like a demon god. That look seemed to ask, "Why? Why are you so powerful?" However, Luo Zhouxiao did not provide an answer. He remained expressionless, then suddenly swung his arm. A chaotic force, more violent and destructive than before, erupted from the gun. The enormous, indestructible body of the deep-sea monster, along with its unwilling soul, was completely crushed from the inside out by this terrifying power, turning into the most primitive particles. Not even a trace was left. Ding! Detected that the host has defeated a Tier 3, 9th level peak alien beast deep-sea kraken, epic boss, gaining 50,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden achievement, Godslayer, beginner. Reward, special title, Deep-Sea Butcher, which increases damage against aquatic beasts by 30% when equipped. An epic level boss? A special title? Seeing the successive notifications on the system panel, Luo Zhouxiao's heart started pounding wildly again. This time, we really made a killing. This is an absolute steal. He not only raised his cultivation level to the peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level in one go, but also took down an epic level boss, gaining 50,000 evolution points and a prestigious title. This feeling is even better than winning the lottery. Looking at his suddenly abundant evolution points, Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but reveal a smug, villainous smile. At this moment, Lei Meng and his 6 companions in the distance were already stunned by the earth-shattering, miraculous scene before them. They stared blankly as the arrogant and domineering 3rd-tier peak demon king, who had just plunged them into endless despair, was instantly killed by their freakish captain with a single shot. Moreover, it didn't even leave a trace, it vaporized instantly. Am I fucking dreaming? Lei Meng pinched himself hard, the intense pain making him realize that everything in front of him was absolutely real. One shot, instantly killed a peak 3rd-tier demon king. Li Xiaobai gripped the broken long sword, looking at the sword heart that had been severely damaged and was now completely shattered, with no possibility of being pieced back together. Is the difference between people really that great? This is no longer a gap. Damn it, this is a gap between species. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth tightly with her hand to prevent herself from screaming. Her captivating fox-like eyes were already filled with shock, gleaming with a light of adoration. This man is too strong, so powerful, she couldn't help but want to kneel down and sing conquer. Tang Tiantian gazed at the boy who was slowly falling from midair, his world-destroying aura gradually receding, and uttered those 2 words in a trembling voice. Besides the shock, there was also a hint of dependence and adoration in her eyes that she herself was unaware of. Just now, at that most desperate moment, it was this man who descended like like a god and pulled her back from the brink of death. She will never forget this kindness. Luo Joshua landed slowly, walked to the place where the deep-sea monster had disappeared, bent down and picked up a huge crystal core the size of a basketball, completely black and radiating a powerful and pure water energy. Peak Tier 3, Water-type Demon Core. Moreover, it's a top-tier demon core dropped by an epic-level boss. If this thing were sold on the black market, it would fetch not just millions, but probably tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, with countless powerful individuals vying to buy it. It's fucking valuable. Luo Joshua weighed the heavy demon core in his hand with satisfaction and casually tossed it into his spatial ring. After finishing all this, he turned around and looked at his 6 teammates who were completely dumbfounded and looked at him with the same kind of worship as if he were a god. He said calmly, "Alright, that's a wrap. We should go to the main hall of the Dragon Palace to get the real treasure." A real treasure? The 6 men perked up upon hearing this. Even this desolate, sunless body of water is guarded by a Tier 3 peak boss. What kind of earth-shattering treasure is hidden in the true Dragon Palace main hall? Thinking of this, all 6 of them started breathing rapidly. "Captain, we'll listen to you." Lei Meng was the first to express his admiration for Luo Joshua, saying that he now admires him 1000%. Let alone going to the Dragon Palace's main hall, even if Luo Joshua said he was going to pierce through the heavens, he would dare to go with him. Luo Joshua didn't say much. After confirming the direction, his ice wings unfolded again, and he led his team members, who had completely become his die-hard fans, towards the inner area full of endless temptations. After crossing that dark expanse of water, the view suddenly opened up before us. A magnificent crystal palace complex, even more grand and imposing than what they had seen from the outside, and filled with a profound ancient charm, suddenly appeared before their eyes. Pavilions and towers, carved railings, and jade steps, exotic flowers and rare herbs, auspicious beasts, and clouds. All of this is so beautiful it seems to belong to another world. This is the inner perimeter of the East Sea Dragon Palace? It's so damn beautiful. Lei Meng couldn't help but swear as he looked at the fairy tale-like scene before him. Everyone be careful. The more beautiful the place, the more dangerous it often is, Zhuge Qing said calmly, adjusting his glasses. However, to their surprise, the rest of the journey went surprisingly smoothly. The journey was smooth and unobstructed, no powerful beasts appeared, and not even a small fish or shrimp was seen. The entire inner perimeter of the Dragon Palace was eerily quiet. Something's not right. Luo Joshua frowned slightly. Beneath this eerie calm, a greater crisis must be lurking. Zhuge Qing, what have you discovered? Luo Joshua asked. Reporting, Captain, the surrounding elemental energy fluctuations are very stable, and there are no signs of life. Zhuge Qing's expression also turned solemn. But, I always feel that there is a pair of eyes watching us from the shadows. It seems we've trespassed on someone else's territory. A cold glint flashed in Luo Joshua's eyes. Just then, they finally arrived at the very center of the Dragon Palace. A magnificent golden palace, taller and more imposing than any of the surrounding palaces, stood before them. The entire main hall was cast from an unknown golden divine metal, and was engraved with countless lifelike ancient dragon and phoenix patterns, exuding an unparalleled dragon might that could suppress all ages. A huge plaque hangs above the main hall, with 3 large characters engraved in a vigorous and elegant style. Upon seeing these 3 words, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This is the main hall of the East Sea Dragon Palace. It is the core of the entire secret realm. All the treasures and heritage must be hidden inside. However, just as they were about to rush in to find out what was going on, an old and dignified voice suddenly rang in their minds. Anyone who trespasses into the Dragon God's palace shall die. The voice was vast and boundless, filled with supreme majesty, as if it came directly from the depths of the soul. Lei Meng and his 6 companions felt a buzz in their heads, as if they had been hit hard by an invisible giant hammer. Their minds were shaken, their blood surged, and they almost knelt down on the spot. Even Luo Joshua, who had reached the peak of the 3rd rank and 9th level, frowned and felt unprecedented pressure. This oppressive force absolutely surpasses Tier 3. It was even more terrifying than Chen Dong, the 5th level martial king he had ever met. Could it be that sleeping guardian beast? Luo Joshua felt a chill run down his spine, his sharp hawk-like eyes fixed on the magnificent golden dragon god temple. Who goes there? Playing tricks. Get out here. Lei Meng forcefully suppressed the surging blood and chi within him, roared, and the giant axe in his hand burst forth with dazzling light, ready to strike the main hall. Luo Joshua gave a low shout, stopping him in time. Captain? Lei Meng looked at him in confusion. Don't be impulsive. Luo Joshua's expression was unusually solemn. What's inside is beyond our ability to deal with. Not someone we can handle? Upon hearing this, Lei Meng and the other 6 were shocked. Even their freakish captain said he couldn't handle it, so how terrifying must it be? Just as they were filled with doubt and uncertainty, the tightly closed gates of the Dragon God Temple suddenly and silently opened slowly. An ancient aura, even more vast and boundless than before, filled with supreme dragon might, swept out from the main hall. A gigantic, 100-meter-long phantom dragon, composed of pure golden energy, slowly emerged from the main hall. That dragon had a head like a camel camel, antlers like a deer, eyes like a rabbit, ears like a cow, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a carp, claws like an eagle, and paws like a tiger. Its entire body radiated a dazzling golden light, and its pair of dragon eyes, as fiery as the sun, looked down upon Luo Zhuoxiao and his 6 companions. That gaze was both cold and majestic, as if they were nothing more than a group of insignificant ants. Dragon! Dragon? Upon seeing this mythical beast that only existed in legends, Lei Meng and the others were all stunned, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. No, it's not a real dragon. Luo Zhuoxiao stared intently at the golden dragon and said in a deep voice, "This is just a remnant dragon soul." Upon hearing the words, "the remaining dragon soul," all 6 of them gasped in shock. How could a mere remnant of the dragon soul possess such terrifying pressure? What kind of world-destroying being was it in its lifetime? Humble humans. The phantom of the golden dragon looked down at Luo Zhuoxiao and the other 7, its voice as loud as a great bell, causing Lei Meng and the others to suffer severe pain and waver in their minds. "You have trespassed into the dragon god's palace. Do you know your crime? Know your sins." Lei Meng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his head, and roared. The giant axe in his hand once again burst forth with brilliant light, and he fiercely cleaved towards the dragon. Luo Zhuoxiao suddenly pulled him back to his side, his expression grave. The pressure released by the dragon soul before them far exceeded that of the deep-sea monster they had encountered before. It was on a completely different level. "Senior, we had no intention of offending you." Luo Zhuoxiao clasped his hands in a fist salute, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. "We simply stumbled into the secret realm by mistake and had no malicious intent whatsoever." "Unintentional?" The dragon soul's voice was full of sarcasm. "I've heard far too many human lies. You've trespassed into my slumbering place, disturbing my peaceful dreams, and you dare to say it was unintentional? Senior, this is an ancient secret realm, a place of opportunity. It is only natural for young martial artists to come and explore." Luo Zhuoxiao replied in a deep voice, "If you do not wish us to enter, you can simply refuse. Why make things so mysterious?" "Insolence!" Dragon Soul roared, his dragon eyes, as fiery as the sun, glaring at Luo Zhuoxiao. "How dare you, a mere ant," shouted me. An even more terrifying pressure than before suddenly erupted, pressing down fiercely on Luo Zhuoxiao. Lei Meng and the others felt their bodies become heavy, and were instantly forced to their knees by the pressure. They had difficulty breathing and looked at Luo Zhuoxiao in terror, fearing that he would be crushed by the pressure. However, Luo Zhuoxiao remained as steady as a rock, standing quietly without wavering. Though a hint of paleness flashed across his face, his gaze was firm and unwavering. "Senior, since you keep claiming us to be lowly, why waste your breath on ants?" Luo Zhuoxiao sneered. "Why not just take action directly instead of wasting time? You..." The dragon soul's whiskers trembled as he was provoked by the words. He never expected this insignificant human to be so stubborn. "Fine. Very well." The dragon soul's voice was filled with extreme rage. "Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant your wish. However, having slept for many years, I have awakened today and am also looking for some fun." The dragon soul's enormous head slowly turned towards Lei Meng and the others. "I am giving you a chance. If you can pass my test, you will receive the Dragon Palace's inheritance." "A test?" Lei Meng and the others were stunned. "That's right." The dragon soul spoke with a mocking tone. "My test is very simple. If you can withstand my pressure for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you will pass. Of course, if anyone can't hold on, I won't make things difficult for them. They can simply crush the teleportation talisman and leave the secret realm. How was it? This test shouldn't be too difficult for you so-called geniuses, right?" Dragon Soul's words caused Lei Meng and the others' expressions to change drastically. "Persist for the duration of an incense stick?" Under its terrifying pressure, let alone burning an incense stick, it would be difficult to last even a minute. "Captain," Tang Tiantian's face was full of fear, and she subconsciously grabbed Luo Zhuoxiao's clothes tightly. "Don't be afraid." Luo Zhuoxiao gently patted her hand, his voice calm and steady. "Trust me." He looked firmly at the dragon soul and said in a deep voice, "Senior, we accept this test." "Very good." A hint of approval flashed in Dragon Soul's eyes, but more than that, there was cruelty and ruthlessness. "I hope you will not disappoint me." A pressure more terrifying and vast than ever before erupted from the Dragon Soul. This time, it held nothing back, unleashing its full power, pouring out its terrifying dragon might, enough to suppress all ages, onto Luo Zhuoxiao, Lei Meng, and the other 7. Lei Meng and the others felt as if their bodies had been hit by countless mountains, and they let out painful growls. Their legs trembled so much that they could hardly stand up. They exerted all their strength, mobilizing all the energy within their bodies, and tried their best to resist this terrifying pressure, but that pressure clung to them like a leech, giving them no chance to breathe. Their skin began to crack inch by inch, and blood seeped from their pores, staining the surrounding seawater red. "Captain, I can't hold on much longer." Lei Meng's burly body trembled violently, his honest face filled with pain and despair. He felt as if his bones were about to be crushed by this terrifying pressure. "Hold on!" Luo Zhuoxiao roared, his ice and lightning power surging wildly within him, forcefully resisting the oppressive force. He took a step forward, shielding Lei Meng Mang and the others behind him. Who dares to bully my people? A fierce fighting spirit burned in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes. Did you fucking ask me? S-rank superpowers, Mystic Ice Dragon Soar, Annihilation Divine Thunder. Two S-class superpowers erupted from his body and collided fiercely with the vast dragon's might. Two extreme forces clashed, tore apart, and annihilated each other in midair. Luo Zhouxiao felt as if his body was being torn apart, and the veins on his forehead bulged, but his eyes remained firm. He would never allow his teammates to be harmed in front of him. Upon seeing this, a hint of surprise finally flashed in the dragon soul's indifferent dragon eyes. It never expected that this tiny human could withstand its pressure and even unleash such powerful strength. It even sensed a faint threat? Interesting. A hint of amusement flashed in Dragon Soul's eyes. It seems you little fellow are indeed extraordinary. However, this amount of power is far from enough. The Dragon Soul intensified its pressure once more, and its vast dragon might poured down from the heavens like a flood bursting its banks. Put. Luo Zhouxiao was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, and his legs began to bend slightly. He felt as if his internal organs were being crushed by this terrifying pressure. But his eyes remained firm, showing no sign of backing down. You want me to kneel down? Luo Zhouxiao roared through gritted teeth. He stomped his foot and straightened up again. His resolute attitude of preferring death to dishonor and facing death deeply shocked Lei Meng and the others behind him. Looking at the figure that was clearly teetering on the brink of collapse yet still using his body to support them, Lu Ruyan's fox-like, captivating eyes were filled with shock and heartache. How many secrets is this man still hiding? How long do you think you can last? The time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Dragon Soul's voice was full of mockery. Don't think you're the only one who can persevere. Its enormous head slowly turned towards Lei Meng and the others. Crush the teleportation talismans now and get out of the secret realm, and I will forgive and forget what happened. Otherwise, once this little guy falls, you will all die. The Dragon Soul's words were filled with death threats, causing Lei Meng and the others' expressions to change drastically. They watched their captain struggling under the dragon's might, their hearts filled with turmoil. The choice is to live or die with the captain. Damn it! I'm not running. Lei pounded his chest, his eyes, twisted with pain, blazing with unprecedented determination. I am the Dawnbreaker's meat shield. I am the captain's brother. If I die, I will die before the captain. He roared, forcefully suppressing the injuries within his body, and once again mobilized all his energy, transforming it into an indestructible barrier that stood behind Luo Zhouxiao. Count me in. Li Xiaobai's icy eyes flashed with an unprecedentedly sharp sword intent. My sword, Li Xiaobai's sword, will never retreat. He drew his broken sword and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lei Meng. Although he was not physically strong, he did his best to share some of the pressure with Luo Zhouxiao. And me. A cold glint flashed in Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes, and the two swords in his hands transformed into two streaks of azure lightning, precisely cutting through the invisible pressure around him. He, little brother captain, you can't go to your death alone, okay? Lu Ruyan giggled, her captivating fox eyes filled with allure and provocation. I haven't had enough fun yet. Her powerful mental energy erupted instantly, transforming into invisible mental shockwaves that slammed into the Dragon Soul's sea of consciousness. Wherever Captain Brother goes, Sweetie will go too. Tang Sweetie's charming and cute voice rang out, and pink candies surrounded her, turning into a sweet barrier to protect everyone from the oppressive force. Report, Captain. According to my calculations, if the 7 of us work together and concentrate our power at one point, there is a 30% chance that we can withstand this pressure. Zhuge Qing pushed up his glasses, his voice urgent but firm. But this requires absolute trust and understanding between us. 30%? Luo Zhouxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. That's enough. Very well, he roared. Everyone, gather all your strength into me. Yes, the 6 responded in unison, pouring all the energy in their bodies into Luo Zhouxiao without hesitation. 6 different types of energy, guided by Luo Zhouxiao, frantically merged and compressed. A chaotic power, more terrifying, powerful, and filled with destructive energy than ever before, erupted from his body. Dawn team, combine attack. Luo Zhouxiao roared, and the ice lightning spear in his hand condensed into shape once more. Ice and lightning, annihilation dragon god spear. The chaotic spear instantly transformed into a black and white divine light that pierced through heaven and earth, fiercely meeting the vast dragon's might. Extreme ice and raging lightning, solid defense and sharp sword intent, eerie charm and sweet control, plus ingenious calculation and endless trust. The 7 powers merged perfectly at this moment, unleashing a terrifying combat power that far exceeds the sum of its parts. The black and white divine light collided violently with the vast dragon's might in midair. The entire dragon god temple trembled violently due to the intense collision. An energy storm raged wildly. What? For the first time, Dragon Soul's indifferent dragon eyes revealed disbelief and shock. It never expected that these tiny humans could unleash such powerful strength under its oppressive aura. Moreover, this power is actually subtly resisting me? Interesting. Very interesting. A hint of excitement flashed in the Dragon Soul's eyes. It seems that after my many years of slumber, quite a few interesting little fellows have appeared in this world. It no longer intensified its pressure, but simply watched the 7 people from Luo Zhuoxiao quietly, its huge dragon eyes filled with approval. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn slowly passed as the 7 people persevered to their limits. As the last wisp of smoke dissipated, the immense dragon's might receded like a tide. The dragon soul's enormous body slowly dissipated into the air. We passed? Lei Meng's burly body seemed to have all its strength drained away, and he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his face filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. Yes, it passed. Luo Zhuoxiao sheathed his spear, his whole body aching and his energy almost depleted, but a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, you lowly humans. The dragon soul's voice echoed in their minds once more, but this time, it was no longer filled with majesty and indifference. Instead, it carried a hint of appreciation and gratification. You have passed my test. Now, you are qualified to inherit the Dragon Palace's legacy. The magnificent golden dragon god temple suddenly began to shake violently. Inside the main hall, countless dazzling lights shot into the sky, illuminating the entire underwater world as if it were daytime. Go in! Luo Zhuoxiao roared, forcing out the last bit of strength in his body, and was the first to rush towards the Dragon God Palace. The moment Luo Zhuoxiao stepped into the Dragon God Palace, everything before his eyes completely shocked him. The main hall was resplendent with gold and magnificent. Countless enormous luminous pearls were inlaid on the roof of the hall, emitting a soft yet dazzling light that illuminated the entire hall as if it were daytime. In the center of the hall, a massive altar formed from pure golden energy exudes a majestic and ancient aura. The altar was displaying countless treasures that shimmered with various colors of light. There are rare and precious natural treasures brimming with life force. There are divine weapons imbued with terrifying power. There are ancient scrolls recording ancient secret techniques. There are even a few beast eggs radiating a suffocating pressure. I'm rich. This is a huge windfall. Lei Meng stared wide-eyed at the dazzling array of treasures before him, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. Li Xiaobai, Lu Ruyan, Feng Xiaoxiao, Tang Tiantian, and Zhu Geqing were all speechless in shock at the miraculous scene before them. They never dreamed that the Dragon God Temple would contain such a rich treasure. Any one of these items would be enough to benefit them immensely. Don't move! Luo Zhuoxiao shouted in a deep voice, forcibly suppressing his excitement and scanning his surroundings warily. He didn't believe that the dragon soul would be so generous as to give these treasures away for free. Congratulations on successfully passing my test. The dragon soul's voice rang in their minds again, but this time, it lacked the previous majesty and instead carried a hint of fatigue and weakness. These treasures are opportunities that I have left for those who are destined to receive them. You can each choose one according to your own needs. But, Dragon Soul's voice suddenly turned solemn. I remind you, greed is the original sin. Each person can only choose one item. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Dragon Soul's words made Lei Meng and the others tense up instantly, and their hearts, which had been agitated by greed, calmed down in an instant. They understood that the Dragon Soul was not just a verbal threat. Captain, then what should we do? Lei Meng looked at Luo Zhuoxiao, his eyes full of questions. As Senior Dragon Soul said, each person can only choose one item. Luo Zhuoxiao said in a deep voice. Don't be greedy, choose the one that suits you best. Understood, everyone responded in unison, and then carefully began to select the treasures on the altar. Lei Meng chose the giant axe that exuded a powerful aura. Li Xiaobai chose a long sword that looked simple but contained a sharp sword intent. Feng Xiaoxiao chose a pair of light and agile boots that shimmered with a blue light. Lu Ruyan chose a ring that emitted a faint blue light and could enhance mental power. Tang Tiantian picked up a crystal clear, candy-like fruit that exuded a sweet aroma. Zhu Geqing then chose a jade slip that looked ordinary but was engraved with countless mysterious runes. Luo Zhuoxiao's gaze finally settled on the several alien beast eggs radiating terrifying pressure in the center of the altar. He could clearly sense that these few alien beast eggs contained a vast and pure life energy. One of the alien beast eggs, which was entirely ice blue and exuded extreme cold, caused his S-rank ice-type ability, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, to tremble involuntarily, as if it had encountered an extremely familiar being. It's you! Luo Zhuoxiao didn't hesitate and directly grasped the ice-blue alien beast egg in his hand. When the dragon soul saw that he had chosen the strange beast egg, a look of surprise flashed in its huge dragon eyes. Little guy, you have excellent taste. Dragon Soul's voice carried a hint of approval. This beast egg is the egg of my descendant, the Frost Dragon. It contains the power of my bloodline. Once it successfully hatches, its future achievements will be limitless. Frost Dragon? Lei Meng and the others were shocked when they heard these 4 words. This dragon egg actually belongs to an ice dragon? This is an incredible stroke of luck. Thank you, Senior. Luo Zhuoxiao clasped his hands in response, a surge of excitement welling up in his heart. He never expected to have such an amazing opportunity to possess a frost dragon's egg. If it can be successfully hatched, wouldn't it take off? No need to thank me, the dragon soul said, its voice slightly weak. This is your destined fate. Now that you have the opportunity, it is time for you to leave. The entire dragon god temple suddenly trembled violently. A dazzling ray of light poured down from the top of the palace, enveloping all 7 people from Luo Zhouxiao. Is this going to teleport us out? Lei Meng's burly body trembled violently, his eyes filled with reluctance. He hasn't had enough of these treasures yet. Let's go, Luo Zhouxiao said in a deep voice, as he felt a powerful spatial force pulling at their bodies. The next moment, when his vision cleared again, he was standing back on the spacious deck of the space carrier. They're out. They're out. When Luo Zhouxiao and his 7 companions appeared, everyone on the deck erupted in excitement. Their gazes were fixed on Luo Zhouxiao and his group of 7, filled with curiosity and questions. So, what's inside? Did you get any treasures? Is that guardian beast very strong? A flood of problems came one after another. Luo Zhouxiao did not respond, but calmly led his team toward the meeting point. He could clearly feel pairs of eyes filled with greed and murderous intent emanating from the crowd without any attempt to conceal them. It seems that although this trip to the secret realm has ended, the trouble has only just begun. A dignified old man in military uniform, with 3 gold stars on his shoulders, walked to the front of the deck. His voice, filled with supreme authority, resounded throughout the entire space carrier. This exploration of the secret realm has come to an end. All participants, return to your respective camps immediately. The dignified old man's words sent a jolt through everyone on the deck, who quickly composed themselves and returned to their respective groups. Luo Zhouxiao also led his team back to the exclusive area of Tianhe University. Captain, are you alright? Lin Yuna rushed forward upon seeing Luo Zhouxiao, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with concern. She could clearly sense that although Luo Zhouxiao's aura was strong, it carried a hint of weakness. It's nothing, Luo Zhouxiao said with a smile, patting her shoulder. It's just that I've been quite exhausted. He glanced at Lin Yuna and noticed that her aura had become more solid, indicating that she had also gained considerable fortune. You broke through? Luo Zhouxiao asked in surprise. Yes. Lin Yuna nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. I was lucky enough to break through to the 3rd rank. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao sighed inwardly. It seems the opportunities at the East Sea Dragon Palace are indeed extraordinary. Even Lin Yuna, who is not usually competitive, was able to break through to the 3rd level. By the way, Captain, Lei Meng leaned closer and asked with a mysterious look. What treasure did you get? He saw with his own eyes that Luo Zhouxiao was holding an ice blue alien beast egg. It's nothing, just a frost dragon's egg, Luo Zhouxiao said casually, as if it were a priceless treasure. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the entire Tianhe University camp immediately erupted in chaos. What? A frost dragon's egg? Really? That's a legendary creature. He actually obtained a dragon egg? This is simply an incredible stroke of luck. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Luo Zhouxiao, their eyes filled with greed and envy. Even those geniuses who were usually aloof and never paid attention to anyone now looked at Luo Zhouxiao with unusual fervor. Who wouldn't be envious of such an incredible opportunity? The egg of the frost dragon? Huang Fulong of Jingwu Martial Arts School, Situ Kong of Mo Martial Arts School, Lei Dong of Zhanshan Martial Arts School, and those top geniuses from overseas, upon hearing this, were all like cats whose tails had been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. Their gazes were fixed on Luo Zhouxiao, their eyes flashing with undisguised greed and murderous intent. Such an incredible opportunity would drive even the oldest monsters in their respective factions crazy. And now, it's been snatched away by a mere 3rd-tier brat? Boy, hand over the dragon egg. Huang Fulong was the first to roar, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared intently at Luo Zhouxiao. Such treasures are not something a piece of trash like you should possess. That's right. Be smart and hand it over now. Situ Kong licked his lips, his blood-red eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. Otherwise, I will leave no survivors under my bloody blade. Give it to your sister. Lei Meng couldn't help but explode upon hearing this. This dragon egg was obtained by the captain through his own strength. Why should it be handed over to you? Insolence! Huang Fulong roared, glaring murderously at Lei Meng. You mere ant, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? A powerful pressure erupted from him, pressing down fiercely on Lei Meng. Lei Meng felt his body sink, let out a muffled groan, and almost knelt down. The gap is like an insurmountable chasm. What? Trying to bully the weak with numbers? Luo Zhouxiao said coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. Are all you so-called geniuses good for his bullying the weak? He took a step forward, instantly blocking Lei Meng's path, his dark eyes calmly staring at Huang Fulong, devoid of any emotion. Huang Fulong, I advise you not to touch my people. Luo Zhouxiao's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll regret it. Regret? Upon hearing this, Huang Fulong burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha, a mere 3rd-tier brat dares to speak so arrogantly in front of me? You think you can stand against me just because you have the dragon egg? He simply did not believe that Luo Zhouxiao could kill a 3rd-tier peak deep-sea monster. He thought that this must be a false message deliberately released by the military to enhance Luo Zhouxiao's reputation. Don't believe me? Luo Zhouxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Then you can try. An even more terrifying, domineering, and destructive pressure than Huang Fulong Long erupted from Luo Zhouxiao's body. Peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level. That terrifying pressure was like a real tsunami, sweeping fiercely towards Huang Fulong. Huang Fulong's arrogant expression froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. He felt as if his body had been struck by an invisible giant mountain, his throat groaned repeatedly, and he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before he could barely stand up. Huang Fulong stared at Luo Zhouxiao in disbelief, his arrogant eyes now filled with nothing but endless fear and horror. He's a peak 3rd tier expert. To think, he was forced back by such a young brat simply because of his imposing presence. Situ Khan, Lei Dong, and the other top overseas geniuses all changed their expressions drastically upon feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Luo Zhouxiao, their eyes filled with unprecedented solemnity and horror. Peak of the 9th level of the 3rd tier? This Luo Zhouxiao has actually reached the peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level? How old is he? 20 years old? Or 21? At such a young age, he has already reached the pinnacle, achieving the ultimate realm of the 3rd rank and 9th level. Such talent is so rare it's unbelievable. Now, do you still think I'm not qualified to contend with you? Luo Zhouxiao stared coldly at Huang Fulong, whose face was pale and filled with terror, and questioned him in an icy tone. Huang Fulong gritted his teeth, his pride preventing him from easily bowing his head and admitting defeat. However, his body's intuition was frantically warning him. The man before me is exceptionally powerful. So what if you've reached the peak of the 9th level of the 3rd tier? Huang Fulong suppressed his inner fear and roared hoarsely. Do you think you alone can withstand so many of us? That's right. Situ Khan licked his lips, his bloodthirsty eyes flashing. No matter how strong you are, you're still all alone. With so many of us, even if each of us just spits, we could drown you. Oh, upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Is that so? A vast and terrifying pressure, permeated with ancient aura, suddenly erupted from the ice-blue dragon egg in his hand. A deafening dragon roar emanated from the depths of the dragon egg, resounding throughout the entire space carrier. Immediately following, a gigantic, 100-meter-long frost dragon phantom soared into the sky, hovering above Luo Zhouxiao's head. The frost dragon exuded an aura of extreme cold, and its pair of sapphire-blue dragon eyes looked down at Huang Fulong and the others, filled with boundless majesty and killing intent. Frost giant, dragon? Faced with this mythical beast that only exists in legends, Huang Fulong and the others were all stunned, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. They clearly sensed that although the frost dragon phantom was only an afterimage, the pressure it exuded was more than 10 times more terrifying than that of the previous deep-sea monster. This oppressive aura even faintly approached the threshold of a 4th-tier martial grandmaster. Now, do you still think I'm a person? Luo Zhouxiao coldly stared at Huang Fulong and the others, whose faces were ashen and who were terrified. His voice was icy. I have more than just me. Luo Zhouxiao's words were filled with unparalleled domineering power, leaving everyone present utterly shocked. They finally understood why Luo Zhouxiao dared to be so arrogant, because he had enough capital. Is he even human? Huang Fulong's once arrogant and domineering face was now filled with nothing but endless shock and fear. He never imagined that Luo Zhouxiao could summon a dragon soul. Moreover, the power of this dragon soul is terrifying. Captain. Lei Meng and the others looked at the boy who was surrounded by the phantom of the frost dragon, like a god, their eyes filled with reverence and fanaticism. Only awe and faith remained. Their captain is invincible. So what if you possess a dragon soul? At this moment, a cold voice came from the crowd. A dragon soul is ultimately just an illusion. How long can it last? Besides, this is the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. You dare to make a move here? Aren't you afraid of military sanctions? Luo Zhouxiao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a handsome man in a black tailcoat, with a pale face and a effeminate demeanor, staring at him with a sinister look. It was none other than Dracula, the vampire prince of the Dark Council. Military sanctions? Luo Zhouxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you think the military would sanction me for the sake of trash like you? His gaze swept over the dignified old man standing at the very front of the deck, silently observing everything, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Commander Long, what do you think? Although Luo Zhouxiao's voice was soft, it clearly reached the ears of the dignified old man. The old man's eyes showed a hint of approval after hearing this. He hadn't expected that this kid would be so perceptive, seeing right through his thoughts. He slowly turned around, his deep gaze sweeping over everyone, his voice authoritative and powerful. In the secret realm, you are responsible for your own life and death. Outside the secret realm, this is the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it has its own rules. Anyone who dares to make a move here is an enemy of the military of our Great Xia Kingdom. Those who offend our Great Xia, though far away, shall be punished. When the dignified old man spoke, he exuded an undeniable aura of dominance, causing everyone present to tense up and restrain themselves, daring not to make the slightest move. They all knew that this old man was a true 9th-level martial saint. Now that he has spoken, who dares to disobey? Huang Fulong and Situ Kong snorted coldly in resentment, but dared not say anything more. Dracula and Hattori Hanzo of the IGA school had grim faces, their eyes flashing with resentful glint. You just wait. One day, I'll make you pay. Luo Zhouxiao Xiu ignored them. He calmly withdrew the illusory image of the frost dragon and carefully put the ice blue dragon egg into his spatial ring. He understood that although the trip to the secret realm was over, the real trouble had just begun. However, he was not afraid. He descended from the heavens, never fearing anyone. Let's go back to school. Luo Zhuoxiu patted Lin Yuner on the shoulder and led his team towards Tianhe University's fighter jets. Captain, you've broken through again? Lin Yuner stared at Luo Zhuoxiu, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with shock. She could clearly sense that Luo Zhuoxiu's aura was much stronger than it had been in the Dragon God Palace. Luo Zhuoxiu nodded, a relaxed smile appearing on his lips. Before I knew it, I had reached the peak of the 9th level of the 3rd tier. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner felt a sweet taste in her throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean by accidentally reaching the peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level? Do you think of breaking through as going to the toilet, going whenever you want? Lin Yuner felt that her Dao heart was about to be completely shattered once again by the man in front of her. Senior, are you alright? Why is your face so pale? Luo Zhuoxiu asked, feigning concern, seeing her devastated and swaying appearance. I'm fine. Lin Yuner took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down from the shock. She told herself that she couldn't compare herself to this pervert. If she did, she would be driven to her death by anger sooner or later. She looked at the boy in front of her with a complicated expression. Peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level. At such a young age, he has already reached such a terrifying level. Such talent is simply unheard of. When do you plan to break through to the 4th rank? Lin Yuner couldn't help but ask. It'll be soon. Luo Zhuoxiu smiled, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Once I hatch this dragon egg, it should be almost done. These words sent another storm through Lin Yuner's heart. How many more unknown surprises does this man hold? Luo Zhuoxiu, when do you plan to hatch the dragon eggs? Lin Yuner asked, her voice trembling slightly. She knew that hatching dragon eggs was no easy task. This requires enormous energy and a special incubation environment. One wrong move and all your efforts could be in vain, or even backfire. No rush. Luo Zhuoxiu smiled, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. I plan to study it slowly after I go back to school. He understood that hatching dragon eggs would require a great deal of effort. Moreover, he had more important things to deal with. Senior, you should go back to school first, Luo Zhuoxiu said in a deep voice. I still have some things to take care of. What is it? Lin Yuner asked subconsciously. A personal grudge. Luo Zhuoxiu's lips curled into a cold smile. I haven't dealt with that mad dog Wang Ring yet. Hearing this name, Lin Yuner's heart tightened. She knew that the feud between Luo Zhuoxiu and Wang Run was far from being easily resolved. I'll go with you, Lin Yuner said without hesitation. She was worried about Luo Zhuoxiu going alone. No need. Luo Zhuoxiu shook his head, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Go back to school first and let Principal Qin know I'm safe. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Looking into his determined eyes, Lin Yuner finally nodded. She knew that this man never did anything he wasn't sure of. Okay, you, be careful. Lin Yuner whispered, her eyes clear but full of worry. Luo Zhuoxiu gave him a reassuring look, then vanished from the spot in a flash. He did not chase after Wang Run. He knew that Wang Run was a nobody and not worth his time. He was going to another place. Tianhe Martial Arts School, Zhangcheng Branch. He was going to find Chen Dong. He needs Chen Dong's help to deal with some tricky issues. Tianhe Martial Arts School, Zhangcheng Branch. Chen Dong was sitting in his office, holding a confidential document in his hand, his brows furrowed. The document contains detailed information about the secret realm of the East Sea Dragon Palace. When he saw Luo Zhuoxiu's name appear on the list of those who had killed a peak-level 3rd-tier deep-sea monster, his sharp eyes narrowed sharply. Peak of the 9th level of the 3rd tier? Killed a peak 3rd-tier deep-sea monster? Chen Dong stared at the data on the document in disbelief, his usually composed face filled with shock. He never imagined that this freshman, who had only been enrolled for 3 months, would have grown to such a terrifying level. This kind of talent is simply unheard of. It seems my initial investment was indeed the right one, Chen Dong thought excitedly. He understood that Luo Zhuoxiu's future was boundless. There was a sudden knock on the office door. Come in, Chen Dong said in a deep voice. The door was pushed open, and a handsome young man dressed in a black combat uniform slowly walked in. It is falling from the heavens. You're here? When Chen Dong saw Luo Zhuoxiu, the composure on his face vanished instantly, replaced by unprecedented shock. He never expected that Luo Zhuoxiu would take the initiative to come to him. Master Chen, how have you been lately? Luo Zhuoxiu smiled, his eyes calm and composed. You've broken through to the peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level? Chen Dong stared at Luo Zhuoxiu with sharp eyes, unable to believe his eyes. He could clearly sense that Luo Zhuoxiu's aura was even stronger than when he had seen him in the secret realm. He's only 20 or 21. At such a young age, he has already reached the peak of the 3rd rank, 9th level. Such talent is truly rare. Yes, I broke through by sheer luck, Luo Zhuoxiu replied calmly, as if it were just a trivial matter. However, these words caused a huge uproar in Chen Dong's heart. You call this a lucky breakthrough? Is this some kind of international joke? What kind of monster are you? you? Chen Dong stared at Luo Zhouxiao, his face filled with nothing but shock and fear. At this moment, his understanding of martial arts seemed to have completely collapsed. Master Chen, I've come to ask you for a favor, Luo Zhouxiao said directly, ignoring his shock. Help? What kind of help? Chen Dong quickly composed himself and asked respectfully. He understood that the young man before him was someone he could not afford to provoke. I'd like to ask you to help me investigate someone, Luo Zhouxiao said in a steady voice. His name is Wang Run. Wang Run? Chen Dong was taken aback. Isn't he a student at Tianhe University? What do you want with him? He sent someone to assassinate me. Luo Zhouxiao's voice was as cold as ice. Moreover, they also sent 3 Tier 3 assassins. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong's composure vanished instantly, replaced by unprecedented shock and anger. He never expected that Wang Run would dare to do such a heinous thing. Are you alright? Chen Dong asked anxiously. I'm fine. Luo Zhouxiao shook his head. I've already taken care of those 3 assassins. However, I need you to help me find out who's behind Wang Run. Find out exactly whose henchman he is. A cold killing intent flashed in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes. He knew perfectly well that someone as insignificant as Wang Run could never possibly have the ability to hire 3 level 3 assassins. There must be a more powerful force manipulating things behind the scenes. Fine, I'll go check right away. Chen Dong roared, his sharp eyes burning with fury. He knew that Luo Zhouxiao was the captain of the elite class at Tianhe University and a key figure in the future of Tianhe Martial Arts School. Anyone who dares to touch him is making an enemy of Tianhe Martial Arts School. Thank you, Master Chen. Luo Zhouxiao nodded in thanks. There's one more thing I need your help with. I need a quiet incubation room, Luo Zhouxiao said in a deep voice. I have obtained a frost dragon egg and need a safe environment to incubate it. The egg of the frost dragon? Upon hearing this, Chen Dong's usually composed face revealed unprecedented shock and ecstasy. He never dreamed that Luo Zhouxiao would actually obtain the dragon egg. Such an extraordinary opportunity is truly rare. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Chen Dong was so excited he was incoherent. I guarantee to provide you with the best incubation room and the safest incubation environment. He understood how much of a boost this dragon egg would be to Tianhe Martial Arts School if it hatched successfully. Thank you, Master Chen. Luo Zhouxiao smiled faintly, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He knew that Chen Dong would do his best. After all, this is the egg of a frost dragon. Chen Dong's efficiency was indeed extraordinary. In less than half an hour, he personally led Luo Zhouxiao to the core area of Tianhe Martial Arts School. This is a secret chamber deep underground, made of a special alloy. The sealed room is equipped with high-tech equipment, and a huge incubation chamber in the center emits a soft blue light. This is the top-of-the-line incubation room at Tianhe Martial Arts School, Chen Dong said respectfully, pointing to the incubation pod. This incubation chamber can simulate various environments to ensure that the dragon eggs can hatch successfully. Moreover, this place has a top-tier defense system, even a 5th-tier martial king wouldn't be able to break in. Very good. Luo Zhouxiao nodded in satisfaction. He could clearly sense that the incubation room was indeed exceptionally safe. Boy, you can put the dragon egg in now, Chen Dong said respectfully. Luo Zhouxiao nodded, then took out the ice blue dragon egg from his spatial ring. The moment the dragon egg appeared, the temperature in the entire incubation room plummeted by tens of degrees, and the air was filled with extreme cold. The cold air is really strong. Chen Dong was shocked. He never expected that the dragon egg would contain such a terrifying chill. Luo Zhouxiao ignored his surprise and carefully placed the dragon egg into the incubation chamber. The moment the dragon egg entered the incubation chamber, the blue light instantly became even more dazzling. Streams of pure energy surged into the dragon egg like a tidal wave. The originally dull, ice blue patterns on the dragon egg slowly lit up, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. The dragon eggs have begun to hatch, Chen Dong exclaimed excitedly. At this rate, they should hatch successfully in 3 days at most. 3 days? Luo Zhouxiao's eyes flashed with anticipation. He understood that once the dragon egg successfully hatched, his power would be transformed dramatically. Manager Chen, please keep an eye on things for me, Luo Zhouxiao said in a deep voice. I need to go into seclusion for a while. Master Chen, I'm entrusting the incubation room to you, Luo Zhouxiao said to Chen Dong, his eyes fixed on the dragon egg in the incubation chamber, which was steadily absorbing energy. Don't worry, you can completely relax, kid. Chen Dong patted his chest, making a series of promises. I will personally guard this place. Let alone a 5th-level martial king, even a 7th-level martial emperor wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on this dragon egg. He looked at Luo Zhouxiao with a gaze even more affectionate than he would look at his own son. No, even closer than a biological son. This guy is a future martial saint, or even a martial god. This is an incredible power that can hatch an ice dragon. He's determined to cling to this powerful figure. Even Jesus couldn't stop him. Alright, then I'll go into seclusion first. Luo Zhouxiao nodded. Although his strength soared to the peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level in the East Sea Dragon Palace, his foundation was still somewhat unstable. It was like a skyscraper with an unfinished foundation, seemingly towering into the clouds, but actually collapsing with the slightest push. He needs time to fully internalize the surge of power and make it his own. What's more, those 50,000 plus evolution points are quietly lying in his system panel, waiting for him to use them. If we upgrade one more level, wouldn't that be the 4th tier? Thinking of this, Luo Zhouxiao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Alright, go ahead. I've prepared a training room for you. It's definitely the highest standard at Tianhe Martial Arts School, Chen Dong said, rubbing his hands together with a solicitous expression. Luo Zhouxiao didn't say anything more, turned around and walked into the top-level training room next door, which was also made of a special alloy. As the heavy alloy door slowly closed, the whole world fell silent instantly. Luo Zhouxiao sat cross-legged and exhaled a long breath of stale air. Name, Luo Zhouxiao. Evolution points, 51440. Special abilities, S-Rank Ice Type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-Rank Lightning Type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-Rank, Invisibility. Realm level, 3rd tier, 9th level, Peak. Martial Arts, Spear Technique, Peak, A-Rank, Annihilation Thunder Spear, Peak, B-Rank, Ice Dragon's Fury, Peak, B-Rank, Lightning Phantom Step, Peak, B-Rank, Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings, Peak. Looking at the more than 50,000 evolution points, Luo Zhouxiao's lips curled into a big smile once again. Awesome, that's fucking awesome. However, he was not in a hurry to add points to breakthrough. You have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to walk one step at a time. Taking too big a step can easily lead to injury. He had already thoroughly understood this principle during his previous life in the army. He closed his eyes, focused his mind on his body, and began to guide the somewhat violent ice and lightning power that had become soaring due to his soaring cultivation level, circulating it through his meridians again and again, cleansing his limbs and bones, and tempering his muscles and skin. Time flew by during the tedious training. Outside the training room, Qindong stood like awaiting for husband Stone, anxiously waiting at the door every day, scratching his head in frustration. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? Could it be that he has gone mad from practicing chi cultivation? No. Pooey. Children say the darndest things. Let the wind blow it away. He muttered to himself as he paced back and forth at the door, looking so anxious that at first glance it really did seem like he was watching over his wife as she was about to give birth. Just as he was getting so anxious he was about to explode, a very faint sound, like an eggshell cracking, suddenly came from the adjacent incubation room. Qindong's ears twitched suddenly, and his sharp eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, he dashed to the door of the incubation chamber and stared intently at the ice-blue dragon egg inside the incubation chamber through the specially designed observation window. The ice-blue patterns that had been shimmering on the dragon egg suddenly burst forth with dazzling divine light. Fine cracks, like a spider web, spread rapidly across the eggshell. A terrifying chill, purer, more powerful, and full of life than ever before, surged wildly from the crack. The temperature inside the incubation chamber plummeted to freezing point instantly. A thick layer of frost had formed on the walls. It's going to hatch. Seeing this scene, Qindong trembled with excitement, his cheeks flushed red. Suddenly, the door to the training room next door was kicked open from the inside. A tall and straight figure slowly walked out. It was Luo Zhouxiao, who had been in seclusion for 3 whole days. Although his aura did not leak out at all, his dark eyes were like deep stars, as if they could see through everything in the world. His quiet presence filled Qindong with a sense of awe and reverence, as if he were facing an ancient deity. You kid, you've gotten stronger again? Qindong looked at him, swallowed hard, and asked in a dry voice. Yes, the foundation is much more solid now. Luo Zhouxiao nodded lightly. For the past 3 days, he has not been in a hurry to break through, but has devoted all his energy to consolidating his realm. Although he is still at the peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level, his control over power and application of superpowers have reached a whole new level. It's fair to say he's at least 30% stronger than he was 3 days ago. Let's go see how my eldest son is doing after his birth. Luo Zhouxiao ignored Qindong's horrified expression and walked straight towards the incubation room. However, when he pushed open the door and saw the dragon eggs shaking violently in the incubation chamber, his eyebrows twitched slightly. That's quite a commotion. Snap. A shattering sound, louder than ever before, suddenly rang out. The incredibly hard, ice-blue dragon egg finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered completely. A dazzling, icy blue light instantly filled the entire incubation chamber, making it impossible to open one's eyes. A terrifying dragon's might, originating from the depths of one's bloodline and supreme, suddenly descended. Qindong felt his soul tremble wildly under the dragon's might, almost to the point of kneeling down on the spot. A dragon's roar, though still immature, resounded with supreme majesty. Luo Zhouxiao and Qindong held their breath, staring intently at the completely shattered incubation pod. They were filled with anticipation, eager to witness the creature that existed only in myths and legends display its majestic and sacred form. When they saw the figure inside the incubation pod, the two were immediately stunned. In the center of the eggshell fragments scattered on the ground, a palm-sized, ice-blue creature that looked like a fat salamander was lying there, staring at them with a bewildered expression. It was chubby all over, with skin as smooth as jelly, for short legs flapping around, and a short, thick tail trailing behind it. The most outrageous thing is that it has two small antler-like things on its round head, which looks extremely comical. Luo Zhuoxiu and Chen Dong exchanged a glance, both seeing the same bewilderment in each other's eyes. A deathly silence spread. The air was thick with an awkward atmosphere so intense it felt like you could dig a hole in a 3-bedroom apartment with your toes. This is the legendary Frost Dragon? Chen Dong looked at the baby fish that was still thrashing about in place and even sticking out its tongue to lick its nose, and felt that his worldview had completely collapsed. Moreover, it completely collapsed, shattering into nothingness. Where is the dignity? Is it sacred? This is it? You call this a frost dragon? This is clearly a mutated giant salamander that was just pulled out of the water. Luo Zhuoxiu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and a hysterical roar erupted in his heart. What the hell is going on? I spent all my time in seclusion cultivating, and this is what hatched. Ding! Host, please calm down. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. This is the juvenile form of the frost dragon. Due to the excessive and pure energy injected into its host during incubation, its bloodline prematurely reverted to its ancestral state, entering the special stage of the chaotic young dragon. The chaos dragon hatchling possesses growth potential and talent far exceeding that of ordinary dragons. Once it reaches adulthood, its power will be limitless. Chaotic young dragon? Luo Zhuoxiu was slightly taken aback when he heard this new term. You mean, this guy is actually a hidden gem? That's one way to understand it. When will it grow up? When will it transform into that majestic, cool form that can kill a whole bunch of enemies with a single breath of dragon's breath? Luo Zhuoxiu asked expectantly. The system fell silent. Based on calculations, at its current growth rate, it will likely take approximately 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Upon hearing this number, Luo Zhuoxiu's vision went black, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Are you fucking kidding me? By the time it grows up, the grass on my grave will be 3 meters tall. Is there any way to make it grow faster? Luo Zhuoxiu asked desperately. As long as the host can provide it with enough rare and precious materials containing pure energy, or the demon cores of high-level exotic beasts, its growth process can be accelerated. To put it bluntly, it means you have to spend money on in-game purchases, right? Luo Zhuoxiu instantly understood. Isn't this just a simulation game? And it's a bottomless pit of money that requires massive spending. He looked at the baby fish that was still rolling around in place, trying to look cute, and felt a sudden pain in his balls. Well, it seems I'll not only have to support myself from now on, but also this money-devouring beast. Just when he was about to cry but had no tears left to shed, the chubby little guy seemed to sense his presence and actually crawled towards him on his 4 short legs, wobbling along. It let out a soft, sweet cry that almost melted one's heart, then stuck out its pink little tongue and gently licked Luo Zhuoxiu's fingers. A cool, yet incredibly intimate sensation traveled from my fingertips. Fine, I'll accept the baby I hatched myself, no matter how ugly it is. Luo Zhuoxiu sighed and willingly accepted reality. He reached out and cradled the little one in his hands. I have to say, it feels fucking good. It's slippery and soft, like a giant jelly. Since you're going to be working for me from now on, I need to give you a name. Luo Zhuoxiu stroked its round head, pondered for a moment, and said, looking at how unique you are and how much you can eat, I'll call you Gun Gun from now on. Yeah. The little guy seemed to really like the name, and happily rolled over in Luo Zhuoxiu's palm, revealing his equally round belly. Alright, stop acting cute. Luo Zhuoxiu was amused by its silly appearance, so he forced out a drop of blood essence and dripped it onto the rolling forehead. A golden contract array instantly lit up. As soon as the contract was established, he felt an incredibly intimate soul connection being formed between himself and Gun Gun. He could clearly sense the various emotions emanating from Gun Gun's innocent consciousness. Luo Zhuoxiu shook his head speechlessly. Okay, this guy is just a pure foodie and a sleepyhead. That kid. Chen Dong, who was standing to the side, finally came back to his senses after watching this scene of filial piety between father and son. He stared at the cuddly, wriggling baby fish in Luo Zhuoxiu's palm, his lips twitching slightly, and tentatively asked, This is the frost dragon? Luo Zhuoxiu nodded without changing his expression or skipping a beat. During his childhood, he was malnourished and grew a bit prematurely. Do you look older than you are? After hearing this explanation, Chen Dong's head was about to explode. You call this malnutrition? Don't you have any idea how many rare and precious materials you just stuffed into the incubation chamber? Any one of those items could allow an ordinary martial artist to advance directly from the first rank to the third rank. You're telling me now that it's malnourished? Alright, that's all taken care of, Manager Chen. I should head back to school now. Luo Zhuoxiu put Gun Gun on his shoulder, and the little guy actually obediently hugged his neck tightly with his 4 little paws, buried his head in his chest, and fell fast asleep. Master Chen, thank you very much. Luo Zhuoxiu clasped his hands in thanks. Okay, be careful on the road. Watching his receding figure, Chen Dong felt an overwhelming sense of emotion and relief. He knew that he had really made the right bet this time. Tianhe Martial Arts School, no, the future skyline of the entire Great Xia Kingdom, him, is about to be rewritten. When Luo Joshio stepped into the gates of Tianhe University again, the entire campus was once again abuzz with excitement because of his return. Look, it's Luo Joshio. Luo Joshio is back. Didn't he go into seclusion? How come he's out so soon? Look, what's that on his shoulder? A blue baby fish? It's so cute. I never expected that Luoshin would keep pets. This unexpected contrast is so adorable. Instantly, all eyes filled with curiosity, admiration, and awe converged on Luo Joshio. The news of his seclusion and the various rumors about him in the East China Sea Dragon Palace secret realm have already spread throughout Tianhe University and even the martial arts world of the Great Xia Kingdom. Peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level. One shot instantly kills the epic level boss, the Kraken, at the peak of tier 3. He withstood the pressure of the Dragon Soul and seized a heaven-defying opportunity, the Frost Dragon Egg. These almost mythical achievements have made his name a legend, a living myth. The somewhat wicked nickname Delivery Hero has spread far and wide, inspiring both awe and fear in countless people. Luo Joshio was already used to the fervent gazes around him, and his face remained expressionless. He simply walked calmly toward the exclusive dormitory area for the elite class. However, he had only taken a few steps when a joyful shout came from not far away. Lei Meng's burly figure, like a human tank, charged over excitedly. Following closely behind were Li Xiaobai, Lu Ruyan, Feng Xiaoxiao, Tang Tiantian, and Zhu Geqing, whose faces were also filled with excitement and joy. Captain, you're finally out of seclusion. We've all missed you so much. Lei Meng rushed up to Luo Joshio, ready to give him a bear hug. My hair. Luo Joshio kicked him away in disgust. Lei Meng wasn't angry. He scratched his shiny head and smiled. Captain, how was your training this time? Are you stronger now? Lu Ruyan walked forward with alluring cat-like steps, her captivating fox eyes sweeping over Luo Joshio without any attempt to conceal her gaze. She could sense that although the man in front of her had an extremely restrained aura, the subtle sense of oppression was even more terrifying than before. It's alright, Luo Joshio replied casually. Captain, what's that on your shoulder? It's so cute. Tang Tiantian noticed the sleeping baby on Luo Joshio's shoulder, and her eyes instantly lit up. She reached out her finger, wanting to poke Gun-Gun's chubby cheeks. However, her fingers hadn't even touched it yet. Gun-Gun, seemingly sensing danger in his sleep, jerked violently, opened his mouth, and let out a big yawn. A visible blast of icy blue air shot out from its tiny mouth. The moment Tang Tiantian's outstretched finger touched the cold air, it was instantly frozen into an icicle. She screamed, quickly withdrew her hand, her face instantly fell, and she looked at Luo Joshio with a wronged expression. Seeing this, Lei Meng and the others were all stunned. They stared in disbelief at the baby fish that was still smacking its lips and sleeping soundly, their minds blank. He just yawned and spat out some saliva, and he froze the finger of a peak 2nd tier expert? Is this really a pet? It's clearly a deadly weapon. Don't touch it. Luo Joshio spoke helplessly, and at the same time, a wisp of pure lightning-type energy shot out from his finger, accurately shattering the ice on Tang Tiantian's finger. This little guy has a bit of a temper. Is he in a bad temper? Hearing him say that, Lei Meng and the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Brother, is this what you call having a bad temper? This is clearly a mobile liquid nitrogen manufacturing machine. Team, Captain. Lei Meng swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he asked, This thing, could it be hatched from that dragon egg? Luo Joshio nodded. That was like a bombshell, exploding once again in the hearts of the 6 people. They stared blankly at the giant salamander that was still drooling, feeling that their worldview had been completely shattered. This is the legendary frost dragon? It looks like this? Where's the promised imposing and domineering aura? What happened to the promised world-destroying destruction? This is fucking too chibi style. The contrast is just too much. Ahem. Seeing their expressions of disbelief, Luo Joshio couldn't help but cough awkwardly twice and quickly changed the subject. By the way, what happened at school while I was in seclusion these past few days? Yes, something big has happened. Lei Meng slapped his thigh, instantly snapping out of his shock, and excitedly said, Captain, you're back just in time. Today is Tianhe University's annual club recruitment day. The whole school is practically exploding with excitement. Club recruitment? Luo Joshio raised an eyebrow slightly, showing little interest in the matter. Come on, Captain. I'll take you to see it. It's really lively. Without saying a word, Lei Meng pulled Luo Joshio toward the school's central square. Li Xiaobai and the others followed excitedly, eager to see just how much of a sensation this legendary captain's reappearance would cause. The central square of Tianhe University was packed with people at the moment, and the lively scene was even more exaggerated than during the spring festival. The square was densely packed with hundreds of stalls, each with a variety of signs hanging in front of it. Kendo Club, the way of the sword is the way of kings. Join us, and you could be the next sword god. Battle Mage Club, mages are the only way to go. By Yubi, devastating the world. Alchemy Club, want to rise above others? Want to marry a beautiful and wealthy woman and reach the pinnacle of life? Come to the Alchemy Club and enjoy elixirs to your heart's content. Forging Society, young man, I see extraordinary extraordinary talent in you. You are a blacksmithing prodigy, 1 in a million. Here, take this book, Forging from Beginner to End, as a gift. The various bizarre clubs and equally bizarre recruitment slogans left Luo Zhouxiao dazzled, and his lips twitched involuntarily. What the hell is all this stuff? He felt like he wasn't there to attend university, but rather to visit a temple fair. Hee, Captain, our school's clubs are full of hidden talents and all sorts of quirky personalities. Lei Meng chuckled from the side. Just as they were talking, Luo Zhouxiao was finally recognized. Look, isn't that Luoshan? Someone, I don't know who, let out a startled exclamation that sounded like a dream. The once noisy central square fell into a deathly silence for a few seconds. All eyes immediately turned to the boy in the black combat uniform with a blue baby fish perched on his shoulder. The square erupted in cheers that were more intense, frenzied, and fervent than ever before. It really is a fallen god. Alive! Luoshan has emerged from seclusion. He actually came to participate in the club recruitment. Ah, the god of death is looking at me. He's looking at me. I'm doomed. Fallen god, I want to have your babies. In an instant, the entire central square was in complete chaos. Countless students, as if possessed, surged towards Luo Zhouxiao. This scene is more than 10 times more exaggerated than a top-tier celebrity concert in my previous life. This is quite a spectacle. Seeing this terrifying scene, as if a city had been besieged by zombies, Lei Meng and the others were terrified and quickly shielded Luo Zhouxiao in the middle. Meanwhile, the club presidents who were still working hard to recruit new students saw Luo Zhouxiao and their eyes lit up instantly. His eyes were like those of a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights, now seeing a plump lamb. I saw a walking goldmine. I saw 5 million that could breathe. This is no ordinary person, but someone who has fallen from the heavens. Double S-class superpower holder. Freshman grand competition champion. Trial tower record breaker. This is the ultimate ruthless person who single-handedly wiped out a beast tide, casually killed a tier 3 wolf king, and even instantly killed a tier 3 peak epic boss in an A-level secret realm. If such prodigies could be recruited into their own gang, wouldn't their gang take off immediately? Not to mention Tianhe University, he can walk sideways in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Get the hell out of my way. A rough roar came from the crowd. A man 2 meters tall, as strong as a bear, carrying a giant sword taller than a man, rudely pushed through the crowd and was the first to rush to Luo Zhouxiao. He is none other than Wang Ba, the president of the largest club at Tianhe University, the War Frenzy Club. A ruthless character whose strength has reached the 3rd level of the 4th rank, with a fiery temper, and who will start a fight at the slightest provocation. Luo Zhouxiao, is that it? Wang Ba walked up to Luo Zhouxiao, looking down at him with undisguised admiration and domineering aura in his large, copper bell-shaped eyes. I am Wang Ba, the president of the War Maniacs Club. Kid, I see you have extraordinary talent, a combat prodigy 1 in a million. Interested in joining our Battle Maniacs Club and taking down the entire arena with me? Wang Ba's voice was loud and clear, filled with an undeniable air of dominance. However, he had barely finished speaking. TCH, a brute who only knows brute force dares to recruit junior students? A sarcastic and disdainful voice came from the other side. A young man dressed in a white robe, holding a folding fan, who looked refined but had exceptionally sharp eyes, slowly walked over. He is none other than Sima Yi, the president of the Strategy Club, the 2nd largest club at Tianhe University. A cunning old fox who also reached the 4th level, 2nd stage, known for his resourcefulness and deep scheming. Junior Luo, don't listen to that brute's nonsense. Sima Yi walked up to Luo Zhouxiao, smiled and shook the folding fan in his hand, his voice gentle yet meaningful. Battle is not about brute force, but about brains. Our strategist agency is the best place for you. Here, your talents can be fully realized. Sima Yi, what the hell do you mean? Who are you calling a brute? Upon hearing this, Wang Ba immediately flew into a rage, slamming his giant sword into the ground and roaring. Whoever said it, that's who they are, Sima Yi replied casually. It looked like the 2 club presidents were about to start fighting on the spot. Seniors, please calm down. A cold and emotionless voice suddenly rang out. A young man dressed in a blue sword robe, carrying an ancient longsword on his back and exuding a sharp sword aura that kept strangers at bay, slowly walked over. He is none other than Yi Guqing, the leader of Sword Pavilion, the 3rd largest club at Tianhe University. A sword fanatic whose strength has also reached the 4th level, 2nd stage, and who is famous for his superb swordsmanship and obsession with the way of the sword. Junior Luo is a prodigy, whose abilities in both combat and strategy far surpass those of ordinary people. Yi Guqing walked up to Luo Zhouxiao, his cold eyes calmly fixed on him, and said indifferently, only the way of the sword is eternal. Come to my sword pavilion, and I will gladly relinquish my position as pavilion master. Yi Guqing's words were like a nuclear bomb, instantly detonating throughout the entire square. Everyone stared at him wide-eyed, incredulous. The position of pavilion master? He actually was willing to give up the position of sword pavilion master to a freshman who had only been enrolled for less than half a year? This is fucking insane. In an instant, the entire square was in complete chaos. War Frenzy Society, Strategy Society, Sword Pavilion. The 3 strongest clubs at at Tianhe University actually staged a Three Kingdoms drama in public to compete for a single freshman. This scene is even more exciting than an 8 o'clock soap opera. Luo Zhouxiao, the protagonist of this storm, simply watched quietly from beginning to end, his face expressionless. Looking at the three fourth-tier powerhouses who were almost fighting over him, he felt a sense of utter boredom. Just as this battle for talent was reaching its climax, a clear, melodious voice, like heavenly music, came from outside the crowd without warning. "Excuse me, could you move aside?" The sound wasn't loud, but it possessed a certain magic, instantly drowning out all the noise in the square. The originally noisy and crowded crowd spontaneously parted to the sides, quietly making way for a passage. A stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a silver-white tight-fitting combat suit, with a tall figure and a cool demeanor, slowly walked out from the crowd. Her smooth black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her bare face was still breathtakingly beautiful, cold as ice, as if keeping people at a distance. However, when those beautiful eyes, as clear as autumn water, saw the boy surrounded by the crowd, a hint of tenderness and smile involuntarily appeared on them. It was Lin Yuner. Her appearance instantly made the temperature in the entire square seem to drop a few degrees. Those girls who were originally so enthusiastic and eager to have Luo Zhouxiao's babies all lowered their heads in shame the moment they saw her. The boys stared intently, drool escaping from the corners of their mouths. "It's Senior Lin Yuner, the #1 goddess of Tianhe University. So beautiful. She's like a fairy descended from heaven. Oh no, I think I'm in love again. Wake up, you simp. Didn't you see the way the goddess looked at Luo Shen? She was practically drooling. Wa'ada, my heart is broken." For a moment, a heartbroken sigh echoed across the square. When Wang Ba, Sima Yi, and Yi Guqing saw Lin Yuner, their brows furrowed involuntarily. They naturally recognized this top goddess who was just as famous as them at school, and they were also aware of the complicated and ambiguous relationship between her and Luo Zhouxiao. "Junior Lin, what are you doing here?" Wang Ba asked warily in a hoarse voice. "Today is the club recruitment day, and I'm here to recruit new members. Is there a problem?" Lin Yuner glanced back at him indifferently, and her cold voice made Wang Ba's heart skip a beat. "Recruiting new members?" Sima Yi asked with interest, waving his folding fan. "I wonder which club Junior Lin has joined. I've never heard of it before." "It's just a small club, nothing to worry about," Lin Yuner replied dismissively, walking straight towards Luo Zhouxiao. Her clear, beautiful eyes gazed at him quietly, and a sweet, pinkish scent seemed to fill the air. The students around them, gazing at this handsome couple, a match made in heaven, felt their teeth ache with envy. Falling from the 9 heavens. Finally, Lin Yuner broke the silence. A rare blush appeared on her usually icy face. She took out a slightly worn but well-preserved handwritten application form from her spatial ring and handed it to Luo Zhouxiao. "I also have a club called Passing on the Torch." Her voice was soft, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. "This club was founded by my parents when they were alive. Its purpose is to help orphans who have lost loved ones and are homeless in the war against alien beasts, as well as veterans who were wounded in the fight to protect their homeland. Passing on the torch, life goes on forever. This is the only legacy my parents left me." At this point, even his strong eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions, raised her head, and stared at Luo Zhouxiao with unprecedented anticipation and a hint of barely perceptible tension in her clear eyes. "This club is small, poor, has limited resources, and no strong senior members. There isn't even a designated activity room. Would you like to join?" A deathly silence. At that moment, the entire square was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at the scene before them in disbelief. They never imagined that this aloof and icy goddess would extend an invitation to a man in front of so many people in a manner that was almost a confession. And what's more, they were inviting him to join a charitable organization that sounded like it had no future. This world is absolutely insane. Wang Ba, Sima Yi, and Yi Guqing were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Lin Yuner, then glanced at Luo Zhouxiao, their minds completely blank. They considered countless possibilities, but they never imagined it would develop like this. How the hell are we supposed to steal this? Are we supposed to risk our lives to steal it? They've already played the emotional card to this extent. If they were to argue with them, wouldn't they be the villains who break up a loving couple? Sima Yi's folding fan fell to the ground with a crack. He knew perfectly well that he had lost. A complete and utter defeat, without a doubt. Their pride in their club's strength, abundant resources, and the promised high position seemed as fragile as a joke in the face of this sincere affection. As the focus of the entire event, Luo Zhouxiao felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he looked at the beautiful senior who had mustered up the courage to invite him and even showed the softest side of her heart without reservation. He could clearly feel the deep trust and reliance hidden in her clear, bright eyes. He thought of his parents, who had also sacrificed their lives to protect their country. I recalled their eyes, filled with reluctance and expectation, as they lay dying. Is it a matter of passing on the torch, ensuring its continuous existence? Perhaps this is fate. He reached out his hand, but did not take the application form. Instead, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, he gently embraced the stunningly beautiful woman who was trembling slightly slightly before him. Then, he whispered in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Isn't your business my business?" The moment Luo Joshio pulled Lin Yuner into a tight embrace, the entire central square erupted in chaos. They're hugging. Ah, my goddess, my youth. It's all over. Wa'ada. I'm heartbroken. Nobody can stop me today. I'm going to the rooftop to calm down. Hey bro, it's windy on the rooftop. Wanna come together? By the way, what's your number in line? Damn it. Why? Why not me? Where did I go wrong? In an instant, cries of sorrow filled the square, a chorus of wails and lamentations. Countless boys felt their hearts were shattered like dumpling filling, unable to be pieced back together. The girls, on the other hand, were seeing stars and letting out screams like groundhogs. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. My favorite couple has become a reality. It's too sweet. It's even sweeter than the milk tea I just bought. A cool, aloof goddess paired with a domineering killer. I've got my eye on this couple. I'm taking the key. As for the leaders of the three major gangs, Wang Ba, Sima Yi, and Yi Guqing, they were completely petrified on the spot. They stared blankly at the couple who were flaunting their affection in front of everyone, treating them like dirt, and felt their hearts turn to ice. This time, they lost completely, leaving them with nothing but their underwear. What's the point of fighting over this? If we keep fighting over it, won't we become a third party interfering in each other's relationship and become a laughingstock for the whole school? Damn it, what bad luck! Wang Ba cursed angrily, shouldered his greatsword, and turned to leave without looking back. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he couldn't help but transform into the leader of the FFF group on the spot and burn the heterosexual couple to death. Sima Yi and Yi Guqing exchanged a glance, seeing bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. They could only shake their heads and silently leave this place of sorrow. Lin Yuner, the protagonist of this storm, was held tightly in Luo Joxiao's arms, completely stunned. Her stunningly beautiful face was already flushed red, hot enough to fry an egg. She could clearly feel the masculinity and sense of security emanating from that man, as well as the strong and powerful sound of his heartbeat. One sound followed another, as if striking her heart. Her heart, which had been frozen for 21 years, finally melted completely at this moment. You let me go. So many people are watching. Lin Yuner's voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's hum, carrying a hint of shyness and secret joy that she herself was unaware of. What are you afraid of? Luo Joshio leaned down and said domineeringly in her deep, magnetic voice, I'm holding my own girlfriend. Who dares to object? My own girlfriend? These four words struck Lin Yuner like a bolt of lightning, causing her mind to go blank and short-circuit completely. She felt like she was about to faint from happiness. Cough, cough. Just then, an untimely cough broke the idyllic atmosphere. Lei Meng, Li Xiaobai, Lu Ruoyan, Feng Xiaoxiao, Tang Tiantian, and Zhu Guqing were all staring at them with maternal smiles. Captain, sister-in-law. Lei Meng scratched his bald head and said with a simple smile, you two are so lovey-dovey, we're about to burst. How about we take care of the important business first? Luo Joshio and Lin Yuner replied almost simultaneously, but Luo Joshio's words were filled with murderous intent, while Lin Yuner's were full of coquettishness. He. Lei Meng wasn't angry, he just chuckled. With a hint of reluctance, Luo Joshio released the soft, fragrant jade from his arms. He picked up the application form that Lin Yuner had gripped so tightly that it was slightly crumpled, and without even glancing at it, he signed his name in a flamboyant manner, falling from the 9 heavens. He then handed the application form to Lei Meng and the others behind him, raised an eyebrow, and asked, what about you guys? Of course. Lei Meng was the first to snatch the watch, and with a flourish of his pen, he also signed his name. Wherever the captain goes, we'll go. That's right. Team Dawn is a unified whole. Li Xiaobai, Lu Ruoyan, Feng Xiaoxiao, Tang Tiantian, and Zhu Guqing also stepped forward and signed their names on the application form. The Torch Society, once an obscure charity society that was even on the verge of being banned by the school, has undergone a complete transformation and has become the most luxurious, top-notch, and star-studded #1 society at Tianhe University. The club has 8 members in total. Club President Lin Yuner, a B-level superpowered individual, a third-tier powerhouse, and the #1 goddess of Tianhe University. Luo Joshio, the vice president, honorary president, and henchman, possesses dual S-level superpowers, is at the peak of the 3rd tier and 9th level, is the #1 person of the new generation, and is the legendary delivery man. And all members of the Dawn team. This lineup is so luxurious it's beyond words. The news once again shocked the entire Tianhe University. Those students who once ignored or even scoffed at the Torch Society are now filled with regret. They cried and shouted, clutching various gifts, blocking the doorway of the Firewood Society's dilapidated activity room, wanting to join. But without exception, they were all turned away. Today, the Spark Society is targeting a high-end elite. You want to get in? Not so easy. The mastermind behind all this, Luo Joshio, had already run away with his wealthy female senior and started a shameless world for the two of them. The days that followed were undoubtedly extremely dark and painful for all the single people at Tianhe University, because they are forced to endure the indiscriminate bombardment of PDA from Luo Joshio and Lin Yuner, this dog couple. Whether it's in the school library, the gravity gravity training room, the cafeteria, or even on the battlefield during a mission in the wilderness. You can always see that inseparable couple, all lovey-dovey together. Sometimes, Luo Joshua would forcefully pin Lin Yuner against the wall, delivering a spectacular wall slam. Occasionally, Lin Yuner would shyly wipe the rice grains from the corners of Luo Joshua's mouth, her gaze so tender it seemed as if it could be squeezed to reveal water. They portrayed all of this with an absolutely refreshing and unparalleled level of sophistication. In no time, the love story of Luoshan and Yuner Ferry was adapted into various versions and spread wildly on the campus forum, becoming a new campus legend at Tianhe University. As another protagonist in the legend, the frost dragon cub named Gungun by Luo Joshua also grew at an astonishing speed during this period. In just 1 month, the spoils that Luo Joshua had plundered from the East Sea Dragon Palace were almost completely devoured by this little guy. Damn it, if this keeps up, you'll bankrupt me sooner or later. Looks like it's time to make some more money. No, it's time to get some evolution points. Although he is now at the peak of the 9th level of the 3rd rank, he is only 1 step away from the 4th rank. But this step is like an insurmountable chasm. He could clearly feel that his body was as if it were tightly bound by an invisible shackle, preventing him from breaking through. He needs an opportunity. One opportunity, enough to break free from these shackles and bring him to the brink of life and death. It seems it's time to go back to that place again. A glint of light flashed in Luo Joshua's eyes. He thought of a perfect place to go. Tianhe University, the trial tower. That place where he made a name for himself in one battle and where he rediscovered the long-lost thrill of combat. He remembered that last time he seemed to have reached the 16th floor. I wonder how many levels he can reach now, given his current strength. 20th floor? Or 30th floor? Thinking of this, Luo Joshua felt a surge of intense passion. Without further hesitation, he tucked the still-devouring demon core into his arms, turned around, and strode towards the trial tower. The news of his challenge to the trial tower spread like wildfire throughout Tianhe University in just over 10 minutes. Have you heard? Luo Joshua is going to challenge the trial tower. Really? After 3 months, that man is going to break the record again? Hurry up and grab a spot. If you're late, there won't even be a place to stand. Brothers, grab your weapons. No matter what, we have to witness Luoshan create another miracle today. For a time, the entire Tianhe University was once again abuzz with excitement because of Luo Joshua's actions. Countless students poured out of classrooms, dormitories, and training rooms, surging towards the trial tower like a tidal wave. This scene is more than 10 times more exaggerated than the last club recruitment. When Luo Joshua arrived at the trial tower hall, he was completely dumbfounded. The hall in front of us was already packed with people, shoulder to shoulder, so crowded that there wasn't even a place to stand. Even the plaza outside the hall was densely packed with people. They all craned their necks, holding up their personal terminals, ready to broadcast the situation inside in real time. So many people? Looking at the terrifying scene before him, resembling a train station during the Spring Festival travel rush, Luo Joshua's lips twitched involuntarily. He never imagined that his popularity would reach such a level. The fallen god is here. Get out of the way. Someone spotted him and shouted at the top of their lungs. With a whoosh sound, the originally crowded crowd suddenly parted to both sides, making way for him. All eyes were on him. Those eyes were filled with fervor, worship, awe, and endless anticipation. They are all waiting. They await this man, who will once again bring them a visual feast. Go, Luoshan. Luoshan, you're the best. The god of destiny, the eternal god. The cheers and shouts were so loud they almost lifted the roof off the trial tower. Hearing the deafening cheers and looking at the pairs of trusting and expectant eyes around him, Luo Joshua felt a surge of pride. He didn't say much, but simply nodded calmly in response to everyone. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he strode into the trial chamber that belonged to him and was his own. Standing at the front of the crowd, Lin Yuner gazed at that familiar figure, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with unparalleled confidence and pride. She understood that from this day forward, this man's name would once again resound throughout Tianhe University. As the hatch of the trial chamber slowly closed, the once bustling hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge light screen in the center of the hall, and they unconsciously held their breath. They are waiting. We await that mythical name to shine once again atop the heavens. Identification in progress. B. Identification successful. Welcome back, Luo Joshua. Your last attempt was on level 16. Would you like to start the challenge directly from level 17? The cold, mechanical sound rang in Luo Joshua's ears. Let's begin. Luo Joshua answered without hesitation. The next second, the scene before my eyes suddenly changed. He found himself in a gloomy and terrifying swamp. The air was filled with a putrid stench that was nauseating. Trial Tower, 17th floor. Guardian, three-headed swamp crocodile, Tier 3, Level 1. 3 huge splashes of water suddenly surged up from the murky swamp surface. Then, 3 terrifying giant crocodiles, each the size of an armored vehicle, covered in dark green, hard scales, and with their jaws wide open, suddenly burst out of the swamp. They surrounded Luo Joshua, their 3 pairs of murky eyes filled with violence and bloodlust, staring intently at him. him. 3 level 1, tier 3 beasts? Looking at the scene before him, Luo Joshio's lips curled into a cold smile. Perfect, I'll use you guys to warm up. He didn't even bother to condense the ice lightning spear, he simply pushed off with his feet and exerted force. The terrifying aura of the peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level erupted from his body. That oppressive force was like a tangible tsunami, instantly sweeping across the entire swamp. The 3 swamp crocodiles, which had been so menacing, suddenly showed a human-like fear in their turbid eyes after sensing the terrifying pressure that made their souls tremble. However, it was too late. Luo Joshio's figure transformed into a blur that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, and he instantly leaped onto the head of one of the swamp crocodiles. Give it to me, and I'll take care of it. He remained expressionless and simply threw a punch. A deafening roar. The swamp crocodile's skull, hard enough to withstand artillery fire, shattered like tofu under Luo Joshio's seemingly ordinary punch. Blood splattered everywhere. It was another instant kill. Ding! Defeat the tier 3 level 1 spectral beast swamp crocodile. Gain 1000 evolution points. The first one. Luo Joshio shook off the non-existent bloodstains on his fist, his gaze calmly falling on the other 2 swamp crocodiles that were already terrified. The 2 giant crocodiles trembled as they watched the figure slowly approach them like a demon god, their eyes filled with endless fear and pleading. However, there was not a trace of pity in Luo Joshio's eyes. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. He understood this principle better than anyone else. 2 muffled thuds rang out. The battle was over in less than 10 seconds. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 17th level of the trial. Time taken, 9 seconds. Reward, 1000 academic credits. At this moment, the main hall outside the trial tower was completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, looking incredulously at the dazzling data that had just been refreshed on the screen. Freshman overall ranking, 1st place, falling 9 heavens, level 17, 9 seconds. 9 seconds? Am I fucking seeing things? He only took 9 seconds to get to the 17th floor? Is this for real? Those are 3 tier 3 level 1 swamp crocodiles. Even if a tier 3 level 5 or 6 senior came, he couldn't possibly finish the battle so quickly. How did he do that? He was just going in to warm up. Is that even considered a warm up? He just wiped out the other side in one hit. A monster. A monster. This is completely beyond the scope of human language. Everyone felt that their values had been brutally crushed and rubbed into the ground by this man once again today. Their eyes were fixed on that shining name on the list, their gazes filled with nothing but awe and admiration. In the crowd, Lin Yuner tightly covered her mouth with her hand to prevent herself from screaming. Her clear, beautiful eyes were filled with shock and pride. She had always known that this man would never let her down. While everyone was still immersed in the shock and unable to extricate themselves, on the screen, the name they both loved and hated flashed wildly once again. Passed. Time taken, 7 seconds. Gatekeeper, Four-Armed Demon Ape, Tier 3, Level 3, Instant Kill. Passed. Time taken, 5 seconds. Gatekeeper, Abyss Spider X5, Tier 3, Level 2, Instant Kill. Passed. Time taken, 12 seconds. Gatekeeper, Lava Giant Lizard, Tier 3, Level 5, Instant Kill. Luo Joshio's speed in climbing the tower did not slow down with the increase in the number of floors. On the contrary, it became even faster. He was like a killing machine from hell, rising wildly with overwhelming force and unstoppable momentum. The people in the hall were completely numb. They just stared blankly as that name repeatedly challenged their understanding of the word pervert. 20th floor. My god, he actually made it to the 20th floor. This has already broken the record for the highest number of new students in the history of Tianhe University, right? This isn't just a freshman record. This guy has directly broken into the top 100 of the senior class. A freshman who has been in school for less than half a year has broken into the top 100 of the senior year rankings. Nobody can believe it. Everyone was completely captivated by Luo Joshio's miraculous performance. They no longer questioned or speculated. They just wanted to know where this man's limits were. The numbers on the screen started flashing again. The moment the number jumped from 20 to 21, the atmosphere in the entire hall was once again pushed to a climax. 21 floors. My god, he's still going up. Is this even human? Doesn't he need to rest? I feel like I'm not watching people climb the tower. I'm watching gods fight. From today onwards, no one is allowed to use the word genius in front of me. Compared to Luo Shen, they're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. The crowd in the hall went completely mad. They just stared at that name, their emotions soaring like a rocket. Level 22. Passed. 23rd floor. Passed. Level 24. Passed. Level 25. Passed. When the number after Luo Joshio's name stopped at 25, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence for several tens of seconds. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the number, forgetting even to breathe. This is no longer a record of being in the top 100 of the overall senior list. This is fucking amazing. It's broken into the top 50 of Tianhe University's all-time rankings. A freshman who has been enrolled for less than half a year. They've broken into the top 50 of the all-time overall rankings. Anyone who hears this will will find it unbelievable. This is no longer a simple record breaking. This is fucking history. This is writing a legend. Demon, monster. Someone spoke softly in a dreamlike voice. These two words also represent the sentiments of everyone present. In their eyes, Luo Joshio was no longer a person. He is a complete, utterly unreasonable god. At this moment, Luo Joshio was standing on the 26th floor of the trial tower, in a volcanic area burning with raging flames. The air was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur, and the high temperature was enough to melt steel, enveloping the entire space in scorching heat. Trial Tower, Level 26. Guardian, Flame Demon Lord, Tier 3, Level 8. A nearby active volcano suddenly erupted violently. Fiery magma shot into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying demon, over 10 meters tall, composed entirely of burning magma and wielding a massive flaming warhammer, slowly crawled out of the volcano. Its eyes, burning with hellfire, stared down at Luo Joshio, its gaze filled with violence and destruction. An astonishing pressure belonging to a 3rd tier, 8th level expert swept towards Luo Joshio. 3rd tier, 8th level? Luo Joshio felt the powerful pressure, and a genuine fighting spirit finally ignited in his calm eyes. Those trash before weren't even enough to warm me up. I hope you can let me have a little fun. He roared, and the ice lightning spear in his hand condensed into form once more. The terrifying aura of the peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level, erupted without reservation. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. Annihilation Divine Thunder. Ice and Lightning, 2 S-class superpowers, were activated simultaneously. Luo Joshio transformed into a streak of ice and lightning, charging towards the Flame Demon Lord. Insignificant humans, die. The Flame Demon Lord, seeing that this mere human dared to provoke him, flashed a hint of contempt in the hellfire burning in his eyes. It suddenly raised its enormous flaming warhammer. The warhammer, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures capable of incinerating the entire world, crashed down on Luo Joshio like a falling meteorite. Wherever the warhammer passed, the air was instantly ignited, and the space seemed to be scorched and about to crack. Luo Joshio coldly sneered as he faced the overwhelming flaming warhammers. Playing with fire in front of me, the S-class lightning-type ancestor? It's like showing off your axe skills in front of Guan Yu, or your cleaver skills in front of Lu Ban. Thunder is the source of all fire and the origin of all laws. Hellfire dares to act recklessly before divine thunder? Without dodging or avoiding, he thrust his ice lightning spear forward. The spear and the flaming warhammer collided violently in mid-air. Instantly, the entire volcanic area trembled violently. A blinding light flashed, and the distant spectator screen was suddenly filled with static. A terrifying energy storm spread wildly in all directions from the collision center. However, what was unexpected was, the fiery demon lord's prized flaming warhammer, capable of melting everything, was utterly defeated upon encountering Luo Joshio's ice spear, which was entangled with divine lightning, as if it had met its nemesis. The hellfire burning above was instantly extinguished by the violent lightning. Impossible? For the first time, the flame demon lord's eyes, which burned with hellfire, revealed an expression of disbelief and shock. Its hellfire was actually suppressed? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Luo Joshio, like a ghost, passed through the flames and appeared before it. You beast, prepare to die. His ice lightning spear, carrying the force of 1,000 thunderbolts, fiercely pierced towards the flame demon lord's enormous heart made of magma. The battle ended once again with an overwhelming victory. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 29th trial. A cold, mechanical voice rang out, and the hall outside the trial tower was already filled with thunderous applause and cheers. The 29th floor. He fought his way up to the 29th floor with unstoppable momentum. We are only one step away from that terrifying level that even many 4th-tier martial grandmasters dare not approach. Everyone's heart was in their throat. They were filled with anticipation, hoping that this man could create another miracle. The number on the screen, which had captivated everyone's hearts, finally beat again. The moment the number jumped from 29 to 30, the entire trial tower hall seemed to be muted. The cheers and discussions that were as loud as a mountain range just a second ago suddenly stopped. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the number, barely daring to breathe. He actually made it to the 30th floor. That's the 30th floor. Tianhe University has been established for hundreds of years. Those who can reach this level are all exceptionally talented geniuses who are renowned in their respective regions. The vast majority of them, upon reaching this level, were at least 4th-tier martial grandmasters. But what if it falls from the heavens? How long has he been enrolled? His current level is only at the peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level. With the power of a 3rd-tier cultivator, challenge the 30th floor. This is no longer a simple challenge to a higher level. That's simply defying the heavens. Can he really do it? Someone uttered these words in a dreamlike voice, expressing the sentiments of everyone present. I don't know. The guardian of the 30th floor is a genuine 4th-tier beast. 4th rank. That's the 4th rank martial grandmaster level. The 3rd and 4th ranks are two completely different levels of life. The difference is like an insurmountable chasm. Yeah, I heard that last year a senior at the 4th level, 2nd stage went to challenge the 30th floor, but he couldn't even last 3 minutes and had to be be carried out. Although Luoshin is abnormal, this time, he's probably really reaching his limit. Various concerns and doubts have arisen. Even those die-hard fans who had blindly worshipped Luo Joshio before were now filled with trepidation and unease. Standing at the front of the crowd, Lin Yuner's calm, beautiful eyes were now rippled with emotion. She gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with her small, snow-white hands, her palms already damp with sweat. She knew better than anyone how enormous the gap was between the third and fourth tiers. That's an insurmountable chasm. Luo Joshio, you must win. She looked at the shining name on the screen and prayed silently in her heart. Meanwhile, on the 30th floor of the trial tower, Luo Joshio was standing in complete darkness. There was no light or sound around. There was only endless darkness and a chilling silence. Trial tower, 30th floor. Guardian, Netherworld Demon Tiger, Tier 4, Level 1. A cold, mechanical sound echoed in the darkness, eerie and jarring. Suddenly, a tiger's roar, filled with violence and resentment, came from the depths of darkness without warning. That tiger's roar seemed to strike straight to the depths of one's soul. Luo Joshio felt a buzz in his head, as if he had been struck by an invisible giant hammer. His mind was shaken and his blood surged. Soul attack? He felt a chill run down his spine and immediately understood the other party's methods. He quickly circulated his mental energy to forcefully dispel the sonic attack that had invaded his sea of consciousness. However, before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, a huge, pitch-black shadow, moving as fast as lightning, appeared silently behind him like a ghost. A pair of sharp tiger claws, gleaming with a cold, eerie green light, carrying the power to tear through space, viciously slashed towards his back. The speed is outrageously fast. This attack completely exceeded Luo Joshio's reaction limit. There wasn't even a chance to turn around and defend. His pupils suddenly contracted, and without hesitation, he unleashed the power of ice and lightning within his body, condensing a thick ice and lightning shield behind him. At the same time, ice shadow flowing wings and thunder-like phantom step were activated simultaneously, attempting to dodge this fatal blow at the last moment. However, how easy is it to avoid an attack from a fourth-tier powerhouse? Snap, snap. A crisp, loud sound rang out, like glass shattering instantly. Luo Joshio's ice and lightning shield, which was strong enough to withstand the full force of a peak third-tier expert, was actually torn apart in an instant by those sharp tiger claws, just like a thin sheet of paper. The tiger's claws remained incredibly sharp, showing no sign of weakening, and viciously hooked onto Luo Joshio's back. 5 terrifying wounds, deep enough to reach the bone marrow, instantly split open on his back. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining half the sky and earth red. Luo Joshio was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily onto the ground hundreds of meters away, kicking up clouds of dust. Luo Joshio struggled to get up from the ground, a burning pain coming from his back, as if his internal organs had been squeezed out of place. He looked down at the 5 hideous wounds on his chest, and his dark eyes finally revealed an unprecedented solemnity. Is this the power of a fourth-tier being? Just one probing attack nearly took half his life. That's fucking awesome. Not far away, the Netherworld tiger slowly emerged from the darkness. Its eyes, burning with eerie green flames, stared mockingly at Luo Joshio, who was covered in blood and in a sorry state, its gaze revealing a cruel, cat-and-mouse-like cruelty. It didn't rush to kill. It was as if they were enjoying the thrill of watching their prey slowly walk towards despair and death before their very eyes. Brute. Luo Joshio looked at its arrogant appearance and growled through gritted teeth. He forcefully suppressed the injuries within his body, and the ice lightning spear in his hand condensed and took shape once more. Want to play, huh? Then I'll keep you company today and have some fun. An unprecedentedly frenzied flame ignited in his eyes. He understood that today he probably really had to fight tooth and nail. Without holding back any longer, he unleashed the full power of the peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level. Ice and lightning, annihilation dragon god spear. He roared and poured all the ice and lightning power in his body into the spear in his hand. On the gun barrel, the two completely opposite S-class superpowers, ice and lightning, began to merge and compress wildly in an incredibly mysterious way. A chaotic force, more terrifying, purer, and more destructive than ever before, slowly emanated from the tip of the spear. Luo Joshio's figure transformed into a black and white divine light that pierced through heaven and earth, and he charged towards the arrogant and domineering Netherworld demon tiger. This is the strongest attack he can unleash right now. He was also his only hope for turning things around. However, faced with this earth-shattering blow, the Netherworld tiger showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, it revealed a hint of human-like contempt and mockery. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide. An invisible and strangely fluctuating soul shockwave instantly erupted from its body, spreading outwards from its center. The howl of the Netherworld, a 4th-tier beast's domain skill. Luo Joshio felt a buzzing in his head, as if he were being stabbed by thousands of scorching steel needles. The excruciating pain caused his vision to go black, and the ice lightning annihilation dragon god spear that had been condensed to its maximum strength actually collapsed under the soul shockwave. His superpower was forcibly interrupted, and Luo Joshio suffered a backlash, spitting out another mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning ashen white. He watched as the black, attack, lightning-like claws, already inches away, pounced upon him once more. A sense of powerlessness, unlike anything he had ever felt before, welled up in Luo Zhouxiao's heart. Just as the netherworld tiger's claws were about to pierce his heart. Outside the trial tower, everyone thought he was doomed, and gasps and sighs of regret were heard. A clear and melodious voice, like the cry of a phoenix, rang out from Luo Zhouxiao's arms without warning. A beam of icy blue divine light shot into the sky from his pocket. The divine light rapidly condensed in mid-air, transforming into a mini ice dragon that, though only the size of a palm, exuded supreme divine power. It was the frost dragon cub that Luo Zhouxiao named Gungun. As if sensing the threat to its master's life, the panda suddenly opened its big, icy blue eyes, which had been sleepy. A flash of icy blue divine light, a mixture of anger and majesty, emanated from its pupils. A dragon's roar, though still immature, was so powerful it shook the very soul, and burst forth from its tiny mouth. The dragon's roar seemed to directly impact the depths of the netherworld demon tiger's bloodline. The once fierce and arrogant netherworld tiger stiffened abruptly upon hearing the dragon's roar. Its pupils, which were burning with eerie green flames, were instantly filled with endless terror. This is precisely the purest and most irrational bloodline suppression at the top of the food chain. Although the netherworld demon tiger is a powerful fourth-tier beast with extraordinary bloodline, but compared to the frost dragon, a top-tier mythical beast, its bloodline is like a small stream encountering a vast ocean. They are simply not on the same level. Its originally unstoppable momentum was abruptly halted in mid-air by this terrifying dragon's might. That enormous body trembled violently, like a leaf turning in the wind. Upon seeing this scene, Luo Zhouxiao's eyes, which had been dimmed by despair, instantly ignited with the flame of hope. Without hesitation, he forcefully suppressed his internal injuries and once again condensed the remaining ice and lightning power. Although it was no longer sufficient to unleash the Ice Lightning Annihilation Dragon God Spear, but dealing with this beast that was so terrified that it didn't even dare to move was more than enough. A-rank martial skill, Annihilation Thunder Spear. Luo Zhouxiao roared, and the ice lightning spear in his hand transformed into a purple lightning bolt, carrying all his unwillingness and anger, and fiercely stabbed into the netherworld demon tiger's unsuspecting eyes. A muffled thud, and the blade pierced flesh. The spear pierced through the netherworld tiger's eye and went straight through its skull without any resistance. A burst of violent lightning power instantly destroyed its brain. The netherworld tiger let out a mournful cry filled with resentment and despair, its massive body crashing to the ground and transforming into countless specks of light. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the Tier 4, Level 1 Spectral Beast Netherworld Demon Tiger, gaining 20,000 evolution points. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the 30th level of the trial. Time taken, 15 minutes and 38 seconds. Rewards, 10,000 academic credits. A-rank martial skill Thunder God Body. Luo Zhouxiao, leaning on his spear, knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Every part of my body aches, all my energy has been completely drained. But he won. He actually reversed the tide from the 3rd level to the 4th level, creating a myth that is unprecedented and probably will never be repeated. Yeah. Luo Zhouxiao, leaning on his spear, knelt on one knee, panting heavily. I was in excruciating pain all over my body, and my energy was completely depleted. But he won. At the peak of the 9th level of the 3rd tier, he made a comeback against the 1st level of the 4th tier, creating a legend that is unprecedented and probably will never be repeated. Yeah. Gungun jumped out of his arms, its tiny body rubbing against him happily, its big, icy blue eyes full of concern. It gently nuzzled Luo Zhouxiao's cheek with its head, as if asking if he was alright. I'm fine. Luo Zhouxiao forced a smile and reached out to stroke the fluffy head. This little guy is really reliable in a pinch. If it weren't for its dragon roar, which suppressed the netherworld demon tiger with its bloodline, it would probably have been unable to escape death today. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the Tier 4, Level 1 Spectral Beast Netherworld Demon Tiger, gaining 20,000 evolution points. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the 30th level of the trial. Time taken, 15 minutes and 38 seconds. Rewards, 10,000 academic credits. A-rank martial skill Thunder God Body. The system notification sounded in his mind, and Luo Zhouxiao's heart skipped a beat. Over 20,000 evolution points, plus 10,000 academic credits, and an A-grade martial arts technique Thunder God Body. This reward was truly enviable. He glanced at his system panel. Name, Luo Zhouxiao. Evolution points, 21440. Special abilities, S-rank Ice type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-rank Lightning type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-rank, Invisibility. Realm level, 3rd tier, 9th level, peak, Martial Arts, Spear Technique, peak, A-rank, Annihilation Thunder Spear, peak, B-rank, Ice Dragon's Fury, peak, B-rank, Thunder Illusion Step, peak, B-rank, Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings, peak, A-rank, Thunder God Body, Understanding. With evolution points exceeding 20,000 again and the acquisition of an A-level martial skill, this is definitely a huge win. Thunder God Body. Luo Zhouxiao murmured the name to himself. An A-rank martial skill, its significance was extraordinary. Moreover, this is a body-refining martial art, which perfectly makes up for his physical weakness. Although he can now challenge opponents of higher levels, his body's ability to withstand blows is still at Achilles' heel. I won't rush into cultivation, he thought to himself. He had expended too much energy earlier and needed to recover first. He also felt that he was only a thin layer of paper away from the 4th level. This battle deepened his understanding of power, and he needs to process it thoroughly before he can truly break through. Trial complete, teleportation. The cold, mechanical voice rang out again. The next moment, Luo Zhouxiao felt a blur before his eyes and a strong sense of weightlessness surged over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the test chamber. As the hatch slowly opened, blinding light flooded in, and Luo Zhouxiao squinted. He stepped out of the test chamber. The moment he appeared, the entire trial tower hall erupted in a deafening cheer, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing. Fallen God, eternal God, the 30th floor. My God, he actually made it. 15 minutes and 38 seconds. At the peak of the 9th level of the 3rd tier, he reversed the situation and defeated the 1st level of the 4th tier. It's simply a miracle. A new record has been broken. He has broken the record for the highest number of freshmen to climb the tower at Tianhe University. Countless enthusiastic students rushed toward Luo Zhouxiao like madmen, their eyes filled with admiration and awe, their voices almost lifting the roof off the trial tower. Looking at the group of crazy fans, Luo Zhouxiao felt somewhat helpless. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile and earn some evolution points, but he hadn't expected to cause such a big stir. He could sense that in the gazes around him, besides fervor, there were also complex emotions, jealousy, resentment, but even more so, awe. Lei Meng, with his imposing figure, was the first to rush forward, his large, copper bell-like eyes filled with excitement and pride. He hugged Luo Zhouxiao tightly and patted his back heavily. Captain, you're amazing. I knew you could do it. Let me go. Luo Zhouxiao winced in pain, his body covered in wounds. Lei Meng's blow had almost broken him apart. Sorry Captain, I got too excited. Lei Meng quickly let go, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly. Li Xiaobai, Lu Ruyan, Feng Xiaoxiao, Tang Tiantian, and Zhuge Qing also gathered around. Captain, are you alright? Tang Tiantian's big eyes were filled with worry. When she saw the 5 bloody scratches left by the netherworld demon tiger on Luo Zhouxiao's body, her heart ached so much that tears almost fell. I'm fine. Luo Zhouxiao shook his head, his gaze falling on Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's captivating fox-like eyes were now filled with complex emotions. She looked at Luo Zhouxiao, hesitant to speak. What? Want to know how I did it? Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow. How many secrets do you still have? Lu Ruyan finally couldn't help but ask. She felt that this man was a bottomless pit. Every time she thought she had figured him out, the next second he would unleash even stronger power and more shocking abilities. A secret? Luo Zhouxiao smiled. Secrets are secrets. If a woman knows too much, she'll age faster. Lu Ruyan's chest heaved violently with anger at his words, but she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. She knew in her heart that this man was just teasing her. Captain, you're a monster. Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but speak up, a rare look of shock appearing on his usually expressionless face. I don't feel like I'm watching people climb the tower, it's more like I'm watching gods fight. Zhuge Qing pushed up his glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses shone with an unprecedented light. He completely gave up on using data to analyze Luo Zhouxiao's combat strength because this man was simply beyond the comprehension of common sense. Stop talking. Luo Zhouxiao waved his hand. I'll go back to my dorm first, I need to get some rest. At this moment, he was indeed extremely exhausted, both physically and mentally at their limits. Okay, Captain, everyone answered in unison, and then they made way for him without hesitation. Surrounded by the crowd, Luo Zhouxiao slowly walked towards the dormitory area. Along the way, countless students made way for each other, their eyes filled with awe. He was like a triumphant king, receiving the worship of everyone, falling from the 9 heavens. Just then, a clear yet concerned voice came from the crowd. Luo Zhouxiao turned around and saw Lin Yuner walking quickly towards him. Her clear, beautiful eyes were filled with worry and heartache. Are you alright? Lin Yuner walked up to him, but hesitated when she reached out her hand. I'm fine, it's just that I'm mentally exhausted. Luo Zhouxiao smiled, patted her shoulder, and told her not to worry. Let's go back to the dorm first, he said softly, then took her hand. Lin Yuner's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly and obediently let him lead her. A blush involuntarily crept onto her cheeks. When Luo Zhouxiao led Lin Yuner out of the trial tower hall, which was the focus of everyone's attention, the entire Tianhe University was once again plunged into an unprecedented carnival. The afterglow of the setting sun cast long shadows of them. One is a peerless prodigy who descends like a god, creating an invincible legend. One is a goddess with a cool and aloof temperament and stunning beauty, captivating countless people. Hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, they walk slowly toward the dormitory area amidst countless envious, jealous, and blessing glances. The scene was so beautiful, like a meticulously painted scroll, that it was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. I hereby declare that from this day forward, Luoshin and Fairy Yuner are the only official couple in my heart. Anyone who dares to object, I'll be the first to argue with them. Wa'ada. this is so sweet. I'm willing to eat this dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Please, you two, just get married already. Heartbroken, the wind on the rooftop is destined to be noisy today. Dude, don't rush, get in line and take a number first. I'm number 300 something in line. Luo Jiuxiu and Lin Yuner ignored the surrounding noise and discussions. Luo Jiuxiu simply walked quietly, feeling the softness and warmth in his palm. For some reason, his heart, which had been restless due to the series of fierce battles, gradually calmed down. Lin Yuner lowered her head, her usually icy face now flushed red, as if it could boil an egg. She could clearly feel her hand being tightly enveloped by a warm and strong hand. The sense of security emanating from his palm made her heart, which had been frozen for 21 years, start to beat wildly, one at a time. She could even hear her own heart pounding like a drum. This man, he actually took my hand in front of so many people? Doesn't he know what this means in school? Lin Yuner's mind was blank, a jumbled mess like a knotted ball of yarn. She wanted to pull her hand away, but couldn't bear to part with that warmth. She wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. She could only let this domineering man lead her step by step into the unknown future, under the watchful eyes of the entire school. As they approached the girls' dormitory, Lin Yuner finally mustered her courage and broke the silence in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You were in the trial tower just now, are you alright? She was still worried. After all, that's a 4th-tier netherworld demon tiger. Although he ultimately won, she could sense that the victory was not easily won. What could possibly be wrong with me? Luo Jiuxiu stopped and turned to look at her beautiful eyes, which were full of worry, and couldn't help but smile. Do I look like something's wrong to you? But Lin Yuner stretched out her slender, fair fingers, wanting to touch the scabbed wound on his chest, but hesitated. It's just a superficial injury. It's healed long ago, Luo Jiuxiu said casually. Lin Yuner had already witnessed his abnormal self-healing ability, but every time she saw it, she still couldn't help but be shocked. How did you do that? She murmured softly. Made by a man. Luo Jiuxiu raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile playing on his lips. You? Lin Yuner blushed instantly upon hearing his irreverent reply and glared at him irritably. That guy, he's always like that. One second he was that decisive and awe-inspiring war god. The next second, however, he immediately reverts to being a mischievous and teasing younger brother. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Luo Jiuxiu looked at her adorable expression of being both embarrassed and annoyed, and the smile on his face gradually faded, turning serious. He gazed at her, his deep eyes seeming to draw her soul in. Lin Yuner felt flustered by his gaze and subconsciously responded. Be my girlfriend. Luo Jiuxiu's voice was not loud, but it was unusually calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. However, these words exploded like a nuclear bomb in Lin Yuner's ears, stirring up a huge wave in her already turbulent heart. To be his girlfriend? Lin Yuner felt her head go blank with a buzz and completely shut down. She stared blankly at the man in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with nothing but endless bewilderment and ecstasy. He actually confessed his feelings to me? Happiness came so suddenly, she felt as if she were dreaming. A sweet dream that even I dare not hope for. What? You don't want to? Luo Jiuxiu raised an eyebrow, looking at her dazed expression, and deliberately said, if you don't want to, then forget I said anything. After saying that, he actually turned around and prepared to leave. Almost the instant he turned around, Lin Yuner blurted out without hesitation. The voice was clear and resonant, filled with an unprecedented firmness. After she finished speaking, she realized what she had just said, and her already flushed face turned even redder, down to her ears. What did I just say? That's so unreserved. Lin Yuner wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. Hey! Luo Jiuxiu looked at her embarrassed state, as if she wanted to die on the spot, and couldn't help but curl up a smug smile. He turned around, walked up to her, gently stroked her delicate nose, and said softly in his magnetic voice, silly girl, from this moment on, you belong to me, Luo Jiuxiu. From now on, you are not allowed to act tough on your own anymore, nor are you allowed to shoulder everything alone. I'm here for you. Those three simple words flowed into Lin Yuner's heart like a warm current, completely melting her heart that she had always pretended to be strong. Her eyes were slightly red, and her clear, beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She looked at the man before her, the man who had repeatedly saved her from danger and loneliness, and nodded heavily. At this moment, no further words are needed. A single glance, a single gesture, is worth 1,000 words. Alright, it's getting late, go back and rest. Luo Jiuxiu looked up at the sky and said softly, me? Of course I'm going back to my own dorm, Luo Jiuxiu replied matter-of-factly. Oh. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Yuner's eyes. What? You can't bear to part with me? Luo Jiuxiu looked at her and couldn't help but tease her again. Who can't bear to part with you? I'd love for you to leave right away. Lin Yuner retorted stubbornly, but her slightly reddened eyes silently revealed her true feelings. Is that so? Luo Jiuxiu glanced at her meaningfully, but did not expose her pretense. He suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered in his magnetic voice, tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, same place, Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. Our first official date. Before Before he could react, he gently placed a tender kiss on her smooth forehead. Then, under Lin Yuner's completely petrified gaze, he turned and left with a flourish. She was left standing there alone, blankly covering her burning forehead with her hands and her heart pounding in her throat, speechless for a long time. A first, official date? The thought of going on a date with that man as his girlfriend tomorrow made Lin Yuner's heart start to race. That pretty face, which had always maintained a cool and aloof demeanor, finally blossomed into a genuine and radiant smile. That smile was so beautiful it seemed to make the whole world pale in comparison. The next day, night fell. The VIP suite on the top floor of the Hentang Palace Hotel. This is the second time Luo Joshio and Lin Yuner have come here. But this time, both the atmosphere and the mood were completely different from the last time. Last time, it was a celebration. This time, it's a date. It was the first time they had a formal date as a couple. Lin Yuner had clearly made careful preparations for this date. She no longer wore the dashing battle uniform, nor did she put on that elegant evening gown from before. Instead, she changed into a light blue long dress, the hem of which was adorned with twinkling stars, as if she were wearing the entire Milky Way. Her smooth, black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements and emitting a refreshing fragrance. That already breathtakingly beautiful face, with light makeup today, had lost some of its usual aloofness and gained more gentleness and shyness. She sat there quietly, bathed in the soft light of the crystal chandelier, looking as beautiful as a fairy untouched by worldly affairs. When Luo Joshio pushed open the door to the private room and saw her, even his steely composure couldn't help but froze slightly. This is so beautiful. Luo Joshio couldn't help but curse in his mind. He discovered that this girlfriend he had taken advantage of was a real gem. Every meeting brings a different surprise. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Lin Yuner felt a little shy under his undisguised and aggressive gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. I've met you before. Luo Joshio walked over and sat down opposite her without any ceremony, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. But I've never seen anything this beautiful. Smooth talker. Lin Yuner said this, but the slight upturn of her lips and her bright eyes had already betrayed the joy in her heart. What girl doesn't like to hear her crush compliment her on her looks? By the way, why are you dressed like this today? Lin Yuner asked Luo Joshio curiously. Today, he wasn't wearing his familiar black battle uniform or an expensive suit. Instead, he wore a simple white t-shirt, a pair of slightly faded jeans, and ordinary sneakers. His simple and clean outfit perfectly accentuated his tall and straight figure and the masculine charm unique to soldiers. Add to that his stunningly handsome face, and he's practically walking hormones. What? Doesn't it look good? Luo Joshio asked, raising an eyebrow. No. Lin Yuner quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushing red. It feels a bit different from your usual style. Oh, this? Luo Joshio chuckled softly and explained. This is the first time I've ever worn this kind of casual wear. So, did you change into this outfit specifically for me? Lin Yuner looked at him, her clear eyes sparkling with anticipation. What else could it be? Luo Joshio retorted matter-of-factly. For a first date with my girlfriend, it's definitely better to be a little more formal. My first date with my girlfriend? Hearing this, Lin Yuner's heart was deeply touched by this man once again. The feeling of happiness and sweetness surged in like a tide, instantly overwhelming her. She felt herself sinking into this gentle ocean. Ahem, let's eat. To hide her shyness, Lin Yuner quickly picked up the menu and started ordering. It's still the same familiar Australian lobster, French caviar, and Kobe beef from Japan. Every dish was ridiculously expensive. Senior, you really are a rich woman. Luo Joshio couldn't help but click her tongue as she looked at the astronomical figures on the menu. Although he has some savings now, the spoils he obtained from the East Sea Dragon Palace last time were worth tens of millions. But compared to the wealthy female senior in front of him who could eat up an ordinary person's life savings in a single meal, he was still a complete pauper. What? Are you afraid I can't afford to support you? Lin Yuner rolled her eyes at him, her tone tinged with a hint of smugness. Not really, Luo Joshio said with a smile. I just feel like I've hooked up with a rich woman. Get lost. Lin Yuner burst out laughing at his words. Her laughter was like 100 flowers blooming, instantly brightening the entire private room. The meal proceeded slowly in this relaxed and sweet atmosphere. The two talked for a long time. They chatted about fun things at school, their experiences in cultivation, and their future plans. They were surprised to find that they had so many things in common. It seemed like they had endless things to say. By the way, what about your pet named Gun Gun? Lin Yuner suddenly remembered that cute yet domineering baby fish. Oh, it? Luo Joshio said helplessly, my master took it away. Principal Chin? Luo Joshio nodded. He said that the row of the row is extraordinary and 1 in a million, and he wanted to borrow it to study it. Put. Lin Yuner almost spat out the red wine she had just drunk when she heard this. Principal Chin actually used the frost dragon as food? This is absolutely absurd. You just let him take Gun Gun away like that? Lin Yuner looked at him in disbelief. What else can we do? Luo Joshio spread his hands. hands. I can't beat that old man, and I can't argue with him, so I can only let him take him away. But don't worry, the old man is just saying that. He cherishes that little thing too much to actually stew it. That makes sense. Lin Yuner thought about it carefully and felt that what he said made sense. After all, that's an ice dragon. Even a 9th level martial saint wouldn't really be willing to eat it, right? Are you full? Luo Jiuxiao asked when she put down her knife and fork. I'm full. Let's go then. I'll take you somewhere. Where are we going? Lin Yuner asked curiously. You'll see when you get there. Luo Jiuxiao smiled mysteriously, stood up, and extended his hand to her. Looking into his expectant eyes, Lin Yuner felt a warmth in her heart and placed her hand in his palm without hesitation. The two walked hand in hand out of the heavenly palace on the cloud top. I didn't take a car or fly. Just like any ordinary couple, they strolled hand in hand along the bustling and technologically advanced streets of Tianhe City. Finally, Luo Jiuxiao led her to an extremely large commercial plaza located in the city center. What are we doing here? Lin Yuner asked, looking around at the dazzling array of luxury stores. Of course, shopping, Luo Jiuxiao replied matter-of-factly. Shopping? Lin Yuner was taken aback. This was the first time she had ever gone shopping with a boy. The feeling was both novel and sweet. But this sweet feeling didn't last long before an arrogant and jealous voice came from not far away. Oh, I thought it was someone else. So clueless, daring to hit on the woman I've got my eye on? Upon hearing these provocative and insulting words, Luo Jiuxiao immediately frowned. He slowly turned around, his dark eyes coldly fixed on the direction of the sound. Not far away, a young man dressed in flashy designer clothes, with hair dyed like a parrot's and an arrogant "I'm the best in the world" expression on his face, was walking towards them with ill intent. Behind him followed 7 or 8 equally conspicuously dressed rich kids who looked like his lackeys. When he recognized the person, a hint of amusement flashed in Luo Jiuxiao's eyes. It seems he hasn't learned his lesson from last time. Who the hell are you? How dare you call our brother Ping by his full name? Before Xiao Ping could even speak, one of his blonde henchmen pointed at Luo Jiuxiao's nose and started cursing arrogantly. No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud slap rang out across the man's face. It wasn't Luo Jiuxiao who made the move, but Xiao Ping. Are you blind? Do you even know who he is? Xiao Ping pointed at the blonde-haired lackey who was stunned by his slap and cursed angrily. Ping. Brother Ping, the blonde-haired henchman covered his swollen face, full of grievance and confusion. He is Luo Jiuxiao, that double S-level genius. That delivery man who crippled Wangrun. Xiao Ping's voice became shrill with extreme fear. He never dreamed that he would run into this killing god here because he didn't check the almanac before going out today. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Ping's followers were all stunned. Their faces turned as white as paper in an instant, and the arrogance in their eyes was instantly replaced by endless fear. Although they are also a group of lawless rich kids who are used to acting arrogantly, they only dare to bully ordinary people without any background. Compared to this guy who could cut off the heads of 3 third-tier assassins at the drop of a hat and send them away like a package, and who even dared to offend a top-tier second-generation tycoon like Wang Run, their so-called background and strength are simply a joke. Luo Shin, big brother. The arrogant blonde lackey was so frightened that his legs went weak and he knelt down with a thud, starting to kowtow frantically. Brother, I was wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I'm not human. I'm just a fart. Please, have mercy on me and let me go. As he spoke, he frantically slapped his own face with his other hand. The force was so great that it almost smashed his face. Looking at this ridiculous scene, Luo Jiuxiao felt utterly bored. He couldn't even be bothered to bother with such trash. His gaze calmly fell on Xiao Ping, who was also pale with fright and trembling all over. What did you just say? Luo Jiuxiao's voice was calm, revealing no emotion, but to Xiao Ping, it was like a death knell, making his heart leap into his throat. Xiao Ping's lips trembled, his mind went blank, and he couldn't utter a single complete sentence. He's now kicking himself for it. Why did I have to be so foul-mouthed today and provoke this god of death? How dare you touch my people? Luo Jiuxiao's voice suddenly turned icy cold. A bone-chilling cold instantly locked onto Xiao Ping. Xiao Ping could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure that made it hard to breathe. His legs went weak and he knelt down on the ground. Big brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. He clung to Luo Jiuxiao's leg, tears and snot mingling together, crying out, I had no idea she was your woman. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to do it even if you gave me 100 lives. Luo Jiuxiao looked at his miserable appearance without any change in expression and coldly uttered a single word. As if he had been pardoned, Xiao Ping scrambled to his feet and, supported by several equally terrified henchmen, fled the scene in a disheveled state. Watching their departing figures, Luo Jiuxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew in his heart that today's events were far from over. This Xiao Ping would definitely go back to his father, a 7th-level martial emperor, to complain. However, he didn't care at all. He's fallen to the heavens. When has he ever been afraid of anyone? Let's go, senior. He turned around and looked at Lin Yuner, who had been standing quietly to the side without saying a word, and that familiar and gentle smile reappeared on his face. Let's continue shopping. Lin Yuner looked at him, her clear and bright eyes filled with complex complex emotions. There was heartache, there was worry, but more than anything, there was a sense of security that even she herself couldn't put into words. She knew that as long as this man was by her side, the sky wouldn't fall. She reached out and held Luo Zhouxiao's hand tightly, then gently rested her head on his shoulder. Luo Zhouxiao, she whispered, don't be so impulsive in the future, and don't fight anymore. As much as possible. Also, you're not allowed to call me senior anymore. What should we call it then? Call me Yuner. Lin Yuner's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but to Luo Zhouxiao, it was better than any heavenly music. He looked down at the beautiful face in his arms, flushed with shyness, and his heart stirred. He couldn't help but kiss her again. This time, it wasn't on the forehead, but it was on those two soft, warm lips, the lips he had longed for so long. The moment their soft, warm lips gently touched, Lin Yuner felt her head go blank, and her whole body went completely blank. Her already clear and beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her long eyelashes trembled like startled butterflies. She could clearly feel the domineering and aggressive breath coming from the man's lips, as well as the strong and powerful heartbeat. Each sound seemed to devour her soul completely. She tried to struggle and resist, but her body seemed to have all its strength drained away, becoming limp and powerless. She tried to push him away, but her hands involuntarily wrapped around his neck. Her rational mind was frantically telling her, no, this is a shopping plaza, so many people are watching. But his body responded to him with utmost honesty, accommodating him. This kiss felt as long as an eternity, yet also as fleeting as a momentary daze. Luo Zhouxiao reluctantly let go of Lin Yuner only when she felt like she was about to suffocate. Lin Yuner was panting heavily, her face flushed even more, looking so beautiful and delicate that it seemed as if it could drip water. Looking at the man in front of her with a wicked grin, like a cat that had stolen some fish, she felt both ashamed and annoyed, and gently punched his chest with her delicate little fist. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! Her voice was soft and sweet, and to Luo Zhouxiao, it had no harm whatsoever. Instead, it sounded like she was being coquettish. Luo Zhouxiao grabbed her playful little hand, gently kissed it, and then whispered in her ear in a magnetic and domineering voice, I'm only a rogue to you. Hearing this, Lin Yuner felt as if her heart had been struck hard by this man. She knew that today, she would be completely captivated by his sweet words and unable to extricate herself. I'm ignoring you. She gave a coquettish cry, broke free from Luo Zhouxiao's hand, and turned to run away. However, she had only taken a few steps. A piercing and urgent alarm, filled with the aura of death, suddenly resounded throughout the entire city of Tianhe. Luo Zhouxiao was all too familiar with that voice. Here, it only means one possibility. His expression changed drastically in an instant. Those eyes, which were just moments before full of tenderness and laughter, now turned unusually cold and sharp. Without hesitation, he pulled Lin Yuner, who had only run a few steps, back to his side, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily like a hawk. What's wrong? Lin Yuner was startled by the sudden alarm and couldn't help but ask as she looked at Luo Zhouxiao's extremely serious face. Warning, beast tide is coming. Luo Zhouxiao's voice was icy cold. A beast tide? Upon hearing these two words, Lin Yuner's pretty face instantly turned ashen. Although she had never personally experienced a real beast tide, she had already heard about its terror from various sources and her elders. That was a death torrent composed of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands or millions of strange beasts. Every outbreak of beast tides means the loss of countless lives and utter destruction. And now, a beast tide has actually attacked Jiangshan? Quick, we have to get back to school. Without hesitation, Lin Yuner grabbed Luo Zhouxiao's hand and ran towards Tianhe University. It's too late. Luo Zhouxiao shook his head, his gaze fixed on the northern skyline of the city. On the distant horizon, a massive dark cloud composed of countless black dots was sweeping madly toward Jiangcheng at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever the dark cloud passed, the heavens and earth trembled, and all things cried out in anguish. A terrifying aura of violence, bloodlust, and destruction could still be clearly felt even from tens of kilometers away. What kind of beast tide is this? Luo Zhouxiao looked at the sky covering dark clouds, and even with nerves as strong as steel, he couldn't help but gasp. It was 100 times bigger than the one he had encountered in the Black Wind Mountains. This is fucking a moving natural disaster. It's over. Jiangcheng. It's over. Lin Yuner stared at the rapidly approaching torrent of death, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with endless despair. She understood that Jiangcheng's existing defenses were simply no match for such a terrifying beast tide. The city's fall is only a matter of time. Just when she was filled with despair, a warm and strong hand held her tightly once again. She turned around abruptly and saw that Luo Zhouxiao's eyes were still calm, even revealing a hint of excitement. It's not over yet. Who says we can give up? Luo Zhouxiao's voice was powerful and resonant, striking Lin Yuner's heart like a thunderclap. Faced with a natural disaster capable of destroying everything, he refused to bow his head. Looking at the young man before her, Lin Yuner's heart, which had been chilled by fear, was rekindled with a flame for some reason. How can we give up so easily when it's not over yet? What's more, he was right beside her. She nodded emphatically, a glimmer of hope reappearing in her usually cold eyes. Luo Zhouxiao, what should we do now? What should we do? Luo Zhouxiao smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth. He took out his personal terminal and dialed the entire Dawn team's communication channel without hesitation. Dawn team, all members assemble. North Gate of Jiangchang, everyone assemble within 5 minutes. Over the communicator, the voices of Lei Meng and his 6 men were perfectly synchronized, filled with high fighting spirit and roars. After hanging up the call, Luo Zhuoxiu held Lin Yun'er's hand tightly, and his ice wings suddenly unfolded behind him. He transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards the north gate of Jiangcheng. At this moment, Jiangcheng was in complete chaos. Screams, cries, and explosions echoed throughout the room. Countless citizens ran frantically through the streets like headless flies, desperately searching for a safe haven. But faced with this natural disaster that could destroy everything, any struggle seemed so pale and powerless. Luo Zhuoxiu ignored all of this. He is not the Virgin Mary. He understood that he couldn't possibly save everyone on his own. All he can do now is use the gun in your hand to kill all those damned beasts. This is the best way to protect this city. When he and Lin Yun'er arrived at the north gate of Jiangcheng, they found the scene of corpses strewn everywhere and rivers of blood flowing before their eyes. Countless soldiers in military uniforms, along with martial artists who came to provide support, are using their own flesh and blood to build a fragile yet incredibly steadfast steel defense line on the city wall, which is hundreds of meters high. Outside the city walls, that black torrent composed of countless strange beasts is already within reach. Kill! On the city wall, a middle-aged general in a blood-stained uniform, holding a knife with one arm, stood at the highest point and let out a heart-wrenching roar. He is none other than Li Yunlong, the highest commander of Jiangcheng and a valiant soldier whose strength has reached the peak of the 5th-level martial king. For the great Xia, for the sake of the hundreds of millions of compatriots behind us, fight to the death, never retreat. Li Yunlong's voice resounded throughout the battlefield through the loudspeaker, igniting the last bit of fighting spirit in the hearts of all the soldiers. Fight to the death, never retreat. Fight to the death, never retreat. Fight to the death, never retreat. Tens of thousands of soldiers roared in unison, their voices converging into a powerful, earth-shaking torrent of steel that suddenly met the black wave of death. The beast tide finally crashed hard against Jiangcheng's seemingly indestructible city walls. In an instant, the earth seemed to tremble violently. The city wall, hundreds of meters high and made of a special alloy, creaked under the terrifying impact. Fine cracks even appeared on it. Countless enormous, incredibly strong siege beasts, like battering rams, frantically rammed the city walls. Countless agile beasts, skilled in climbing and extremely fast, surged up the city walls like a tidal wave. Countless alien beasts capable of long-range attacks spewed out various energy beams from afar, raining down on the city walls like a barrage of artillery fire. In an instant, the entire battlefield was transformed into a living hell of blood and fire. The screams of agony rose and fell incessantly. Every minute and every second, countless warriors and monsters fell in the fierce battle. Blood stained the city walls. Hold on. All of you fucking hold on. Li Yunlong's eyes were bloodshot, and his sword was already stained dark red with blood. He cleaved the four-armed demonic ape that had just climbed the city wall in two, then roared at the messenger beside him. Damn it! Where are the reinforcements? When will they arrive? Reporting to the general. The messenger's face was filled with despair. The surrounding cities have also been attacked by beast tides of varying sizes. They are too busy to help themselves and simply cannot send reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong's already heavy heart sank to the bottom. This time, Jiangcheng is truly doomed. Is heaven determined to destroy my Jiangcheng? General, look, what is that? Just as Li Yunlong was feeling desperate, the messenger beside him suddenly pointed to the sky and let out an incredulous exclamation. Li Yunlong subconsciously looked up. On the distant horizon, 7 streaks of light of different colors sped toward them at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. The 7 streaks of light transformed into 7 heroic figures the instant they approached the battlefield. Leading the group was a young man dressed in a black combat suit, with ice wings on his back and a spear wrapped in ice and lightning in his hand. He exuded a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. Behind him followed 6 equally powerful and spirited young men. Are they reinforcements? Li Yunlong looked at the 7 figures who seemed to have descended from the heavens, and the light in his eyes, which had been dimmed by despair, was instantly rekindled with the flame of hope. No, that's not right. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. These 7 people are so young. He looks to be in his early 20s. How strong can such a young martial artist be? Could it be those gilded playboys sent by powerful and wealthy families to gain experience? Upon thinking of this, the glimmer of hope in Li Yunlong's heart instantly turned into disappointment, and even anger. What time is it? They actually sent a bunch of child soldiers to their deaths? Just then, Lei Meng's burly figure leaped onto the city wall first. Looking at the hellish scene before him, his large eyes immediately turned red. Damn it! These beasts! He roared and, without hesitation, shouldered his giant axe, ready to charge into the beast horde. Don't move! Luo Zhuoxiao's cold and steady voice stopped him in time. Captain? Lei Meng looked at Luo Zhuoxiao, his honest face full of doubt and anxiety. He couldn't understand why the captain wouldn't let them go up when the beast tide was about to rush onto the city wall. well. If this drags on any longer, these beasts will tear down the city walls. You're their captain? Just then, a voice filled with authority and iron-bloodedness came from the side. Luo Zhouxiao turned his head and saw a middle-aged general in a blood-stained military uniform, holding a knife with one arm, walking towards him step by step. Those sharp, hawk-like eyes were fixed on Luo Zhouxiao, filled with scrutiny and distrust. I am Li Yunlong, commander of the Jiangcheng garrison. The middle-aged general walked up to Luo Zhouxiao, his voice rough and imposing. Which unit are you from? Why are you here? His tone was full of doubt. There's nothing we can do. These 7 young people are just too young. The oldest-looking ones are no more than 20 years old. In this brutal battlefield that determined the life and death of the city, the appearance of these 7 child soldiers made it hard for him not to think of those scions of noble families who went on to gain prestige. Tianhai University, elite class, Dawn team. Luo Zhouxiao calmly announced his background, then looked past Li Yunlong and onto the battlefield below the city wall, which had become a meat grinder, his brows furrowing tightly. Commander, if I may be so bold, your defenses are riddled with holes. Upon hearing Luo Zhouxiao's words, the adjutants immediately erupted in uproar. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Pointing fingers at the general. You greenhorn, do you know where you are? This is a battlefield, not a place for you to play house. General, I think this kid is just here to cause trouble. Let me arrest him. Several adjutants, filled with righteous indignation, drew their swords, ready to charge forward. Even Li Yunlong's weathered face showed a hint of anger. He admitted that the young man in front of him did indeed possess a composure and imposing presence that belied his age. But that is absolutely not the reason for him to spout nonsense here. Li Yunlong has spent half his life fighting on the battlefield, climbing from an unknown soldier to his current position step by step, relying on the iron and blood experience he has gained from countless battles. Now, a kid who hasn't even grown a full beard dares to question his command in public? This is tantamount to the greatest insult to him. Kid, Li Yunlong's voice suddenly turned icy. I don't care what kind of genius you are, or what your background is. This is a battlefield. Battlefields have their rules. Now, I order you to leave this place immediately. Do not hinder our operation. Leave? Luo Zhouxiao sneered upon hearing this. That smile was icy and chilling, carrying a strong sense of mockery. He slowly turned around, his dark eyes calmly fixed on the iron-willed general before him, whose face was flushed with anger, and said clearly, word by word, Li Yunlong, right? I respect you as a true man, a soldier who dares to shed blood and sacrifice himself to protect his country. But that doesn't mean you have the right to talk about rules in front of me. Luo Zhouxiao's voice suddenly rose, and a pressure far more terrifying than that of a 5th-level martial king erupted from his body, carrying supreme majesty and domineering power. Peak of the 3rd tier, 9th level. This oppressive force, like a real tsunami, instantly swept across the entire city wall. Li Yunlong and his adjutants felt as if they had been hit hard by an invisible mountain. Those originally arrogant and domineering adjutants didn't even have the strength to resist. Their legs went weak, and they were forced to kneel on the ground by the terrifying pressure. The hard alloy floor was dented several times by the impact of their knees. Li Yunlong, however, managed to stay upright and not kneel down thanks to his powerful strength as a peak 5th-tier martial king. Li Yunlong stared at the boy who was enveloped in ice and lightning, looking like a god or demon. His sharp eyes were filled with nothing but endless shock and despair. This is pure, overwhelming power. He, a true peak 5th-level martial king, was almost frightened by the aura of a mere 3rd-level martial master. What the hell? What kind of fantastical joke is this? He felt that the worldview he had built up over the decades had completely collapsed at this moment. Now, do you still think I'm not qualified to speak here? Luo Zhouxiao walked up to him, looked down at him, and spoke in a voice as cold as a knife. Li Yunlong's heart sank to the bottom. He finally understood. The man in front of me is not a so-called child soldier at all. He's a monster, a complete and utterly unreasonable monster. Li Yunlong's lips trembled as he tried to speak, but he found that under this terrifying pressure, he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Your playing style is too chaotic. Luo Zhouxiao ignored him, turning back to the horrific battlefield below the city wall, her voice icy. Long-range firepower coverage is uneven, and melee units fight independently with no coordination. If we keep fighting like this, we won't even be able to hold out for half an hour, let alone defend Jiangcheng. Although his voice was not loud, it struck Li Yunlong and the soldiers behind him like a heavy hammer. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they knew in their hearts that everything the boy said was true. Then tell me, what should we do? Li Yunlong struggled to raise his head, gazing at that proud, aloof figure, and asked in a hoarse voice. He realized that he had probably met a true master today. Luo Zhouxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. From now on, I'll take over here. You, all of you, will obey my commands. Luo Zhouxiao's domineering voice, which left no room for doubt, echoed clearly across the noisy battlefield. Li Yunlong and the soldiers behind him were all stunned. How could a young man who looks no more than 20 years old lead thousands of veteran soldiers? This is absolutely ridiculous. You, what gives you the right? A lieutenant, barely suppressing the terrifying pressure, gritted his teeth and questioned resentfully. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao smiled faintly. He didn't answer, but gave the most resounding answer with his actions. He flashed and instantly appeared at the very edge of the city wall. He swung his ice lightning spear suddenly. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. A deafening dragon roar echoed through the heavens. A gigantic ice dragon, hundreds of meters long and formed entirely of extremely cold frost, roared as it flew out. The ice dragon, carrying terrifying cold air capable of freezing everything, descended from the sky like a blue divine punishment, crashing heavily into the densest horde of beasts beneath the city wall. Boom! A terrifying chill instantly swept across an area of hundreds of meters. Hundreds of strange beasts, each at least at the second rank, frantically attacked the city walls. Before they even had a chance to scream, they were instantly frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. Then, with a bang, the ice sculptures shattered all at once, turning into ice shards flying everywhere. Large areas were instantly cleared out. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Whether it was the warriors on the city wall or the strange beasts below, at that moment, they all seemed to be frozen in place, staring blankly at the scene that could only be described as a miracle. Their minds went blank. What exactly happened just now? Just one move. He actually annihilated dozens of second and even third-tier alien beasts in an instant? Is this even something a human being could do? Is that enough now? Luo Zhoxiu sheathed his spear, slowly turned around, and stared calmly at Li Yunlong, who had completely turned to stone. Enough, enough. Li Yunlong swallowed hard, his face contorted with shock, filled with boundless awe and fervor. He finally understood. What a load of rubbish gold plating. What a bunch of lousy child soldiers. This is clearly a god of death descended to earth. With such a killing god around, perhaps Jiangqing really can still be saved. Pass on my orders. Without hesitation, Li Yunlong roared at the messenger beside him with all his might. From this moment forward, the entire army shall obey this man's orders. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to military law. Yes, General. Although the messenger was equally shocked, he still subconsciously responded loudly. Luo Zhoxiu nodded in satisfaction. He knew that time was of the essence and he had no time to waste with these people. Taking command in the most direct and violent way is the most efficient option at this moment. Dawn team, heed my command. Luo Zhoxiu's voice turned cold and authoritative once again. Lei Meng and the other six responded in unison, their voices filled with an unprecedentedly high fighting spirit. They gazed at their captain, who seemed like a god in the spotlight, and their blood boiled with excitement. Lei Meng, don't just stand there like an idiot. Get to the far left of the city wall right now. You're the shield. Block that gap. Don't let a single fly in. Yes, Captain. Lei Meng roared, hoisting his giant axe, and his burly body charged like a cannonball toward the most fiercely contested area on the far left of the city wall. Rock-solid defense, he roared, and an incredibly heavy rock shield rose from the ground, forcefully pushing back the surging tide of beasts. Feng Xiaoxiao, Li Xiaobai, you two, one on the left flank and one on the right, hunt freely. Target the tough, high-level enemies. Completely disrupt their command system. Yes. Feng Xiaoxiao and Li Xiaobai's eyes flashed with cold light, and their figures instantly transformed into two streams of light of different colors, like two sharpest knives piercing straight into the beast tide. Swords flashed, and blades crisscrossed. With each strike, a high-level beast would scream and fall to the ground. Lu Ruyan, Tang Tian, you two, provide support from the center. One of you, use your mental power to turn these beasts' heads into a mushy mess. The other, use sugar-coated bullets to slow them down. Let them know what a fucking sweet death is. Hee, got it. Captain Lu Ruyan giggled, a dangerous glint in her foxy eyes. Alright, Captain, watch my candy battle. Tang Tian waved excitedly, and countless colorful candies poured down like a shower of flowers, scattering down below the city wall. As for you, Zhuge Cheng, Luo Zhoxiu's gaze locked onto the young man who had been standing behind him, whose eyes behind his glasses gleamed with intelligence. You're in charge of analyzing the entire battle. All firepower units are under your command. Get your brains working at full capacity. Calculate the optimal firepower coverage plan. I'll show these bastards what it really means to have technology plus ruthlessness. Zhuge Cheng pushed up his glasses, and for the first time, a confident and fervent look appeared on his usually gentle face. He knew that today was the crucial moment for his A-level superpower, divine calculation, to make a name for himself. Attention all artillery units. 3 rounds of rapid fire. Bombard them. Attention all sniper units. Lock onto the 11 o'clock position, that tier 3 peak armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. Concentrate fire. Take it down. All, for a time, under the command of Luo Zhoxiu and Zhuge Cheng, the previously chaotic battlefield immediately became orderly and highly efficient. The 7 members of the Dawn team were like 7 precisely coordinated gears, driving the massive war machine of the Jiangqing garrison to run at full speed. They unleashed a terrifying fighting power that was far greater than the sum of its parts. On the city wall, Li Yunlong and the tens of thousands of soldiers behind him were all stunned. They stared in disbelief at the 7 young figures who had dominated the battlefield like divine warriors descending from the heavens, their minds blank. This is a student? These are clearly 7 killing gods who crawled out of hell. This teamwork is just too fucking insane. insane. Li Yunlong stared at the textbook perfect teamwork before him, his sharp eyes filled with awe. He served in the army his whole life, fought in wars his whole life, and believed that he had seen no fewer than 1,000 geniuses, at least 800. But this was the first time he had ever seen a team of 7 young people with such excellent teamwork and tactical execution. There are assassins, mages, supports, and even a tactical commander who is comparable to a supercomputer. What the hell is this lineup? These 7 people are practically a miniature version of a special operations force. They were more terrifying and more efficient than any special forces unit he had ever seen. General, we seem to really be saved? The adjutant, watching the once precarious defensive line miraculously stabilize after the Dawn team joined, and even showing faint signs of a counterattack, trembled and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Yunlong smiled bitterly, pointing to the still dark mass of beasts outside the city wall, his voice hoarse. Look outside. This is just the beginning. The adjutant looked in the direction he was pointing, and his heart, which had just been burning with excitement, instantly cooled down. The appearance of the Dawn team greatly boosted morale and temporarily stabilized the battle situation. But the number of beasts was simply too great. There are so many it's despairing. They kill one group and immediately a new wave surges up like a tidal wave, fearless and undaunted. As for the soldiers on the city wall, everyone who dies is one less. The body's energy is limited, with one side gaining at the expense of the other. Defeat was only a matter of time. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Li Yunlong gritted his teeth, and a fierce fighting spirit rekindled in his bloodshot eyes. Kill as many as you can. Pass on my order. Everyone who can still move, pick up your weapons. Fight these sons of bitches. At this moment, Luo Zhouxiao, who was the focus of the battlefield, paid no attention to any of this. There was no fear, no despair, and not even a trace of pity in his eyes. Only endless coldness and excitement. Because, in his ears, the system notification sound, as beautiful as heavenly music, was ringing out wildly. Ding! Defeat a Tier 1 triple-powered beast bloodthirsty bat, gaining 60 evolution points. Ding! Defeat the Tier 2, level 5 spectral beast ironclad rhinoceros, gain 500 evolution points. Ding! Defeat the Tier 3, dual-level spectral beast venomous spider, gaining 1200 evolution points. That was fucking awesome. Luo Zhouxiao felt every pore on his body was joyfully stretching and moaning. Watching the evolution points surge like a flood, the thrill was even more exhilarating than kissing Lin Yuner. 100 times, 1,000 times more enjoyable. Kill them all. His eyes burned with a fanatical flame. At this moment, the ice and lightning spear in his hand had completely transformed into the scythe of death. Each swing unleashed a dazzling display of gunfire and a shower of blood. He alone, with only a gun, was like an unshakable reef firmly nailed to the center of the city wall. Any beast that dares to approach within 100 meters of him, whether it flies or runs, will be instantly torn to dust by his violent ice and lightning power. He single-handedly withstood the fiercest beast-tide attack head-on. That invincible aura, that could slaughter everything in its path and kill gods and Buddhas alike, made all the warriors on the city wall feel their blood boil and admire them wholeheartedly. They looked up at that godlike figure and seemed to see hope. A roar, louder, more violent, and filled with venom than ever before, suddenly came from behind the beast horde. The sound seemed to carry a tangible sonic attack. Many of the weaker soldiers on the city wall felt a buzz in their heads, as if they had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and blood flowed from their 7 orifices. They immediately fainted. Even Li Yunlong, a 5th-level martial king, turned pale and let out a muffled groan, clearly having suffered a significant shock. Luo Zhouxiao's heart tightened. He clearly felt an oppressive aura, more than 10 times more terrifying than any of the previous beasts, rushing towards them from behind the beast tide at an extremely fast speed. Zhuge Cheng, analyze the energy source. He roared in the team chat without hesitation. Zhuge Cheng's voice was filled with unprecedented solemnity and panic. Report, Captain. Energy source locked. It's 3,000 meters behind the beast tide. The energy intensity is more than 3 times that of the previous peak 3rd-tier deep-sea monstrous beast. Based on the model's analysis, there's a 99% probability that the commander of this beast tide is a 4th-tier, 5th-level abyss demon dragon. 4th-tier, 5th-level, abyssal dragon? Upon hearing these words, everyone's heart sank to the bottom, whether it was Luo Zhouxiao, the other members of the Dawn team, or even Li Yunlong on the city wall. What does that mean? Not to mention that they are all injured and exhausted now. Even at their peak, all of them combined wouldn't be enough to fill the abyss dragon's teeth. This time, it's really over. This thought, like a nightmare, instantly enveloped everyone's minds. Heavy footsteps, like war drums, approached from afar. Every step he took made the earth tremble. A suffocating, mountain-like, terrifying pressure swept in from all directions. Under this oppressive force, countless warriors on the city wall could not withstand it. Their legs buckled, and they all knelt down, their eyes filled with endless fear and despair. Amidst everyone's horrified gazes, a gigantic, ferocious figure, radiating an aura of destruction, slowly emerged from the black beast tide. It was a terrifying dragon, its size comparable to a small mountain, its entire body covered in obsidian-hard scales, with rotting fleshy wings on its back that blotted out the sky, sky, and eyes burning with abyssal demonic flames filled with endless violence and destruction. 4th tier, 5th level, Abyss Demon Dragon. When Li Yunlong saw the dragon's appearance clearly, the last trace of color drained from his face. He gave a bitter smile and slowly closed his eyes. Heavens have destroyed my Jiangchang. Heavens have destroyed my Jiangchang. Li Yunlong's voice, filled with endless despair and resentment, sounded particularly pale and powerless on this brutal battlefield. The tens of thousands of warriors behind him stared intently at the terrifying dragon that seemed to have crawled out of the abyss of hell. The hope that had just been ignited was now completely extinguished. Utter despair. If, when facing that endless horde of beasts, they still harbored a sliver of courage to fight to the death. Now, when they truly faced this 4th tier, 5th level king level beast, all that remained in their hearts was an endless sense of powerlessness. Captain, what do we do now? Tang Tiantian's voice was choked with sobs, and her cute little face was already as white as paper, completely devoid of color. She clung tightly to Luo Zhouxiao's clothes, her small body trembling under the terrifying pressure of the abyss dragon. Damn it! Even if I die, I'll tear a piece of flesh off you. Lei Meng's eyes were bloodshot. He frantically mustered the last bit of strength in his body, shouldered the giant axe, and prepared to charge forward. However, the abyssal dragon didn't even bother to glance at him. Its enormous eyes, burning with abyssal demonic flames, nearly scanned with interest the faces on the city wall, faces filled with fear and despair. It enjoys this feeling. That feeling of being in control of everything, of having the power to decide life and death, the thrill. It slowly opened its gaping maw, large enough to swallow a small mountain. A jet-black energy ball, over 10 meters in diameter and compressed from a high concentration of abyssal magical energy, was frantically condensing in its mouth. Abyss Annihilation Bullet, a skill exclusive to 4th tier beasts. Although the energy sphere was not yet fully formed, the aura of destruction and annihilation emanating from it had already caused the surrounding space to violently distort and collapse. Luo Zhouxiao looked at the woman beside him, whose face was also deathly pale, but whose clear, beautiful eyes still shone with stubbornness and unyieldingness, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. He reached out and held her cold little hand tightly. Her voice was hoarse, yet filled with an unprecedented tenderness. I'm here for you. Lin Yuner looked at him, a poignant look flashing in her beautiful, misty eyes. She didn't say anything, but simply gripped his hand tightly in return. Perhaps this is the best ending. Brothers, Lei Meng, Li Xiaobai, Feng Xiaoxiao, Lu Ruyan, Tang Tiantian, and Zhuge Cheng slowly walked to Luo Zhouxiao's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Their faces bore fear and resentment, but more often than not, they faced death with equanimity, resolute. They are the dawn. They are one. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Looking at the 7 young yet exceptionally determined faces around him, Luo Zhouxiao's cold heart was completely touched. In his past life, he failed to protect his comrades, which became his lifelong regret. Absolutely not. We must never allow the same tragedy to repeat itself before our eyes. His woman. Nobody is allowed to touch this. Give me some time. Just as that abyss annihilation bomb was about to take shape, Luo Zhouxiao's icy, chilling voice, filled with endless killing intent, was clearly transmitted to the ears of every team member through the tactical communicator. Use whatever method you have to hold it off, even if only for 10 seconds. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. At this point, what's the point of buying time? Could it be that the captain has some trump card up his sleeve? Despite their doubts, the 6 members of the Dawn team, with their almost blind trust in Luo Zhouxiao, suppressed their fear without hesitation and activated the last bit of power within their bodies. Berserker Battle Axe, Peerless Sword Intent, Gale Twin Blades, the Sound of Enchantment, Candyland, a brilliant strategy. The 6 roars, filled with determination and tragedy, shook the heavens and the earth. 6 distinct energies poured out without reservation at this moment, transforming into dazzling streams of light that slammed into the abyssal dragon as it gathered its ultimate attack. Faced with the last and most futile counterattack of these few ants, the abyss dragon let out a contemptuous roar. It didn't even bother to block, letting the 6 attacks land on its indestructible scales. It only caused a tiny, insignificant ripple. It doesn't even qualify as a tickle. However, it was precisely this brief pause of a few seconds that's enough for Luo Zhouxiao. He slowly closed his eyes. A crazed smile appeared on that face, contorted with anger and resentment. Give me some more. All evolution points. All of them. Add them all to me. Luo Zhouxiao let out a final, hysterical roar in his heart. He stared at his system panel, where his evolution points had just surged to over 100,000 due to the slaughter of the beast tide, an astronomical number, his eyes gleaming with a desperate, mad light. It's all or nothing. He vowed to make this damned beast, and all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens, see clearly. Let them know that he's the real, pay-to-win player. Ding! Host's current cultivation level is detected as level 3, 9th stage, peak. Breaking through to level 4, first stage requires 50,000 evolution points. Confirm breakthrough? A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in Luo Zhouxiao's mind. His heart bled when he heard that number. This is fucking ridiculously expensive. That's even worse than robbery. However, now is not the time to feel sorry for them. Confirmed. Promote him. Luo Jiuxiu roared in his heart without hesitation. Ding! Evolution points minus 50,000. Congratulations on your realm advancement. 3rd tier, 9th level, peak, 4th tier, 1st level. Boom! The system notification tone had just finished when an energy more powerful and violent than ever before erupted from Luo Jiuxiu's body. Click, click, click. The entire battlefield at the north gate of Jiangcheng trembled violently due to the outbreak of this terrifying pressure. What's going on? In the distance, Li Yunlong, who had just struggled to his feet, stared blankly at the figure that seemed to be a god descending to earth, his mind blank, muttering to himself. He broke through again? He actually broke through during battle? And he jumped directly from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier? Is this even human? When that arrogant abyssal dragon sensed the terrifying aura that made its soul tremble, its enormous eyes, burning with abyssal demonic flames, revealed for the first time a human-like fear and unease. It was horrified to discover that the abyss annihilation bullet in its mouth, which was powerful enough to destroy everything, had begun to tremble and buzz violently under this terrifying pressure, out of control, as if it would explode in its mouth at any moment. This is the 4th tier? The abyss dragon's underdeveloped head was filled with doubt. It really doesn't understand. How could this ant, which was just moments ago being toyed with and not even at the peak of the 3rd rank, break through to the 4th rank in just over 10 seconds? Moreover, this oppressive aura. Why is it so terrifying? This is not the kind of aura that a martial artist who has just broken through to the 4th level should be able to release. This aura is pure and domineering. Even more terrifying than this 4th tier, 5th level king. What the hell is this monster? Just as the abyss dragon was utterly shocked, Luo Jiuxiu's cold and ruthless voice, like the pronouncement of the Grim Reaper from the Netherworld, exploded in its ears. You had a lot of fun just now, didn't you? Luo Jiuxiu slowly raised his head, his dark eyes now replaced by icy blue and purple gold divine light. He stared directly at the abyss annihilation bullet, which was so close yet brimming with destructive power. Instead of showing any fear, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Now, it's my turn. The ice lightning spear in his hand condensed into shape once more. This time, however, the gun was no longer simply a mix of ice and lightning. Ice and lightning, two completely opposite yet equally terrifying S-level superpowers, began to frantically merge and compress in an unprecedentedly mysterious manner under the impetus of his vast energy, which had already advanced to the 4th rank. A chaotic power, more terrifying and pure than ever before, filled with destructive energy, slowly emanated from the tip of the spear. This force even caused the surrounding distorted space to emit an unbearable buzzing sound. Gun skills, martial arts, superpowers, when they all reach their peak, and their realms rise accordingly, then they will be able to merge into one, to transform into supernatural power. Luo Jiuxiu's eyes suddenly burst forth with dazzling divine light. The chaotic spear in his hand seemed to have come to life at that moment. 4th tier divine ability, Ice Lightning Annihilation Dragon God Spear. With his earth-shattering roar, the chaos spear instantly transformed into a black and white divine dragon that pierced through heaven and earth, solid and terrifying. The dragon roared to the sky, carrying supreme divine power capable of tearing the heavens apart and annihilating all things, and fearlessly met the abyss annihilation bullet. The black and white dragon and the pitch-black magic bullet collided violently in the sky above Jiangcheng. The whole world seemed to have lost its sound and color. All that remained in everyone's sight were the two extreme lights, black and white. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. A sound louder and more terrifying than any explosion before shook the heavens and the earth. A terrifying energy storm swept wildly in all directions from the center of the collision. Beneath the city walls, the boundless beast tide was as fragile as paper in the face of this earth-shattering energy storm. The horde of strange beasts were torn apart in an instant before they could even scream. The city wall of Jiangcheng, which is hundreds of meters high and made of special alloy, trembled violently under the impact of this energy storm. The wall, which originally had only fine cracks, expanded instantly, spreading like a spider web. Oh no! Activate the energy shield at maximum power. Seeing the scene before him, Li Yunlong's eyes immediately reddened, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. However, it was all too late. Snap! Snap! With a crisp, loud crash, the sturdy city wall that had protected Jiangcheng for decades and withstood countless beast tides finally succumbed to the pressure and collapsed. Gazing at this horrific scene, which resembled a natural disaster, the surviving warriors on the city wall were filled with nothing but despair. The city wall collapsed. That steel barrier, hailed as the invincible shield of Jiangcheng, the last line of defense bearing the blood and glory of countless soldiers, collapsed in that devastating collision. Gravel flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. The whole world seemed to be swallowed up by this apocalyptic scene. Li Yunlong struggled to his feet from the ruins, gazing at the devastated scene before him, his weathered face filled with sorrow and resentment. This time, it's really over. Once the city walls fall, it means they have completely lost their last barrier and must face the boundless, surging tide of beasts. Given their depleted and defeated state, there was no way they could possibly resist. The city's fall was only a matter of time. General, the adjutant beside him struggled to crawl out of the ruins. He looked at the black torrent in the distance, which was stirring again and preparing to launch a final assault, and asked in a trembling voice, "Should we prepare to retreat?" Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong's bloodshot eyes suddenly glared at him. Retreat? He grabbed his adjutant by the collar, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging like a roaring lion. "Tell me, where do we retreat to? Behind us is Jiangcheng. Behind us are millions of unarmed civilians. Our parents, our wives and children. What will happen to them if we leave? Are we just going to let these beasts tear them to pieces?" Li Yunlong's voice grew hoarser with each breath, yet it was still incredibly fierce. The adjutant was so frightened by his roar that he blushed and lowered his head in shame. "I, Li Yunlong, have been a soldier my whole life, and I have never been a deserter." Li Yunlong released him, slowly raised the already chipped sword in his hand, and his one-armed figure appeared both tragic and towering against the backdrop of the billowing dust. "Today, I will die right here. Want to enter Jiangcheng? Then step over my dead body. Fight to the death, never retreat." Li Yunlong mustered all his strength and let out the last and most tragic roar of his life. "Fight to the death, never retreat. Fight to the death, never retreat. Fight to the death, never retreat." The thousands of surviving soldiers behind him were also completely ignited by his fearless and indomitable spirit. One by one, they rose from the ruins, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes, dimmed by despair, once again igniting a fierce fighting spirit. They knew they might die today, but they have to die like men. He died like a true, upright soldier of the great Xia dynasty. However, just as they were preparing to launch their final suicidal charge, a cold yet supremely majestic voice came from the center of the billowing dust without warning. "Who the hell told you to die?" The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap from the heavens, striking everyone's heart hard. Everyone instinctively looked in the direction from which the sound came. Amidst the billowing dust, a figure clad in a black combat suit, enveloped in icy blue and purple gold divine light, slowly descended from mid-air. "It is falling from the heavens." Although his face was pale and his breathing was slightly weak, it was clear that the earth-shattering blow he had just delivered had greatly depleted his energy. But his posture remained as upright as a javelin, unyielding. Those dark eyes calmly swept over the group of warriors who were resigned to their fate, and he said indifferently, "I'm not dead yet. Why are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated?" Upon hearing his words, which carried a Versailles air, Li Yunlong and the thousands of soldiers behind him couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. "You just went head-to-head with that 4th-tier, 5th-level king-level boss and unleashed a devastating ultimate move. Now you're telling us you're alright? Can't we just talk like normal people?" At that moment, a roar filled with endless anger and pain came from the other side of the smoke and dust. The once arrogant abyssal dragon was now lying on the ground in a sorry state. Its indestructible black scales were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and streaks of jet-black dragon blood spilled from the corners of its mouth. Clearly, while that devastating blow didn't kill it, it did inflict considerable damage. Its enormous eyes, burning with abyssal demonic flames, were fixed on the unharmed boy, its gaze filled with disbelief, shock, and deep-seated hatred. "It just doesn't make sense. Why is it that this insignificant ant, once it breaks through to the 4th rank, can unleash such terrifying power? That power, that chaotic power that combines ice and lightning, two completely opposite energies, is simply the nemesis of its abyssal demonic energy. It actually managed to defeat its abyssal annihilation bullet head-on? This is completely illogical." Looking at its expression of both astonishment and anger, Luo Zhouxiao curled his lips into a cold smile. "Now you know what pain is, right?" Without saying much, his ice wings suddenly unfurled, and he transformed into a streak of light, charging once again toward the heavily wounded abyssal dragon. He will take advantage of its weakness and kill it. He actually dared to charge forward? Li Yunlong and his men, standing on the ruins of the city wall, were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They never dreamed that after taking a powerful attack from a top-tier boss, this man not only wasn't exhausted but also had the strength to actively pursue his opponent. What kind of monster is this? Is his body made of iron? Is his energy inexhaustible? "Everyone, what are you all standing there for?" Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock, Luo Zhouxiao's icy roar rang in their ears once again. "Didn't you see I'm at sea up ahead? Aren't you going to hurry up and keep up with the output? Want to be a decorative accessory? Ask me if I agree first." His shout jolted Li Yunlong and the thousands of soldiers behind him awake. Their faces showed a mixture of shame and fervor. Their thighs, their only hope, are already at the forefront. What reason do they have to hesitate here? "Dawn Team, charge! Jiangcheng Garrison, kill them!" Two equally furious roars resounded almost simultaneously through the sky. Led by 7 members of the Dawnbreaker Squad and followed closely by thousands of Jiangcheng Garrison troops, they formed an unprecedented, hopeful, and resolute steel torrent, which suddenly surged towards that black wave of death. The ants counterattack. War is the strongest catalyst. It can amplify the most primal fears and cowardices in people's hearts, and it can also ignite the courage and passion buried deepest in their hearts. At this moment, a symphony of ice and fire is unfolding on the battlefield at the north gate of Jiangcheng. Inspired by Luo Zhouxiao's invincible demeanor, which resembled a god descending to earth, all the surviving Jiangcheng garrison soldiers fighters unleashed an unprecedented fighting spirit. They were no longer afraid, no longer desperate. His eyes were filled only with boundless fighting spirit and fanaticism. They followed closely behind that figure who charged ahead, killing anyone who stood in their way, and with their weapons and exhausted bodies, they frantically harvested the lives of those damned beasts. In an instant, the entire battlefield situation underwent a dramatic reversal. The beast tide, which had already reached the city gates and was about to crush Jiangcheng, was actually pushed back by this suicide squad composed of several thousand remnants. There are even faint signs of a counter-offensive. Is this fucking a dream? Several kilometers away, in the rear command post of Jiangcheng, a young staff officer watched all this through high-powered military binoculars and couldn't help but swear. We actually launched a counterattack? Then, who exactly is that boy who's leading the group? Is he even human? Is he even human? All the senior generals in the command post seemed to be frozen in place, staring blankly at the light screen, their minds completely blank. They never imagined that this war, which they believed was doomed to fail, would take such a dramatic turn because of the appearance of one person. At this moment, Luo Zhouxiao, the creator of this miracle, is engaged in an earth-shattering and extremely fierce life-or-death battle with the severely injured Abyssal Dragon. Ice and lightning, along with the dark abyssal demonic energy, collided and annihilated wildly in mid-air. Each collision unleashed a terrifying energy storm powerful enough to tear the earth apart. Luo Zhouxiao's figure moved with lightning speed, and the ice lightning spear in his hand instantly transformed into countless spear shadows, pouring down like a storm, frantically attacking the enormous abyssal dragon. He pushed speed and skill to their limits. Each attack precisely struck the gaps in the abyssal dragon's scales, which were torn open by its injuries. The dull thuds of sharp blades piercing flesh echoed continuously. Crimson dragon blood gushed forth from the massive body of the abyssal dragon like a spring, staining the ground beneath its feet a shocking dark red. The abyssal dragon let out a roar filled with pain and rage. It tried to fight back, but Luo Zhouxiao's speed was simply too fast. He was so fast that the enormous body couldn't even lock onto his movements. It could only passively endure this relentless attack, like a leech clinging to its bone. A dignified 4th tier, 5th level king level boss was actually being overwhelmed by a human ant who had just broken through to the 4th tier? If this gets out, how will it maintain its standing in the beast world? The enraged abyssal dragon abandoned its defenses. His eyes burned with abyssal demonic flames, instantly turning blood red. Suddenly, it raised its head and let out a long howl. A black energy, more violent and destructive than before, suddenly erupted from within his body. The enormous body was enveloped by this black energy and began to expand rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, its size has increased again. The wounds on his body healed rapidly under the nourishment of the black energy. Abyss Berserk. This is a forbidden skill that the Abyss Dragon clan only uses when they are on the verge of death, sacrificing their life force to gain temporary and powerful strength. When Luo Zhouxiao saw this scene, his heart tightened suddenly. He could clearly sense that the beast in front of him, after going berserk, was at least 30% stronger than before. After going berserk, the Abyss Dragon experienced a qualitative leap in both speed and strength. Its massive, mountain-like body transformed into a black lightning bolt, almost invisible to the naked eye, instantly traversing hundreds of meters and appearing before Luo Zhouxiao. The sharp dragon claws, gleaming with a chilling light, slashed down at him with terrifying power that seemed to tear through space. That's fucking fast. This attack was 3 times faster than before. Luo Zhouxiao's pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, he pushed the thunder light illusion step to its limit, trying to dodge this fatal blow at the last moment. However, it was still too late. The dragon claw descended, missing its target, but the violent force of the wind slammed into Luo Zhouxiao's chest like an invisible giant hammer. Luo Zhouxiao was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. This time, he flew farther and was injured more severely. He struggled to get up, feeling as if his sternum was about to shatter, and his internal organs were in excruciating pain, as if they were being turned upside down. Damn it, this beast, he's really tough. Luo Zhouxiao gritted his teeth and growled. He knew he couldn't keep wasting his time like this. After going berserk, its strength has vaguely reached the threshold of the 6th level of the 4th tier. Although he had just broken through to the 4th level, his foundation was unstable, and the energy in his body had been exhausted in this series of fierce battles. With one side gaining strength and the other losing, defeat is only a matter of time. Luo Zhouxiao roared in his heart once again. Give me some points. Add the Thor body skill to my skill list. His gaze was fixed on the A-level body refining martial skill he had just obtained from killing the netherworld demon tiger on the system panel, and his eyes flashed with a crazy light. Since my attack power is insufficient, then increase my defense. Today, I'm going to show you what a true blood tank god of war really is. Ding! Host has 21,440 evolution points. To learn the A-rank martial art Thunder God Body, 5,000 evolution points are required. Confirm learning? Ding! Evolution points minus 5,000. Congratulations, host, you have successfully learned the A-level martial art Thunder God Body. Ding! Evolution Evolution points minus 5,000. Proficiency in the A-rank martial art Thunder God Body has increased from beginner to intermediate. A massive torrent of information instantly flooded my mind. Countless profound methods for tempering the physical body and drawing lightning into the body were like a sudden enlightenment, instantly elevating my understanding of this body-refining martial art to a whole new level. Sizzle, sizzle. Fine, purple arcs of electricity, brimming with destructive power, pulsed and flickered wildly across my skin. His already upright figure seemed to have grown even taller. The muscle definition has become smoother, and the explosive power is more abundant. It's not over yet. Keep adding more. Ding. Evolution points minus 10,000. Proficiency of A-rank martial skill Thunder God Body has increased from beginner to peak. A surge of energy, more powerful and violent than ever before, exploded within my body. Countless purple gold lightning runes frantically roamed and imprinted beneath my skin. At this moment, my physical body seemed to have transformed into an immortal, divine body forged from divine lightning. During this crazy transformation, the aura around him surged once again. Not far away, the abyssal dragon, which had just been gloating over severely injuring me, felt the sudden surge of aura emanating from me. Its huge eyes, burning with abyssal demonic flames, revealed bewilderment and confusion. The abyssal dragon's not-so-bright head was filled with huge question marks. It had lived for hundreds of years, but this was the first time it had encountered such bizarre and unreasonable humans. Just as it was still confused, Luo Joshio's cold and mocking voice rang out again. Now, it's my turn. He slowly stood up from the ground, brushed the dust off his body, and a cruel smile appeared on his face, which was slightly pale from his injuries. Feeling the explosive powers surging within him due to the peak of the Thor body, he felt every cell in his body groaning with pleasure. That was awesome, fucking awesome. This feeling is like putting an indestructible resurrection armor on your body. Let me see whether your claws are harder or my bones are harder, you beast. Luo Joshio beckoned to the still bewildered abyssal dragon with his finger, his eyes filled with endless provocation. The abyssal dragon was enraged by the repeated provocations of a mere human. Its blood-red eyes were instantly filled with endless violence and killing intent. Without hesitation, its massive body transformed into a black bolt of death lightning, once again unleashing its sharp dragon claws that gleamed with a chilling light, and slammed down fiercely towards Luo Joshio. This time, it used all its power. It will tear this ant that dares to blaspheme the king's majesty to shreds. However, faced with this terrifying blow that could tear space apart and shatter mountains, Luo Joshio actually did not dodge or evade. He even put away the ice lightning spear in his hand. He stood there quietly, a cold smile on his lips, as if waiting for something. Has he gone mad? He actually wants to withstand a blow from a fourth-tier king with his bare body? In the distance, Li Yunlong, Lin Yuner, and the others, who were fighting fiercely against the beast horde, were terrified when they saw this scene and screamed in terror. They tried to rush over to help, but were held back by the endless horde of beasts and couldn't escape at all. They could only watch helplessly as the dragon claw, gleaming with the chilling light of death, drew ever closer to the figure that was like a god to them. This time, it's really over. This thought once again gripped everyone's minds. However, just as the dragon claw was about to smash Luo Joshio's head, a deafening roar descended from the sky. A colossal, futuristic, silver-white metal pillar, like a spear of the gods, crashed down from the heavens. With a loud boom, it slammed heavily between the abyss demon dragon and Luo Joshio. The terrifying impact instantly slammed the hard ground into a crater over 100 meters in diameter. Dust billowed into the sky. The arrogant abyssal dragon's seemingly inevitable fatal blow was actually blocked by this massive metal pillar that descended from the sky. Its massive body was also shaken back more than a dozen steps by the terrifying impact before it could barely regain its balance. Roar! The abyssal dragon's blood-red eyes were fixed on the massive metal pillar that had suddenly appeared and was radiating immense energy. A human-like solemnity and fear were even revealed in its eyes. Everyone on the ruins of the city wall was completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. They stared blankly at the towering, 100-meter-tall, futuristic-looking silver-white metal pillar planted in the ground, their minds completely blank. While they were filled with doubt and surprise, a hearty and joyful laugh came from the sky. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. I knew it, you're a complete monster. How long has it been? He's already reached the 4th rank? As laughter echoed, a burly figure slowly descended from the sky. The man was wearing a specially made combat uniform from the Tianhe martial arts school. He had a resolute face, a calm demeanor, and a pair of sharp eyes that were scrutinizing the equally bewildered boy with great interest. It was none other than Chen Dong, the manager of the Jiangcheng branch of Tianhe martial arts school and a 5th level, 3rd stage martial king. Master Chen? Master Chen? Luo Joshio was slightly taken aback when he saw this uninvited acquaintance. Kid, you're fucking good. Chen Dong walked up to Luo Joshio and patted him heavily on the shoulder, his resolute face full of undisguised admiration and excitement. A single person actually dared to confront a 4th-tier, 5th-level boss head-on, and almost killed it. You're a natural-born warrior. Chen Dong became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes looking as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Although Although he had high hopes for Luo Zhouxiao, he never dreamed that the kid would grow up to be so abnormal. This guy is no longer just a simple genius. This guy is a monster. A peerless genius, one in 10,000 years. Master Chen, what brings you here? Luo Zhouxiao asked with a hint of helplessness. He had originally planned to use his newly mastered Thor's body to have some fun with this beast. As a result, the old man's appearance completely disrupted his plan to show off. Nonsense. If I hadn't come, you would have been torn down long ago. Chen Dong rolled his eyes at him, then turned around, his sharp eyes landing on the Abyss Dragon, which had become wary and uneasy because of his appearance. A 4th tier, 5th level abyssal demonic dragon? A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Dong's lips. Perfect timing. I've been itching to use my hands lately. Today, I'll loosen up your muscles, you beast. A terrifying pressure, even more powerful and vast than that of the Abyss Dragon, suddenly erupted from Chen Dong's body. Faced with this terrifying pressure, the once arrogant abyssal dragon's massive body uncontrollably took a step back. True fear was revealed in its enormous eyes, which were burning with abyssal demonic flames. It clearly sensed that this small human in front of it possessed a terrifying power within him that was enough to tear it apart completely. Reinforcements? Reinforcements. Our reinforcements have arrived. On the ruins of the city wall, Li Yunlong and tens of thousands of soldiers behind him felt their hearts, which had sunk to the bottom, instantly ignited after sensing the terrifying pressure of Chen Dong, who was a 5th-level martial king. Their faces radiated the ecstasy of surviving a catastrophe and boundless hope. That's a 5th-tier martial king. With him and Jiangcheng, we're truly saved this time. Li Yunlong gazed at the imposing figure confronting the Abyss Dragon with undiminished power, and his crimson eyes blazed with an unprecedented light. He realized that the real turning point had arrived. Kid, step back and get some rest. Without turning his head, Chen Dong spoke to Luo Zhouxiao, his tone full of confidence and pride. Leave this to me. After saying that, he suddenly kicked his foot. The ground beneath their feet cracked instantly. He shot forward like a cannonball, transforming into a streak of light and charging straight toward the abyssal dragon, whose body was as large as a mountain. Chen Dong laughed loudly, then clenched his right fist tightly. His bronze fist was instantly covered with a thick layer of silvery white energy with a metallic texture. B-level superpower, Diamond Fist. Although it's only a B rank, in the hands of a 5th-tier martial king, its power has already undergone earth-shattering changes. The foundational stance of martial arts, Immovable King. With a low shout, a golden Dharma image of a wrathful king, tens of meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms, slowly condensed behind him. The image of the King of Light is majestic and dignified, radiating supreme divine power that suppresses everything. This is the unique martial arts foundation stance that only a 5th-level martial king can master. It integrates superpowers, martial arts skills, and spiritual will into one, forming the strongest combat form. Die! Chen Dong roared, and the golden image of the immovable king wielded 6 giant fists covered with Vajra power, smashing them down on the abyss demon dragon like a storm. In an instant, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a sky full of fist shadows. That terrifying power made Luo Zhouxiao's heart race in the distance, filled with shock. This is the strength of a 5th-tier martial king? He was deeply shocked as he looked at the imposing and powerful image of Fudo Mayu. Although he has broken through to the 4th rank, the gap between him and a true 5th-rank martial king is like an insurmountable chasm. This is no longer a simple difference in energy level. It's not a complete crushing on a life level. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of fists, the Abyss Dragon let out a roar of resentment. The massive body once again displayed the jet-black energy shield, attempting to withstand the storm-like attacks. However, before Chen Dong's Vajra fist, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, its prized Abyss shield is as fragile as paper. A series of crisp cracking sounds rang out. The energy shield was shattered in less than 10 seconds under the furious fist of Fudo Mo-o. A flurry of fist shadows landed squarely on the massive body of the Abyss Dragon. Deep, muffled thuds continued to resound. The hard dragon scales were shattered instantly. The jet-black dragon blood gushed out like a flood. The Abyss Dragon's massive, mountain-like body was forced to retreat by this terrifying power, and it let out painful howls repeatedly. Awesome! That's fucking awesome! Chen Dong stared at the beast that was powerless against his punches, as if every pore of his body was groaning with pleasure. He hadn't had such a satisfying fight in a long time. Beast, take another punch from me. Chen Dong laughed loudly, once again activating the energy within his body. The 6 fists of the immovable King Dharma image merged into one, transforming into an enormous golden fist that seemed capable of blotting out the sky. Carrying a world-destroying force, it slammed fiercely into the head of the Abyss Demon Dragon. If that punch lands, let alone this abyssal dragon being only at the 4th rank and 5th level, even a true 5th rank king would be smashed into a pile of minced meat on the spot. However, at this critical moment, the abyssal dragon, which had been relentlessly attacked, suddenly revealed a cunning and cruel glint in its blood-red eyes. Suddenly, it opened its gaping maw. But this time, it wasn't the destructive, abyssal annihilation bullet that was unleashed. Instead, it was a jet-black fog filled with a corrosive and highly toxic aura. Abyssal Dragon Breath. death. This is its true trump card. The black poisonous fog spread at an extremely fast speed. Almost the instant it was released, it covered an area of hundreds of meters in radius. Chen Dong's determined punch slammed directly into the dark, poisonous fog. One after another, ear-piercing sounds, like sulfuric acid being poured onto steel, rang out. His seemingly indestructible image of a movable king began to corrode and melt at a visible speed the moment it came into contact with the black poisonous mist. Not good. There's something strange about this poisonous fog. Chen Dong was terrified and tried to retreat without thinking. However, it was too late. The black poisonous fog seemed to come alive, clinging tightly to his image of a movable king like a maggot clinging to his bone. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Chen Dong's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He realized he had been careless. I never expected that this beast would have such a sinister and deadly trick up its sleeve. Just as he was entangled in the poisonous fog and unable to move, the massive body of the abyss dragon suddenly swung around. The enormous dragon tail, as long as a steel whip carrying the terrifying power to shatter mountains, lashed fiercely towards Chen Dong's back. That strike was swift, ruthless, and precise. The angle is extremely tricky. It fell right into Chen Dong's blind spot. Feeling the deadly gust of wind behind him, Chen Dong's heart sank to the bottom. Damn it, I should have known better than to pretend. Master Chen, watch out. A cold, harsh shout suddenly rang in his ears. A streak of icy blue light appeared silently behind him as if by teleportation. It is falling from the heavens. Ice shadow flowing light wings. A cold glint flashed in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes. The ice wings behind him suddenly unfurled. A terrifying chill, even colder and more chilling than before, burst forth from his body. The enormous dragon tail, carrying the power to destroy the world, was frozen in midair the moment it came into contact with this terrifying cold air. A thick layer of ice crystals, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, had condensed on top. What? Upon seeing this scene, both Chen Dong, who was fighting against the poisonous fog, and the arrogant abyssal dragon were stunned. They stared in disbelief at the boy who had suddenly appeared and frozen the tail of the abyss dragon with a single move, their minds blank. What the hell is going on? Good lad. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Dong immediately reacted. His sharp eyes flashed with an unprecedented light. He knew this was the perfect opportunity to strike back. Diamond Fist, breaking army, he roared, completely ignoring the persistent abyssal poisonous mist, pouring all the energy in his body into his right fist without reservation. The bronze fist instantly erupted with dazzling golden light, as if it had transformed into a small, burning sun. Then, under the terrified and desperate gaze of the abyss dragon, he slammed it hard into the frozen, massive dragon tail. A deafening roar. A terrifying power erupted instantly. The abyss dragon's indestructible tail shattered like fragile glass under Chen Dong's all-out attack. The jet-black dragon blood, mixed with broken ice crystals and bone fragments, poured down from the sky like a torrential rain. A more shrill roar, filled with endless pain and resentment, erupted from the mouth of the abyssal dragon. This is an unbearable humiliation for any dragon. Its blood-red eyes were instantly filled with madness and killing intent. It stared intently at the culprit who had brought it such humiliation, Luo Zhouxiao. It's going to kill him. It will tear this damned human ant to shreds and grind it to pieces. However, before it could make a move, Beast, I am your opponent. Chen Dong's domineering and arrogant voice rang out once again. Taking advantage of the moment when the abyss dragon was distracted by the excruciating pain, he finally broke free from the entanglement of the abyss poison mist and rushed forward again. Take this. The golden Dharma image behind him suddenly clasped its 6 arms together, transforming into an enormous golden palm print that descended from the sky and slammed hard onto the massive head of the abyss dragon. Another earth-shattering roar. The abyss dragon's massive, mauple-like body could no longer withstand the heavy blow and collapsed to the ground like a golden mountain or jade pillar that had been pushed over. The earth trembled violently from the impact. Seeing this scene, Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but cheer in his heart. He knew that after this series of devastating blows, the once invincible abyssal dragon had completely lost its ability to resist. Its defeat is only a matter of time. However, just when everyone thought this brutal war was about to end in human victory, a roar, more intense, violent, and venomous than ever before, came from the depths of the black beast tide without warning. Moreover, it wasn't just one sound. There were hundreds and thousands of them. Luo Zhouxiao felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly looked up and stared in the direction from which the sound came. At the far end of the horizon, 2 more terrifying behemoths, no less massive than the abyssal dragon before them, exuding the aura of 4th-tier kings, were leading a new, even larger, and more terrifying wave of beasts, sweeping madly toward this place. A purgatory fire demon whose entire body is engulfed in hellfire, burning everything in its path. On the other side was a colossal beast covered in highly venomous pustules, emanating a nauseating, plague-like stench. 2 4th-tier kings. In addition, there are countless high-level exotic beasts. Seeing the scene, whether it was Li Yunlong atop the ruins of the city wall, Chen Dong locked in battle with the abyss dragon, or the tens of thousands of soldiers whose fighting spirit had been rekindled by the sight of hope, all that remained on everyone's faces was endless despair. Now 2 more king-level rival bosses with equally formidable strength have arrived, and he brought so many underlings with him? This is fucking. How are we supposed to fight like this? Are you really going to bang your head against it? Li Yunlong gave a bitter smile and slowly closed his eyes. This time, he truly saw no hope at all. However, it was during this most desperate and darkest moment. Suddenly, a series of deafening roars, like thunder, came from the distant horizon. Dozens of futuristic, silver-white giant space warships, bearing two different badges, Great Xia Military and Tianhe Martial Arts School, appeared in everyone's sight like sharp swords tearing through the darkness. And at the very front of these dozens of aerospace warships, an aged figure, clad in a long white robe, with completely white hair and beard, exuding an air of otherworldly grace, slowly walked towards the battlefield, his feet treading through the void. He emanated a terrifying aura capable of changing the very fabric of the world. With each step taken, a golden lotus flower formed from pure energy blooms beneath one's feet. He stood quietly, as if he had become the center of this world. His aura was vast and boundless, exuding supreme majesty. That oppressive aura was far greater than 100 or 1,000 times greater than the combined power of 3 fourth-tier kings. It's Principal Qin. Just as everyone was stunned by the sudden change, Lin Yun'er's exclamation, full of surprise and disbelief, came from behind Luo Zhouxiao. Upon hearing this title, Luo Zhouxiao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly looked up and stared at the ancient figure with an air of otherworldly wisdom. That seemingly kind, smiling old man next door, who liked to play chess and drink tea with him, and who even secretly took away his adopted son Gungun, who had only been hatched a few days ago. That unscrupulous master. Old man? Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but blurt out a curse as he looked at the figure that descended on the battlefield like a god. He never expected that Qin Yuan would come in person. What shocked him even more was that aura. His pupils suddenly contracted. This vast and abyss-like, terrifying pressure, seemingly capable of suppressing all things in heaven and earth, was countless times more terrifying than any powerful figure he had ever encountered. Compared to this overwhelming pressure, Chendon, a fifth-tier martial king, was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. They were simply not on the same level. This pressure even surpasses the scope of an 8th-level martial emperor. His master, Qin Yuan, was actually a true 9th-level martial saint? Luo Zhouxiao felt like his head was about to explode. He had always thought that Qin Yuan was at most a 7th or 8th-level martial emperor, but that he was just hiding it very well. But he never imagined that this old man was actually a 9th-level martial saint. Is this even allowed to live? A 9th-level martial saint, bored out of his mind, actually came to become the vice president of a university and even dragged me to play chess every day. What is this old man after? Just as Luo Zhouxiao was shocked and speechless at the truth of his master's identity, the 3 4th-tier king-level alien beasts, who had just been arrogant and plunged the entire Jiangcheng into despair, bristled like cats whose tails had been stepped on after feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Qin Yuan that was enough to freeze their souls. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes, which were filled with violence and destruction. This thought instantly occupied their not-so-developed minds. The 3-headed, 4th-tier king turned around without hesitation and fled frantically towards the rear of the beast tide. You think you can run away from me? Qin Yuan's aged yet calm voice slowly rang out, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a magical power that made words come true, clearly reaching the ears of every living being. He slowly raised his hand, which was as dry as old tree bark, and gently pointed it into the air at the 3 4th-tier kings who were frantically fleeing. A simple word came out of his mouth. Everyone stared wide-eyed at what was an eerie and bizarre scene. The 3 4th-tier king-level alien beasts, each as large as a mountain and powerful enough to destroy a city, were suddenly frozen in mid-air without warning as they were fleeing. Their bodies remained in an escape posture, yet they were completely still, like a movie scene paused on time. Those enormous eyes were filled with nothing but endless horror and despair. What the hell? What kind of method is this? On the ruins of the city wall, Li Yunlong stared blankly at the scene before him that completely defied the laws of physics. He served in the military his entire life and considered himself to be very knowledgeable, but he had never seen or even heard of such divine power, or words could become law. Qin Yuan stared at the 3 strange beasts that were frozen in mid-air and still roaring silently. His brows furrowed slightly, and he looked somewhat impatient. He raised his hand again and waved it gently, as if shooing away 3 annoying flies. However, this seemingly casual gesture brought about an unexpected change. 3 faint sounds rang out almost simultaneously, silently. Those 3 once invincible 4th-tier kings who plunged the entire Jiangcheng into despair, their enormous and indestructible bodies slowly transformed from the inside out into the most primitive particles. It drifted away with the wind and disappeared into this world that had just experienced a catastrophe. Not even the slightest trace was left. A deathly silence. At this moment, the entire battlefield was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Whether it was the tens of thousands of warriors on the ruins of the city wall or the endless, fearless beast tide, they all seemed to be frozen in place, staring blankly at the scene before them, even forgetting to breathe. One finger can defeat 3 kings. With a flick of his sleeve, he vanished into thin air. Just what level of powerhouse is this? Everyone had only one thought in their minds. Luo Joshio looked at his unscrupulous master, who remained calm and collected, as if he had only done something insignificant, and his lips twitched involuntarily. He finally understood why, back in the East Sea Dragon Palace, that arrogant dragon spirit always spoke of Qin Yuan with both respect and fear. Master. Luo Joshio looked at the figure slowly walking towards him, swallowed hard, and called out in a dry voice. Qin Yuan nodded, walked up to him, looked him up and down, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his deep eyes. Not bad, not bad. He stroked his white beard and said with a smile, how long has it been? He's already reached the 4th rank? It seems that taking you as my disciple was the best decision I ever made in my life. Upon hearing this, Luo Joshio was utterly speechless. Brother, could you please consider the occasion first? This is a battlefield. There are still tens of thousands of beasts to deal with. Is it really appropriate for us to be praising each other like this? Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, Qin Yuan turned his head, his turbid eyes, which seemed to contain the universe and stars, calmly sweeping over the black beast tide that had fallen into brief chaos and fear due to the killing of the king. Then, he slowly lifted his foot and gently stomped the ground. It's another simple action. An invisible yet terrifying wave, seemingly capable of suppressing heaven and earth, spread wildly outwards in all directions like ripples from him. Where the ripples passed, an endless, fearless horde of beasts, an army of hundreds of thousands, even millions of strange creatures, actually, as if encountering a natural enemy, they let out bursts of howls filled with fear and despair. Chapter 150 Defending the Homeland. They then turned tail and ran away. The scene was both spectacular and utterly hilarious. Just a moment ago, the beast tide was like a black, deadly torrent, threatening to engulf the entire Jiangcheng. At this moment, he was so scared by an old man's kick that he ran away in panic. One kick scared away tens of thousands of beasts. This miraculous scene left everyone on the ruins of the city wall completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the aged figure standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom, as if they were looking at a living god who had stepped out of mythology. Am I fucking dreaming? Looking at the beast tide fleeing in panic like a receding tide, Li Yunlong slapped himself hard. The searing pain reminded him that what he was seeing was no illusion. General, we won? The adjutant beside him stared at the now empty battlefield, his voice trembling, his face filled with unbelievable ecstasy. We won. Li Yunlong nodded, and tears welled up in his bloodshot eyes. They actually managed to defend Jiangcheng. We have defended Jiangcheng. Ah, we survived. After a brief silence, a deafening cheer erupted from the ruins of the city wall, as if the joy of surviving a catastrophe exploded in the air. Countless soldiers threw down their weapons, embraced their comrades tightly, and wept with joy. They were pulled back from the abyss of despair to the paradise of hope. And all of this is because of that man. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to the aged figure who remained calm and composed, as if he were simply taking a casual stroll. His eyes were filled with boundless awe, worship, and fanaticism. May I ask your esteemed name, senior? Li Yunlong forcibly suppressed his excitement, walked up to Qin Yuan, and without hesitation gave a standard military salute with a thump. I am Li Yunlong, commander of the Jiangcheng garrison. On behalf of the millions of soldiers and civilians of Jiangcheng, I thank you for saving my life. The tens of thousands of surviving soldiers behind him also knelt down in unison, their voices booming. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. The sounds converged into a powerful, earth-shaking torrent that reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Get up, everyone. Looking at this group of tough men, Qin Yuan's cloudy eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction and approval. Protecting our homeland is the duty of us martial artists. He slowly raised his hand, and a gentle force lifted Li Yunlong and the others up. His gaze then fell on his cheap apprentice, who had been watching him show off with a speechless expression. Hey kid, come here. Luo Joshio walked over and looked at his unassuming and unscrupulous master, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. Master, didn't you say you were just an ordinary vice principal? He asked irritably. Yes, Qin Yuan nodded matter-of-factly. Vice principal, are you not worthy of possessing the strength of a 9th-level martial saint? Luo Joshio was so speechless after hearing this that he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Okay, you're awesome, you call the shots. By the way, where's Gun? Qin Yuan suddenly remembered something and asked expectantly. Luo Joshio's face instantly darkened. So you came all this way not to save me, but to see my son? It's asleep in my pocket. He pulled the baby fish out of his pocket with an annoyed tone. The baby fish was still fast asleep and even drooling. Oh my dear grandson. When Qin Yuan saw Gun, his eyes immediately lit up, and his smile blossomed like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. He carefully took Gun from Luo Joshio's hands, and like an old child, he rubbed his white beard against Gun's chubby face. While sleeping, Gun seemed to feel ticklish, so it impatiently rolled over and slapped Qin Yuan's face with its little paw. Although the force was not great, the crisp snap sound was clearly audible to everyone around. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at the comical scene before them in disbelief. That peerless powerhouse who just scared away a horde of tens of thousands of beasts with a single kick. He actually got slapped by a giant salamander the size size of a palm? And he's not even a little bit angry? Instead, they laughed even harder. Ha ha ha. As expected of my precious grandson, he's got real energy. Qin Yuan was not angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. His doting gaze made Luo Zhouxiao, who was standing to the side, feel a chill. He now seriously doubted whether he was really this old man's biological son. Oops. He was actually his personally taught disciple. The difference in treatment is just too much. Just then, a hearty cough, tinged with embarrassment, came from the side. Dong watched the scene of deep affection between grandfather and grandson with a complicated expression, his resolute face filled with speechlessness. Qin, Elder Qin. Dong walked up to Qin Yuan and bowed respectfully. Although he was also a martial king, he was still like a primary school student in front of someone of Qin Yuan's level, not even daring to breathe loudly. Oh, it's Xiao Chen. Qin Yuan noticed him then and said with a smile, "You came pretty quickly. I dare not accept such praise. I dare not accept such praise." Dong hurriedly waved his hand, a layer of cold sweat already seeping from his forehead. If it weren't for Elder Qin's timely arrival, we would probably all be dead here today. Alright, stop flattering me. Qin Yuan waved his hand impatiently, his gaze falling on Luo Zhouxiao again. The smile on his face gradually faded, revealing a serious expression. Kid, you did a good job this time. Not only did we defend Jiancheng, but we also broke through to the 4th rank. I am very pleased. Although Qin Yuan's words were a compliment, Luo Zhouxiao vaguely sensed an unusual meaning in his calm tone. Changing the subject abruptly, Qin Yuan suddenly asked sternly, "Do you think you're awesome just because you've broken through to the 4th tier? Do you feel like you're invincible?" Qin Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but it struck Luo Zhouxiao's heart like an invisible hammer, instantly calming his somewhat arrogant mind caused by his sudden increase in strength. Although he has now broken through to the 4th rank and his strength has increased dramatically, compared with the old guy in front of him who can kill 3 4th rank kings with a wave of his hand, his so-called strength is simply a joke. In the face of true power, one is still an insignificant ant. This disciple dares not. Luo Zhouxiao suppressed his pride, respectfully clasped his hands, and his face was full of sincerity. Are you afraid, or have you never even thought about it? Qin Yuan snorted coldly, his deep eyes seemingly able to see through all his thoughts. You're good at everything, except you're too much of a show-off and too much of a show-off. If I hadn't arrived in time today, you would have been torn to shreds by that beast. Although the words were harsh and hurtful, Luo Zhouxiao understood that the old man was concerned about him, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. This disciple knows he was wrong. He bowed his head again, sincerely admitting his mistake. It's good that you know you were wrong. Seeing his expression, Qin Yuan's demeanor softened considerably. He sighed and said earnestly, "Zhouxiao, you must remember that this world is far wider and more dangerous than you imagine. The 4th tier is probably an unattainable level in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the world of true powerhouses, the 4th rank is merely the beginning. You have a long, long road ahead of you." Qin Yuan's words were like a beacon, illuminating Luo Zhouxiao's somewhat confused heart. The 4th level is just the beginning. My goal is the stars and the sea, the pinnacle of martial arts. How can we become complacent and stop because of this small achievement? Thank you for your teachings, Master. I have learned a great deal. Luo Zhouxiao bowed deeply to Qin Yuan, his words coming from the bottom of his heart. This young man is teachable. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Kid, do you know about the 5 schools grand competition?" The 5 schools grand competition? Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. He seemed to have seen a record of this word in the school library. That was the highest level exchange competition held every 5 years by the 5 top martial arts universities in the Great Xia Kingdom. It seems you're not just good at fighting, you can also read books. Qin Yuan was slightly surprised to see that he knew this. The 5 schools competition is ostensibly a competition for the 5 major martial arts schools to exchange skills and promote the common progress of the younger generation. But in reality, a hint of seriousness flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. It concerns the redistribution of cultivation resources in the Great Xia Kingdom over the next 5 years. It's about priority exploration rights for newly discovered S-class, and even SS-class, secret realms. It can be said that the outcome of each 5 schools grand competition is enough to influence the landscape of the martial arts world in the Great Xia Kingdom for decades to come. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined that this competition, which sounded like a school sports meet, would actually hide such huge interests behind it. And our Tianhe University has been at the bottom for 3 consecutive years. As Qin Yuan spoke, a hint of helplessness and resentment appeared on his usually calm and collected old face. Qin Yuan gazed at Luo Zhouxiao, his deep eyes filled with unprecedented anticipation and heavy pressure. There are still 6 months until the next 5 schools competition. You must break through to the 5th level of the 4th tier within 6 months. Only in this way can Tianhe University have a sliver of hope to win. Breaking through to the 5th level of the 4th tier within 6 months? Upon hearing this seemingly impossible goal, not only were Lin Yuner and Dong dumbfounded, but even Luo Zhouxiao's lips twitched a few times. What kind of international joke is this? this, although he had just broken through to the first level of the 4th rank. However, there are 4 whole minor realms between the first level of the 4th rank and the 5th level of the 4th rank. Moreover, the energy and insights required to break through each minor realm increase exponentially as you progress. This is fucking, even a rocket couldn't go this fast. What? Scared? Xin Yuan raised an eyebrow at his frustrated expression, deliberately provoking him. Afraid? Luo Jiuxiao chuckled. In Luo Jiuxiao's dictionary, there is no word fear. How could he break through to the 4th rank, 5th level in just half a year? Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I, Luo Jiuxiao, can't do it. With this system in hand, I have the world at my fingertips. Isn't it just the 4th tier, 5th level? His eyes instantly ignited with fierce fighting spirit, and a confident and arrogant smile appeared on his lips. Master, just watch. 6 months from now, the championship of the 5-school competition will undoubtedly belong to me. Luo Jiuxiao's voice, filled with unparalleled confidence and domineering presence, echoed in everyone's ears, shocking all those present, especially the 6 members of the Dawn team behind him. Looking at their captain who dared to make arrogant vows even in front of a 9th-level martial saint, their eyes were filled with worship and fanatical faith. Their captain is just that awesome. That's just how unreasonable I am. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was drawn to Luo Jiuxiao's fearless arrogance and self-confidence. The path of martial arts is inherently defying the heavens. If you don't even have the courage to challenge everything, how can you talk about reaching the top? As expected of my disciple, he has real guts. Qin Yuan patted Luo Jiuxiao's shoulder heavily, his face showing undisguised appreciation and satisfaction. Since you've made a solemn pledge, I, your teacher, naturally cannot be stingy. As he spoke, he took out a token that was entirely purple gold and exuded a mysterious and ancient aura from his spatial ring and handed it to Luo Jiuxiao. This one is the Celestial River token. With this token, you are free to enter and exit all restricted areas of Tianhe University and mobilize all resources of the school. Cultivation room, library, pill storehouse, armory, take whatever you like. Don't stand on ceremony with your master. I have only one request. Get me a good result in 6 months. Let those old fogies see who is truly the king of the younger generation of the great Xia kingdom. Qin Yuan's words were domineering and protective, making Qindong and Li Yunlong, who were standing nearby, twitch in surprise. That's a top-level access token that only the president of Tianhe University is qualified to possess. And now, they've just handed it over to a freshman who's only been in school for less than half a year? And you even let him use it freely? This is fucking, it's just too much pampering. Is this his master or his biological father? Thank you, master. Luo Jiuxiao looked at the Heavenly River token in his hand, and his heart burned with excitement. He knew that with this, his cultivation path would be much smoother from now on. Alright, this matter is now concluded, and I should return now. Qin Yuan stretched and gently lifted the sleeping child from his arms. By the way, you must take good care of this little thing for me. He instructed seriously, it's the future guardian beast of Tianhe University. If it gets thin, don't expect me to get away with it. Luo Jiuxiao took Gun, speechless to himself. It seems you're still worried about my son. After the matter was settled, Qin Yuan's figure disappeared silently from the spot just as he had arrived. It was as if it had never existed. With Qin Yuan's departure, the oppressive atmosphere on the battlefield gradually dissipated. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Luo, young friend Luo. Li Yunlong walked up to Luo Jiuxiao, his face full of gratitude and awe. Now, he no longer dared to treat the young man in front of him with the same dismissive attitude as before. After all, this is the personal disciple of a 9th-level martial saint. He is the future pillar of the great Xia kingdom, an unparalleled genius. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to show the slightest disrespect. General Li, is there something you need? Luo Jiuxiao asked him calmly. No, it's nothing. Li Yunlong quickly waved his hand, then bowed deeply to Luo Jiuxiao in respect. Thanks to my young friend Luo, millions of soldiers and civilians in Jiangcheng have been saved from disaster today. This kindness is as great as a mountain, and I, Li Yunlong, will never forget it. If I am ever asked to serve in any way in the future, I, Li Yunlong, swear to die for my country. Tens of thousands of surviving soldiers behind them spontaneously gave a standard military salute. His eyes were filled with heartfelt respect and gratitude. It was just a small favor. Luo Jiuxiao looked at them, his face expressionless. Generally, the work of battlefield cleanup and subsequent reconstruction is now in your hands, Luo Jiuxiao said in a deep voice. We should go back to school too. Good, good, good. Li Yunlong nodded repeatedly. I'll send men to escort all the heroes back to school right away. No need, Luo Jiuxiao waved his hand. We have our own airplanes. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored Li Yunlong and led his team toward the direction where the Dawn fighter jet had been parked. Captain, shall we go back to school now? Lei Meng asked curiously. That's right. Luo Jiuxiao nodded, a cold light flashing in his dark eyes. After that fierce battle, especially that final, earth-shattering blow, his energy was completely depleted and his spirit was utterly exhausted. At this moment, all he wanted was to get back to his luxurious bed, worth millions, and get a good night's sleep. But, Captain, Lei Meng scratched his bald head, hesitating to speak. That madman Wang Ren, shouldn't we just go and take care of him? He remembered that when the captain came out of the secret realm, he did say that he was going to settle accounts with Wang Ren. Given the captain's vengeful nature, how could he possibly let the other party off easily? Wang Ren? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiu's lips curled into an extremely contemptuous and disdainful smile. Who does he think he is? He doesn't even deserve my personal attention. His voice was calm, yet it exuded an unparalleled domineering aura. Lei Meng was stunned upon hearing this, and then his large, round eyes lit up instantly. He understood completely. Their captain now holds an incredibly prestigious position, a personal disciple of a ninth-rank martial saint, a peerless martial arts master at the pinnacle of the future. How dare they send their captain to deal with a mere Wang Ren, a clown who only knows how to play dirty tricks behind people's backs. This is utterly humiliating to him. He. Lei Meng suddenly realized, a lewd smile appearing on his face. The captain is right. Why would you need to personally deal with that kind of trash? Leave it to me. When we get back to school, I promise I'll make sure he's dealt with properly and teach him a lesson he won't forget. He patted his chest and excitedly assured them. Alright, stop with the act. Luo Zhouxiu rolled her eyes at him. With your brain, you might get sold out and still be helping the seller count the money. Lei Meng was speechless for a moment, his cheeks turning bright red. Seeing his discomfiture, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but giggle, her captivating fox-like eyes filled with schadenfreude. Captain, what are your plans regarding Wang Ren? Li Xiaobai, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked. He knew that, given their captain's personality, he would never let Wang Ren off easily. No rush. A cold glint flashed in Luo Zhouxiu's eyes. Let the bullets fly a little longer. He wanted more than just making Wang Ren pay the price. He wanted to wipe out Wang Ren and everyone behind him in one fell swoop. He wanted to make everyone who dared to provoke him understand the terrible fate that awaited them if they messed with Luo Zhouxiu. When the Dawn fighter jet, covered in wounds and reeking of blood, landed once again on the exclusive helipad of Tianhe University, the entire campus was immediately thrown into an unprecedented frenzy. Look, it's Team Dawn. They're back. Weren't they supposed to be supporting Jiancheng? How come they're back so soon? Jiancheng, how's the situation there? Did you hold it? Judging from the dilapidated state of their fighter jets, they're probably in grave danger. The students watching nearby were discussing it animatedly, but this time, their faces no longer held a hint of schadenfreude. Only endless worry and heaviness remain. Although they were not on the battlefield, they knew about the terror of the beast tide in Jiangcheng through various channels. An army of tens of thousands of high-level alien beasts. In their eyes, the fall of Jiangcheng was almost a foregone conclusion. As for the Dawn team, a team composed of the most outstanding geniuses of Tianhe University, it would probably be just a drop in the ocean in the face of a war of this level. Alas, what a pity, such a group of prodigies. Don't talk nonsense. Luo Shen is invincible. He will definitely create a miracle. Different voices erupted from the crowd. Suddenly, a joint announcement from the principal's office and the military, bearing two bright red official seals, popped up simultaneously on the school's mission hall and all students' personal terminals. Breaking news! Our school's elite class, the Dawn team, led by Captain Luo Zhouxiu, was tasked with a critical mission during the defense of Jiangcheng's North Gate and turned the tide of the battle. Captain Luo Zhouxiu broke through to the 4th tier in front of the battle, directly confronting the 4th tier, 5th level king level boss, the Abyss Demon Dragon, and severely injuring it. Subsequently, our school's vice principal Qin Yuan and military reinforcements arrived in time, annihilating the invading enemy forces and successfully defending Jiangcheng. The Dawn team distinguished themselves in this battle. When this announcement, jointly issued by the president's office and the military and stamped with two bright red seals, spread like a virus to every corner of Tianhe University in just a few seconds, the entire campus was in an uproar. Really? Am I dreaming? They held out? Jiangcheng actually held out? That was a horde of tens of thousands of high-level alien beasts, turning the tide. Outstanding achievements. Breaking through to the 4th tier on the battlefield, holding his own against a 4th tier, 5th level king level boss. This is something you'd only see in a novel. The fallen god. It's the fallen god again. What kind of monster is he? Dawn team. My god. Our Tianhe University actually has such an amazing team? In an instant, whether it was the teachers who were teaching, the students who were buried in their studies, or the nerds who were playing games in their dormitories, everyone was as if they had been injected with stimulants and were completely excited. The campus forum crashed within just 1 minute due to excessive traffic. Countless students rushed out from every corner like madmen, swarming towards the designated helipad. They were going to greet the heroes. When Luo Zhouxiu led the Dawn squad down from the battered Dawn fighter jet, they were greeted by a thunderous roar of cheers and shouts. Fallen god, eternal god, Dawn team, awesome, welcome home, heroes. The sound coalesced into a torrent powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth, almost uprooting the entire sky above Tianhe University. Lei Meng, Li Xiaobai, Lu Ruyan, Feng Xiaoxiao, Tang Tiantian, and Zhuge Cheng stood before this insane scene, listening to the deafening cheers, and were all deeply shocked. Although they were also the pride of heaven, enjoying much praise and adulation from childhood to adulthood. But this is the first time I've been surrounded by the worship and admiration of tens of thousands of people like this. A strong sense of pride and honor welled up from the bottom of my heart in an instant. Their faces beamed with genuine, radiant smiles. All of this stems from the man beside me. It was their captain who led them to create all of this. They naturally and subconsciously turned their gaze to the boy who remained expressionless throughout, as if everything was irrelevant to him. Despite the thunderous cheers, Luo Zhouxiao remained unmoved, his dark, deep eyes still calm as still water. He simply nodded slightly, responding to the faces around him filled with fervor and adoration. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he led his team members briskly toward the elite class's exclusive dormitory area. His nonchalant demeanor, as if he were simply going for a walk, made the surrounding students completely convinced and admire him. What is high class or prestigious? That's what high class style is all about. What is the demeanor of a master? That's the style of a master. Even if Mount Tai collapses before him, he remains unmoved. Even if a deer leaps to his left, he does not blink. As expected of Luo Shen, Captain, you're such a good actor, aren't you? As they walked along the road, Lu Ruyan leaned close to Luo Zhouxiao's ear, her voice carrying a hint of seduction as she whispered a complaint. She simply couldn't believe that this man wouldn't feel the slightest bit unmoved in the face of such a grand welcome. Pretending? Luo Zhouxiao glanced at her and replied indifferently. Do I need to install it? Lu Ruyan was speechless for a long time after hearing this remark that had the air of Versailles. Okay, you're the boss. Who made you the hero of the whole school? Captain, look at the forum. You're trending again. Tang Tiantian, standing to the side, excitedly held up her personal terminal and shouted. On the campus forum's trending topics list, which had just returned to normal, 8 out of the top 10 items were related to Luo Zhouxiao and the Dawn team. Hashtag breaking news. The biggest hero in the defense of Jiangcheng is actually a freshman from our school. Hashtag shocking. Double S-level genius Luo Zhouxiao breaks through to the 4th rank in front of the formation, directly confronting a king-level boss. Hashtag in-depth analysis. Dawn team, a legendary team worthy of being recorded in history. Hashtag our heroes. A salute to all the soldiers who bled and sacrificed their lives in the defense of Wuhan. Hashtag Lord Luoshan, my Superman. Looking at these headlines filled with shock and praise, Lei Meng and his companions were thrilled, their blood boiling, and filled with pride. Luo Zhouxiao merely glanced at it calmly and then ignored it. For him, these empty titles were far less tangible than the surge and evolution points on the system panel. Alright, stop watching. Luo Zhouxiao said in a deep voice, everyone has been exhausted all day, go back and get some rest. Yes, Captain, everyone answered in unison. After such a fierce battle, we are exhausted both physically and mentally, and we really need to rest. By the way, Captain, Lei Meng scratched his shiny bald head and asked expectantly. We've done such a great service this time, the school and the military will definitely give us a lot of rewards, right? Tang Tiantian excitedly chimed in. I heard that a senior student performed exceptionally well in the last A-level mission and was directly rewarded with a high-grade A-level martial arts technique. We saved a city this time, so the reward should be skyrocketing. Look at you guys, so pathetic. Luo Zhouxiao rolled her eyes at them, annoyed. You will definitely receive your medals, you won't be shortchanged. He. Upon hearing this, Lei Meng and Tang Tiantian couldn't help but giggle. During their conversation, the group had already returned to the dormitory area reserved for the elite class. Go back now. Meet in the conference room at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for a post-battle debriefing meeting. Luo Zhouxiao gave the final instructions to everyone. Everyone responded in unison, and then returned to their respective dormitories. However, Luo Zhouxiao did not return to his room. He watched the crowd's figures gradually disappear into the distance, a rare tenderness flashing in his dark eyes. Then he turned and walked in another direction. Lin Yuner's dormitory. He wanted to see his girlfriend, the one he had just confirmed his relationship with and who had just gone through a life-or-death battle with him. He was eager to know how she was doing. The night was as still as water, with stars twinkling in the sky. Standing in front of Lin Yuner's luxurious villa, which exuded a feminine charm, Luo Zhouxiao felt a rare sense of nervousness. He touched his pocket, where a gift he had commissioned at great expense from the largest luxury goods customization workshop in Tianhe City lay quietly inside. This was the first time he had ever given a gift to a girl. He didn't know if she would like it. Damn it, what's with all this fussing and nagging from a grown man like me? Luo Zhouxiao cursed himself inwardly. He took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and then pressed the doorbell. The crisp sound of the bell was especially clear in the quiet night. A moment later, the villa door was opened from the inside. It wasn't Lin Yuner who opened the door. Instead, he was a middle-aged man dressed in a well-fitting butler's uniform, with his hair neatly combed, who looked to be around 50 years old. He saw Luo Zhouxiao standing at the door, a barely perceptible look of surprise flashing in his shrewd eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Hello, may I ask who you are? The butler's voice was gentle and polite, without the slightest error. I'm looking for Lin Yuner, Luo Zhouxiao replied calmly. Do you have an appointment? I'm sorry, miss, she. Let him in, Uncle Fu. Just as the housekeeper was about to politely decline, a clear voice, tinged with a hint of joy, came from inside the villa. Lin Yuner was seen wearing a loose and comfortable white loungewear outfit and a pair of cute bunny slippers as she slowly walked downstairs. Her smooth black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her pretty face, without makeup, looked exceptionally pure and charming under the soft light. She looked less aloof than usual and more like a gentle girl next door. Yes, Mississippi. The butler, known as Uncle Fu, bowed respectfully and then stepped aside to make way for Luo Zhouxiao. You, how did you get here? Lin Yuner walked up to Luo Zhouxiao, her clear eyes not daring to look him in the eye, a charming blush rising on her pretty face. She never expected that this guy would take the initiative to come to her, and this was right after a thrilling battle. I came to see you. Luo Zhouxiao looked at her shy and adorable appearance, and the tension in his heart immediately disappeared. He walked straight into the living room, sat down unceremoniously on the soft leather sofa, and spoke to the still stunned Lin Yuner like a lord. I'm thirsty, I want to drink water. You? Lin Yuner was both amused and exasperated by his overly familiar manner, and rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Don't you have hands? Despite saying that, she obediently turned around and went into the kitchen to pour him a glass of warm water. She handed the water glass to Luo Zhouxiao, then sat down beside him, her clear, beautiful eyes curiously observing him. What is there for me? Can't I come to see you if there's nothing wrong? Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow and asked. I didn't mean that. Lin Yuner felt flustered by his gaze and quickly explained. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Luo Zhouxiao smiled at her embarrassed expression. He then took out the gift he had carefully prepared from his pocket. It was an exquisitely crafted jewelry box made of the finest rosewood. This is for you. He handed the jewelry box to Lin Yuner. Is this a gift for me? Lin Yuner stared at the jewelry box in front of her, slightly stunned. This was the first time she had received a gift from a boy, and she felt both excited and a little nervous. She reached out her slender, jade-like hand and carefully took the jewelry box. The moment she opened the box, her clear, beautiful eyes widened in surprise. On the soft red velvet lay a necklace made of countless tiny diamonds, sparkling with dazzling starlight. The necklace features a simple yet luxurious design. The most eye-catching thing is the pendant in the center. It was an unknown material, as black as ink, yet emitting a faint, eerie glow, carved into a miniature dragon. The dragon was so lifelike and vivid that it seemed as if it could come to life at any moment. A terrifying aura, filled with violence and destruction, emanated from the miniature dragon, sending a chill down one's spine. Lin Yuner stared at the familiar dragon pendant, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and shock. She recognized her. This pendant was actually carved from the horn of the Abyss Demon Dragon, a 4th-tier, 5th-level king-level boss that Luo Zhouxiao had personally killed. That's the hardest part of the Abyss Dragon, and it contains the purest Abyss magical energy. This stuff is more than enough to be used as the main material for forging high-grade weapons, let alone making pendants. And now, this man has simply carved it into a pendant and given it to me? That's such a waste. Looking at the necklace in her hand, Lin Yuner's usually strong heart melted completely at that moment. She felt her eyes welling up slightly. This was the first time she had received such a valuable and thoughtful gift. What? You don't like it? Luo Zhouxiao felt a little uneasy as he looked at her, who was about to cry. He's such a clueless straight man, he really doesn't understand women's feelings. He just felt that this thing was a trophy he had personally fought for, and it would have sentimental value if he gave it to his girlfriend. No. Lin Yuner quickly shook her head, her beautiful, misty eyes fixed on him, her voice trembling slightly. I really like it. I really like it. I'm glad you like it. Luo Zhouxiao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He stood up, took the necklace from Lin Yuner, walked behind her, and put it on her personally. When the cool dragon horn pendant touched her smooth, jade-like skin, Lin Yuner trembled slightly. An indescribable sense of security and happiness instantly welled up in my heart. She reached out and gently stroked the pendant on her chest, which exuded an aura of destruction yet clung perfectly to her skin. A radiant smile, genuine and heartfelt, blossomed on her stunningly beautiful face. Thank you, Zhouxiao. Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? Luo Zhouxiao looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in the mirror, who looked even more mysterious and noble after putting on the necklace, and felt extremely satisfied. He discovered that he seemed to have a knack for gift-giving. Oh, right, close your eyes. Just as Luo Zhouxiao was feeling smug about his good judgment, Lin Yuner's voice, tinged with mystery and anticipation, suddenly rang out. Ha! Luo Zhouxiao was taken aback. Just shut up when I tell you to, and stop nagging. Lin Yuner rolled her eyes at him, a charming blush rising on her cheeks. Alright. Although Luo Zhouxiao didn't understand what she wanted to do, he obediently closed his eyes. He felt Lin Yuner stand up and walk in front of him. What exactly? A refreshing, uniquely girlish fragrance wafted into his nostrils, making his heart, which had just calmed down, start pounding again. Immediately afterwards, he felt a pair pair of cool but soft little hands gently grasped his left hand. Then, something cold was placed on his wrist. "Alright, you can open your eyes now." Lin Yun'er's voice carried a hint of nervousness and shyness. Luo Zhuoxiu opened his eyes and subconsciously looked at his wrist. On his wrist, a silver-white metal bracelet had appeared out of nowhere, its surface gleaming with a soft, moonlight-like sheen. The bracelet has a simple design, yet it exudes an ancient and mysterious aura. The chain is also engraved with an elegant and Taoist-inspired character. Most amazingly, the moment he put on the bracelet, a cool and pure energy slowly flowed into his body, dispelling his slightly tired spirit from the series of fierce battles and making him feel refreshed immediately. Luo Zhuoxiu stared at the bracelet on his wrist, a hint of surprise flashing in his dark eyes. He could clearly sense that this bracelet was no ordinary item. Although the energy contained within it was not as domineering and destructive as the dragon horn necklace he gave to Lin Yun'er, it was more gentle and agile. "This is Moonstone. Looking at his surprised expression, a hint of smugness flashed in Lin Yun'er's clear, beautiful eyes. She extended her right hand, and on her wrist was a bracelet that looked exactly the same. However, her bracelet had the character Yun engraved on it. Moonstone is a special mineral passed down in our Lin family. It only appears after absorbing sufficient lunar essence on the night of a full moon. It not only nourishes the wearer's spiritual power, but also, as Lin Yun'er spoke, her cheeks flushed and her voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Moreover, it will be able to sense each other's location immediately when they encounter danger. These love chains were a token of love that my grandfather gave to my grandmother. My parents also have a pair. You have one too." Lin Yun'er lowered her head, not daring to look Luo Zhuoxiu in the eye, her voice filled with unprecedented tension and anticipation. The living room fell into a deathly silence once again. Luo Zhuoxiu stared blankly at the bracelet on his wrist that emitted a soft moonlight, then looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him who was burying her head in her chest out of shyness. That heart, as hard as steel, was completely touched at that moment. "I never expected Lin Yun'er's return gift to be so precious. This is no longer a simple gift. Rather, it was her deepest and most unreserved love and entrustment to him." He thought of his parents, who had also sacrificed their lives for their country, and of their unwavering love until death. Perhaps he and Yun'er will end up like them? Luo Zhuoxiu reached out and gently embraced the trembling, stunningly beautiful woman in front of him once again. This time, he hugged her even tighter. It was as if he wanted to completely integrate her into his very being. "Thank you, Yun'er," he whispered in her ear, his voice magnetic and overflowing with tenderness. "I am also very happy." Lin Yun'er buried her head in his arms, her voice slightly choked with happiness. She could clearly feel the incredibly reassuring warmth emanating from this man. She knew that from now on, she would no longer be Lin Yun'er, licking her wounds alone. She had someone to rely on. They have found a haven they can trust and rely on without reservation. But for the couple who had just exchanged tokens of their love, this night was destined to be sleepless. Luo Zhuoxiu ultimately did not stay overnight at Lin Yun'er's villa, although he really wanted to stay. But he understood that one must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Some things can't be rushed. He didn't want to scare away this precious girl who had just opened her heart to him because of a momentary impulse. When he returned to his spacious and deserted luxury dormitory, it was already past 3 in the morning. He lay on the luxurious bed worth millions, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. My mind was filled with Lin Yun'er's shy and charming appearance, and her beautiful eyes full of love and dependence. "Damn it, I think I'm really hooked." Luo Zhuoxiu stared at the ceiling and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. In his previous life, he was a top special forces soldier who had experienced countless life-or-death missions and seen all kinds of beautiful women. But he never fell in love with any woman. He always thought he would spend his life alone. Unexpectedly, after transmigrating to this world, he met a woman he was willing to fall for. Perhaps this is love? Luo Zhuoxiu murmured to himself. He reached out and looked at the bracelet that still emitted a soft moonlight in the darkness, and a happy smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. From that moment on, he knew he was no longer alone. He had someone to worry about. "And there is someone I want to protect for the rest of my life. Yun'er." He whispered the name that stirred his heart and slowly closed his eyes. In my dream, there was a figure dressed in a light blue dress, as beautiful as a fairy from the Milky Way. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and fell upon Luo Zhuoxiu's stunningly handsome face, he slowly woke up. I stretched and felt incredibly refreshed. Is this the power of love? Looking at that heart-to-heart chain on his wrist that still emitted a soft moonlight, Luo Zhuoxiu couldn't help but smile bitterly and mock himself. He stood up, quickly washed up, changed into clean combat gear, and left the dormitory. He has to go to a meeting. Last night I promised the younger members of the Dawn team that I would hold a post-battle debriefing meeting. When Lei Meng and his 6 companions pushed open the door to the elite class's private meeting room, they had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing him enter, the 6 men stood up in unison and greeted him respectfully. However, the way they looked at Luo Zhuoxiu today, besides the usual awe and worship, also carried a hint of ambiguity and gossip. "Hey, Captain, did you sleep well last night?" Lu Ruyan couldn't resist any longer stronger and stepped forward with alluring cat-like steps. Those captivating fox-like eyes swept meaningfully over Luo Jiuxiao. Luo Jiuxiao raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Lu Ruyan chuckled softly, her slender fingers pointing to his wrist. I just feel like, Captain, you seem to have something extra today? There's something extra? Luo Jiuxiao subconsciously looked down and saw the silver-white, concentric chain on her wrist. Captain, where did you get this bracelet? Lei Meng noticed it too, his big eyes widening in surprise, his face full of gossip. Could it be a gift from my sister-in-law? Tang Tiantian's big eyes lit up instantly, filled with curiosity. Seeing their gossipy expressions, Luo Jiuxiao coughed awkwardly twice. A gift from a friend. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's smile became even more amused. What kind of friend would give you a couple's bracelet like this? As she spoke, she deliberately shook her personal terminal, which displayed a secretly taken photo of Lin Yuner's wrist. In the photo, Lin Yuner is also wearing an identical bracelet on her fair and jade-like wrist. They really are matching couple items. Lei Meng shouted out upon seeing the photo. Captain, you and your wife, have you officially announced your relationship? Captain is awesome. Captain is so powerful. I knew it. In the whole world, only our captain is worthy of Fairy Yuner. The meeting room was immediately filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Lei Meng and his group were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They had long admired the captain and Lin Yuner as a couple, and now that they had finally tied the knot, they were even happier than if they themselves had found love. Alright, stop arguing. Luo Jiuxiao shook his head helplessly at their pathetic appearance. He rolled his eyes at them, walked straight to the head seat, sat down, and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing the word meeting, the 6 people who had been joking around instantly stopped smiling and became extremely serious. They knew that once they got into work mode, the team leader would show no mercy to anyone, not even family. Overall, your performance in this battle to defend Jiangcheng was quite good. Luo Jiuxiao's gaze calmly swept over the 6 people present. Faced with that level of beast tide, not one of you backed down. You all demonstrated the courage and fighting spirit that a qualified warrior should have. That deserves praise. Hearing the captain's affirmation, Lei Meng and the others all showed proud smiles. Gaining the approval of this freakish captain is no easy feat. However, the next second, Luo Jiuxiao's tone suddenly changed. Your weaknesses are equally obvious. Here I am, Captain. Lei Meng jolted awake and immediately stood up straight. You're a fucking idiot. All you know is blindly charging in. If it weren't for your decent defense, you'd be torn to pieces by now. Use your brain more when you fight. Don't always let your muscles do the thinking. Yes, Captain, I was wrong. Lei Meng blushed with embarrassment after being scolded, but dared not refute it. He knew in his heart that everything the captain said was true. Li Xiaobai, the wind howls. You two are too aggressive. You're prone to getting separated from your teammates when you act impulsively. Remember, we're a team, not a stage for your individual performances. Yes, Captain. Li Xiaobai and Feng Xiaoxiao lowered their heads in shame. Lu Ruyan, Tang Tiantian. Yes, Captain. You two have decent support abilities, but your self-defense capabilities are too poor. The battlefield is ever-changing, and I can't protect you in time every time. You must learn to protect yourselves first before you can assist your teammates. Okay, Captain. Lu Ruyan and Tang Tiantian nodded obediently. As for you, Zhuge Cheng. Luo Jiuxiao's gaze finally landed on the bespectacled young man who hadn't said much. Yes, Captain. Your tactical analysis is spot on, but it's too daring. Luo Jiuxiao's voice became exceptionally solemn. While your tactics are theoretically optimal, have you considered that if even one link in the chain goes wrong, we could be wiped out? The battlefield is not a sandbox for you to simulate data, and you can't calculate people's hearts with code. When formulating tactics in the future, consider human nature more. Yes, Captain. I've learned a lot. Zhuge Cheng adjusted his glasses and bowed deeply to Luo Jiuxiao. He knew that although the captain's words today were harsh, they were incisive and hit the nail on the head, from which he benefited greatly. Looking at the 6 team members in front of him who had been scolded mercilessly but were still humbly accepting his advice, Luo Jiuxiao revealed a satisfied smile. He understood that only after this baptism of blood and fire could this young team truly begin to mature. Alright, that concludes the lecture. Luo Jiuxiao waved his hand. Next, let's talk about something happy. We made great contributions in this battle to defend Jiangcheng, and the school and the military have given us many rewards. In addition to a massive amount of academic credits and cash, everyone also received a 1-month opportunity to enter the school's S-level forbidden area, time-space illusion, for cultivation. Luo Jiuxiao paused deliberately, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. 1 demon core from a 4th-tier exotic beast for each person. A 4th-tier beast's demon core? Upon hearing this, Lei Meng and his 6 companions, who had been dejected after being scolded, instantly felt as if they were fully revitalized. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Luo Jiuxiao, their gazes filled with ecstasy and awe. Captain. You're not kidding, are you? Lei Meng was the first to blurt out a curse, his voice becoming shrill with A 4th tier demon core? That's a 4th tier demon core. We can have one too? too? Tang Tiantian's big, bright eyes immediately sparkled, her face filled with disbelief. You must understand that there is a world of difference between a 4th-tier demonic beast and a 3rd-tier exotic beast. This kind of thing is extremely rare and priceless in the outside world, enough to drive countless peak 3rd-tier powerhouses crazy. They never dared to dream of receiving such an incredible reward. Look at all the pathetic people you are. Luo Zhuoxiao rolled his eyes at them helplessly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He took out 6 demon cores, each about the size of a fist and emitting energy fluctuations of different attributes, from his spatial ring and casually tossed them onto the conference room table. Choose one for yourself, the one that suits you best. These 6 demon cores were obtained from the several 4th-tier kings and high-tier exotic beasts that he, Chendong, and Qin Yuan had killed together at the north gate of Jiangcheng. Although most of the spoils were pocketed by the unscrupulous Captain Luo Zhuoxiao, however, he still set aside a small portion as a reward for his teammates. After all, taking everything for himself is not his style. Let's all make money together. If there's something to be proud of, let's all pretend together. This is Luo Zhuoxiao's true nature. It really is a 4th-order demon core. Lei Meng stared at the demon core that was radiating rich earth elemental energy, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, and saliva involuntarily dripped from the corner of his mouth. Without much thought, he clutched the demon core tightly to his chest like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, his expression as if he were holding his long-lost son. This is mine. Nobody can take it from me. Seeing his greedy appearance, everyone shook their heads helplessly. Li Xiaobai, Feng Xiaoxiao, Lu Ruyan, Tang Tiantian, and Zhuge Qing also stepped forward and selected their respective suitable demon cores from the table. The 4th-tier demon cores radiating immense energy in their hands left their hearts pounding with excitement. They knew that with this power, their strength would surely experience a qualitative leap. Thank you, Captain. The 6 of them bowed deeply to Luo Zhuoxiao in unison. This time, they were genuinely grateful. If they hadn't followed this man, with their current level, they probably wouldn't have even seen a 4th-tier demon core, let alone obtained one. Alright, stop being so fussy and acting like a woman. Luo Zhuoxiao waved his hand impatiently. Take everything. Go back and cultivate diligently. Yes, Captain, the 6 responded in unison, and then each of them left the conference room excitedly with their precious demon cores. Watching their departing figures, Luo Zhuoxiao's lips curled into a relieved smile. He knew in his heart that it wouldn't be long before all the members of the Dawn team would be able to reach the 3rd tier. With his monstrous 4th-tier captain added to the mix, just how terrifying would the team's strength become? 5 schools competition? A cold glint flashed in Luo Zhuoxiao's eyes. He had already begun to secretly look forward to it. In the days that followed, Luo Zhuoxiao and the Dawn team entered a state of intense closed-door training. The entire Tianhe University seemed unusually quiet because of their silence. But everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm. In the luxurious dormitory of Luo Zhuoxiao, a violent and incomparably powerful force of lightning suddenly erupted from his body. His eyes snapped open. 2 dazzling beams of purple-gold divine light flashed by, reflecting deep within the pupils. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air carrying a faint arc of electricity, feeling the immense and vast physical power within his body, which had become even more powerful due to the mastery of the Thor body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. After half a month of seclusion, he not only thoroughly solidified his foundation, which had become weak due to the forced breakthrough. Furthermore, he cultivated the A-level body-refining martial art he obtained from the Trial Tower, the Thunder God body, to its peak. Now, he can withstand an ordinary 4th-tier beginner expert with his physical strength alone. Add to that his S-rank ice and lightning abilities, and his already peak marksmanship. Even he himself doesn't know just how powerful he is now. It's time to get out and stretch your muscles. Luo Zhuoxiao got out of bed, stretched, and felt full of inexhaustible energy. He glanced at his system panel. Name, Luo Zhuoxiao. Evolution points, 1440. Special abilities, S-rank ice type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-rank lightning type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-rank, Invisibility. Realm level, 4th tier, 1st level. Martial arts, Spear Technique, peak, A-rank, Annihilation Thunder Spear, peak, B-rank, Ice Dragon's Fury, peak, B-rank, Thunder Illusion Step, peak, B-rank, Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings, peak, A-rank, Thunder God Body, peak. Seeing the pitifully small number of evolution points, Luo Zhuoxiao couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Damn it, we're still too poor. He knew that if he wanted to break through to the 5th level of the 4th rank within 6 months, closed-door cultivation alone would not be enough. You must hunt down more and stronger alien beasts to obtain enough evolution points. Looks like it's time to go explore the wilderness again. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Taking out his personal terminal, Luo Zhuoxiao dialed the number that haunted his dreams without hesitation. Hey, Yuner. Luo Zhuoxiao's magnetic, yet familiar and matter-of-fact voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Yuner had just finished washing up and was preparing to enter the gravity training room to consolidate her newly broken through to the 3rd level realm. Upon hearing that voice, her heart began to race, and a shy blush spread across her cool face. She asked, trying to appear calm, but the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her inner turmoil. Of course something something's wrong. Luo Jiuxiu remained domineering and direct. Pack your things and come with me. Go out? Go where? Lin Yuner was stunned. Wilderness area. Upon hearing those 3 words, a huge question mark immediately appeared above her head. She asked again, incredulously, Where do you want to go? The wilderness area, Luo Jiuxiu replied matter-of-factly. What? Is there a problem? This is a huge problem. Lin Yuner looked at the top 10 best date spots, jointly pushed by various couples' hotspots in the school that had just popped up on her personal terminal, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Other people's boyfriends go on dates to see movies, stroll in parks, and go to amusement parks. At the very least, you could go to a small restaurant for a candlelight dinner and create some romance. And him? He just blurted out, the wilderness? Besides fighting and killing monsters, do you have any other thoughts on your mind? Lin Yuner suddenly felt as if she had found a fake boyfriend. We just got back from Jiangcheng not long ago, aren't you tired? She rubbed her aching temples and gently reminded this clueless, straight-laced man. Luo Jiuxiu laughed. Just kidding, I'm a 4th-tier expert. This amount of exercise isn't even a warm-up. Okay, you're awesome, you call the shots. Lin Yuner was completely speechless. She found that trying to reason with this man was like talking to a brick wall. Luo Jiuxiu, have you lost your mind? Ha! Luo Jiuxiu was stunned. Listen to what you're saying, Lin Yuner said, her voice tinged with frustration. Other people's dating life involves going to the movies, strolling in the park, and having candlelight dinners. You're something else. You actually plan to take your girlfriend to the wilderness to fight monsters? Do you think I, Lin Yuner, must have saved the galaxy in my past life to be so blind as to fall for a weirdo like you in this one? Lin Yuner spoke at length, her tone filled with grievance and accusation. Upon hearing her words, Luo Jiuxiu not only didn't get angry, but couldn't help but laugh. He could clearly imagine the adorable sight of that usually aloof and cold woman stomping her feet in anger on the other end of the phone. Laughing? You're still laughing? Hearing his laughter, Lin Yuner became even angrier. Ahem. Luo Jiuxiu tried hard to suppress his laughter, cleared his throat, and said seriously, Yuner, what you said is wrong. Who exactly are we? We are martial artists. For us martial artists, isn't it the ultimate romance to fight side by side amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, handing over our backs to each other without reservation? Imagine this, when all sorts of strange beasts rush towards us from the mountains and plains, I will protect you with my spear, and you will clear a path for me with your gravity. We will fight our way in and out 7 times, our blood staining the sky. Isn't this scene a million times more exciting than those romance movies? Silence fell again on the other end of the phone. Luo Jiuxiu could even hear Lin Yuner's breathing gradually becoming more rapid. He knew that his words had struck a chord with her. For Lin Yuner, a girl who has lived in battle and loneliness since childhood, the so-called romance is far less appealing than the trust and security of being able to entrust her back to someone else. After a long while, Lin Yuner's voice finally came from the other end of the phone, as soft as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with shyness yet exceptionally firm. Then, it's a promise, you must protect me. And another thing, this time you have to make it up to me when you come back. A confident smile curved Luo Jiuxiu's lips. When we get back, we'll go on dates every day. After hanging up the phone, Luo Jiuxiu felt exceptionally relaxed. He stood up, quickly tidied his gear, and strode towards the school gate. When he arrived at the school gate, Lin Yuner had already been waiting there for a long time. Today, instead of wearing that light blue dress, she changed into a smart silver-white tight-fitting combat suit, which perfectly accentuated her hot and breathtaking figure. Her smooth black hair was tied high into a neat ponytail, which made her look less gentle and more heroic, like a female warrior. Seeing Luo Jiuxiu's gaze sweep over her without any restraint, Lin Yuner's cool and pretty face flushed slightly, but she still pretended to be calm and puffed out her proud chest. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Luo Jiuxiu praised her generously and then took her hand. Let's go, my goddess of war. Lin Yuner felt the familiar warmth from her palm, her heart filled with sweetness, and she nodded heavily. Without saying much, the two of them flashed and sped towards the Black Wind Mountains, the closest Class B wilderness area to Tianhe City. What they didn't know was, shortly after they left, on the campus forum, a photo of 2 people holding hands, their silhouettes disappearing into the distance, was pinned to the top of the homepage. The photo caption is only 8 words long. A divine couple, going to battle together. As the closest Class B wilderness area to Tianhe City, this place is a gathering place for a large number of martial artists and hunting teams all year round. They either hone their combat skills or hunt exotic beasts in exchange for valuable cultivation resources. When Luo Jiuxiu and Lin Yuner landed like 2 streaks of light in front of the massive steel fortress at the entrance to the Black Wind Mountains, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone around them. Look, isn't that Luo Xin and Fairy Yuner? It really is them. What are they doing here? My god, this is so romantic. This is seriously high class. In an instant, all the warriors queuing up at the fortress gate to register and prepare to enter the wilderness area were buzzing with excitement. Their eyes were all fixed on the perfect couple, whom they called a match made in heaven, their gazes filled with curiosity, envy, and endless awe. There's no way around it. Luo Zhouxiao's reputation is just too great right now. Whether it was her amazing performance in the freshman competition, her incredible achievements in the trial tower, or the fierce battle to defend Jiangcheng not long ago, with one legendary victory after another, he firmly established himself as the #1 player of the new generation. Hello, please show your martial arts certificate. The person in charge of registration was a soldier who looked to be in his 30s and had a resolute face. Although he had heard of Luo Zhouxiao's legend, he was still shocked by the boy's excessively young face when he saw him in person. Luo Zhouxiao didn't say much, but calmly handed over his and Lin Yun'er's personal terminals. Beep. Identity verification successful. Luo Zhouxiao, a 4th tier, 1st level martial general, and a student in the elite class of Tianhe University. Lin Yun'er, a 3rd tier, 2nd level martial general, is a sophomore at Tianhe University. Seeing the glaring data on the terminal, the soldier in charge of registration couldn't help but tremble slightly. 4th tier, 1st level? He looked at Luo Zhouxiao in disbelief, then scanned the data on the terminal, feeling a bit overwhelmed. I remember not long ago, when this young man participated in the freshman competition, he was only a 2nd level martial artist, right? It's been less than half a year at most, right? He actually jumped to the 4th tier? This is like ascending to heaven like a rocket. Luo classmate. The soldier forcibly suppressed his inner shock and said respectfully with a hint of awe, "Your documents have been registered. You may enter now." Luo Zhouxiao nodded, put away his personal terminal, and took Lin Yun'er's hand. Amidst the awe and envy of the crowd, he strode confidently through the steel gate that led to blood and fire. Only after the two figures completely disappeared from sight did the soldier in charge of registration breathe a long sigh of relief. So young, so handsome, and his girlfriend is so beautiful? Good heavens, is this the legendary SS level genius? This aura is fucking terrifying. Upon entering the Black Wind Mountains, the surrounding scenery immediately becomes eerie and primitive. Towering ancient trees block out the sun. The rotting leaves piled up in a thick layer, making a rustling sound when stepped on. The air was filled with a bloody and dangerous aura unique to the wilderness. Luo Zhouxiao gripped Lin Yun'er's hand tightly, his dark eyes scanning every corner of the surroundings with the most accurate radar. Lin Yun'er nodded obediently. Looking at the man's profile beside her, which exuded a sense of security, she felt her heart, which had always pretended to be strong, become incredibly soft and dependent for some reason. She found herself increasingly enjoying the feeling of being protected. Just then, a violent and bloodthirsty roar suddenly rang out from the dense forest not far away. Immediately afterwards, 5 or 6 terrifying beasts, each the size of a small car, covered in blue scales and with wings on their backs, suddenly burst out of the forest. It is one of the most common exotic beasts in the Black Wind Mountains, the 2nd-tier peak azure scale windwolf. Lin Yun'er's expression changed, and she subconsciously tried to activate the gravity power within her body. However, Luo Zhouxiao reached out and stopped her. His voice was calm and steady. "Just a few wolf cubs, perfect for you to practice on." Me? Lin Yun'er was stunned. Although her strength had reached the 2nd level of the 3rd tier, facing several peak 2nd-tier beasts was naturally no problem for her, but she still subconsciously wanted to rely on the man beside her. Luo Zhouxiao seemed to see through her thoughts, patted her head, and said softly, "It's okay, I'm watching you from behind." Looking into his encouraging and trusting eyes, Lin Yun'er felt a warmth in her heart. She knew that this man was silently helping her grow in his own way. All right. Without further hesitation, her clear, beautiful eyes instantly ignited with fierce fighting spirit. She released Luo Zhouxiao's hand, and in a flash, she took the initiative to meet the several azure-scaled windwolves. Gravity domain, activate. With a delicate shout, an invisible yet extremely heavy and terrifying force field instantly spread violently outwards from her center. The few azure-scaled windwolves that were originally aggressive and fast as lightning suddenly sank upon contact with this gravity field. The speed has noticeably slowed down to the point that it's visible to the naked eye. Lin Yun'er seized this excellent opportunity and activated her supernatural power once again. The space around the several azure-scaled windwolves seemed to be squeezed and distorted by an invisible giant hand. Their hard scales creaked under the strain. Watching her fluid and violently aesthetic fighting style, Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but cheer for her in his heart. He discovered that his cheap girlfriend was no less skilled in combat. Unfortunately, her kind nature and her lonely past limited her growth. Looks like I'll have to bring her out to see blood more often in the future. Luo Zhouxiao stroked his chin, pondering to himself. Just as he was pondering, Lin Yun'er's battle was nearing its end. Under the dual suppression of the gravity field, those few azure-scaled windwolves had no chance to resist and were cleanly and efficiently dealt with one by one. After completing all this, Lin Yun'er let out a long breath, her pretty face, slightly flushed from the battle, filled with excitement and a hint of pride. She turned her head and looked at Luo Zhouxiao with anticipation, like a little girl who had gotten a perfect score and was waiting for her parents to praise her. Luo Zhouxiao walked up to her, patted her head again, and praised her generously. "My Yun'er baby, you are indeed the best." "Oomph, of course." Hearing his praise, Lin Yun'er's lips curled up slightly, almost to her ears. However, just as the two were enjoying this rare moment of tenderness, a series of hurried footsteps and panicked cries for help suddenly came from the depths of the dense forest not far away. "Help! Is anyone there? Help! Help! Is anyone there? Help!" The sound, filled with endless fear and despair, shattered the tranquility of the primeval forest in the Black Wind Mountains. Luo Jiuxiu and Lin Yuner stopped in their tracks at the same time. "It's a cry for help." A serious expression instantly appeared on Lin Yuner's pretty face, which was slightly flushed from the battle. It sounds like it's not far from us." Luo Jiuxiu frowned slightly. His eyes, enhanced by dual S-level superpowers, were like the most accurate radar, instantly locking onto the direction of the sound. "Northeast." His voice was calm and steady, without any ripples. Luo Jiuxiu made a decision without much hesitation. He was once a soldier, protecting his country and his compatriots. These 8 words are deeply engraved in his bones and soul. In his past life, he shed his last drop of blood to protect his comrades and the people. Although I have been in a different world in this life, my beliefs have never changed. Moreover, he was no longer the F-level superhuman who could barely protect himself. Having the strength of a 4th-tier expert gives him enough confidence to face all the unknowns and dangers in the wilderness. "Yuner, let's go help." She nodded emphatically. Luo Jiuxiu said no more, took her soft, boneless little hand, and suddenly spread his ice wings behind him. He turned into a streak of light and sped off toward the direction from which the cries for help came. Black Wind Mountains, inner area. In a treacherous canyon, a fierce and brutal battle is unfolding. "Captain, we can't hold on. This beast is too fierce." A young man covered in blood, with a deep bone-revealing claw mark on his arm, roared furiously at the equally disheveled man in front of him. Around him lay 7 or 8 other young men, also severely injured and barely breathing. They were students from Jingwu University, who formed a hunting squad called Azure Wolves. What they were facing was a terrifying beast that was over 10 meters tall, with an appearance that resembled a black panther magnified dozens of times, but with a pair of huge, bat-like wings on its back. The beast was covered in jet-black scales, so eerie it seemed capable of devouring all light. Its eyes, gleaming with a scarlet, ferocious light, were filled with both savagery and mockery. It strolled leisurely through the canyon, its cold gaze scrutinizing the few humans who were now in dire straits, as if examining a flock of lambs to the slaughter. "This is a 4th-tier, 1st-level agility-type beast, the Shadow-Wing Demon Leopard." "Damn it! Let's go for it!" The young man called the captain was tall and had a resolute face. He looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. "He is Zhao Wuji, a freshman at Jingwu University, a powerful attack-type ability user whose strength has reached the peak of the 3rd rank, 8th level." Looking at the terrifying beast that had brought the entire team to their doom, Zhao Wuji's crimson eyes were filled with an indescribable determination and resentment. He never expected that his graduation training trip to the Black Wind Mountains with his team would be so unlucky, as they would run into a 4th-tier king-level boss. This place is clearly only a B-level wilderness area. Logically speaking, the strongest alien beast is only at the peak of the 3rd tier, so how could a 4th-tier king-level boss appear here? "Schwerer, you guys go. I'll hold it off." Zhao Wuji roared at the stunningly beautiful woman behind him, whose fiery figure was still undeniable despite her combat uniform. The woman had long, wavy, wine-red hair that was casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was beautiful and charming, and the tension and battle added to her heroic spirit. She is none other than Morong Shui, the undisputed #1 beauty of Jingwu University and the dream lover of countless boys. Also a 3rd-tier, 7th-level support student with an A-level, Holy Light Healing ability. "No, we'll go together." Morong Shui's staff emitted a soft and holy white light, continuously healing her teammates. However, when faced with the all-shattering attack of a 4th-tier king-level boss, her A-level healing ability seemed utterly powerless. "What should we do, Captain?" Morong Shui's face finally showed a hint of despair. Her divine light still shone brightly, but she knew it was merely a drop in the ocean. Faced with the absolute power of a 4th-tier king, any healing seems pale and powerless. With bloodshot eyes, Zhao Wuji shoved away the team members who tried to help him, straightened his tall body, and unleashed his final fighting spirit once again. "Even if I die, I will tear a piece of flesh from your body," he roared, pouring all the little energy he had into the heavy battle blade in his hand. The battle blade instantly erupted with a dazzling earthy yellow light, resembling a giant axe that could split mountains. A powerful offensive martial skill, earth-splitting slash. However, when the Shadow-Wing Leopard saw his fearless appearance, its crimson beast eyes showed no sign of seriousness. Instead, they revealed a more cruel and disdainful expression, like a cat toying with a mouse. It wasn't even bothering to dodge. The ghostly figure left a faint afterimage in its original position and instantly appeared in front of Zhao Wuji. The leopard's sharp claws gleamed with a chilling light, carrying the power to tear through steel, and slammed down mercilessly on his head. "No!" Morong Shui's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. But just as the sharp leopard claws were about to crush Zhao Wuji's head, a deafening roar suddenly descended from the sky without warning. A streak of icy blue light, like a meteorite from the heavens, slammed into the space between the Shadow-Wing Demon Leopard leopard in Zhao Wuji with a speed beyond everyone's reaction limit. A terrifying chill instantly swept across the entire canyon. The hard ground instantly condensed into a thick layer of ice crystals under the invasion of this eerie cold air, shimmering with a ghostly blue light that sent chills down one's spine. The shadow-winged leopard's seemingly certain fatal blow, but they were frozen in mid-air by this sudden, terrifying chill. Its massive body was jolted back more than a dozen steps by the powerful impact before it could barely regain its footing. Roar! The shadow-winged leopard's crimson beastly eyes were fixed on the unexpected guest who had suddenly appeared before it. Everyone in the canyon was completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. They stared blankly at the tall figure who descended from the sky and landed slowly in front of Zhao Wuji, his body wrapped in icy blue divine light, with a pair of magnificent ice wings unfolding behind him, and holding an ice lightning spear. As Zhao Wuji looked at the back of the figure that stood in front of him like a god, the flame of hope in his eyes, which had been dimmed by despair, was instantly rekindled. Although he couldn't see the other person's face clearly, the iconic ice wings and ice lightning spear, along with that familiar and terrifying aura that sent shivers down his spine, a legendary name he had always dreamed of, suddenly popped into his mind. Falling from the heavens? Delivery hero? Zhao Wuji's voice became shrill with extreme shock and disbelief. He never imagined he would meet this legendary genius here. Zhao Wuji's words were like a bombshell, instantly exploding in the hearts of the few surviving members of the Tsanlong squad. That legendary hero who broke through to the 4th tier, withstood a 4th tier, 5th level king level boss, and turned the tide to save the city in the recent battle of Jiangcheng? He actually showed up here? It really is him. These ice wings, these ice lightning spears, there's no mistake. My god, we were actually saved by him? In an instant, the members of the Azure Wolf squad were so excited that they trembled all over, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They gazed at the figure who was like a god in their hearts, their eyes filled with fervor and worship. Yuner, you stay here and keep watch. I'll take care of this beast. Ignoring the shock of the crowd behind him, Luo Zhouxiao calmly spoke to the stunningly beautiful woman beside him who had also landed. Okay, be careful. Lin Yuner looked at the shadow-winged demon leopard that was eyeing her man with predatory intent, a cold glint flashing in her clear, beautiful eyes. Without saying a word, she silently stepped aside, her gravity-based powers already running wildly, ready to provide support for the man at any moment. A 4th tier, level 1 agility type beast? Luo Zhouxiao stared at the beast in front of him, a beast that even his girlfriend feared, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. I'll use you as a live target for my girlfriend to practice on. The shadow-winged demon leopard seemed to understand the contempt and provocation in Luo Zhouxiao's words, and its scarlet beast eyes instantly filled with violence and killing intent. It suddenly roared to the sky. The ghostly figure left a faint afterimage in place before transforming into a black lightning bolt of death, rushing towards Luo Zhouxiao at an even faster speed than before. It vowed to tear this human who dared to defy its royal dignity to pieces. However, at the very moment it made its move, gravity zone 10 times stronger. A clear, cold shout suddenly came from not far away. A heavy, invisible force field instantly spread wildly outwards from Lin Yuner's center. The shadow-winged demon leopard, moving with lightning speed, suddenly sank upon contact with this terrifying gravity field. That originally maximum speed was forcibly reduced by at least 30%. Seeing this, both the shadow-winged leopard and the members of the Azure Wolf squad watching from behind were stunned and speechless. They stared incredulously at the stunningly beautiful woman standing not far away, dressed in a silver-white combat uniform and exuding a powerful aura, their minds completely blank. Who exactly is this woman? How could her strength be so terrifying? How could someone single-handedly suppress the speed of a 4th-tier king to this extent? Isn't that Lin Yuner, the #1 goddess of Tianhe University? How could she be with Luo Shun? Moreover, her strength. I remember she was only at the 2nd tier? How come she's already broken through to the 3rd tier? Although the students from Jingwu University did not know Lin Yuner as the top martial arts university in the Great Xia Kingdom, they had naturally heard of each other. None of them expected that this legendary goddess, who was also a legend at Tianhe University, would appear here. Moreover, his relationship with Luo Zhouxiao is so ambiguous. Well done, Yuner. Just as everyone was still in awe, Luo Zhouxiao's voice, full of praise, rang out again. He seized the opening exposed by the shadow-winged demon leopard due to its suppressed speed, and the ice lightning spear in his hand once again burst forth with dazzling divine light. A-rank martial skill, Annihilation Thunder Spear. A thick, bucket-sized bolt of purple gold lightning, like a dragon emerging from the sea, carrying terrifying power, slammed fiercely towards the head of the shadow-winged demon leopard. It's incredibly fast. The speed of that shot completely exceeded the reaction limit of the shadow-winged panther. It didn't even have a chance to hide. He could only watch helplessly as the purple gold lightning, filled with the aura of death, rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Put! A dull, resounding thud as a sharp blade pierces flesh. The purple gold thunder spear pierced through the shadow-winged demon leopard's hard skull with overwhelming force. A violent burst of lightning power erupted instantly. The shadow-winged leopard collapsed instantly, lifeless. It was another instant kill. Duel, a 4th-tier, first-level king-level boss that could render an elite 3rd-tier squad utterly hopeless and powerless. They actually controlled and killed him so cleanly and efficiently, in an instant. Ding! Defeat the Tier 4, Level 1 Spectral Beast, Shadow Winged Demon Panther, gaining 20,000 evolution points. Luo Zhuoxiao felt a surge of secret pleasure as he looked at the 20,000 evolution points that had instantly appeared on the system panel. The thrill of leveling up by mowing the lawn is fucking awesome. Zhao Wuji, Morong Shui, and the others behind him were completely stunned by the miraculous scene before them. Am I fucking dreaming? Zhao Wuji pinched himself hard. The intense pain told him that everything before him was real. One shot instantly killed a 4th-tier king. He stared at the battle sword in his hand, now cracked in several places. His martial spirit, recently severely wounded, shattered completely at that moment. Is the difference between people really that big? This is no longer a gap. This is practically species segregation. Morong Shui covered her mouth tightly with her hand to prevent herself from screaming. Her beautiful eyes were already filled with endless awe and adoration. This man is too strong. It was so strong that she couldn't help but want. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, Luo Zhuoxiao had already sheathed his spear and walked up to Lin Yuner. He reached out and gently ruffled her soft, flowing hair, his voice full of affection as he showered her with praise. My baby is the best. My baby? Upon hearing this affectionate and ambiguous address, both Lin Yuner herself and the Tsanglong squad behind her felt as if they had been struck by a thunderbolt from the heavens. Lin Yuner's pretty face, which was slightly flushed from the battle, turned bright red all the way to her ears. Looking at the man with a wicked grin on his face, she felt both shy and annoyed. She then raised her small fist and gently tapped his chest. How could you shout so loudly? So many people are watching. Zhao Wuji, Morong Shui, and the others froze on the spot. They stared blankly at the two adulterers flirting in public, completely disregarding everyone else, and felt a chill run down their spines. The goddess seems to be truly taken. Faced with this couple openly displaying their affection without any restraint, Zhao Wuji, as the team leader, finally managed to recover from the immense shock and heartbreak. He walked up to Luo Zhuoxiao and Lin Yuner, his resolute face filled with heartfelt gratitude and awe, and then bowed deeply to them. I am Zhao Wuji, captain of the Tsanglong team of Jingwu University. On behalf of all team members, I thank Luo and Lin for saving my life. The surviving team members behind him quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply to the two men. Thank you so much, Senior Luo and Senior Lin, for saving my life. Their voices were filled with the relief of surviving a disaster and endless admiration for the strong. Luo Zhuoxiao waved his hand dismissively, looking at their expressionless faces. His nonchalant demeanor, as if he had only done a trivial matter, made Zhao Wuji, Morong Shui, and the others tremble with admiration and worship him wholeheartedly. This is what you call the demeanor of a master. He claimed that killing a 4th-tier king with a single shot was merely a piece of cake. This is incredibly classy. Senior Luo, I've heard so much about you. Zhao Wuji looked into Luo Zhuoxiao's bloodshot eyes, his gaze filled with undisguised fervor. We have long heard of your heroic deeds in the defense of Jiangchang. Seeing them with our own eyes today, it is indeed true that you live up to your reputation. You are truly an idol for our younger generation of martial artists. An idol? Luo Zhuoxiao raised an eyebrow slightly. He had no recollection of when he was given this title. A teammate next to him excitedly chimed in. Senior Luo, you have no idea how famous you are at Jingwu University. People on our school forum talk about your glorious deeds every day. There are even quite a few female students who say they want to transfer to Tianhe University just to see you. Luo Zhuoxiao found the flattery, which was tinged with mutual praise, utterly uninteresting. What he dislikes most is this kind of empty politeness. Instead of wasting time on this, it would be more worthwhile to kill a few more strange beasts and earn some evolution points. Alright, stop flattering me. He waved his hand impatiently. If you have nothing else, we'll be going now. With that, he took Lin Yuner's hand and turned to leave. He remembered that he came out this time to enjoy some alone time with his girlfriend. I don't have time to waste with these irrelevant people. Hey, Senior Luo, don't be in such a hurry to leave. When Zhao Wuji saw that he was about to leave, he became anxious and quickly stepped forward to stop him. Senior Luo, you saved our entire team's lives. We have no way to repay you. How about I treat you and Senior Lin to a simple meal when we return to the capital? That would be a small token of my appreciation. Zhao Wuji's tone was sincere and earnest. He really wanted to get to know this legendary genius in front of him. However, Luo Zhuoxiao didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Those three simple words completely shut down any further words Zhao Wuji could say. Zhao Wuji was speechless for a moment, his face turned bright red, and he stood there awkwardly, not knowing whether to leave or stay. The teammates behind him exchanged glances, all reading helplessness and embarrassment in each other's eyes. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such an aloof and unapproachable genius. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a magnetic and uniquely charming female voice suddenly rang out. Senior Luo. Morong Shui, the #1 beauty of Jingwu School who had been standing silently behind Zhao Wuji, slowly walked forward. Her beautiful, captivating eyes scanned back and forth across across Luo Zhouxiao's breathtakingly handsome face without any attempt to conceal it. Those eyes were full of curiosity and admiration, and a hint of barely perceptible desire to conquer. As the undisputed #1 beauty at Jingwu University, she has always been the center of attention and admirers since childhood. Wherever she goes, she is always the center of attention. With just a flick of her finger, countless men would be willing to go through fire and water for her, without hesitation. However, this was the first time she had encountered a man like Luo Zhouxiao who ignored her completely and didn't even bother to look at her properly. This, on the contrary, aroused her strong competitive spirit. Senior Luo, Morong Shui walked up to Luo Zhouxiao, her beautiful face blossoming into a captivating smile that could bewitch any man. Thanks to you for saving us today. Her voice was as soft as silk, with just the right amount of allure. If you hadn't appeared in time, we would probably have been wiped out here today. To express my gratitude, I wonder if I could have the honor of getting your contact information? Once I return to the capital, I will personally visit you to express my gratitude. As she spoke, Morong Shui winked at Luo Zhouxiao with her seemingly expressive peach blossom eyes, her gaze full of blatant innuendo. She firmly believed that no man would refuse such an invitation. However, she miscalculated. Looking at her self-righteous and pretentious appearance, Luo Zhouxiao's dark eyes showed not a trace of amazement, but rather a flash of disgust. What he hates most is this kind of scheming, self-righteous woman. Compared to her own pure, kind, and seemingly cold but actually warm-hearted treasure girl, she was worlds apart. Luo Zhouxiao was too lazy to waste words with her, so he simply took Lin Yun'er's hand and turned to leave. When Morong Shui saw that he dared to refuse her, her beautiful face instantly lost its color. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and reached out to grab Luo Zhouxiao's arm. However, just as she reached out her hand, a chilling killing intent instantly locked onto her. Luo Zhouxiao coldly uttered a single word. Although his voice was not loud, it was like a chilling current from the depths of hell, instantly lowering the temperature of the canyon by several degrees. Morong Shui's outstretched hand suddenly froze. Her face turned deathly pale, completely devoid of color. She stared incredulously at the man who didn't even bother to turn his head, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with nothing but endless horror and fear. That was pure, undisguised killing intent. At that moment, she felt as if she were being stared down by a ferocious, prehistoric beast from the depths of hell. If she makes the slightest move, she will be torn to shreds in the next second. Morong Shui's lips trembled, wanting to speak, but the terrifying killing intent suppressed her and she couldn't utter a single word. Her once proud and arrogant self-esteem was ruthlessly shattered by this man at this moment. Zhao Wuji and the others behind him were also stunned by the sudden scene before them. They stared blankly at the man who had his back to them but still exuded a suffocating sense of oppression, then looked at Morong Shui, who was pale and swaying precariously, their minds completely blank. Why did Senior Luo suddenly unleash such terrifying killing intent towards Morong Shui? Luo! Senior Luo! Zhao Wuji swallowed hard and tentatively called out. Luo Zhouxiao didn't turn back, but led Lin Yun'er, who hadn't uttered a single word from beginning to end, away. Zhao Wuji, Morong Shui, and the others were left standing there, looking at each other in an awkward atmosphere. Captain, we. One of the team members watched the two figures gradually disappear into the distance, then looked at Morong Shui, who was still looking lost and seemingly drained of all her energy, and asked in a low voice. Zhao Wuji sighed helplessly, his resolute face filled with bitterness and despair. He knew that this time, he had completely offended someone. Then, he walked over to Morong Shui, gently patted her shoulder, and comforted her. Shui'er, don't take it to heart. Senior Luo, he's probably just that kind of person. Morong Shui gave a bitter smile after hearing this. She looked up, her beautiful eyes already glistening with tears. Zhao Wuji, do you also think I'm very humble? No. Then tell me, where exactly are you inferior to others? Morong Shui's voice became almost hysterical due to extreme resentment and grievance. Whether it's looks, family background, or talent, in what way am I inferior to Lin Yun'er? Why won't he even look at me? Seeing her on the verge of collapse, Zhao Wuji opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer. He also wanted to understand why this was happening. Luo Zhouxiao held Lin Yun'er's hand and walked slowly through the dense forest. Were you jealous just now? Luo Zhouxiao looked at the beautiful girl beside him who had been keeping her head down in silence since earlier, but whose lips were unconsciously curving upwards, and couldn't help but ask, who's jealous? Upon hearing this, Lin Yun'er's face immediately turned red, and she stubbornly retorted, I don't have any. Luo Zhouxiao stopped and turned around, gently pressing her against the trunk of a towering ancient tree. Then he reached out, with a domineering yet affectionate air, and pinched her smooth, delicate chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Then tell me, why were you silent just now? Lin Yun'er was flustered by his domineering tree-hugging gesture, and her heart started beating faster involuntarily. Looking at the handsome face so close to her, almost suffocatingly so, and feeling the masculine and domineering aura emanating from him, her mind went completely blank. Of course it's because I don't want to bother you and other girls with your relationship. Lin Yun'er mustered her courage and, with a hint of resentment, whispered, other girls? Luo Zhouxiao Zhou smiled helplessly. Then, he lowered his head and gently pecked those two soft, warm lips that haunted his dreams. Lin Yun'er's eyes widened instantly, filled with shyness and disbelief. But he spoke domineeringly in her ear in that magnetic voice. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of people in this world. One of them is you. One type is other people. Upon hearing such textbook perfect love words, Lin Yun'er felt her head go completely blank. She felt so happy she was about to faint. This man, how can he be so eloquent? So, you're not allowed to have any more wild thoughts in the future. Looking at her adorable, dazed expression, Luo Zhou patted her head with satisfaction. My people are only for me to pamper. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, I'll grind them to dust. Luo Zhou's voice was full of domineering power and doting affection. Lin Yun'er gazed into his clear, beautiful eyes, which were already misty with tears. She didn't say anything, but simply stretched out her arms and wrapped them tightly around his neck. Then I gently pressed my red lips onto it. This time, she was going to tell this man. She, Lin Yun'er, has decided on him for the rest of her life. Lin Yun'er nestled in Luo Zhou's arms, panting heavily. Her cool and beautiful face was flushed, making her look stunning. Looking at the man in front of her with a wicked grin, like a cat that had just stolen some fish, she felt both ashamed and annoyed, and gently punched his chest with her small fist. You scoundrel! Luo Zhou grabbed her playful little hand, kissed it gently, and then pulled her tightly into his arms. Let's go, my goddess of war. We need to get down to business. Lin Yun'er gently leaned against his chest, feeling his strong and powerful heartbeat, which gradually calmed her heart, which was pounding wildly with excitement. The two remained silent, holding hands, and continued walking deeper into the Black Wind Mountains. This time, their goal is to hunt down even more and more powerful alien beasts. As the two ventured deeper, the surrounding environment became increasingly dangerous. The air was thick with an increasingly strong stench of blood and violence. Every now and then, all sorts of strange and unusual beasts would suddenly leap out from the depths of the dense forest or underground and launch a surprise attack. There are Tier 3 magic pattern spiders that can be controlled by spraying webs. There is a Tier 3 man-eating flower fairy that can control vines to entangle and attack. There is even a group of Tier 3 phantom foxes that can cast illusions and interfere with the mind. These strange beasts, taken individually, are enough to wipe out an ordinary two-person team in an instant. Unfortunately, they ran into Luo Zhou and Lin Yun'er today, an ultimate master who has just broken through to the 4th rank, whose strength has undergone a tremendous transformation. A wealthy female senior with B-level gravity ability who has already broken through to the 3rd level, 2nd stage. This duo, dubbed the Divine Combination, unleashed a fighting power far exceeding the sum of its parts. Lin Yun'er's gravity field is responsible for control and suppression. Luo Zhou wields the Ice Thunder Spear, taking on the role of reaping and annihilating enemies instantly. The two work together seamlessly, like bulldozers, carving a bloody path through this dark forest filled with death and danger. Any beast that dared to stand in their way, whether it was a low-level or peak-level Tier 3, was swiftly and decisively eliminated by them. Lin Yun'er watched with rapt attention, her heart filled with admiration for his invincible demeanor, which seemed to effortlessly cut through everything. She discovered that this cheap boyfriend was not only an impeccable genius at flirting. In terms of combat, they are absolute monsters. His calm and composed command, his incredibly accurate judgment, and his fluid and effortless combat skills. All of this amazed her and made her feel ashamed. Luo Zhou stared at the ever-increasing evolution points on the system panel, secretly delighted. Ding! Defeat 5 Tier 3 dual power beasts, magic pattern spiders, gaining 6,000 evolution points. Ding! Defeat the Tier 3, level 4 mutant beast, man-eating flower demon, and gain 1,400 evolution points. Ding! Defeat 3 Tier 3, level 6 spectral beasts phantom fox x3, gain 5,400 evolution points. In less than an hour, he had already gained tens of thousands of evolution points. This feeling of upgrading your lawn mowing skills is incredibly satisfying. Zhou, we have entered the inner core area of the Black Wind Mountains. Just then, Lin Yun'er's voice rang out with a hint of solemnity. The beasts here are generally at least at the 5th level of the 3rd tier, and there's even a chance of encountering a 4th tier king level boss. Should we be more careful? Although she had full confidence in Luo Zhou's strength, but after all, this is a Class B wilderness area, teeming with countless unknown dangers. It's always good to be a little more careful. Luo Zhou gently patted her hand, his dark eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. With me here, the sky will not fall. What he craves is a 4th tier boss. Only a 4th tier boss can give him enough evolution points. Looking at his confident appearance, Lin Yun'er's worries instantly vanished. She knew that this man would never do anything he wasn't sure of. The two continued their advance into the deepest part of the Black Wind Mountains. The further you go in, the more eerie the environment becomes. The once vibrant forest gradually withered and died. The air was filled with a terrifying atmosphere that was chilling, violent, and destructive. Something's not right. Luo Zhou frowned slightly. He could clearly sense that an extremely powerful energy fluctuation was faintly emanating from a huge cave not far away. That energy was was thick and violent. It's the aura of a 4th-tier expert. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Moreover, judging from this strength, it's at least at the 4th tier, 3rd level, or higher. Yuner, stay close to me. Without hesitation, he grasped Lin Yuner's hand and silently made his way to the entrance of the huge cave. Then, he gazed into the depths of the cave. In the deepest part of the cave, a giant bear, as large as a small mountain and covered with thick, rock-like brown fur, was fast asleep. A burning rage flickered in those enormous, lantern-like eyes. With each breath it takes, it stirs up strong air currents in the surrounding air. A terrifying pressure, filled with the power of the earth, emanated from it, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. Scattered around it were countless stark white bones, as well as precious natural treasures that shimmered with various colors of light. This is a 4th tier, 3rd level earth-burst bear? Luo Joshua was shocked as he looked at the terrifying giant bear. This is a top-tier earth-type beast renowned for its defense and strength, almost invincible among those of the same level. I never expected to encounter such a behemoth here. Joshua, how is it? Lin Yuner asked in a low voice, looking at his solemn expression. We saw that big guy. Luo Joshua's tone was heavy. This guy is more troublesome than we expected. So, what should we do now? What else can we do? A maniacal smile crept across Luo Joshua's lips. We can't just come all this way and leave empty-handed, can we? Fuck him. His voice, filled with a frenzied fighting spirit, clearly reached Lin Yuner's ears, instantly igniting her heart, which had been slightly chilled by fear. She knew that she was no longer fighting alone, and this man is by her side. This is nothing but a mere 4th tier, 3rd level beast. Yes, let's do it. Lin Yuner nodded emphatically, her clear, beautiful eyes flashing with an unprecedented fierce fighting spirit. Luo Joshua looked at her and nodded in satisfaction. This is the woman who deserves him, who has fallen from the heavens. Yuner, you'll be in charge of remote control and harassment later. Do everything you can to restrict its movements and create opportunities for me. Luo Joshua calmly issued the battle order. As for me, a chilling killing intent flashed in his eyes. I'll be the hammer that smashes its skull. Lin Yuner answered without hesitation. After fighting side by side so many times, she had long since developed unconditional trust in Luo Joshua's command. Luo Joshua took a deep breath, and the ice lightning spear in his hand condensed into shape once more. Prepare for the attack. With his command, 2 figures shot out like arrows, transforming into streaks of ice and silver, silently encircling the still sleeping earth explosion bear from different directions. A meticulously planned ambush targeting a 4th tier, triple-level king has begun. Now, attack! When he was less than 100 meters away from the earth-burning bear, Luo Joshua roared and launched the first attack. Wrath of the Ice Dragon. The enormous ice dragon roared out, carrying terrifying cold air capable of freezing everything, and crashed into the earth-burst bear that had just woken up and was still dazed. Gravity field, 20 times. Lin Yuner shouted, and a heavy, invisible force field instantly enveloped the entire cave. The sleeping earth explosion bear has been awakened. Its enormous, lantern-like eyes snapped open, locking onto the 2 tiny humans who dared to disturb its peaceful slumber. A terrifying pressure befitting a 4th tier, 3rd level king erupted from its massive, mountain-like body. However, before it could make a move, the seemingly unstoppable ice dragon and the gravity field powerful enough to crush mountains have arrived. The ice dragon slammed into the earth-bursting bear's thick chest, instantly shattering into countless ice shards. A terrifying chill quickly swept over its entire body, causing its massive form to stiffen slightly. That domain of 20 times the gravity was like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily on it, making even its original attempt to stand up extremely slow and difficult. Yuner, well done. Luo Joshua seized the opportunity, his figure flashed, and he instantly leaped above the head of the earth explosion bear. A-rank martial skill, Annihilation Thunder Spear. The ice lightning spear in his hand transformed into a raging thunderbolt. A thick, bucket-sized bolt of purple gold lightning descended from the sky like divine punishment, striking fiercely at the massive head of the earth explosion bear. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, the earth-exploding bear merely snorted disdainfully. It suddenly swung its heavy bare paw and slammed it down. A massive, incredibly thick rock shield, formed from pure earth energy, instantly appeared above his head. The purple gold lightning spear slammed into the giant rock shield, sending sparks flying and shards of rock flying everywhere. However, shockingly, Luo Jiaoxiao's all-out attack, which should have instantly killed an ordinary 4th-tier first-level expert, only left a shallow crack on the giant rock shield before being instantly neutralized. Upon seeing this scene, Luo Jiaoxiao's heart sank. He knew that the earth-burst bear had extremely strong defense, but he never expected it to be this strong. Even my own Annihilation Thunder Spear couldn't break through its defenses? How the hell can we fight like this? The earth-burning bear, having blocked all the attacks, was utterly enraged. Its eyes instantly turned blood red, burning with fierce fury. It suddenly stood upright, and its 2 enormous bare paws, as big as pillars supporting the sky, slammed hard onto the ground. The earth roars. The entire cave then shook violently. Thick, massive earth spikes, shimmering with an earthy yellow light, sprang up from the ground like mushrooms after rain, indiscriminately shooting towards Luo Jiaoxiao in the air and Lin Yuner in the distance. Wherever the spikes spikes passed, a hissing sound filled the air, as if they were being overwhelmed. Oh no! Get out of the way! Luo Zhouxiao's pupils shrank suddenly, and the ice wings on his back flapped violently, trying to quickly escape with Lin Yuner. But there were just too many spikes, covering the sky and leaving nowhere to hide. My hair! Looking at the dense, enormous spikes that exuded an aura of death, Lin Yuner's face was filled with endless despair. Damn it! Let's go all out! At the critical moment, madness and determination flashed in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes. Without hesitation, he shoved Lin Yuner away and charged headlong into the overwhelming barrage of death spikes. Lin Yuner looked at the back of the person who had shielded her from all harm with their body. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. A-level martial arts technique, Thunder God Body. Luo Zhouxiao roared, pouring all the lightning-type supernatural power within his body into his physical form without reservation. Countless purple-gold lightning runes swirled and imprinted themselves on his skin. At this moment, his physical body seemed to have transformed into an immortal thunder god's body forged from divine thunder. He actually wanted to use his physical body to withstand the ultimate attack of a Tier 4 triple earthburst bear. Countless enormous earth spikes, shimmering with an earthy yellow light, pounded down on Zhouxiao's seemingly not-so-strong body like a storm. In an instant, the entire cave was completely enveloped by a dazzling earthy yellow light and a violent energy storm. Nine heavens! Lin Yuner, who had been pushed aside in the distance, looked at the figure engulfed by countless spikes, and hot tears welled up in her clear, beautiful eyes. Her heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the pain making it hard to breathe. That bastard! Even though the Thunder God Body is an A-level martial skill, it's too reckless to just take it head-on like that. Her usually clear and bright eyes suddenly burst forth with unprecedented flames of anger. Without thinking, she prepared to rush forward. However, they had only taken one step. A familiar yet weak voice suddenly rang in her ears. Cough cough. Yuner, I'm fine. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Yuner, who was about to rush over, suddenly froze. Then, she looked incredulously at the area filled with smoke and dust from the explosion. All that could be seen was the sky filled with smoke and dust. A tall figure slowly stood up from the ground. It is falling from the heavens. Although he looked somewhat disheveled at this moment, his combat suit had already been torn to shreds by the violent energy. His bronze-colored, powerfully muscular physique was on full display. But incredibly, he didn't even have a single scratch on his body. Those enormous earth spikes, powerful enough to pierce steel and crush rocks, couldn't even tickle his body, which seemed to be forged by divine thunder. Seeing this scene, both Lin Yuner in the distance and the arrogant earth explosion bear were stunned. They stared incredulously at the unharmed boy, who hadn't lost a single hair, their minds blank. He withstood the ultimate attack of a 4th-tier, 3rd-level king without sustaining a single injury? Is this even something a carbon-based lifeform could do? Roar! The earth explosion bear's not-so-developed head was filled with big question marks. In all its long life, this was the first time it had ever seen such a bizarre and unreasonable human. It withstood the earth's roar, which could split mountains and shatter rocks, and didn't even break its skin. Is this fucking a joke? Just as it was still bewildered and shocked by the unscientific scene before it, Luo Zhouxiao's cold and mocking voice slowly rang out. That's all the strength you've got? Are you giving me gua sha? He slowly stood up from the ground, patted off non-existent dust from his body, and a cruel smile appeared on his face, which was slightly pale from enduring a powerful attack. He felt the surging, explosive power within his body, amplified by the peak of the Thor body, and every cell in his body was groaning with pleasure. That was fucking awesome. It felt like putting an indestructible resurrection armor on my body. Provoked repeatedly by a tiny human, the earth explosion bear was completely enraged. Its lantern-sized eyes were instantly filled with endless violence and killing intent. Then it suddenly stood upright, and its huge bear paw, like a pillar supporting the sky, slammed down on the ground again. The entire cave shook violently. Countless giant arms made of rock on the ground, like claws of hell reaching out from the abyss, burst forth from the earth and frantically grabbed at Luo Zhouxiao from all directions. A thick, earthy yellow light shimmered on the rocky arm. It will completely lock up this slippery ant. Then, with its most prized claws, it will tear him to pieces, inch by inch. Faced with these overwhelming rocky arms, Luo Zhouxiao showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he revealed an even more excited smile. He didn't dodge, and he didn't even bother to pick up the ice lightning spear in his hand. He just stood there quietly, letting dozens of giant rock arms tightly wrap around and lock his limbs and body. Nine heavens! Hide! Seeing this scene, Lin Yuner, who was standing guard for him from a distance, instantly changed her cold expression. Without hesitation, she activated her gravity-based powers to help him break free from his restraints. Luo Zhouxiao's confident and domineering voice stopped her in time. Watch closely, Yuner. Today I'll show you just how tough my Thor's body really is. Roar! Seeing that its earth binding had successfully locked Luo Zhouxiao in place, the earth-burst bear let out a roar full of pride and cruelty. Its massive, mountain-like body transformed into a brown bolt of death lightning, instantly spanning dozens of meters and appearing before the locked-up Luo Zhouxiao. The sharp bear claws, gleaming with a chilling light and carrying a terrifying force capable of tearing through steel, steel, mercilessly slashed towards Luo Zhouxiao's unsuspecting chest. "Come on, you little beast." However, just as the sharp bear claws were about to touch Luo Zhouxiao's chest, suddenly, a dazzling purple-gold divine light burst forth from Luo Zhouxiao's usually calm eyes. A-level martial arts technique, Thunder God Body. "Open it for me." Boom! A thunderous power, more domineering than ever before, erupted from his body. Countless purple-gold lightning runes danced and imprinted wildly beneath his skin. When a deafening metallic clang, like the resounding toll of a great bell, echoed throughout the entire cave. The earth-burning bear's sharp claws, capable of tearing through steel, erupted with a series of dazzling sparks the moment they grasped Luo Zhouxiao's chest. Its indestructible claws couldn't even scratch the skin of the fallen dragon. It left only a faint, almost negligible white mark. Upon seeing this, the earth explosion bear's eyes, burning with rage, instantly froze. It stared incredulously at its own paw, which was slightly numb from the trembling, then looked at the unharmed bear. The boy, who even gave himself a mocking smile, completely lost his mind. What the hell is going on? His full-force attack couldn't even break through the opponent's defense? Is this even a human body anymore? This is clearly a lump of iron made of divine metal. Luo Zhouxiao looked at its ghost-like expression and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "My strength isn't even as great as the yawn I make when I wake up this morning. You dare call yourself a bear? Break for me!" Luo Zhouxiao roared, and his body, which was tightly locked by the rocky arm, suddenly shuddered. A violent burst of lightning power erupted. Dozens of incredibly hard rock arms were shattered instantly, as fragile as biscuits, before his terrifying physical strength. "Now, it's my turn." Having broken free from his restraints, Luo Zhouxiao's eyes flashed with a purple-gold divine light filled with endless killing intent. The ice and lightning spear in his hand condensed and took shape once more. Ice and lightning, annihilation dragon god spear. This time he held nothing back. The ice and lightning power, which had already advanced to the 4th rank and was even more powerful and vast, surged wildly into the spear. As the earth-burning bear stared at the spear that charged toward it with unparalleled divine power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, its enormous eyes finally revealed true fear. But it was all too late. Lin Yunar's gravity domain had already firmly suppressed its body in place. It could only watch helplessly as the spear, powerful enough to annihilate everything, rapidly enlarged in its pupils. This was the Earthburst bear, renowned for its defensive prowess and unmatched among its peers. That seemingly indestructible body was instantly pierced the moment it came into contact with the spear. Then, the massive body crashed to the ground, lifeless. Ding! Detected that the host has defeated a Tier 4 triple-level spectral beast, Earthburst bear, gaining 45,000 evolution points. After completing all this, Luo Zhouxiao let out a long breath and slowly withdrew his spear. He glanced at the evolution points on the system panel, which had instantly surged to over 60,000, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. That's right, this trip was definitely worthwhile. He turned around, ready to boast to his beautiful girlfriend who was completely stunned, and give her a heartfelt hug. Ding! Host has 66,440 evolution points, meeting the advancement requirements. Begin upgrading? The cold, impersonal system notification sounded in his mind without warning. It can be upgraded again? Luo Zhouxiao was slightly taken aback. He glanced at his remaining 60,000 plus evolution points and recalled his pledge to break through to the 5th level of the 4th rank within 6 months. A crazy glint flashed in his dark eyes. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness brings rewards. Give me some more. Luo Zhouxiao let out a hysterical roar in his heart. Ding! Host's current cultivation level is detected as level 4, stage 1. Breaking through to level 4, stage 2 requires 60,000 evolution points. Confirm breakthrough? Confirmed. Promote him. Without hesitation, he roared inwardly once more. Ding! Evolution points minus 60,000. Congratulations on your realm advancement. 4th rank, level 1 4th rank, level 2. As the system notification sound faded, a torrent of energy, like a cosmic storm bursting its banks, exploded throughout his body. The bones, meridians, and even every cell in the body groaned under the overwhelming force of this terrifying energy. The entire cave trembled and groaned violently due to the sudden, terrifying pressure emanating from him. Countless enormous stalactites on the cave ceiling broke apart like fragile tofu under the impact of invisible air currents. 9 heavens? Lin Yunar, who had just recovered from the devastating attack, felt the oppressive force that made her soul tremble, and her cool and beautiful face was once again filled with endless shock. Her clear, beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the figure sitting cross-legged, enveloped in a divine light of ice blue and purple gold. Another breakthrough? Lin Yunar felt that her worldview had been completely overturned once again by this man. The breakthrough in the front line, from the 9th level of the 3rd rank to the 1st level of the 4th rank, is already outrageous enough. How much time has passed? To be honest, it hasn't been that long. He actually broke through again, and he jumped directly from the 1st level of the 4th tier to the 2nd level of the 4th tier? Is this even human? They are clearly monsters in human skin. Do you treat breakthroughs like eating and drinking? Lin Yunar felt felt that the martial arts heart she had painstakingly built up was being ruthlessly crushed by this man at this moment. She stared blankly at the figure, her clear, beautiful eyes filled not only with shock but also with a hint of infatuation and adoration that she herself was unaware of. How many secrets is this man still hiding? How many of the surprises he holds are unknown to him? Just as Lin Yuner was lost in thought, Luo Zhuoxiu exhaled a breath of turbid air carrying a faint lightning flash and slowly opened his bright eyes. At this moment, he felt a surging, terrifying power within his body that was at least several times stronger than before, and a confident and arrogant smile bloomed on his lips. 4th tier, 2nd level. This feels fucking awesome. He stood up and stretched, and heard a series of popping sounds, like popping beans, coming from inside his body. He feels like he could blow up a planet with a single punch. But his strength has indeed undergone a tremendous change. Then, he glanced at his system panel. Name, Luo Zhuoxiu. Evolution points, 6440. Special abilities, S-rank Ice type, Mystic Ice Dragon Soaring, S-rank Lightning type, Annihilation Divine Lightning, F-rank, Invisibility. Realm level, 4th tier, 2nd level. Martial arts, Spear Technique, Peak, A-rank, Annihilation Thunder Spear, Peak, B-rank, Ice Dragon's Fury, Peak, B-rank, Thunder Illusion Step, Peak, B-rank, Ice Shadow Flowing Light Wings, Peak, A-rank, Thunder God Body, Peak. Looking at the almost empty evolution points before him, Luo Zhuoxiu felt a pang of pain in his heart. Damn it, they spend money like water without any restraint. It seems I'm destined to embark on a one-way street of fighting monsters to earn money and support my family for the rest of my life. What's wrong, Yuner? He turned around and looked at his beautiful girlfriend, who was still staring at him with a blank expression. He couldn't help but walk up to her and wave his hand in front of her face. Are you captivated by your baby's handsomeness? Lin Yuner was startled by these sudden words and quickly came to her senses. Looking at the handsome face so close to her, with its mischievous grin, her cheeks instantly flushed bright red. You've broken through again? She stared at him silently, her voice trembling slightly, without her even realizing it. I leveled up again without even realizing it. Luo Zhuoxiu spoke casually, as if it were just a trivial matter. Hearing his words, which were so extreme and reminiscent of Versailles, Lin Yuner felt a sweetness in her throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What does it mean to accidentally level up again? Do you think this is like leveling up and fighting monsters in a game? Can't we just have a normal conversation? What kind of monster are you? Lin Yuner looked at him and finally couldn't help but ask the question she had wanted to ask countless times but never received an answer to. Luo Zhuoxiu smiled helplessly. Then he reached out and gently stroked her pert nose, lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a magnetic and domineering voice. I'm not a monster. Am I not Yuner's baby? Hearing this, Lin Yuner felt as if her heart had been struck hard once again. She knew that today she was about to fall completely into the vortex of this man's sweet words and could not extricate herself. Alright, stop standing there. Looking at her blissful expression, Luo Zhuoxiu felt secretly satisfied. Come on, I'll take you to collect the spoils. After saying that, he took Lin Yuner's hand and walked towards the place where the Earth Explosion Bear had disappeared. There, a huge demon core, the size of a basketball, yellowish-brown in color, and radiating a powerful and pure earth energy, lay quietly in the deep pit. A top-tier demon core dropped by a king-level boss at Tier 4, Level 3. If it were sold on the outside market, countless people would be vying for it. It's fucking valuable. Luo Zhuoxiu weighed the demon core in his hand with satisfaction, and to Lin Yuner's surprise, casually tossed it to her. Here, for you. For me? Lin Yuner stared at the demon core in her hand, slightly stunned. Then whose could it be? Luo Zhuoxiu said matter-of-factly. If you hadn't helped me control it just now, I wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. You deserve it. But, this is far too expensive. Lin Yuner hesitated. Why are you being so polite with me? Luo Zhuoxiu rolled his eyes at her. If you really feel uncomfortable, then give me a kiss to make up for it. Lin Yuner looked at his extravagant and wealthy demeanor and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. But I felt a sweet warmth in my heart. This guy, he can't stop flirting in 3 sentences. She looked around at the empty, deserted cave filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and then at the face in front of her with a wicked smile, waiting for her to throw herself into his arms. Her heart, which was not up to her usual self, began to pound wildly again, while she was still hesitating and shy. Luo Zhuoxiu couldn't wait any longer. He stretched out his long arm and pulled the still hesitant, wonderful girl into his embrace. Then, under the gaze of those beautiful eyes filled with shyness and panic, he kissed her domineeringly once again. When the two emerged once again from the massive steel fortress in the Black Wind Mountains, the sky was gradually darkening. The afterglow of the setting sun lengthened their shadows, making them stretch out long and long. Lin Yuner kept her head down, following closely behind Luo Zhuoxiu. Her usually cool and beautiful face was still flushed with rosy cheeks. She dared not look directly at the martial artists around her who were casting curious glances at her. She vaguely felt that her lips were almost swollen from that bastard's kisses. Luo Zhuoxiu, on the other hand, was radiant, his face full of pride and satisfaction. He held his girlfriend's hand tightly and strode through the crowd of eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Should we continue killing them now? Lin Yuner asked softly. Luo Joshio shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Today, I'll take you to a good place. You'll see when you get there. After saying that, he didn't say anything more. He held Lin Yuner's hand tightly, and the ice wings behind him unfolded again. He transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Tianhe City. It was late at night when the two returned to Tianhe University. The campus was quiet. However, a photo has once again stirred up a huge controversy on the campus forum. That was a high-resolution photo taken from the surveillance camera at the entrance of the Blackwind Mountain Fortress. In the photo, Luo Zhouxiao and Lin Yuner are holding hands as they slowly walk out of the steel gate that has been baptized by blood and fire. Luo Zhouxiao was dressed in black, with an indifferent expression. Lin Yuner, clad in silver armor, looked heroic and valiant, yet her face held a hint of shyness and blush. A divine couple embarks on the battlefield together. The fallen god and fairy Yuner join hands to explore the Black Wind Mountains once more. This sensational and gossipy headline topped the trending search list in just over 10 minutes. The comments section immediately exploded. What an amazing couple. They're so adorable. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while looking at my phone, and I said I was watching immortals fall in love. The visuals, the composition, the atmosphere, it's absolutely stunning. It's like a real-life version of the God of War and his little wife. Wa'ada. My goddess, in the end, was still taken by a pig. Although this pig is ridiculously handsome. Hey upstairs, can't you speak properly? What do you mean, pig got eaten? This is a powerful alliance, a match made in heaven. You don't know anything. That's right. Luo Xin and Fairy Yuner are a match made in heaven. I'll be the first to argue with anyone who disagrees. For a time, the entire campus forum was filled with sour jealousy and sincere blessings. As the central figure in all of this, Luo Zhouxiao had already brought his wealthy female senior to the good place he mentioned, the Lover's Slope at Tianhe University. This is one of the most famous romantic spots for couples on campus. During the day, the trees provide ample shade, and birds sing amidst the fragrant flowers. At night, the hillside is dotted with stars, offering a panoramic view of the entire Tianhe University and even half of Tianhe City. Countless couples choose this place for dates, confessions of love, and even unspeakable things. When Luo Zhouxiao led Lin Yuner here, Lin Yuner was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the hillside filled with romance and ambiguity, then glanced at the man beside her with a wicked grin, and her usually cool face instantly turned bright red. You brought me here? Why? Her voice was barely audible, yet it contained a tension and anticipation that she herself was unaware of. What are we doing? Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow and answered matter-of-factly, it's a date, of course. Didn't you say I owed you a date? Today, I'll make it up to you. Right here? Lin Yuner looked around. Faint sounds that made her blush and her heart race could be heard coming from the bushes and under the shade of the trees. There were also couples who were being all lovey-dovey and affectionate. She felt her face was so hot it felt like she could fry an egg on it. This guy, does he really want to do something weird to me here? Thinking of this, Lin Yuner's heart began to pound uncontrollably, her heart beating wildly. She instinctively took a step back, crossed her arms over her chest, and stared warily at Luo Zhouxiao, her expression like that of a frightened little rabbit. What do I want to do? Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but laugh when he saw her shy and timid appearance. He reached out and pulled the little white rabbit, which was trying to run away, back into his arms. Then, in that magnetic voice, he said domineeringly in her ear, "What can I do to you?" Of course, do what you're supposed to do. Hearing these words, which were full of hints and ambiguity, Lin Yuner felt her head go buzz and completely short-circuit. She felt so ashamed of the man's lewd words that she almost fainted on the spot. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! She stretched out her delicate little fist and gently tapped his chest, without any harm. Luo Zhouxiao grabbed her playful little hand, gently brought it to his lips, and kissed it. He then pointed to the enormous, futuristic-looking domed building on the hillside not far away and said with a smile, "Do you see that?" Lin Yuner followed his fingertip and asked curiously, "Tianhe University, holographic cinema." A mysterious smile appeared on Luo Zhouxiao's lips. "Come on, I'll show you something good." After saying that, he took Lin Yuner's hand and walked towards the enormous domed building. The holographic cinema, as the name suggests, is a venue at Tianhe University specifically for showing various holographic films. Unlike the 2D and 3D movies of my previous life, the holographic movies here use the most advanced virtual reality technology. Viewers feel as if they are actually there, experiencing everything in the film from a first-person perspective. The feeling was so real, like experiencing it firsthand. When Luo Zhouxiao led Lin Yuner into this futuristic screening room, Lin Yuner was still a little dazed. This was her first time visiting a place like this. In the past, she spent her time either cultivating or on her way to cultivate. For her, watching movies, a common form of entertainment for couples, felt so unfamiliar and distant. What do we want to see? She looked around at the novel equipment and asked in a low voice. Then, Luo Zhouxiao walked to the huge light screen at the ticket counter and glanced at the movies that were currently showing. There are science fiction war blockbusters posters that tell the story of human heroes who venture to alien planets to explore new homes. There is a martial arts fantasy masterpiece that tells the story of a peerless swordsman who opens the gate to heaven with a single sword, shatters the void, and ascends to heaven in broad daylight. Another horror suspense film features a group of fearless young people who team up to explore a legendary S-level forbidden area, facing near-death experiences and almost being wiped out. Looking at these posters filled with passion and fighting spirit, a hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Yuner's clear, beautiful eyes. She subconsciously assumed that Luo Zhouxiao, being a battle maniac, would definitely choose such an explosive blockbuster. However, Luo Zhouxiao's next move shocked her once again. He completely ignored the films that seemed to be high-octane and simply selected a romantic drama film with a style completely different from the others. That summer, Lin Yuner stared blankly at the poster on the screen, a poster brimming with youthful energy and tinged with the bittersweetness of love. She looked at Luo Zhouxiao in disbelief, then glanced at the movie, feeling a bit overwhelmed. This man, he actually wants to take me to see a romantic movie? This art style is clearly off. Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at her silly expression. Lin Yuner quickly shook her head, her cheeks involuntarily flushing red again. She was just a little surprised. As expected, this man didn't play by the rules. Luo Zhouxiao didn't say much, but directly took out the golden Heavenly River token and waved it in front of the ticket-selling robot. Ding! Identity verification passed. Greetings, Lord Luo Zhouxiao, holder of the Heavenly River token. We have opened the highest-class Starry Night Romance VIP couples box for you in this cinema. We wish you and your companion a pleasant movie viewing experience. As a high-tech electronic synthesized sound rang out, a dreamlike starry sky door slowly opened at the deepest part of the screening room. Let's go, my princess. Luo Zhouxiao made an incredibly gentlemanly invitation to the beautiful senior who was still in a daze. Under Lin Yuner's shy yet incredulous gaze, he took her hand and walked into the exclusive couple's private room that countless people dreamed of. The sight before them as soon as they stepped into the private room surprised them. This place is less of a movie theater and more of a dreamy and romantic private starry sky museum. The soft, comfortable white carpet underfoot felt like walking on clouds. Above them stretched a vast and boundless galaxy, with countless stars slowly rotating and emitting a soft and mysterious light. In the center of the private room was an enormous round sofa bed made of some kind of soft material. In front of the sofa bed is an ultra-high-definition holographic light screen that almost covers the entire wall. Holy crap, this guy is too good. Even Luo Zhouxiao, with his steely nerves, couldn't help but curse inwardly at the sight of this arrangement saturated with the stench of romance. He began to suspect that the person who designed the private room might be a seasoned playboy. The atmosphere, the environment, the setup. The atmosphere, the environment, the setup. If we still can't achieve our goal, it would be a waste of such excellent facilities. Shall we watch the movie here? Lin Yuner stared at the huge sofa bed in front of her, her cheeks burning hot. She felt her legs go weak. This place is just too ambiguous, isn't it? Luo Zhouxiao didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down on the seat, patting the spot next to him and raising an eyebrow at the pretty senior who was still standing there. What are you standing there for? Come and sit down. Lin Yuner felt both ashamed and annoyed by his matter-of-fact attitude, but in the end she couldn't resist him and reluctantly sat down next to him. She sat very stiffly, her body tense, her hands nervously placed on her knees, just like a young bride meeting her parents for the first time. Hey, relax. Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but laugh when he saw her nervous expression. He naturally reached out and pulled her into his arms, letting her soft body press against him. If you keep acting this nervous, people will think I'm going to do something to you. You never had good intentions to begin with. Lin Yuner was flustered by his domineering actions and aggressive aura, and her heart began to pound wildly again. She tried to struggle, but found that she couldn't exert any strength in his arms. She could only let him domineeringly confine her to his world. Alright, the movie is about to start. Just as the two were exchanging flirtatious words, the lights in the private room slowly dimmed. The huge holographic screen in front of us then lit up. That summer. The familiar movie title and youthful background music slowly began to play. The movie officially begins. The plot is actually very simple, even a bit cliché. The story revolves around a high-achieving, aloof, and academically gifted school beauty and a mischievous, troublesome, and academically challenged school bully. That youthful love story, filled with awkwardness, misunderstandings, regrets, yet ultimately incredibly beautiful. 2 hours later, as the movie's end credits rolled, the melody, filled with youthful melancholy, echoed in the quiet private room. The enormous holographic screen gradually dimmed, and the dazzling starry sky above once again became the master of this dreamlike space. Luo Zhouxiao looked down at the beautiful senior in his arms who was still sobbing softly, her face streaked with tears, and couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. In his previous life, he had fought his way through gunfire, and the image of a tough, iron-willed man was deeply ingrained in him. In this life, however, he was actually with a girl, quietly watching this tearful and sentimental romantic film. What's even stranger is that, instead of feeling annoyed watching her cry, I felt a pang of tenderness. Damn it, did this girl girl trick me? Luo Jiuxiao cursed inwardly. Okay, stop crying. He reached out, his movements somewhat clumsy but exceptionally gentle, to wipe away her tears. It's just a lousy movie. Is it really necessary to cry like this? What do you know? Lin Yuner looked up, glaring at him through her teary eyes. Don't you think they're pitiful? In order to protect the female lead, the male lead fought those thugs alone, but his leg was broken, and he missed the exam at Wuhan University of Science and Technology. The female lead gave up her beloved dancing and went to work in a bar to earn money for his medical expenses. They clearly love each other so much, why can't they be together? Lin Yuner became more and more agitated as she spoke, and tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls, which she could not stop. Luo Jiuxiao listened to her girlish tale and was a little confused. He cleared his throat, deciding it was best not to try and reason with this silly girl who was already completely absorbed in the story. Yes, they are indeed quite pitiful. He continued, following her lead. But look, they still ended up together, didn't they? Even though the male lead was lame and the female lead couldn't dance anymore, they still had love. What is this called? This is called imperfect beauty. Lin Yuner immediately burst into laughter after hearing him spout nonsense with such a straight face. What kind of imperfect beauty is this? You're so annoying. She stretched out her chubby little fist and lightly punched his chest, but it had no real effect. Alright, stop crying. Seeing her adorable expression, both crying and laughing, Luo Jiuxiao's heart stirred, and he lowered his head to kiss her again. If you keep crying, you'll use up all the tissues in this movie theater. Lin Yuner leaned against Luo Jiuxiao's chest, panting heavily, her face flushed and radiant. She felt as if she had made up for all the tears she had never shed and all the kisses she had never received in her life. This man is a complete and utter villain. Want to watch it again? Luo Jiuxiao looked at her shy appearance and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. No, I don't want to watch anymore. Lin Yuner quickly shook her head. If she watched any longer, she was afraid that she would really be eaten by this bad guy. Let's go then. Luo Jiuxiao stood up, stretched, and, it's still early, let me take you somewhere. Where are you going again? Lin Yuner stared at him warily. She has developed a psychological aversion to the good places that men talk about. Last time it was the wilderness area, this time it's Lover's Hill. Who knows what strange place we'll be taken to next time? Don't worry, this time it's definitely a legitimate place. Luo Jiuxiao seemed to see through her concerns and smiled mysteriously. More real than real gold. He patted his chest and guaranteed, how about I take you to buy some clothes? Buy clothes? Lin Yuner's clear, beautiful eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Go shopping. This is an irresistible temptation for all girls. Luo Jiuxiao smiled helplessly as he watched her suddenly become excited. Women are truly amazing creatures. One second they were crying their eyes out, the next second they heard buy, and they were instantly revived. He took Lin Yuner's hand and walked out of the starry sky private room filled with ambiguity and romance. By the time the two returned to the bustling commercial center of Tianhe City, night had completely fallen. The neon lights lining the streets illuminated the entire city as if it were daytime. Which store should we go to? Lin Yuner looked around at the dazzling array of luxury stores and asked with a hint of curiosity. Whatever, Luo Jiuxiao replied nonchalantly. I'll go into whichever one I like. You said it yourself. A sly glint flashed in Lin Yuner's eyes. You said it yourself. A mischievous glint appeared in Lin Yuner's eyes. She pulled Luo Jiuxiao directly into an extremely luxurious men's clothing store. Two bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses stood at the entrance, looking just like gangsters. Why did you bring me here? Luo Jiuxiao asked, puzzled. Of course I'm buying you clothes, Lin Yuner replied matter-of-factly. Buy it for me? Then who else can I buy it for? Lin Yuner rolled her eyes at him. Look at what you're wearing. Besides your combat uniform, you're wearing those cheap t-shirts that cost only a few dozen yuan each. Even though you're handsome and look good in anything, you're still my boyfriend, Lin Yuner's boyfriend. You can't dress so shabbily, can you? Come on, today it's on me. I'll give you a completely new outfit from head to toe. After saying that, Lin Yuner grabbed Luo Jiuxiao, who was still in a daze, and stormed into the men's clothing store that looked ridiculously expensive. King, as the most prestigious men's luxury brand in the Great Xia Kingdom, has such a high consumption threshold that it is out of reach for 99% of ordinary people. Those who can afford to spend money here are all either extremely wealthy or powerful, with a net worth of at least 7 or 8 figures. When Luo Jiuxiao and Lin Yuner stepped into the store, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. It's irresistible that Lin Yuner is just too beautiful. Her face, though without makeup, was breathtakingly beautiful, aloof and noble, like a moon goddess descended to earth, inspiring awe and reverence. Several wealthy young men were picking out clothes in the store. When they saw her, their eyes widened and their mouths watered. However, when their gazes fell on Luo Jiuxiao, whose arm was intimately linked with Lin Yuner's, their expressions instantly became filled with undisguised jealousy and hostility. How could such a stinky kid dressed in cheap clothes and looking like a poor college student win the favor of such a stunning beauty? Is there no justice in this world? Facing the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes around him, Luo Jiuxiao was already used to it, and his face remained completely completely calm. He glanced helplessly at his beautiful girlfriend, who was enthusiastically picking and choosing clothes from the hanger beside him. "I'm telling you, Yuner, do we really have to buy this here?" he asked in a low voice. "I just feel like the clothes here don't suit me." "What do you mean by incompatible horoscopes?" Lin Yuner rolled her eyes at him. "I think you're just worried about my money." Luo Joshio felt a little embarrassed when she said something that hit the nail on the head. Although he didn't know exactly how expensive the clothes were, just looking at the luxurious decor and location, as well as the high and mighty waiters, he knew they couldn't be cheap. How can a man have the nerve to spend his girlfriend's money? "Don't worry, your wife has plenty of money." Lin Yuner seemed to see through his thoughts, and she tiptoed to whisper in his ear in a seductive voice. Upon hearing the term wife, Luo Joshio felt a buzzing in his head, as if struck by a thunderbolt. He stared in disbelief at the stunningly beautiful woman smiling at him, his heart, which had been as hard as steel, now pounding wildly uncontrollably. This woman, she's so good at flirting. Just as Luo Joshio was still reeling from the sudden mention of wife, a sarcastic voice filled with contempt and disdain came from the side. "Hello, miss." A young female shop assistant, dressed in a crisp uniform and with exquisite makeup but with a snobbish and mean look in her eyes, walked over gracefully in high heels, swaying her slender waist. She first looked Lin Yuner up and down, and when she saw the silver-white combat uniform she was wearing, which she didn't recognize, the brand of but whose material and workmanship indicated was expensive, a hint of barely perceptible greed flashed in her eyes. However, when his gaze fell on Luo Joshio's faded white t-shirt and jeans, his eyes immediately filled with undisguised contempt and disdain. "Miss, our King is a top-tier men's luxury brand. Every piece of clothing here is designed by top international designers, so the price is naturally quite high." The female shop assistant spoke in a sarcastic and suggestive tone. "The gentleman next to you seems not quite to suit our store's style. Any t-shirt in our store starts at least in the 5 figures. I'm afraid your friend might be unable to afford it." Although her words were tactful, they were full of contempt for Luo Joshio and a well-intentioned reminder to Lin Yuner. Anyone could hear the underlying meaning. "It's nothing more than, beautiful lady, you've been fooled by this poor guy, haven't you? Open your eyes wide and stay away from him." Upon hearing this, Luo Joshio frowned deeply. He usually didn't care what others thought of him, but this woman was belittling him in front of his girlfriend, which made him quite unhappy. However, before he could even respond, a crisp, loud slap landed hard on the female shop assistant's face. It wasn't Luo Joshio who made the move. It was Lin Yuner. You dared to hit me?" The female shop assistant covered her face, which had suddenly swelled up, and stared incredulously at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of her who had just been gentle but was now as cold as ice. Lin Yuner smiled coldly, her clear, beautiful eyes revealing endless coldness and killing intent. "Hitting you is too lenient. Who do you think you are? You've barely stepped in and you're already bossing my boyfriend around?" Lin Yuner's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a series of cold, sharp blades piercing the female shop assistant's heart. "What he wears is none of your business. Whether he can afford it or not is none of your business. It's your good fortune that my man likes the clothes in your store. How dare you be so picky here? Believe it or not, I can make your lousy shop disappear from Tianhe City tomorrow with just one word." Lin Yuner's words were domineering and resounding. The powerful aura of that wealthy heiress, long accustomed to her privileged position, instantly erupted. The female shop assistant, who was still trying to throw a tantrum, was so frightened that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Standing to the side, Luo Joshio watched his girlfriend suddenly transform into a husband-protecting maniac and couldn't help but secretly give her a thumbs up. He gives that a perfect score for that aura. It's simply refreshing and unparalleled, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. He even began to wonder if he had really picked up a rich woman. The female shop assistant was speechless after Lin Yuner's domineering response. Her delicate makeup turned red and white in turns, and she was extremely embarrassed. She wanted to argue, but faced with the overwhelming aura of the other party, she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. He wanted to throw a tantrum, but remembering his earlier threat that one word could make this store disappear, he dared not act rashly. After all, those who can afford to spend money here are not people a small shop assistant like her can afford to offend. If the other party really has connections, she'll be in deep trouble. "What? Not saying anything?" Looking at her shocked and angry expression, yet unable to express her anger, Lin Yuner curled her lips into a cold smile. "Where did that arrogant, condescending attitude go?" The female shop assistant's lips trembled, and a hint of resentment and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Just when the atmosphere was about to turn tense, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a well-tailored black suit and with his hair slicked back, walked out from the back of the shop. He is Manager Lu, the store manager of the King brand's Tianhe City branch. Manager Lu. Manager Lu. Upon seeing the newcomers, the female shop assistant rushed over as if she had seen a savior, pointing at Lin Yuner and Luo Joshio, and tearfully recounted her story. "Manager Lu, you absolutely have to stand up for me. These two people not only didn't buy anything, they caused trouble here. They even physically assaulted people." As she spoke, she pointed to her swollen face, looking utterly aggrieved. Anyone who saw her would think she had been wronged stunned beyond belief. Manager Lu frowned slightly upon hearing this. His shrewd eyes first swept over the sobbing female shop assistant, then turned to Luo Zhuoxiu and Lin Yuner not far away. When his gaze fell on Lin Yuner's face, which was cold as ice yet breathtakingly beautiful, a barely perceptible look of amazement flashed in his eyes. But when his gaze shifted to Luo Zhuoxiu and he saw the cheap t-shirt and jeans he was wearing, his expression immediately changed to the same contempt and disdain as the female shop assistant. Gentlemen, this is the King flagship store, not a wet market. Manager Lu pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a condescending and cold tone, "If you two are not here to buy anything, please leave and don't interfere with our business." "It will affect your business?" Lin Yuner was so angry upon hearing this that she almost burst out laughing. "Are you saying we're here to cause trouble?" "I didn't say that." Manager Lu spread his hands, a fake smile on his face that said, "I'm just telling the truth. I just feel that with your spending power, this might not be a good fit for a high-end place like ours. I'm doing this for your own good, so you won't feel embarrassed when you see the price later." Lin Yuner's chest heaved violently at these words. This was the first time in her life she had been so openly humiliated. Just as she was preparing to use her family's influence to teach this arrogant bastard what regret was, a warm, strong hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. "Yuner, don't be angry." Luo Zhuoxiu's calm yet magnetic voice rang in her ears. "It's not worth getting sick over this kind of garbage." He walked up to Lin Yuner, shielded her behind him, and then slowly raised his calm eyes to stare at the arrogant Manager Lu. "You just said we can't afford it?" Luo Zhuoxiu's voice was calm and unwavering, but Manager Lu inexplicably felt a pang of heart palpitation. Manager Lu suppressed his inner unease and, with a stiff neck, sneered, "Kid, stop trying to look tough when you're not. I've seen at least 800, if not 1,000, poor guys who tried to show off in front of their girlfriends but ended up running away in embarrassment. I advise you to take your beautiful girlfriend and leave immediately. This is not a place for you." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhuoxiu smiled mockingly. He didn't say much, and took something out of his spatial ring. He casually tossed it in front of Manager Lu. It was a token made entirely of purple gold, with a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon carved on it, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. The moment Manager Lu saw the token, his eyes narrowed sharply, staring incredulously at the token, then at the calm face of the young man before him. That fake smile froze instantly. "The Heavenly River token? Who are you?" Manager Lu's voice trembled slightly with extreme fear. "This is absolutely the Heavenly River token. There is no mistake." He could clearly feel the vast and boundless aura emanating from the token, filled with an aura of supreme majesty and terror. He knew that he had probably really messed up today. "Who I am is none of your business." A cold killing intent flashed in Luo Zhuoxiu's eyes. "Now, immediately, disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making you and your lousy shop disappear from this world completely." Although Luo Zhuoxiu's voice wasn't loud, it struck Manager Lu's heart like a series of death warrants. Manager Lu could no longer withstand the suffocating pressure, his legs gave way, and he knelt down. Big brother. I was wrong. I was really wrong." He clung tightly to Luo Zhuoxiu's leg, tears streaming down his face, crying out, "I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I'm not even human. I'm nothing but a fart. Please, have mercy on me and let me go." The previously arrogant female shop assistant was terrified when she saw the manager kneeling down. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Looking at their miserable state, Luo Zhuoxiu remained expressionless, coldly uttering only one word. "Yes, yes, 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 yes. I'll leave right now." Upon hearing this word, Manager Lu felt no anger whatsoever. Instead, he felt as if he had been granted a pardon, as if he had heard heavenly music. He scrambled to his feet and fled towards the shop entrance without looking back, wanting to get as far away from this suffocating place as possible. He never dreamed that coming here to handle a minor customer dispute would lead him to run into an iron plate harder than a diamond. That's the Heavenly River token. It is rumored that only the president of Tianhe University is qualified to possess this token, which symbolizes supreme power and status. The one who possesses this decree is as if the principal himself is present. Let alone the manager of this small luxury store, even the head of the King brand's China region would have to kneel down and kowtow before this token. And yet he dared to look down on this man and mock him? Thinking about this, Manager Lu broke out in a cold sweat, his back soaked with sweat. Those legs, already weak with fear, trembled so badly they almost fell back to the ground. After completing all this, Luo Zhuoxiu turned around and looked at the few rich young men in the shop who had been frozen in place, holding their breath since the beginning of the night, and those shop assistants who were pale with fright and at a loss raised their eyebrows slightly. "What are you all standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and bring out all the best clothes in your store? My wife said she's going to buy me clothes." These two words struck everyone like a thunderbolt from the heavens. Whether it was the rich young men or the shop assistants, they were all so shocked that their minds went blank. This man, actually called the #1 goddess of Tianhe University his wife, and Fairy Yuner, didn't refute it? What on earth is going on? Could it be that they have already? Thinking of this, the hearts of those rich young men instantly shattered into dumpling filling. The store staff reacted after a brief moment of shock. Their faces beamed with unprecedented fervor and fawning smiles. Holder of the Heavenly River Token. This is the holder of the Heavenly River Token. I actually visited their little shop today. If you serve them well, won't they rise to prominence in the future? Yes, 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 sir. Please wait a moment. A quick-witted looking male shop assistant was the first to react, bowing deeply without hesitation and speaking in an extremely obsequious tone. I'll get all the latest and best quality clothes in the store right away. After saying that, he rushed towards the warehouse as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The other shop assistants also snapped out of their days and rushed to serve Luo Zhouxiao and Lin Yuner. Some served tea and water, while others massaged backs and shoulders. Their attentiveness was even more remarkable than when serving their own fathers. Those rich young men who were previously filled with jealousy and hostility towards Luo Zhouxiao were now too afraid to even breathe, wishing they could bury their heads in their crotches. At this moment, they just wanted to minimize their presence, afraid of being noticed by the murderous man in front of them. Even the manager of the King's store knelt down and begged for mercy like a grandson. Their so-called backgrounds were worthless in front of him. With the help of several shop assistants, dozens of top-quality menswear pieces, handcrafted by leading international designers, were neatly arranged in front of Luo Zhouxiao. Each piece is worth over 6 figures, incredibly luxurious. Honey, which one do you like? Luo Zhouxiao sat on the sofa with his legs crossed like a big shot, smiling as he spoke to his beautiful girlfriend who was still picking out clothes for him. Lin Yuner was also a little dazzled by the dazzling array of clothes in front of her. After much deliberation, she finally chose a handcrafted, custom-made black casual suit that looked the most understated yet luxurious. This one will do. Luo Zhouxiao stood up and, with the attentive assistance of several shop assistants, changed into the suit. The moment he stepped out of the fitting room, the entire store fell into a deathly silence that lasted for several seconds. All eyes immediately turned to him. His eyes were filled with amazement and shock. Luo Zhouxiao had changed into a black casual suit, which made him look less lazy and casual and more mature and composed. His tall and slender figure was accentuated by the well-tailored suit, exuding a powerful aura. Add to that his breathtakingly handsome face and those deep, soul-stealing eyes. He's practically walking hormones, the perfect domineering CEO image in every woman's heart. Wow, that's so cool. Even Lin Yuner couldn't help but curse inwardly when she saw him like this. Her cool and pretty face unconsciously blushed with a captivating blush. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have really struck gold. How was it? Not bad, right? Luo Zhouxiao looked at the handsome man in the mirror, a man so handsome that even she was jealous, and nodded in satisfaction. Not very good, Lin Yuner replied stubbornly. Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow, walked up to her, leaned close to her ear, and said with a wicked smile in his magnetic voice, "Why is the baby's face red? I didn't wrap all of these up for me." As the two were flirting, Lin Yuner suddenly pointed to some of the most expensive clothes racks in the store and said to the shop assistant in a domineering and unquestionable tone, "I'm paying for everything today." Lin Yuner's voice wasn't loud, but it exploded like a bombshell in the quiet luxury store. All purchases? She's paying the bill? Upon hearing this, everyone, from the shop assistants to the trembling rich young men in the corner, was stunned. They stared in disbelief at the stunningly beautiful woman with an air of arrogance before them, their minds completely blank. This is way too domineering. This is King's flagship store. Each piece of clothing is quite valuable. The entire bill, how much would that cost? 7 figures? Or 8 figures? Although they are considered second-generation rich kids with considerable family assets, but they wouldn't even dare to think about such extravagant spending without batting an eye. This is a real rich woman. Miss, you're not joking, are you? A quick-witted male shop assistant looked at Lin Yuner, swallowed hard, and his voice trembled with excitement. Do you think I'm joking? Lin Yuner glanced at him indifferently, her cold yet imposing gaze making the male shop assistant's heart skip a beat. He quickly lowered his head, no longer daring to question. Yes, I'll wrap it up for you right away. After saying that, he turned around and beckoned to the other employees as if he had been injected with adrenaline. They began taking the clothes that Lin Yuner had specified, one by one. He carefully removed the item and then meticulously wrapped it in the finest packaging box. He was even more attentive than when he saw his own father. Several wealthy young men witnessed this scene of extraordinary wealth, and their already fragile self-esteem was completely crushed. They looked at the boy who remained expressionless from beginning to end, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Their eyes held not only endless jealousy, but also a sense of awe and admiration. They're still here, fighting over women. That person had already reached a height they could only look up to, and was accompanied by a girlfriend who was not only incredibly beautiful but also incredibly wealthy. The difference is even greater than the difference between a human and a dog. Let's go, we should head back. As Luo Zhouxiao watched the shop assistants respectfully present him with one beautifully packaged box after another, he couldn't help but feel a sense of boredom. These material possessions held no interest for him whatsoever. Those fancy clothes are no match for the well-fitting combat uniform in his hand. Lin Yuner nodded, then took out a black and gold bank card with a mysterious family emblem from her spatial ring and handed it to the mail clerk. "Yes, miss." The mail clerk, his hands trembling, accepted the extraordinary bank card and respectfully stepped aside. After completing these tasks, Luo Zhouxiao took Lin Yun'er's hand and strode out of the store amidst the awe and envy of the crowd. Watching the two walk away, the wealthy young man finally breathed a sigh of relief. That aura just now was really terrifying, wasn't it? A young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, "Yes, especially Luo Zhouxiao. The way he looked at me made me feel like I was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. I almost stopped breathing." The holder of the Heavenly River token, a double S-level genius who went head-to-head with a fourth-tier king. "These legends are actually true. We actually dared to provoke such a divine being? We were simply courting death." The group discussed amongst themselves, their faces filled with relief at surviving the ordeal. As Lin Yun'er stepped out of the luxury store, she looked at the man beside her who remained calm and collected, a hint of curiosity flashing in her clear, beautiful eyes. "Hey, Luo Zhouxiao, why didn't you let me use the family's resources to teach those two snobbish bastards a lesson?" she asked, somewhat puzzled. With the Lin family's power, making that store disappear from Tianhe City would be a piece of cake. But Luo Zhouxiao stopped her just now. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Upon hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao revealed a disdainful smile. "That kind of trash isn't even worth your time?" He spoke calmly, yet with unparalleled domineering presence. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun'er was taken aback at first, then her cool and pretty face blossomed into a bright smile. She knew that this man was caring for and protecting her in his own way. This feeling moved her more than any sweet words. She didn't say much, but took the initiative to reach out and hold Luo Zhouxiao's arm, gently resting her head on his shoulder. The two walked quietly along the bustling streets of Tianhe City, wandering aimlessly. They were enjoying this rare moment of time alone together. As night deepens, the city's neon lights become even more dazzling. When the two returned to the familiar gate of Tianhe University, it was already late at night. "Alright, it's getting late. Go back and get some rest." Luo Zhouxiao stopped and looked at his beautiful girlfriend beside him, who seemed to still have some lingering enjoyment, and said softly. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Yun'er's eyes. She wanted to spend a little more time with him. "What? You can't bear to part with me?" Seeing her like that, Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but tease her. Who can't bear to part with you? I'm just hoping you'll leave soon," Lin Yun'er said stubbornly, but her slightly reddened eyes had already revealed her true thoughts. Luo Zhouxiao gave her a meaningful look, but did not expose her. He let go of her hand and turned to walk towards his dormitory. However, the instant he turned around, a small, cool but soft hand suddenly grabbed his clothes from behind. Luo Zhouxiao paused for a moment. He slowly turned around, and what came into view was Lin Yun'er's stunningly beautiful face, flushed with nervousness and shyness. She lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye, her voice barely audible, yet filled with unprecedented courage. Tonight, can you come to my place?" Lin Yun'er's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, carrying a hint of nervousness and anticipation that she herself was unaware of. As soon as she said it, she felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her throat. What did I just say? I actually invited a man to my place to spend the night?" Lin Yun'er wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. She felt her face was burning hot, like it could boil an egg. This was the first time in her life she had done something so bold and outrageous. She didn't know what Luo Zhouxiao would think. Does he think he's a promiscuous girl? Thinking of this, Lin Yun'er felt a sudden panic. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back. However, before his hand could even move, a warm and strong hand wrapped tightly around her cold little hand. Luo Zhouxiao's magnetic voice, tinged with a mischievous chuckle, slowly rang in her ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun'er felt her head go completely blank. He actually agreed? Happiness came so suddenly, she felt like she was dreaming. A sweet dream I never dared to even imagine. "What are you still standing there for? Let's go." Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but laugh at her dazed expression. He took her hand, and the ice wings behind him unfurled once more, transforming him into a streak of light. They sped off toward Lin Yun'er's luxurious villa. Lin Yun'er's home is more like a small estate than a villa. It covers an area of several thousand square meters and has pavilions, towers, artificial hills and streams, and exotic flowers and plants. Its level of luxury was even more extravagant than the Cloud Palace Hotel that Luo Zhouxiao had visited. "Your house is too luxurious." Even Luo Zhouxiao, with his steely nerves, couldn't help but swear when he saw the palatial mansion before him. He now completely believes it. "My girlfriend, whom I'm taking advantage of, is definitely a genuine rich woman. It's alright." Lin Yun'er burst out laughing at his naive and unworldly manner. A hint of smugness appeared on her cool and pretty face. She took Luo Zhouxiao's hand and walked into the technologically advanced door made of an unknown metal. The middle-aged butler, whom we had met at the entrance before and who was called Uncle Fu, respectfully came forward to greet us. When his gaze fell on Luo Zhouxiao, who was being intimately held by Lin Yun'er's hand, a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in those shrewd eyes, but it quickly returned to calm. He bowed respectfully to Luo Jiuxiao. "Hello, Mr. Luo." Luo Jiuxiao nodded in response. He could clearly sense that this seemingly ordinary butler was actually exuding the aura of a fourth-tier expert. A fourth-tier powerhouse is actually just a butler? Luo Jiuxiao was once again shocked by the arrogance of Lin Yun'er's family. "Uncle Fu, go and prepare the guest room next to mine," Lin Yun'er instructed Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu responded respectfully, then turned and walked upstairs. You sit in the living room for a while, I'm going to take a shower." Lin Yun'er looked at Luo Jiuxiao, a charming blush rising on her face, adding to her allure. Luo Jiuxiao nodded. Watching Lin Yun'er's slender figure disappear around the corner of the stairs, he finally had the chance to take a closer look at the mansion. The living room is decorated in a simple yet luxurious style. Every piece of furniture and every decoration exudes a low-key yet refined upper-class atmosphere. A huge family photo hangs on the wall in the center of the living room. The photo shows a handsome young couple in their 30s. They were beaming with happiness, cradling a 7 or 8-year-old girl with 2 pigtails, her smile radiant. That little girl was Lin Yun'er when she was a child. The middle-aged couple were likely her parents, who bravely sacrificed themselves in the beast tide to protect their home and country. Looking at the happy smiles of the family of 3 in the photo, Luo Jiuxiao felt a surge of inexplicable sorrow. He thought of his parents, who had also sacrificed their lives on the battlefield to protect their comrades and the people. Perhaps this is the common fate of these children of soldiers. Just as he was immersed in sadness, a series of crisp footsteps came from upstairs. Lin Yun'er, who had just finished showering, was wearing loose pink pajamas with cute cartoon patterns printed on them. She slowly walked downstairs, wiping her still dripping long hair with a towel. At this moment, she had lost some of her usual aloofness and heroic spirit, and gained more of a woman's languidness and charm. Under the soft light, her bare face shone like the finest white jade, radiating an alluring glow. Her clear eyes were like 2 dazzling stars, enough to captivate one's soul. Seeing her looking like a domestic little woman, Luo Jiuxiao's heart skipped a beat. He found himself once again deeply amazed by this woman. "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman taking a bath before?" Lin Yun'er felt a little embarrassed by his undisguised and aggressive gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she rolled her eyes at him, but her tone was still teasing. Luo Jiuxiao walked over and naturally took the towel from her hand. He gently wiped her smooth, long hair. "But I've never seen anything this beautiful." His voice was husky and magnetic. Lin Yun'er felt the gentle touch of the large hand above her head and heard loving whispers echoing in her ears. Her heart began to pound wildly again. She felt like she was about to drown in this man's tenderness. Although she said that, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and her bright eyes had already betrayed her inner joy. "All right, your hair is dry now. It's getting late, go to sleep." Luo Jiuxiao dried her hair, rubbed her head, and spoke gently. "Your room is right next to mine. Uncle Fu has already tidied it up for you." Lin Yun'er nodded, tiptoed, and gently left a light, fleeting kiss on his cheek. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran back to her room like a frightened little rabbit. Luo Jiuxiao was left standing alone, stroking the cheek that still retained warmth and fragrance, speechless for a long time. "Senior, you're really playing with fire." Looking at the tightly closed door, he gave a bitter smile. He knew that tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. The night was quiet and deep. In the villa's guest room, Luo Jiuxiao lay on the soft, comfortable bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. "My mind is a tangled mess of yarn." At times, images of Lin Yun'er appear, dressed in a light blue dress, her beauty as exquisite as a fairy from the Milky Way. At other times, she is clad in a silver-white combat uniform, looking heroic and proud, like a female warrior. Sometimes she wears pink cartoon pajamas, looking lazy and charming, with a gentle demeanor like a girl next door. "Damn it, I think I'm really poisoned." Luo Jiuxiao stared at the ceiling and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. In his previous life, he was a top-notch special forces soldier who had seen countless beautiful women. Whether plump or slender, or alluring and charming, there are all types of women. But no woman had ever captivated him like Lin Yun'er, making him yearn for her. He reached out and looked at the love chain on his wrist, which still emitted a soft moonlight in the darkness, and a happy smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. "Yun'er." He whispered the name that made his heart race, then slowly closed his eyes. "The boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Anyway, he's determined to have this woman in his life. Even Jesus couldn't stop it." Perhaps it was because of the series of battles that had taken place during the day, or perhaps it was because they had finally found a safe haven. After a moment of random thoughts, a wave of intense weariness washed over me. Luo Jiuxiao's breathing gradually became steady and long, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. Inside the master bedroom next door, Lin Yun'er also lay on that pink bed full of girlish charm, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Her mind was in complete turmoil, filled with images of Luo Jiuxiao. One moment he is wielding the ice thunder spear, slaughtering all in his path, unstoppable and invincible. One moment he'd be grinning mischievously, whispering sweet nothings in her ear in a magnetic voice, both domineering and indulgent. A moment later, he gently dried her hair, his deep eyes filled with love and doting affection. That bastard! Lin Yun'er covered her already already flushed face with the blanket, feeling as if her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She felt that she had completely fallen for this man today, unable to extricate herself from his gentleness and domineering nature. She longed to see him again, so longed to see him again. I longed to be held tightly in his arms again. I longed to feel that warm, safe feeling again. Once this thought arises, it grows like wild grass, impossible to suppress. Lin Yuner bit her lip, a hint of hesitation and struggle flashing in her clear, beautiful eyes. Lin Yuner, you need to be more reserved. You're the #1 goddess at Tianhe University. How could you do something so shameless? But he's my boyfriend now. Isn't it normal for a girlfriend to want to spend time with her boyfriend? Lin Yuner felt as if two little people were fiercely fighting in her mind. One is a small white figure representing reason and restraint. One is a small black figure representing emotions and desires. After several minutes of intense ideological exchange, the black figure won with an overwhelming advantage. Lin Yuner suddenly jumped out of bed, a resolute look on her cool and pretty face. Time passed by, second by second. Happiness is something you have to fight for. Can restraint feed you? Without hesitation, she tiptoed to open the door and, like a kitten stealing fish, quietly slipped to the door of the next room. She pressed her ear gently against the door, listening carefully to the sounds inside. It was quiet inside, with only the sound of steady, long breaths. He seems to have fallen asleep? Lin Yuner was immediately overjoyed. Then she carefully turned the doorknob and peeked inside. The moonlight shone on the face of the man she longed for. He lay quietly on the bed, sleeping soundly. His stunningly handsome face had lost some of its usual coldness and sharpness, and gained a rare serenity and vulnerability. Looking at his completely unguarded appearance, Lin Yuner felt a pang of heartache for no reason. She understood that although this man appeared indestructible, but deep down, he was just like himself, filled with loneliness and wounds. She walked quietly to the bedside, slowly lifted a corner of the blanket, and lay down. She curled her body up tightly, trying her best not to make any noise, afraid of waking the sleeping man beside her. She quietly turned to look at his handsome face, her clear eyes overflowing with endless tenderness and love. She felt incredibly content just being able to watch him silently like this. However, just as she was secretly rejoicing over this small happiness, a strong and powerful arm reached out without warning and suddenly pulled her soft body tightly into its embrace. Lin Yuner was startled by this sudden action and gasped softly. Her heart, which was out of control, jumped into her throat. She looked up abruptly and met a pair of deep eyes that were full of mockery and a mischievous smile. Why aren't you asleep yet? Lin Yuner was nervous and shy, and her voice even stuttered a little. That's when I realized that this guy had been faking being asleep the whole time. Looking at his beautiful girlfriend in his arms, who was caught red-handed and looked as panicked as a frightened little white rabbit, Luo Zhouxiao's smile widened. In the dead of night, he sneaked into my room and got into my bed. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, his voice both magnetic and suggestive. A sudden change occurred. Senior, what are you planning to do to me? Hearing his teasing and suggestive words, Lin Yuner's head went blank, and she was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to disappear immediately. I didn't. She tried to struggle, but found herself tightly bound by the man and unable to move at all. I was just worried you'd be cold sleeping alone. In a moment of quick thinking, Lin Yuner made up a lame excuse that even she herself didn't believe. Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow. Thank you for your concern, senior, but I am indeed a bit cold right now. As he spoke, he actually hugged the soft, fragrant woman in his arms even tighter. You scoundrel, you pervert. Lin Yuner felt his masculine and domineering aura and her strong heartbeat, and her cheeks were so red that they almost bled. She knew that she was completely at this man's mercy tonight. Luo Zhouxiao looked at her adorable expression of shyness and annoyance, and his smile gradually faded. He reached out and gently brushed aside a few strands of hair that had fallen across her cheek. Then he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. His voice was hoarse, yet full of doting affection. I'm here for you. Those three simple words flowed into Lin Yuner's heart like a warm current, completely melting her usually strong heart. Her eyes were slightly red, and her clear, beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She looked at the man before her, the man who had rescued her from loneliness and danger time and time again, and nodded heavily. At this moment, no further words are needed. A glance, a gesture, speaks louder than 1,000 words. Lin Yuner buried herself deeply in his arms, feeling his strong heartbeat and the aura of masculinity and security, and her excited heart gradually calmed down. Perhaps she was exhausted from the day's battles, or perhaps she finally had a safe haven by her side. In Luo Zhouxiao's warm embrace, a deep weariness washed over me like a tide. Her breathing became steady and long, and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Luo Zhouxiao looked down at the beautiful girl in his arms, who was sleeping like a kitten with a happy smile on her face, and a gentle smile from the bottom of his heart also appeared on his face. He didn't move, but simply held her quietly, afraid of accidentally waking this precious girl who had finally opened her heart to him. He reached out and gently stroked her soft, long hair, his deep eyes filled with doting affection. As the first rays of warm sunlight pierced through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the luxurious yet cozy room, Luo Zhouxiao slowly awoke from his wildest dream. He stretched unconsciously, feeling an indescribable comfort throughout his body, accompanied by a sense of heaviness. He looked down and was immediately stunned. The usually aloof and beautiful senior was now curled up in his arms like a docile kitten, sleeping soundly. Her stunningly beautiful face, even without makeup, was slightly flushed from sleeping, and her long eyelashes, like two delicate little fans, trembled gently with her even breathing. Her cherry-red lips were slightly parted, radiating an alluring glow. What's most captivating is her loose-fitting pink cartoon pajamas. How is this possible? Because of her unstable sleeping position, her neckline was wide open, revealing a large expanse of snow-white, jade-like, and breathtakingly beautiful skin. Even with her steely resolve, Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but swallow hard when faced with this breathtakingly beautiful scene. Who the hell could withstand this? He felt his blood instantly ignite. Just as he was getting distracted and thirsty by the vivid and sensual scene before him, Lin Yuner in his arms seemed to sense his burning gaze, let out a lazy murmur, and slowly opened her beautiful eyes that were still a little sleepy. When her gaze met those gentle, smiling, deep eyes, she was stunned at first, then her still sleepy face flushed bright red. She then realized that she had actually slept in his arms all night, and she clung to him tightly like an octopus. This is just too embarrassing. Lin Yuner felt her head go completely short-circuited with a buzz. Without thinking twice, she immediately tried to break free from Luo Zhouxiao's embrace. However, it still hasn't moved. A strong, powerful arm pulled her soft body tightly back into its embrace. Good morning, senior. Looking at her panic yet adorable appearance, Luo Zhouxiao's smile widened. You let me go. Lin Yuner was flustered by his domineering actions and aggressive aura, and her heart, which was not in control, began to pound wildly again. She tried to struggle, but found that she couldn't muster any strength at all in this man's arms. She could only let him domineeringly confine her to his world. Let you go? Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow, lowered his head, and whispered mischievously in her ear in a magnetic yet amused voice. Senior, you're really a classic case of turning your back on someone after you've done your job. But I don't know who it was last night, but they sneaked into my bed and slept with me all night. Now that you're awake, you're trying to deny your debts? Hearing these teasing and suggestive words, Lin Yuner felt her face burning hot enough to fry an egg. I didn't. She stubbornly tried to explain, but her increasingly flushed face had already betrayed the secret in her heart. I was just worried you'd be cold sleeping alone. She once again resorted to that lame excuse that even she herself didn't believe. Luo Zhouxiao looked at her stubborn denial but didn't expose her. He simply lowered his head and, once again, forcefully kissed those soft, cherry-like lips that he had longed for all night. Lin Yuner was startled by the sudden kiss and her beautiful eyes widened. She wanted to resist, but her body felt completely drained, utterly limp. Her brain was frantically telling her, it's broad daylight. Uncle Fu could come in at any moment. But her body responded to him with utmost honesty, silently cooperating. The kiss felt like it lasted an eternity. It was as if it were just a fleeting moment of confusion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luo Zhouxiao only released Lin Yuner reluctantly when she was almost suffocating. He gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms, her eyes glazed and her breathing rapid, her mind completely captivated by his kisses, and felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Senior, you're playing with fire. He whispered in her ear in that hoarse and ambiguous voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuner's dazed eyes gradually regained some clarity. Looking at the man in front of her with a wicked grin, like a kitten that had just stolen some cream, she felt both ashamed and annoyed. She lightly punched his chest with her small fist, but it had no real effect. You big bad guy. You big bad guy. Her soft, slightly reproachful voice sounded not threatening at all to Luo Zhouxiao, but rather like she was being coquettish. Luo Zhouxiao grabbed her playful little hand, gently kissed it, and then rolled over to get out of bed. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. It's time to get up. He knew that if he continued teasing him like this, he might really lose control and turn into a beast. However, just as he was about to get up, a cool yet soft little hand suddenly grabbed him from behind. Luo Zhouxiao paused for a moment. He slowly turned around and saw Lin Yuner's face flushed with shyness, but her clear, beautiful eyes held an unprecedented stubbornness and provocation. What's wrong? He asked curiously. Falling from the 9 heavens. Lin Yuner bit her lip, mustered her courage, and said, word by word, just now, you bullied me. Now, it's my turn. Her cool and stubborn voice echoed clearly in the quiet room. Luo Zhouxiao was taken aback at first, then a playful smile appeared in his deep eyes. Oh, senior, you're seeking revenge? He raised an eyebrow, staring with great interest at the beautiful girl in front of him who had suddenly become incredibly proactive. He wanted to see what outrageous things this usually aloof and cold beauty would do. Lin Yuner nodded heavily, her beautiful face filled with a resolute determination to die for her country. Then, under Luo Zhouxiao's gaze, filled with astonishment and disbelief, she suddenly sprang to her feet like a wildcat in heat. He straddled Luo Zhouxiao's body. The instant her soft, supple body pressed against his, Luo Zhouxiao felt a buzzing in his head, as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt from the heavens. He stared incredulously at the stunningly beautiful woman who looked down down at him from above. Those clear, beautiful eyes were filled with an unprecedented provocation and allure. His heart, which was as hard as steel, began to beat wildly involuntarily at that moment. This is way too exciting. I never dreamed that Lin Yuner would do something so bold and outrageous. Is this still the same Tianhe University's #1 goddess who is usually cold and indifferent to all men? She's clearly a stunningly beautiful enchantress who can steal your soul. Senior, you. Luo Jiuxiu swallowed hard, feeling his mouth dry and unable to utter a complete sentence. He realized that he seemed to have really gone a bit too far. What? Scared? Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Lin Yuner finally broke into a triumphant smile on her beautiful face. She extended her slender fingers, gently lifting Luo Jiuxiu's chin, and whispered in his ear in a seductive voice. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? Looking into her captivating peach blossom eyes, which seemed to overflow with moisture, and her alluring cherry lips so close to his own, Luo Jiuxiu felt a surge of lust rise in his lower abdomen. This girl is really trying to kill me. Lin Yuner gave him no chance to refute, and lowered her head to press her red lips against his again. This time it wasn't a tentative, light kiss. Instead, it is full of aggression and possessiveness, and a frantic demand. She was like a student who had just learned a new skill and was eager to show it off to others. She responded to the man she both loved and hated in that awkward yet passionate way. Luo Jiuxiu suddenly felt his mind go completely blank. He could clearly feel the unique fragrance and sweetness of the young girl emanating from Lin Yuner's soft lips, as well as her heart pounding wildly with excitement. One sound followed another. It was as if it wanted to completely devour his soul. He tried to struggle, but he was as if he had been frozen in place and could not move. He tried to push her away, but his hands involuntarily wrapped around her slender, soft waist. Reason was frantically warning him. If this continues, something really bad will happen. But his body was completely honest, sinking into this ultimate temptation and sweetness, unable to extricate itself. The only sounds in the room were the blush-inducing, intimate breathing, and the increasingly rapid heartbeat. 2 hours, just when Luo Jiuxiu felt the evil fire within him was almost uncontrollable, threatening to break free of the shackles of reason and erupt completely. He finally used the last shred of his sanity to violently push away the peerless enchantress who was still tyrannizing him. Luo Jiuxiu was panting heavily, his handsome face, almost too good to look away from, was covered in fine beads of sweat, but he didn't care. Those deep eyes burned with the flames of struggle and desire. When the enemy comes, we will fight them. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. He looked at the girl he had pushed away, who was staring at him blankly, her clear, beautiful eyes still holding a hint of lingering affection. I found it both funny and frustrating. Senior, if you keep playing like this, I really won't be able to hold back anymore. His voice was hoarse, as if it had been sanded. Lin Yuner was startled by his sudden remark and quickly came to her senses. She subconsciously looked down. I saw Luo Jiuxiu's amazing. Then her already flushed face suddenly exploded like a lit powder keg. The scorching heat almost ignited the surrounding air. She let out a shy yet panicked scream and rolled off Luo Jiuxiu without hesitation. Boom! Then he covered his head tightly with the blanket, like a frightened ostrich, and dared not come out to see anyone again. What did I just do? I actually. Lin Yuner felt her mind go blank, as chaotic as a pot of boiling porridge. She felt a pang of the reserve and pride she had painstakingly built up over the past 21 years. Today, at this very moment, he will be mercilessly crushed by this man. This is terrible. How am I supposed to face anyone after this? Luo Jiuxiu looked at her embarrassed state, as if she wanted to die on the spot, and smiled bitterly helplessly. He knew that he had completely stirred up a hornet's nest today. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the lustful fire within him, rolled out of bed, and headed for the bathroom. The icy water poured down from above, extinguishing the fire of desire in his heart and gradually calming his feverish mind. The man in the mirror, exuding an aura of hormones yet with a helpless yet doting look in his eyes, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Damn it, I'm doomed for you in this lifetime. When Luo Jiuxiu finished showering and walked out of the bathroom, Lin Yuner remained motionless with her head covered by the blanket, like an ostrich. Hey, senior, if you don't come out soon, you're going to suffocate. Luo Jiuxiu walked to the bedside and said with a smile. There was no response from under the covers, only the slightly trembling corner of the blanket betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Okay, I was wrong, alright? Luo Jiuxiu sighed helplessly, and gently patted the bulging blanket. I promise I'll never tease you again. There has been no response, so what exactly do you want? Luo Jiuxiu felt a splitting headache. He discovered that he could remain unfazed even when facing thousands of strange beasts, but he couldn't do anything about his beautiful girlfriend who was throwing a tantrum. Just as he was about to forcefully pull back the covers, a faint, almost inaudible voice filled with grievance and shyness came from under the covers. You go out first. This is such a shame and humiliation. Ha! Luo Jiuxiu was stunned. Why would I go out? I need to change my clothes. Change clothes? Luo Jiuxiu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Then let's change it. Let me take a look. Another rustling sound came from under the covers, clearly indicating that he was quite angry about what she said. Get out! Get out of here! Okay, I'll leave. Seeing her flustered appearance, Luo Zhouxiao dared not tease her any longer and quickly raised his hands in surrender. He knew that if things continued like this, the girl would probably really cry from anger. So he turned around and walked out of the room, and thoughtfully closed the door gently behind him. After the door closed, Lin Yuner cautiously peeked out from under the covers. Her usually cool and aloof face was already flushed red. Her clear, beautiful eyes were filled with shyness and a hint of secret joy. She glanced at the closed door, then looked down at her pink cartoon pajamas that exuded a girlish vibe, and felt her face burning hot. That big bad guy. You. She gently pounded the soft bed beneath her with her small fist, her voice filled with coquettishness and sweetness. It took her a while to recover from the overwhelming embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, she jumped off the bed like a thief and quickly changed into a clean and neat combat uniform. When she opened the door again and went downstairs to the living room, Luo Zhouxiao was already sitting on the sofa as if nothing had happened, leisurely drinking tea. The fourth-tier powerhouse butler, known as Uncle Fu, stood respectfully beside him. His eyes revealed a deep-seated awe, along with a hint of barely concealed curiosity. He simply couldn't understand how the proud and aloof young lady of the family, who never showed any interest in any man, could fall for such an ordinary-looking boy. Although the faint aura of a fourth-tier expert emanating from the boy surprised him, but that was just surprise. After all, the Lin family, as one of the most powerful families in the Great Xia Kingdom, has seen countless geniuses. Let alone fourth-tier, even fifth-tier and sixth-tier young talents would have to line up all the way to the capital to pursue their young lady. But the young lady was particularly fond of this young man. She even invited him to stay overnight at her house? Uncle Fu glanced at the guest room upstairs from which the strange noise had just come, a knowing look flashing in his eyes. It seems that this time, the young lady is truly in love. Just as Uncle Fu was lost in thought, Lin Yuner coughed awkwardly from the stairs. Miss, you're up. Uncle Fu quickly composed himself and respectfully bowed to Lin Yuner. Lin Yuner nodded, her clear, beautiful eyes avoiding Luo Zhouxiao's gaze. He simply lowered his head and quickly walked to the dining table to sit down. Uncle Fu, dinner is ready. Soon, a lavish breakfast, comparable to a state banquet, was respectfully served to the table by a group of beautiful young ladies. Australian lobster, French caviar, Japanese Kobe beef. Faced with the dazzling array of delicacies before him, Luo Zhouxiao's lips twitched involuntarily. He began to suspect that his cheap girlfriend might have some kind of unusual fetish. For example, is it necessary to eat lobster for breakfast? What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. Seeing his naive and unsophisticated look, Lin Yuner rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Then he picked up a piece of tender and juicy Kobe beef and put it in his bowl. Oh, Luo Zhouxiao nodded, then began to eat heartily without any hesitation. The meal proceeded slowly in this somewhat awkward yet warm and sweet atmosphere. After breakfast, the two prepared to head back to school. Yuner, what are your plans for the future? Walking down the street, Luo Zhouxiao suddenly asked. Plans? Lin Yuner was taken aback. What other plans could I have? Of course, I'd go back to school and continue my training. My strength has just broken through to the second level of the third tier, and my foundation is not yet stable. I need to consolidate it properly. And, she glanced at the freakish man beside her, whose power had already soared to the fourth rank, a hint of stubborn defiance flashing in her clear, beautiful eyes. I don't want to be left too far behind by you. Luo Zhouxiao listened and smiled. You can't train a true strongman by working behind closed doors. True strongmen are those who fight their way through blood and fire in life and death battles. Then what do you mean? Lin Yuner looked at him in confusion. It's very simple. A glint of frenzied fighting spirit flashed in Luo Zhouxiao's eyes. I'm going to take the entire Dawn team to a place for a 6-month hellish training camp. Where? Class A Forbidden Zone, Abyss of 10,000 Beasts. Class A Forbidden Zone, Abyss of Beasts. As these words, filled with an aura of death and danger, were slowly uttered from Luo Zhouxiao's mouth, Lin Yuner's cool and beautiful face immediately changed color. Are you insane? She stared at Luo Zhouxiao in disbelief, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with shock and worry. That's a Class A restricted area. It is one of the most dangerous and terrifying forbidden zones in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. The place is shrouded in a mysterious energy field all year round, which not only suppresses the strength of martial artists, but also gives birth to countless exceptionally powerful and bizarre terrifying beasts. Let alone these 3rd or 4th tier martial artists, even 5th tier martial kings and 6th tier martial emperors would have to tread carefully as if walking on thin ice when they entered. One wrong move and you could perish there, leaving no trace of your body. And now, Luo Zhouxiao is actually going to lead this group of newbies whose average strength is less than the 3rd rank to challenge this hellishly difficult dungeon? Is this a joke? I'm not crazy. Luo Zhouxiao looked at her panicked appearance, his face expressionless, his dark eyes as calm as an unfathomable ancient well. Yuner, you must remember this. His voice became unusually solemn. We are martial artists. The path of martial arts is inherently defying the heavens, fighting against the heavens, battling the earth, and fighting against man. Flowers in a greenhouse will never grow into towering trees. Only by experiencing true life or death trials can we unleash our most primal potential and become stronger in the shortest amount of time. But, Lin Yuner wanted to argue, but Luo Joshio interrupted her directly. No buts. Luo Joshio's tone was domineering and left no room for argument. Don't forget, the 5-school competition is in 6 months. Our master has high hopes for us. I don't want to disappoint him. Upon hearing the words 5 schools competition, Lin Yuner swallowed back what she was about to say. That was the highest level competition that would determine the redistribution of cultivation resources across the entire Great Xia Kingdom over the next 5 years. Tianhe University has been at the bottom for 3 consecutive years. If we lose again this time, we'll probably be left far behind by the other 4 universities. Thinking of this, Lin Yuner's heart, which had been wavering due to worry, became firm again. Looking at the young man before her, whose eyes were filled with a composure and confidence beyond his years, a fierce fighting spirit rekindled in her clear, beautiful eyes. Okay, she nodded emphatically. I'll go with you. So what if it's the abyss of 10,000 beasts? I, Lin Yuner, have never been afraid of it. Very good. Luo Joshio nodded in satisfaction as he looked at her. Without saying much, the two transformed into 2 streaks of light and sped off towards Tianhe University. Back at school, they told the other 6 members of the Dawn team about their crazy decision. Unsurprisingly, everyone was so shocked by the news that they were speechless. Captain, you're not kidding, are you? Lei Meng was the first to blurt out a curse, his eyes wide with shock. The abyss of 10,000 beasts? That's an A-level forbidden zone. His voice trembled as he spoke. Yes, Captain. Tang Tiantian's cute little face instantly turned ashen, her voice trembling with tears. I heard that the weakest of the beasts in there are at least tier 3, and there are many tier 4 and even tier 5 bosses. With our strength, wouldn't we just be easy prey if we went in? Luo Joxiao's gaze swept calmly over the 6 people present, his voice so calm that it revealed no emotion. Upon hearing those 2 words, the 6 people, who were filled with fear and worry, immediately fell silent. As they gazed at their captain, who remained expressionless throughout, as if he were merely recounting a trivial matter, the flames of fear that had chilled them to the bone were inexplicably rekindled within them. They are Team Dawn. It was this man who created the legendary team that created one miracle after another. They survived the beast tide that threatened to destroy everything in Zhangchang. They fought against a 4th tier, 5th level abyssal demon dragon. What's so special about a mere Class A restricted area? Lei Meng was the first to stand up, patting his muscular chest, his honest face filled with determination and fervor. Wherever the captain goes, I'll go. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, I'll follow you through it. Li Xiaobai, Feng Xiaoxiao, Lu Ruyan, Tang Tiantian, and Zhu Gaqing also stood up, their young eyes burning with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Our Dawn team is a unified whole. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Looking at the 6 young yet incredibly determined faces before him, Luo Joxiao smiled with satisfaction. He knew he hadn't misjudged the person. Since everyone agrees, let's go back and prepare, he said in a deep voice. Meet here in 1 hour. Before we set off, I'll take you somewhere first. Where are we going? Lei Meng asked curiously. You'll know when you get there, Luo Joshio said with a mysterious smile. When Luo Joshio led the entire Dawn team to the treasure house building at Tianhe University, a building filled with mystery and majesty and known as the heart of the school, everyone was stunned by the lavish display before them. At the entrance of the treasure vault building, there were already more than a dozen school elders dressed in specially made battle suits, each of whom was at least a 5th level martial king. At the very front of these elders, an elderly figure dressed in a white robe, with white hair and beard, and an air of otherworldly wisdom, was smilingly watching them. That was none other than Qin Yuan, the vice president of Tianhe University and Luo Joxiao's unscrupulous master. Master? Luo Joxio was slightly taken aback by the scene. What are you doing, sir? You brat, weren't you going to the abyss of 10,000 beasts? Qin Yuan rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. Do you think your master would let you go empty-handed? Take whatever you like from this treasure vault. Weapons, techniques, armor, anything you fancy, pack it all up and take it with you. Today, I'll show you what it means to be damn rich and powerful. When Qin Yuan's domineering and protective voice rang out in front of the treasure vault building, let alone young people like Lei Meng and Li Xiaobai who haven't seen much of the world, even Lin Yuner, a wealthy senior who was used to all kinds of grand occasions, couldn't help but feel her heart race. Her clear, bright eyes were filled with shock and a hint of envy. This was the first time she had ever seen an elder embody the concept of protecting one's own in such a fresh, unconventional, and yet so confident manner. Lei Meng, Li Xiaobai, Lu Ruyan, Feng Xiaoxiao, Tang Tiantian, and Zhu Gaqing were stunned and stood frozen in place, as if petrified. They stared blankly at the venerable old man, who still wore a smile and seemed to be talking about something trivial. Then he looked at the indifferent, freakish captain who had been acting like he was used to it the whole time, and his mind went completely blank. Are you kidding me? The treasure vault, you can just take whatever you want? Weapons, martial arts techniques, armor, anything you like, you can take it all? Who the hell is this master? They felt that their worldview had once again been brutally crushed and rubbed into the ground ground by this unreasonable master and disciple. Team, Captain, am I dreaming? It took Lei Meng a while to finally recover from the shock. He pinched himself hard, the pain reminding him that everything before him was real. His large, bell-like eyes instantly turned red, filled with boundless joy and excitement. He rushed forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, wanting to grab Qin Yuan's leg and experience firsthand what it meant to have a powerful backer. Hey, can you be normal for once? Luo Zhouxiao's voice was cold, tinged with disdain. Lei Meng scratched his shiny head and chuckled foolishly. He understood that the captain was reminding everyone not to be too happy too soon, lest it interfere with important matters. Qin Yuan looked at this comical scene and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He rolled his eyes at his pretentious, cheap apprentice, then grinned at the still-stunned kids in the Dawn team and said, "Alright, stop standing there. Time is of the essence. Let's hurry inside and pick out what we need. Remember, pick the most expensive one for me. The best one. Don't try to save money for your master. I may not have much else, but I have plenty of money." Qin Yuan's words once again made Lei Meng and the others' hearts tremble violently. They stared at the magnificent and mysterious treasure building before them, their eyes like those of wolves that had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights, gazing at the Manchu Han imperial feast before them. "Yes, Principal Qin," the 6 roared in unison, their voices filled with unprecedented excitement and fervor. Then, like wild dogs, they rushed toward the slowly opening, technologically advanced door made of an unknown alloy. "You guys, come in too." Seeing their naive and unsophisticated appearance, Qin Yuan shook his head helplessly and turned to Luo Zhouxiao. Luo Zhouxiao nodded, glanced at his beautiful girlfriend beside him who was equally excited but still maintained her composure, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. "Let's go in and take a look, Yuner." Lin Yuner nodded vigorously and took Luo Zhouxiao's arm. The two stepped side by side into the treasure vault building that drove any martial artist mad. A powerful and vast energy, imbued with the weight of time and history, wafts over you. Even Luo Zhouxiao and Lin Yuner, who had strong self-control, couldn't help but tremble when they felt this aura. Before them lay an enormous space, comparable to a small football field. The space is filled with thousands of display cases made of special crystal, exuding a futuristic and technological feel. Each display case contains a treasure that silently floats, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. There are all kinds of divine weapons that gleam with a cold light and are extremely sharp. There are various colored battle armor inner armors that shimmer with light and are covered with mysterious runes. There are all kinds of miraculous medicines with an ancient and elegant feel and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. There were even ancient manuals made of unknown animal hides, containing powerful techniques and martial arts skills. A dazzling array of goods, everything you could want. Any one of these treasures, if taken away, could cause a bloodbath in the outside world. And now, these treasures, enough to drive countless powerful individuals mad, are laid out before them without any warning. Even someone as thick-skinned as Lei Meng couldn't help but swear again in the face of this miracle scene. He felt so happy he was about to faint. "Don't all act like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden. You've never seen anything like this before." Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Luo Zhouxiao scolded them irritably. "Hurry up and pick out what you need. We still have to get going after we finish." His shout finally woke Lei Meng and the other 6 from their dreams. Everyone's face showed a fanatical and excited expression, and then they rushed towards the display cases like locusts. "A top grade A Thunderbolt battle axe? Isn't this the weapon used by the former president of our school's combat club, that awesome guy nicknamed Thor?" Lei stared intently at the enormous battle axe in the display case, its body entirely dark gold and its blade crackling with wisps of electricity. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "Mine. This is mine. Nobody can take it from me." Without hesitation, he swiped his student card directly in the sensor area of the display case. Identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Grade a superior weapon, Thunderbolt battle axe, has been unlocked. As the electronic synthesized sound began, the protective cover of the display case slowly opened. Lei Meng pounced on the enormous battle axe, which was taller than himself like a hungry tiger, and hugged it tightly to his chest. He looked as if he were holding his long-lost son, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. "Ha ha ha, with this thing, I'll be the next Thor." Li Xiaobai and Feng Xiaoxiao each chose their favorite weapons. Li Xiaobai chose a top-grade A-level longsword, which was as black as ink and had a shimmering starlight effect on its blade, Dark Night Meteor. Feng Xiaoxiao chose a pair of wind-type double blades that were as thin as cicada wings and extremely sharp, still top-grade A-level blades, flowing wind and returning snow. Since Lu Ruyan and Tang Tiantian are support-type characters, they don't have much need for weapons, so they turned their attention to the armor and accessories section. Lu Ruyan chose an A-grade inner armor for herself that could greatly enhance her mental strength, the Phantom Veil. Tang Tiantian found a top-grade A-level magic staff that looked like a lollipop but was actually made of countless high-level energy candies compressed together, Candy Fantasy. As for Zhuge Qing, this guy whose brain was smarter than his fists, he rushed straight to the cultivation manual area, grabbed an extremely profound ancient book and became engrossed in it. Seeing that his team members had all found martial arts techniques that suited saluted them, Luo Zhouxiao smiled with satisfaction. His gaze lingered on his beautiful girlfriend beside him, who remained quietly watching without choosing anything. "What's wrong, Yuner? Didn't you see anything you like?" he asked softly. Lin Yuner shook her head, her clear, beautiful eyes looking at him with a complex expression. "These things are very precious, but I already have them at home." Hearing this, Luo Zhouxiao felt as if his heart had been stabbed again by this rich female senior. Why is there such a huge difference between people? Luo Zhouxiao coughed awkwardly twice, a mysterious smile curving his lips. "Since you don't even want these grade A trash, then, are you interested in S-rank ones?" When Luo Zhouxiao's words, imbued with the atmosphere of Versailles, echoed in the quiet treasury building, whether it was Lei Meng and his group who were basking in the glory of their newly acquired A-grade divine weapon, or Lin Yuner who remained expressionless, they were all stunned. They stared at Luo Zhouxiao in disbelief, as if they were looking at an alien. Captain, do you have a fever?" Lei Meng was the first to be unable to hold back and asked cautiously. S-rank? That's S-rank equipment. Our school actually has treasures of that rank in its vault. Do you know what S-class equipment is? Those are strategic resources that would make even 5th-tier martial emperors and 6th-tier experts envious. Its value cannot be measured in money at all. Although they came from Tianhe University, one of the top martial arts universities in the Great Xia Kingdom, with a profound history. But surely it's not so extravagant that S-grade equipment can be casually placed in the treasure vault? Who told you there isn't one? Luo Zhouxiao rolled her eyes at them, annoyed by their naive and unworldly appearance. Immediately, he ignored these bumpkins and pulled out his gleaming, high-class celestial river token. "Gently shake the seemingly ordinary wall at the deepest part of the treasure vault." The moment the heavenly river token lit up, suddenly, without warning, the wall burst forth with a dazzling purple-gold divine light. The walls rippled like water, and a mysterious and ancient portal, woven from countless profound runes, slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. This is a hidden space? Seeing this, Lei Meng and the others were once again so shocked that they were speechless. They never dreamed that such a mysterious space was hidden deep within this treasure vault building. Without saying much, Luo Zhouxiao pulled Lin Yuner, who was still in a daze, and was the first to step into the spatial portal. Lei Meng and his 6 companions quickly followed. The instant you pass through the spatial portal, in a flash, everyone's vision blurred, and a vast and powerful energy aura, more than 10 times stronger than that outside, rushed towards them. They found themselves in a much larger and more luxurious space. The space isn't large, about the size of a basketball court, but there were only a dozen or so display cases inside. Each display case contains a peerless divine weapon that silently floats, radiating terrifying energy fluctuations capable of changing the very fabric of the world. Everything displayed here is S-class equipment. Lei Meng looked at the various S-class divine weapons in the display cases, each exuding an aura of world-destroying power, and his legs couldn't help but feel weak. This inhuman extravagance almost made him lose his mind. S-rank, Thor's hammer. S-rank, Frostmourne. S-rank, Storm Blade. S-rank, Void Robe. Every piece of equipment here is so powerful that it would drive many high-level experts crazy. And these peerless divine weapons are now displayed right in front of them without any defense. Captain, these, we can take them too? Lei Meng swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly with extreme excitement. What are you dreaming about? Luo Zhouxiao rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. These items are the most prized possessions of Tianhe University. Each one is related to the life and death of the school. How can you just take them as you please? Upon hearing this, Lei Meng's heart, which had just been burning with excitement, instantly cooled down. Then, why did you bring us in here, Captain? Just looking and not letting us take anything, isn't that torture? He said with a wronged expression. Since you don't have the heavenly river token, you naturally can't use S-grade equipment. There's nothing I can do about that. Luo Zhouxiao raised an eyebrow. Because I possess the heavenly river token, I can access S-grade equipment. After saying that, he ignored the few resentful guys and walked straight to a display case. Inside that cabinet, a set of entirely silver-white items floated silently. A lightweight battle armor engraved with countless mysterious moon-white runes, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility. The armor's design perfectly fits the female figure, showcasing both femininity and heroism to the fullest. The most eye-catching feature is the chest area, where a crescent-shaped gemstone, radiating soft moonlight, is inlaid. A faint, sacred energy fluctuation, imbued with a healing aura, emanated from the armor. S-rank set, Moon Goddess's Guardian. Lin Yuner stared at the stunning armor in front of her, which seemed to have been tailor-made for her. Her clear and bright eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock and admiration. She could clearly feel that this suit of armor had an extremely high degree of compatibility with her B-level ability, gravity compression. If she could wear this armor, her strength would definitely experience a qualitative leap. Do you like it? Luo Zhouxiao asked with a smile, looking at her expression of delight. Lin Yuner nodded subconsciously, but then seemed to remember something and quickly shook her head. No, this is far too valuable. She understood what S-class equipment meant to a school. This is already considered a strategic strategic resource. How could she accept that so easily? Why are you being so polite with me? Luo Zhouxiao couldn't help but laugh as he looked at her conflicted expression. Without saying much, he simply swept the sensor area of the display case lightly with the Heavenly River token in his hand. Ding! Heavenly River token authorization verified. S-grade set, Moon Goddess's Guardian, unlocked. As the electronic synthesized sound began, the protective cover of the display case slowly rose. Without hesitation, he took out the exquisite armor that emitted a soft moonlight. He handed it to Lin Yuner in front of everyone. His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. I've said it before, I can only use the best people. Lin Yuner stared blankly at him, then looked at the S-class suit in her hand, a suit that could make any woman swoon. That once strong heart has now completely melted. Her eyes were slightly red. She understood that this man was once again caring for her and protecting her in his unique way. Thank you, Zhouxiao. She stopped being coy, nodded heavily, and put the armor that carried the man's deep love into her spatial ring. Seeing this, Lei Meng and the others were so envious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. An S-grade set. You just give it away like that? The captain is being way too arrogant. This display of affection caught them completely off guard, and they willingly swallowed it all. Having completed all this, Luo Zhouxiao turned his gaze to another display case. Inside, another set of armor floated silently. However, this armor is completely different from Lin Yuner's, Moon Goddess's Guardian, which is full of gentle and elegant charm. Its entire body is as black as ink, with a dark golden luster, and it is engraved with countless thunder runes full of destruction and domineering aura. The armor's design exudes power and explosiveness. Every joint and every connection reveals a coldness and cruelty born for killing. The words had barely left his mouth. A terrifying pressure of annihilation and destruction emanated from this suit of armor. This is the S-grade set, Silent Thunder God. Luo Zhouxiao stared at the battle armor that seemed to have been tailor-made for him, his dark eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. He could clearly feel that this suit of armor was almost perfectly compatible with his S-level lightning type ability, Annihilation Divine Lightning, and his A-level body refining martial skill, Thunder God Body, which he had cultivated to its peak. If he wears it, his strength will increase dramatically. Without hesitation, Luo Zhouxiao once again used the Heavenly River token in his hand to gently scan the sensor area of the display case. Ding! Heavenly River token authorization verified. S-grade set, Silent Thunder God, unlocked. An electronic synthesized sound rang out, and the protective shield slowly rose. He reached out and took out the suit of armor that radiated terrifying lightning power. He put it on in public. A crisp metallic clanging sound rang out. The jet black armor seemed to come alive, quickly clinging to the curves of his body. It made his already tall and imposing figure appear even more majestic and imposing. Fine, purple gold arcs of electricity pulsed wildly across his body, flashing incessantly. He simply stood there quietly, like a supreme deity emerging from the thunderous hell, wielding the unparalleled authority of destruction and judgment. It's going to be a good show. A pressure several times more terrifying than before suddenly erupted from his body. Standing beside him, Lei Meng and the others felt as if their bodies were being crushed by an invisible giant mountain, making it extremely difficult to even breathe. They stared in disbelief at the figure that seemed to be a demon descending from heaven, their young eyes filled with shock and awe. That's incredibly powerful. They felt that the captain's mere presence, even without doing anything, was enough to extinguish the courage of these so-called geniuses to resist. The terrifying power surging within Luo Zhouxiao's body due to wearing the Annihilation Thunder God suit grew even stronger, and he nodded in satisfaction. He then ignored the stunned team members and turned to walk towards the spatial portal. Lin Yuner and the other 6 quickly recovered from their shock and followed closely behind. When they returned to the first floor of the vault building, Xin Yuan and more than a dozen school elders had been waiting for a long time. When their gazes fell upon Luo Zhouxiao, clad in the Thunder God of Annihilation suit, his body wreathed in purple gold arcs of electricity, resembling a thunder god descended to earth. A look of amazement and satisfaction flashed in their deep eyes simultaneously. Xin Yuan stroked his white beard and said with a smile, "Clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. Wearing this outfit, I do have some of the style I had back in the day." Hearing his self-praise, Luo Zhouxiao was speechless. This old guy really doesn't know how to be humble at all. This is going to be interesting. Alright, the equipment selection is complete. It's time for you to set off. Xin Yuan's expression gradually turned serious. He looked at the 8 young people who were about to represent Tianhe University and step into that forbidden land full of death and opportunity, his cloudy eyes filled with solemnity and anticipation. The abyss of 10,000 beasts is far beyond anything you have ever ventured into, whether it be a secret realm or a wilderness area. His voice was deep and hoarse, landing heavily in everyone's ears. That place is the graveyard of the truly strong, and the purgatory of the weak. Not only does it harbor terrifying beings with strength comparable to a 6th-tier martial king, or even a 7th-tier one, but it also lurks countless bizarre and unpredictable natural fortresses and deadly traps. Your mission will last for 6 months. You only have 3 things to accomplish in the next 6 months. First, survive. Second, survive at all costs. Third, become stronger while staying alive. Qin Yuan's words were resounding and full of courage and determination. Yes, Principal Qin. After all, the members of the Dawn team felt this terrifying pressure that made their souls tremble. Not only were they fearless, but they roared in unison as if they were injected with endless passion. An unprecedented fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Outside the Treasury building, the silver-white, futuristic Dawn fighter jet slowly took off. However, at that moment, 6 months from now, your teacher will be waiting for your triumphant return at the 5 schools grand competition. Qin Yuan's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Luo Jiuxiu and the members of the Dawn team bowed deeply to Qin Yuan and the elders. Buzz! Without hesitation, he flashed and transformed into 8 streaks of different colors, shooting straight into the sky. It landed smoothly on the Dawn fighter jet. The engine roared deafeningly. Snap, snap, snap. Amidst the awe and blessings of the entire school's faculty and students, a streak of silvery white light pierced the sky, hurtling swiftly towards the distant and perilous Class A Forbidden Zone, the abyss of 10,000 beasts, in the westernmost part of the Great Xia Kingdom, deep in the mountains and valleys. This is one of the oldest and most mysterious forbidden areas on the entire planet Earth. Legend has it that this place has bred countless powerful and bizarre monsters. It is shrouded in a mysterious energy field filled with chaos and destruction year-round. Any living being that enters this energy field will be suppressed, and its strength will be reduced by at least 30%. Puff! Moreover, the deeper you go, the more terrifying this oppressive force becomes. This place is a forbidden zone for life, and a paradise for death. As the Dawn fighter jet pierced through the thick, chaotic energy clouds and landed at the entrance to the Abyss of Beasts, a steel fortress built by the military, exuding a chilling and ruthless aura, Luo Jiuxiu and all the members of the Dawn team suddenly felt a sinking sensation. An invisible yet extremely heavy pressure was pressing down from all directions. What is this? The energy field suppression of the Abyss of 10,000 Beasts? Lei Mang was the first to blurt out a curse. He felt as if an invisible mountain had suddenly been placed on his back, making it difficult to even breathe. His original strength, which had reached the 5th level of the 3rd rank, was actually weakened to less than the 3rd level of the 3rd rank under the suppression of this energy field. The situations of Li Xiaobai, Feng Xiaoxiao, Lu Ruyan, Tang Tiantian, and Zhuge Qing are similar. How is this possible? They had barely managed to break through to the 3rd tier with their 4th tier demon cores, but now they were directly suppressed back to the peak of the 2nd tier. Only Luo Jiuxiu and Lin Yuner were in slightly better condition. Despite feeling pressure, Luo Jiuxiu, with his terrifying strength at the 4th level, 2nd stage, and his peak cultivation of the Thunder God body, did not feel too much pressure. Lin Yuner, on the other hand, possesses a B-level gravity ability, giving her a natural resistance to this kind of force field suppression. Seeing everyone's distressed expressions, Luo Jiuxiu calmly said, "This is only the outer area, so the suppression is still relatively light. Once we truly enter the core area, the suppressive force will be at least 10 times stronger than it is now." The conference room fell into a deathly silence. More than 10 times? Upon hearing this, Lei Meng and the others' faces turned deathly pale. The current suppression is already unbearable for them. If it were 10 times stronger, wouldn't they be turned into mincemeat? Captain, do we really have to go in? Tang Tiantian's cute little face was full of hesitation. Scared? Luo Jiuxiu raised an eyebrow. The 6 men gritted their teeth and roared in anger. Luo Jiuxiu nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Let's see just how amazing this so-called forbidden zone of life really is. After saying that, he was the first to stride towards the steel gate that led to hell. When Luo Jiuxiu led the Dawn team into that steel fortress filled with a chilling and bloodthirsty atmosphere, countless scrutinizing, curious, and hostile gazes immediately fell upon them. On the fortress's vast central plaza, hundreds of young martial artists, dressed in various combat uniforms and exuding powerful auras, had already gathered. They were in groups of 3 or 5, clearly divided into different factions, obviously from different groups. On the chest of their combat uniforms, each student wears a school badge that represents their identity, radiating honor and pride. These 4 names represent the 4 most prestigious martial arts universities in the Great Xia Kingdom, besides Tianhe University, whose strength rivals that of Tianhe University. And today, the top geniuses from these 4 universities have all gathered here. How did they get here? Lei Meng stared at the school badges that were both familiar and unfamiliar, his eyes wide with confusion. If I'm not mistaken, Zhuge Qing, standing to the side, adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with wisdom behind the lenses. They must be here for special training in preparation for the 5 schools competition 6 months from now. Competition between the 5 schools? Upon hearing these 4 words, Lei Meng and the others felt a sudden tightness in their chests. They then remembered that the main purpose of their trip to the Abyss of 10,000 Beasts was to prepare for the top-level competition that would determine the fate of the school for the next 5 years. These people in front of them are their strongest opponents on the field in the future. The air was instantly filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, and the tense atmosphere was suffocating. Wow, such a big commotion. attention. I wondered who it was. A sarcastic and mocking voice suddenly came from not far away. A young man dressed in a flamboyant bright red combat uniform walked over, his hair dyed like that of a red parrot. With an arrogant expression that said, "I'm the best in the world," he stared at them with hostility. Behind him were 7 or 8 young men and women dressed in the uniforms of Jingwu University, who looked like his followers. "Isn't this our Tianhe University's great hero and delivery hero, Luo Zhouxiao? That suits me perfectly." Time seemed to freeze at that moment.